You crossed into the cultivation world and became a courier, delivering packages for others. But on your very first job, you encountered an aloof empress and a scheming demoness locked in a mutually destructive battle. When they saw the saint-grade spiritual medicine in your hands, both women immediately prepared to fight for it only to find themselves utterly exhausted, unable to even stand up. Seeing the two in such a favorable situation, you simply stood by and enjoyed the show. Don't fight, there's another one here. Looking at the delivery slip in front of them, both women chose to sign for it without hesitation. A silver light drifted out from their bodies and instantly merged into yours. In the next moment, your cultivation surged wildly, reaching the second level of Nirvana realm. Witnessing this, the two women were utterly shocked. Just who is this person? Ignoring them, you nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Qing Rushue suddenly called out to you and asked, "Are you a disciple of my Shinyu sect?" Yu Rohan, standing nearby, also sized you up after hearing this. This person actually managed to break through 3 realms directly, but why couldn't I sense even a trace of cultivation before? Could it be that this is just a disguise? Indeed, I shouldn't act rashly. If I can lure him to my side and make him work for me, wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking this, Yu Rohan licked her lips. Sister Shui, as the sect leader, can't you even recognize your own disciple, she said, then turned her charming gaze toward you. Little brother, why not join my faction? I can fulfill any request you have. Hearing this, your breathing grew slightly rapid. This woman was truly a natural-born temptress. But you were in a hurry to return and check your rewards, so you ignored her and instead turned to Qing Rushue. I recently joined the Shinyu sect. Could it be that you are our sect leader? Chang Rushue nodded, though I don't know what fortuitous encounter you've had. If you can leave this space, go find the Grand Elder. Inform her that I'm trapped here and will be able to leave once I break through to the Shattering Void Realm. Tell the sect not to worry. Hearing this, you sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I'm afraid I won't even get to meet the Grand Elder. But little brother, look how the Divine Moon sect doesn't take you seriously. Why not consider my proposal? Yu Rohan seized the opportunity to interject from the side. Cheng Rushue first glared at her, then rummaged through her belongings before handing over a jade pendant. This is my personal jade pendant, imbued with my spiritual sense. When the time comes, what are you sniffing at? Her explanation was suddenly interrupted as her fair cheeks flushed red. You scratched your head awkwardly. It was a reflex, but honestly, it smells really nice. Then you grinned and vanished the next second. As expected, he can leave this place. Cheng Rushue felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed, though she didn't show it. But with such a reckless temperament, giving him the jade pendant is practically inviting a wolf into the house. I hope his character isn't too bad. Otherwise, his 3 senior sisters won't be easy to deal with. At this thought, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Beside her, Yu Rohan giggled softly. Sister Shui, how does it feel to have your own disciple openly smell your intimate scent? This kind of subordinate surpassing the superior vibe is quite thrilling, isn't it? Hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Qing Rushue's face, but she said nothing. Yu Rohan, feeling somewhat bored, reined in her playful demeanor. Sister Shui, how about we call a truce for now? Once we break through to the Shattering Void Realm and leave this place, we can settle things then. Cheng Rushue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, deep down, she knew that given the other's nature as a demoness, she wouldn't be so straightforward. She still needed to remain vigilant at all times. Meanwhile, on the other side, you had already been teleported back to your own room by the system. The invincible feeling from earlier had vanished. Though there was a slight sense of loss, it was quickly overshadowed by the rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first delivery. You have received 5 million delivery points and the Primordial Saint Body. First order reward triggered, obtained 1 spin on the mall's Grand Wheel and the Primordial Treasure Taiji diagram. Damn, 5 million delivery points? That's insane. Wait a minute, hold on, maybe it's one of those shady online malls where you realize you can't afford anything once you're inside. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, you click open the mall interface, and the dazzling array of items instantly overwhelms you. Some are indeed pricey, costing hundreds of thousands or even millions, but most are reasonably affordable. Seeing this, you finally breathe a sigh of relief. So this is what it feels like to strike it rich overnight. But why does this delivery point offer so many rewards? Suddenly, a thought strikes you, and you press the system for answers. The response you receive is that the number of delivery points depends on the strength of the delivery target. Cheng Rushue and Yu Rohan are both top-tier figures in this world, hence the exceptionally generous rewards. You nod thoughtfully, thinking to yourself that if you could encounter such high-level powerhouses every time, wouldn't it mean you could effortlessly win in no time? But the next moment, the system's cold prompt pulled you back to reality. Because the delivery recipients are randomly selected, the host cannot specify them, and there's only 1 chance per month. However, as the system upgrades, the number of opportunities will increase. You froze for a moment but quickly realized that the previous order was a special task, and this month's regular delivery opportunity hadn't been used yet. With a sigh of relief, you immediately began claiming the rewards. First was the primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. But due to your current low strength, only one skill was activated. It could block a full force strike from a spirit transformation realm cultivator, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Next came the primordial sacred body. The moment it fused, a green lotus quietly appeared above your head. The next instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and divine lightning struck the lotus directly. Yet, the lotus remained unharmed, absorbing all the heavenly punishment. Such a celestial phenomenon naturally drew everyone's attention. Could it be that a disciple has awakened a special physique? Quick, report this to the Grand Elder. In an instant, the entire Divine Moon sect was thrown into an uproar. The Chaos Green Lotus created a massive vortex in the sky, absorbing all the tribulation lightning before merging into your body. And you didn't want to waste this opportunity to cultivate. Moreover, the system also told you that the unfinished express delivery tasks can be accumulated every month. That is to say that each month will not be because of not completing the task will not be wasted this month's courier delivery. You is to give the system a big point of praise. This is a true conscience awe. Moreover, when he thought that he could deliver 3 expresses at once, you had a kind of pleasure of drawing cards. Thinking of this, you's heart is still happy, but soon there will be a little love lost. Just because the cultivation in the Divine Moon mysterious realm was almost over, but he still hadn't sensed any chance or inheritance from the Divine Moon mysterious realm. Instead, it was Star Haunting. You glanced down at Star Haunting, who was rubbing himself with his kitten head. The star power in this little guy's body was even more pure. Moreover, there was a moonlight flicker between his hair, which should be the moonlight essence of the Divine Moon mysterious realm. I just didn't expect this little guy to be able to absorb it. Only, well, you thought that it only made Star Haunting look more beautiful and noble. Well, you lifted the starling up, buried his head into the starling's fur, and ruthlessly Rua the kitty immediately felt the whole body comfortable. The star lingering just dumbly looked at you and then meowed a few times. The master, this is again guilty of illness. You didn't care what Star Haunter thought, kittens were for Rua. However, right in between the two playing around, the Divine Moon suddenly erupted with a huge lunar aura, and in an instant, it enveloped Yu and Xingha. I throw, what is this situation? Yu only had time to utter these words, and in the next moment, his and Star Haunter's figures actually directly disappeared in place. When Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pale space. And Star Han was pulling at his legs, and the little cat head was looking around in confusion. Yu was a bit numb. What is this? There is a secret realm in the middle of a secret realm. How about separating this condom? Interesting, what is a condom? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This voice is ethereal and clear. It is actually a woman's voice. Yu's figure lurched, and hurriedly looked around. How could there be a woman's voice? And Star Haunted's kitten head was also turning around. Even his body shape instantly shifted, as if he wanted to find out who was talking. Hee, starstruck illusion cat? I didn't realize that this clan still exists in the world today? The woman's voice contained surprise and doubt, as if she was extremely interested in Star Haunting. I wonder if Your Excellency is. Yu asked softly, although it was a little weird, but Yu was not too afraid. After all, he still had the system in his body. The voice did not respond, but slowly, Yu's front as a blurred figure appeared. That figure looks extremely slender and tall, just can't see the face, only to see the woman wearing a gorgeous palace dress. Yu had a few guesses in his heart, but still respectfully asked. Your honor is. The woman laughed softly. Her laughter was like a gentle breeze in rain, making people unable to resist a few moments of fondness. You already have the answer in your heart, is not it? Yes, this respect is the Divine Moon sect's first generation of patriarch. Well, according to reason you should call me an old ancestor. Between the words of that woman but has come to the body of Yu, only the appearance is still not visible. Only to see that she casually wrapped her hand around it, and actually hugged Star Ha in her arms and caressed it a few times. Xingha's expression stayed. He was not just on the ground. Well, how a turn of the eye to this woman's arms. Well, but the feeling on her body was quite comfortable, just like her master's. Star Haunter first struggled a few times, but under the woman's skillful touching of the cat's head, it was obediently rubbed and quieted down. Hey! This put Yu look to the angry. Could you a little cat, actually in my face by other women Rua? Cough, I do not know what the old ancestor suddenly appeared for. Can't it be that the old ancestor is still in this world? Yu had always been very curious about where the founding fathers of the various sects, or those great powers of the party, had gone. Because according to the records, some of them passed away because of the lack of longevity, but some of them mysteriously disappeared. Now Yu has existed in the world has not left only Yu Tang. The last time we met ourselves also forgot to ask about this matter. That woman seems to not expect Yu will ask so, but in hearing Yu called her old ancestor, her figure stuttered, but soon returned to normal. It was only the voice that spoke next that Yu seemed a bit odd to hear. Puff, cough, well, this ancestor is naturally no longer in this world. This ancestor knows what you want to ask, but it must not be said. Everything will have to wait until you go after it yourself. Yu rolled his eyes at the words, Riddler go to hell ah. But I have seen one that still exists in the world after 10,000 years. Can there be a hidden message? Ye Yu hesitated for a moment, but still asked. For Yutong's situation, Ye Yu was also curious in her heart, but more than that, she was still concerned. After that woman heard Ye Yu's words, she didn't say anything for a long time, and finally just said somewhat sullenly. If that's the case, then that person either had a strange encounter or must have paid a great price, otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not tolerate such a thing. Ye Yu's mind recalled Yutang's joy and aggravation at seeing himself once more, and he let out a long sigh in his heart. As expected. For Yutang's obsessive devotion, Ye Yu only felt a great heartache. He must go to the demon clan. Not only to give Yutang an explanation, but also to give himself an answer. There is no need to think too much, the present you don't need to think about what will happen after so long. The woman spoke softly, seemingly to comfort Ye Yu, and then she said with a straight face. This body is only an alter ego that this father left in the world, and this alter ego is also to wait for you, Ye Yu. HM? Ye Yu opened his eyes wide, his face was full of confusion. No, how does your old man know my name? That woman saw Ye Yu's confused look, seemed to find it extremely amusing. She stroked Star Haunter's kitten head and said. In the future you will all understand, now but do not have to think so much. Next, this honored one will pass down the divine moon to you. Divine moon inheritance. Ye Yu thought of that huge full moon in the divine moon mystic realm. Could it be? Not bad, that divine moon is reserved for you. The woman's voice affirmed Ye Yu's conjecture, and there were a few more moments of nostalgia and tenderness in her voice. Chapter 30, Luo Cherry Li. That full moon was the inheritance? Ye Yu scratched his head. This inheritance is also too powerful, which means that he can have a moon in the future? Is it possible that he can hold the sun and moon and pick the stars in the future? Cough cough, seems to think a little too much. Wait for the future from the system mall, exchange a golden crow or something and then use this sentence is not too late. Stay for me, what does that mean? Oh, I know, I'll know later, right? Ye Yu looked at the woman in front of him in the middle of his words and asked himself. The child is teachable. The woman nodded, and there were actually a few more points of lightness in her tone. Ye Yu shook his head helplessly. I haven't yet asked for the name of the old, senior? I don't know why, Ye Yu always felt that he couldn't call out this old ancestor. The woman didn't care about this, but only had a few hints of puzzlement in her tone. My father Luo Cherryli, since you are a disciple of the Divine Moon sect, why don't you know my father's name? Ye Yu burst into a sweat. This one wouldn't be able to understand this even if he's fine. And the most crucial thing is, I came in undercover, and I'm not an authentic Divine Moon sect disciple. Although now has been mixed into the Divine Moon sect's young sect leader, is it? Ye Yu decided on the spot that he would go back and make up a little bit about the successive patriarchs of the Divine Moon sect. Cough, late generation, don't really care about that, Luo Cherryli didn't continue to pursue the question, but just stroked the star haunting and said. That divine moon in the secret realm has already established a connection with you, you can take it back into your body. After that, how to use it as well as deepen the connection, the answer will come out of your divine consciousness. Ye Yu heard her say this and felt relieved in his heart. Can, I just like this kind of foolish inheritance. Now that the inheritance had been obtained, Ye Yu's heart was also very relaxed. And although Luo Cherryli was only a wisp of a doppelganger here at this time, she still cared a lot about the Divine Moon sect nowadays. So the two of them chatted on the spot for a long time, and Ye Yu also told Luo Cherryli about the general situation of today's Divine Moon sect. That girl Rushua, sure enough, she didn't fail my father's expectations. Upon hearing Ye Yu say that Qing Rushua was already at the Supreme Saint realm and had become the Divine Moon Empress of the Tianyu continent, Luo Qingli's voice carried a few hints of relief. Senior has met the Sovereign Lord? Ye Yu asked with some curiosity, for Qing Rushua. Ye Yu always had a few concerns in his heart. After all, he had inexplicably become his disciple. For this cheap master of his own, Ye Yu naturally still wanted to understand a little. Luo Cherryli nodded. Yes, at that time, she was also about the same age as you. Really nostalgic. Ye Yu felt strange. After all, this primordial patriarch's voice sounded extremely crisp, simply the voice of a young girl. However, the identity is here, and the speech is also the tone of some older generation, which makes people feel strange. However, it is rare to be able to chat with such an existence. The feeling is still quite marvelous. The two of them talked for a long time, during which Star Haunter returned to Ye Yu's arms for a while, and jumped to Luo Cherryli's arms for a while, playing happily. At the same time, she also meowed from time to time, probably thinking why her master's chest was hard and stiff, and this woman's was just soft. The time should be coming soon, Ye Yu. It was a pleasure to talk to you, just like then. Cough, well, it's nothing. For the Divine Moon you need to use it properly, do you know that? Luo Cherryli lightly coughed, and then she admonished Ye Yu. Ye Yu hugged Star Haunter and nodded. Star Haunter has always been a model, at this time actually also nodded the kitten head. Many thanks to Senior's inheritance, I will live up to my promise. Luo Cherryli then looked at the Star Haunter in Ye Yu's arms. This little guy was also looking at Luo Cherryli meowing, seemingly aware of the impending separation. Perhaps there is only this one starstruck phantom cat in this world, you should also treat it well. The divine moon that I inherited from you is also extremely helpful to it. In the future cultivation you can let this little guy be with you. Ye rued down the kitten's head and nodded with a smile. After all, even if Luo Cherrylee didn't say anything, he himself was now hugging Starhaunt along with him every day when he practiced. After all, Starhaunter is too cute. Go, what should happen will naturally happen, you don't have to worry too much, need to know that you are not alone. Luo Cherrylee's last words seemed to mean something, but before Ye could ask, she was gently pushed out of this space by Luo Cherrylee. Ye, it's really you, it's really marvelous. Luo Cherrylee's figure gradually dissipated, leaving behind only this faint voice. By the time Ye returned to the Divine Moon mysterious realm with Starhaunter in his arms, the huge Divine Moon hanging in the air was gradually becoming smaller. Finally, it became the size of a ball of light, and then floated straight toward Ye. Ye's heart sensed, stretched out a finger and gently touched the ball of light. The next moment, a dazzling light flashed. This ball of light was directly into the body of Ye. As expected, it is the same as what the senior said, I like this kind of foolproof operation too much. Ye cheerfully checked his divine sense and found that there were indeed many more instructions about the Divine Moon. And that round of Divine Moon was currently floating next to the star in his body. The star's power and the Divine Moon's radiance were now intertwined, and in this moment, it was actually somewhat beautiful. Only. Ye looked at the star and the full moon in his body, his face was a bit odd. Is he himself turning into a moon essence after the star core essence? Ye shook his head and threw away this strange feeling in his heart. It's almost time to leave. How about Starhaunter? Isn't it very nostalgic for dessert, very nostalgic for senior sister? Ye lifted up Starhaunter and said with a smile, looking at Starhaunter's dumbfounded appearance, Ye again couldn't help but hug Starhaunter for a good rua. How can you be so cute, Starhaunter? It smells so good. Meow, meow. Starling meowed a few times, but she still couldn't resist Ye's atrocities, and in the end, she could only give up helplessly. After a while of playfulness, Ye also came to the entrance where he entered the Divine Moon mysterious realm in the first place. I have gleaned away the Divine Moon, what should I do if people come to this secret realm in the future? Ye suddenly remembered this problem, and then felt more or less ashamed in his heart. However, as if hearing the words in Ye's heart, the Divine Moon in Ye's body was emitting a burst of light into the air. Then Ye saw another round of Divine Moon slowly rising in the air. Only the size of the light that had been emitted was much worse than before, so it must be a few points less for the enhancement of cultivation. But, it's better than nothing. Now Ye was completely relieved. He took out the jade pendant that contained Divine Moon Empress Qing Ruashua's divine sense. He then invaded his divine sense into it, and in the next second, Ye as well as Starhaunter left the Divine Moon mysterious realm. Chapter 31, How about giving your life in return? When Ye opened his eyes, he had already arrived in that bamboo forest. Senior sister actually didn't come to pick me up. No love, no love. Ye muttered, while in his arms Starhaunter also jumped down and started jumping up and down. Ye couldn't help but laugh out when he saw this. It seems that these months of cultivation had suffocated this little guy as well. You can finally finish your cultivation. Whoa. When Ye returned to the wooden house, he happened to see Xia Jiwei. And Xia Jiwei was very excited at the first sight of Ye and immediately rushed over and hugged Ye. Ye was a bit dumbfounded, so senior sister misses me so much? Actually took the initiative to hug me. However, just when Ye was touched in his heart and was ready to say something, he heard Xia Jiwei eagerly ask, "Little brother still have desserts? Oh, you don't know, those desserts have been snatched away by all the elders. I didn't eat a few bites, now I can finally help you out." Ye's face was full of black lines. Dare to say this is for the dessert? Said Ye pushed Xia Jiwei away and gave her a blank look without any good manners. Xia Jiwei hemmed and hawed and took Ye's arm. Well, of course there is also want you. I also said today to go to the bamboo forest side to see if you have come out. The result is that you have finished practicing. Just now, seeing that she was indeed going out, Ye also nodded. Okay, here you go. I'll cover all of senior sister's desserts in the future. Said Ye and took out a whole bunch of desserts from the nascent sacred ring. And after Xia Jiwei heard Ye's words, she was also happy and directly hugged and kissed Ye. Only after kissing both of them were a bit dumbfounded. Elder sister, she just kissed me? Ye felt a little caught off guard. The original senior sister is so bold. I just kissed him. Xia Jiwei wooed in her heart, and that stunningly beautiful face instantly became hot. What have I done? The two of them stayed for a few moments, and in the end, it was Xia Jiwei who gently patted Ye's chest, and then sheepishly said, "This is just this senior sister's reward for your filial piety to my dessert. You don't think too much. Hear that?" At the end of the sentence, I don't know if it was to cover up the shyness in her heart, her tone also became a bit fierce. Ye touched his nose. Naturally he wouldn't poke at her, otherwise, it felt like he was going to be beaten up. Cough, I know, don't worry senior sister, I definitely won't tell anyone else. Only then did Xia Jiwei nod her head in satisfaction, and then she asked about how Yi Yu's cultivation was this time. And the star haunter on the side was very puzzled as she looked at these two. Humans are so strange, how do they change around, so troublesome? You actually met the primordial patriarch. Well, this is a big thing. I heard before that only the sovereign lord had seen the primordial sovereign. Yi Yu didn't hide the fact that he had met Luo Cherryly, only that Xia Jiwei was extremely shocked after hearing it. Yi Yu then waved his hand and said casually, base do not six. Xia Jiwei looked at Yi Yu strangely. What kind of nonsense is this guy saying again, inexplicably? Anyway, you should go back and consolidate. Sister, you should see you tomorrow. It seems like it's the matter of the demon race and the demon race side. Xia Jiwei happily picked up a piece of dessert and put it in her mouth, after which she was revealing a happy expression. If you haven't finished your cultivation yet, this senior sister will have to go to the western border in a few days to take a look. Yi Yu's original Rua, this star-haunted kitten head's leisurely expression instantly became grave. Senior sister, you carefully say, what happened to the demon race and the devil race? Yi Yu was extraordinarily worried about Ye Shenshang in his heart at this time. There was that old man in the family who was acting up, and he himself was now the young patriarch of the Divine Moon sect. After my sister went back to report on the family last time, that old thing shouldn't be able to do anything to me anymore. But sister's words. Thinking of this, Yi Yu's expression became even more anxious for a few minutes, and at the same time, he couldn't help but grab Xia Jiwei's small hand. Xia Jiwei looked at Yi Yu with some curiosity. What's wrong with you? The confrontation between the demon race and the devil race is not related to us. The senior sister is also representing our Divine Moon sect to take a look at that time, you. Oh. Xia Jiwei said, but her eyes widened. Right, Yi, you are also a person of the demon clan. What are you doing? Let go of me. Xia Jiwei's mouth was covered by Yi Yu in the middle of her words, causing her to wail a few times, then she bit on the back of Yi Yu's hand. Well, my good senior sister, why are you talking so loudly? Yi Yu suffered pain and also let go of Xia Jiwei, while giving her a blank look without any good sense. This woman's speech has no control. One day her identity as an undercover agent will be exposed. It is definitely because of her. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, beeped her mouth and hummed a few times. Anyway, you have abandoned the darkness. What are you afraid of? Now you are my little brother. Don't worry, there is a senior sister to cover you. After saying that, Xia Jiwei looked like I am very powerful and patted Yi Yu's shoulder. Yi Yu then rolled his eyes after hearing this. He thought about the wording and then said, I'm just curious. I also have a sister. She's like me, she's long wanted to break away from the demon race. It's just that my Yi family has always been restrained by an old thing. I'm just worried about my sister's safety. Sister. Xia Jiwei blinked her eyes, then she remembered. When Yi Yu accompanied her when she was young and talked to her, it seemed that he did mention that he had a sister. In that case, if you have this senior sister with you this time, I guarantee that your sister will be fine. Yi Yu nodded. Senior sister is righteous. However, soon Yi Yu's heart was also relieved, because he remembered that he had already asked Yu Tang before. With Yu Tang around, there should be no need to worry about his sister's safety. But Yi Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. This time, he must kill that old thing. Alright, there's no need to think too much. Tomorrow senior sister will accompany you to meet sister Yu. You can go back to the house again to consolidate the comprehension you've gained in the Divine Moon mysterious realm this time. Xia Jiwei put the last bite of dessert into her mouth and then comforted Yi Yu. She also didn't ask Yi Yu what kind of inheritance she had gotten. After all, everyone has privacy. Looking at Xia Jiwei's back as she left, Yi Yu also revealed a gentle smile. Senior sister is so nice. Yi Yu shook his head and returned to the middle of the wooden house, and right at this moment, the jade talisman given to him by Yu Tang was sending a message. Yi Yu, this honor seems to have seen your sister's list. Oh, how are you going to thank me this time? Yi Yu heard Yu Tang's lazy voice on the other side of the jade talisman, and also completely put down his heart. How about giving your body in return? Chapter 32 Midnight Talk. Yu Tang's heart jumped with a hint of anticipation, but soon it was a light hum. Does this person think that this will make me happy? Only, not at all. Thinking beautiful, agreed to come to the demon clan to look for me, at that time. Bah, anyway, I will take care of your sister, is called Ye Shenshang, right? Halfway through her words, Yu Tang realized that something was wrong, and then forcefully changed the topic. Yi Yu also revealed a smile after hearing this, but did not continue to snicker. This time, Divine Moon sect will also send someone. Guess who will go? Yi Yu sold a joke, but Yu Tang on the opposite side froze for a moment and didn't say anything. Yi Yu didn't hear a response and thought he was stuck, so he continued. I will also go this time, but I should just watch from the sidelines. After all, this is a confrontation between your demon race and the devil race. Yu Tang pursed her lips after hearing this. Humph, this heartless one finally came to see her once. I'm not going to see you. Well, tell me when you arrive. Yi Yu listened with some amusement, but did not expose her. Originally, he wanted to ask about how the moon tongue existed in the world for 10,000 years, but he thought that it would be better to ask in person. The two people again boiled a moment of telephone porridge, and finally hung up reluctantly. How to feel a few minutes before crossing the internet love meaning? Ye Yu shook his head and shook off this strange thought in his heart. Just ready to check the system accumulated 3 express delivery tasks and consider when to send. Ye Yu suddenly felt a familiar feeling. Sister, you're here? A clear figure slowly appeared in the room, and it was none other than Ye Shenshang. Why do you have to ask me this every time? Is there any special significance? Ye Shenshang had just arrived in Ye Yu's room, and her gaze still first looked at the extremely cute star haunter. Originally, her mind was still a bit uncertain, but when she heard Ye Yu's voice, she asked in doubt. Ye Yu coughed a few times, not bothering to answer this question. It couldn't be helped. Could one tell her that it was one of his own bad taste? Cough, nothing. Sister, are you alright? Did that old thing give you a hard time? Ye Yu walked forward and grabbed Ye Shenshang's small hand and asked with concern. Well, Ye Shenshang originally did want to talk to Ye Yu about this matter. But how did he just grab my hand like that? This, what is this? Ye Shenshang blushed scarlet and gently tried to pull out her hand, but found that it was clutched very tightly by Ye Yu. You, what are you doing? Still not letting go. Ye Shenshang said in a small voice. At this moment, where was her usual icy cold and indifferent appearance, just like a little girl who was aggrieved. Ye Yu quickly loosened his hand at those words and scratched his head, saying, That, I'm just worried about you, I don't mean anything else. Sister, have you been well lately? Ye Shenshang naturally knew that Ye Yu was worried about her, and in the heat of the moment, he made this somewhat wavy move. After all, they are siblings, it's okay to be a little close. Ye Shenshang convinced herself in her heart and then opened her mouth to talk about Yama. Ye Yu slapped the table angrily after hearing this, his expression filled with indignation. Tramp, I knew that old thing didn't have good intentions. Don't worry, sister, this time I'll go over and kill him. Ye Shenshang shook her head and sighed softly. Why wouldn't I want to? And then behind him stands a Yama, that's why father and the elders are tolerating it. Yama. Ye Yu pondered for a moment, but then he laughed lightly. Sister, can you believe me? Ye Shenshang blankly glanced at Ye Yu. At this moment her face even had a few more flavors, making Ye Yu look dumbfounded. Why do you need to say such words when you are a member of your own family? I naturally believe you. Ye Yu nodded. Recently it feels that sister's attitude towards herself has become closer again. Not bad. In that case, sister, just trust me, this time I will definitely kill that old thing, and it will not involve the Ye family. Ye Yu spoke with extreme confidence, and between his words he had the power to make people trust him. Are you going to use the power of Divine Moon Sect? That wouldn't be impossible, it's just that, this time, will you be there as well? Ye Shenshang pondered for a moment, thinking of the fact that Ye Yu was now the young sovereign of the Divine Moon Sect, so naturally he could use the power of the Divine Moon Sect. And as the Divine Moon Sect was the top power in the Tianyu continent, killing a Yama would definitely be no big deal. And in that case, that Yen Luo behind Yama would not have any reason to attack. Just, would he be in danger if he came this time as well? Ye Shenshang subconsciously worried about Ye Yu's safety. The demon race and the devil race were facing each other and could fight at any time. At that time, even if he was the young sect leader of the Divine Moon Sect, he might still be in danger. Well, tomorrow I will go to see Elder Yu. At that time, senior sister will go with me, and there should be numerous elders together as well, so don't worry about me. Ye Yu said, just looked towards Ye Shenshang and said softly. Sister, you must protect yourself, right? I have here. Ye Yu said, and suddenly remembered the pile of pills purchased in the system mall, so he hastily took them out. Come, you keep all these pills, sister, they should all be useful. Ye Yu hadn't carefully looked at the effects of each elixir, but after all, they were exchanged in the system mall, so they must all be fine products. Ye Shenshang received the pile of pills handed over by Ye Yu with some bewilderment. There was no lack of some high-grade pills, and even looking at the luster, some of them were estimated to be 6th order and 7th order pills. The Yi family can only be considered a medium family in the demon race, and elixir masters have always been the rarest in the Tianyu continent, not to mention high-rank elixir masters. That is to say, one's talent is superior and does not need to rely on elixir containment. For the Yi family, a 7th order elixir could already be considered a heavy treasure. But now Ye Yu had so indifferently taken out a large pile of high-rank pills. Is the Divine Moon Sect so rich? Ye Shenshang was somewhat struck by this. Ye Yu looked at her sister's dumbfounded appearance and somewhat couldn't help but laugh out. She was usually cold-faced, but now she was able to see such a dull side. So cute. Sister, just take it. How to say I am also the young sect leader of Divine Moon Sect now, not bad for these. Ye Shenshang pursed her lips, glanced at Ye Yu, and became a bit gentle between her tones. Well, with these pills, I'm more certain. I'm leaving. I'll see you at the western border then. Ye Shenshang and Ye Yu spoke for a while, and after determining the purpose of this time, they were ready to leave. Well, sister, don't worry too much, no matter what, I'm here. Ye Yu's tone was flat, but in his voice it was very reassuring. Ye Shenshang nodded, and in the next moment her figure disappeared in place. Oh, old thing, see how little master will kill you this time. Ye Yu's mouth corners rose slightly, and then he casually grabbed the star-haunting Rua and hugged it to go to sleep. Chapter 33 Burial God Abyss, Emperor Crimson Phoenix. On the second day, Ye carried Xingha and Xia Wei together to the Divine Moon Sect's main hall. Xia seemed to have just finished explaining things to the elders, and when the elders saw Ye and Xia Wei, they all smiled and nodded towards them. After the elders had left, Xia Wei took hold of Xia's arm and smiled cheekily. Sister Yu, junior brother came out of the Divine Moon mysterious realm last night, and he even met the primordial patriarch O. After hearing this, Xia also glanced at Ye with extreme surprise. And Ye was the one who took the initiative to talk about what he encountered in the secret realm. In the last 1,000 years only the patriarch has seen the first generation patriarch. You really have had a lot of strange encounters. Xia shook her head and said with full of emotion. Ye, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed, this gives me some embarrassment for praising me. Moon Flawless withdrew her gaze on Star Haunter, while Star Haunter gave her a somewhat puzzled look and meowed a few times. This woman is so strange, why is she secretly looking at me every time? The demon race and the demon race are facing off at the western border, and I don't know if the pattern of the heavenly Yu continent will change as a result. Xia spoke about the demon race and the demon race, she sighed and continued. Now that the great competition of the same sect is being held soon, the Divine Moon Sect, as the leader of the righteous path, should set an example. Ye listened to Xia talking about the arrangements for this time, and roughly had some understanding in his heart. To put it bluntly, the Divine Moon Sect was also taking this opportunity to continue to consolidate its position as the top power in the Tianyu continent. After all, since the disappearance of the Divine Moon Empress, all the forces had been a little bit foolish towards the Divine Moon Sect. Originally, the Divine Moon Sect was quite helpless, but now it was different. Ye brought the whereabouts of the Divine Moon Empress and learned that the Divine Moon Empress would be able to break through to void breaking at any time. Now the entire Divine Moon Sect had a backbone, and that was why the Divine Moon Sect had sent Ye, the young patriarch, to the confrontation between the devil and demon clans this time. There will be 3 elders of the passing Sate realm going with you. In addition, I've also notified Bienga and Cold Clothes, they will also join you at that time. The Bing and Cold Clothes in Xia's mouth were none other than Ye's eldest senior sister, Dongfang Bing, as well as second senior sister, Ling Cold Clothes. Among them, the second senior sister, Ling Chenyi, Ye had already met, but he didn't know what kind of character this first senior sister was. However, when Ye heard that there were 3 passing Saint Realm elders accompanying him, his heart was also more settled. Sainthood Realm in the Tianyu continent can already start a mountain and establish a sect. Moreover, as far as Ye knew, the demon race's 10 temples of Yama were also at the sacred realm, only the level of the realm was different. With the help of these 3 elders, Ye didn't have to worry too much when facing the Yama behind that old thing Emo. Shiwei, Ye, you guys need to protect yourselves on this trip. When you encounter anything, just remember one sentence. Xia paused, her cool and peerless face also had an extra point of composure at this time. Should things be like thunder, behind you stands the Divine Moon Sect. In a single sentence, the depth of Divine Moon Sect was revealed. Ye was also somewhat stunned as he looked at Xia. I didn't expect her to actually say such words. I had always thought that she was that kind of clear and cold nature. However, this feeling of having the backing of a top-tier sect, it's so good. Ye was a bit tearful. How had he ever enjoyed such treatment when he was in the demon clan? Don't worry sister Yu, with me here, I will definitely protect junior brother. Xia Wei patted her chest. Ye secretly glanced at her and realized that the third senior sister was still quite material. What senior sister said is true, elder you don't worry, disciple will not lose face of Divine Moon Sect. Xia nodded, although she wasn't too familiar with Ye yet. But this person had a constant stream of strange encounters on his body, and his temperament, well, it was thought that he was a lord who would not suffer any losses. Xia once again stole a glance at Star Haunter without leaving any traces, then waved her hand. You guys go back and make some preparations, we'll set off 3 days later. Ye and Xia Wei both nodded, then they left the main hall. Alas. Rushua, I don't know when you'll be able to return. This acting patriarch, the pressure is too much. Xia muttered, and there were a few more points of helplessness between her complexion. But this Ye, really can't understand. In the next 3 days, Ye opened the express system and checked the express quests. It couldn't be helped, he still had 3 couriers stored that he hadn't delivered. As a devoted courier, Ye could not let the customers wait for a long time, well, not just for the cultivation reward. Ye rubbed his hands and opened the courier delivery task. Only after completing the 2 courier tasks Ye looked up at the roof with a somewhat lifeless look. No, where is my goddess of luck? Can't it be that she has abandoned herself? Ye's first and second courier delivery tasks are the object of the strength is lower than their own. Therefore the cultivation received was about equal to nothing in terms of its own enhancement. Damn, I still don't believe it, the so-called things don't come in threes. I don't believe that the third time is still so backward. Ye took out the spirit spring and washed his hands, then he revitalized himself and continued to open the third express delivery task. As the third mission pointer stopped, the system's voice also sounded. Ding, the host's current express delivery mission has been confirmed. Target customer, Emperor Himiko. Target item, comic books, novels, and other various entertainment items. Target location, the first of the 10 forbidden zones, the burial god abyss. Ha! Ye rubbed his eyes and looked at the courier mission again this time. No, comic novels, what the hell kind of item is this? Why would anyone need these? The corners of Yi's mouth twitched a few times, seriously doubting if there was an error in the system. Who would agree to sign a contract to pay the price of cultivation just for these things? Ye sighed. It's just a matter of going to see the burial god abyss, which is the first of these 10 forbidden areas. Yes, Ye had heard of the name of the burial god abyss. The burial god abyss was ranked at the top of the 10 forbidden areas, and it was said that there was really a deity buried here. And no cultivator had ever been able to enter the burial god abyss and come out alive. This is also the point that Ye is puzzled. According to the instructions of the System Express mission, could it be that there are still people existing in the burial god abyss? This is really too unbelievable. Ye shook his head. Anyway, he was invincible during his delivery, so at this time Ye only had curiosity in his heart. Let me see this legendary burial god abyss. Ye clicked accept, then a white light engulfed Ye, and there was no figure of Ye in the room. The room was devoid of Ye's figure. Star Haunting suddenly stood up and meowed a few times in confusion. What's the situation? I just played with my tail. Where is my big master? How come it's gone all of a sudden? However, after feeling that the contract between herself and Ye was still there, Star Haunted was also relieved and continued to play with her tail. Chapter 34. I'm just an ordinary person withering away in the burial god abyss. The next moment, Ye came to an unfamiliar place. It seemed to be at the bottom of a valley somewhere, and then when he looked up, he couldn't see the usual sky, but only a dark red blood cloud. The ground was littered with all sorts of mysterious runes, yet it was also chopped up by all sorts of cracks. There was no sound of wind within the abyss, yet there seemed to be a whisper murmuring all the time. This whisper was not very clear to hear, but it managed to hover in the ears all the time. If Ye was not in an invincible state, he really did not know what would happen. Ye sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Boy, it is worthy of being the top 10 forbidden zones, this formation. At the same time, he also looked around. Would anyone really be in this kind of ghost place? And Ye remembered the name on the express delivery mission again. Emperor Crimson Phoenix. This name. Ye shook his head. Sounds like a bad one to mess with. Ye took a few more steps forward, but still did not find the target person this time. Just as Ye was puzzled, a cold voice rang out. Oh? There is still someone who can come into the burial god abyss? Interesting. With the fall of this voice, Ye only felt a lightness in his body. Before Ye understood what was going on, he realized that he had come to a solemn bronze hall. The layout of the hall was solemn, even with a hint of holiness. This is completely different from the gloomy and treacherous atmosphere before. When Ye was confused, the woman lying diagonally on top of the hall stood up. That woman was surrounded by a blood-colored aura that made people not dare to look directly at her. Long hair like a waterfall, phoenix eyebrows, eyes indifferent, seems to see through everything in the world, and her eyes are like dust. Her face is exquisite, not like a mortal. Her skin is more than snow, delicate and incomparable. The most peculiar thing was that there was a golden divine pattern in the center of her eyebrows, which looked extremely sacred. A dark red robe wrapped her slender figure. As she stood there, she was like a female emperor that could not be blasphemed, a supreme being that looked down upon the world. Ye looked a little lost in thought and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This woman gave off such a terrifying feeling. That woman saw Ye froze and couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh softly. And with this woman's laughter, the entire hall seemed to have a few more moments of brightness. Little fellow, don't be afraid, sister, I don't have any malice towards you. Ye lightly coughed a few times at the words. Damn, this woman's aura is too full, almost didn't strain. But fortunately he has a professionalism. Ye pulled out an express box from his arms. Well, or a cardboard box. At this moment Ye inexplicably felt that taking out a cardboard box in front of such a woman, am a bit of a drop. Ahem, may I ask if you are DM Huang? I'm here to deliver a courier to you. Ye's words caused DM Huang to frown lightly. How did you learn my name? In today's Tianyu continent, there should be no one else who knows my name. Furthermore, what is this express you speak of? Why have I never heard of it before? Ye indeed had never heard of this name, but listening to her tone, it must be some extraordinary existence. Ye opened the courier box, and inside was a nano ring. There was no way. This time the express delivery items were a huge amount of comic books and various novels, toys and entertainment items to pass the time. The small express box naturally couldn't fit, so Ye could only put all these into the nano ring. Seeing Ye handing over a nascent sacred ring, DM Huang received it with some doubt. The next moment she swept through it with her divine sense, and when she saw what was in the nascent sacred ring, her face revealed an obvious look of interest. Interesting, truly interesting. How do you know what's in my heart? DM Huang's voice was thick with curiosity. These things perfectly matched what she had in mind. But how could things in the world be so coincidental? But to say that this person was able to peer into her heart, that was even more impossible. After all, in today's Tianyu continent, who else could be qualified to stand in front of her? Oh, now this person is an exception. Ye saw that she was so interested, and her heart was slightly relieved. However, when he took out the contract, there was still a slight hesitation. Could those things really be exchanged for cultivation? Ye was hesitant about it. But now he was invincible, what was he afraid of? Thinking of this, Ye also took out that golden contract. Cough, well, please also ask the customer to take a look at this paper contract. If it's okay, then you can sign it. Himiko took the contract handed over by Ye and did not rush to look at the content on it, but was curious about the contract itself. Interesting, the power on it is actually something that even I haven't seen before, and how did you use it? And this power, it doesn't belong to this heaven and earth, Emperor Crimson Phoenix seemed to have thought of something, some meaningless glance at Ye, then did not continue to say. This put Ye listen to the heart itchy. He first encountered someone can have an understanding of the system power. However, he was not familiar with her, so it was not good for him to open his mouth and ask. Let's see, a layer of cultivation in exchange, this is really interesting. Himiko suddenly laughed softly a few times. For the content on this paper contract, she truly found it very interesting. I have no problem with this transaction, but before that, you should first talk to me about what's going on in the outside world today. Ye was slightly stunned. This one, just what kind of existence was he? Of course this is no problem, only, senior, who are you? Himiko waved her hand, a few more casual looks on her delicate features. Call what senior? Do I look that old? Call sister. Sister. Ye called the extremely smooth. This look is a big brother. At this time do not embrace the thigh, wait for more time? Rowdy Himiko, sniffing, also froze for a moment, followed by a giggle. You really are very interesting. As for me. Scarlet Phoenix sighed quietly, but there were a few more points of despondency in her voice. I'm just an ordinary person who is witheringly guarding the burial god abyss. Ye was immediately astonished after hearing this. This sister Versailles power was also profound. It reminded him of something he saw before crossing over. What I never touched money, I'm not interested in money, and so on. Burial god abyss, the top 10 forbidden areas in the Tianyu continent. This woman even said that she had been guarding this place. If this is an ordinary person, then Ye thinks that he, the one who owns the system, well, roughly, is also an ordinary person. Ye smiled sardonically for a few moments, but then he also talked to Himiko about things such as today's Yo continent. The two of them talked for a long time. Ye felt like he had already said everything he could think of, yet Himiko seemed to still not know enough. I've spent too many years in this burial god abyss, it's rare for you to come. Himiko seemed to be able to see Ye's difficulty, and also explained with a smile. Chapter 35, give a 5-star praise pro. Ye also nodded in understanding after hearing this. In that case, no wonder she would want those items to pass the time. A person sitting in this burial god abyss do not know how many years have passed, really do not know how she had previously survived. Thinking of this, Ye also felt a few more emotions in his heart. But this time, this, express delivery you sent me, right, is indeed very much to my liking. Himiko thought for a moment and said the awkward name. And those things are indeed very interesting. They should be enough for me to pass a period of time. Himiko had already taken a rough look at the things in the nascent sack earlier, and the various titles on them all interested her extremely. What with the overbearing female emperor's little pampered husband, the female emperor's private little baby, the ancient female emperor and her little pet, and so on. And there were all sorts of strange books with colorful tops called comics. When Ye heard her words, the corners of his mouth also twitched slightly for a few moments. If he remembered correctly, those novels were all some romance texts to come. This woman's taste, tsk. Himiko picked up the paper contract and signed his name without thinking too much. The next moment, a bright golden light came out from her body, and then entered Ye's body. Unlike the previous golden light, this golden light was obviously much brighter and bigger. With the entry of this golden light of cultivation, Ye's realm also skyrocketed again after a long time. Originally, Ye was already in the 9th level of the Huanguang realm, and after absorbing this golden light, his realm even came directly to the 5th level of the Cave Void realm. Too unbelievable. Ye was extremely shocked inwardly, just how terrifying this woman's realm was. Moreover, this was still in the case of being restrained by the system for a large portion of the time. You have to know that the more a cultivator cultivates to the back, the more difficult it is to raise the realm, and sometimes it even takes us hundreds or thousands of times longer. 100 years of time can only break through 1 or 2 realms, that is more than normal. Even if Ye has the automatic cultivation plug-in of the mixed sacred body, but if he wants to break through to the whole void realm, the number of days it will take is also unimaginable. It is true that I still have to deliver. Delivery can make me rich. Ye cheerfully smiled, and Himiko was also somewhat enlightened after seeing the golden light that had just disappeared into Ye's body. This gong method of yours is marvelous, trading for the other person's cultivation and then using it for you? It's just that the cultivation between people is not connected, so how do you manage to use it for yourself? And it seems that this kind of transaction is mandatory once it is signed? Interesting, this power surprisingly can't even be resisted by me. The more Dihim Huang spoke, the more curious she became, and when she said the last sentence, she had already stood in front of Yiyu, and the two of them were extremely close. Yiyu could even feel her exhale. Looking at this exquisite and perfect face in front of her, Yiyu indisputably gulped. Cough, that, sister, too close. Yiyu used a great deal of strength before pushing away Dihim Huang and stepping back a few steps. Dihim Huang blinked. She was getting more and more interested in Yiyu. Sister, what realm are you in exactly? Is it dangerous to lose a layer of realm? After all, didn't sister say that she would guard the burial god abyss? Yiyu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by Dihim Huang, so she smiled sarcastically and pulled away from the topic. Dihim Huang sniffs but just stretches out her waist. That lazy posture is extremely seductive. No harm, just a layer of cultivation. In the burial god abyss I can quickly recover. As for the danger? He. Dihim Huang let out a light laugh. In this burial god abyss, I am the greatest danger. Boy. This was truly the most domineering declaration spoken in the most relaxed tone. But for what she said, Yiyu was convinced. After all, that was an existence that could guard the burial god abyss. It's a pity that the object of express delivery can basically only be delivered once, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to come here in the future. Otherwise, one would really want to know more about her splendor. What's the meaning of the last 5-star favorable comment on this deed of yours? Yiyu was lamenting in his heart, but he suddenly heard Dihim Huang's puzzled voice. 5-star praise? Yiyu is also a bit confused after hearing this. This is not every time he finished delivering the express subconsciously said out of the words? How could it be written on the contract? At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, due to the completion of the system upgrade, the future host in the completion of the express delivery task, the customer can choose whether to give 5-star praise. If you give 5-star praise, you can leave a mark. The host can come to the customer at any time in the future, and there will be the possibility of brushing the customer's express delivery. If you don't give a 5-star favorable review, then the host, well, it's too much of a failure. Yiyu was listening intently to the system's explanation, but as a result, when he heard the last sentence, he almost didn't strain himself. With his own experience of 2 lifetimes of professional courier delivery, Yiyu had the certainty that every customer would give a 5-star positive feedback, which was Yiyu's unspoken secret. Oh, that trouble you to help me point 5-star positive feedback, thank you so much. Well, that's right, this unspoken secret is a sincere request. When Dihim Huang heard Yiyu say this, he didn't care too much about it. That's not a problem, is it pointing out all 5 of these stars? Oh, done, As Dihim Huang gave her 5 stars, a smattering of marks remained on her body. Dihim Huang frowned lightly and sensed it, then said with some surprise. And what principle is this? After giving the 5-star favorable comment you mentioned, it actually left a mark on my body. I'm invulnerable to all laws, and you were able to leave a mark on me. But soon after, Dihim Huang let out a light laugh, and there was a bit of surprise in her voice. Originally I was thinking of giving you a power to allow you to freely come back and forth to the burial god abyss, but now it's a saving grace, you actually have a way to come back and forth to the burial god abyss as well. Dihim Huang had already understood the role of that smudge of a mark. This person really was a mystery all over his body. Yiyu's heart was also being secretly surprised. This woman really seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the power of the system could be sensed. But soon Yiyu's complexion was a bit stiff. Wait, what did sister just say? She will give me a power to let me come back and forth to the burial god abyss. Dihim Huang nodded and gave Yiyu a strange look. Yes, although for long years I have been alone in guarding the burial god abyss, but it's rare for someone like you to appear, so sister naturally wants you to come and accompany me more often. What, you don't want to? When Dihim Huang said the last sentence, Yiyu steeply felt a huge pressure. Fortunately, he had invincible in his body. Sister, this is asking me to come often in the future. Yiyu said with some bitterness, this woman, actually thinking of chaining herself to her side, too damnable. Chapter 36 Silver Moon Tianluan. Yes, how, you don't want it, what do you want sister here have? Oh, and sister knows everything, you. Please be sure to let me stay with my sister, I just can't see my sister alone and lonely, beside that there is no idea, sister don't misunderstand. Yiyu did not wait for Emperor Him Huang to finish, then grabbed Emperor Him Huang's small hand, righteously said, well, between the color of the extremely solemn. Dihim Huang was caught off guard by Yiyu grabbing her hand, her complexion slightly stunned. No one has ever dared to touch himself, how did this person? Yiyu didn't hear a response and glanced at Dihim Huang with some suspicion, only to realize that he had subconsciously actually grabbed her small hand, and at that moment, he was in a bit of a cold sweat. Emotions are more excited, don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else. Yiyu hurriedly loosened his hand and explained, only that Dihim Huang's expression was still somewhat confused. What's wrong with this woman, is it possible to be annoyed? Only after a moment had passed did DM Huang seem to react as if she was reacting, her gaze complexly glancing at Yu. No harm done, since I've been guarding the burial god abyss, what kind of things haven't I encountered? Would I care about this little thing? In fact, her heart was particularly concerned, because just now when she was grabbed by Yu's small hand, there was a strange feeling in her heart, which was indescribable. However, Himiko would never tell Yu about it. Yu nodded along as he looked at her unperturbed face. Indeed, after all, this is a big brother, how could he be ashamed because he was caught by my little hand, but it is himself who has overthought it a bit. Well, since you have the mark, remember to bring me more interesting things when you come in the future. Go, sister, I'm going to take a look at these things you sent me. DM Huang waved her hand, hiding her somewhat fluctuating heart. Yu also nodded after hearing that. He also just wanted to say that it was time to say goodbye, after all, tomorrow was also the time to leave. Then sister, I'll see you next time, huh? I'll come often, don't worry. Himiko gave a light him and looked at Yu being engulfed by a white light, and then he disappeared into thin air. It's really mysterious, interesting, to be able to ignore the rules of the burial god abyss and leave at will. Himiko pressed down on her chest and muttered. Only now, in her mind, she was recalling the image of being grabbed by Yu's small hand just now. Until Yu returned to his cabin, he was still a little unbelievable. In the burial god abyss, there actually existed a woman with unfathomable strength. Yu seriously doubted that the woman was already at the void-breaking realm, even. The Tianyu continent was really a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. Why did it feel like the water was so deep? Yu shook his head, but when he thought of those novels that DM Huang wanted to read, he couldn't help but laugh out again. What a strange woman. Shiwei, you best just need to wait and see what happens this time, but if you encounter something unexpected, decide for yourselves, no matter what, you have Divine Moon Sect behind you. Yu Wuxia said to Yu and Xia Jiwei at the entrance of the Divine Moon Sect. The two of them nodded, and Yu Wuxia looked at the three elders next to them. The three of you please look after them as well. The three elders nodded, and Yu and Xia Jiwei saluted them, while the latter nodded with a smile. One of these three elders was Elder Zhao. I didn't expect him to be a Tongshang realm powerhouse as well. The other two, one surnamed Wu and one surnamed Lin, were both at the Passage Saint realm. Xia Jiwei waved her hand at Yu Wuxia and said with a smile. Don't worry, elder sister Yu, I'll take care of junior brother. Yes, please don't worry elder Yu, I will also take care of senior sister. Afterwards, Yu and Xia Jiwei set off as the two of them jostled and joked around, while Xingha also pulled onto Yu's shoulder and glanced around with some curiosity. Is this going to be a long-distance trip? The three elders all smiled without saying anything and followed behind them. The Divine Moon Sect had an exclusive flying carriage, an extremely huge airship. The body of the ship was densely covered in various runes, with a round of divine moon symbols imprinted around the body of the ship, and the entire ship looked extremely luxurious. This is our Divine Moon Sect Silver Moon Heavenly Wine, let's go in. Elder Zhao said from the side. Yu nodded, thinking that it was worthy of being a top power. This traveling rehearsal were so big. Xia Jiwei took Yu's arm on the side and said with a smile. Haven't seen it, go, this senior sister will take you for a stroll. Meow. You see Star Haunter can't wait, go. Looking at Yu and his group on the Silver Moon Sky Luang, Yu Wuxia also withdrew her gaze and waved her hand at the crowd of disciples watching behind her. Disperse, get ready for the next big competition of the same sect. Only then did the crowd of disciples disperse, but still chatted excitedly with each other. That was the young sect master just now, right? Oh, so handsome. I declare that from now on, this young lady will unconditionally support the young sect master. You nymphomaniac, isn't the most crucial thing the young sovereign's realm? Cave Void Realm And this time, he's actually traveling on behalf of our Divine Moon Sect to the place where the demon race and the devil race are facing each other. It's too powerful. And that spirit pet on young sovereign is so cute. I want to touch it so much, oh. More and more I'm looking forward to the great competition of the same sect in the near future, so that the other sects can take a good look at the fact that our Divine Moon Sect hasn't declined. How about it, junior brother, does it seem like the ship has everything? The three elders were resting in the room on the other side. Xia Jiwei and Yu were the two who couldn't be bothered. The two of them strolled around the Silver Moon Tianluang. Xia Jiwei asked with a smile. Yu nodded. More than having everything, it could simply be said to be a small fortress. Our Divine Moon Sect is really rich and generous. Yu heartfeltly lamented. Xia Jiwei ate a piece of dessert and sniffed with another hefty smile. There's a lot more of the Divine Moon Sect that you haven't seen. In the future, the senior sister will show you all of them. Looking at Xia Jiwei, who was indulging in the dessert, Yu also smiled somewhat dotingly. Afterwards, Yu reached out and wiped Xia Jiwei's mouth. There was a piece of residue in the corner of her mouth. Elder sister, slowly eat la, there are still a lot of it, no one will grab it with you. Xia Jiwei's face turned red, but it seemed that she was somewhat used to the intimate gestures with Yu, so she wasn't too overly shy. I don't want you to care la, slightly. Star Haunter was also eating bitterly with her head buried in the side, and at the words, she just glanced at the two with curiosity, but quickly lowered her head to eat again. Yi Yu laughed and shook his head, then asked about the matter of the first and second senior sisters. Elder sister, I heard that this time the elder sister and the second elder sister, they will also go, tell me about them? Xia Jiwei swallowed a piece of dessert, her complexion becoming a little odd. Eldest senior sister is called Dongfang Bingla, second senior sister is called Linghani, as for the others, you'll know when you see them. Chapter 37, Eccentric Eldest Sister? Yi Yu sniffed and rolled his eyes, this poet grip just said a name, with no difference. Moreover, the names of the eldest and second elder sister he knew long ago too. Can't say clearly well, anyway, by the time you see it you will know. Xia Jiwei pouted her small mouth, seemingly very dissatisfied with Yi Yu's reaction. Oh, speaking of which, I've seen second senior sister once before. Yi Yu remembered the last time he had delivered a courier to second senior sister. Xia Jiwei was extremely surprised when she heard that, and she couldn't even care about eating the dessert. Really, what have you seen the second senior sister? Yi Yu then told her about the last time she saw second senior sister, only to describe the courier delivery as a strange encounter of her own, just as if she had met the sovereign lord. Oh. Xia Jiwei also nodded her head after hearing Yi Yu's words. The youngest senior brother was having a strange encounter, so it wasn't strange to be able to see the second senior sister. Well, since you have seen the second elder sister, you should also know what she is. Xia Jiwei smashed her mouth, then continued. The second senior sister has a heart for the sword, and has a flawless sword heart, so it can be said that she has spent her whole life with the sword as her companion. Yi Yu nodded approvingly after hearing this. The last time he saw second senior sister, the feeling she gave him was that she was a very pure sword cultivator. But that dull hair on the top of second senior sister's head is very adorable. Oh, I've always wanted to touch it, but second senior sister has never allowed it. Xia Jiwei's voice was somewhat regretful, and for Xia Jiwei's sentiment, Yi Yu was even more deeply impressed. What you said, senior sister, is too right. I also think that second senior sister's dull hair is very cute. We'll touch it together when we have the chance in the future. The two looked at each other, and then both heatedly smiled. Then what does eldest senior sister look like? Hearing Yi Yu's question, Xia Jiwei thought about it. Anyway, he had met the second senior sister, besides, he would meet afterward, so there was nothing to hide. It's not that I didn't want to tell you before, it's really that eldest sister's character is very eccentric. Xia Jiwei wiped her small hands and said with some helplessness. In short, try not to provoke her. I'm reminding you, if you mess with her afterward, this senior sister cannot protect you. Yi Yu gave Xia Jiwei a handcut without a good mood. This woman promised well before, said what will definitely cover me, the result is this. Xia Jiwei covered her small head and grunted twice. Can't help it, big sister is too strong, I can't beat her, so, when the time comes to be obedient, no? Yi Yu heard her say so, heart-faced that big sister more curious, in the end will be what kind of person? Your Honor, this time against the Yi family must be imperative, please Your Honor to rest assured. In a room at the western border, Yama respectfully said to a person in a mirror. And next to him was his son, Ye Chang, who was also respectfully bowing his head at this time. The most important thing is still to probe the specifics of the eclipse Yama behind the Yi family. A hoarse voice came from that mirror, while Yama immediately nodded respectfully. Your Honor, don't worry, I know all about it. According to my understanding, the Yi family has a great relationship with that Eclipse Yama, and this time, I will definitely be able to force Eclipse Yama to show up. Yama continued to talk to the voice in that mirror for a long time before he finally closed that mirror respectfully. And Ye Chang, who had been standing beside him with his head lowered, walked up at this time and asked, Father, is Split Pillar Yama really on our side? Yama nodded, his expression filled with excitement. As long as we succeed in forcing Eclipse Yama to show up this time, we will be able to completely hitch a ride with Rift Spirit Yama, and we will definitely be able to soar to the heavens at that time. Ye Chang also nodded excitedly after hearing this. Now that the Demon Clan's Demon Lord was gone, the 10 Temples Yama was equivalent to taking over the entire Demon Clan. And among them, the strength of Split Pillar Yama is needless to say, but that Eclipse Yama has been closed and does not appear. Therefore, people in the Devil Tribe are guessing that Eclipse Yama is not cultivation error, otherwise how could it be so? This also led to Yama to have second thoughts. After all, nowadays the Devil Clan, self-preservation is the most important. As for fools like Yi Zhantian who were deathly loyal to Eclipse Yama, in the end it could only be a dead end. Father, then this time, that woman Ye Shenshang, are we going to act according to the plan? When Ye Chang mentioned Ye Shenshang, a hint of greed also flashed across his face. After all, Ye Shenshang's beauty could be said to be the crown of the demon race, plus she had the terrifying talent of being able to inherit the demon sovereign. Such a proud daughter of heaven, how could Ye Chang not have covetousness in his heart? Yama just laughed coldly and patted Ye Chang's shoulder. Don't worry, this time the plan is seamless, it will not fail, everything will be fine according to the plan. Sinking frost, this time it might be fierce, we must be very careful. Also at the border of the northern domain, a Yi family elder said to Ye Shenshang beside her with a grave expression on her face. This time, their Ye family had also deployed many people. After all, Ye Shenshang was the future of their Ye family now. No matter what, there could not be any loss. Yes, and there is still no news coming from Eclipse Yama, alas. Another elder sighed, extremely helpless between his looks. Ye Shenshang also shook his head when he heard this, but quickly lost any worry. Don't worry, elders, even if the Eclipse Yama temple doesn't come out of the gate, don't forget that there is still Ye. Nowadays, he is the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect. Ye Shenshang paused and continued. This time when the demon race and the devil race confront each other, I'm sure there will be forces from the human race side that will definitely come. At that time, we may be able to join forces with the Divine Moon sect. Nowadays, those who still followed Ye Shenshang were all elders who could be absolutely trusted, having grown up together in their father's generation, so Ye Shenshang did not have anything to hide. After hearing Ye Shenshang's words, the various elders of the Ye family nodded. This was true, the Divine Moon sect, as the top power in the Tianyu continent, naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Rift Yama. It was just that. Young Master Yi has really become the Divine Moon sect's young sovereign? This, old me still finds it a bit unbelievable. The Yi family's elders were still somewhat unable to understand Yi Yu's transformation into the Divine Moon sect's young sovereign. Ye Shenshang thought of Yi Yu and also revealed a faint smile. Don't worry, all the elders, I have personally confirmed this matter, it is absolutely true. After the Yi family's elders heard this, their hanging hearts were completely relaxed. Then this time, we'll make Himiko, that old thing who ate his way out of the world, not die a good death. Ye Shenshang gently nodded her head, again remembering the image of Yi Yu giving herself the elixir last time. She looked into the distance, with a few moments of missing in her heart. Yi Yu, when will you come? Chapter 38. The Heart of Death Can't Help It. Yi Yu, look, this time indeed many forces have come. Yi Yu? Yi Yu. On the western borderline, Xia Jiwei pulled Yi Yu's sleeve, signaling him to look around. As a result, after shouting a few times, this dead person acted as if he didn't hear. Angry Xia Jiwei yanked a little harder. Seeing this, Xingha also hastily rubbed his kitten head against Yi Yu, and also meowed a few times. And Yi Yu was just now checking out the rewards obtained from the previous delivery to Di Him Huang. Earlier, she was so focused on being shocked by Di Him Huang, a powerful woman, and the burial god Abyss, the head of the Forbidden Zone, that she actually forgot to even look at the rewards. Yi Yu looked at the previous reward message prompted by the system with a happy face. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing this courier, obtaining 10 million courier points, as well as an opportunity to designate a courier customer. 10 million courier points, ah. Yi Yu couldn't help but smack his lips, worthy of being a Thai sister, really scary as hell. Moreover, the system had additionally rewarded a chance to designate a customer. This should mean that one can directly designate a person and then deliver express to them. System, this designated customer, can any person? Ding, as long as the host is able to name a specific character object it is possible, but it is limited to the Tianyu continent. Subsequent upgrades to this system can no longer be limited to the Tianyu continent. Boy. Yi Yu stayed, the system which said so bullish. In the future, it's hard to not be able to travel through the heavens and the worlds. This is also why Xia Jiwei pulled Yi Yu several times. Yi Yu did not react. When Yi Yu reacted, she saw that Xia Jiwei was already looking at herself angrily. Star Haunter, on the other hand, gave Yi Yu an I tried my best expression. Cough, just now I was thinking about how to make more and better desserts for senior sister, so I didn't pay attention. Yi Yu ruined Star Haunter's kitten head, then grabbed Xia Jiwei's small hand again and looked at her with a face full of sincerity. Well. Xia Jiwei was now becoming more and more accustomed to Yi Yu grabbing her small hand, so she only symbolically struggled for a bit, and then she also let him hold it. Xia Jiwei glanced at the three elders and realized that none of them cared, so she whispered to Yi Yu again. I'll let you take a look around, idiot, now you're the young sect leader of our Divine Moon sect. Only then did Yi Yu notice that a lot of forces had come around one after another, only that they were all a bit far apart from each other. Basically all the major top forces have sent people. Look, over there is the Taiyi Immortal Sect's people, over there is the Star Meteor Pavilions, there is also the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, the No Thought Sword Lodge, the Palace of Reincarnation, and the Pishi Pavilion have all come. Xia Jiwei introduced Yi Yu, these were all top forces not inferior to Divine Moon Sect. Yi Yu also swept a glance at all of them one by one, and all of these forces were secretly sizing up the Divine Moon Sect as well. Young Patriarch, Jiwei, I'll go and catch up with some old acquaintances, and learn about the situation on the way. Elder Zhao arched his hand and said, he had always been in charge of the diplomatic matters of the Divine Moon Sect, so he was very familiar with all the major powers. Yi Yu naturally nodded at this. Elder Wu, Elder Lin, please take care of young Patriarch. Elder Zhao spoke towards the other two elders and then flew off to the other forces. Elder Wu, Elder Lin, do you know how this demon and devil clans will confront each other? Yi Yu asked with some doubts. It was said that the two clans of demons and devils were confronting each other, but he really didn't know exactly what the situation was. It is said that each of them will send out their own manpower to fight against each other, regardless of life and death, but it does not exclude the possibility of going to war directly in the end. Elder Wu stroked his beard and said, while Elder Lin on the side followed and added. As for us, we can just watch from the wall, but if there is an opportunity, we can also intervene. The specifics will depend on what the young patriarch thinks. Yu Wuxia had given the right to choose to Yiyu before departing, which was also considered to be formally letting Yiyu, the young patriarch of the Divine Moon sect, make an appearance in front of all the major powers. Therefore, no matter how Yiyu chose, the three elders did not have any objections. As for whether or not there would be any danger, with the three saint realms in attendance, unless the demon emperor Demon Zun personally made a move, there wasn't much to worry about. And that demon sovereign had long since disappeared along with the sovereign. As for the demon emperor, the relationship with the young patriarch is extremely unusual. So this time, following Yiyu here, the hearts of the three elders were very relaxed. When Yiyu heard them say that, his heart was also relieved. That's good. Originally I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find a reason to do that old thing Yama. Since the three elders had said so, then Yama was already a corpse in Yiyu's heart. That's right, junior brother has any ideas to say directly, there is this senior sister. Xia Jiwei patted her chest, her face did not bring any fear at all. Yiyu pondered for a moment, and felt that it was better to rejoin first and second senior sister before saying anything. Senior sister, two elders, let's wait here first for big sister and second sister to rendezvous with us, we don't need to rush. The place where the crowd was a city on the border of the northern domain, named Leaving Night City. After hearing Yiyu's words, several people nodded, and then found an inn to stay at the Leaving Night City. It's rumored that this time, there are people amongst the Demon Clan's 10 temples of hell who are also participating, and on the Demon Clan side, it's heard that the Demon Emperor has personally come. Elder Zhao drank a cup of tea in his room and spoke to the crowd about some more detailed information. The Demon Emperor. Yiyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he remembered Yu Tang's seductive face. That being said, he should go and meet Yu Tang in these few days, always making phone kanji won't work, it's still necessary to meet often. I've already sent a message to eldest sister and second eldest sister, they said that they will arrive in these few days. Xia Jiwei said as she stroked Xingha's kitten head. During this period of time, Xingha finally did not resist her as much as she did in the beginning, which also made Xia Jiwei very pleased. After all, she herself had set aside a bunch of desserts to please Star Haunter. Bing and Hani, it's also been a long time. There was some nostalgia on the faces of the three elders, those two were also truly the proud daughters of the Divine Moon sect. Yiyu nodded, he still had to find a chance to reconnect with his sister, and at the same time, he had to think of a reason for the three elders not to hit the Yi family members. Well, since that's the case, we'll wait until elder sister and the girls rendezvous, the three elders should rest early. The three elders all nodded at his words and left Yiyu's room, while Xia Jiwei looked at Yiyu with bated eyes. What else do you have to do, senior sister? It's hard not to want to sleep with me, I don't mind law. Xia Jiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes at the words, why is this person's face skin getting thicker and thicker? You think you're pretty, give me some more desserts, humph, and remember, don't mess with eldest sister Xia Jiwei ended up admonishing Yiyu again, which made Yiyu's heart itch. There was a kind of mind that wanted to die to mess with eldest sister and see what would happen. Okay, I know, here you go, senior sister, you are not afraid to eat fat. Go, this senior sister was born beautiful, how can eat fat? Let's go. Chapter 39, Catching People Along the Wire. For the next few days, the Divine Moon sect had been recuperating in Leaving Night City, with I'm just purely here to watch stance. And the other various forces also similarly coincidentally chose to watch, and did not act rashly. And during this period, Yiyu also quietly met with Ye Shenshang. Sister, everything is ready on my side, this time there are 3 Tongsheng realm elders following to sit in on the town, there is no need to worry about that split pillar Yama, tomorrow we will go and kill that old thing Emo. Ye Shenshang's face was dumbfounded after hearing this, 3 passage sage realms. Although the 10 temples Yama was extremely powerful, but the Rift Yama was not ranked high, and his realm was at most only the Passage Saint realm. While Yiyu's side had 3 Tongsheng realm powerhouses in attendance, no wonder he had been so confident. Sister listens to you, anyway, nowadays we are facing off with the demon race, it's only natural for a Yiyamo to die. Ye Shenshang said softly, but her words reminded Yiyu. It seemed that later on, he still had to go and meet with Yu Tang, with her appearing, that cracking Yama could only hold his tongue. However, in the end, it was still necessary to completely resolve the cracking pillar Yama. Yiyu thought of Eclipse Yama, although he had always heard that his Yi family and Eclipse Yama had a very shallow relationship, but Yiyu had never seen this Yama. It seems that after this matter, we have to go to find the Eclipse Yama. Yiyu have a plan in mind, after all, he is now in the Divine Moon sect, cannot take care of the family. Therefore can only find out that Eclipse Yama, if the Eclipse Yama present, Yi family can naturally rest easy. Anyway, sister, you wait for my signal, we will do it together then. Yiyu said and took out a sound transmission jade talisman to Ye Shenshang. This thing was also exchanged by Yiyu in the system mall. Compared to the ordinary sound transmission jade talisman, this one was more rapid and covert in transmitting messages. Well, it states that it will not be detected below the Supreme Saint realm. Ye Shenshang nodded and took the voice transmission jade talisman handed over by Yi Yu. You, be careful too. I'm leaving. Ye Shenshang said softly after sneaking a glance at Star Haunter. Well, sister, actually, next time you can touch Star Haunter, you don't have to sneak a look like that. Yikes. Ye Shenfang gave a cry and looked towards Yi Yu with a blushing face, while the Star Haunter on the side just meowed a few times strangely. What is the master talking about now? I didn't. You, don't talk nonsense, I'm leaving. After saying that, Ye Shenshang left as if she had fled. After molesting his sister, Yi Yu stretched out and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head, then he was ready to meet Yu Tang again. Why does it feel like I'm a master of time management? Yi Yu hemmed and hawed, then he took out a jade talisman and contacted Yu Tang. In fact, as early as the first day Yi Yu came to the City of Night, he told Yu Tang that he had already come. Well, after all, if one came but didn't tell her, which if she knew, Yi Yu felt that he would be bitten to death by her. However, because she had to contact her sister in the past few days, Yi Yu hadn't gone to see Yu Tang. It's been here for a few days, and you only want to get up to see me now? Hurry up and get your ass over here. As soon as the jade talisman was connected, Yi Yu heard Yu Tang's voice full of grievances. Yi Yu smiled sardonically and was just about to say something when he realized that a spatial crack suddenly appeared beside him. In the next moment, a pair of jade hands reached out and directly dragged Yi Yu in. No, so overbearing? Come along the net line to catch people? Still not letting people live. Meow. Star Haunter looked stunned. I'm so big a master how to disappear again? Meow, why do I feel like I've seen this picture before? Star Haunter was confused. When Yi Yu opened his eyes, he realized that he had already come to the throne of a large hall. And his ears were still being tugged by Yu Tang. Let go and let go. I'm not here. Yi Yu hurriedly grabbed Yu Tang's small hand. This woman's hand had no lightness. Yu Tang looked at Yi Yu rubbing her ears. She couldn't help but giggle, but then she coughed a few times. Who told you not to come to see me in the first place? Why, don't you dare to come? Looking at Yu Tang's appearance with a small mouth, Yi Yu only felt cute to the extreme. Where is this still what demon emperor obviously is a little girl? Looking at the lovely appearance of Yu Tang in front of him, Yi Yu couldn't hold back any longer and hugged Yu Tang into his arms. The two of them lay on top of the throne, lying on top of the throne that symbolizes the supreme status of the demon race. Yi Yu, what do you want to do? Yu Tang blinked her eyes, her pretty face crawling with a touch of redness, and asked in a small voice. On the contrary, she still had a face that charmed the world, so when she uttered these words, it was rather like she was refusing to return the favor. Want to. Yu Tang froze for a moment, what want, but soon she reacted. Looking at Yi Yu who was smiling strangely, Yu Tang blushed her little face and lightly pounded Yi Yu's chest a few times. You people, what are you talking about? Turned out to be so bad. Yi Yu heatedly laughed and pulled Yu Tang into his arms, then looked towards this great hall. Yu Tang, is this your demon clan's grand hall? Yu Tang didn't know what he meant and only nodded lightly at his words. Yes, this is where things are usually discussed, but there won't be anyone here today. You don't think too much. I just suddenly want to be alone. Yu Tang said, but saw Yi Yu's increasingly bright smile. How could he not know what this guy was thinking in his heart? Aren't we going to talk about business? You, don't mess around. I'm the demon emperor. Before Yu Tang could finish his words, he was blocked by Yi Yu. Well. Yu Tang wailed a few times, but in the end, she fell softly into Yi Yu's arms and let him bully her. Although she was a demon emperor, in front of him, she would always be the crippled little fox that he saved in the beginning. Thinking of the image of the two of them meeting for the first time, Yu Tang's eyes also became gentle. And thinking of the fact that she had waited for Yi Yu for such a long time, and now she was finally embracing him again. Therefore, in the end, even the guest is the master, directly bully pressed on Yi Yu's body, and red lips like fire, extremely hot initiative. Yi Yu froze for a moment, the hand movement also stopped, not their own this was pushed back? Yu Tang is a little bit of love it, see Yi Yu stopped, also thought that he is still worried that someone will come. Don't worry, this great hall won't have anyone come today, I have already laid a boundary long ago, still. Yu Tang's blood-colored eyes were extraordinarily seductive at this time, she exhaled her breath like orchids and spoke in Yi Yu's ear. Or you don't dare to take me here? You lighten up. Once these words came out, how could Yi Yu endure, and directly began to give Yu Tang a stick education. And the entire hall was slowly surfacing a hint of spring. Chapter 40, Harnessing the Demon Emperor Above the Throne. Is this how you repay me? Too damnable. Yu Tang lay on her back in Yi Yu's arms, reaching out to poke his chest, saying with shame and annoyance, while there were still a few moments of redness on her face that had not yet faded away. Thinking of the absurdity with this bad guy just now, Yu Tang's heart was a burst of shame. How could she have lost her head and agreed to such an excessive request from him? And, well, why is this bad guy so powerful? I had begged for mercy like that in the end, but he didn't feel sorry for me at all, instead, he even intensified it. Thinking of this, Yu Tang lightly grunted, opened her small mouth and bit Yi Yu. Yi Yu experienced the feeling of harnessing the demon emperor on top of the throne once, and his heart was in a beautiful state. Facing the somewhat shy and annoyed Yu Tang, Yi Yu also just hemmed and hawed. This kind of repayment is not impossible. Don't fight, say the right thing. Yi Yu grabbed Yu Tang, who was a bit annoyed and wanted to hit herself, and gently kissed the back of her hand. Yu Tang pursed her lips and turned her head away from Yi Yu. Why is this person so good at this? Annoying. I'm going to kill an old thing this time. Yu Tang, at that time, you helped me to press the line, haha. Hearing Yi Yu say that, Yu Tang immediately turned her head to look at Yi Yu. Do you want me to go directly to help you kill it? Now that the demon clan's demon honors are missing, there is no one who can block me. Looking at Yu Tang, whose pretty face was full of seriousness, Yi Yu's heart was full of softness. This stupid woman, without even asking me who I'm going to kill, she directly said she wants to help me. Don't worry, I'm not really a soft eater. This time I'm teaming up with my sister. Killing that old thing is no big deal, only. Yi Yu told Yu Tang about the one behind Yama, the splitting Yama, and Yu Tang. Demon race 10 halls of Yama, don't worry, with this honorable body, at that time, if that cracking Yama dares to show up, there's no need to go back. Yu Tang's pretty face was full of confidence after hearing this, and that radiant posture made Yi Yu slightly stunned. At this moment, the demon emperor who looked down upon the world seemed to have returned. Only the next moment, but again, she was all the domineering, obediently lying down in Yi Yu's arms. What reward do you have for me helping you so much, humph? Yi Yu pinched her delicate little face and said with a smile. This 2 taels of meat of mine will be completely handed over to you today. How about it? This reward is not bad. Yu Tang lightly spat, leaned over and pressed on Yi Yu's body and ate and laughed. Yeah, then let me see if you are that good, yeah. Let's see if I don't squeeze you dry today. Star Haunter looked at her master, who came back after a long time, and froze a bit. Because at this moment, the master was pounding his waist and back, looking very tired. Star Haunted jumped into Yi Yu's arms, meowed twice, and rubbed his kitten head against Yi Yu. Yi Yu rued down the well-behaved Star Haunter, but also some fear. I didn't expect the crazy Yu Tang to be so fierce. I almost didn't bear it. But well, humph, in the end was not obediently bowed under my stick. When he thought of Yu Tang's body that was like soft mud when he left just now, Yi Yu had a ha-ha-he. But then Yi Yu also put away the smile and turned to reveal a cold smile. Old thing, tomorrow will be the day of your death. Sinking Frost, you said that the family head suddenly had news coming? What kind of news is it? Yama led Yi Chang to walk beside Ye Sinking Frost. Yama glanced at Ye Sinking Frost and then asked smilingly. Today, Ye Shenshang suddenly told him that the family head had a message for him. Although he felt that there was something strange going on, but for Yama, how was this not an opportunity to get rid of Ye Shenshang? After all, there had been other elders of the Yi family in the past, so Yama couldn't act rashly. But at this time this woman actually walked out alone. Really think that their own talent against the heavens can be so? Do not put the old man in the eyes. Yama snorted coldly in his heart, while Yi Chang was staring at Ye Shenshang recklessly. In his eyes, this woman was already in his pocket. After all, his father had the props that he had gotten from under the split spirit Yama temple, so packing up a Ye Shenshang was still a piece of cake? Ye Shenshang did not answer immediately after hearing Yama's words. Instead, she revealed a faint smile only after seeing a flash of starlight ahead. Well, father, he sent the message that, old thing, go to hell. Ye Shenshang said and suddenly snapped, a palm slapped towards Yama as well as the two of them, Yi Chang. And these two were caught off guard. They could only hastily resist, and in the end, they managed to dodge this fatal blow. As for Ye Shenshang, she immediately retreated to a safe place when she missed the strike. Earlier, Yi Yu had been urging her to be more on guard against Yama's backhand. Although she didn't know how Yi Yu could be sure that Yama must have a backhand, but out of her trust in Yi Yu, Ye Shenshang was still pulling a safe distance away from Yama at this time. Bah, damn it, Ye Sinking Frost, you're looking for death. Yama spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ye Sinking Frost with a gloomy face. Originally, he had wanted to use the props bestowed by Split Spirit Yama to strike first. But he didn't expect Ye Sinking Frost to be so decisive, and even immediately retreated when he missed a blow, which left him with no chance to use the props even if he wanted to take him by surprise. Father, just use the props directly, the two of us will definitely be able to capture her alive, and when the time comes. Yi Chang also wiped his mouth, revealing a lewd smile. Oh? There are only two of you? Then you are surrounded by us. Yama and Yi Chang instantly turned their heads. What people? Yi Yu slowly walked out from the front with Star Haunter in his arms, while beside him stood Xia Jiwei. Originally Yi Yu thought that it would be enough for himself and Xing Ha to come. After all, he had all kinds of props, and he had also talked to Yu Tang last night, so it could be said that it was foolproof. So today Yi Yu just said to the three elders that she would come out and take a look around. However, just as Yi Yu was going out, she was bumped into by Xia Jiwei. Then under Xia Jiwei's pestering, Yi Yu also had no choice but to tell her what she was going to do today. As a result, Xia Jiwei was very excited after hearing this, and said noisily that she also wanted to come together to join in the fun. Yi Yu seriously suspected that this girl was a bit violent deep inside. Yi Yu. Why are you here? Hehe, I didn't expect that letting you come to Divine Moon Sect not only didn't kill you, but also let you mix into a young sect leader. Yama saw the smiling Yu as a burst of annoyance. This kid's strange encounter is not too bizarre. Father, there's no need to talk more nonsense with them. We have the props given by the split pranayama. A few more people are dead. Ye Chang laughed wildly, then before he could finish his sentence, he was slashed by Xia Jiwei's sword. Xia Jiwei was a disciple of the Divine Moon Empress, and her realm was not something that could be imagined by a Ye Chang. Even Yama didn't expect that with just a single glance, Ye Chang would be chopped by Xia Jiwei's sword. What are you gabbing about, junior brother? Is senior sister handsome? Chapter 41 Demon Emperor Yu Tang. Aha, Changer. Damn it, you all have to die. Xia Jiwei's speed was so fast that Yama didn't even get a good look before he saw Yi Cheng fall in a pool of blood. At that moment, grief came over him and he looked at Yi Yu and the others with a face full of hatred. And Yi Yu just stretched out a thumbs up to Xia Jiwei, worthy of being a senior sister. People are ruthless, it is necessary to be like this. And behind him, Ye Shenshang looked dumbfounded. Who is this woman again? Why is her strength so strong? And she is still the woman beside Yi Yu. Xia Jiwei hemmed and hawed, then came to Yi Yu's side. Junior brother, go straight on, this old man looks just like that. Yi Yu just wanted to nod his head, but he found that Yama had a maniacal look on his face and directly pulled out a flag from his arms. Ha, you guys, you all have to die, all of you go and bury my Chenger. As this flag was pulled out, endless black gas emanated from within it. Be careful, this seems to be death chi, this flag is an evil object. Xia Jiwei's small face suddenly became a bit gloomy, and Ye Shenshang also came to their side at this time. This flag seems to specialize in attacking the sea of consciousness through the dead chi, it's unnecessary. Yi Yu, what are you doing? Ye Shenshang just said half of the words, but saw Yi Yu full of confidence step up to the front, could not help but shout anxiously. As for Yi Yu also waved his hand, targeting the sea of consciousness. His own mixed sacred body is said to be invulnerable to all laws and immune to all spiritual attacks, but he is still afraid of this small dead chi. As for Xia Jiwei, she also said with some urgency, Yi Yu, be careful, Before Xia Jiwei finished her words, she stared blankly ahead, as if there was something unbelievable. And let's say that Yama saw that Yi Yu was so unafraid of death, and at that moment, he also let out a sardonic laugh. Little scum, you asked for it, In the next moment, Yama's eyes widened, his face full of unbelief. Only to see that the endless black chi emanating from that flag automatically dissipated just as soon as it came into contact with Yemoy's body. As if it was dispersed by something, half of the black chi couldn't even come close to Yi Yu's body. This was why Xia Jiwei was stunned. It was important to know that dead chi was different from normal attacks, and this kind of attack means that directly hit the cultivator's sea of consciousness was the most difficult to prevent. Most of the cultivators encountered this kind of dead chi, more often than not, they also pulled away and fought from a distance. However, like Yi Yu, who was not afraid at all, and the dead chi actually had no effect on him, it was really extremely rare. You, what are you? Why, no, what exactly is the situation? This change also made GMO whole, and he was a bit messed up on the spot. Originally, in his conception, he had taken out this flag that could summon out death chi that was given to him by the split pillar Yama Venerable Master. He should have been able to kill the four directions and easily complete the task of Rift Spirit Yama. But now, Changer was suddenly killed with a sword. This flag, which was the bottom card, was actually useless to Yi Yu as well, which made GMO wonder where exactly went wrong. Yi Yu didn't care what he thought, and at that moment, he blasted his fist over. Only to see Yi Yu's fist with a little bit of starlight and moonlight. This was the ability of the second level of the diffractive heavenly star transformation skill. Quenching the whole body with the power of the stars and the power of the moonflower, making Yi Yu's gong power also able to attach these two kinds of power. Moreover, Yi Yu had already caved in at this time, plus the strong automatic defense ability of the innate treasure Taiji diagram. Yi Yu felt that he could fight even against the Divine Sea Realm. Not to mention that Yi Mo at this time was only a half step of the Divine Sea Realm. Yi Mo felt the huge energy contained in Yi Yu's fist, and at that moment, he also managed to block it and was ready to escape from this place. For Yi Mo, there was nothing to worry about if he stayed in the mountains. Only that just as he had the intention to escape, his back way was already blocked by Ye Shenshang and Xia Jiwei. Old thing, weren't you rampant just now? Senior sister, together. Taking advantage of his illness, Yi Yu was not one to talk nonsense. Right away she was ready to swarm with Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang to slaughter Yi Mo. As for Star Haunting, she didn't have any means of attack at this time, so she just meowed from a distance to cheer the crowd. Yi Mo was once again sent flying and spitting out blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, you bastards, I want you to die. With that, Yi Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and then wiped it on a mirror. Venerable Split Spirit, the situation has changed, I implore you to descend. Along with Yi Mo's voice, the mirror actually trembled slightly, and then a rushing demonic aura rushed out from the mirror. Junior brother, we can't let him finish casting, look at this senior sister. What are you pulling me for? Xia Jiwei was just about to raise her sword to interrupt the opposite side's maneuver, however, she was yanked back by Ye and was puzzled to ask at that moment. And Ye Shenshang was originally ready to go forward to attack as well. When she saw Yu's action, she also looked at Ye in confusion. And Ye just hemmed and hawed, signaling them to wait. A moment later, a figure appeared next to Yemo's body. This silhouette was surrounded by black gas, and its aura was extremely terrifying. This should be that split vampire Yama. Waste, let you do something cannot be completed? This seat also granted you powerful props. Yemo, you can really let this seat down. That figure's voice was extremely hoarse, and Yemo couldn't help but kneel down after hearing Split Pillar Yama's words, and replied with a trembling body. Your Holiness, it's really that little brat that's special. He's actually not afraid of death chi. And there are also people from the Divine Moon sect. After hearing Yemo's words, Split Vampire Yama also turned to look at Yu and the others. Not afraid of death chi? You're that kid from the Yi family? Divine Moon sect. Heh, what does this seat have to fear? Split Spirit Yama did not put Yu in his eyes in the slightest. As for the Divine Moon sect, against these few people, he himself could definitely end it before the Divine Moon sect's support arrived. Carrying infinite black chi, Rift Yama directly killed towards Yu and the others, and right at this moment, a delicate voice rang out. Amir Yama, how dare you speak so loudly? Along with this delicate voice, an enchanting silhouette walked out from behind Yu. Afterwards, she only saw her jade hand lightly waving, and the original split phenomenon Yama who had brought a terrifying aura to kill was actually directly sent flying, while his figure was blurred by a lot. Cough, you. Demon Emperor. No, how did you appear here? Split Pillar Yama was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why the Demon Emperor would condescend to come here. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Yu Tang, however, just glanced at the two women beside Yu without leaving any traces, and lightly hummed. You're also worthy of questioning this honored one? Since you dare to show up today, then this split body of yours will stay. Split Pillar Yama's complexion changed drastically, and he was just about to cast a secret technique to directly leave this place. However, Yu Tang reached out and gently held his hand, and the space around Split Pillar Yama Lo was actually directly solidified. With Yu Tang's soft smile, the space where Rift Pillow Yama Lo was located directly strangled him, and his soul was annihilated. Chapter 42 Satisfied Ye Shenshang. Boy. Yu swallowed his saliva and glanced at Yu Tang beside him. This is still the same Yu Tang who was conquered by himself on top of the throne yesterday. This is also too fierce. It's a pity that it's only one of his bilocations. Split Vampire Yama, he's just like his name. Yu Tang said softly, and at the same time looked at Yu. How about it, sister, I came in time, right? As soon as these words came out, both Ye Shenshang and Xia Jiwei looked at Yu Tang. Ye Shenshang had not seen the Demon Emperor and naturally did not know that the woman in front of her was that Demon Emperor. At this moment, she was only puzzled as to why this person claimed to be Yu's sister. Obviously, it was clear that she herself was his sister. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, sneaked a glance at Yu Tang, her small mouth slightly pouting. This Demon Emperor doesn't have anything else to do? Why not to Yu here, damn. Yu Tang is such a person, has long been these two women's colors into the bottom of the eyes. At this time is the time to declare sovereignty. Yu, why don't you say anything? Or, too tired from being squeezed by me last night? Yu Tang blinked her eyes and glanced at Yu in a pretense of shyness, then asked softly. In an instant Yu only felt that his sister and Xia Jiwei's eyes were staring right at him. Cough, I'll go and kill that old thing Yemo first, huh? Hey, the old thing still wants to run, right? Yu scratched his head and just happened to see Yemo on the other side preparing to run away, so he immediately shouted and then rushed towards Yemo. Hoof. Yu Tang grunted in her heart, stinking Yu, running quite fast. Meow meow. Yu Tang turned back to Ye Shenshang as well as Xia Jiwei and the two girls, and was about to say something when she suddenly heard Star Haunting's meow. Star Haunter meowed somewhat curiously because it had seen another unfamiliar woman. At the same time, in its heart, it was already somewhat accustomed to a new woman appearing by its master's side from time to time. Yu Tang was also attracted to Star Haunter's attention as a matter of course. After all, Star Haunter's blue fur was quiet and elegant. No matter who it was, one would not be able to help but want to touch it. Yu Tang was naturally no exception, only to see her gently grabbing it and holding Star Haunter in her arms. Meow? Star Haunter blinked. What's the situation? How did this meow suddenly come into this woman's arms? Well, this is Yu's spirit pet, called Xingha. Xia Jiwei glanced at Yu who had already slaughtered Yemo in front of her and said in a small voice. While the corner of Ye Shenshang's eyes were crossed with a trace of envy. I also want to hug Star Haunter. Star Haunting? The name is really nice, and this little guy is really too cute, right? You didn't tell me that you have such a cute spirit pet. Yu Tang stroked Star Haunting's kitten head and gave Yu a blank look with some complaints. As for Yu, who had returned from killing Emo, after realizing that the three women did not go toe-to-toe anymore, he was also relieved. He secretly gave a thumbs up to Star Haunting. This little guy, it wasn't for nothing that I heard it so much. Ahem, this is not thinking of giving you a surprise. Come on, Rua little cat head, life has no worries. The moment these words came out, the three women couldn't help but laugh out, only Star Haunter's kitten face was filled with confusion. What is the master talking about? Why can't he understand a bit of it? Ye introduced them to each other, and only then did Ye Shenshang realize that the woman in front of her, who was very close to Ye, was actually the demon clan emperor. What kind of strange encounter has happened to his own brother? Ye Shenshang's heart was a little confused. As for Xia Jiwei, well, some did not know how to face Yu Tang. Damn, can you do whatever you want just because you are strong? Xia Jiwei slandered in her heart. If Ye could hear her heart, he would have patted her shoulder and said, I'm sorry, being strong means you can do whatever you want. Yu Tang teased Star Haunting a few more times before returning it to Ye. Alright, it's time for me to go, Ye. I'll see you later in Sinking Frost in Jiwei, it was nice to meet you guys. After saying that, Yu Tang casually tore open a spatial crack and very elegantly walked into the middle of the crack, then disappeared in the same place. What the heck, a victorious stance, humph. Xia Jiwei muttered in a small voice, well, it happened to be a voice that Ye could hear. The corner of Ye's mouth slightly twitched a few times, somewhat helplessly pulled Xia Jiwei's small hand. Okay, no more anger, after all, she is the demon emperor, it's only right to have a little more aura. However, Xia Jiwei was not happy because Ye comforted her, but turned her head to look at Ye expressionlessly. So, Ye, what exactly happened to you guys last night? Ye's face instantly became a bit stiff. No, how can this topic still be brought back? And Ye Shenfang also pursed her lips and similarly looked at Ye. Ye thought about it, and as soon as he lifted Star Haunter over and stuffed it into Ye Shenshang's arms. Sister is not always want to touch Star Haunting. Here you go, more Rua will cough. Jiwei, I tell you in fact, not what you think. Ye pulled Xia Jiwei to speak, while Ye Shenshang blinked, somewhat incredulously looking at Xingha who was obediently lying in her arms. And her breathing all instantly became a bit rapid. At this time, where she still cared about Ye and Yu Tang's relationship, a heart was completely held by Star Haunter. Meow? Star Ha was stuffed into Ye's arms by Ye Shenshang. The little cat face was still a little confused. But this woman's body was soft and fragrant, so Star Ha also meowed comfortably. Ye Shenshang reached out to touch Star Ha with some caution, her small hand trembling slightly. And Star Haunter just glanced at her and then continued to lie in her arms. Ye Shenshang, who had finally touched Stargazer, only felt very satisfied in her heart. Star Haunter's body was so soft, and her fur was especially smooth. Well, so Ye was living such a happy life every day? For a while, Ye Shenshang envied Ye even more in her heart. On the other hand, Ye on the other side, after paying all kinds of desserts plus inexplicably making a whole lot of promises, also finally let Xia Jiwei no longer to dwell on last night's matter. This senior sister will believe your words for the time being. Xia Jiwei grunted twice, and Ye was finally relieved after hearing that. By the way, this few days elder sister and second elder sister should come, at that time don't offend elder sister no? Xia Jiwei suddenly remembered this matter so she instructed Ye again. Ye on the other hand nodded, however in his heart, he was somewhat unimpressed. Well, Ye, I should also go back, I will tell my father about the death of Yemo's father and son, you be careful with everything over here. Ye Shenshang finally returned the Star Haunting back to Ye with reluctance and said softly at the same time. Ye nodded, sister too, must pay attention to safety, I have asked Yu Tang to secretly look after you. Ye Shenshang pursed her lips and didn't say anything, she only nodded gently, then she left the place. Chapter 43, that's called Master Sister Brotherhood. Damn it, why would the Hall Demon Emperor suddenly show up? This doesn't make sense at all. In a black gas-ridden zone of the demon race, Split Pillar Yama stifled a grunt and said with resentment. Just now, he had sensed that one of his bilocations that had descended outside had been struck down, which had led to a partial injury to himself. Moreover, the person who had killed the bilocation was actually the demon race emperor. Fortunately, this time it was only his own bilocation that had descended, if it was his real body that had gone. Split Pillar Yama's face was gloomy. Originally he thought that the plan this time should be foolproof. By killing the people of the Ye family, he forced the Eclipse Yama behind the Ye family to show up. In this way, he would be able to determine exactly what the condition of Eclipse Yama Lo was. But who would have thought that Eclipse Yama did not wait, but waited for the Demon Emperor, is too incredible. It seems that the Ji family's youngest child is not ordinary. Split Pillar Yama pondered for a moment, and in the end, he could only give up his plan to test Eclipse Yama for the time being. After all, he didn't know exactly what the identity of the Ji family's little child was, and how he managed to hitch a ride with the Demon Emperor. When my divine power is complete, Eclipse Yama Luo, as well as the Ji family, will all have to die. Split Pillar Yama laughed sorrowfully, and then he was grasping to heal his wounds as well as comprehending his own great Tao. Yi Yu and the others waited for another 3 days in Night City, and the rumored eldest sister as well as second sister finally appeared. Second senior sister Linghani arrived first, and Yi Yu also enthusiastically came up when she saw Linghani and made a gesture to embrace. Second senior sister, haven't seen you for a long time, huh? How about that sword cultivation technique, is it still appropriate? However, Ling Hanyi directly blocked Ye Yu's face with an immortal sword, cutting off his thoughts of wanting to embrace. Ling Hanyi frowned slightly. She was cold in nature and had always been a companion of the sword, never knowing how to get along with others, let alone men. Yet this was her senior brother, and had also given her the sword cultivation technique she had dreamed of. However, with such enthusiasm, Ling Hanyi really didn't know how to fight, so she had to look at Xia Jiwei next to her. Xia Jiwei was looking at them with some anticipation, still wanting to see if second senior sister would really be hugged by Ye Yu. Only Ling Chenyi threw a glance at her, so she couldn't afford to pretend she didn't see it. Junior senior sister. Not big or small, second senior sister, don't bother with him, this person has a thick skin. Xia Jiwei tugged on Ye Yu's arm, then stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Ling Hanyi's arm, revealing a sweet smile. As for Ye Yu, she skimmed her mouth, third senior sister badgering me. I merely haven't seen second senior sister for many days and wanted to give her a loving hug. This just proves that they have a deep love for each other as senior siblings. Alas, it seems that both second senior sister and third senior sister have misunderstood me too much. Cough. Ye Yu smiled sardonically and looked at the two senior sisters in front of him, only to find that one was well-behaved and sweet, and the other cold and arrogant, but both were very pleasing to the eyes. Although Ling Hanyi had always used her sword as a companion and didn't know how to get along with others. But the person in front of her was after all her senior brother, plus the fact that she had been given the sword cultivation technique. Ling Hanyi pondered for a moment, and then she nodded to Ye Yu. And as she nodded, the dull hair on top of her head was shaking with it, attracting the attention of Ye Yu and Xia Jiwei. Both of their eyes swiveled along with Ling Hanyi's dull hair. Well, junior brother, there is no reward for the merit. I can promise you one thing, anything. If these words were to come out of another woman's mouth, they would definitely cause people to think. However, Ling Hanyi's voice was cold, and her complexion was extremely serious, as if for her, it was truly so decided. When Ye Yu heard her words, he couldn't help but glance at Ling Hanyi. Her skin was snowy and cold as ice, a strong suit could not hide her proud figure, and her straight and white legs were rare in the world. Of course, the most special thing is that dull hair. Ye Yu swallowed his saliva and withdrew his gaze with difficulty. Anything? Although he knew that second senior sister didn't mean that kind of thing, Ye Yu still inevitably thought of some inappropriate images for children. Third senior sister, why are you hitting me? Ye Yu was in the middle of his reverie when he was punched by Xia Jiwei, who was biting her lip and huffing. You still dare to ask, you cheeky bad guy, what were you thinking just now? You think I don't know? Second senior sister, don't you care, what he gave you is also equivalent to filial piety law. Xia Jiwei's pretty face slightly reddened as she gently pulled Ling Hanyi's sleeve. You can't say anything more about anything being okay la, this person can be very bad. Ling Chenyi was a bit puzzled at his words. In her opinion, Ye Yu had helped himself so much, it was only right that he should promise him one thing. Just, why did these two react so greatly? Ye Yu lightly coughed. Why does this second senior sister feel like a little white flower? It seems that in the future, he has to protect her properly, and can't let second senior sister be tricked by others. Ye Yu made a decision in his heart, to be cheated also have to be cheated by me. By me that's not called cheating, that's called senior sibling love. Xia Jiwei rolled her eyes, this bad guy again does not know what bad ideas. Xia Jiwei carried Star Haunting over and gave it to Ling Hanyi. Second senior sister, let's ignore him. Hey look, this is Xingha, isn't it super cute? Although Ling Hanyi was cold in nature, she was also fond of such a cute thing as Star Haunting in her heart. Seeing that it was stuffed into his arms by Xia Jiwei, he also couldn't help but reach out and touch Star Ha's kitten head. Meow meow. Star Haunter lowered its head and stuck out its little tongue to lick Ling Hanyi's fingers. It was now used to being petted by the women around Ye Yu. There was just one thing that was strange, and that was how there were more and more women around the master. Ye Yu secretly nodded. Star Haunting is worthy of being a woman killer. With it around, it feels like there is no woman who can refuse Cough, second senior sister, do you know when eldest senior sister will return? Ye Yu asked with some doubt. He had been looking forward to the big sister that Xia Jiwei had said that he should definitely not mess with for a long time. Ling Chenyi tilted her head to think, and that dull hair followed her down. At this moment, the Star Haunter in her arms similarly tilted its little cat head. One person and one cat were surprisingly synchronized, and the picture was too adorable. The cold Ling Hanyi made such an adorable gesture of tilting his little head, while Xingha was equally adorable and cute. Without saying a word, Ye Yu took out the photo stone and took a picture as a souvenir after seeing it. Banjio and I said that if there are no accidents, we should arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow, Ye Yu nodded, and in his heart, he began to look forward to it. What kind of person would the eldest senior sister be? Chapter 44, Is Your Vision That Bad? Although Ling Hanyi was cold by nature, her relationship with Xia Jiwei was extremely good. Thinking about it, after all, who could not like that nature of the third senior sister? Ye Yu came to the western border where the demon and devil clans were facing each other this time. The biggest purpose was to kill that old thing Emo. Now that the purpose has been achieved, Ye is also already satisfied. As for the confrontation between the demon and devil clans, what does it have to do with himself? One must know that the current self was the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect. Plus, Ye had previously told the Ye family not to participate as much as possible, and it was enough to have his sister come. After all, the Ye family is still a member of the demon clan today, a person not out of that would not be able to account for it. And sister came on the line, anyway, Yu Tang's side will also take care of her, foolproof. Early in the morning, Ye was lying on a chaise longue in the compound, with a piece of grass in her mouth. She was leisurely touching the fish. It couldn't be helped that the two elder sisters were discussing with the three elders about this demon confrontation. He was not interested in those things, so Ye found a reason to come out to touch the fish, anyway, the final result of the discussion to let him know on the line. At this time, the sunlight just sprinkled on Ye's body, making Ye's whole body a little lazy. The star haunting also jumped around on Ye's body, seemingly treating his body as some kind of playground. Ye didn't bother about it either, just slightly squinted his eyes, feeling the cozy feeling of this leisure time. Suddenly, Ye felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and just as he opened his eyes in confusion, he saw a woman looking at him. This woman was tall, with long black hair hanging down to her waist. Her face was delicate and cool, and the moment Ye saw her, it seemed that heaven and earth lost their colors. And she was wearing a heroic black power suit, her slender legs glistening in the sunlight. Her eyebrows were like a picture, her eyes were like cold pools of still water, and her thin lips were lightly pursed. Ye violently stood up, somewhat dumbfounded, looking at the woman in front of him. Could it be that this is the rumor that cannot be messed with the big sister? Ye instantly came into the spirit, and was about to open his mouth to speak when he heard the woman opposite him speak first. You're the new junior brother that the master has taken in? It's just that you look okay, but this little thing is quite cute. Ye's words of introduction didn't come out, and he just looked at her with his mouth open. Dongfang Bing frowned and asked with some doubt. Why, what's wrong with it? Aren't you supposed to be just okay looking? Cultivation is nothing more than cavernous emptiness, so it's just looks that say something. Ye took a long breath of relief. Mo angry, eldest sister is praising my good looks. Ye brainwashed himself for a while, then he was revealing a smile. Are you the eldest senior sister? I am Ye, I just started not long ago, Before Ye finished speaking, he saw Dongfang Bingo copying Star Haunter in his arms, and then walked towards the house. Borrowing your spirit pet to play with, Hani and Ji Wei are both inside, right? These two girls are getting more and more unruly, they don't know to come out and say hello. Looking at Dongfang Bingo, who walked into the house with some broken thoughts, Ye was completely dumbfounded. No one told me that eldest sister is this kind of character, and this kind of poisonous attribute. It's obvious that she's the one who'll mess with others, right? Why would eldest sister tell herself to never mess with her? Ye scratched his head and followed into the house with a heart full of doubts. Third senior sister, is eldest sister always like this? Ye gently poked Xia Jiwei's arm next to her and asked in a low voice. In front, Dongfang Bing was giving cordial greetings to the three elders. Seeing the three elders' green and white complexion, Ye couldn't help but snicker. Xia Jiwei nodded helplessly with a bitter little face. Yeah, eldest sister's character is straightforward, well, it's the kind that doesn't talk without thinking, and says whatever she has to say, so. Oh. Ye instantly understood, so that's how it was. Eldest sister is still very good to get along with, as long as you guys don't care too much about what she says. Ling Hani on the other side opened her mouth and said, only her voice also carried a few oddities in it. Hey, what are you three secretly whispering about? Ye, Xia Jiwei as well as Ling Hani looked up again, only to see that Dongfang Bing had already arrived in front of them. And Ye clearly saw the three elders behind her breathe a sigh of relief. Cough, no, it's nothing, eldest sister, people just haven't seen you for a long time and miss you. Xia Jiwei spat out her tongue and pulled Dongfang Bing to sit beside her, saying with a smile. Dongfang Bing, however, only glanced at her and Ling Hani, but then looked at Ye. You all don't like him, do you? I see that the little master brother in addition to good-looking other also nothing, you two vision so poor? Well, Dongfang wrenched silenced three people with one sentence. The three people looked at each other in dismay, and finally Xia Jiwei gently stomped her foot and said with a scarlet face. What are you talking about? I don't like him, and he's very good, which is not as bad as you say. After saying that, Xia Jiwei sneaked a glance at Ye and saw that he also happened to be looking at himself, and her small face was again a burst of hot. Dongfang Bing rolled his eyes. This girl when he was blind, is it? If this is not like, she Dongfang Bingo 4 words written backwards. Bingo don't want to make fun of it, we are all senior siblings, where there are so many twists and turns. Ling Hani also opened her mouth to say, she really did not see Xia Jiwei like Ye. Of course, the same himself is also sure that he did not like Ye. Dongfang Bing blanked her eyes even more, this one and two of them, they were all idiots. Well, eldest senior sister, you came back just in time. What do you think about the next confrontation between the demon and devil clans? Ye coughed lightly and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. Otherwise, if he let eldest senior sister talk on, the atmosphere must not die of embarrassment. Dongfang Bing heard this but just smiled disdainfully. It's just a dog biting a dog, we can just watch from the wall, there is me, oh, there are also 3 elders, feel free to watch his. Ye Yu clearly saw the corners of the 3 elders' mouths twitch for a moment, but quickly reacted. Was this person calling himself a dog? Ye Yu kept saying in his heart that those who don't know are not guilty, besides, he is now a member of the Divine Moon sect. Right, junior brother, I heard from within the sect earlier that you had met the master, tell me about this matter. Compared to the demon and devil clans, Dongfang Bingo was more concerned about the whereabouts of her master, Qing Ruxue. Ye Yu heard her ask this and also told her about meeting the sect master before. TSK, it turns out that master teacher was actually with you Ruhan, junior brother, did you look dumbfounded when you saw you Ruhan at that time? Chapter 45, Yellow Springs Yama. Look at this, what do you mean by the words of tiger and wolf, this is ah. Ye Yu was full of black lines, rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. It's hard to believe that you are looking at the master. Hey, your kid's heart is big enough let me tell you, master, Fortunately, Xia Jiwei directly covered Dongfang Bingo's mouth, otherwise Ye Yu really didn't dare to imagine what kind of words she could still say. Now Ye Yu has deeply experienced the nature of the eldest sister, is really cannot resist Well, to use a phrase from before crossing over to describe it, is that it would be good if she was a mute. Ye Yu look, your sister is over there Xia Jiwei peeled down Ye Yu's sleeve and pointed ahead with her hand outstretched. Some time ago, the 2 races of demons and devils had officially started a one-on-one competition, regardless of life and death, so both sides also had casualties on each other. Ye Yu followed her finger to look, and sure enough, Ye Shenshang was situated on the side of the demon tribe. The demon and devil clans had chosen this confrontation at the border of the northern domain. The northern domain had always been the habitat of the demon clan, while the demon clan was located in the western domain, neighboring the demon clan. However, the demon sovereign had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, and the demon race had gradually begun to fall apart internally. The 10 temples of Yama are rapidly expanding their power, and there is constant friction between them. While some Yanluo were looking towards the demon race, which was neighboring the demon race. This is also the reason why the demon race and the demon race will face each other in fight. There was just one thing that Ye Yu couldn't figure out, Yu Tang hadn't disappeared, and she was the demon emperor, so what made the demon race think that they could fight against the demon race that had Yu Tang sitting in their midst? Or is it that? Ye Yu recalled what he had asked Luo Cherili about in the Divine Moon Mystic Realm earlier. At that time, her answer was that if someone still existed in the Tianyu continent after 10,000 years, then it was either because they had a strange encounter or they must have paid a great price. Now, it seemed that Yu Tang should have paid a great price to survive to this day. Is this also why the demon race dared to confront the demon race? Because it was determined that the cultivation realm of the demon emperor nowadays was not something that they could not defeat. Thinking of this, Ye Yu's face had more than a trace of bitter smile. If this was the case, he could really be bearing the heavy love of Yu Tang. Moreover, when he had spent time with Yu Tang before, she hadn't said anything to himself about this matter. I think it is because she doesn't want her heart to feel guilty. This silly girl, Ye Yu shook his head. Senior sister, what is that person over there who is confronting Yu Tang? Ye Yu looked ahead again and suddenly asked with some doubts. Only to see that at this moment, opposite Yu Tang stood a person wearing a mask, and that person's identity seemed to be very unusual. That's the head of the 10 temples of Yama, Yellow Springs Yama. It's said that his cultivation realm is already no worse than that of the original demon Zun. Xia Jiwei hadn't said anything yet, but Dongfang Range on the side spoke first. And Linghani also nodded and added another sentence. Not bad, Yellow Springs Yama, nowadays, is the most powerful Yama within the demon race. Xia Jiwei slightly opened her small mouth, then skimmed her mouth. What is it? Ye Yu asked me, do not bring you so rob answer. Xia Jiwei angrily drew a wave of star haunting to solve her own aggrieved feelings. Ye Yu nodded after hearing this, so it was Huang Quan Yanluo, worthy of being the head of the 10 temples of Yanluo. Surprisingly, he could face the demon emperor directly. He then thought of the split pillar Yama and the eclipse Yama behind his own family. These 2 Yamas, one ranked 5th and one ranked 6th, their positions could only be described as medium. However, Ye Yu had only heard his father mention eclipse moon Yama by chance, but had never seen them. Coupled with the fact that split pillar Yama was counting on the Yi family through EMO, Ye Yu was able to guess his mind, which was nothing more than wanting to test eclipse moon Yama's bottom line. And just at this moment, the voice of Yellow Springs Yama in front of him was interrupting Ye Yu's thoughts. Your Excellency Demon Emperor, why do you need to be so bitter? You and I are now fighting each other, won't it make the human race look at the joke? Huang Quan Yama glanced at the various forces surrounding the onlookers and said. Yellow Springs Yama's voice was chaotic, unable to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman, but there was a bit of helplessness in that voice. Now that the 2 clans of demons and devils are facing each other, the ones who will ultimately benefit will only be the cultivators of the human race. Today alone, the human side of the righteousness of the Divine Moon sect, Tai Immortal sect, Starfall Pavilion, No Thought Sword Lodge, Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace is someone to come. If they are not careful, how can they explain to the devil? Thinking of the long-missing devil, Yellow Springs Yenlua's heart is a sigh. Sister, where exactly have you gone? And Yutang just laughed lightly, the nine tails behind her waving lightly. Where is that little girl, Yurohan? Why didn't she come out and instead let you come and talk to my father? Yellow Springs Yama was even more somewhat speechless after hearing this. Right now, who in the entire Tianyu continent didn't know that the Demon Emperor and the Divine Moon Empress had disappeared together, and it was this Demon Emperor who still had to ask this. Your Excellency the Demon Emperor, the demon dignitary has always been in a well of water with you, and now that she is not here, but there is no need for us to fight so bitterly, isn't there? Yutang was non-committal, only glancing at the few others beside him. If it weren't for the few Yenluo amongst you being too reckless, this honored one wouldn't bother to take care of you. This honored one is giving face to that little girl, Yurohan, not to you guys, and if you guys have to have the cheek to come over and get beaten up, then this honored one naturally won't begrudge a few slaps. Yutang's words caused the faces of those people beside Huangquan Yenluo to sink. Your Excellency the Demon Emperor, could it be that you really don't place our demon race in your eyes? One of them asked in a deep voice. He was also a Yama, those words from the Demon Emperor just now were clearly implying them. And Yutang just smiled contemptuously at those words, not even bothering to reply. You. Shut up. Yellow Springs Yama lightly shouted, and only then did the few people beside him hold back from continuing to speak. Your Excellency the Demon Emperor has disappeared. I am the acting Demon Emperor, this matter is our fault first. I hope that Your Excellency will take into account the old feelings and let it go. Yellow Springs Yama looked respectful, which made Yutang somewhat surprised. Oh? I can't imagine that little girl has a loyal subordinate like you, huh? As for the several Yama beside Huangquan Yama, when they heard him say that he was an acting demon sovereign, a trace of gloominess flashed across their faces, but they quickly returned to normal. Only these expressions did not escape Yutang's eyes. For the sake of that little girl, Yurohan, this honored one can forget about this matter, only, in the future, if you need help, this honored one won't mind giving you a hand. Yellow Springs Yenluo only slightly arched his hand after hearing this, no one knew what was underneath his mask. Yutang shook her head, seemingly feeling a bit bored. She looked up to Yu in the distance and playfully winked at him. Hiss, this demonic spirit actually seduced herself in public. Yu's face was grave, decisively deciding that next time, he would give Yutang a good stick education. Chapter 46, I shall avoid its sharpness. Boring it ended like this? I can't believe we didn't fight, Dongfang Bing stretched her waist, her figure was as lazy as it could be, while her tone was full of regret. Ling Hani, however, just frowned and pulled her sleeve. Renj, as the Divine Moon Sect's senior sister, how can you be so prodigal? Dongfang Bing blankly glanced at her helplessly. I'm the eldest senior sister alright, why are you still in charge of me? But she didn't say anything, after all, cold clothes is this nature, old-fashioned and serious, always a serious look. Therefore she just glanced at Yu, then said. Yes, I really don't know what you're always so serious for, junior brother, I'll give you a task, make your second senior sister dainty in the next few days. Dongfang Bingo's words were not shocking, and she stunned the crowd as soon as she left the room. And she seemed to be content with the crowd's astonished eyes, following up with continuing. Otherwise it's too boring for her to always look so serious, don't worry, this senior sister will support you. After saying that, Dongfang Bing patted Yu's shoulder with a look of being wrapped up in me. The corner of Yu's mouth twitched slightly, what the hell kind of mission was this? And Ling Hani just pursed her lips and didn't react. It was just that her mind suddenly flashed back to when she first met Yu. What are you talking about, eldest sister? Yu, you can't listen to eldest sister, she likes to talk nonsense. Xia Jiwei hurriedly said, fearing that if Yu really believed in eldest sister's nonsense, then she herself, well, ahem. Dongfang Bing revealed a faint smile, but soon pinched Xia Jiwei's ear. Who are you calling nonsense? Little Jiwei, you're getting more and more unruly now. Come, let this senior sister see how your cultivation has been for this period of time. No, second senior sister save me. Junior brother save me. Yu's eyes widened as he just watched Xia Jiwei being dragged away by his eldest senior sister. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of what Xia Jiwei had been urging him to say. It was true that he couldn't mess with eldest senior sister, even if this person was venomous. Because not only will eldest sister attack you with words, if you say something she doesn't like to hear, she will also attack you with actions. Yu had already decided that when his cultivation was not enough to suppress eldest sister, he could only avoid her. Jiwei, don't worry, I will avenge you in the future. Yu gave Xia Jiwei, who was looking at him aggressively, such a look, and then he decisively looked at Ling Hani. Well, second senior sister, don't think too much, eldest senior sister, she was all talk. Ling Hani, however, looked at Yu strangely, then said in a puzzled manner. Of course I know, just why are you all reacting so much? So strange. Saying that, Ling Hani also shook his head and left, seemingly in a troubled manner. Yu's face was filled with black lines, while looking at the sky somewhat lifelessly. No, what kind of people are these few senior sisters? It seems that the future days will be very interesting. Young patriarch, this matter is over, shouldn't we also return to the clan? The three elders on the other side saw that Dongfang Bing and the others had left, so they also came over to ask. Yi Yu looked at their odd expressions and was amused in his heart. It seemed that even the elders couldn't escape eldest sister's poisonous tongue. In that case, I wonder if the sovereign lord has ever been poisoned by the eldest sister. Hey, it's kinda curious. It's rare to come out. I'm going to stay for a few more days. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Yi Yu was also prepared to meet his sister and Yu Tang again before returning to the sect. The three elders were slightly stunned, then they all nodded with a smile. There's no harm. Anyway, there's still more than a month to go for the same sect competition. The young sect master doesn't need to rush back. Seeing them say that, Yi Yu also nodded, then he came over to the three elders' side and asked in a low voice. Speaking of which, the three elders, what's the situation with senior sister? Has she always been like this? When the three elders heard Yi Yu ask this, their expressions were somewhat helpless. Elder Zhao sighed and said bitterly. Isn't that right? Before, when the patriarch was around, it was a bit better. However, after the patriarch disappeared, then really no one could care about Renge. Yes, and Renge is powerful. She is the future of our divine moon sect, so it's not good to lecture her too much. Alas, fortunately, Renge went out to practice before, so the clan has stabilized for some time. Yi Yu listened to the three elders' outbursts, and in his heart, he was also filled with admiration for eldest sister. Well, probably summarized in 8 words, that is, life goes on, death is not the only thing. Who would have thought that? Obviously the eldest elder sister looks like a high-cold imperial sister, but the result is actually this kind of nature. Sister, you didn't get hurt during this period of time, right? At night, Yi Yu pulled Ye Shenshang's small hand up and down, just short of getting on it. Ye Shenshang blushed, and had the intention to pull out her small hand, but after all, Yi Yu was caring about herself, so she could only let him hold it. Well, okay, with your pills it's not much of a problem, and the demon emperor, well, Yu Tang also took care of me, so nothing happened. Only then did Yi Yu breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, she was also calculating in her heart about removing the Yi family from the demon clan earlier. Sister, after returning to the Yi family this time, it's hard to guarantee that split pillar Yama will not make waves again. Come, these things you take. Saying that, Yi Yu once again pulled out a large pile of high-grade pills from her nascent ring, along with 2 props. Pills and whatnot. Sister, you organize yourself afterwards, mainly these 2 props. Yi Yu pointed to a soft armor in his hand as well as a necklace and said. These 2 pieces are both of divine gift level. The soft armor can withstand 1 fatal injury, and then the necklace can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Sister put it away. Ye Shenshang was almost dumbfounded as she accepted the pills and props handed over by Yi Yu. Leaving aside the high-grade pills for now, but Yi Yu casually took out 2 God-given grade props, which made Ye Shenshang very shocked. The props of the Tianyu continent were categorized into spirit rhythm, divine providence, eternal, and heavenly destruction. The props at the heavenly destruction level, just like the name, would be destroyed by the heavenly Tao once they were released. Therefore, there are almost no heaven's destruction level props left in the Tianyu continent. So the eternal level props are already the top of the line, and the effects that come with them are all extremely heaven-defying. Because of this, an eternal level prop can be said to be the treasure of the clan. And the next one was the divine providence level props, the rarity of which could be imagined. Yi Yu, is the divine moon sect so luxurious? Can all the divine providence level props be given freely? Chapter 47, The Price Paid. Yi Yu scratched his head. These 2 props were exchanged by Yi Yu, who spent 2 million express points. After all, he couldn't rest assured that Yi Sinking Frost couldn't be bothered, and nowadays he had a surplus of courier points, so it was a pain in the ass to exchange them. However, since my sister thinks so, that's fine. Let my sister think that the divine moon sect's heritage is extraordinary. This would also be a good way to lay the groundwork for pulling sister in later. Yes, after all, I am now the young sect leader, so sister do not need to think too much, just accept it. Yi Yu paused and admonished again. The voice transmission jade talisman I gave you should also be put away. If you encounter danger directly tell me. Now I'm not the same as before, sister should trust me. Ye Shenshang gently nodded. There was no need to say anything more between siblings, only that the color of his look towards Yi Yu became a little tender. Well, I know everything, don't worry, you have to take care of yourself too. Ye Shenshang said softly, while in her heart, she secretly decided that she must cultivate harder. Obviously she was the older sister, but now for some reason, she was always being taken care of more by Yi Yu. Looking at Ye Shenshang's departing figure, Yi Yu sighed. After all, the demon clan belongs to the place of right and wrong. Besides, there is that demon Zun. Yi Yu thought of Yu Ruhan, who was with the divine moon empress. That red-clothed, barefoot, demonic worldly appearance, hiss. The most crucial thing was, if she knew that she was her subordinate. Yi Yu shivered. Run away, must run away in a hurry. But speaking of which, those 2 people still haven't succeeded in breaking through. Yi Yu thought of Qing Ruxue and Yu Ruhan, who were trapped in that mysterious space. If they succeeded in their breakthrough, Yi shook his head. It's fine, now I'm the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, it should be, it's fine, right? You're going back in the next few days? Above the throne of the demon clan's great hall, Yu Tang was full of flushed face lying in Yi Yu's arms, drawing circles on his chest mischievously. Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had to say that Yu Tang was extremely well behaved when he was in front of him. Well, a word to describe it was that whatever posture Yi Yu wanted, Yu Tang would bite her lips, and then she behaved herself and cooperated. This contrasting feeling of being a demon emperor who looked out of the world in front of people, yet being a well-behaved and obedient little woman in front of himself, made Yi Yu unable to stop. Cough, yeah, it seems like the Divine Moon sect will be organizing a big competition of the same sect not long from now. At that time, it will also be announced about me as the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, right? Yi Yu and Yu Tang talked about the same sect grand competition as well as the fact that he had met Qing Rushua and changed into her close disciple. Yu Tang listened and pondered for a moment, but she couldn't help but giggle. I can't believe you actually met those two girls, I thought they were really missing. Yi Yu's heart was sweating for a while. These two people that Yu Tang was talking about. One was his top boss, and the other was his cheap master, but it turned out to be a little girl in her mouth. And it was such a woman who called her boss and master little girl who was being gallivanted by herself just now. Ahem. Yi Yu suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart and pinched Yu Tang's delicate little face again. Anyway, aren't you able to drag me over at any time? Come on, I'm ready to be squeezed by you at any time. Yu Tang didn't hold back and blankly glanced at him, and lightly punched Yi Yu's chest again. This person spoke shamelessly. But following that, Yu Tang sighed quietly and then said, but next perhaps it won't be as stable as it is now. Yi Yu frowned and asked with some confusion. Is it a physical problem? Yu Tang, what price have you paid over these 10,000 years to be able to stay in the Tianyu continent? Yi Yu finally asked this question, because it was related to himself after all. And knowing what the problem was in order to solve it, he had the system in his body, and with so many magical props in the system mall, Yi Yu didn't believe that there was still nothing that could help Yu Tang. Yu Tang was stunned, then her beautiful face was a little flustered. She grabbed Yi Yu's arm and asked, You, how did you know? I wasn't, Yu Tang somewhat did not dare to look up at Yi Yu, as if she felt that she had done something wrong, and mumbled without saying anything more. Yi Yu sighed and gently held her in her arms. Silly girl, why do you have to wait this 10,000 years withered for me? Yu Tang's pretty face was buried in Yi Yu's chest, and the 9 tails behind her slowly wrapped around Yi Yu's waist. 9 tails moving in love, this is life and death, only a mere 10,000 years, besides. Yu Tang raised her head in a daze and caressed Yi Yu's cheek. Besides, didn't I wait until you? That's enough. Yi Yu's heart was soft, the grace of a beauty was indeed the hardest to bear. He gently stroked Yu Tang's back and listened to her tell what that great price was. It is said that the heavenly Tao will not tolerate the cultivators to stay in the world for a long time, therefore all the cultivators whose cultivation crowns the heaven and earth will leave this heaven and earth. As to where exactly they went, I have no way to know. Yu Tang lay on Yi Yu's chest and quietly spoke. Yi Yu nodded at his words. This point Luo Cherry Li had also told him. Originally I should also leave, at that time brilliant heavenly might with the thunder of divine punishment, if I do not leave perhaps on the spot will be dead. But how could I leave without waiting for you, so? Yu Tang pursed her lips, her tone carrying a few hints of softness. So I used the 9-tail secret method, forcibly suppressed the cultivation into the bottom. Well, so now it is only some damage to the soul. No, not a big deal, you are not allowed to blame me. Yi Yu looked at Yu Tang's aggrieved appearance. Where else could he blame her? Silly girl, how could I blame you? But if that's the case, then there should be many ways to repair it, right? In Yi Yu's opinion, divine soul damage shouldn't be considered a big deal, but Yu Tang gently shook her head. Unlike normal divine soul damage, I used the 9-tail secret method, which is equivalent to directly chipping away my cultivation and turning it into an underpinning. It's just that the divine soul, however, couldn't withstand the sudden increase in underpinnings, so it was permanently damaged. But this can also polish my underpinnings and foundation to near perfection. It's not a bad thing, La. Yu Tang seemed to be trying to comfort Yi Yu and said with a fake relaxed look. And if it is repaired, there is really no way to suppress the cultivation at that time. Yi Yu pondered for a moment. What Yu Tang said was also true, but it must not be left unattended. There still had to be alternatives. If there is a Holy Spirit fruit, I wonder if it is possible to completely repair the divine soul? Hearing Yi Yu's words, Yu Tang's small face was dumbfounded, then said in a small voice. The rumored Holy Spirit fruit? That should be possible. After all, Holy Spirit medicines each have the ability to take over the heavens. Chapter 48. Is there still hugging dolls to sleep at night? Hearing Yu Tang's words, Yi Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it could be repaired. As for the fruit of the Holy Spirit, the system mall is also sold, only that it requires a lot of express points. However, as long as you do a few more courier delivery tasks, courier points are not easy to come by. That's good, I have the fruit of the Holy Spirit. Well, Yu Tang, you don't want to leave, then wait for me to cultivate my realm to the extreme, then we will leave together. Yu Tang's eyes brightened and she let out a low cry, then asked somewhat eagerly. Well, really, you can't lie to me. Ye spread his hands and said with a smile. When have I ever lied to you? It's just that I don't know how long it will take yet, and I always feel that there is something fishy behind this. Ye said softly as he embraced Yu Tang in his arms. Whether it's where the great sages of the past eventually went, or the heavenly Tao forbids living beings to stay in the world for a long time. But, harm, the future will be said later. In short, Yu Tang, be good and wait for me. Yu Tang only felt that her heart was going to melt, calling a few times, then biting her lips, she rolled over and rode on Yu's body. Well, then this is a reward for you, little Yi. Why don't you come over and serve this emperor? Hiss. Yi looked at Yu Tang, who was sitting on his body and swaying, and for a moment, his color got lost. This demonic spirit, taking the initiative, was too deadly. Junior brother, how do you this look so tired? It is hard not to be squeezed dry by Ji Wei last night. On the silver moon heavenly line, Dongfang Bing glanced at Yi and said. Yi sniffed and rolled her eyes without any good reason. This person has problems, talking is really not going through the brain. It was also thanks to her strong strength, otherwise it was estimated that she would have been beaten up long ago. Eldest senior sister. What are you babbling about again, sh, what being drained by me, where am I? You, why are you saying everything? Xia Jiwei's little face instantly blushed with shame, and she hastily patted Dongfang Bingo's hand, signaling that she was not allowed to say anymore. And Dongfang Bingo just smiled faintly and picked up Xia Jiwei's white chin. Oh? It seems that the teaching of your cultivation in the previous days was still not enough. Later on, when you return to the sect, you will spar with this senior sister again. Xia Jiwei's small face was instantly bitter. Eldest sister still hasn't changed at all. She was never the only one to talk about others. If others objected, it would immediately be a forced sparring session, too damnable. Second senior sister, eldest senior sister, how long will you guys stay back this time? Yi Yu asked with some curiosity. After all, these two senior sisters had been practicing outside before. Linghani was polishing the immortal sword on her waist. She heard this and thought for a moment, then said. It should be after the end of the big competition of the same sect. Sword cultivators will not stop their steps, they will only draw their swords and fight, so this time I will not stay for a long time. HM? Yi Yu glanced at Linghani with some surprise, not realizing that the second elder sister looks cold and indifferent, but is actually a battle fanatic? But think about it, sword cultivator, lifelong with the sword as a companion, and techniques are extremely lethal. For this reason, almost everyone in the sword cultivation cultivators aspire to fight, and will show their swords to the enemy. Take the Nonyen Jianjai, its sword cultivator, everyone's sword chi rushes skyward. It is said that every battle is righteous, because even if the body fell, they will leave their own unique message of the sword fast, informing the door of the people who have fallen. And after receiving this message, no matter where they are and what they do, they will rush here at any cost to avenge them. Of course, if the actions and deeds are not recognized by the sword sai, then such a message will not take effect. This was also why there were almost no forces in the Tianyu continent that wanted to be enemies with the Nonyen sword sai. This group of sword cultivators is really too protective, killing one, thousands and thousands will rush over. Who can match this? However, the sword cultivator's style can be known from it. But Yi Yu is actually quite curious. The second elder sister is bent on practicing the sword. Why did not go to Nonyen Jianjai, but instead stayed in the Divine Moon sect? Just right now the relationship with each other was not close enough. Yi Yu was prepared to secretly ask his encyclopedic third senior sister afterward. I should stay in the sect for a while. After all, before I said it was an adventure, it was actually just to look for the whereabouts of my master. Dongfang Bingo rubbed Xia Jiwei's hair, making it very loose, and the latter naturally dared to be angry. But now that you've seen your master, then there's no need for me to search. It feels like it's been a long time since I've returned to the clan. I don't know if the disciples within the clan have missed me. When these words came out, the three elders sitting on the side all looked at each other with heavy faces. One of them, Elder Zhao, swallowed his saliva and seemed to ask with some uncertainty. Well, Banjio, you said that you want to stay within the clan for a while, which, why don't you continue to go out and practice? For her part, Dongfang Bing gave him a strange look, then said. Elder Zhao, you're at the Passage Saint realm, you shouldn't be deaf and blind. Didn't I just say that I would stay within the clan? Speaking of which, I still miss everyone. Elder Zhao shook his head helplessly, and the other two elders also turned their heads to look away. It seemed like the next few days would be lively for the sect. This was the common sentiment of the three elders. Yi Yu took it all in and only felt a burst of amusement in his heart. This mouth of eldest sister is really powerful. Someday I have to ask her for advice. This kind of choking skill, I want it too. Silver Moon Sky line speed was extremely fast, and in less than half a day it had already returned to Divine Moon sect. On this journey, Dongfang Bingo's mouth did not stop, so as soon as Silver Moon Tianluang arrived at the Divine Moon sect, the three elders left in a hurry on the pretext that they had something to do. Phew, it's been a long time since I've been back. Let's go see Sister Moon. After Dongfang Bing came down from Silver Moon Tianluang, she first looked around and lamented for a while, then she greeted a few people. Yi Yu, Linghani as well as Xia Jiwei all nodded. Among them, Yi Yu still had some small expectations in his heart. I wonder if the seemingly cool and peerless Yu Wuxia touches the poisonous eldest sister, what kind of reaction will there be between the two of them? Thinking of this, Yi Yu's footsteps quickened by a few points. That's right, second senior sister, third senior sister, you guys hurry up, elder you must be waiting for us to report the situation. Xia Jiwei sniffed and rolled her eyes, this guy was positive at this time, really. The four of them met Moon Wuxia in the main hall, and it was as if Moon Wuxia knew they were coming back today. You guys are back, Bing, honey, it's been a long time. The corners of Yu Wuxia's mouth hung a faint smile, only after hearing Dongfang Bing's next sentence, her face was slightly stiff. Sister Moon long time no see still hugging dolls to sleep at night recently? Speaking of which, I even brought you a super large doll this time I came back, you'll definitely like it. Chapter 49 Central State Heavens Pride Discussion Meeting. Dongfang Bingo said with some excitement, completely not noticing the astonished eyes of the few people present. On the other hand, Yu Wuxia only felt her breath shorten a few points. Greeting the strange gazes of the crowd, she pursed her lips and said in a pretense of composure. Diao Ge, what are you talking about? What doll, why can't I understand? Speaking of which, did you guys get anything out of your trip to the western border where the demon and devil clans are facing each other? Yu Wuxia said with a smile while changing the topic in a raw manner. Yi Yu and the others glanced at each other, I didn't expect Elder Yu to be so childlike. No, must hold it in, must not laugh out. Yi Yu thought about all the sad things he had experienced since childhood in his mind, and only then did he finally hold back his laughter. But who knows that Dongfang Bingo still doesn't stop talking still continue to say it there. Sister Moon, do you not believe me? That doll is really superbly made, and there are also functions to improve sleep quality, enhance cultivation speed, and the most crucial thing is that it will be very comfortable to hold. Dongfang Bingo said a whole lot. Yu Wuxia's face was getting darker and darker, Yi Yu could even see the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. What's going to happen? Yi Yu hurriedly made a wink towards Xia Jiwei, who decisively nodded and dragged Dongfang Bingo behind her. Eldest senior sister, I'm quite interested in that doll you mentioned, let's go to one side and talk about it, let junior senior brother and sister you report first. But I haven't. Without waiting for her to finish, Xia Jiwei stiffly yanked Dongfang Bingo away. Only then did Yi Yu breathe a sigh of relief, looking at Yu Wuxia whose face gradually returned to normal. Yi Yu lightly coughed. Eldest senior sister, she. Yu Wuxia shook her head, not letting Yi Yu continue, while her face also reverted back to a calm appearance. There's no harm in it, Bing has always been like this, I'm used to it, well, you guys should talk about this trip first. Yi Yu and Ling Hani exchanged a glance, and then they spoke to Yu Wuxia about the status of this trip. Although Yi Yu's impression of Yu Wuxia had collapsed a little in her heart. But after all, she couldn't directly ask her if she really liked to hug dolls to sleep, so Yi Yu just secretly sized up Yu Wuxia. I didn't expect that this moon elder who looked cool and peerless actually had such a girlish side. I didn't expect the demon emperor to actually show up as well, the 10 temples of hell, heh. Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment after hearing this, then shook her head. There's no harm in it, everything will wait until the return of the sovereign lord. Yi Yu, you should first prepare for the great competition of the same sect a month from now. This time, apart from listening to the situation of Yi Yu's trip, the other aspect of Yu Wuxia's trip was the matter of the great competition of the same sect a month later. The same sect grand competition was originally intended as an internal competition within the Divine Moon sect, but with the addition of announcing Yu as the Divine Moon sect's young sect master. Yu Wuxia paused, and then her gaze towards Yi Yu was somewhat complicated. Well, in short, all the other forces will have sect celestial pride come to participate at that time, and perhaps there will also be a competition. So this same sect grand competition can also be said to be an argumentation meeting between the major forces in the central continent. Hearing Yu Wuxia say this, Yi Yu's heart also gained some clarity. The Divine Moon sect had dominated the central continent for many years under the leadership of the Divine Moon Empress. However, after the mysterious disappearance of the Divine Moon Empress, the influence of the Divine Moon sect in the central continent had declined. Just as after the disappearance of the Demon Clan's Demon Father, the Demon Clan's 10 temples of hell also had second thoughts. I'm afraid that all the major forces in the central continent have taken the Divine Moon sect's place in their hearts. This time, the big competition of the same sect is just an opportunity to test the strength of the Divine Moon sect. If the Divine Moon sect is weak, then they can let go of the Divine Moon sect's hegemonic position in the central continent. If they are weak, then they can let go of the Divine Moon sect's hegemony in the central continent. Seemingly guessing what was on Yi Yu's mind, Yu Wuxia gently nodded. I'm sure you've thought about it as well, Yi Yu. On the day of the great competition of the same sect, I want you to step on the pride of the various heavenly prides and go and sit in the position of the young sect master of the Divine Moon sect. Although Yu Wuxia's voice was soft, the firmness revealed in her tone was unquestionable. Don't worry, sister Yu, this time, eldest sister and I are also present. I'd like to see who dares to act recklessly in the Divine Moon sect at that time. Ling Hani's voice on the side was icy cold, like a sharp sword that would be sheathed at any time. Yes, elder, you don't worry, as the Lord Sovereign Shut-in disciple, and the young sovereign of the Divine Moon sect, I definitely won't let you guys down at that time. Ye said with the same confidence. He had the system in his body, and he also had the mixed element sacred body, diffractive heavenly star transformation skill as well as the Taiji diagram as external hang-ups. The mid-continent discourse? In Yi's opinion, this was the time to manifest the saints in front of others. Yu Wuxia nodded in relief. Now even though Rushue was not here, she must not let the Divine Moon sect wither away. Cold close, you and Rushue came back just in time this time. I am not worried about your strength since, at that time, I need you to take more trouble. Yu Wuxia sighed. Fortunately, these few disciples of Rushue's talent and strength were all extremely amazing, otherwise. Ling Hani shook his head. A matter of duty. Sister, you doesn't need to worry too much. As long as the patriarch returns, everything will be resolved. Yi also secretly nodded when she heard this. She had previously given the sovereign and Yu Rohan one Holy Spirit fruit each, so it was reasonable to say that a successful breakthrough should not be a problem. Perhaps it was really hard to break through from Supreme Sage to void breaking. Alright, you guys go down, cold clothes. You and Bing and Jiwei also teach you more. You also need to cultivate diligently. Both of them nodded, and then they left the main hall. After the two left, Yu Wuxia's pretty face that had been tightly tensed also loosened up. Damnable wrench, letting you lose my face in front of so many people. You see, I'm done with it if I collect or don't clean you up. Yu Wuxia said with a small mouth. At this time, where was she still half of her usual cool and peerless appearance? And what about the promised doll? I don't know, to sneak it to me. Yu Wuxia thought about it, and with a wave of her veiled hand, she too disappeared into the great hall. Second senior sister, I never had the chance to ask before, how is your cultivation of the Taishu sword scripture going? Yu, who walked out of the main hall, asked Ling Hani, who was beside him, with some curiosity. Ling Chinyi seemed to be unaccustomed to being so close to a man, but Yu was after all her junior sister, and had given her the Taishu sword scripture. So Ling Hani just tensed her body and then replied. Well, this sword cultivation technique is very suitable for me, it's just that it's ultimately a heavenly grade upper grade, so right now it's just the first glimpse of the doorway. Yu nodded. Not only were heavenly grade techniques extremely difficult to obtain, cultivating them was also extremely dependent on natural talent. The second senior sister had already glimpsed the doorway in such a short period of time, truly worthy of being a sword cultivation genius. Chapter 50, Destruction from the Three Senior Sisters. Seemingly feeling that it was a bit bad that only Yu was talking, Ling Hani also took the initiative to open her mouth and said, Yu, during this period of time, Bing and Jiwei and I will accompany you for special training, so you don't have to worry too much about the big competition of the same sect a month later. Yu's face stiffened, wanting to say I'm not worried. But after all, it was the second senior sister's good intentions. Yu couldn't refuse, so he could only nod helplessly. At the same time in his heart, he prayed that the three senior sisters would be gentle with their hands. Little senior brother, so useless? You collapsed before senior sister I even exerted myself? Dongfang Range was towering over Yu, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her expression contemptuous as she looked at Yu at her feet. Yu wanted to cry without tears. This woman's character was too harsh. Ever since the last time Yu Wuxia let his three senior sisters teach him together, Dongfang Bing had been using the excuse of teaching himself as a reason to be so hard on himself. This person's cultivation level was so high that Yu couldn't do anything about her without using system props. And every time the teaching for their own really very helpful. Because every time he was beaten, Yu's own diffractive sky transformation star technique will automatically run the power of the stars and the power of the moon flow all over the body to form a protection. Every time the beating makes the star power and moon power in Yu's body more refined. Even Yu felt that the connection between the star core and the divine moon in his body deepened a few points. But all this still couldn't change the fact that Dongfang Bingo had a bad character. Yu had no way to fight against it and could only be passive. Originally, before he met eldest sister, Yu was still curious about what consequences would come from messing with eldest sister. As for now, already felt the consequences in advance. But, every day this woman would stand in front of herself in a high and mighty manner after she was knocked down. And I don't know if it was out of contempt for Yu or why. Every time Dongfang Bing taught Yu, she didn't change into her power suit, instead, she wore a skirt every time. According to Xia Jiwei, this skirt was also a God-given equipment. But for Yu, whatever level it is, anyway, this brief wonderful scenery every day is enough to comfort his wounded heart. Eldest sister, your hand is also too heavy. Are you alright, junior brother? Xia Jiwei ran over from the side and fiercely glared at Dongfang Bianga, only the latter just indifferently skimmed her mouth. Cough, okay, it's still third senior sister who's good to me. Come, here's dessert for you, this time it's a new product. Yu was touched in his heart and took out a bunch of desserts from his nascent ring and handed them to Xia Jiwei. Looking at Xia Jiwei, whose eyes were slightly narrowed and full of intoxication, Yu also couldn't help but smile. Why is it that more and more he feels that third senior sister's positioning is similar to Star Haunter's? Speaking of Star Haunter, Yi Yu glanced at Xingha, who was obediently staying in Ling Hanyi's arms, her heart filled with helplessness. This little fellow, Xingha, knew who the thighs were, and had basically been meowing at the three senior sisters all this time. It was only eldest sister who had the strongest determination, and was not affected by Xingha's cuteness in the slightest. On the contrary, she often pushed away the star haunter who was sticking to her, as if she didn't eat this set. However, Yi Yu had occasionally seen the image of eldest sister secretly feeding Xingha spirit fruit. At that time, eldest senior sister was full of impatience, stating that she only gave it to Star Haunt because she was pitiful. However, the hint of fondness in the corner of her eyes did not escape Yi Yu's eyes. In response to this, Yi Yu decisively recorded it with a shadow retaining stone. Dongfang Bingo pretended to look at Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei with contempt. Only when she saw those exquisitely shaped and peculiar desserts, she couldn't help but purse her lips as well. What's so delicious about these things? It's only you Jiwei who likes them, junior brother. If you spend your time making desserts on cultivation, maybe you wouldn't be as miserable as you are now, yo. Yi Yu just rolled his eyes when he heard this, while Xia Jiwei's expression was also a bit odd. He had recently discovered another hidden attribute of eldest senior sister, which was arrogance. Not to mention secretly feeding star haunting before. Let's talk about this dessert. Third senior sister had told himself more than once that eldest senior sister often used the excuse that I'm just curious about what this tastes like and then pitched the dessert away from her. For this reason, third senior sister had complained to herself many times, but fearing the tyranny of eldest senior sister, Yi Yu had no choice but to continue exchanging more desserts to make it up to her. Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei glanced at each other, and both of them nodded in unspoken agreement. And Dongfang Rench seemed to sense something and glared at the two. What are you guys thinking about? This senior sister feels a nasty chill. Junior brother, rested enough, continue to get up and receive this senior sister's teachings. Yi Yu sighed, damnable senior sister, sooner or later there will be a day when I want you to kneel down and sing conquest. What are still frozen? Hurry up, still want me to invite you ah? Coming, how dare I trouble big senior sister. Although the eldest sister every day in the destruction of Yi Yu, the second sister for Yi Yu's teaching is also aboard. But the facts prove that constant training could really improve the realm quickly. In the three senior sisters' common destruction, is teaching, plus their own plug-in assistance, this month's time, Yi Yu's cultivation has been half a step of the Divine Sea realm. And as Yi Yu's realm rose, the Taiji diagram also unlocked new functions. Previously, Yi Yu had only unlocked the passive defense skill of Taiji diagram. And now, there was already an additional skill. Yi Yu looked at the system's description for Taiji diagram. Taiji diagram, an innate treasure, due to the host's small strength, it has now further unlocked the skill. Shenkuan fixed boundary, absolute defense, Taiji Yin Yang fish shelters the surrounding body, forming a barrier to resist physical spell attacks. The strength of the barrier depends on the level of the host's realm, and can currently withstand the full force of the sacred realm. Automatic and does not consume any spiritual energy, cooldown time is 1/4 of an hour. Taishu diffraction formation, trap and seal, illuminate the Taiji Bagua formation, trap the enemy and consume their spiritual energy. And you can inject your own spiritual energy to summon the yin and yang fish to materialize and annihilate the opponent depending on your own and the opponent's realm. See, what is called innate treasure awe. Yi Yu had a burst of emotion, at the same time also more looking forward to the Taiji to follow up skills. It was a pity that his current cultivation level could only unlock to the second skill. And the mixed sacred body had a new effect as Yi Yu's realm increased. Mixed element sacred body, containing the mixed elemental qi, those who possess this physique resonate with the great Tao and drastically increase their cultivation speed. Characteristics: invulnerable to all laws, immune to all mental spells. Unending, all recovery effects are greatly increased, and the true essence of the aura is endless. Suppression of all bodies, I am the only one, mixed Yuan Ichi fills the whole body, 50% damage reduction and 50% damage increase when facing other special body types. Others? The host's realm is insufficient, please check back later for the next effects, stay tuned. Chapter 51, System You're so good at picking places? Boy, Yi Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. Suppressing all laws, so overbearing? In the future, let's see who still dares to show off in front of me with a special physique, directly a suppression aura to teach him to be ah. Yi Yu was satisfied with the Taiji diagram as well as the skills unlocked by the mixed sacred body. Only the diffractive sky transformation star technique is still stuck at the second level. About the third level, Yi Yu is slow to get a clue. The third level of the diffractive sky transformation star technique is to condense the star map in the sea of consciousness, using the core of the heavenly pivot star in Yi Yu's body as the main body, thus diffracting the star map. Why Yi Yu do not have a clue? It is really because his body's star core is the heavenly pivot star, and before crossing over, he knew almost nothing about the stars. I only know that the heavenly pivot star belongs to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The good thing is that as Yi Yu deepened his connection with the star core and the divine moon in his body, he had a further understanding of the power of the stars and the power of the moon. This third Yi Yu can also slowly cohesion, only need to spend more time. But this period of time by the three elder sisters' destruction, diffractive heaven transformation star technique second has become more and more close to perfection. Ye felt that his body, which had been tempered by the power of the stars and the power of the moon, was strong enough to withstand all kinds of blows. Well, it's worthy of being a divine level technique. In addition to his own props and techniques, Ye also checked the number of expresses he had accumulated. The last time he came out from the divine moon mystery realm, he went to the western border, and during this period, he had accumulated 2 express delivery tasks. By the time the big competition starts, there will be 3 times. I always feel that accumulating 3 times a one-time delivery will be easier to get out of the gold. For example, the last time was to get acquainted with Emperor Himawari, such an incognito big brother. If it wasn't for the system's courier mission, there was absolutely no way that Ye could have access to a character like that. By the way, he should also go and visit Emperor Himawan. Thinking of Di Himawang, Ye remembered that this woman had asked herself to accompany her when she was free earlier. For the sake of hugging the thigh, no, for the sake of visiting and caring for the widowed and orphan woman. Ye Rua Star Haunted's kitten head, you stay by yourself, master, I'm going to hug my thighs. Star Haunter didn't know why, but just meowed twice. Speaking of which, during this period of time, Star Haunter had been following Yu's side, sucking in the star power as well as the power of moonlight from Yu's body. This made Yu have a feeling, is it about to become a little cat lady? So Yu picked up Star Haunter again and looked at her eyes that hid the stars and the sea and whispered, soon to become a little cat lady, soon to become a little cat lady. Ahem. After playing with Xingha for a while, Yu called out the system and chose the seal that was left on Diem Huang's body before, and then he teleported to the burial god abyss. Star Haunter Bihe fell on the bed, then looked around. The master had run off to play again without himself. So she began to spread her joy in the room and continued with today's destructive mission. In the burial god abyss, white mist curled up and a perfect figure stood up from the pool like a lotus flower. Although the white mist obscured her figure, her diminutive figure could still be seen. Her long, wet hair hung down like a waterfall, and beads of water flowed down her fair neck. This was actually Emperor Himiko bathing. Yu was dumbfounded the moment she opened her eyes. No, system, you this teleportation so we'll pick the time? And you like this, is not set me an injustice, ah. Damn it, Yu covered his eyes and continued to look through the cracks of his fingers. But soon Yu reacted, at that time that seal was on Diem Huang's body. Then if he came here through the seal, wouldn't he just appear beside her? But who could know that she was bathing? Yu swallowed his saliva, only to feel a little thirsty. He was about to quietly take a few steps back and then leave this place to wait for Di Himawang to finish bathing. However, the next moment Di Himawang frowned lightly and with a wave of her plain hand, a long white dress wrapped around her entire body, while a flash came in front of Yu and let out a low gulp. Who? Yu? TSK, I didn't expect that you would actually learn to spy on women's bathing now? Diem Huang's complexion was also a bit bewildered when she saw that the visitor was Yu, but then she was biting her lips and asked in a shy manner. And she herself didn't even realize that a hint of redness was crossing over her face. No, listen to my explanation, I didn't mean to peep, shucks, I wasn't peeping in the first place. Yu waved her hands repeatedly, only that she couldn't help but swallow her saliva in the meantime. It couldn't be helped that the freshly bathed Di Himawang's entire body exuded an amazing charm. Not to mention the burst of fragrance into the tip of the nose, just that long skirt under the exposed section of white legs are fatal temptation. Emperor Him Huang Yu actually still in the heart of the ape, at the moment are a little angry laugh, stretch out his hand is ready to give Yu a little lesson. Fortunately, Yu's brain turned fast and directly handed a nano ring to her hand and explained the reason with great speed. It was that seal that made me teleport to you, but I didn't realize that you were bathing, and here is the dessert that I brought for you, you try it first. Well, the desire for survival was extremely strong. Di Him Huang glanced skeptically at Yu, but based on her impression from the beginning, she didn't think that Yu would be spying on purpose. After all, the burial god abyss isolates all connections, and today's bathing by herself was also a sudden thought. Thinking of this, Di Himawang only gently nodded and greeted Yu, the two of them sitting together on top of the stone bench. Counting on you still remembering what I said, I thought that you wouldn't come back after you left last time, huh? What are these things? Di Himawang said while checking out the things in the nascent sack while having a bit of curiosity on her face. Oh, this is some desserts I made, well, it's sort of food, although nowadays you shouldn't need food, but sometimes it's not bad to experience a mouthful of food. Hearing Yu say this, Diem Huang nodded and took out a piece of beautifully crafted dessert from his nascent sack and put it into his mouth. The flavor is peculiar, not bad. Seeing that she liked it, Yu was also relieved, and then he chatted with her about the recent situation during this period of time. The demon race, it's still the same as before. Emperor Himiko took a sip of tea and said quietly. Before? What period of time is the previous that sister is talking about? For the previous mysteries of the Tanyu continent, Yu was still very curious. And it just so happened that Diem Huang was a living fossil. Cough, this is something you didn't dare to say directly. After all, no matter when, a woman's age is a taboo. For the Tianyu continent should be the ancient period, then the demon race also has 10 Yen Luo, while the demon race has 12 witch demons. The two races often broke out in war. 12 witches and demons? You made a mental note of this. What about the human race at that time? What was it like? You asked curiously. Chapter 52, Because I Appeared. The human race? Himiko glanced at Yu and seemed to be a bit anxious to speak. Yu was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with this woman? Why this expression? In the ancient times, the human race was weak and had a very low status, well, basically didn't have a place. Surprisingly, there was this layer of history. Yu had never heard of it before, so he asked curiously again. Then why did the human race finally rise? And nowadays, it's even stronger than the demon and devil races. Emperor Himiko's tone was flat, as if she was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. Because I appeared. Yu stared dumbfounded at Empyrean Crimson Phoenix, and the expression on her face didn't change in any way. Good lord, this really is a big brother. Yu was instantly astonished. There were also characters who led the rise of the human race in many novels that he read before crossing over. But after truly traveling to the Tianyu continent, Yu truly recognized that there was a gap between reality and fiction. However, nowadays, a character who really saved and led the rise of the human race is sitting beside himself. This feeling, Yu felt marvelous. Big brother, please have some tea. Yu obediently refilled Emperor Himiko's teacup with tea, while Emperor Himiko just shook his head slightly and let out a light laugh. But I don't seem to have heard of my sister's name. Logically speaking, a sage figure like my sister, how come she should have left some records, right? Yu was confused in his heart, although he was of the demon race, but because he had crossed over from a young age, he was extremely curious about the Tianyu continent. Therefore, Yu's favorite thing to read when he was a child was the records about the Tianyu continent. Could it be that it was because of being in the demon race that he had not seen the relevant records? However, after Yu came to the Divine Moon sect, she hadn't heard of the name Himiko either. Hearing Yu's question, a trace of reminiscence also flashed across Emperor Crimson Phoenix's face. This question, wait until you're a little stronger in the future, then I'll tell you. Well, tell me, are there any new comics or novels? Himiko's tone suddenly shifted and became lighthearted, while still carrying a hint of anticipation. It seemed that the woman who had just stunned an era was just Yu's illusion. Moreover, how much this sister likes to read those Mary Sue articles. Yu spread his hands helplessly, then took out another nascent ring and handed it to her. It's all here, a lot of them are sequels to the last one. Does sister really think those are good? Yu hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask. After hearing Yu's words, Himiko first picked them up in a good mood before nodding. Yeah, a lot of them are, well, quite interesting, you can take a look too. Yu hastily shook his head, indicating that it would not be necessary. Sister has been guarding the burial god abyss alone for so long, can she come out? Or can she only stay here all the time? Yu really couldn't bear the thought of her staying here all the time, even though the scenery and everything was very good in the place where Himiko lived. But staying for a period of time was fine, but what about 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years? Himiko's figure was stunned at her words before she replied softly. This place is also quite good, and isn't it true that you often come over to accompany your sister to talk now? Yu didn't say anything, just kept looking at her, and Himiko shook her head before finally saying helplessly. If it was before when the burial god abyss was in turmoil, I would need to keep guard here all the time, but now, well, it's possible to send out a bilocation. I'll be able to empathize with everything the bilocation experiences, just like, well, those projections in novels. Himiko used the analogy of a setting in a novel, which made Yu instantly understand. Then isn't this good? It's better to be able to go out and look around often than to stay here all the time. Himiko looked at the excited Yu with some puzzlement. What was this person suddenly so excited about? Why are you so happy? Besides, what's there to see outside? It's all the same boring. Yu but shook his head, and once again grabbed her small hand and said, because sister can finally not have to stay here all the time. Although it's just a projection, but after all you can see different scenery and feel different experiences. Himiko's stunningly beautiful face had an additional stagnation. The only thought in her mind was how this person had grabbed her hand again on her own. And in the future, I can take my sister to see all the scenery of this world. After all, a long time has passed since the continent that my sister perceived, right? Yu's complexion was very serious as he looked at the woman in front of him and said firmly, no matter what, 10,000 waters and thousands of mountains, in the future, I will accompany my sister to see them. This. Himiko didn't know what to say. She had been invincible for endless years, but how could anyone dare to say these words to herself so bluntly? And still, after endless years of being the lone guardian of the burial god abyss, he said such words. This caused Himiko's heart, which had long been rippling, to once again ripple a little. You, who used you to accompany them, thick-skinned. Himiko eyes were a little evasive, even usually for the first time, some dare not look directly at others, so she simply twisted her head away from looking at Ye. Yet Ye just looked at her small hand that she didn't take back. Then consider me to be cheeky, and I also consider you to agree. Himiko didn't say anything, only humming softly before pulling her hand out. As you wish, it won't make a difference to me wherever I am anyway. Ye just hammed and hawed and then accompanied Himiko again. Alright, I should go back. In a few days it will be the same sect's grand competition, which is also known as the Mid-Continent Discourse. It's time for me to show my holiness in front of people. Ye and Himiko chatted for a long time, and then Ye said with some reluctance, manifesting sainthood in front of people, don't take it lightly. Himiko said with some amusement as she listened to what he said. Ye, on the other hand, just waved his hand. Trust me, there's absolutely no problem. Alright, I'm off. I'll come back to see you after the same sect competition. Compared to the last time, Ye appeared a little more casual this time, waving his hand and teleporting away. Himiko looked at Ye's disappearing figure, her complexion slightly stunned. She picked up a piece of dessert and then put it in her mouth. Going out to take a look, accompanying me, humph, the little guy is very oily. Although these words were somewhat unpleasant, the faint smile that flowed from the corners of Himiko's mouth already said it all. She stood up, stretched lazily, and looked around. Perhaps, really stayed too long, so be it, little fellow, sister would like to see if you are true to your word, hee. Chapter 53, The Forces of Each Side. Good fellow, senior sister, is this the venue where the Mid-Continent Discourse will be held tomorrow? Ye was pulled to the organizing venue by Xia Jiwei and asked with some surprise at that moment. Star Haunter also squatted at Ye's feet, and those starry eyes were also staring blankly at the venue in front of her. Xia Jiwei grunted twice and nodded. That's not true. How about this? This is one of our Divine Moon Sect's eternal grade props. Oh. Ah. Ye looked at this magnificent arena in front of him with some surprise after hearing this. Is this actually a prop? And it's still an eternal grade. I don't know about what its specific effects are, but it's more than enough as a place for competition. Xia Jiwei and Ye introduced some of the functions of this eternal grade prop as an arena. But she didn't know if there were any other effects specifically. Because this prop would only be taken out when the Divine Moon Sect held important events. And it could be diffused into various venues according to demand, which made Ye tsk. Tomorrow will depend on your performance, O young sovereign lord. Xia Jiwei ate and laughed, saying somewhat snidely. Ye scratched his head and shyly came to her ear and said, this young sovereign lord of mine, what I want more is still to hug senior sister's thigh. Xia Jiwei wooed and gently pushed Ye away, blushing and giving him a blank look. What is this person doing in the middle of the day? What for? It's still outside. What if someone else sees it? Elder sister is just afraid of being seen by others, then if no one sees it. Xia Jiwei stepped on Ye and said with shame and annoyance. Bad embryo, what are you thinking again, humph? Looking at Xia Jiwei's rosy and cute face, Ye heatedly smiled, and just when he was about to say something, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Yo, is our young patriarch flirting with Jiwei? Young patriarch is in good spirits. Ye helplessly turned around, and sure enough, it was eldest senior sister Dongfang. Only to see that at this moment, she was looking at both Ye and Xia Jiwei with interest. Xia Jiwei hid behind Ye and revealed a small head. Eldest senior sister. What are you babbling about again? It's a shame that you're still a big senior sister. Ye, you save me. After Xia Jiwei finished speaking, she hid behind Ye, and when she saw Dongfang Bingo's tendency to come over, she hurriedly pulled Ye's sleeve. Ye shook her head and asked with some curiosity. Eldest senior sister, stop fooling around. That being said, where is second senior sister? It seems like we haven't seen much of her in the past few days. Dongfang Bing also stopped her steps when she heard this. It seems that her gong method has gained enlightenment. She has been in enlightenment these days. So that's how it was. Ye nodded. It seems that second senior sister's Taishu sword scripture is going to be further advanced again. The three of them talked for a while more, after which Dongfang Bing brought Ye and Xia Jiwei to the sect entrance. All the forces from all sides have been arriving one after another in the past few days. Junior brother, let's take you to meet those forces. Lest you don't even know who they are tomorrow, that would be too much of a loss of face for young sect master O. Dongfang Bingo was now becoming more and more fond of poking fun at Ye with the young sovereign. Well, I should say that besides second senior sister, both eldest senior sister and third senior sister were like this. However, hearing eldest sister say that, Ye is also curious about the heavenly pride of the various forces in his heart. At the sect gate, Elder Zhao and a bunch of other elders were receiving the various forces. Nua, the ones over there with their swords in the sky are from the Wunyan Sword Lodge, TSK, coming to our Divine Moon Sect and still being so arrogant. Obviously their oldest senior sister's defeated men. Dongfang Bing skimmed her mouth, her words were disdainful, while Xia Jiwei on the side added. The one in the lead should be the eldest senior sister of the Nonyan Sword Lodge, that is, the next head of the sword. Her name seems to be Luo Shueji, while there is also a nickname called the Sword Fairy O. Yi Yu looked ahead, and indeed saw a sword-wielding woman, as her name suggests, proud of the snow and clear and cold as the moon. No wonder she would be called the Sword Fairy. It's said that she only has a sword in her heart. Well, it's the same flawless sword heart as second senior sister. However, Dongfang Bing lightly hummed, it's not even close to cold clothes, but well, for you, junior sister, it might still be a strong enemy, yo. Yi Yu rolled his eyes, the eldest sister will not speak properly, just protect the shortcomings, but also have to take themselves to compare with others. Is the one over there from Tai Immortal sect? Yi Yu asked as he looked at the group of people on the other side who looked immortal. Xia Jiwei followed his gaze and then nodded. Not bad, the Tai Immortal sect is also a top-level righteous force now. Well, it's a group of cultivators who pursue longevity and look down on the red dust. Oh, that Taoist nun-like woman is Ye Shenshang. It is said that the natural talent is extremely heaven-defying. Taoist nun. Yi Yu shook his head, the title of third senior sister was really, well, interesting. Ye Shenshang, her cultivation is not bad anymore, but all day long, she looks like she is indifferent to everything. Senior sister, I really want to see her shy and emotional side. Dongfang Bing said, but glanced at Yi Yu, then said smilingly, why don't you go and try to see if you can hook her back, junior brother? It's very challenging. Yi Yu decided to ignore eldest senior sister, this person's character was really nasty. Xia Jiwei also blankly glanced at Dongfang Bing without any good reason. Eldest senior sister, take it easy, this time at least it's the same sect competition organized by our Divine Moon sect, you don't want to do anything out of the ordinary. Dongfang Bingo shrugged, but didn't say anything else. The Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace's people also came it is said that they are dedicated to pursuing the Great Tao and nothing else, and all of them are women within the sect. Oh, that one is the contemporary Forgetfulness Heavenly Maiden, Tantai Mio. Xia Jiwei pulled Yi Yu's sleeve, then her tone became more serious. Yi Yu, the people of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace have always detested men, well, you can't go and tease the opposite side. Yi Yu didn't have the good sense to give Xia Jiwei a hand slash. When did his impression in her heart become like this? What is third senior sister saying? Am I that kind of person, really? Xia Jiwei covered her small head and grunted twice. Isn't it? I see that youngest senior brother you are, this period of time teaching you haven't you been peeking at me, Yi Yu hurriedly covered Dongfang Ren's mouth while shaking her head at Xia Jiwei who was curiously looking at her. Harm, eldest senior sister is joking, you say so, eldest senior sister. Dongfang Ren looked at the pitiful Yi Yu, a wry smile flashed between her beautiful eyes. Cough cough. Yi Yu loosened her hand and was embarrassed in her heart. Dare I say that eldest senior sister knew about it long ago, but, well, I didn't do it on purpose. Fortunately, Dongfang Bienga didn't say anything yet, she just revealed an inexplicable smile at Yi Yu. Cough, third senior sister, you continue, what other forces are there? 40%. That one is the current head of the Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce and the daughter of the Star Meteor Pavilion's owner, Yi Qinglan. Chapter 54. Wasn't it you who told me to come out more often? Mentioning Yi Qinglan, Xia Jiwei couldn't help but poke Yi Yu's arm. That's a real rich woman, yo. Yi Yu, you used to not always read about what to find a rich woman. This is not, your chance has come. Hearing Xia Jiwei talking about what she said when she was a child, Yi Yu burst into a sweat and smiled awkwardly. No matter how good it is, it's not as good as the elder sister's law, right? These words caused both Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei to nod in satisfaction. The two of them had already exchanged glances just now. As long as Yi Yu dared to nod his head, then he would be facing a mixed doubles match between the two of them. But, it's really a rich woman. Yi Yu looked at the traveling specifications of the Starfall Pavilions group and sighed in his heart. That flying seat pulled by 9 auger dragons looked luxurious. Every one of them had a divine providence level item on their bodies in one way or another. The necklace that Yi Qinglan was wearing was said to be an eternal grade prop. Well, the feeling Yi Yu got was just like the Kryptonian Emperor players he encountered before he traveled across the world to play the game. Yi Yu shook his head and looked to the other side, suddenly frowning. Senior sister, over there are the people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion, right? How come they're here too? Starfall Pavilion was a neutral force, while the Reincarnation Palace and the other side pavilion were proper villainous forces. Yi Yu had heard that they were in contact with the Demon Clan, but he hadn't expected that they would actually come to participate in the Divine Moon sect competition today. Dongfang Bing snorted coldly, it's just that master is not here, otherwise what guts do they have to dare to come to our Divine Moon sect? Xia Jiwei nodded along, her pretty face also filled with disgust. That's right, if junior senior brother encounters them tomorrow, teach them a hard lesson. See, those two, one of them is incomparably wild and the other one is shady and withdrawn. They're the holy sons of the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion. Hearing this, Yi Yu asked with some doubt. Both are called saint sons? Then these two forces. Dongfang Biega nodded and said after retracting his gaze. These two forces were originally from one clan, but it is said that there was a disagreement and they were divided into two factions a long time ago. Yi Yu had a rough idea of the top forces that would appear at tomorrow's mid-continent discourse. The others are basically some second or third rate forces. There is nothing to say. In short, Yi, you pay more attention to the ones we just said. Xia Jiwei patted Yi's shoulder. Her small face was full of seriousness. This senior sister, I believe in you. Well, if you behave me tomorrow, senior sister me, you'll just give your body to me? This is not bad, junior sister, why don't you hurry up and say yes? Seeing Xia Jiwei's red-faced and stammering appearance, Dongfang Bing couldn't help but directly say it for her. At the same time, she also said to Xia Jiwei in a serious tone. How is it, or senior sister, I understand your heart, don't be so shy. Xia Jiwei almost didn't spit out blood. Unable to bear it, she directly came towards Dongfang Bing with a headbutt. Jiwei, why are you still acting like a child? Senior sister, I'm obviously so considerate of you, you don't know what's good for you. Hearing Dongfang Bingo say this, Xia Jiwei was even more mortified. I'll fight you. Stinky senior sister, I can't beat you, I'll bite you to death today. Yi instantly came into the spirit, just short of taking a melon seed to get high. Love to see women fight. The third elder sister, how really open mouth bite la, wow, the eldest elder sister is too bad, actually tickling. Unfortunately, just as Yi was watching with great interest, a junior sister was running over to him. Young sovereign, outside, Originally, she had something important to say to Yi, but after she saw that the clan's prestigious senior sister and third sister were actually, well, this little senior sister looked dumbfounded on the spot. Seeing this, Yi hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two. Someone is coming, the two senior sisters quickly stop, or else what is decent? Who dares to say it out? The senior sister, what's the matter with you? Dongfang Bingo pressed one hand on Xia Jiwei's head to block her, while indifferently looking back. When she saw that someone was really coming, she also withdrew her hand without changing her face, while wrapping her arms around Xia Jiwei. And Xia Jiwei also coughed lightly a few times after seeing that someone had come. What's the matter with senior sister? That junior sister blinked her eyes. Just now she should have been hallucinating. Oh, it's like this, young sovereign, there's a person outside who says he's your friend from old times, naming you to pick up. Yi scratched his head. My friend? Where did I get a friend from? Can't it be that the devil race also came to divine moon sect? So tigerish? Her words also made Dongfang Renj and Xia Jiwei interested, and they opened their mouths to ask what kind of people they were. Well, it's hard to see with the veil on, but looking at the figure it should be a woman. A woman. Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei stared at Yi in an instant. The former's eyes were filled with gossip, while the latter was just questioning. Yi spread his hands and said with a face full of innocence. I don't know, so what, I'll go and take a look. We'll go too. Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei said at the same time, followed by the two of them looking at each other again. Yi shook his head, these two were really. Go, don't make people wait for a long time. Yo, little senior brother is so anxious, could it be that it's really your date? Yi decided not to talk to her, eldest senior sister, this person has a harsh character. Why are you here? When Yi arrived outside the sect gate, he really saw a woman wearing a veil, while this woman's figure was somewhat familiar. When Yi walked to her side, he looked at her eyes that seemed to be smiling, as well as the golden mark between her eyebrows. This woman, surprisingly, was Emperor Crimson Phoenix. Looking at Yi's excited expression, the corners of Dihim Huang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smirk. What, am I not welcome? But you told me to come out and walk around more, and this is going to back out? How could Yi back out? He directly pulled on Dihim Huang's small hand and said happily. How could it be? It's just that I thought you would come out after a long time. I didn't expect to see you today. Dihim Huang's words just now were naturally a joke. She could feel that Yi was truly happy at this time. Only when she was just about to speak, she heard the woman next to Yi open her mouth and say, Yi, aren't you going to introduce us? Who is she? Xia Jiwei pursed her lips and glanced at the woman in front of her without leaving any traces before asking. Dongfang Bing similarly sized up Dihim Huang while muttering in her heart. This woman is so mysterious, I actually can't see through her at all. How is this possible? Chapter 55, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. What kind of person was Emperor Himiko, who had been guarding the burial god abyss for an unknown number of years? And before that, she had seen even more people of all shapes and sizes. Therefore, she could tell at a glance that this woman next to Yi was, well, jealous. Dihim Huang pursed her lips lightly and suddenly blinked at Yi, her voice intentionally somewhat pouting as she said, Yi, you do not give them an introduction while we are like that over it. We which kind of over, how do I not know? Yi looked at the Emperor Him Huang with a shocked face. Not, sister, your persona collapsed it. Emperor Him Huang, however, just snickered, and then the beautiful eyes gently looked at Yi. Well, Yi confirmed, this woman is deliberately said so. And with Dihim Huang's sentence, Xia Jiwei and Dongfang Bing beside Yi were both dumbfounded and looked at Yi. Especially Xia Jiwei, she originally thought that it might just be someone Yi knew. Who would have thought that these two would be so close? Oh, so that's how it is, then, little senior brother, you treat yourself well. I'm a bit uncomfortable to leave first. Xia Jiwei turned her head a little disoriented and was about to leave. Yi Yu's face was full of black lines. A hand dragged her back. Alright, senior sister, she's just joking with you. What are you leaving for? Dongfang Bing was holding her chest, looking at them with interest. Interesting, too interesting, although I don't know who this woman is, but this drama of jealousy is quite interesting. Puffing. DM Huang eventually couldn't hold back and laughed out softly. Alright, I'm Yi Yu's old acquaintance, well, sort of his sister. How are you guys? Yi Yu was also relieved to hear her say that, and then he opened his mouth to introduce them to each other. Well, this is DM Huang, just as she said, and then these two are my senior sisters, third senior sister Xia Jiwei and eldest senior sister Dongfang Rench. Xia Jiwei pouted at the words, what elder sister? It couldn't be the love elder sister, right? Stinking Yi Yu, actually hiding it from me. While Dongfang Bing was frowning tightly, she was still very curious about this woman in her heart. She actually couldn't see through her cultivation. Moreover, D. Scarlet Phoenix, this name, did she hear it somewhere? However, after thinking for a long time, Dongfang Bingo still did not have any impression, but only vaguely had some sense of familiarity. Starstrike Phantom Cat? Yi Yu, is this the star haunting you told me about? D. Himawang was originally just joking, and after getting acquainted with the crowd, she also looked at the star-haunted Yi Yu's feet. Yi Yu froze for a moment, then nodded and lifted Star Haunt up. Yes, how is it? Is it as cute as I said? Yi Yu had mentioned Star Haunted when he was chatting with DM Huang in the burial god abyss before, and at that time, the description of Star Haunted was astonishingly adorable. At this time, after seeing it, DM Huang's heart was also extremely fond of it, and she took Star Haunter in her arms and gently teased it for a few moments. As for Xingha, the cat's heart was already numb. For its own master to give itself to all sorts of women to touch without moving, it had already gotten used to it. It didn't occur to me that there's actually a Starstrike Illusion cat clan in the heavens and earth today. Heh. A trace of nostalgia flashed across D. Himiko's face, and her eyes became much gentler as she looked at Star Haunter. Cough, what about that? Let's just go back and gossip again, don't you think so, Yi Yu? Xia Jiwei smiled faintly, but her hand secretly reached to Yi Yu's waist and twisted it hard. Stinking Yi Yu, just know how to talk to your love sister right. Hiss. Yi Yu pretended to be in pain. Although it was said that the power of the stars and the power of the moon had already tempered Yi Yu's body to be incredibly strong. But obviously, if it didn't act like it hurt, senior sister would definitely be even more unhappy. Cough, what third senior sister said? Well, go back and chat. D. Himhuang nodded slightly, glancing at the puffed-up Xia Jiwei, and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in her heart. Yi Yu was right, occasionally coming out to take a look was indeed very interesting. Dongfang Bing didn't follow along and go back, she always felt as if she had seen the name D. Himawang somewhere. And she has always been unable to restrain her pressed heart, so she simply went to the Divine Moon Sect's attic where the ancient books were stored. Not to clear up the confusion in her heart, she was really stabbing and scratching in her heart. Sister, during this period of time, you can live next door to us. Anyway, there are quite a lot of spare rooms in the courtyard. Yi Yu pointed to the room next to his cabin and said. DM Huang naturally didn't have any opinions, she was coming in a separate body anyway, so she could live anywhere. Through the casual conversation between the few people just now, Xia Jiwei's mood was also much better at this time. It seemed that she had overthought things, and this really wasn't Yi Yu's love sister yet. So Xia Jiwei patted Yi Yu's shoulder and lightly coughed. Well, then I first go back to the house to rest. Yi Yu tomorrow cheer ha, and Crimson Phoenix sister, very happy to know you all. Yi Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly, while on the side, DM Huang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Yi Yu, it seems that this senior sister of yours is very unusual to you, and it's really cute. Hearing DM Huang's jab, Yi Yu also scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly found a topic to pull away. Sister, is what you have now a doppelganger? It doesn't look any different from the person himself, eh? Not only the appearance, even if Yi Yu separated his divine sense to sense it, it was still the same as the DM Huang that he had faced in the burial god abyss, unfathomable. Even though it's a doppelganger, it's still me. Well, it's only a small art. Yi Yu felt that she was in Versailles, and he had proof. Is sister here specifically to see me participate in the mid-continent discourse? Hearing Yi Yu's words, DM Huang's heart thumped, then she put on an indifferent expression. It's just that I felt that what you said earlier had some truth to it, so I stopped by to take a look at you. Well, don't think too much. Saying that, DM Huang didn't move and pinched a piece of dessert and ate it to show that she really didn't care. Yi Yu stared at her for half a day, and really didn't notice any other look, and also lowered her head with some loss. Well, I thought it was specifically to see me. Looking at Yi Yu's lost expression, DM Huang sighed in her heart, this little guy, why is he so good at this? Really, it's too hateful, that's just it. Well, there is also a little bit of this reason in it, of course, just a little bit, know it? DM Huang said somewhat fiercely, but when Yi Yu looked up at her, but immediately turned his head to the side. I knew that my sister came to see me specifically. Tomorrow you'll watch and see how I manifest myself in front of people. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense it's all said just a little bit, I found that you're so thick-skinned. Hee, all the same, all the same. Chapter 56, Can I touch senior sister's dull hair? Eternal grade props? It's not rare, but this function is quite peculiar. On the second day, Ye and his group came into the arena, and DM Huang also saw that this was an eternal grade prop at a glance. Ye sweated for a while in his heart. Sister, eternal grade props are already very rare alright, it's only you who has high eyesight. Himiko did not deny it, still sizing up the surroundings with interest. The confusion in Dongfang Bingo's heart at this time was getting bigger and bigger. Yesterday, she had soaked in the book pavilion for a whole day, and as a result, she hardly didn't find half a bit of records about the name Himiko. And this strange behavior of hers also made Yu Wuxia, who had nothing else to do to come to the book pavilion to meditate and read books, very surprised. After all, in Yu Wuxia's mind, Dongfang Bing and reading books simply couldn't have any connection. Dongfang Bing naturally didn't bother with her, that woman is a childish ghost. Last time, she even sneaked over to find herself to ask for that huge doll. Obviously, she pretended not to want it when she gave it to her face, but she found herself asking for it behind her back. Inexplicably. Compared to Dongfang Bing's confusion, Ling Hani had little interest in this old acquaintance of Yi Yu's sister. After all, she only had the sword in her heart. She had gained a few more insights into the Taishu sword scripture in the past few days. Thinking of this, Ling Hani pursed her lips and whispered to Yi Yu by her side. Junior brother, I've already achieved some minor success in the Taishu sword scripture. Thank you again. So fast, you've already accomplished something? Yi Yu's heart sighed with emotion. Second senior sister is also a demon. No need to thank you, we are senior siblings, but if you want to thank. Yi Yu originally did not want any thanks, but his eyes unconsciously looked towards the tuft of dull hair on top of Ling Hani's head. Immediately, his mind became active, and a bold idea came to his mind. Ling Hani frowned slightly, seeing him halfway through his speech. He thought that there was something he was asking for. Wouldn't that be just the right thing to use to thank junior brother? So Ling Hani opened her mouth and said, if junior senior brother has something to say, if it's something that needs my help, just say it directly. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, but the itch in his heart still made him say it. That, is, can I touch your dull hairs, senior sister? The moment Yi Yu said this, Ling Hani's pretty face directly froze. She had never thought that Yi Yu's request was actually this no matter what. Meow? Star Haunter glanced at them somewhat strangely. Why did she suddenly stop talking meow? Xia Jiwei had been standing beside the two of them eavesdropping. When she heard Yi Yu's words, her eyes immediately lit up, touching senior sister's dull hair. I also want to touch it. Yi Yu saw Ling Hanyi's dull expression and smiled somewhat sardonically. That, to not count? When I didn't say it? Ling Chenyi didn't say anything, and after a moment her voice sounded only as thin as a mosquito. Are you sure that's what you want? Then when the great competition of the same sect is over, I'll let you touch it. Yi Yu was pleasantly surprised in his heart. He never thought that his second senior sister would actually agree. However, when he looked at Ling Hanyi, who was ready to say something more, he realized that she had already walked beside the eldest senior sister. It seemed that just now it was just Yi Yu's illusion. Yi Yu scratched his head, while Xia Jiwei also pouted her little mouth at the side and said with some envy, that's so nice, I also wanted to touch senior sister's dull hair. I didn't expect to be preempted by you. Yi Yu hemmed and hawed, while his heart was filled with anticipation. Yi Yu and the others arrived on top of the Divine Moon Sect's high platform, and Yu Wuxia as well as the elders were already waiting for them. Yi Yu, come here and sit down, eh? This one is. Yu Wuxia saw Yi Yu and his group come over, also waved at them, only to freeze for a moment when he saw DM Huang. Yi Yu only said that she was an old acquaintance of his, so Yu Wuxia did not continue to ask and let Yi Yu and the others sit down. Yi Yu looked around. All the forces from all sides had already taken their seats, and there were many more forces that Yi Yu couldn't name. This eternal level props into an arena can accommodate a lot of people. Anyway, in Yi Yu seems to be a huge group of people. Just as Yi Yu was looking around, Moon Flawless voice came over. Well, Yi Yu, there is something I forgot to tell you. After your identity is announced, you need to go and say a paragraph. As for the content, you can do it yourself. Yi Yu froze on the spot. No, this also no one said to himself, how there is a speech. Yi Yu's three senior sisters were all looking towards Yi Yu. Even Ling Hani was pursing her lips and laughing lightly. Little Guy said that the people before the saint, this speech if too bland, sister I but will be very disappointed. DM Huang the woman was still arching fire on the side. Yi Yu just rolled his eyes when he heard that. He didn't believe that Yu Wuxia was forgetting about it, and definitely wanted to see how he would respond. It seems that Elder Yu's character is also a touch nasty. Is it hard to be brought down by eldest senior sister? Junior senior brother, this senior sister is optimistic about you. Oh no, I should call young sovereign now. Dongfang Dianga's voice came over. Yi Yu didn't pay attention to her, just secretly thinking about how to make a speech later, and at the same time also refreshed the system mall a few times to see if there was any corresponding pretentious weapon. Cough, well, welcome to all of you to participate in my Divine Moon Sect's fellow disciples competition. Moon Flawless voice rang out, and with her voice, the scene gradually quieted down. Moon Immaculate's expression was calm, and her voice spread to every corner of the scene. Although it's a fellow disciple competition, but you all should also know that with so many forces converging, this fellow disciple competition is likewise a central state Dao discussion conference. Yu Wuxia told the reason why this Zhongzhou Dao discussion meeting was organized, making Yi Yu feel like listening to a leader's speech in school before crossing over. However, it was good that Yu Wuxia didn't talk too much nonsense and quickly got to the point. And taking advantage of the organization of this central state discourse meeting, our Divine Moon sect also has one thing to announce. Yu Wuxia glanced at Yi Yu before speaking. That is that the position of the Divine Moon sect's young sect leader has been confirmed, and he, too, is a candidate that has been personally confirmed by the Divine Moon Empress. Yi Yu, come here. With these words from Yu Wuxia, everyone present instantly looked towards Yi Yu, while the scene became noisy. Divine Moon Empress. Hasn't she already disappeared for nearly 100 years? No wonder the Divine Moon sect has the confidence to agree to organize the Central Continent discourse this time. Young patriarch? I've never heard of him before. Is he the one? It seems that all previous judgments about the Divine Moon sect have to be overturned. Divine Moon Empress. Could it be that this is all a plot by the Divine Moon sect, and that the Divine Moon Empress hasn't actually disappeared at all? Chapter 57. Heaven's pride is like the carp of the river. The Divine Moon Empress Qingruoshua was renowned, and all the forces present changed color just by hearing her name. Although she had disappeared for a long time, after all, there was still residual power. Moreover, many forces were already pondering whether all of this would be a conspiracy. Yi Yu tucked the star haunting in his arms into the arms of his second senior sister, while the latter flashed a look of intoxication. And as Yi Yu stood in front of the stage, the voices on the field gradually minimized and finally became extremely quiet. People from the Tai Immortal Sect, Starfall Pavilion, No Thought Sword Lodge, Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, Reincarnation Palace, and Pishi Pavilion, which were the top-tier forces, as well as the other second- and third-tier forces, all gazed at Yi Yu. Yu Wuxia nodded towards Yi Yu while Yi Yu swept a glance, and without any stage fright, he just said aloud. Yi Yu, young sect master of Divine Moon Sect, I welcome all of you to participate in my Divine Moon Sect's fellow sect competition, and of course, this is likewise a mid-continent Dao discussion conference. Yi Yu paced as he spoke. And with Yi Yu's words, a divine moon appeared under his feet, with lotus flowers appearing with every step. Walking on the moon, lotus flowers appeared with each step. This was the aura of manifestation in front of people that Yi Yu had specially exchanged from the system mall earlier. And everyone present was extremely shocked when they saw the vision around Yi Yu. This person can even attract a vision between his words. What kind of demon is this? More than that, look at that vision, it's actually a divine moon. It's said that the inheritance of the Divine Moon Sect is a divine moon. This young sect master of the Divine Moon Sect that suddenly appeared out of nowhere is not to be underestimated. Yi Yu didn't bother with these people's comments, he just continued. I see that nowadays, the various heavenly prides of the continent are like the carp in the river, however. Yi Yu paused and looked at everyone under the field with a smile. Even if the carp that crosses the river eventually crosses the Dragon Gate, all they can see is just my back. As the words fell, the Divine Moon's lunar aura under Yi Yu's feet grew large, and a shocking aura swept across the entire arena. At this moment, Yi Yu's body actually seemed to have a bit of the elegance of the Divine Moon Empress. Oh? After hearing Yi Yu's words, Dongfang Bing raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Not bad, that's a few minutes of her style back then. A trace of astonishment flashed across Diem Huang's eyes. Is this what the little guy told himself about manifesting in front of people? The visions he made were not bad, and the words he said, well, they were okay, so he passed. Ling Hanyi stroked the star haunting in his arms. This little cat is a little dishonest, and then also looked up at Yi Yu. Junior brother's mentality, well, it's also very suitable for sword cultivation. As for Xia Jiwei, her large eyes were filled with adoration, so much so that they were on the verge of turning into starry eyes. Yi Yu is so handsome. Ahem, it's true that confident men are the most attractive. On the other hand, Yu Wuxia on the bleachers as well as a group of elders were looking at each other. Their complexion had a slight surprise, but more than that, they were still pleased. After all, as the young patriarch of the Divine Moon Sect, it is this kind of youthful arrogance that is needed. Otherwise, what is the difference between decaying wood and rotting grass? What's more, now that the whereabouts of the patriarch has been made clear, what the Divine Moon Sect needs to show is precisely this point of outlook of the world's dominance. Although Yi Yu's speech was very short, the meaning revealed by it was arrogant and incomparable. At the No Thought Sword Lodge. Eldest sister, why is this Yi Yu so crazy? But it's quite good looking, he. A woman with a small round face pulled Luo Shueji beside her and whispered. While Luo Shueji's complexion didn't change in any way, she just calmly looked towards Yi Yu, the immortal sword on her waist trembling slightly. The round-faced girl didn't take it seriously when she saw her ignoring herself. After all, the eldest senior sister had an icy temperament, she was used to it. At the Tai Immortal sect. Qingyu, that's the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, it really does have a few shadows of the Divine Moon Empress back then. An old crone beside Yun Qingyu slowly said, while Yun Qingyu only gently nodded. Her long black and silky hair hung down at her waist, a jade hairpin slanted across it, and her entire person appeared to be incredibly holy. Elder Mo, these are all the same to me. This time, if it wasn't for Master's request, I wouldn't have come. Hearing Yun Qingyu's indifferent voice, that old crone's heart also sighed. Qingyue was the person who best fit the Tai Immortal sect's great Tao, only. And Yun Qingyu's heart still had a trace of bewilderment. What exactly did Master Teacher mean when he said that the opportunity to break through the red dust was right here? Forgetfulness, Heavenly Palace. Mio, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep looking at that man? Hearing the voice of the woman beside her, Tantai Mio only retracted her gaze towards Yu, but only shook her head. Nothing, just looking at what kind of person that Divine Moon sect's young patriarch is. After the woman heard this, she did not continue to pursue the question, only that she did not notice that Tantai Mio's small hand was clenched extremely tightly at this time, and even her body was slightly trembling. And on her ice-cold, frost-like features, a trace of a complex expression flashed past. Starfall Pavilion. Go, find out the origin of this Yu for this young lady, hee, daring to be so arrogant in front of this young lady, interesting. Yi Qing Lan snapped her fingers, and a black shadow appeared beside her out of thin air, and then disappeared in an instant. As for Yi Qinglan, she just looked at Yu, the corner of her mouth slightly rising, as if she had thought of some interesting image. Yu, I really want to take you in as this young lady's plaything. Palace of Reincarnation. I didn't expect there to be a madder than me. Good, very good, boy, I hope you can still be mad later. An unruly man said angrily, and his eyes towards Yu became extremely dangerous. Saint Sun, now that the situation of Divine Moon sect is unknown, are we? A person beside Chu Lord said in a low voice, yet Chu Lord snorted coldly. The Divine Moon sect is already thinning out now, sooner or later it will be destroyed by my Palace of Reincarnation. Besides, if that Divine Moon Empress really hadn't disappeared, with her invincible stance, why would she need to come and act out such a scene? The person beside Chu Lord then stopped speaking, as the Saint Sun's words were indeed reasonable. Pishy Pavilion. Saint Sun, this Yu is so braggadocious, are we? Duga Lang frowned as he listened to his men's words, but he shook his head slightly. His face was cold and feminine, and just by looking at his appearance, he was actually not inferior to a woman. There's no rush, even if the Divine Moon Empress isn't around, the Divine Moon sect isn't something that can be taken at will, let's wait and see for now. Said, he lightly laughed, a man, revealing a smile actually has a slightly charming feeling. Besides, that idiot Chu Lord will go and find out the situation for us, we only need to wait and see. The rest of the forces heard Yu say this, and saw that he was accompanied by a vision, and for a moment they were all somewhat subdued by Yu. Yu, however, only slightly shook his head, his expression filled with indifference. If you don't believe me, after the Dao discussion meeting, all of you will understand, then, the Central Continent Dao discussion meeting, now begins. Chapter 58 Tai Diffraction Formation, Trapping Enemy Seal. Compared to the other forces who were shocked and questioned, the Divine Moon sect's disciples were proud. Wow, that's the young sovereign, oh, so handsome. Young sect master is truly majestic and domineering. I see that the faces of the other forces aren't looking too good. This is my Divine Moon sect's young patriarch, just for what he said, I recognize it too. These disciples had blissfully forgotten that they had said that they would properly spar with Yu in the sect competition. At this moment, they only had admiration and pride for Yu in their hearts. How about it, the performance just now was okay, right? Yu first nodded to Yu Wuxia and the group of elders, and then he came to the side of the three senior sisters as well as Emperor Himiko. Meow 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 meow. Star Haunted in Ling Hanyi's arms was the first to respond, after all, it was his own master. Star Haunted jumped into Yu's arms with a single leap, then rubbed his kitten head against Yu's chest. When Yu saw Star Ha's good behavior, he couldn't help but heave a smile, and smoothly rua Star Ha's hand. Dongfang Bing patted Yu's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, there are a few moments of the style of senior sister back then. Yu rolled his eyes not to pay attention to her, this person to praise others have to mix a little personal goods and then incidentally praise their own. Well, it's not in vain to come on this trip, very promising. Di Himhuang blinked and expressed her approval. Only this approval felt strange to Yu's ears, it always felt like she was shading herself, after all, she was the real deal. Junior brother is very confident, looking forward to the next performance. Not bad Yu, very handsome. He. Yu immediately nodded, it was still the second and third senior sisters who could talk. Senior sister, later is the free competition, right? Looking at this situation, it seems like they are all going to compete with our Divine Moon sect's disciples, right? Yu said as she glanced at the two sides under the stage who had already started preparing for the competition. Xia Jiwei nodded and took out a bunch of desserts from Yu's nascent sphere, and took out another small table while greeting a few other people to eat together. The corner of Yiyu's mouth twitched a few times. Hey, she's good at enjoying herself. Right now it's still just a competition between the disciples of each sect law, after that there should be a heavenly pride to challenge Yuo. Xia Jiwei muttered, but between her words, she was not half worried about Yiyu. The five of them as well as a small cat sat around a small table, eating dessert while watching the competition on the stage. The Divine Moon sect and the various forces were winning and losing, which was expected by Yiyu. During this time, Yu Xia came over to talk about them somewhat helplessly, but was blocked back by Dongfang Bingo on the grounds that there was a boundary in place anyway, so it wouldn't be seen by onlookers. Oh, on the way back, Moon Wuxia was also forced to take some desserts. What's the point of watching these sparring sessions between ordinary disciples? Young sect master Divine Moon, do you dare to fight with me, Shu Lord? Let me see if you are as powerful as you said before. Suddenly a bratty voice came over, disturbing the leisure of Yiyu and the others. Oh wow, it's really the reincarnation hall that is the first to hold back. Xia Jiwei glanced at the direction of the Palace of Reincarnation, and that's when she saw the arrogant appearance of the Chu Lord. Reincarnation Hall, Het, junior brother, go ahead and come back early after the fight. Dongfang Bing didn't even have the interest to look at it, and just nudged at Yiyu. That Chu Lord should already be at the Divine Sea Realm, so senior brother be more careful. Ling Hani reminded Yiyu, but there wasn't much worry. Yiyu nodded and looked towards DM Huang, while DM Huang just hummed lightly. What, do you still want sister's encouragement? Hurry up and go hurry up, sister will watch over you. Yiyu heatedly smiled and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head again, then with a flash he arrived on the stage. Hee, not even at the Divine Sea Realm, is the young lord of the Divine Moon sect that easy to sit on? Shu Lingao disdainfully glanced at Yiyu, and his expression was full of frenzy. Yiyu, however, just shook his head. If you want to fight, just hurry up, don't waste time. When Shu Lord heard this, a trace of anger surfaced on his face. Hee, kid, arrogance also needs strength, give me death. The words just fell. Shu Lord's figure was like electricity, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Yiyu, and then a fist was blasted towards Yiyu. The momentum of this punch was amazing, rolling up a lot of dust. Everyone on the field curiously looked towards Yiyu. This was actually directly receiving a punch from the Chu Lord? Compared to the shock of the others, Xia Jiwei and the other women were not the slightest bit worried. Sure enough, when the dust settled, Yiyu's figure was still standing, and his entire body did not receive any damage. Shock flashed in Chu Lord's eyes, but he quickly sped back a few steps. Yiyu stretched his body and hooked his hand towards Chu Lord. Just this? So the Divine Sea Realm is nothing more than that. Yiyu deliberately took this blow in order to see the power of the Taiji diagram, and the effect was very satisfying to Yiyu. With Yiyu's current realm, the defense shield automatically generated by the Taiji diagram could be said to be very thick. Just now, Chu Lord's punch had only broken most of the Taiji diagram's shield value. Using the setting in the game before crossing over, the toughness value wasn't even broken? A trace of surprise flashed across Luo Shuejian's pretty face, a fleshly body receiving a Divine Sea Realm strike hard? No, there seemed to be some kind of power guarding his body. When Chu Lord saw Yiyu's provocation, with his fiery nature how could he tolerate it, only to see him let out a low gulp. Soul devouring and vampiric snatching. Along with his voice, a huge dragon formed by a black gas actually directly opened its mouth and rushed straight at Yiyu. This is a technique that specializes in the divine soul. Palace of Reincarnation, how vicious. Yun Xingyu looked at the dragon shadow on the stage, and a trace of disgust crossed the corners of her eyes. Yiyu naturally also sensed the attack attribute of this dragon shadow, and for an attack with this attribute, Yiyu only wanted to say that the more the merrier. As this dragon shadow opened its mouth and rushed towards Yiyu, the effect of the mixed sacred body's invulnerability to all laws immediately took effect. Only to see the breath around Yiyu transformed into a green lotus, and then the dragon shadow that filled with pressure was actually directly swallowed up by this green lotus, and then the green lotus slowly disappeared. The green lotus slowly disappeared after that. This green lotus. When Yi Qinglan saw the scene, he became more interested in Yiyu. Yiyu, Compared to the other people's surprise, Chu Lord himself was extremely shocked. No one understood better than himself how terrifying an attack that specialized in the divine soul was, and he had never seen his own attack backfire and be devoured. What kind of person was this? Since that's the case, then it's my turn as well. Yiyu said softly, his body manifested at Yin and a young two fish flying towards the Chu Lord. A subtle Taiji formation then directly trapped Chu Lord in place. Taijita's active skill, Taishu diffractive formation, trapping and sealing the enemy. Chapter 59, Hand-Rubbing Stars. Chu Lord only felt that the two fish, one yin and one yang, were constantly surrounding him. And as these two fish surrounded him, a mysterious aura was actually continuously depriving himself of his own aura. What the hell formation? Chu Lord immediately mobilized his entire body aura to block this wave of deprivation, but it had no effect. His own aura was still being deprived of a steady stream. Yiyu looked at Chu Lord, who was trapped in the Taishu diffraction formation, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of being an innate treasure. This function, it's so damn overbearing. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? Stop it for me. No matter how much Chu Lord resisted, it didn't have the slightest effect, and his face gradually became furiously twisted. A typical incompetent rage. In that case, Ye Yu snapped his fingers and used the aura that he had deprived from Chu Lord just now to inject it into the Taishu diffraction formation once again. And with the injection of an aura, the Taishu diffraction formation instantly became murderous. The space at the center of the formation strangled the Chu Lord in the formation step by step. Although the effect of this skill was based on Ye Yu's realm. However, Ye Yu had long since taken half a step into the Divine Sea realm at this point, so although he couldn't directly annihilate the Chu Lords, he was still able to inflict great damage on him. A spatial blade attacked the Chu Lord in the formation, and the latter's complexion became agonized. But on the contrary, his own aura was still being deprived continuously. Ye Yu then continued to use the aura deprived from him to inject into the Taishu diffraction formation to attack him. Forming a closed loop. This formation is so subtle, Mio. How come you've been gawking a lot since you came to the Divine Moon sect? The middle-aged woman beside Tantai Mio had a burst of emotion, only to call out to Tantai Mio several times but not receive a response, so she suspiciously turned her head to look at Tantai Mio, and realized that she was dazed again. Tantai Mio shook her head, suppressed the inexplicable feeling in her heart, and said faintly, "There is no harm, I just feel that this Ye Yu seems to be extraordinary, and was thinking about what I should do if I were to fight against him." When the middle-aged woman heard Tantai Mio say this, she also nodded gently. "Yes, this formation is extremely subtle, let's continue watching." The competition of the Middle Continent Dao discussion meeting would continue if both sides did not call a halt. Of course, there would be a referee on the sidelines to ensure the safety of both sides. Moreover, the arena conjured up by this eternal grade prop could also guarantee the safety of both sides, automatically generating a protective shield before recognizing that one side had suffered a fatal injury. However, for Chu Lord, taking the initiative to open his mouth and say that admitting defeat was equal to slapping his own face. How could this make Chu Lord, who had always been arrogant and looked down on others, accept it? Therefore, he just gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. However, it didn't have any effect. Looking at Ye Yu, who was walking idly in front of him, looking extremely leisurely, Chu Lord only felt resentment in his heart. "Damn it, Ye Yu, I will kill you." Ye Yu raised his eyebrows and sneered, "It seems that these attacks are not enough. It was just a pity that this arena had an automatic protection in place, otherwise, Ye Yu's face turned cold, his divine sense invaded the sea of consciousness. As Ye Yu's spiritual sense was mobilized, a gorgeous star that emitted endless star power appeared in Ye Yu's hand. Just by gazing at that star, one could feel the terrifying aura contained therein. What is that thing? Why does it feel as terrifying as that just by looking at it? Dugu Lang of the pilgrimage pavilion looked startled, and a look of fear appeared on his originally cold face at this moment. Luckily, there was Chu Lord, that idiot who went to test it first. "Ye Yu, what exactly is this person?" DM Huang was originally leisurely looking at Ye Yu's performance. Previously, that subtle formation had only slightly surprised her, and she lamented that the little guy knew quite a few things. However, after seeing Ye Yu's hand rubbing a star, even the unperturbed DM Huang's face flashed with a trace of shock. So that's how it is, being able to use the power of the stars. So, DM Huang looked towards Ye Yu on the stage, pursed her lips, and suddenly let out a light laugh. This is really destiny. As for Chu Lord, when he saw that star dangling from Ye Yu's hand, the great fear made him cry out to admit defeat. The energy contained in that star was definitely not something that he could fight against, and even Chu Lord didn't dare to guarantee that a series of protective measures could really protect him. Therefore, even though his heart was unwilling, he still decisively chose to admit defeat. As for Ye Yu, after seeing that Chu Lord chose to admit defeat, there was also some pity in his heart. He himself still wanted to see how powerful this star was. Alas, it was really uninteresting. Ye Yu's hand waved, and the star slowly dissipated into the air, turning into bits of starlight that disappeared into Ye Yu's body. With the Chu Lord's admission of defeat, the scene was briefly quiet for a moment, followed by a flood of cheers. When the disciples of Divine Moon Sect saw that their young sect master was so powerful, each one of them pulled out their voices to express their excitement. Even many female disciples couldn't help but express their love to Ye Yu, which made Ye Yu unable to cope. As for the other forces, their faces were filled with gravity. They hadn't even thought that this Divine Moon Sect's young patriarch was so unfathomable. That formation, that method of attack, it was all unheard of for them. "Saint Sun, he's too bizarre, don't think too much, Saint Sun." With a face full of resentment, Chu Lord returned to his seat in the Palace of Reincarnation, and listening to the careful voices of the subordinates beside him, Chu Lord only snorted coldly. "You cannot, junior brother, this hand is a bit scary to me." Dongfang Biega punched Ye Yu's shoulder, her face filled with appreciation. She originally thought that Ye Yu was just a little bit powerful, and probably wouldn't have an easy time even if he could win when he competed with others. But she never thought that this little junior brother's methods were endless. Therefore, even if she has always been poisonous and harsh, at this time for Ye Yu are full of appreciation. Yu heatedly smiled. To be able to get praise from the eldest senior sister, well, this feels quite good. Yeah, junior senior brother is really great. I can't believe I can actually get a little star out, eh? Xia Jiwei compared her hands to an exaggerated circle, her pretty face full of excitement. Yu lightly coughed and said with a face full of modesty, base manipulation don't six. After this battle, anyone else who challenges junior brother will also have to think about it more. Ling Hani rubbed Xingha's kitten head and said softly. Star Haunter, on the other hand, seemed to be aware of his master's victory and meowed to express his happiness at Yiyu's victory. Hey, sister, how was I just now? Sister? Yiyu asked towards Diem Huang, but at this moment, Diem Huang seemed to be in a bit of a trance, and she only responded after Yiyu called her several times. Well, it was awesome, oh really, it was awesome. Diem Huang said softly, only Yiyu felt that the way she looked at herself became much closer, which made Yiyu feel very strange. Chapter 60 Target Item, A Grand Date. After Yiyu demonstrated a hand rubbing the stars, there was really no one who dared to challenge Yiyu anymore. And Yiyu also felt free, eating and drinking on the stage with the three senior sisters and Diem Huang. Oh, there was also a little cat, watching the dicing on the stage, in an extremely pleasant mood. Only during this period Yiyu always felt that Diem Huang had been watching himself. This makes him feel a bit inexplicable, asked her but said nothing. This is not hard-hanging people's appetite, really. Junior brother, take an early rest tonight. Oh, there are still 2 days left in the Dao discussion conference. Xia Jiwei lying in the doorway said to Yiyu with a smile. Yiyu nodded slightly, but there wasn't much worry in his heart. Star Haunted climbed onto Yiyu's shoulder by following his leg and then meowed twice to Xia Jiwei, seemingly saying good night. Returning to his room, Yiyu opened the delivery system while Star Haunt jumped onto the bed and stretched her body. Yes, this little guy was getting more and more anthropomorphic now. Basically it learned whatever Yiyu did. Yiyu shook his head and didn't bother with it anymore. He just looked at the courier system. He had saved 2 delivery tasks before and hadn't sent them yet. Plus today is a new month, a total of 3 opportunities. Originally, Yiyu was prepared to wait until the end of this discourse conference before drawing. However, there is one, this who can still endure not to deliver I was born to be a courier. Yiyu rubbed his hands together, and then he opened the mission delivery. Ding, the host's current express delivery mission has been confirmed. Target customer, Tantai Mio, target item, a grand date, target location, the forgotten heavenly palace from 5 years ago. The look on Yiyu's face became extremely brilliant in an instant. There was both a sense of surprise that the first mission had gone gold, and a sense of inexplicability as to what the hell kind of mission this was. This time, the mission was another one where one could go back in time to deliver a delivery. But Yiyu was filled with black lines and called out the system to ask. No, system, isn't this getting excessive? What do you mean the item is a grand date? And this target object is still Tantai Mio, isn't that the heavenly maiden of the forgetfulness heavenly palace? It's all the most averse to men, how does that make me go on a date with her? Yiyu asked a whole bunch of questions, yet the system only replied faintly. The express item is what the target customer's heart desires the most. As for how to accomplish it and whether it can be accomplished or not, that depends on the host himself. Yiyu rolled his eyes when he heard this. Which person is longing for a date deep inside? And this person was still the heavenly maiden of the forgetful heavenly palace. Wait. If what the system said was true, then, boy, is this himself knowing any extraordinary secret. Yiyu thought of the Tantai Mio that he had seen during the day, that was clearly an iceberg woman with no feelings. But according to this view, 5 years ago, her heart was actually eager to date? Yiyu swallowed his saliva and somehow got a little excited. He first made some preparations for the date, and still want to be a grand date. The fireworks are inevitably indispensable. Yiyu exchanged a bunch of fireworks in the system mall with very mysterious colors. After thinking about it, and then bought a bunch of miscellaneous things, which is ready to click to take the task. Right. Yiyu's gaze glanced at Star Haunter, who was licking her paws on the side. No woman could resist Star Haunter's charm, and since it was a date, Star Haunter definitely came in handy. Star Haunt, on the other hand, was grabbed into Yiyu's arms before she could understand what was going on. Meow. As Yiyu clicked to take the quest, a white light flashed, and Yiyu as well as Star Haunt disappeared in the middle of the room. Immaculate Ice Heart, forgetfulness, is this path really the right one? 5 years ago, forgetfulness heavenly palace. Under the moonlight, Tantai Mio sat in the gazebo, quietly looking up at the stars in the sky. Since she was born with an immaculate ice heart, she had worshipped in the forgetfulness heavenly palace when she was a child. However, Tantai Mio had always questioned the way of the forgotten love heavenly palace in her heart. Would cultivators really be more in tune with the great Tao if they were devoid of emotions? Affection, friendship, love, were all of these unnecessary to exist? Tantai Mio's heart was at a loss, and tomorrow she would be awakening her immaculate ice heart, becoming the heavenly maiden of the forgetfulness heavenly palace. After that, it would be time to completely embark on the path of forgetfulness. This was also the reason why Tantai Mio was so confused tonight. She felt that she was not prepared for this. Unsullied ice heart. Heh. Tantai Mio let out a bitter smile. Ever since she came to the forgetful heavenly palace, she had broken contact with her parents. The friends that she once had, she had even almost forgotten what they looked like. Also, it was obvious that she wanted to experience a relationship for once. If I could experience it once at the end, then I would have no regrets, right? Tanya Mio sighed deeply, and after taking one last look at the stars in the sky, she was ready to go back. However, just at this time, a white light flashed by her side. In the next moment, she unexpectedly saw a man with sword brows and starry eyes, a slender figure, and extremely handsome looks appear in front of her. And on the shoulder of this inexplicably appearing man was also an invincibly cute kitten. Tantai Mio stared blankly at Yiyu, her small mouth slightly open, seemingly not even knowing what to say. And Yiyu also smiled gently, due to the fact that the quest item this time was a virtual thing. Therefore the system did not prepare a contract, but this was just what Yiyu wanted. If the date had to be explicitly priced, then there really wasn't any meaning to it. Tanya Mio, is it? Looking at Tantai Mio, who was slightly youthful in front of her, but whose absolutely beautiful face was already at the level of a scourge, Yiyu asked softly. And after being dumbfounded for a while, Tantai Mio also came to her senses and nodded her head. You, what are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Yiyu smiled softly at his words as he patted Star Haunter's little head. The next second Star Haunter jumped off of Yiyu's shoulder extremely obediently and ran to Tantai Mio's feet, rubbing her little cat head against it. At this time, Tantai Mio had not yet become the heavenly maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, so her emotions were still the same as an ordinary little girl. Seeing how cute Star Haunter was, she also squatted down and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head. Her mood also gradually calmed down, and Yiyu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. Bringing Star Haunter was really the right decision. Otherwise, suddenly appearing in front of a girl, it would be strange if the other party wasn't nervous. Just think of me as a passerby who can fulfill your heart's desire. Yiyu's voice rang out, and Tantai Mio stood up while holding Star Haunter, a trace of shock also appearing on her face. However, it was soon spread over with a reddish color, and she bit her lips, very shy. You, how did you know? No, I. Looking at Tantai Mio's shy and cute appearance, Yiyu couldn't help but let out a laugh. Relax, still the same sentence, just treat me as a passerby, well, a divine passerby. Chapter 61, Consider this a dream. Tantai Mio felt very marvelous, but when she thought about it, it seemed like this was the only reason. After all, no man had ever appeared in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, but this person in front of her had managed to appear before her. Perhaps he was really just a magical passerby. Perhaps it was because she was going to become a heavenly maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace tomorrow, or perhaps it was because she longed for this deep down. Tanya Mio convinced herself to accept this reality. Then what are we going to do? I've never tried this before. Tantai Mio's face was slightly scarlet as she kept stroking the Star Haunter in her arms. The voice that she spoke was also as thin as a mosquito. Yiyu almost didn't hear her unless she listened carefully. When Yiyu saw this appearance of hers, he remembered the Tantai Mio who was as cold as frost that he had seen during the day. Well, it was really marvelous. No matter, let's get acquainted first. My name is Yiyu, and you? Yiyu pulled Tantai Mio together and sat on top of the grass. The night was quiet and deep. At this moment, it was as if only the two of them were left in heaven and earth. My name is Tantai Mio, a disciple of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace. My master is. There is no need to be so detailed, just get to know each other briefly. Yiyu saw that if he did not call a halt, she was afraid that she would even have to make it clear to Yiyu. Tantai Mio heard him say that and wooed, then even lowered her head and looked at Star Haunter without saying anything. She only felt a rolling heat on her little face, and in her heart, she was even more chagrined. How did she suddenly become so silly and stupid? He must have thought she was an idiot. Well, Yiyu only felt that the Tantai Mio at this moment was extremely cute, too dumb and adorable. How long have you been in the Forgetful Heavenly Palace? The two of them chatted with each other, and during this period of time the two of them gradually became familiar with each other. At the same time Yiyu took out a bunch of things that girls would like. For example, all kinds of desserts, delicate and beautiful jewelry, cute and healing, all kinds of dolls and so on. This made Tantai Mio, who had never seen these things before, extremely fond of them, and her eyebrows were always arched. Yiyu, how do you know so many things, so awesome? After a period of chatting, Tantai Mio also became more and more casual in front of Yiyu. Anyway, tomorrow will be the Heavenly Maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, so for tonight, wouldn't it be nice to treat all this as a beautiful dream? After all of this was originally beautiful like a dream. Yiyu stretched her body and smiled softly at the words. Because I'm what your heart wants, so isn't it just awesome? Puffing. When Tantai Mio heard Yiyu say that, she couldn't help but let out a laugh and gently punched Yiyu's arm. Narcissism, so Yiyu have such a thick skin, he. Yiyu looked at the brightly smiling Tantai Mio beside her, and for a moment, she was somewhat dumbfounded. Perhaps, such a bright Tantai Mio, only he had seen it before. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Tantai Mio touched her delicate face and asked with some doubts. However, when she saw Yi Yu's smirking expression, she could not help but slightly redden her small face and lightly hummed. Denizen, humph. Yi Yu hemmed and hawed, not taking it personally, only saying to Tantai Mio. Come on, close your eyes, no sneaking open them oh. HM? Tantai Mio blinked her eyes, somewhat at a loss for words, but after seeing Yi Yu's gentle face, she still chose to believe. She slowly closed her eyes, but there seemed to be some hint of trembling and nervousness. Yi Yu saw her eyes closed and also took out a bunch of roses from the nascent ring. Well, there are no roses in the Tianyu continent, so although sending a girlfriend roses when dating in the Blue Star before crossing over is already considered rotten. But at this moment, it should still be considered very novel, probably. Yi Yu carefully placed the bouquet of roses in front of Tanya Mio and then said softly. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Tantai Mio opened her eyes obediently after hearing Yi Yu's voice. Just now, she had smelled a refreshing fragrance, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a bouquet of extremely beautiful flowers. Wow, what kind of flower is this, so beautiful, and it smells so good. Tantai Mio received the rose and slightly lowered her head to smell it, her pretty face filled with intoxication. Yi Yu smiled faintly, looking at the little girl in front of her who was like falling in love, and said softly. This is a rose, well, in my hometown, this is the flower given to the partner, symbolizing romance and love. Romance, love affair. Tantai Mio's pretty face was filled with a blush. She secretly raised her head to look at Yi Yu, only to realize that he also happened to be looking at her tenderly, so she hurriedly lowered her head again. Thank you, I like it very much. Tanya Mio's voice was small, and her head was even buried in Star Haunter's fur. Meow? Star Haunter moved, a little confused. Mio, can I call you that? Hearing Yi Yu's voice, Tantai Mio was a bit bewildered, but soon her small face was filled with panic. It's okay, right? There had never been a man who had called himself like that before, and it gave Tanya Mio some marvelous feelings. But she knew very well in her heart that this feeling, she did not hate it. Yi Yu slowly approached Tantai Mio and just gazed at her. You, what are you looking at? Tantai Mio seemed to be very unaccustomed to being so close to the man and asked in a small voice. Yi Yu just smiled and shook his head, then stood up and extended his hand to Tantai Mio. There is one last surprise I hope Mio you can like it. Tantai Mio was confused in her heart, but without too much hesitation, she placed her small hand on Yi Yu's hand. Then Yi Yu slightly exerted force and pulled her up. Only it seemed that the force was slightly too much. Tantai Mio was caught off guard, but she directly jumped into Yi Yu's arms. And it was also at this time, a single brilliant firework suddenly bloomed in the air. When the fireworks bloomed, a stream of light was just like the stars splashed when the Milky Way was pouring. And under the sky full of stars, the young girl flung herself in the young man's arms. The blush on her pretty face was even more beautiful than the fireworks blooming in the air. How is it, do you like it? This grand firework belongs to you alone. Yi Yu's gentle voice resounded in Tantai Mio's ears, and this was like a thunderbolt in the ears of Tantai Mio, who was extremely confused and bewildered in her heart. Well. Tantai Mio panicked and pushed away Yi Yu, not even knowing how to face him, only feeling that her little face was burning hot. What is this? Herself, she actually took the initiative to hug a man. Although it was an accident, but, well. Chapter 62, You Are My Dream. Yi Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly when he saw her being so shy. It seems that some of the crappy dating routines from before crossing over were still too ahead of their time for the women of this world. There's no need to be so nervous, be good, raise your head and look at this firework that only belongs to you alone. Hearing Yi Yu say this, Tantai Mio's thumping heart gradually eased down. She raised her head and looked at the beautiful fireworks that kept blooming in the air, and for a while, she was also a little dumbfounded. So beautiful, she had never seen such a beautiful picture before. The fireworks that bloomed one by one illuminated the entire sky, and also illuminated Tantai Mio's lonely heart. Just as Yi Yu said, this was the fireworks that only belonged to her. And at this moment, Yi Yu was also a dream that belonged only to her. Tantai Mio had to admit that what she thought in her heart now was that if time could stay at this moment, how good it would be. It was a pity that even the most beautiful fireworks would eventually pass away. With the curtain call of the last firework, this grand firework also came to an end. Mio, did you like it? Yi Yu's voice came over, and Tantai Mio just bit her lips, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Like it, I like it very much, thank you, Yi Yu, really, thank you. Yi Yu looked at her pearly appearance, also reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes with his hands. Fool, like what else to cry, come, smile. Tantai Mio listened to Yi Yu's words, originally very touched, she also couldn't help but smile a little, then gently wiped Yi Yu. This look of laughter with tears was deeply engraved in Yi Yu's heart. It was only a pity that this look of Tantai Mio would perhaps only appear tonight. In the future, she would be the heavenly maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace who had broken her love. Ye Yu shook his head, no longer thinking about this. If he could let her experience a sweet feeling before she became a heavenly maiden, that would also be great, wouldn't it? The fireworks fell, the entire sky was silent again, the cool breeze. Tantai Mio only felt that her heartbeat could be heard clearly. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and slowly walked to Ye Yu's body. Star Haunter also meowed and jumped off of her, following at his feet. Under the moonlight, Tanya Mio gathered her courage and raised her head to look at Ye Yu. Ye Yu, thank you for letting me experience an experience of falling in love tonight. Maybe it's nothing to you, but it's really, really important to me. Tantai Mio murmured. She didn't know what would become of her tomorrow after she awakened her unsullied ice heart. But it was fortunate that there was someone like Ye Yu who let her go through an experience tonight, an experience she had longed for. Ye Yu shook his head and reached out to rub her hair. Perhaps he himself was the first and the last man who could be this intimate with her. This is your heart's desire, and I, for one, am here to fulfill it. Tantai Mio gently nodded her head, and the eyes that looked at Ye Yu became extremely determined and infatuated. It seemed like she wanted to carve Ye Yu's appearance deeply into her heart. Ye Yu, in the future, can we still meet again? Are you real? Are you, from this world? Tantai Mio reached out and gently stroked Ye Yu's cheeks, saying in a fervent manner. Tonight was truly a fantastic and unreal dream for her. Perhaps the man in front of her did not belong to this world, or perhaps, was just a figment of her own imagination? Ye Yu was speechless. He didn't know how he should answer her. Even if he said that he could meet again in the future, but at that time, perhaps her heart had long forgotten himself. Therefore Ye Yu just shook his head, feigned spontaneity, and said, "It's enough to cherish the present moment, and aren't you and I at this moment both truly existing?" Tantai Mio bit her lips and gently nodded. The two of them talked for a long, long time again. The night was long, only, even the longest night would come to an end. When a beam of dawn's bright light appeared from the sky, Ye Yu knew that the time had come for him to leave. And Tantai Mio also seemed to realize this. She mumbled her lips, obviously she should say something, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. Ye Yu pretended to be indifferent, squeezed out a smile, and opened his hands. "At the time of parting, do you want to come for a hug?" Tantai Mio nodded vigorously, then slowly walked in front of Ye Yu and gently embraced Ye Yu. She buried her head into Ye Yu's chest, listening to Ye Yu's heartbeat. Accelerated it, Tantai Mio's mouth corner slightly rose, so, it was really real. Ye Yu felt the gentle body of the young girl in his embrace as well as the faint fragrance, and there was only infinite tenderness in his heart. The embrace time is very short. A few moments later Tantai Mio took the initiative to let go of Ye Yu. At this time but her face has become bright and comparable. There is no longer the sadness of the upcoming parting. Ye Yu only felt that she had figured it out. After all, everything last night was just a beautiful dream for her, right? Mio, I hope you can be well. You will be the most beautiful heavenly maiden of the forgetful heavenly palace. Star Haunter jumped onto Ye Yu's shoulder and also waved her small paw, seemingly also saying goodbye to Tantai Mio. Tantai Mio glanced deeply at Ye Yu, then revealed an absolutely beautiful smile. "I will, Ye Yu, we will meet again." Ye Yu and Star Haunter were engulfed by a white light, and then in the next moment, one person and one cat were back in their cabin. What did Mio say at the end? Damn it, the teleportation was too fast, I didn't hear it clearly. Ye Yu scratched his head, his face was full of confusion. As for Star Haunter, because she had returned to her familiar home, she was excitedly jumping around and meowing. Ye Yu shook his head. Forget it, she wouldn't remember herself anyway, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this special delivery mission, obtaining 1 million express points and a mysterious reward. Listening to the system's voice, Ye Yu, however, felt a little frustrated. Mio, are you okay? Looking at Ye Yu and Star Haunter disappearing in the same place, Tantai Mio stood in place for a long time. But Ye Yu, I'm greedy. Tantai Mio looked down at her hands, which seemed to still have some of Ye Yu's warmth left in them. A moment later, she revealed a faint smile. Ye Yu, I will bury a figure in the unsullied ice heart, a figure that will never be erased. If I forget you because of the immaculate ice heart, then I will destroy it. After all, if I don't have you, my life in the future will also be gray, right? A trace of determination flashed across Tantai Mio's face. Perhaps Ye Yu hadn't even imagined how much of a change Tantai Mio would be brought about by last night's dating experience. And Tantai Mio would never have thought that sometimes the price she thought she needed to pay might just be a sweet surprise. Chapter 63, What did you call me? Ye Yu, you don't seem to be looking too good, is there something on your mind? In the arena, Dihim Huang glanced at Ye Yu and asked. Ye Yu shook his head and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head in his arms. The touch that Tantai Mio brought to him last night was too deep, causing him to still be in a bit of a trance today. And yesterday's 3 express delivery missions, sure enough, besides the first one, the next 2 were again some ordinary express deliveries. Well, it was better than nothing. But for Ye Yu, being able to see the shy side of forgetful heavenly maiden Tantai Mio last night, that was worth more than anything else. As for that mysterious reward, Ye Yu tried to open it, but was told by the system that the conditions had not been met and could not be opened. On the contrary, the system didn't have an explanation as to what this condition was. Ye reasonably suspected that the system was preparing to swallow his reward. Little senior brother wouldn't have practiced diligently last night and stayed up all night, right? Is the pressure so great? Dongfang Bing hemmed and hawed, and even winked towards Ye. Ye rolled his eyes. The big senior sister had a bad character, not talking to her was the best choice. But there shouldn't be anyone else who will come to compete with junior senior brother again, right? Xia Jiwei took a bite of dessert, looked at the disciples who were competing under the stage and said softly. Indeed, after all, the hand that junior senior brother showed yesterday stunned the entire audience. Ling Chinny nodded along, but her eyes stayed on Star Haunter's body. Third senior sister, is the heavenly maiden of the forgetfulness heavenly palace fixed? Is there any saying in this? Ye pondered over it again and again, but she still didn't hold back from opening her mouth to inquire. Although today's Tantai Mio definitely couldn't remember herself, Ye still wanted to go and understand her a little bit more inwardly. The three senior sisters and Himiko suddenly heard Ye ask about the forgetful heavenly maiden, and they all looked at each other a little bit. Yo, junior sister, you have a high level of vision, having a few of us isn't enough, you're all ready to extend your hand to the forgetfulness heavenly palace Dongfang Bing's sentence caused Xia Jiwei and Himiko to look at Ye with a hint of killing intent hidden in their eyes. It seemed that as long as Ye's answer in the next moment wasn't exactly what they wanted, they would immediately take action. As for Linghani, although she felt nothing, she still secretly pricked up her ears. Ye opened his mouth. Damn it, eldest sister is 100% making it up. But, Meow, it was really hit by her one really can't say with a clear conscience that one didn't mean it. Cough, I'm asking about the main thing, if eldest sister doesn't know, don't speak. Dongfang Bingo raised an eyebrow. She felt that this junior sister was getting less and less respectful towards herself now. I've heard that all the heavenly maidens of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace must have an immaculate ice heart, and I've also heard that this generation's Forgetfulness Heavenly Maiden has one of the most demonic talents ever. Xia Jiwei, as Yiyu's encyclopedia, naturally answered all of Yiyu's questions. And because of that, her emotions seem to have died down a bit more, and I heard that she is already infinitely close to that avenue of their forgetful Heavenly Palace. Xia Jiwei and Yiyu told something about the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace Heavenly Maiden. Yiyu also completely understood why the Tantai Mio that she saw last night was in such mourning. And also understood why she said that last night's date was a fantastic dream of beauty. Alas! Yiyu sighed, with infinite complex emotions in his heart, but for a moment he did not know what to do. This sounds somewhat like the Taishang Forgetfulness Avenue from the ancient times. Emperor Crimson Phoenix, who was on the side, faintly said after hearing this. And these words drew several people to look at her. Miss D knows a lot, even the ancient period is so clear. Dongfang Bing glanced at her, suppressing the confusion in her heart, and said with a smile. Before Di and Huang could speak, Yiyu blanked Dongfang Bing. That's not true, my sister is a big brother, how is she like big sister? It's nothing. After seeing Dongfang Bing's eyes that could almost kill, Yiyu decisively chose to shut up. And Dongfang Bing was deeply speechless in her heart. This broken senior brother, how does it feel stupid? This senior sister, this is a sharp mind, this Di and Huang definitely has a problem, and on the contrary, this person is still messing around here, really. Taishang Oblivion? Di Himiko was unimpressed and was about to speak when she heard a voice from the stage. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, Tantai Mio, please invite Divine Moon Sect, Yiyu, to give us a lesson. I don't know if it was the crowd's illusion, but Tantai Mio's tone seemed a bit off when she said the word Yiyu. Mio, why are you? It's just that, just do whatever you want. Before the woman beside Tantai Mio could react, Tantai Mio had already arrived on the stage and had issued a challenge to Yiyu. This made her very confused. How did this challenge go at the drop of a hat, without discussing it with herself beforehand? And everyone in the arena was attracted by Tantai Mio on the stage. It was really unexpected that the one who challenged Yiyu once again was actually the Heavenly Maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, Tantai Mio. Everyone present was talking, but of course, there was more anticipation. Tantai Mio? It shouldn't be, she shouldn't have such an active nature. In the No Nihil Swordsman, Luo Shueji frowned slightly as she looked at Tantai Mio on the stage, her heart very puzzled. A contemporary forgotten Heavenly Maiden would actually take the initiative to initiate a challenge. This is so strange. In the Taiyi Immortal Sect, the old crone beside Yun Qingyue similarly had a puzzled look on her face. Perhaps, no, that would be too unbelievable. Yun Qingyue's voice resounded, only there was a hint of surprise in that indifferent voice. Tantai Mio has changed her temperament? At first, she was all lovey-dovey towards this young lady, but now she is actually so proactive? This young lady is becoming more and more interested in that Yiyu. Yi Qinglan's pretty face flashed through a few hints of excitement, and her eyes towards Yiyu also became more and more eager. Yiyo, hee, it really is getting more and more interesting to me. The Palace of Reincarnation didn't have much of a reaction, because their saint's son was still recovering from his injuries. On the contrary, it was the people from the pilgrimage pavilion who couldn't help but look at the stage after seeing Tantai Mio take the stage. Forgetful heavenly maiden, had. A trace of an inexplicable look flashed across Dugu Lang's feminine face, but it quickly returned to normal. Yiyu arrived on the stage against the odd looks of the three senior sisters as well as DM Phoenix. And when he came to the stage, Yiyu noticed that even a group of elders such as Yu Wuxia and the various disciples of the Divine Moon Sect were all looking at themselves with odd faces. It was also Yiyu who was relatively calm, or else he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Cough, Miss Tantai, I've heard a lot about you, I'm out of respect. Unlike yesterday's attitude towards Chu Lord, Yiyu's aura was obviously weaker by a few points when facing Tantai Mio. This also made the few women on the stage feel even more strange. And Tantai Mio's next sentence even more stunned everyone present. What did you call me? Chapter 64 Dream, Come True. Ha? Yiyu looked at Tantai Mio with some confusion, only to see that she was pursing her lips at that moment, keeping her eyes on Yiyu. Seeing Yiyu looking at her in confusion, Tantai Mio's eyes flashed with a hint of exasperation, and repeated once more. I said, what did you, Yiyu, call me? What is this situation? Yiyu's eyes widened as she looked at Tantai Mio with some incredulity. Wasn't it said that after awakening the Immaculate Ice Heart, she would forget herself? How did this? Yiyu lightly coughed and said tentatively. Mio? The corners of Tantai Mio's mouth rose slightly, and the heavenly maiden of forgetfulness, who had always been as cold as frost, actually revealed a sweet smile at this moment. And her body also trembled slightly. She wanted to see Yiyu, wanted to hear him call herself like this again. It had been 5 years. During these 5 years, she had dreamed of such an image countless times, only to wake up speechless and despondent. When the unsullied ice heart was successfully awakened, she managed to brand Yiyu's figure on this unsullied ice heart. And this, in turn, allowed Yiyu to not disappear from her memory. It's just that, she had searched many places during these 5 years, but had not found a man named Yiyu. This once made her think that that night was really just a dream. A hallucination that appeared because of one's inner longing. Until not long ago, news of the Divine Moon Sect organizing the mid-continent discourse on the Tao came through. Mio, go and participate, there is your great Tao. Senior's voice was cold and indifferent, and all Tantai Mio could see was the pure white figure of Senior. Originally, she did not understand the meaning of the words that her master said to her. But after learning that the Divine Moon Sect's young patriarch was called Yiyu and was the one she thought about day and night, she understood. You are the dream that belongs to me alone, and on this day, the dream came true. And all the people at the scene froze and looked at the two people on the stage in shock. Luo Shueji, Yi Qinglan, Jun Qingyue, the pride of these top powers, and even Dugu Lang of the pilgrimage pavilion, were all looking at them in shock. The disciples and elders of the Divine Moon Sect even couldn't help but gulp. Even Yu Wuxia was looking at Yiyu with admiration. This little guy was so powerful. On the other hand, Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, and Ling Honey glanced at each other and then nodded as if they had made some sort of consensus. If there was one person present who didn't feel surprised, it was DM Huang. She merely looked towards Yiyu and Tantai Mio with interest, and only felt that she hadn't come out in vain this time. Otherwise, how could they see such a wonderful scene? As for the place at the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, all the disciples blinked their eyes, as if they hadn't realized what had happened. Only that middle-aged woman sighed and looked at Tantai Mio with somewhat complicated eyes. Sure enough, Mio, there is a man's figure on the Immaculate Ice Heart, yet she is still able to go this far. Could it be that the great Tao of forgetfulness? The middle-aged woman shook her head and looked towards Tantai Mio, who was full of sweetness on the stage. Although Yiyu did not know what happened after that night, but looking at Tantai Mio's appearance, it seemed that she had not forgotten herself. This made Yiyu's depressed mood suddenly became happy. However, he soon thought that he was still on the stage of the arena. Yiyu looked around, and sure enough, everyone was staring blankly at them. Well, the eyes of the three senior sisters were especially frightening. Cough, still fighting, Mio? Yiyu said sardonically. In fact, if he could, he would love to take Tantai Mio's small hand and talk to her properly. It would have to wait until the discourse assembly was over. Tantai Mio was immediately a little angry and laughed. This dead man hadn't seen her for so long, and as a result, after holding back for half a day, he came up with such a sentence? She exasperatedly blankly glanced at Yiyu, then lightly hummed. Fight, why not, humph, just for the fact that you disappeared for 5 whole years, I also want to ruthlessly beat you up. Tantai Mio's words, even more so, made everyone at the scene stunned. No, dare I say that you guys knew each other 5 years ago? Also, this Divine Moon Sect's young sovereign, you went and hooked up with him back then? And the most crucial thing is, you also hooked him up successfully? This is really a model for my generation. Yiyu spread his hands. He was really speechless. He could only let Mio out of her anger. Come on, I'll spoil this body with you. No, are you for real? Yiyu had some hands and feet to block Tantai Mio's attack. The corner of Tantai Mio's mouth rose slightly, but she didn't say anything, still waving her small pink fist to hit Yiyu. Seeing this, Ye simply accompanied her, and the two of them played with one punch after the other. It was a heavenly contrast to yesterday's battle against Chu Lord. Only, Ye and Tantai Mio were having fun, but all the people watching at the scene felt like their three views were going to be shattered. No, was that still the forgetful heavenly maiden who cultivated the forgotten love avenue? How could she reveal such a sweet smile? And, actually took the initiative to jump into a man's arms. You guys are competing, not showing love. In the end, it was the Divine Moon Sect's elder referee who couldn't stand to watch anymore, and only then did he end this competition that was capable of cloying people to death. Ye, go pick me up from the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace afterward. But you have to pass the Master's hurdle first. Oh, but I don't care, if you dare not come, you're dead. Until Ye returned to the stands, the words Tantai Mio said to him just now still echoed in his mind. After saying that, Tantai Mio blushed and punched Ye's chest before leaving. So, that night, that bright young girl has never changed. Ye smiled faintly, only before he could reminisce enough, Dongfang Bingo's voice came over. Yo, little brother, deep hidden when hooked up Look at that, see how beautiful you are. Big sister's words were still so warm-hearted. Ye coughed lightly and immediately sat down, just wanting to touch Xingha, but found that Xia Jiwei was holding Xingha and glaring at him. Xia Jiwei just looked at Ye and didn't say anything, with a look of I'll see how you explain. Ye shook his head, so he told the story of how he and Tantai Mio met. Anyway, before they were able to meet the Sovereign Lord, they all defaulted to the fact that they had a miraculous encounter, so the crowd didn't feel any surprise about the passage of Ye knowing Tantai Mio. Well, so that's how it is, then she's quite pitiful, forgetful Heavenly Palace, yelp. Xia Jiwei nodded her head after hearing this, a few moments of pity for Tantai Mio still surging in her heart. No, Xiao Jiwei, you're letting him off like this? You're really, Dongfang Bing had a look of hatred, hearing Ye hurriedly stuffed a piece of dessert in her mouth. No one took her for a mute when eldest sister didn't speak. Chapter 65 Soul Subduing Sacred Lotus. Third senior sister was still very good at coaxing. At night Ye couldn't help but smile as she lay in bed. It was the eldest senior sister who had too much of a nasty personality. However, what Di Himawang said made Ye ponder for a long time. According to what Di Himawang said, in the ancient times, there were people who started to cultivate the avenue of Taishang forgetfulness. Only this avenue was destined to fail. It seemed that it was because something was missing, causing this avenue to be incomplete, and thus it wasn't able to be cultivated to the extreme. What exactly was it Di Himawang didn't explicitly say, just looked at Ye with a smile, which made Ye very confused. Sister Empress is really a riddler, Ye sighed helplessly. However, Ye really didn't expect that Tantai Mio actually really didn't forget herself. It was really marvelous to say that. It was obvious that they had only spent one night together, but for them to each other, it was already engraved in their hearts. I wonder what Mio is doing right now. Ye looked at the roof of the cabin and pondered. It should be, Ye's eyes widened as she looked at a pretty face that suddenly appeared in front of her. Mio. No, you, how did you? Ye was startled, then he looked at Tantai Mio with a heart full of confusion. At the same time, he also glanced at the door. Well, no one noticed. Tantai Mio couldn't help but hum when she saw this nervous look on Ye's face. What's the matter, you're surprised to see me, or, are you afraid of being discovered by your several senior sisters? Humph. You philanderer. Tantai Mio bit her lips and looked at Ye with an exasperated look. In her heart, she was angry and annoyed. She had searched for him for 5 whole years, but in the end, he was good, living so happily with his senior sisters. Ye scratched his head, knowing deep down that he was definitely going to be beaten up if he talked about this topic any longer, so he decisively used the topic diversion technique. Mio, come over here, let's talk properly, after all, we haven't seen each other for so long. Ye had a thick skin, stood up and grabbed Tantai Mio's small hand, letting her sit beside him, then opened his mouth and asked. When Tantai Mio heard him ask this, the sweetness of that night also sprang up in her mind. Her heart was soft, so she said in a small voice. Who let you just disappear in the first place? Humph, I really thought that night was just a dream. Looking at Tantai Mio's pouting little mouth, some little arrogant expression, Ye liked it very much, and only found it particularly cute. Cough, after all, aren't you going to become a forgetful heavenly maiden afterward, I thought. Without waiting for Ye to finish, Tantai Mio gently whacked Ye. Thought what? Thought I would just forget about you like that? Aren't all the people of the forgotten heavenly palace going to be like this? Moreover, Mio, you are still the heavenly maiden of the forgetfulness heavenly palace, then how did you? Ye scratched his head and asked with some doubts. Hearing Ye's words, Tantai Mio's pretty face was slightly hot. She bit her lips and did not say anything for a long time. Ye looked at her reaction like this and immediately became interested, so she came closer. Why don't you say anything, Mio? You won't be estranged if you haven't seen her for so long, right? Ye said this on purpose. After all, for him, it had only been a day since he last saw Tantai Mio. Tantai Mio whimpered lightly, and in the end, she really had no choice but to say to Ye. I carved your figure in the immaculate ice heart, so, hey, you're annoying. Happy now, that's how much I like you, stinky you, you're the worst, you had to make me say it. At this moment, Tantai Mio's delicate appearance was the most touching. At this moment, where was she still half a bit of the indifferent and desperate forgotten heavenly maiden's appearance? So it was like this. Yiyu's face became very gentle, and his heart was extremely touched and guilty. After all, for himself only one day had passed, but for her, it was already 5 years off. Mio, why do you have to be like this, Before Yiyu could finish speaking, she was covered by Tantai Mio, only to see her pouting her little mouth and letting out a delicate hum. What, you don't like me anymore? If you dare to dislike me, Tantai Mio me half a day. After seeing Yiyu's snickering expression, her small face was immediately covered with redness. What are you laughing at? Stinking Yiyu, after lying to me for 5 years I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Yiyu saw that her small pink fist was about to hit over, immediately grabbed her small hand, and held her in his arms. Meow? Star Haunter happened to be sitting in the middle of the two of them at this moment. Yiyu's move just touched it, which made Star Haunt meow twice in dissatisfaction. And with a low whimper, Tanya Mio also plopped down in Yiyu's arms. What are you doing? No bullying me, and aren't you afraid of being discovered by your senior sisters? Tantai Mio's voice was a little nervous and shy, and her small hands were also tightly grasping Yiyu's sleeves. Yiyu rolled his eyes when he heard that. How did he feel that his impression in Mio's heart had become a colorful man? What are you talking nonsense about? I just want to hug you again. After all, that night, the hug was not enough. When Tantai Mio heard him say that, she didn't resist and just let Yiyu hug her. And she, once again, listened to the sound of Yiyu's heartbeat like she did 5 years ago. Then Tantai Mio talked to Yiyu about the bits and pieces of these 5 years, as well as the unsullied ice heart and what happened after becoming the forgetful heavenly maiden. So your unsullied ice heart still has a flaw, right? Let me think about it. Right, you take this. Yiyu exchanged a soul-suppressing sacred lotus in the system mall after listening to Tantai Mio. Soul-suppressing sacred lotus, it can repair all hidden dangers brought about by careless cultivation and raise the level of the target's special physique an additional time. Unlike Yutang's divine soul damage, Tantai Mio was more because of the modifications she had forcibly made to the immaculate ice heart, thus causing the unsullied ice heart to have a hint of a flaw, and then along with her subsequent cultivation, this hint of a flaw affected her in a subtle way. This is a holy spirit medicine? Yiyu, how did you come to have such a precious item? Rao Tantai Mio, as the heavenly maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, had usually seen many rare props or items. But a saint-grade spirit medicine, even Tantai Mio had never seen it before. After all, this was something that only existed in legends. The corner of Yiyu's mouth rose slightly as he handed this soul-suppressing sacred lotus to her hand. Just like what I told you the other night, I'm omnipotent. Come, I'll open your mouth obediently. Saying that, Yiyu then pinched Tantai Mio's chin and stuffed the soul-suppressing sacred lotus into her mouth after saying something. Well, Tantai Mio's head was dizzy, and before she could even think of what was going on, she realized that this sacred spirit medicine had already entered her mouth and was directly absorbed by her body. Almost instantly, Tantai Mio felt that her unsullied ice heart had become even more perfect. It seemed to have become a step further. Chapter 66. Yiyu, are you okay? Yiyu looked at her dumbfounded expression filled with shock and also couldn't help but reach out and poke her. Well, Yiyu, how do you, Looking at this incoherent appearance of hers, Yiyu only felt even more adorable. Alright, what is our relationship? It's just a sacred spirit medicine, or if it's really not possible you can consider it as my compensation to you. Tantai Mio didn't say anything, she just held back the excitement in her heart and nodded her head vigorously. In fact, what she had in her heart was only some grudges against Yiyu. But these slight grudges had long disappeared the moment she saw Yiyu. But Yiyu had given this holy spirit medicine directly to himself, knowing that a holy spirit medicine, placed in the entire Tianyu continent would be snatched up. Tantai Mio smiled sweetly and resumed lying on Yiyu's chest. You should just be nice to me after all, I'm your. Tantai Mio said and shyly did not say anymore, while Yiyu pursued with a question. What's yours? Mio, I don't know if you don't tell me. Well, why is this person getting worse and worse? Obviously he was very serious that night. Badass. I won't tell you, you know it. I'm so sick of it. Listening to the soft voice of the young girl in his arms, feeling the young girl's delicate body, Yiyu only felt satisfied. The forgetful heavenly maiden who was as cold as frost in front of people during the daytime was now also just a little kitten obediently pampered in her arms. Mio, is your forgetfulness heavenly palace forbidding love and affection? Yiyu suddenly asked. It was said that the forgetfulness heavenly palace cut off love and affection, but whether it was forbidden or not was never known. However, Yiyu quickly felt that what he had asked seemed to have some problems. The forgetfulness heavenly palace was full of female disciples. Even if it was not forbidden, it seemed that they could not talk about love. It seems like it's not prohibited either, but the senior sisters don't have the heart for it either is all. Tantai Mio stole a glance at Yiyu, then added in a low voice. But when you go to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace afterward, well, you definitely have to go through Master Sister's hurdle first. Yiyu, are you okay? Ha! Yiyu raised an eyebrow and cupped Tantai Mio's delicate little face with both hands. At that time, just watch and see how I bring you out from the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace in a righteous manner. Puffing. Tantai Mio looked at Yiyu's confident appearance and couldn't help but let out a laugh, softly saying bragging. Between the four eyes facing each other, suddenly the atmosphere became a little silent, and the whole room also became a little more pink and ambiguous with it. Yiyu looked at the pretty face close at hand, as well as Tantai Mio's pink lips, and couldn't help but lower his head. And Tantai Mio also seemed to know what would happen next, but she just clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and slightly raised her head. The young girl's lips were slightly cool, fragrant and soft, like ice cream in early summer, making Yiyu unable to resist the urge to savor more. MMM. Tantai Mio felt Yiyu's request, pressed down the shyness in her heart, and encircled his neck, then gently opened her shell teeth, letting Yiyu's request. I don't know how much time passed before the two let go of each other. Tantai Mio's lips were slightly swollen, and her clothes were in disarray, just like a little white rabbit that had just been ravaged by the big bad wolf. Yiyu smacked his lips and smiled heatedly. Fragrant and lovely, from now on it will all be wrapped up by me. Tantai Mio at this time, where she still had the strength to speak, only felt that her whole body was limp, smiled and could only blankly glanced at Yiyu. It turned out that he was so bad. Well. Yiyu pulled Tantai Mio over, and the two of them had a good time. It wasn't until Tantai Mio remembered that Yiyu had been here for too long that she hurriedly straightened her clothes. It's all your fault, I don't know what I'll be told when I go back, let's go, Before Tantai Mio left, she punched Yiyu's chest and then kissed Yiyu with a good kiss. Only then did she wave her hand, and looked around like a thief when she left the door. Yiyu touched the wetness of his cheeks, and shook his head with some amusement. This girl. Hey, junior brother, what are you giggling about? The saliva is running down. Dongfang Bing reached out and waved her hand in front of Yiyu, saying without any good humor. Yiyu hastily wiped the corner of his mouth, only to find that there was nothing at all. When he looked at Dongfang Biobe in confusion, he realized that she was hemming and hawing. Eldest senior sister had a nasty personality. Well, I just thought of something funny, that said, today is the last day it feels like this Dao discussion conference is a bit bland. Yiyu looked towards the stage. At this moment, it was Luo Shuejie from the No Thought Sword Zai as well as Yun Qingyue from the Tai Immortal sect who were competing against each other. It's really fun to watch women fight. Well, after all, with your hand rubbing the stars plus yesterday's amazing move between you and Tantai Mio, I guess everyone is still in shock. Xia Jiwei stretched lazily and glanced at Yiyu. Yiyu didn't say anything, just ruining the star haunting. But this would be too bland and boring it. Yiyu, why don't you go on the field and fight a few more times? Emperor Himiko took a piece of dessert and put it in her mouth, saying lightly. Yiyu was just about to speak when he heard two voices from the distance. With such an event in the Divine Moon sect, how could this pavilion master not come? This pavilion master has heard that the Divine Moon sect has confirmed a young patriarch and has come to congratulate him. Hearing these two voices, Yuwusha's face changed slightly, and the faces of the group of elders behind her also became grave. And everyone present was looking towards the line of people that had suddenly appeared in the distance. The Reincarnation Hall Master, the Pilgrimage Pavilion Master, and one more person, can't see through. Dongfang Bing said in a low voice. Ling Hani was holding an immortal sword, and Xia Jiwei was similarly staring ahead with a grave expression. The only one who remained calm and collected was Di Himawang, who was still eating her dessert. And Yiyu also frowned. This group of people seemed to be coming from a bad place. The two of you have come to my Divine Moon sect, what is your business? Yuwusha as well as a group of elders arrived in front of them in a flash. Yuwusha asked in a bland tone. Cheng Rishuwei is not here, Yuwusha, just by you are not qualified enough to speak to this hallmaster. The man surrounded by black aura sneered, his complexion filled with disdain. Two supreme saints, and one who couldn't see through. Yuwusha secretly pondered in her heart. Could these two be joining forces? The Divine Moon sect is in danger today. The old crone beside Yun Qingyu spoke in a low voice. We need to notify the patriarch as soon as possible. Elder Mo, we have a friendship with the Divine Moon sect after all. Yun Qingyu looked ahead and said softly. Taking advantage of the disappearance of the Divine Moon Empress before daring to appear, it really can't rise to the occasion. Luo Shueji looked at the Reincarnation Hall Master and the Pilgrimage Pavilion Master in disgust. Almost all of the righteous forces coincidentally chose to notify their clans. It was just that they soon realized that the Divine Moon sect actually seemed to be blocked off, and no message could be transmitted. Chapter 67, An Existence That Cannot Be Yoked. All of you don't need to try, this space has long since been blocked by the old man. An old man behind the Pishi Pavilion's pavilion master laughed sorrowfully, and he was the very person that Yuwusha could not see through. And who are you? What, could it be that you don't even dare to say your name? Yu Wuxia asked in a deep voice. She couldn't even feel any aura from this person's body. Instead, that old man just glanced at her with disdain. I expect that you little girl child hasn't heard of the old man's name either. The old man is the head of the Underworld Night Clan, Underworld Sky. Underworld Night Clan. Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment, after which her face shook slightly. Ancient race Underworld Night Clan, it turns out that you guys are still in the Tianyu continent. It was said that there had been many races in the ancient times, and these races had all sorts of special racial talents. But for some unknown reason, all of these ancient races disappeared overnight afterward. There were rumors that they were destroyed by the great sages of the human race in one fell swoop, and there were also rumors that they left the Tianyu continent. But what Yu Wuxia hadn't expected was that they would actually have connections with the Palace of Reincarnation and people from the Pilgrimage Pavilion, and would choose today to come and lash out at the Divine Moon sect. The Underworld Night Clan. Everyone present was extremely shocked when that old man revealed his identity. As the heavenly prides or elders of the various sects, they were naturally aware of these ancient mysteries. The Underworld Night Race, I didn't expect these ancient races to actually appear, damn it, are the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion provoking my Starfall Pavilion? Yi Qinglan bit her lips, her complexion filled with anger. Use the Star Meteor Chamber's special sound transmission Jade Talisman, have the Star Meteor Chamber restrict the transactions of the Reincarnation Hall and the other side pavilion from all sides. I'll make it so that they can't even put their clothes on. Yi Qinglan instructed the black shadow behind him. Right, go and inform the patriarchs of the various sects again. Just say that if they don't come to Divine Moon sect, their successors will have to die. After ordering, Yi Qinglan continued to look at the confrontation in the air, but at this time, she suddenly saw that Yi Yu had actually flown up. This kid is not afraid of death? Junior brother, why did you also come over? Go to the back, there is Sister Yu and this senior sister here. Dongfang Bingo frowned and said softly to Yi Yu. And Yi Yu just gently shook his head. He could tell that the strength of the opposite three was definitely not something they could fight against. Unless Lord Sovereign returned, the Divine Moon sect would most likely be in danger today. Are you the ones barking? Yi Yu asked with a smile on his face and a courteous tone. He, the Reincarnation Hall Master as well as the Pilgrim Pavilion Master were both a bit angry and laughing. Kid, who gave you the guts to dare to talk like that? Even if the Divine Moon Empress was still around, she definitely wouldn't say that. The Reincarnation Hall Master said in a deep voice. He was truly surprised that Yi Yu would be so unaware of the heights of heaven. However, Yi Yu only shrugged his shoulders and continued to smile. That's right, you guys don't have the guts to come over even if the Sovereign Lord is here, so aren't you guys just a bunch of losers? Yu Wuxia as well as the crowd of elders were all looking at Yi Yu with some confusion. Wasn't he always this brave? And Dongfang Bing was also a bit shocked. No, was the original junior brother so bold? Only Dihim Huang glanced at Yi Yu, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This little guy is really hugging my thigh. The people from the other forces present were also staring blankly at Yi Yu. They really didn't know why Yi Yu had the courage to say such provocative words. One had to know that he was facing two Supreme Saint Realm powerhouses, as well as a patriarch of an ancient race. Is today's Tianyu continent full of these ignorant juniors? That Underworld Night Race patriarch, Underworld Sky, laughed sorrowfully and looked at Yi Yu in a gloomy manner. And Yi Yu didn't spoil him, just looked at him with contempt. The old dog that survived by fluke in the ancient times, instead of continuing to live and die, you dare to jump out and die, are you brain dead? When these words came out, even if He Tian had always been stoic and had a heart, at this moment, he was still half pissed off. Both of you, still not making a move? Kid, mongrel, the old man will let you know what is in existence you can't mess with. He Tian laughed fiercely, and with a casual attack, he struck Yi Yu. In his opinion, this attack was enough to easily crush Yi Yu. However, the next moment, his eyes widened. Only to see that a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yu, and his attack was easily blocked. Then after that, a figure lightly stood beside Yi Yu. Oh? An existence that cannot be messed with? What a big mouth. Dihim Huang didn't even look at meditation, but only glanced at Yi Yu. Little fellow, you're just certain that your sister will make a move, aren't you? Yi Yu hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, just stood beside Dihim Huang's body, quite a bit of a fox and tiger posture. You are. No, it's impossible, how could you possibly? The moment He Tian saw Himiko, it was as if he had seen some terrifying existence, and his entire body shivered a little. As for the Reincarnation Hall Master and the Pilgrimage Pavilion Master, they glanced at each other in some confusion. They didn't know Dihim Huang, but looking at this reaction from meditation, could it be that this woman was some kind of unimaginable existence? Noisy. Dihim Huang frowned slightly, as if she felt that He Tian was making too much noise by making a fuss. So he reached out and pointed in the air, and then a bloody hole appeared in He Tian's forehead, after which he collapsed with a face full of incredulity. The whole process was only a moment's time, and even everyone present did not react. Good guy, Yi Yu heart greatly determined, Emperor's sister mighty really is a thigh-level existence And the fact that meditation heaven went from appearing on the scene to being instantly killed in seconds by Himiko caused all of them to be taken aback. Especially the two of them, the palace master of the Palace of Reincarnation and the pavilion master of the Pilgrimage Pavilion. They incredulously glanced at the collapsed Hei Tian and then once again looked up at both sides. Afterward, they actually sped back without a word and finally fled the place without looking back. The disciples of the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion's two forces who were participating in the Mid-Continent Tao Discussion Conference also immediately evacuated the Divine Moon Sect. Almost in just a moment, the Divine Moon Sect returned to peace, as if nothing had happened just now. Only the corpse on the ground proved that everything just now was real. Himiko glanced at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at the air as if she had sensed something. After that, she revealed a helpless look and turned back to Yu. It seems that sister can't stay any longer, she must return to the burial god abyss. It's really boring but this time out sister is still very happy. After that remember to come back to see sister more often After saying that, Himiko waved her hand towards Yu as well as Dongfang Renj and the others. Then casually tore open a crack, and when she stepped into the crack, the space returned to normal. Chapter 68, Master said to come and see you. Yu scratched his head, he still has a lot of words to say to her, this how a word directly back Lu. Forget it, after that, go to the burial god abyss to see her. When Yu turned around, he found that everyone's eyes were watching him. Yu lightly coughed a few times, then said in a serious manner. Cough, what are you looking at, that what, get some people over to wash the floor. Saying that, Yu made a flash and also left the place. Otherwise, there was no telling how many people were going to surround and ask questions. Yu Wuxia as well as a group of elders looked at each other in dismay, and then they also shook their heads helplessly. And after experiencing something like this, the Central Continent Tao Discussion Assembly ended hastily. However, although the Tao Discussion Conference ended rather hastily, the situation mapped out behind it was a shock to all the forces. Especially when the sect leaders rushed over, they just happened to bump into their own disciples going back. And after hearing about what had just happened, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Shueji, did you see clearly, that woman killed that underworld night clan chief with just one strike? A woman in front of Luo Shueji asked in a deep voice. She had a slender figure and an ice-cold complexion, and although her face was extremely beautiful, her entire person was like a divine sword that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. This was the contemporary sword head of the no-thought sword fastness. Luo Shueji gently nodded, the scene that had just happened had given her a great shock. That woman was strong as if she wasn't from this world, killing that at least a Supreme Saint realm powerhouse in seconds. How terrifying should her cultivation be? Could it be that it was really some sort of taboo-like existence? Divine Moon Sect, even though the Divine Moon Empress has disappeared, it is still not to be underestimated. Shuejian, tell my father what happened just now in its original form. Luo Shueji nodded, and the group from the No Nihil Sword Sect left the Divine Moon Sect. The Underworld Night Clan, a 100-footed insect that dies but never falls down, I didn't expect that it would actually show up again. The Tai Immortal Sect's patriarch was dressed in a palace outfit, only wearing a veil, unable to see her appearance. Yun Qingyue softly hummed at his words and looked back at the Eyes Moon Sect. Senior, that mysterious woman, do you know? The Tai Immortal Sect's patriarch gently shook his head, a slight uncertainty on his complexion. There are some speculations, but it shouldn't be possible for it to be like that. If it is, this isn't the place to talk, go back to the sect and talk about it. It seemed that she was concerned about something. She did not say the whole thing, but only sighed with a grave expression on her face. Go back with this father, what, can't let go of that kid? Compared to the other forces who had been speculating about Himiko's identity, the palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace merely glanced at Tantai Mio and said indifferently. Tantai Mio glanced back with some fondness, then pulled on her hand, her tone tinged with a little pout. Elder Master, why don't you let me stay for a little while longer? I still have some things to do. The palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace was unmoved, only staring at Tantai Mio. The Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace doesn't prohibit love affairs. Mio, you can make your unsullied ice hard and perfect for his sake, then after that, let this seat see if he's worthy. Now, go back with this seat and wait until he comes to my Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace in the coming day, then we will talk about it then. When Tantai Mio saw that her master was so resolute, she also let out a light whimper, but there was nothing she could do about it. Then I'll go back tomorrow. I want to say goodbye to him. Alas, smitten child. The palace master of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace sighed and gently nodded. That's fine, although this seat knows that this time will be the key to your great Tao, but, let this seat meet him. Tantai Mio's face was bitter, her heart was anxious. I guess you should be looking forward to meeting the master as well. Father, the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion are too much. I've already asked Shadow to limit the dealings between various parties in them. Are you going to take it out on me? On the side of Starfall Pavilion, Yi Qinglan grabbed the arm of the middle-aged man in front of her and said in a petulant tone. This middle-aged man was precisely the pavilion master of the Starfall Pavilion and the president of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, he was coaxing Ye Qinglan with his hands full. Fine, fine, I'll follow you in everything, hump, if you dare to bully my daughter, you will definitely not let them have a good time. Only then did Ye Qinglan smile happily, then as if she remembered something, she continued. There's also that Yu. People think he's very interesting, I think. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter somewhat helplessly after hearing this. This, alas, that woman's identity must be extremely terrifying, and listening to what you said, daughter, that Yu seems to have an unusual relationship with that woman. Ye Qinglan also pouted when she heard her father say that. It seems like that, eh? Then it's always okay if I invite him to come and play at our Starfall Chamber of Commerce in the future. Ye Qinglan smiled wryly, and the middle-aged man could only nod helplessly when he saw this. If he doesn't have a problem with it, then it's naturally fine. Let's go. It's time to teach the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion some lessons. Well, she's just more powerful, it's normal, right? Ye Yu lightly coughed and looked at the three senior sisters in front of him. Originally, Yu Wuxia and the group of elders also wanted to come to Ye Yu to inquire. However, Yu Wuxia decided to talk afterward when she saw that the three Dongfang Bianga were already talking to Ye Yu. Ye Yu, I didn't expect really let you hug your thigh, humph. Xia Jiwei was a little bit lost. After all, she had always thought that the current her was enough to protect Ye Yu and realize what Ye Yu had said at the beginning, giving him a thigh hug. As a result, Diem Huang's appearance had shattered all her confidence. Ye Yu looked at Xia Jiwei's slightly lost look and hurriedly grabbed her small hand. Elder sister said this, you will always be my thigh la. Xia Jiwei beamed her little mouth, but she didn't say anything more, only secretly deciding in her heart that she must cultivate harder. But speaking of which, it's also quite strange. What do you think she sees in Junior senior brother? This makes me puzzled. Dongfang Bianga's puzzled voice rang out, and the corner of Ye Yu's mouth twitched slightly after hearing it. Good fellow, eldest senior sister, this is really confusion from the bottom of her heart, and this makes Ye Yu even more helpless. In the end, she can only use eldest senior sister's bad character to comfort herself. No matter what, we really should thank her this time, otherwise, I'm afraid our divine moon sect would be in danger. Ling Hani said softly, and everyone nodded at her words. Ye Yu decided in his heart that the next time he went to the burial god abyss he would bring more things for Diem Huang to pass the time. The four of them under the moonlight spoke for a while longer before they parted ways. However, when Ye Yu was about to carry Star Haunter back to the house, he found that Tantai Mio and another woman had arrived in the courtyard. Ye Yu, Master said that he wanted to come and take a look at you. Chapter 69. Then you can touch it. Ye Yu directly stayed in place. No, how did it suddenly progress so fast? This is almost into meeting Mio's master. Ye Yu coughed lightly and quickly reacted, holding Star Haunter back into the courtyard. The three of them then sat down. Tantai Mio's master teacher was wearing a veil, unable to see her face, but the aura that emanated from the inside to the outside was icy cold, not a trace of emotion could be felt. It was said that she was someone who had truly stepped onto the avenue of forgetfulness, and there was even a rumor that she was cultivating the Tai Shong forgetfulness from the ancient times. It was just a pity that Di Himawang had left so suddenly, otherwise Ye Yu would have wanted to ask about the forgetfulness heavenly palace. Ye Yu, this is my master, Han Shiyue, master, he is Ye Yu. Tantai Mio briefly made an introduction for the two of them, and then lowered her head without knowing what to say. And Han Shiyue was similarly sizing up Ye Yu, although she knew that this time Mio had come to the Divine Moon Sect was about her great Tao. But it had never occurred to her that the matter that concerned her Tao was actually a man. There's no need to be nervous, this honored one is just here to meet the person who makes Mio's soul haunted. Although cold Chiyue's voice was cold, it sounded ethereal, as if it was a young girl. It was fine if she didn't say it, this time Ye Yu felt even more uncomfortable. Well, Cold Palace Master, good. I this also intend to personally go to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace to pay a visit afterward. I did not expect you to come to see me first. Cold Chiyue nodded. Ye Yu as the Divine Moon Sect's young sect master, and Mio were naturally a good match. And as the palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, she did not prohibit the love affairs of her disciples. Although the name was Forgetfulness, but what Cold Chiyue herself knew, this avenue of forgetfulness, after all, was not feasible. Nay, there was no turning back for herself, while Mio was different. Moreover, maybe this road she chose happens to be able to go through. Han Chiyue and Ye Yu only chatted briefly for a while before taking Mio to say goodbye. Ye Yu, when you come to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace in the future, then prove your affection for Mio to this master. Mio, let's go. The master had orders. Tantai Mio could only look at Ye Yu with resignation even if she had 10,000 feelings of reluctance. When Ye Yu saw this pitiful appearance of hers, he could not help but love it in his heart. The next moment, Ye Yu even directly walked forward and gave Tantai Mio a hug, while whispering in her ear. Be a good boy and wait for me in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, I will soon go and pick you up. Tantai Mio only felt a burst of sweetness in her heart, but what followed was incomparable shyness. This bad guy, Elder Master is still beside him, why did he come to hug me? Well. However, although she thought so in her heart, she couldn't let go of Ye Yu. The two of them were in love with each other's adhesive strength, which also made Han Chiyue uncomfortable for a while. In her impression, she had never seen such a side of Mio. It was just, well, weird. Ahem, Mio, it's time to go. Hearing her master's somewhat strange tone, Tantai Mio's small face blushed and hurriedly pushed Yiyu away. Well, Yiyu, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Tantai Mio pursed her lips and left after Han Shiyue's side. Forgetful heavenly palace, ah. Yiyu shook his head. It was also time to go and see this continent. Second senior sister, are you going out to train again so soon? A period of time had passed from the Central State Dao discussion conference, and today, Linghani was also bidding farewell to the crowd, preparing to embark on another adventure. Sword cultivators are meant to need to grow in battle, and this is also my way. Linghani stroked the immortal sword and said softly. Yiyu looked at Dongfang Bing as well as Xia Jiwei beside him. Neither of them had too many surprises or reluctance. Yiyu, elder sister, she has her own plans. It's fine, la elder sister, you have to pay attention to safety outside as well. Xia Jiwei opened her mouth and said, while also pulling Linghani's sleeve to urge her uneasily. Meow meow. Star Haunter also sat obediently at Yiyu's feet and meowed at Linghani, seemingly saying goodbye to her as well. Harm, don't be a mother-in-law, it's not just going out to practice, honey, if you encounter danger, contact me, Other than that, this senior sister won't say much, go. Dongfang Bingo was very spontaneous and didn't feel anything. Linghani also nodded after hearing this, and after saying take care to the crowd again, she prepared to leave the Divine Moon sect. Second senior sister, you wait, these pills you take. Yiyu suddenly thought of something as if he hurriedly pulled Linghani's small hand. Then in the gazes of several girls who were surprised, he pulled out a large pile of pills from his nascent sacred ring. Rao Dongfang Bingo was somewhat startled by Yiyu's actions. No, junior brother, where did you go to rob so many high-grade pills, with this good thing you don't call on this senior sister? The corner of Yiyu's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this. What kind of words is big senior sister saying? Xia Jiwei scratched her head, her eyes revealing the same surprise. Well, these are too expensive, junior brother, Linghani pursed her lips and looked at Yiyu with a complicated gaze, with the intention of shirking. However, Yiyu just waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, you're my senior sister, besides, when you're practicing outside, pills are definitely indispensable, senior sister, you'll just accept it. Dongfang Bing saw Linghani hesitate, also followed, and said. That's right, honey, you as a junior brother is very rich on the line, take it, with these pills, you alone outside training we can also rest assured. Yes, senior sister, this is specially prepared for you by Yiyu, just take it. Xia Jiwei also urged from the side, she was now getting used to whatever Yiyu could come up with. Seeing them say that, Ling Chenyi didn't say anything else, but just said to Yiyu with a solemn expression. Junior brother, thank you, if there is a need in the future, I will definitely help you as well. Hearing the second senior sister say so, Yiyu suddenly remembered, last time the second senior sister promised that she could let him touch the doll hair. And now that he saw that the second senior sister was about to leave, then how could he touch it? So Yiyu lightly coughed a few times, and under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he scratched his head with some embarrassment. Oh, second senior sister, about what you said last time that you can let me touch your. Yiyu said while looking up at the tuft of doll hair on top of Ling Hanyi's head with a clear meaning. Ling Chenyi's pretty face was slightly red. She also remembered that she had promised her junior brother last time, saying that she would give him a touch after the end of the Dao Discourse conference. Ling Hanyi bit her lip. She wasn't someone who went back on her word, besides it was only to let her junior brother touch his hair. It shouldn't be anything. Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei both glanced at each other before the two of them looked at Yiyu and Linghani with a tacit understanding. Well, then you can touch it. Yiyu somewhat helplessly looked at Linghani who had closed her eyes. No, second senior sister, there's ambiguity in what you're saying, and why did you close your eyes? Can't you see that the gazes of eldest senior sister and third senior sister looking at me have become very strange? Chapter 70, Am I really related to your young lady by blood? Ahem. Although this scene at this moment is a little bit weird. But this was the only chance to touch second senior sister's dull hair. Therefore, even though Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei were looking at themselves with strange eyes, Yiyu slowly reached out and approached the tuft of hair on top of Linghani's head without hesitation. Linghani, on the other hand, had his eyes closed, and even his body was trembling slightly. In the end, Yiyu was able to touch that tuft of dull hair as he wished, and also touched it back and forth a few times. Okay, is it good? Linghani's pretty face was slightly red, and her voice was unprecedentedly soft and shy. This made Yiyu feel as if he had done something sinful to his second senior sister. Yiyu retracted his hand with fondness. The touch of the dull hair he had just touched still made him reminisce. Only if he touched it further, it felt like second senior sister was about to be unable to hold it. And, well, the way the eldest sister and the third sister were looking at themselves was getting weirder and weirder. Cough cough, well, many thanks to senior sister for fulfilling my wish, hee hee, senior sister have a smooth journey Ling Hani only opened her eyes after hearing this. I don't know if it was Yi Yu's illusion, but I always felt as if she had breathed a sigh of relief. Then you guys take care too. I'm leaving. After saying that, Ling Hani endured the strange feeling in her heart and stumbled a bit. Only her departing figure, how she looked at it, had a bit of a feeling of fleeing. Junior brother is in simple awe. This is the first time I've seen Hani in this state. TSK. Yi Yu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. What are you talking about, eldest senior sister? How come I can't understand any of it? By the way, eldest senior sister, don't you need to go out and train again? After all. With a snap, Yi Yu expressionlessly did not continue. On the other hand, Dongfang Renj blankly glanced at him and withdrew her hand. Junior brother, how does the hand feel? What does it feel like? Speak quickly, I want to know so much. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, pulled Yi Yu with a face of urgency and asked after him. It seems that as long as one knows what it feels like, that would be equivalent to touching it yourself. Good fellow, Yi Yu looked at the excited Xia Jiwei with some helplessness. This trace of parting sorrow also dissipated between a few people talking. In the next few days, Yi Yu spent another boring time. Every day was just cultivation, being exercised beaten by big senior sister, Rua Cat, and teasing Xia Jiwei. Yi Yu wanted to raise his own strength a little more before going to the forgetful heavenly palace. After all, with strength in his body, no matter what situation he encountered at that time, he would be able to handle it with ease. Moreover, in a few days, he could go to deliver the goods again. Thinking about it, he was still a little excited. Only this kind of peaceful time was broken by an invitation letter. Starfall Pavilion, Yi Qinglan? Yi Yu looked at the invitation letter in his hand with some doubt. It was sent over by the disciple guarding the door just now. And it said that the person who came to deliver the invitation was still waiting for him outside the sect gate. Yo, can't it be that this senior sister has hit the nail on the head? Yi Qinglan really has her eyes on you? Junior brother, you have some tricks up your sleeve here. Dongfang Bing sked from the side, while looking at Yi Yu with a few more points of recognition in her eyes. Eldest senior sister, don't talk nonsense. I don't even have any dealings with this Yi Qinglan, okay? Yi Yu rolled her eyes. Eldest senior sister was really unmatched in this piece of rumor mongering. Although what senior sister said is a bit bizarre, but Yi Yu, then why would she invite you? Xia Jiwei asked as she lay on the table and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head. Yi Yu read through this invitation letter before replying with an odd expression on his face. Well, it says here that the Starfall Chamber of Commerce wants to negotiate a deal with the Divine Moon Sect. That's why they want to invite me to the Starfall Pavilion. But what exactly it is isn't explicitly stated, it just specifically states that I have to go in person. Yi Yu looked puzzled. It was reasonable to say that this kind of diplomatic matters were left to Elder Zhao and the others, so how could they directly invite themselves? If you want this senior sister to say, that girl must have her eyes on you, he. Dongfang Bienga said confidently with an I've already guessed it look. Oh, it's really like this, Yi Yu, I want to go with you. After hearing this, Xia Jiwei first glanced at Dongfang Bing with some uncertainty, and then immediately decided that she wanted to go together as well. Yi Yu naturally didn't have much of an opinion, even though it said that she was allowed to go alone. However, it was always okay to bring family members, right? Little Jiwei, you'd better stay with me. After little senior brother goes to Starfall Pavilion, he's probably going to go to Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Are you going to follow along then? Dongfang Bing, however, shook her head and said to Xia Jiwei. Yes, eh. Xia Jiwei's face was bitter, and she gave Yi Yu a pitiful look. Then I won't go. Yi Yu, come back early, wow. Yi Yu reached out and touched Xia Jiwei's small head. The latter gave a light whimper, but did not resist. Don't worry, I will come back earlier. You guys don't have to worry about me too much. Good guy. Yi Yu was a little shocked looking at a luxurious to the extreme flying prop in front of him. This even comes with a special airplane transportation? Yi Yu swallowed his saliva, pointing at this flight prop, and asked the person who sent the invitation to the side. It was a dignified woman who just smiled slightly at the words. Yes, Mr. Yi, you are a valued guest of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce, and Miss has specifically instructed me not to neglect you. Say, junior brother, both of you are surnamed Ji, so maybe there is some blood relationship? Ra Dongfang Ranjie's complexion was also slightly stunned when she saw such a luxurious flight prop. Starfall Pavilion can really have money. Well, Yi Yu must not be bought by them. Xia Jiwei pulled Yi Yu's arm and kept admonishing, fearing that he would throw himself into the arms of the starry meteor pavilion in the next second. Yi Yu nodded Xia Jiwei's forehead with some amusement. Alright, I'm going. Boy, this can be really luxurious. Yi Yu hugged Star Haunter and walked up to the flight prop, muttering somewhat. Why do you ladies have to have me go ah? That said, how many spirit stones are in this flying prop? On the flight prop, Yi Yu was also puzzled and asked the dignified woman beside him. This flight paraphernalia seemed to be fully automated, only needing to input the destination, and the next thing was to wait. This made Yi Yu's heart flutter. With such a flying craft, traveling in the future would be much more convenient. Miss did not specify, she just asked me to take you there. The dignified woman paused, then continued. As for this flying prop, Miss said it, from now on, it is already yours. Ha! Ye Yu's complexion was stunned. No, this belongs to me? Is the Starfall Pavilion's handiwork this big? Could it be that I really have some blood relationship with your lady? Ye Yu asked cautiously, but that dignified woman didn't speak anymore and just looked at Ye Yu with a smile. Chapter 71, You also don't want to be known that you are a demon, right? Along the way, the dignified woman didn't say a lot of words to Ye Yu. It was usually just Ye Yu asking something and she would answer as appropriate, and then she was secretly sizing up Star Haunter. This also made Ye Yu feel a bit bored, but fortunately this luxurious flight prop was extremely powerful, and it didn't take long to arrive at the Starfall Pavilion. Starfall Pavilion and Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace were not far away. Moreover, now with this flight prop, it was just possible to directly go to Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace on the way afterward. We have arrived, Mr. Yi, follow me. The dignified woman led Ye Yu down the flight prop, and the two of them arrived in front of a manor. During this time Ye Yu also saw people from the Reincarnation Palace and the Pilgrimage Pavilion, so he asked the dignified woman with some doubts. And that dignified woman just pursed her lips lightly and said faintly, because they messed with Miss some time ago, the Starfall Chamber of Commerce has restricted all trade dealings with the Reincarnation Hall and the Pishy Pavilion. They should be here to ask Miss to be magnanimous. Ye Yu once again had a clear view of the strength of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. Unlike other top-tier forces, the Starfall Chamber of Commerce was truly able to penetrate all sides. And if such a power really moved to deal with anyone, it would definitely give the other party a headache. And the Starfall Chamber of Commerce was worthy of being a chamber of commerce that spread throughout the entire Tianyu continent. This luxurious to the extreme manner revealed the extraordinary everywhere. Ye Yu looked around and only saw two words, rich. After following this dignified woman into a teleportation array, yes, there is actually a teleportation array inside. Finally, Ye Yu came to a quiet and elegant small courtyard. This small courtyard and the whole luxurious manner seemed a bit out of place, but the sensation given to people was very good. Miss is waiting for you inside, I will leave first. Ye Yu originally wanted to ask what this place was, but the result was that the dignified woman left directly after she finished speaking. This made Ye Yu a little confused. Was it so casual? However, Ye Yu is not a social terror. He directly walked into the courtyard, just in time to see Yi Qinglan pouring tea on the stone table, seemingly waiting for him. Young Patriarch Yi, good to see you again. This time I took the liberty of inviting you here, please forgive me more. Yi Qinglan spoke politely, and her words and demeanor were full of the meaning of a great lady. Only Ye Yu always felt that there was something odd in the way she looked at herself. However, Ye Yu didn't think too much about it, but came to sit beside her. I am grateful for Miss Ye's favor, just don't know what kind of deal is it? Yi Qinglan was wearing a light green long dress today. Her slender legs were only exposed, but they were crystal clear and glowing with beauty. And her body shape was even better than words. Well, it was almost like using 4 words to describe it, that is, concave and convex. Ye Yu didn't secretly observe, but looked at Yi Qinglan squarely. After Yi Qinglan heard Ye Yu's words, she also pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Naturally, it's an extremely important matter. Only before that, young Patriarch Ye's address to me is too formal, just call me Qinglan. Ye Yu did not know what her intentions were, but having said so, Ye Yu naturally could not refuse. Alright then, Qinglan, you can just call me Ye Yu directly as well. The corner of Yi Qinglan's mouth rose slightly, as if she was satisfied with Ye Yu's answer. Is this your spirit pet? Yi Qinglan noticed the Star Haunter in Ye Yu's arms, and his eyes were filled with fondness on the spot. Well, its name is Star Haunter. Come, Star Haunter, say hello to sister. Star Haunter meowed twice, and in its eyes was a sea of stars, causing Yi Qinglan to be instantly mesmerized. Ahem, before we talk about the deal, Ye Yu, my little lady still has a doubt she wants to ask you to answer. Yi Qinglan handed Ye Yu a tea, then tried to keep herself from looking at the star haunting. This is my Starfall Pavilion's most high-grade TO, 10,000 spirit stones a TLO. Ye Yu took it and took a sip, feeling that it was no different from the trashy tea he usually drank. Coughing, Ye Yu smacked his lips. Naturally this could not be said directly. Well, it really is good tea. I don't know if Qinglan has any questions, all can be asked. Yi Qinglan gently nodded and asked in a casual tone. I'm just curious Ye Yu, you're obviously from the Demon Clan's Yi family, why did you change and become the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect? Just this sentence made Ye Yu's face stiffen, and he looked somewhat dumbfounded at Yi Qinglan who was pouring tea for himself. No, this development is something I didn't expect. How did this come up to open up big? Ye Yu smiled sarcastically, pretending to be calm and said. Qinglan, what do you mean by this? How do I cough? How do I not understand? Yi Qinglan just pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Is that so? Yi family head Ye Zhantian, your sister Ye Shenshang, and that Yama who was killed by who knows who. Do you need me to add anything else? No, could this woman have planted a surveillance camera in my house? How does this know everything about my situation? Ye Yu shook his head helplessly and sighed deeply. Alright, think about what you want to do and say it. However, Yi Qinglan just puffed and laughed, seemingly not caring at all. What else can I do? It's just that I suddenly thought of it, so I casually asked. This sudden pampering directly put Yi Yu to the hole will not. No, this pampering are all zero frame start. Yi Yu do not believe that she will not want to do something, but the other party refused to say their own cannot do anything. Ahem, well, let's get down to business. So what exactly is that deal? Oh it's just that I've heard that the Divine Moon sect has a long history and it makes me very mesmerized. Yi Qinglan took a sip of clear tea before continuing. So, this deal is, well, I want to go to your Divine Moon sect to further my studies for a period of time, and then you need to accompany me during this time. Ha! Yi Yu looked at Yi Qinglan with some bewilderment. Even if he thought through his head, he did not think that the deal she was talking about was actually this kind. What, can't even such a simple deal work? Yi Qinglan's tone had a slight aggravation, and her complexion was pitiful. Well, it's not if it's not possible, it's just that you're the 1,000 gold of the Starfall Pavilion. Isn't it not a good idea to come to our Divine Moon sect? And I don't know if Senior Sister and the elders and the others would agree to it. Yi Qinglan just quietly listened to Yi Yu's concerns, then the corner of her mouth rose slightly as she lightly said. Then, Yi Yu, you don't want everyone to know that you're from the demon race, right? So? Without waiting for her to finish, Yi Yu directly grabbed her small hand, his face extremely sincere. Please be sure to come to our Divine Moon sect to further your studies. This is an initiative to promote friendly exchanges between the two clans. I agree with both hands and feet. Chapter 72. How do I feel like I'm being adopted? Yi Qinglan glanced at the small hand that was grabbed by Yi Yu with a smirk. And Yi Yu also smiled sardonically, then let go of her hand. Since Yi Yu also agree with it wholeheartedly, then it's happily decided? Yi Yu nodded vigorously, happily agreeing, and also handed Star Haunter into Yi Qinglan's arms. Here, let me give you a touch to prove that I'm sincere. Yi Yu had long since seen that she wanted to Rua Star Haunter, so she very sweetly sent Star Haunter into her arms. Yi Qinglan flashed a trace of fondness and held Xingha in her arms, stroking it twice. Star Haunter was also extremely well behaved. Anyway, in its opinion, being petted by different women was already commonplace. Star Haunter is so well behaved, and so pretty, looking at it makes me want to buy one of these. Yi Qinglan's eyes were full of love as she kept teasing Star Haunt. Star Haunter also proved once again that it was a female killer. Speaking of which, when I came here, I saw people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion. Although the dignified woman had explained it to Yi Yu earlier, Yi Yu was still curious about what exactly the Starfall Pavilion was doing. Yi Qinglan only laughed contemptuously after hearing this. They dared to blockade me in as well. This young lady simply returned the favor. Saying that, Yi Qinglan and Yi Yu briefly talked about exactly how it was done. Yi Yu stayed dumbfounded for a moment after hearing this, before looking at Yi Qinglan with admiration. It should be said that it was worthy of being the Starfall Pavilion, worthy of being the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. According to what Yi Qinglan said, he simply returned the favor. Yi Yu felt that in the next year, the people of the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion were going to have a hard time. However, they deserved it. Yi Yu only felt very happy, and even wanted to give Yi Qinglan a compliment. The two of them chatted for a while again. Yi Qinglan was very good at chatting. Yi Yu also felt that the conversation between the two of them was very pleasant. So are you going to the Forgotten Heavenly Palace next? How do you make this dessert? Give the recipe to this lady, I'll buy it. Yi Qinglan ate the desserts Yi Yu took out. Her complexion was full of indulgence again, and even raised the idea of wanting to buy these dessert recipes. Yi Yu naturally politely refused, because where was there any recipe? He was just a ruthless exchange tool. Just come to me for it later if you like. Anyway, aren't you going to come to my Divine Moon sect afterward? The two chatted for a while, and their relationship got a little closer, so Yi Yu spoke a little more casually. Yeah, next I'm going to go to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Speaking of which, about the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace's Palace Master, Cold Chiyuet, do you know anything about it? Yi Qinglan was picking up another piece of dessert, this one called tiramisu she especially liked. Well, it's said that Cold Chiyuet doesn't usually show her face, and it's also related to the Forgotten Love Avenue that she cultivates. After all, she should be considered the person who has traveled the farthest in practicing the Forgotten Love Avenue in the Tianyu continent. Yi Qinglan's voice had a slight sigh. Anyway, she didn't understand that there were so many fun and delicious things in this world. Why go after the ethereal and uncertain avenue of forgetfulness? I think you shouldn't be treated harshly if you go to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace this time. After all, someone like Cold Chiyue doesn't care, or doesn't ask others to do anything anymore. After all, in her opinion, everything in this world probably won't catch her eye, or rather, there are no more things she cares about. Yi Qinglan took a sip of tea and said a little too much before continuing. It's just that Tantai Mio, as the Heavenly Maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, didn't expect that she would actually fall for you, TSK. This was also a point that she couldn't figure out, seeing that scene in Divine Moon sect before was already extremely surprising. Now that she heard Yi Yu say it carefully, well, she still couldn't accept it. After all, she had been in contact with Tantai Mio before, only that the other party had always been cold, and hadn't been very kind to her. As a result, she didn't expect to be so intimate with a man. Ye Yu heard what she said and had a rough understanding of the forgetful heavenly palace in his heart. However, when he heard the last sentence, Ye Yu heatedly smiled. After all, this charm of ours is here, it is justifiable for Mio to like me. Ye Yu made a small narcissistic remark, but what he got in return was a blank stare from Yi Qinglan. Anyway, you stay in my Starfall Pavilion for a few days, this young lady will personally take you around, otherwise it will be spread out that others will have to say that my Starfall Pavilion is not treating its guests well. Yi Yu naturally had no opinion, he was also extremely curious about the Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce that was spread across the entire continent. In the next few days, Yi Qinglan brought Yi Yu around the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. And Yi Yu's heart also once again refreshed the cognition of Tycoon. It's true that I really haven't gotten in touch with the rich side of people at all before now. When the people of Starfall Pavilion saw that their own Missy actually brought someone in person, and it was also a man, they also speculated about the relationship between the two. With the contact in the past few days, the relationship between Yi Yu and Yi Qinglan became even closer. In these few days, Star Haunter also ate all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures that it had never eaten before, which made it extremely excited. Only in Yi Yu's opinion, the cost of raising it in the future was again much higher off. Yi Yu, there is an auction today, do you want to go and take a look? Yi Qinglan asked as she hugged Star Haunter. After her various feedings over the past few days, Star Haunter's relationship with her had gotten closer and closer. Auction? Yi Yu froze for a moment, then she nodded with some excitement. Can, I have long wanted to go to the auction to see. These words were Yi Yu's heart. After all, how could there be less auctions in the various novels that he read before crossing over? Okay, come with me. Oh, this card is for you, just directly shoot down whatever you fancy later. Yi Qinglan casually handed over a black card, quite a bit of a rich woman harboring a white boy. Yi Yu scratched his head, but also did not pretend. After all, Starfall Pavilion is a big family. Then thanks, say what are the things in this auction? Yi Yu followed beside Yi Qinglan and asked with some doubts. Well, this young lady is not too clear. After all, it is just a temporary intention to bring you to see, if you want to know, this young lady to ask? Yi Yu hastily shook his head when he heard her say that. Don't need to, what's the point if you know it all, it just has to have a feeling of opening a blind box. Yi Qinglan gave him a strange look. Some of the strange words that this person sometimes came up with were quite interesting. While the two were talking, they arrived in a splendid auction house. Come, this way, VIP room, oh yeah, and then I'll give you this jade token. In the future, with this jade token, you'll be a VIP in all of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce's industries in the Tianyu continent. Yi Qinglan waved away the attendants who were following him, and brought Yi Yu to a luxurious room, and threw Yi Yu a special jade token. Chapter 73, Auction. The jade token was vaguely glowing, it looked plain and unadorned, but the touch was quite good. With this piece of jade tag, will there be discounts everywhere you go in the future? Yi Yu didn't talk to Yi Qinglan politely, and directly accepted the jade tablet. Anyway, she has a big family. Yi Qinglan glimpsed that Yi Yu accepted it, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on her face, then she held Star Haunter and sat beside Yi Yu. How about it, our Starfall Chamber of Commerce's VIP room is okay, right? Yi Yu looked around after hearing this, then kept nodding his head. Luxurious, and this big display screen is, directly can see the auction table situation, good guy, and can see so carefully? Yi Yu looked towards a large screen in the center of the room and said with some surprise. This large screen was somewhat similar to some display screens he had seen before he traveled across the world. That's not true, this is unique to our Starfall Chamber of Commerce, come on, look, many functions. Yi Qinglan's tone was very proud, and then also brought Yi Yu to look at the various functions of this display. While the two were talking, the auction house was also gradually filled with more people, and at a glance, there were forces from all sides. Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce is worthy of being spread all over the continent. Randomly an auction has so many people participate in it? Yi Yu looked at the black pressurized group of people underneath and said with some emotion. Yi Qinglan, however, was very normal. After all, for her, this was a very rare and normal thing. After all, our Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce can basically get anything. Later if you have what you want, just directly press this auction. Yi Qinglan pointed to a small button next to the big screen. The room we are in is the top VIP room, so generally after you bid, basically no one will grab it with you. After all, those who can be in this room are the most honored guests of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce, and people in general wouldn't be foolish enough to mess with such an existence. Yi Yu nodded after hearing this, and actually felt that it didn't matter, the card that was swiped wasn't his own anyway. Ahem, how come I always feel like I'm getting farther and farther away from the road of eating soft rice? Nope, I'm just soft eating hard. Can't you see that if I don't accept it, Qinglan will still be upset? The auction at the bottom had already started, with the auction lady's loud introduction. One by one, rare props, pills, elixirs and so on were auctioned out one by one. Yi Yu watched with interest and found that the auction was similar to what he had imagined. Only the Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce's auction is obviously a large specification. For example, on this random auction, in front of actually have a variety of divine gift level props shot out. As for pills and herbs, there are all kinds of high grade or strange and weird effects. Yi Yu was really watching with great interest, which made Yi Qinglan on the side feel a little funny. Look at you looking so carefully, are you really so interested? Yi Yu shrugged and glanced at her and said. That's true, for you it's too rare, but for me it's equivalent to an event. Yi Qinglan was non-committal, but did not deny what Yi Yu said. Then do you have any interest? Just buy it directly, don't be polite to me. Yi Yu shook his head. There was one thing to say, although these things auctioned were quite rare, but he really didn't lack. After all, if he wanted to, he could exchange a whole bunch of them in his own system mall. It doesn't feel like there's anything I want yet. Qinglan, your auction can even auction off people? Is this not human trafficking? Yi Yu was just talking, but suddenly saw an attendant at the bottom auction table pushing out a cage. When the cloth on the cage was uncovered, a little girl-like person appeared on the stage. Only it didn't seem to be a human, as it had 2 furry ears on its head. Yi Qinglan frowned upon hearing this and also looked towards the auction stage. That doesn't seem to be of the human race, it should be of the demon race. A little fox? This kind is indeed quite rare, I'll find someone to ask. Saying that, Yi Qinglan took out a voice transmission jade talisman and said a few words, while Yi Yu kept looking at the auction stage. It could be seen very carefully in the big screen that little fox seemed to be very scared, its furry ears were trembling slightly, and its big eyes were full of panic. This also made Yi Yu frown slightly, because of Yu Tang, Yi Yu still had a good feeling towards the demon race. And not to mention this is still a cute little fox. Yi Yu felt that in all reason he should rescue this little fox and send it over to Yu Tang. It didn't take long for Yi Qinglan to receive a reply. Well, this little fox was found on a border in the western region, it seems like it was abandoned, right, and then it was brought back. Like this. Yi Yu nodded and looked down to the bottom where the auction had already started to auction this little fox. So he decisively pressed the auction button, ready to auction off that little fox. Oh? Yi Yu, I didn't see it, so you like this type tsk tis. Yi Qinglan's eyes became a bit strange when she looked at Yi Yu. And Yi Yu just returned a blank stare to her. What was this woman thinking all day long? I have someone I know in the demon clan, I'm filming her to return her to the demon clan, what are you thinking about here? So that's how it was, Yi Qinglan cut a little in a bored manner. Yi Yu didn't bother with her either, he just looked at the auction table below the stage. Just as Yi Qinglan said, this room they were in was a top VIP, so after Yi Yu bid, there was really no one bidding against them. Well, it went down very smoothly, which made Yi Yu still a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that there would be some delightful bridge, and then he could show his sainthood in front of people. But, sure enough, the name of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce's top VIP still has a great deterrent power. After the auction is over, someone will send it over to you, and you can also shoot whatever else you see. Yi Qinglan and Yi Yu clarified, and then she was lazily stretching her waist and casually said. Yi Yu shook his head when he saw this, how did this woman suddenly become so salty? But the next auction items Yi Yu basically have no interest. After all, either it is what he does not lack, or it is what can be exchanged in the system mall. But in general, today this auction Yi Yu is still very satisfied. It satisfied his idea of wanting to participate in the auction, and he was also able to auction that little fox. You can auction some of the things that Star Haunter eats, well, but it's all up to you. Anyway, I'm here, so I'll make sure that Star Haunter is satisfied with what she eats. Yi Qinglan was now completely mesmerized by Xingha's beauty. Yi Yu also just rolled her eyes when she heard this, not bothering with her at all. Chapter 74 The Little Fox Meets the Demon Emperor. The auction was still going on, but it had almost come to an end, and Yi Yu gradually lost interest. While the various forces under the stage were speculating about what kind of person was in this top VIP room. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Yu anymore. The little fox you shot is here, I had someone send it to you in advance. Yi Qinglan whispered a few words, then raised her head and said to Yi Yu. Yi Yu just happened to have little interest in the next auction as well. Hearing this, she also turned her head and looked at the door expectantly. Soon there was an attendant who brought that little fox into the room. Unlike the party, it wasn't in a cage and seemed to have bathed and put on exquisite clothes. This made Yi Yu almost didn't recognize that this was the dirty little fox from earlier. It must have been ordered by Yi Qinglan, she was meticulous. Miss, it has been brought, all done as you ordered. That female attendant said respectfully, while that little fox's face was filled with helplessness. With her head lowered and her hands intertwined, every now and then she would sneakily look up at Yi Yu and Yi Qinglan. Yi Qinglan nodded slightly, and that attendant respectfully exited the room. Here, the little fox you asked for, TSK, you don't say, this grooming is quite cute. Yi Qinglan looked the little fox up and down, and suddenly glanced at Yi Yu with an odd look. Yi Yu, you don't have any strange fetishes, right? She's still a little kid. Good guy. Yi Yu's face was full of black lines. After this woman got acquainted with him, she really said everything outwardly. What are you thinking in this head? Go, feed Star Haunter. Yi Qinglan pouted, but didn't speak anymore, just took the spirit fruit and fed Star Haunter. Yu saw that little fox standing over there alone, and with a frightened look, gently shook his head. Come here, don't be afraid, no one will hurt you in the future. Yu revealed a gentle smile, and at the same time picked up a piece of exquisite dessert and waved towards that little fox. That little fox looked blankly at Yu's handsome face, and then looked at the piece of exquisite dessert in his hand. It couldn't help but swallow its saliva, then slowly walked towards Yu. Seeing this, Yu was also extremely patient, and when the little fox finally came in front of him, Yu also handed over the dessert in his hand. Looking at her cute appearance as she took small bites, Yu also couldn't help but smile. What's your name? Eat slowly, there's still a lot left. The little fox's mouth bulging, sniffed, and nodded vigorously. The result was directly choked. That cute little face instantly reddened. Yu looked amused, and handed over the tea on the table. The little fox gulped down a large mouthful, only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. I'm called Little Dream. Big brother, can you send me home? The little fox's voice was a bit timid, sounding soft and gentle, only filled with fear. Well, there was also a hint of smacking sound, probably because it felt that the dessert was too delicious. Yu smiled slightly at her words and said softly to her. Don't worry, I'll send you home, I know your demon emperor Lord O. Little Dream's large eyes instantly froze when she heard Yu mention Lord Demon Emperor. Then it was extremely excited, even the dessert in her hand was put down. Directly tugged on Yu's sleeve, and asked with an eager expression. Really? Do you really know Lord Demon Emperor? Then can you send me back as soon as possible? I have something important to say to Lord Demon Emperor. Yu touched her little head and said with a smile. Don't be in a hurry, I'll do what I say, you eat more first, you're starving. Hearing Yu say this, Little Dream then gradually calmed down and continued to eat the dessert. Oh? Yu, you actually know the Demon Emperor? This is really out of my expectation. Ye Qinglan listened to the whole thing from the side before looking at Yu with some surprise. It was said that the Demon Emperor was extremely mysterious, and that his strength was also unfathomable. Yet, he never thought that Yu was actually acquainted with her. Base manipulation do not these are all basic operations, don't need to be too surprised. Yu hemmed and hawed, and Ye Qinglan just gave him a blank look. Alright, I'm leaving, you have a good talk with your little fox, Star Haunter, come, say goodbye to your sister. After the auction ended, Ye Qinglan also waved her hand at Yu and looked at Xingha at his feet again. And Xingha also nodded to her in a good manner and meowed twice. This big sister was now her feeding officer, and was still the super generous kind. Star Haunter was naturally extremely well behaved. Yu just rolled his eyes and brought Little Dream and Star Haunter to the residence that Ye Qinglan had arranged for him. Big brother, when will you take me to see Lord Demon Emperor? Little Dream's trust in Yu was getting deeper and deeper after his feeding as well as his soft comforting voice. Yu touched her little head and smiled mysteriously. It is now Little Dream looked around somewhat dully, then the next moment there was a spatial crack that appeared in the room. Yu then held Star Haunted and pulled her little hand into the middle of this spatial crack. Yu had already contacted Yu Tang when he was at the auction. After hearing this, Yu Tang seemed to attach great importance to it. This is not. After Yu returned to the room, Yu Tang opened the portal for them. The next moment, a person, a cat and a small fox appeared in the hall of the demon clan. After a brief moment of stagnation, Little Dream also reacted to the fact that she had really returned to the demon clan, and was extremely excited at that moment. Well, I'm really back, big brother, you're awesome. Yeah, Demon, Lord Demon Emperor. Little Dream greets Lord Demon Emperor. Little Dream first looked around excitedly, and when she saw Yu Tang above the throne, she also immediately kneeled down respectfully. Even because she was too excited, she was a little incoherent. Yu spread his hands at Yu Tang, this little fox was also too excited. And Yu Tang came to Little Dream's front with a flash and gently lifted her up. No need to be too polite, Yu, this time I really have to thank you. Yu Tang glanced at Xiao Meng with a complicated expression, then he looked at Yu. Yu, on the other hand, scratched his head. Could there be some hidden meaning in this? It's fine, I'm just going along for the ride. Yu Tang, is she? Well, is it about your demon clan? In that case, am I not too good to know? Yu guessed, at the same time wanting to avoid suspicion. Yu Tang, however, just shook her head and gave Yu a somewhat grudging blank look. I am your person, what else can I let you know? Chapter 75 The Trail of the 12 Witch Demons. Yu smiled sardonically at his words, while Xiao Meng was filled with stupefaction. Wait. What did Lord Demon Emperor just say? She is Big Brother's person? Wow, Big Brother is so powerful. Little Dream immediately looked at Yu with a face full of admiration, which caused Yu to be a little confused. Why is this little fox looking at herself like this? You are from the Lost Fox clan, listen to Yu said you want to see me? Speak up, what happened? Yu Tang stroked Little Dream's head and asked softly. The Lost Fox clan? The corners of Yu's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments after hearing this. The name of this race was really appropriate. This little fox isn't just a little bewitched. Little Dream heard Yu Tang ask about it, and this time, she hastened to get serious, and somewhat gestured with her hands in a frenzy. Demon, Lord Demon Emperor, it's like this, our Mystic Fox clan discovered the information of the 12 sorcerer demons, but, oh. I don't know why, but suddenly there was a mysterious boundary that covered our entire Mystic Fox clan. The clan members desperately escorted me out to convey the message, but as a result, although Xiaomeng spoke in a hurry, Yu and Yu Tang still roughly understood what she said. After that, it was Little Dream who escaped from that mysterious boundary, but was captured. Luckily, she met Yu and rescued her, and only then did she have the chance to inform Yu Tang. 12 witch demons, I never thought that the rumors were true. Yu Tang mumbled a bit. She let the people take Xiaomeng down to rest first, and promised her that she would personally go to the Mystic Fox clan. As for Yu, she also stuffed Star Haunt into Little Dream's arms and asked her to help look after her for a while. Starry Night symbolically meowed a few times, and then also very obediently shrunk in Little Dream's arms. Little Dream was naturally extremely fond of star haunting as well, and the little fox lady went out with the kitten. Well, it was quite loving. Yu Tang looked at Yu at this time and sighed. And Yu also frowned slightly and asked softly, aren't the 12 witch demons a demon race from the ancient times? How come they have appeared again nowadays? Yu had previously heard about the 12 witch demons of the demon race from Di Xiangawang's side. According to her, the 12 witch demons of the demon race often had disputes with the 10 temples of Yama of the demon race at that time. Yu Tang, on the other hand, was stunned and looked at Yu with more than a few surprises in his eyes. You also know about the 12 witch demons? That's something I didn't expect. Yu didn't hide it from her and told her that he had learned about it from the side of a great power. Yu Tang shook her head slightly and pulled Yu to sit on top of the throne. Alas, what that senior said is true, the demon race did have 12 witch demons in the ancient times, but then they all mysteriously disappeared. Yu Tang's complexion flashed, and then continued. The ancient period is an unknown number of years from now. 10,000 years ago you gave me the nine-tailed bloodline, and at that time, the 12 witch demons were already unknown. Hearing Yu Tang say this, Yu's heart couldn't help but raise a trace of doubt. Since that's the case, then why are there suddenly traces of the 12 witch demons now? And Xiaomeng also said that their Mystic Fox clan were all covered by a mysterious boundary. Yu Tang shook her head. She didn't have any clue at this point as to the hidden meaning of this. This time I will personally go over to check it out. Whether it's true or not, I have to confirm it before I can rest assured. Yu frowned slightly after hearing this. He pulled Yu Tang's small hand and asked with some concern, will there be any danger? How can I let you go personally, if this is true, that is after all the 12 witch demons from the ancient times? Yu Tang, you. Before Yu could finish his sentence, he was covered by Yu Tang's small hand and then laughed lightly. There is no harm, no matter what, I am also a demon emperor, how would I be afraid of those old monsters? Yu Tang spoke with incomparable confidence. The aura of a demon emperor looking askance at the world was immediately displayed. But even so, Yu still had some worries. After all, this was his own woman. Why don't I accompany you over there to take a look, otherwise I'm always relieved. Yu Tang shook her head, and her complexion became much gentler. She caressed Yu's cheek and said softly, it's okay, I'm just going over to take a look. Besides, don't you believe in my strength? Humph. Yu Tang said, her small mouth also pouted slightly, giving Yu a somewhat dissatisfied look. Yu pinched her bulging little face, then wrapped her in his arms. What silly words to say. Come on, put this on. Yu exchanged an elixir without any side effects from the system mall. Well, the name of this elixir was also very straightforward. It was called the promotion elixir. Well, the effects were also simple and crude. Product promotion pill, raises one level of one's realm after taking it, lasts for 1 hour, without any side effects as well as hidden dangers. Yu Tang received this pill from Yu with an extremely shocked expression. She was able to feel the energy contained in this elixir, which was extremely astonishing. This elixir is unusual, the energy inside is shocking even to me. Yu smiled faintly and told her about the effects of this elixir. Raising oneself by 1 level of realm, this is too heavenly, and it actually doesn't have any side effects. Yu Tang slightly opened her small mouth. Yu looked at her this dumbfounded look and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cherry lips. Why are you so dumb? Remember, if you really encounter any danger, directly eat this pill, okay? Yu Tang's lips were pinched by him, and she gave him a somewhat dissatisfied blank look. I know Yu, why do you have everything and this is still so rare? Anyway, I won't be polite with you la. Yu heard her say this, then he nodded with satisfaction, only that his hand was still not withdrawn. Instead, he gazed at her delicate cherry lips, not knowing what he was thinking. Yu Tang heard that he didn't say anything anymore, and also glanced at Yu with some confusion, but in the end, when she saw his expression, where she didn't know what this bad guy was thinking in his heart. Yu Tang's pretty face immediately crawled with redness, but in her heart, she didn't know how to refuse. Well, anyway, there had been before, just, this bad man, bad. Yu Tang whitened with a grudging glance at Yu, and then she slowly knelt down. Big brother, what are you giggling about? Yu Tang had already prepared the relevant matters, so only Yu, who was still reminiscing, was left in the demon clan's main hall. And when Yi Yu heard Xiao Meng's voice, he also hurriedly resumed his serious appearance. Oh, nothing, I just thought of something happy. Yi Yu touched Xiao Meng's head, and the latter just smiled foolishly before handing the Star Haunting in his arms to Yi Yu. I came to return Star Haunter Law. Star Haunter is so cute and good. It's just that when I came here, I also bumped into Lord Demon Emperor, but I felt that Lord Demon Emperor looked strange, as if his lips were still a bit swollen. Xiao Meng scratched her head with some doubt, while Yi Yu just tensed her face, with a look like I don't know anything either. Chapter 76 Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. After Yi Yu came back from Yutang's side, he continued to stay in Starfall Pavilion for a few more days. In fact, Yi Yu wanted to leave the Starry Meteor Pavilion to go to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace after coming back from Yutang's side. But because Yi Qinglan couldn't let go of Star Haunting, she forced them to stay for a few more days. Alright Qinglan, I really should go, I'll see you in Divine Moon Sect afterward. Yi Yu somewhat helplessly looked at Yi Qinglan, who was all a bit teary-eyed. He really didn't expect her to like Star Haunter so much. And the Star Haunter in Yi Yu's arms also meowed a few times in love. Xingha was aware that this big sister in front of her was very good to her, all kinds of delicious food would be given to her, and Xingha liked her the most. Well, also not right, the master also likes it. Righto, I will go to the Divine Moon Sect after that, then I can see Star Ha again, hey. Yi Yu has seen what a second face change is, from tearful eyes to a joyful smile, it only takes a second. Then hurry up and go early and come back early, I'll wait for you at Divine Moon Sect. Yi Qinglan was now close to pushing Yi Yu to go outside. Yi Yu shook his head, this is a woman. Let's go, Qinglan, thank you for your hospitality during this period of time. When you arrive at Divine Moon Sect, I'll treat you well too. Yi Yu waved his hand and then embraced Star Haunter and stepped onto the luxurious flying prop Yi Qinglan gifted him. The corners of Yi Qinglan's mouth also rose slightly as he looked at the faraway flight prop. Yi Yu, I'll see you in the Divine Moon Sect. If you don't say it's a luxury flight prop, you only need to input the destination and then you can wait with your hands off the console. This kind is really too suitable for lazy people like Yi Yu. Say, have you been bribed by Qinglan recently? You have to know that I am your real master, no? Yi Yu had nothing to do, so he pinched Star Haunter's kitten face and started to instill a series of thoughts into it. And that is to quickly become a kitten lady. You have to cultivate hard and strive to become a kitten lady as soon as possible, know it. Star Haunter's eyes that hid a sea of stars were filled with confusion. Master, and what's wrong with it? No matter. Star lingering with kitten head rubbed Yi Yu and put the tail into Yi Yu's hand to let him play. So the master will be happy, right? Starfall Pavilion and Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace are not far from each other. Yi Yu and Xingha arrived at Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace after playing for a while. Yi Yu hugged Star Ha and came down from the flight prop, then pressed a button. Then the flight prop instantly disintegrated and turned into a little bit of starlight and returned to the button in Yi Yu's hand. Well, it's really convenient, Yi Yu once again sighed with emotion. Stop, Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, men are forbidden to enter. The Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace was located on top of a mountain. From a distance it really looked as if it was far away from the earth, detached from the red dust in general. And Yi Yu was stopped at this moment by the two guarding disciples at the foot of the mountain. These two people were expressionless, just blocked in front of Yi Yu and said indifferently. Yi Yu looked at the two pieces of ice in front of him, and didn't bother to take care of them, just took out a voice transmission jade talisman and said, Neo? Come down and pick me up, I was blocked by your two senior sisters. Yeah, I am now at the foot of your forgetful heavenly palace, you. Before Yi Yu could finish his words, he heard Tantai Mio's excited voice coming from the other side of the voice transmission jade talisman. Then there was no sound. Yi Yu searched that she should have come down. Those two guarding disciples looked at each other in dismay. They had also heard what Yi Yu said just now. Neo? Could it be eldest senior sister Tantai Mio? But, how could that be possible? No, I seem to have heard that during the Middle Continent Dao discussion conference earlier, senior sister Tantai did seem to show her heart to a man. Could it be this man? Yi Yu teased the Star Haunter in his arms for a few moments, and the Star Haunter's little paw also hugged Yi Yu's finger, the little cat's head constantly rubbing against it. The two guarding disciples were also attracted by Xingha's beauty at this time, and had been secretly observing Xingha. Not long after, a cool figure appeared at the sect gate. Yi Yu was just about to speak, but he saw that Tantai Mio even directly jumped into Yi Yu's arms. The sweet scent came to his face, and the gentle young girl in his arms seemed to be very excited. Well, Yi Yu really came. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Tantai Mio's small head rubbed against Yi Yu's chest, breathing in Yi Yu's breath somewhat greedily. Yi Yu gently shook his head and stroked her long hair. Fool, I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. Come, let me see, where is your master? Listening to Yi Yu's words, Tantai Mio also couldn't help but giggle and gently punched Yi Yu's chest. Which one of you talks like this, la? Really? Okay, go in with me. Tantai Mio wrapped her arms around Yi Yu, while Yi Yu was also smilingly letting her. And Star Haunter was also following the two of them with her small feet backwards. It couldn't be helped, the cat didn't speak, it just trotted alone. And when passing by those two disciples guarding the gate, Yi Yu lightly glanced at them. And those two seemed to have fallen into petrification, staring blankly at them. Ye secretly laughed in his heart, and deliberately wrapped his arms around Tantai Mio as he passed by. And Tantai Mio was naturally uncertain, but she also let Ye put her arm around her. Ye, look, this is the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, let me take you around first? The Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace was situated on top of a mountain, and the disciples within the sect seemed to be obsessed with practicing the way of forgetfulness. Therefore, there were almost no other people to be seen within the sect, and Ye asked Tantai Mio before realizing that the other disciples were basically practicing on their own. The scenery is pretty it's just that the colors are too monotonous, it feels cold. Ye looked around and said to Tantai Mio. And Tantai Mio nodded and sighed when she heard that. After all, our Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace focuses on practicing the great Tao of forgetfulness. So over time, these scenery and buildings within the sect have become like this. So it was like this, Ye had actually always had doubts about that so-called Forgotten Love Avenue. It was only that this was what others chose for themselves, and they couldn't say anything about it. Take me to see your residence, right? These are all the same after looking at them for a long time. Tantai Mio sniffed with some hesitation, then said somewhat shyly. Really want to go see it? Then you can't laugh at me. Ye originally just casually said it, but now seeing Tantai Mio's reaction, she immediately became interested. Don't worry, I definitely won't laugh, I'm a professional, unless I can't help it, don't worry, I definitely won't laugh. Tantai Mio patted Yi's shoulder, and Yi hurriedly assured him. Tantai Mio pursed her lips, seeing Yi being so persistent, she had no choice but to show him the way. Along the way, she constantly told Yi to prepare himself mentally, and said that if Yi dared to laugh out she would bite him to death. And this also made the curiosity in Yi's heart even greater. What exactly is Mio's residence like? Chapter 77, The Room of a Young Girl. Yi looked at the very pink room in front of her, and fell into a stupor. No, is Mio so girlish? Moreover, such a pink and cute house, in the monotonous white color of the Forgotten Heavenly Palace, it appeared particularly outstanding. What, how is it, does it look good? Tantai Mio pulled Yi's sleeve and asked somewhat nervously. Yi tried to suppress the odd feelings in his heart, and lightly coughed a few times. Overall it's still very good, very cute? Mio, how did you think of arranging the house like this? When Tantai Mio heard Yi say that, she smiled with her eyebrows arched, and her whole body was lying on Yi's body. I just like this, why, isn't it good? Since Tantai Mio met Yi again, the whole person's mentality became more and more relaxed. When she was getting along with Yi, she would also reveal her little girl's mentality from time to time. This also led to her getting more and more used to pampering Yi. Only at this moment, she tightened her smiling face and stared at Yi with some seriousness. Yi hurriedly nodded her head vigorously and expressed her affirmation and affection for her residence in a serious manner. Only then did Tantai Mio eat and laugh, then pulled Yi into her house. This place is all carefully decorated by me, just now if you dare to say it's not good, humph. Yi let her drag her, while Star Haunter climbed from Yi's lap to his shoulder, then sat obediently and surveyed the surroundings. Walking into the room, Yi felt the girl's unique fragrance. Speaking of which, this should be his first time entering a woman's boudoir. Why are you standing there, sit down. Tantai Mio pulled the somewhat dazed Yi to sit on the soft seat in the center of the room, and then made a tea for Yi, her bright eyes looking at Yi. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I have anything on my face. Yi sipped the tea and asked with some doubts. And Tantai Mio just gave a silly smile, not enough to see, hey, Yi came so fast, I'm very happy. Looking at this silly appearance of Mio, Yi's heart was soft, he wrapped Tantai Mio into his embrace, and softly said fool. And Tantai Mio also closed her eyes, lying on Yi's chest, the two of them enjoyed this temporary sweetness. I don't know how much time passed, Star Haunter were jumping up and down a bit bored, Tantai Mio only remembered something like that and let out a low cry. Yeah, Master said that you came and told me to bring you there directly, well, as a result, I brought you to my room and forgot about this matter. Saying that, Tantai Mio pulled Yi's hand and prepared to go see Han Chiyue. However, Yi was the one who pulled her back again. Don't worry, when I came here, your master must have known about it, since she didn't react, that means that she has tacitly approved of me being here with you, so it won't be too late to go and see you again tomorrow. Tantai Mio tilted her little head, seemingly feeling that what he said made sense, and so she sat down again with peace of mind. Will I stay here tonight? Well, okay, it's happily decided. Yi spoke out of his mouth, then quickly determined this fact. Tantai Mio blinked her eyes, and her pretty face quickly flushed a hint of redness. Then I'll go somewhere else. What for? You could not let this little white flower run away. Looking at the shy Tantai Mio in front of him, Yi grinned. Hey, sleep together, I see that your bed is also quite big. Tantai Mio was after all an inexperienced woman, how could she withstand Yi's teasing? Shyly, she gently stepped on Yi's foot, and then broke away from his arms. You're bad, how can you be here? What if Master knows about it? I'll go somewhere else. Saying that, Tantaimio fled as if she had left this place, left her room. Yiyu scratched his head, and shook his head with some amusement. This girl, she really can't be teased. Yiyu hugged Star Haunter, and lay down on Tantaimio's bed without any politeness at all. The bed was soft, and carried a faint fragrance. Starha, it seems that only you can sleep with me tonight, come, let the master kiss. Yiyu gave a good rua to Xingha, and immediately felt refreshed. However, thinking about going to meet Cold Chiyue tomorrow, Yiyu's heart was also a little nervous. Thinking that it shouldn't be too hard to be embarrassed, right? Early in the morning of the second day, Yiyu opened his eyes, but soon felt that something was wrong. When he turned his head to look, he realized that Tantaimio was lying beside himself in a well-behaved manner. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and the corners of her mouth were lightly raised, as if she was having some kind of sweet and beautiful dream. Star Haunter, on the other hand, was lying on the other side, and when she saw Yiyu looking over, the kitten's face was full of aggression, seemingly saying that her master's embrace was snatched away by this woman. Yiyu continued to look at Tantaimio again. This made Yiyu instantly freeze. No, didn't Mio leave last night? What, why is she sleeping beside me now? Oh, this is her bed, so there's really no problem for her to come back to sleep. It's not a problem, damn it. Yiyu's heart was thumping. In the morning such a delicate young girl was sleeping beside him. Yiyu swallowed his saliva somewhat indisputably. Moreover, this young girl is still the forgetful heavenly maiden who was as cold as frost in front of people. Yiyu pursed his lips and slowly lowered his head to Tantaimio's face, then quickly kissed her cheek. However, this action seemed to have awakened Tantaimio, only to see Tantaimio slowly open her eyes. Yiyu's figure was also reflected in her eyes. She touched Yiyu's cheek and muttered. What for, no, I just want to hug you to sleep, you're not allowed to look at me. Tanya Mio was still a little confused at first, but she soon came to her senses. At the same time, she also reacted to the current situation of the two of them, and her pretty face was instantly covered in redness. I just want to try what it's like to sleep while holding you, don't think too much, or else I'll play you to death. Tantaimio hurriedly stood up from the bed, and with a wave of her hand, she was fully dressed, and then lowered her head, not daring to look at Yiyu. And Yiyu just hemmed and hawed and didn't continue to poke fun at her. After all, Mio's skin is very thin, some things still need to come slowly. I understand in the future, you are welcome to hug me to sleep every day, ahem, well, let's go to see your master, don't let her wait anxiously. Yiyu said halfway, seeing that Mio was a little ashamed, so she immediately changed the topic. And after Mio heard what Yiyu said, she also gave an O sound, and then she was tugging at Yiyu. Right-o, hurry up, Master still doesn't know what he will think. It's all your fault. Yiyu shrugged his shoulders. Man, sometimes it is so difficult. Yiyu, Master Zun, she's waiting for you inside I'll go in with you. The two of them arrived in one of the side halls of the forgetful heavenly palace. Tantaimio whispered. Chapter 78 The Test, just this? Yiyu nodded and directly took her small hand and walked inside. Really can't do anything about you, humph. Tanya Mio said this on her lips, but the corners of her mouth were slowly rising. She wanted to see exactly what she wanted to see. Even if she faced her master, Yiyu would not let go of her hand. Cold Chiyue looked expressionlessly at the two who walked in snuggling. At this moment, she was only glad that her forgotten love avenue was being cultivated more and more completely. Otherwise, it was estimated that the old powder of these two people being mushy would be too much to bear. Master, Yiyu, he's here. Tantaimio took Yiyu's arm and came in front of Han Chiyue, saying in a small voice. Yiyu coughed lightly and also looked at Han Chiyue in a serious manner. Well, if the two weren't being mushy, then it was indeed a serious book. Yiyu, my forgetfulness heavenly palace doesn't prohibit love and affection, it's just that the disciples within the sect will gradually break off their love and affection as they cultivate the forgetfulness great Tao. Cold Chiyue's voice was indifferent and did not have any tone fluctuations. Mio, she even managed to carve your figure in the immaculate ice heart for your sake, this is her choice. As Han Chiyue said that, she glanced at Tantaimio who had her head lowered again, and finally sighed. It's just that, the rules of the forgetfulness heavenly palace from ancient times can't be changed. If you want to take Mio away from the forgetfulness heavenly palace, you must go through a test. Test? Yiyu's face was a little confused. He looked towards Mio and found that her little face was also filled with confusion. Afterwards, through Han Chiyue's explanation, Yiyu then understood why there was still the term test. It turned out that although the forgetfulness heavenly palace did not prohibit love, it was said that the first generation of the forgetfulness heavenly maiden was also in love with a man. But the final result is that the man in the forgetfulness of the heavenly maiden promised to be with her forever after the promise, then directly disappeared. The forgetfulness heavenly maiden of that generation searched everywhere but found nothing, and was eventually brought back to the forgetfulness heavenly palace by the then palace master of the forgetfulness heavenly palace. And as for the final ending, no one knew. Only know that since then, forgetfulness heavenly palace has such a rule. Love is not forbidden, but one must pass the test of the broken thought stone. Broken Thought Stone. Master, what is that? Why have I never heard of it before? Tantai Mio chanted twice and realized that she had never heard of it before, so she asked with some doubts. Han Chiyue shook her head, her gaze somewhat distant, seemingly recalling something, and only after a moment did she say, "The Broken Thought Stone is precisely made from the obsession of that forgetful heavenly maiden at the time it can test you towards you, whether or not it is sincere. If there is no sincerity, the Broken Thought Stone will erase his memories. If that's the case, Mio, you forget about him as well." Cold Chiyue originally thought that after she said such words, Yiyu or Mio would be very nervous and worried, and at the very least, there would be some hesitation. However, she didn't see any of these. What Han Chiyue saw was that both Yiyu and Tantai Mio let out a sigh of relief at the same time, seemingly letting go of their hearts. "That's it, huh? I thought it was something. No problem, feel free to come." Yiyu was really relieved. He had originally thought that it was some kind of 1,000 difficult test, but it turned out to be this was looking down on someone. And Tantai Mio also looked at Yiyu with the same infatuation. Regarding whether Yiyu was sincere to her, she likewise did not have any worries or doubts. Seeing this, Han Chiyue's complexion was slightly stunned, then she revealed a faint smile. "You are all so confident, it seems that this is enough to prove his sincerity." Tantai Mio nodded her head vigorously after hearing this, and said to Han Chiyue with a smile, "That's not true. If he dares to dislike it, you say it right, Yiyu." Yiyu rubbed her little head and nodded similarly. Palace Master Han, then let me go and try that nerve-breaking stone." Hearing Yiyu say so, Cold Chiyue no longer said anything, and with a wave of her plain hand, a stone with a flickering dreamy light actually appeared directly in her hand. "Is this the Broken Thought Stone? Why does it look quite nice?" The star haunter on Yiyu's shoulder similarly meowed twice, and even raised her paw to touch that piece of Broken Thought Stone, but was hastily stopped by Yiyu. "Starha, good, this can't be casually touched. In case you touch it and forget about this master, what should I do? Mio, help me hold down Starha." Saying that, Yiyu lifted up the star haunting and handed it to Mio's arms. "Palace Master Cold, is this straight touching okay?" Yiyu looked at the broken yen in Cold Chiyue's hand and asked with some curiosity. "Well, just reach out and touch it directly. After that you may see some illusions. Whether or not you can break the illusions depends on whether or not you are sincere to Mio." Yiyu nodded at his words, and then without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and touched the nihilism-breaking stone. Tantai Mio looked at Yiyu with eyes full of anticipation, but realized that he was in a trance all of a sudden. "Master, this." Han Chiyue shook her head and said softly, "There is no harm, this is the beginning of the test of the nerve-breaking stone." Only then did Tantai Mio nod, holding Star Haunter to the side and waiting for Yiyu. Yiyu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the next moment he actually came to a familiar scene. "This place, Isn't this the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace?" Yiyu was a little confused in his heart. Didn't he say that he would have hallucinations? How is it still in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace? Could it be that these are hallucinations? Yiyu pursed her lips and carefully looked around. And suddenly the next moment, the picture turned abruptly. Two figures appeared in front of Yiyu, while there was also a voice that came over. "Do you know your mistake?" A cold and indifferent voice rang out. It seemed to be the voice of a person on the left, while listening to the voice was a woman. "Disciple, I don't know." The voice of the woman on the right also rang out, only the voice was even more resolute. "Adverse disciple, haven't you seen how he treats you? Why do you insist on not realizing? He must have bitter reasons, disciple, I don't believe he is that kind of person." Yiyu listened for a while before realizing that this seemed to be what Cold Chiyue had just said about the Forgetfulness Heavenly Maiden and Forgetfulness Palace Master in the beginning. But, wasn't it said to be a test for me? Why would it show me this incident that happened before? Yiyu was even more puzzled in his heart, and at the same time, the argument between the two people in front of him seemed to have gradually disappeared. When Yiyu looked again, found that only the figure of the woman on the right remained. The woman on the left was nowhere to be found. "You won't lie to me, right? I know it all." The woman on the right murmured, and slowly, her figure disappeared into thin air as well, leaving behind only one sentence. "The supreme forgetfulness, since there is no love, how can there be forgetfulness? When love reaches the depths, it is forgetfulness." As that figure disappeared, the entire forgetful heavenly palace was also rapidly collapsing. Before Yiyu could react, a white light engulfed him. And when Yiyu opened his eyes again, he realized that Tantai Mio as well as Han Chiyue were looking at him. Chapter 79, Why is it you? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Yiyu scratched his head and asked with some confusion. Han Chiyue frowned slightly as she looked down at the nerve-breaking stone in her hand, and then finally looked back at Yiyu. Since you haven't lost your memories, that means you passed the test." Yiyu's heart was even more puzzled when he heard this. It seemed like he had just watched a past memory just now. How did he pass the test? It feels like nothing happened. Yiyu, you were so fast. I thought that this test would take a long time, but in the end, you passed it so quickly. Tantai Mio happily wrapped her arms around Yiyu's arm, smiling with a face full of innocence. Well, Yi Yu's mouth twitched a bit, and in his heart, he even said that a small child doesn't know how to talk nonsense. How can a man say fast? It seems that in the future, Mio will have to be educated properly. Cold Palace Master, this test of the broken thought stone, what is it like in general? Yi Yu thought about it and asked more politely. Cold Chiyue put away the broken thought stone and heard Yi Yu's words but also shook her head. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace for thousands of years will use the broken nimble stone is also very few. Well, this palace also do not know exactly what kind. I only heard that it will appear different illusions according to different people, thus testing the person concerned through these illusions. Yi Yu were dumbfounded, together you also don't know what exactly will appear. Yi Yu, what's wrong? What kind of illusion did you just encounter? Tantai Mio pulled Yi Yu's sleeve and asked with some curiosity. Yi Yu shook his head and said, I only saw that forgetful heavenly maiden that Palace Master Cold had mentioned earlier as well as the Palace Master of the forgetful heavenly palace at that time. Saying that, Yi Yu told both of them everything that he had just seen. And after hearing that, Cold Chiyue's expression was stunned, and the eyes that looked at Yi Yu had a few more inexplicable colors, which seemed to be ghostly and grudging, but quickly flashed past. Well, what a pity, Yi Yu, do you think that man really failed that generation's forgetful heavenly maiden? Tantai Mio only felt a great pity after hearing this. The forgetful heavenly maiden of that generation was not as lucky as herself after all. Yi Yu rubbed her little head. In fact, he didn't know what exactly happened in the beginning. But he only knew that this young girl in front of him, he would definitely not fail. Since Yi Yu has already passed the test of the broken thought stone, Mio, in the future, you will go with him. Cold Chiyue's voice was devoid of sadness and joy, as if she was just telling an extremely ordinary matter. Senior, Tantai Mio let go of Yi Yu's hand and stepped forward to pull on Han Chiyue's hand. Han Chiyue shook her head, and the look she gave Tantai Mio became somewhat softer. It's okay, Mio, you've already found your own Tao. This forgetfulness Tao, after all, is not suitable for you. Tantai Mio sniffled. She had grown up in the forgetfulness heavenly palace since she was young, and her master was the closest person to her. Although because of the forgotten love great Tao, master teacher had always been rather indifferent towards her. But Tantai Mio knew in her heart that master teacher cared about her. This Tantai Mio was incomparably sure of. Alright, you go down with him. After this you don't have to be bound by the forgetfulness heavenly maiden anymore. The forgetfulness great Tao, after all, is crippled. At the end of her words, Cold Chiyue's voice was almost unheard, and she only waved her hand at Tantai Mio and Yi Yu, before turning around. Tantai Mio seemed to want to say something else, but Yi Yu pulled her back and shook her head at her. The two of them then left this side hall, and only after they left did Han Chiyue turn around. Compared to the indifference and coldness she had always had, at this time, her face was full of unbelief. Han Chiyue bit her lips, clenching her fists but slowly unclenching them. Why would the broken yen stone give that kind of reaction? In order to be able to stay in this world and wait for him, at the risk of sealing the memories and obsessions in the broken idea stone. And paid a great price to be able to exist in the world for 1,000 years. But, no, it can't be. Why is it you? Why is it you? Why did you take so long to? Various sealed memories gradually began to awaken. The broken numinous stone in Cold Chiyue's hand also turned into bits of light and disappeared into Cold Chiyue's body. She covered her small mouth. It's really you, Yi Yu, it's really you. At this moment, Han Chiyue could no longer maintain her icy complexion and sat down on her knees powerlessly. The pretty face that was as cold as ice and frost was currently filled with tear stains. Yi Yu, I'm a bit sad to let go of my master. Well, Tantai Mio held Yi Yu's arm and said in a somewhat low tone. And at this moment, Star Haunter also jumped from her arms to Yi Yu's shoulder then sat down and meowed a few times. Yi Yu pinched her little face and said with a smile. Fool, it's not like you can't come back in the future. Why are you saying this as if you've been expelled from the palace by your master? Tantai Mio also couldn't help but giggle when she heard Yi Yu's words. How can you say that? The master father loves me the most, how can he expel me from the palace door? The disciples of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace were located in their own cave all year round, focusing on cultivating the Forgetfulness Avenue. Therefore, in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, it is very rare to see disciples walking around. Yi Yu was still a little unaccustomed to this. After all, when he was in Divine Moon Sect, he could see disciples almost everywhere. Your Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, it really feels like it is somewhat beyond the mundane, only I also feel that there is definitely something wrong with this avenue of forgetfulness. Tantai Mio also sighed at those words, her tone somewhat low. Yes, senior sisters have been cultivating the Forgotten Love Avenue, but they haven't made much progress. But Tantai Mio stole a glance at Yi Yu, then pursed her lips and continued. But I clearly carved your silhouette on the Immaculate Ice Heart, which by all rights is already against the Tao of forgetfulness. Yet my realm broke through very quickly, surpassing all of them. And I have a feeling that I've traveled even farther than them on the avenue of forgetfulness. Tantai Mio's words reminded Yi Yu of the last words he heard just now in the Broken Thought Stone. Is the depth of love forgetfulness? So this avenue of your forgetfulness heavenly palace is definitely out of order. Yiyu scratched Tantai Mio's small nose, then continued. And what forgetfulness or not, right now you are my woman. Saying that, Yiyu pulled Tantai Mio into his arms, then bent down to give her an extra long wet kiss. Until Tantai Mio was a little out of breath, Yiyu then let go of her. Looking at her slightly swollen lips, Yiyu couldn't help but heave a smile. Mm. Tantai Mio gave a wooing cry, and her body leaned against Yiyu's body with some weakness. Bad guy, I'm all yours Yiyu. I really like you so much. If the avenue of forgetfulness requires me to forget you, then I will just destroy this avenue and remember you again. Tantai Mio crouched down on Yiyu's chest and said dully. Feeling the blazing love of the young girl in his arms, Yiyu also could not help but hug her tightly and said softly. Silly girl, no matter what, you and I will be together. Chapter 80 Going out, identity is all given by oneself. While Yiyu was traveling to the forgetful heavenly palace, Yu Tang took Xiao Meng and a group of demon clans to the Mystic Fox clan. Lord Demon Emperor, what is the relationship between you and Big Brother Ah? On the way Little Dream asked with some curiosity, because she always felt that Big Brother and Lord Demon Emperor had such a cordial relationship Ah. Hearing her mention Yiyu, Yu Tang's pretty face reddened, forcing her tone to appear calmer, or else she would have to lose face as a demon emperor in front of this little guy. That's only if this emperor looks up to him, you know? Your big brother is as well behaved as a kitten in front of this emperor. Yu Tang started to make things up on the grounds that Xiao Meng didn't know anything. Although most of the time in front of Yiyu, she was the well-behaved little cat. But, anyway, Yiyu wouldn't know what it would be called right now. Oh, in that bad guy's words. When you go out, you give your identity to yourself. As expected, Little Dream had a look of adoration on her face after hearing Yu Tang say that. Lord Demon Emperor is really powerful. Even Big Brother listens to you so well. Yu Tang hummed without changing her face, which made Little Dream extremely admiring again. This was the self-respect of being a demon emperor lord. Yu Tang said silently in his heart. Not long after, Yu Tang and Little Dream arrived at the Mystic Fox clan. Only at this time, the Lost Fox clan, just as Little Dream had said, was completely shrouded by a mysterious boundary. Originally, the Lost Fox clan was supposed to live in the jungle. However, right now, the two of them couldn't see any trace of the jungle at all, and all they had was a grayish curtain of light. Lord Demon Emperor, this is our Mystic Fox clan's territory, only now it's all covered by this curtain of light. Xiao Meng pulled Yu Tang's hand and pointed towards the front. Yu Tang's complexion was a bit gloomy, this light curtain didn't look dangerous. But it always gave Yu Tang a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Little Dream, you go back to the demon clan first, there will be someone to take you back, next this emperor can go in by himself. Saying that, Yu Tang let the accompanying demon clan bring Little Dream back to the demon clan, and also let them all leave this place. Lord Demon Emperor, we. The accompanying demon clan said with some hesitation, and Little Dream also looked at Yu Tang with some worry. And Yu Tang only slightly shook his head, and his tone took on gravity. You can't cope with the next thing, go back, otherwise this emperor will have to be distracted from looking after you. Don't worry, this emperor will be fine. Seeing Yu Tang say this, the demon race crowd could only nod their heads. Lord Demon Emperor, then you have to be safe. Xiao Meng pulled Yu Tang's sleeve and said softly. Yu Tang smiled and rubbed her little head, nodding. After watching them leave, Yu Tang also put away her smile and sighed as she looked at the light screen in front of her. Yiyu, this time, I might actually use the Great Rising pill you gave me. Yu Tang did not hesitate and directly walked into the light screen in front of him. Strangely enough, the light screen didn't seem to exclude her, and Yu Tang easily walked into the light screen. Yiyu stayed in the forgetful heavenly palace for a few days, and during that time he stayed in Tantai Mio's room. Although the first few days Tantai Mio was still very shy, but gradually she got used to it, and in the end it became that she would hug Yiyu to sleep every day. However, the last step was delayed. There was no way, Mio was too shy, and every time she reached the last step, her ears turned red with shyness. But the two had basically tried everything else except the last step. The wonderful taste of this is not at all inferior to the last step. Yiyu heatedly smiled and made himself a tea. Then he smoothly Rua Star Haunter, causing the latter to meow, before he finally opened the system in a beautiful manner. Tantai Mio was not in the room, after all, the number of times she would meet with Han Chiyue in the future would be much less, so she had been accompanying Han Chiyue for the past few days. However, according to Mio, Cold Chiyue's demeanor seemed to be in a trance these past few days, and every now and then, she seemed to have something she wanted to say to Mio, but in the end, she didn't say it. Yiyu only thought that she was unable to let go of Mio, and also lamented in her heart that although the Cold Palace Master practiced the way of forgetfulness, but for Mio to actually care so much, it was quite rare. Yiyu shook his head and looked at the system's task delivery page. After the last delivery to Mio, Yiyu had accumulated 3 more deliveries. Oh, and Yiyu looked at the hint on the side of the task delivery page, he still had a chance to actively choose the person to deliver the courier. However, Yiyu hadn't been sure who to deliver it to. Well, after all, people with dyslexia are like that. Or put it aside for now, the most crucial thing is still these 3 times to deliver the courier off. Ye habitually scooped up a handful of spiritual spring and washed his hands. Wash my hands in the spiritual spring, the goddess of fortune embraces me. 1 hour later, Ye laid down on the chair with some hopelessness. Well, the first 2 times were really mats. Another 2 unimportant deliveries were sent, providing Ye with negligible cultivation, and even the rewards were of the mosquito leg kind of level. Ye sighed, it's hard not to believe that he really is 3 times before the gold physique. Damn before crossing the card draw non-celebrity even if, how to cross the express delivery after or so nah. Goddess of fortune favor me once again, give me out. As the rotation of the pointer on the mission delivery page slowly stopped, Ye also heard the system's beep. Ding, the host's current express delivery mission has been confirmed, target customer, Ye Shenshang, target item, unraveling the other party's confusion, target location, Tai Immortal Sect. Good guy, Ye straightened up when he saw the mission description. Has the system been dropped recently, or else why are all the quest items appearing some virtual things? The last time was to have a grand date with Mio. It turned out to be even more mysterious this time, unraveling the other's confusion. No, I don't even know this person. How am I going to unravel her confusion? The corner of Ye's mouth twitched slightly, but Ye Shenshang. Ye thought about it, oh, that Taoist nun from the Tai Immortal Sect. For her Ye still had an impression, simply because the other party's image of a Taoist nun was still fresh in Ye's mind. But don't they say that the people of Tai Immortal Sect have transcended the mundane and broken through the red dust? Such a person, there will also be confusion in the heart cannot be solved? And he was actually able to help her solve it? This was something that made Ye very curious. Good Star Haunter, look after the house well, this master is going to make a delivery. Ye rua Star Haunter's chin, and then he pressed the order-taking button. After that a white light engulfed Ye, and the next moment, the room was devoid of Ye's figure. Chapter 81 The Opportunity to Break Through the Red Dust. Tai Immortal Sect. Ye Shenshang had more doubts in her heart since she left the Divine Moon Sect last time and returned to the Tai Immortal Sect. According to what her master had said, the opportunity for her to break through the red dust should be in the Divine Moon Sect. But the last time she went to the Divine Moon Sect, she didn't get anything. If she had to say, it was when the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pishy Pavilion teamed up to make trouble for the Divine Moon Sect. However, it was easily resolved by the woman beside Ye Shenshang also asked her master who the woman was. But the master's reaction was very strange, did not talk to her, just words of uncertainty to excuse the past. After that, Ye Shenshang asked about her own opportunities to break through the red dust. However, Master Zun told her that perhaps it was destiny that had not yet arrived, changing his attitude from the previous attitude of letting her go to the Divine Moon Sect to look for opportunities. He even forbade her to go to the Divine Moon Sect again. The various changes in the master's attitude before and after made Ye Shenshang feel very strange. It was only that she was light-hearted by nature and did not dwell too much on a matter. What she wanted to know more was where exactly her opportunity to break through the red dust was. Ye Shenshang sighed and stood up. She was currently in her own cave. The arrangement was simple, a table, a bed, a bookshelf with many books displayed on it. Further out was a pure spiritual spring, and the entire cave appeared extremely elegant and dusty. And this, in turn, matched her own light and elegant character. Ye Shenshang approached a spirit flower and gently sniffed it. However, just as she raised her head, she realized that there was an extra silhouette in front of her. What kind of person? Ye Shenshang frowned slightly and bellowed lightly. No one else in the clan would come over to this cave other than her. But now a person's figure suddenly appeared, which made Ye Shenshang feel very strange. Ye on this side came to an unfamiliar cave in the twinkling of an eye after pressing the order-taking button. Ye hadn't even had time to take a look around before he heard an ethereal voice. When he looked up, he saw a woman looking at him from across the room with a puzzled expression. It was Ye Shenshang. Ye had an impression of Ye Shenshang because her dusty Taoist nun outfit was just too striking. Cough, Taoist Yun, it's me, do you still remember? Ye endeavored to show a smile, trying to look as gentle as possible. Otherwise this directly intruding into someone else's woman's cave, saying it out, does he, Ye, still want to have a reputation? After Ye Shenshang saw that it was Ye, her heart was also slightly relieved, but soon more doubts also surged to her heart. Ye? Young patriarch Ye, why did you suddenly appear here? Ye thought about it and decided that it was better not to hide it. After all, the other party was from the Tai Immortal Sect and was already beyond the world, so there was no need to hide it. I'm here to deliver a courier to you. Of course, the item of the courier is what you desire most in your heart, and right now in your heart, you need an answer, right? Ye and Ye Shenshang briefly explained what a courier was and explained the purpose of his visit. Although Ye Shenshang felt that it was a bit unbelievable after hearing this, the fact that Ye was able to directly appear in his cave seems to confirm that what he said was true. In that case, what is the answer you gave me? Ye Shenshang pursed her lips and asked softly. The current her was really troubled about how to break through the red dust, and this was even starting to affect her Tao. And with Ye mysteriously appearing here, perhaps he could really give himself an answer? Ye pondered for a moment when he was looking at the express quest before. The system had already explained to him what Yun Qingyu's inner distress was at this time. Only, how to break through the red dust, this. Although Ye had some ideas in his heart, he wasn't sure if Yun Qingyu could accept it. Well, why don't you sign this contract first? After signing it I will naturally give you an answer. Ye handed over the system-generated golden contract. As long as he signed it, then later on, whether she accepted the answer he gave or not, it had nothing to do with himself. Anyway, as long as he signed the contract, his cultivation would be in his hands, and as for the reward for completing the express quest, it would depend on whether Yun Qingyu recognized his answer or not. How does this have a flavor of empty glove cultivation? But what the heck, anyway, he gave the answer himself, whether she accepts it or not is her business. Ye quickly and easily convinced himself and signaled Yun Qingyu to hurry up and sign. A layer of realm cultivation, if you can really give me an answer, what is this cultivation worth? Yun Qingyu didn't even think about it and decisively signed her name. And it was precisely at the moment she signed her name, a golden cultivation light flew out from her body, and then disappeared into Yiyu's body. Phew! Yiyu let out a long breath of relief, absorbing cultivation after a long time. Although Yun Qingyu's realm seemed to be similar to Yiyu's, this golden light of cultivation still helped Yiyu break through to the Divine Sea realm. Well, according to Yiyu's current cultivation, he could already go to the Divine Moon sect to open up a peak to become a peak master. Yun Qingyu naturally saw this scene as well, but she did not ask much. Her temperament made her not care too much about other things. Is this enough? You gave me, What does this 5-star favorable review mean? Yun Qingyu originally wanted to ask Yiyu what the answer she gave herself was, but suddenly saw that there was a 5-star positive review at the end of that golden contract. Oh, that you can click on it, just click on the full 5 stars. The customer who gave a 5-star favorable comment, Yiyu could be directly teleported to her thereafter. This was important for the answer Yiyu proposed next. Yiyu walked to Yun Qingyu's front, and with a closer distance, he was able to see the woman's stunning beauty even more. Her figure was slender and chiseled, and her chest was extremely proud. A plain white robe swayed gently in the wind, with cloud patterns flowing vaguely between the hems. Her eyebrows were like the distant mountains, and her skin was like snow, revealing an air of transcendence. Eyes as clear as autumn water, seems to reflect the cold moon in the sky. The eyes were devoid of sadness and joy, but they were so deep that one did not dare to look at them for long. After Yun Qingyu did as she was told, she looked at Yiyu, looking forward to what he would say next. And Yiyu looked at her with the appearance of a curious baby and was somewhat amused. Exploring the red dust, if you don't walk into the red dust, how can you talk about exploring it? Yun Qingyu's complexion was stunned, not only because Yiyu really knew what was troubling her inside, but also because of this sentence he said. Walking into the red dust, then how exactly should I go about it? Yiyu smiled slightly, his smile was like the sunshine in winter. I don't know if you've ever heard of love experience? Or, don't you think that finding someone to fall in love with, and from that, to feel the red dust, is not a very good method? Chapter 82, My Taoist Nun Girlfriend. Yun Qingyu stared blankly at Yiyu, seemingly unable to comprehend what he said. Love, what is love? Can this really break through the red dust? But what you said seems to make some sense, you have to experience the red dust first before you can break through it. Yiyu had a bad conscience, why did he feel like he was luring an ignorant girl? No, this is not enticement, I am providing practical methods to help her solve her doubts, she should also thank me. Yiyu looked at Yun Qingyu who was in deep thought, the corner of his mouth slightly twitched. This woman, why does she feel silly, what about the promised dust-off fairy ham? Believe me, it's definitely right, if you don't go through the red dust, you won't even know what red dust is, so what is there to talk about breaking through the red dust, isn't it? After hearing Yiyu's words, Yun Qingyu pondered for a long time and gently nodded. What you said makes sense, Yiyu, then you say, what should I do specifically, what is the love experience, that you mentioned just now? Yiyu took out a set of love speed manual in a serious manner and put it in front of her. Well, this was what Yiyu had just redeemed from the system mall. Don't ask why the mall even had this, ask is all-encompassing, everything. The two of them sat down at the stone table, and Yun Qingyu somewhat curiously flipped through this love crash course manual, while Yiyu explained it to her from the side. What about the so-called love experience, is to find someone to experience falling in love, of course, the process is absolutely pure, this you can rest assured. Then go through the acquaintance period of a relationship, knowing each other, falling in love, missing each other, and finally complete the last step of the relationship, conclude the relationship of lovers. Of course, each of these stages. Yiyu gushingly explained to Yun Qingyu about all the relationship experiences and highlighted the characteristics of each stage. Yun Qingyu looked at the love speed manual in her hand while listening to Yiyu's explanation. Unlike ordinary women, Yun Qingyu, who was indifferent by nature, did not feel shy or embarrassed. She just held the attitude of research, sometimes even interrupting Yiyu to ask questions on a certain point with emphasis. This set of explanation down, the Yiyu are wholesome confused. This woman doesn't follow the rules. According to reason should not be at stake, make it shy? How can she not feel anything at all? How do you feel about giving it a try? Ye scratched his head and asked in a small voice. Yun Xingyu solemnly nodded her head after listening to the set of processes Ye said and after reading the love speed manual in her hand. I think it might be possible to give it a try, Ye. If this really helps me break through the red dust, I owe you a favor. Ye's expression froze. He always felt as if something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Oh, it's fine, help each other out, that said. So have you decided on an experience object yet? I recommend myself, what do you think? Ye patted his chest and said with confidence. Yun Xingyu sized up Ye for a long time. Just when Ye was a bit tense, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Naturally it should be you, after all, I don't know any other men either, and it was you who explained it to me just now, so? Yun Xingyu looked at Ye and asked seriously. Ye, can I ask you to be my love experience subject? Ye lightly coughed a few times, and his complexion became a bit more serious. I will definitely assist you in breaking through the red dust, trust me, yes. Yun Xingyu gently nodded. She looked at Ye while Ye was also looking at her. For a while the two were silent for a long time before Yun Xingyu asked in a small voice. Then what should be our first step to start? Hearing her words Ye then reacted, and at the same time in his heart, he cursed himself for not being competitive. How can I still look at the other party and be dumbfounded? But really good looking such a clear and cold Taoist nun, the body of the faint fragrance, coupled with her that clear and beautiful out of the dust temperament, it is no wonder that Ye looked dumbfounded. Well, let's see, then the first step is to start with what we call each other. Ye blinked towards Yun Xingyu, then continued. From now on, you're my girlfriend, I'm your boyfriend, I'll call you Xingyu, you call me, brother? With a thick skin, Ye started to give an inch, on the basis that Yun Xingyu was good at fooling, he started to operate at once. When Yun Xingyu heard the first half of Ye's sentence, her complexion was a little confused. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? What a strange expression, but it's okay. Only in hearing the second half of the sentence, Yun Xingyu's face was a little more odd. Xingyu? It's also fine, that's what master teacher calls me anyway, just elder brother? It feels so strange, I'd rather call you Ye, it's simple and nice. Ye scratched his head, and did not force himself, after all, this is just the beginning, and he can take his time in the future. Then, my girlfriend, Xingyu, come on, hold a hand, this is a very important part of the relationship. Looking at the hands handed over by Yun Xingyu bites her lips, somewhat hesitant. She has never had contact with a man, let alone such an intimate gesture as holding hands. But just like what was written in the Love Quick handbook, holding hands between couples seemed to be an even more common thing. And it was also a necessary step in order to be able to break through the red dust faster. Yun Xingyu thought like this, and then also slowly stretched out her small hand and put it on Ye's hand. Ye gently gripped, then held her small hand. The touch is soft and cold. Ye also seems to be able to feel from her small hand that she is not common sight at this time. Yun Xingyu bites her lips and tries to keep herself from looking at her hand being held. This feeling, so strange. She who had never had contact with a man before was now being held tightly by Ye's large hand. This made Yun Xingyu very uncomfortable, but when she looked into it, there was a trace of an unspoken feeling. Ye, too, how long to hold off? Listening to Yun Xingyu's slightly nervous voice, Ye said with a smile as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Well, just last until I leave, and every time we meet in the future, we have to hold hands all the time, got it? Yun Xingyu let out a small gasp of surprise, but quickly nodded, indicating that she knew. You said that in the future. Ye, could you come to my place at any time? Yun Xingyu asked with some curiosity. After all, the Divine Moon sect and the Taiyi Immortal sect were still a bit far apart. There is no harm. When you gave a 5-star favorable review, I left a mark on you. In the future I will be able to come to your site at any time with this mark. Chapter 83, Bite if you split the word. Can it still be like this? Yun Xingyu expresses her surprise. And was interested in Ye having such a magical ability. Ye, on the other hand, grabbed her small hand and kept rubbing it, straight away making Yun Xingyu's whole body a little uncomfortable. But she promised to hold Ye's hand, so she couldn't say anything at this time. Ye see her a look of want to say but not say the tangled appearance, heart shouted lovely. At the same time also told Yun Xingyu something about herself. After all, if you're in love, you definitely need to have an understanding of each other. Yun Xingyu, on the other hand, is listening, and sometimes will also say a few things about her. It's just that she is a light-natured person, and she is also practicing the philosophy of the Taiyi Immortal sect. Therefore, the things she said were basically some very common and ordinary things. However, Ye was listening with great interest, and sometimes would even ask Yun Xingyu a few questions about a certain matter. This gave Yun Xingyu a strange feeling in her heart. As if there had never been anyone who cared so much about herself. The two of them chatted on like this, one sentence after another. If before this, someone had told Ye Shenshang that she would be chatting freely with a man, I'm sure she would have thought nothing of it. However, at this time, Ye Shenshang did not feel that there was anything strange. Instead, the more she chatted, the more accustomed she became. Not only that, during this period of time, Ye Shenshang has also become more and more accustomed to holding hands with Ye, and is not as uncomfortable as she was at the beginning. Well, let's stop here today. I'll come back to see you next time, and we'll continue our love experience then. The two of them talked to each other for a long time, but in the end, Ye took the initiative to interrupt the chat. Too much is not enough, Ye still understands this. Moreover, today was mainly for him and Ye Shenshang to get to know each other, and this was the acquaintance period. After Ye Shenshang heard this, she was stunned, and only then did she realize that she had been chatting with a man for such a long time without even realizing it. Is this the experience of falling in love? It seems very magical. Ye also took the initiative to release Ye Shenshang's small hand after he finished speaking. This made Ye Shenshang's heart still a bit uncomfortable, but she quickly adjusted. Really, what was I thinking? Well, thanks for today, Ye. I may have to trouble you in the future. Ye Shenshang said softly. She was still a little embarrassed that Ye helped her so much. Ye, however, just waved her hand, indicating that it was nothing. After all, we also signed a contract. Don't worry, I can definitely help you to break through the red dust. Okay, then I will leave first. As Ye's words fell, his figure also disappeared in place. And this cold and elegant cave once again returned to peace. Ye Shenshang stared blankly at the location where Ye disappeared and was silent for a long time. Then gently shook her head. What was wrong with herself? When she once again came in front of that spiritual spring, for some reason, but suddenly felt that this cave seemed to be missing something. Ye Shenshang sighed, then stopped thinking about this and entered into cultivation. Ye was still a bit incredulous after returning to his room. Just like that, he had an additional Taoist nun girlfriend? Ye scratched his head. This should not be considered as cheating an ignorant girl, right? Ahem. No longer thinking about this, Ye opened the courier system. Previously, because he was busy explaining the Love Quick manual with Ye Shenshang, the rewards he obtained didn't even have time to look at it. 2 million express points, not bad, a couple's dating gift pack. The corner of Ye's mouth twitched slightly. No, what did he see? Ye clicked on this, couple's dating gift pack, in the system backpack, and the contents were displayed on it. It includes couple dating place generator, a variety of Ferris wheels, amusement parks, movie theaters, and so on. A series of places have everything. Full clothes illustration, containing all kinds of JK, Lolita, long skirt, short skirt, and so on. All types of clothes. Quickly go to create for your object belongs to her perfect dress collocation it. Vow ring, when the relationship reaches the final step and you're ready to conclude the lover's contract, put on this ring for her. After wearing it, the two of you will be more in sync. Ye's face was full of black lines. No, the system is quite considerate of himself? Isn't it obvious that this big gift package is for him to raid? No, it's to help Ye Shenshang to complete the relationship experience. Ye sighed. It seems that in the future, he really needs to date this Dao nun girlfriend of his more often. And the system had prepared everything for himself, so what else was there to say? Date with her and make her shy. Ye, how do you feel during this time? Does it get boring? Tantai Mio held Ye's hand, and the two of them sat underneath a huge ancient tree in the forgetful heavenly palace. It was rumored that this ancient tree was planted by a certain generation of forgetful heavenly maiden, and it contained her thoughts. Star Haunting, on the other hand, was constantly jumping around at the feet of the two of them, looking extremely excited. Ye casually ingested a small flower and then inserted it in Tantai Mio's hair before smiling and saying, "Of course I'm happy, with Mio here, how could I not be happy?" Tantai Mio smiled sweetly after hearing this, and reached out to caress this small flower in her hair. The things I have to deal with in the past few days have also been taken care of, so I can go back to the Divine Moon sect with you, Tantai Mio said, her small face slightly reddened, but she still said it. When Ye heard that, his complexion was stunned. Yes, counting it seems like it's been a while since he left the Divine Moon sect. There was also some missing of the elder sisters, well, except for the elder sister with a bad personality. I have also left the Divine Moon sect for a while. Good Mio, this time I will take you back to meet my senior sisters. Who knows that Tantai Mio's small mouth slightly pouted after hearing this, and at the same time, she also shrunk her body in Ye's embrace, and said in a sultry tone, "Just a senior sister? During the discourse assembly, I saw that your senior sister was very close to you, don't think I didn't see it." This. Ye's complexion was a bit embarrassed, he lightly coughed a few times and touched Mio's long hair. Charisma is like this, don't bite. Before Ye could finish his words, Tantai Mio grabbed Ye's wrist, opened her mouth and bit down. Only after hearing Ye's pleas for mercy did Tantai Mio release her mouth, grunting twice, and reaching out to touch the place she had bitten again. Philanderer. This is your punishment, I'll touch it for you, it doesn't hurt at all. Seeing her so cute appearance, Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud, pulled her into his arms, and said to her ear, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all, and Mio the word bite is split After Tantai Mio heard Yiyu's nonsense, she also couldn't help but whack him. This person is bad to death. How can he say everything outwardly? Too shameless. Tantai Mio's pretty face was burning. Chapter 84 Boundary Breaking Hammer. Yiyu hugged the shy Tantai Mio and was about to flirt a few more times when he suddenly frowned. And Tantai Mio in his arms also sensed Yiyu's change and raised her head with some curiosity. What's wrong, Yiyu? Did something happen? Yiyu's expression was gloomy. Just a moment ago, he sensed that the Ascension Dan was used. This, Great Rising Dan, was given to her by Yiyu earlier when Yutang was going to investigate the 12 witch demons, telling her to eat it immediately if she encountered danger. And once this, Great Rising Dan, was used, Yiyu here would receive a sense. And this was the reason why Yiyu felt anxious. Yutang's cultivation at this time had already surpassed heaven and earth, but even so, she had still used the lifting pill. One could imagine how terrifying the danger she was facing was. Yiyu was somewhat unable to sit still, looking at the puzzled Tantai Mio in her arms. Yiyu briefly explained to her. Mio, I have to make a trip to the demon clan right now. Well, you. Before Tantai Mio could finish Yiyu's words, she reached out and covered his mouth. I'll go with you. Yiyu still wanted to say something, but Tantai Mio just stubbornly shook her head with an expression of I'm determined. Yiyu shook his head and pinched her little face. Alright, then we will go together. Anyway, the mall sold temporarily invincible props, so everything would not be a problem. Let's go, take my flight prop to go. That said, did you see my flight prop before? How was it? Wasn't it luxurious? Yes, it looks really gorgeous. Who gave it to you? Oh, it's Ching. Ahem, Mio, how did you learn to dig a hole? Stinky Yiyo. Quickly say, who gave it to you? Humph, even such a gorgeous flying prop is directly given to you. I'm afraid that it's not fancying you, right? Tell me who it is, I'll go find her right now. This, ahem, let's talk about it on the way. The two of them fought and left the forgetful heavenly palace. Well, during that time Yiyu's ears were held by Mio the whole time. Star Haunter, on the other hand, sat on Yiyu's shoulder and meowed, seemingly curious about what the two were doing. The flight props given by Yi Qinglan were still very powerful, and Yiyu directly turned on the extreme speed mode. Before long, Yiyu and Tantai Mio arrived in the territory of the demon race. Yiyu, where should we go? Aren't we going to that lost fox clan? As Yiyu put away the flight prop, Tantai Mio surveyed the surroundings and asked with some curiosity. Yiyu also wanted to go directly, only he didn't know where that mystic fox clan was, so he could only come to the demon clan's territory first. Big brother? Why did you come? Just as Yiyu was considering whether or not to catch a random demon race person to ask, a surprised voice rang out from behind them. Yiyu turned his head to look, and it was actually Little Dream. Little Dream. Why are you here? This is too coincidental. Little Dream also felt so coincidental. She had a very good impression of Yiyu as her big brother. Little Dream came forward and pulled Yiyu's arm and swung it, smiling cheekily. I brought Lord Demon Emperor to the Lost Fox clan some time ago, and then Lord Demon Emperor let people bring me back. I have been wandering around for the past few days, and as a result, I saw Big Brother today. Yiyu, this is. Tantai Mio glanced at Yiyu's hand that was being pulled by Little Dream and asked in a small voice. Oh, this is Little Dream, the one I saved on the auction house earlier. Little Dream, come, call Mio's sister. Although Little Dream was curious as to why there was an additional woman beside Big Brother was not a Demon Emperor Lord's person. However, she still called out to Mio's sister very obediently. Tantai Mio was also in a very comfortable mood after being called an elder sister, so she didn't care that she was holding Yiyu's hand. Let's talk about it after the pleasantries. Little Dream, take me to your Lost Fox clan side. By the way, has there been any news from Yutang during this period of time? Yiyu looked toward Xiaomeng. Although Yutang's side might be dangerous, Yiyu didn't worry too much. After all, after Yutang had used the Ascension Dan, there should be no existence in the Tianyu continent that could threaten her. It's just that the Promotion Dan ultimately has a time limit, and it's good that he was able to arrive earlier. Little Dream nodded immediately after hearing this, while still asking with great concern. Something won't happen to Lord Demon Emperor, right, Big Brother, Sister Mio? I'll take you there. Saying that, Little Dream pulled Yiyu's hand and was about to leave, while Yiyu also took out a flying prop. The two people and a fox rushed towards the location of the Lost Fox clan. Their location was just not far from the Lost Fox clan, and they had already arrived in less than a moment. Little Dream, you obediently return to the Demon clan. I will go back to look for you when I find Yutang. Well, you bring Star Haunter back as well. Yiyu rubbed Little Dream's fluffy ears, then tucked Star Haunter into her arms, while the latter nodded obediently. Got it, Big Brother, you and Sister Mio should also pay more attention to safety. After saying that, Little Dream waved her hand and left the place with Star Haunter in her arms. Yiyu, this boundary is so strange, the aura revealed here, I've surprisingly never seen it before. Tantai Mio looked towards the layers of light curtains in front of her, and said with a somewhat grave expression. Yiyu also nodded his head as he sniffed, he could similarly feel it. Mio, follow behind me, you pay attention to protecting yourself, let's go in. Tantai Mio nodded and followed behind Yiyu. Yi Yu used his divine sense and found that this boundary seemed to be resistant to the outside world. After thinking about it, Yi Yu exchanged a prop from the system mall. Boundary breaking hammer, a hammer that can break through all prohibited boundaries. My sledgehammer is already hungry and thirsty. Yi Yu rolled his eyes. He now felt that the description of the system props were getting more and more self-indulgent. And Yi Yu looked at the small wooden hammer that appeared here in his hand. God meow sledgehammer, isn't it just a small wooden hammer? Forget it, it works, the rest doesn't matter. Huh, Yi Yu, why did you suddenly take a small wooden hammer out? Tantai Mio saw the small wooden hammer that suddenly appeared in Yi Yu's hand and asked with some doubts. Yi Yu didn't explain and just said, Mio, just wait and see, let me show you what is called real technique. Saying that, Yi Yu held the small wooden hammer and gently hammered this light screen in front of him. Yi Yu also wanted to hammer hard, after all, that would have some momentum. But this small wooden hammer looks too trashy. Yi Yu is worried that it will be rotten. But the good thing is that the system's props are still powerful, only to see the small wooden hammer at the moment of contact with the light screen. The light curtain in front of him actually collapsed directly, and in the next moment, a hole actually appeared. Yi Yu, is this little wooden hammer so magical? Tantai Mio came forward and said with great surprise. Chapter 85, Suppressing All Enemies in the World. To know that the aura emanating from the boundary in front of him was very extraordinary, yet Yi Yu had broken through this boundary with just a plain little wooden hammer. Yi Yu winked at her, then put away the small wooden hammer and pulled Tantai Mio's small hand into this boundary. After stepping into this space that was enveloped by the boundary, Yi Yu only felt a majestic power permeating the area. And looking from afar, the sky, which had formed a space of its own, even seemed to have cracked at one corner. Even the earth was drenched in the color of blood, like a vision of doom. Yi Yu's face became even more gloomy. This scene is not a small scene. Yi Yu, this place is extremely odd, and it has a repulsive aura. It seems, it doesn't belong to today's era. Tantai Mio said softly. She practiced the Tao of forgetfulness and was most in tune with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, she was able to clearly feel that the aura permeating this space did not belong to today's era. After Yi Yu listened, he remembered the 12 witch demons that Yu Tang had mentioned earlier. In addition, Emperor Crimson Phoenix had also said that the 12 witch demons were in existence from the ancient times. So, could it be that the 12 witch demons really haven't died yet? Thinking of this, Yi Yu's heart sank as he pulled Tantai Mio's hand and walked forward. Sounds of fighting came from the distance, and the entire sky was covered with brilliant and colorful light. Yi Yu saw Yu Tang's figure, only to see all 9 of her tails appear. A glittering light flowed from each tail, and the 9 tails waved randomly, which seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. And her figure didn't seem to be in any great shape, as her golden feathered coat covered her entire body, exuding an imperial aura from the inside out. This should be Yu Tang's strength after she used the rising pill. It was truly terrifying. However, there is still a time limit for the Yu product promotion pill. Counting the time, it should be almost here. But even Yu Tang, who had used the Yu product promotion Dan, hadn't solved the opposite side yet? Thinking of this, Yi Yu looked towards the side that was confronting Yu Tang. Only to see Yu Tang's opposite side stood 3 huge figures. Each figure carried a monstrous demonic aura with a majestic momentum. And looking at their individual ferocious looks and strange shapes, the words ancient ferocious beasts surfaced in Yi Yu's heart. Could it be that the rumored 12 witch demons of the demon race were related to the ancient fierce beasts? Yi Yu, over there is the demon emperor, right, let's go and join her first. Tantai Mio pulled Yi Yu's sleeve and said. Her small face was filled with gravity. She felt an incomparable terrifying aura from those 3 figures on the opposite side. Yi Yu nodded, and the 2 of them arrived at Yu Tang's side in a flash. Yu Tang, are you alright? Come, eat this elixir first. Yi Yu came to Yu Tang's side, and without even thinking about it, he took out a bunch of high-grade recovery pills and handed them over. Yi Yu, why did you come here, and what's this one? Yu Tang was first delighted to see Yi Yu suddenly appear here, but then his tone was tinged with anxious worry. Well, there was also a hint of doubt towards Tantai Mio. Yi Yu didn't expect Yu Tang to ask about Mio, so he just scratched his head and said, well, this is Tantai Mio, let's talk about this later. Yu Tang, what's the situation now? The opposite side, is it the rumored witch demon? Yu Tang gazed at the 3 huge figures in front of him and said in a deep voice. Not bad, if I'm not mistaken, those 3 are the Burning World Bando, the Blood Prison Taodai, and the Starry Sky Yu Huan. Tantai Mio took a deep breath and said softly. These all seem to be ancient ferocious beasts. I've seen similar descriptions in the clan records, but aren't they all rumored to have fallen? Why? Yi Yu looked at the 3 huge figures in front of him and was confused in his heart. However, now was not the time to ponder over this. Yu Tang, can't you solve them even after taking the ascension pill? Yu Tang sighed, and there was a bit of helplessness in his expression. My divine soul is damaged, so after using the ascension pill, I am only a half step in breaking the void at this point. And these 3 witch demons on the opposite side seem to have additional enchantments in this space, and I can't do anything about them for a while. So that's how it is. Yu Tang, Mio, you guys back off, leave the rest to me. Ha! Yu Tang and Tantai Mio both had the same thought in their hearts at this moment. Was Ye Yu joking? The two women looked at each other as if their hearts were in the same place, then they both said anxiously, Ye Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? While the effect of the ascension pill is still there, I'll tear open a crack, and it's only the best strategy for us to retreat first. That's right, Ye Yu, Sister Yu is right. I'm afraid these three witch demons are not something we can face. And now that we have also found Sister Yu, let's leave first? Ye Yu shook his head gently at his words and rubbed the two women's heads respectively. Don't worry, I'm not talking nonsense, you guys just watch. Ye Yu said this naturally with confidence. He directly used the suppress all enemies in the world that he exchanged from the system mall. Suppress all enemies in the world. After using it, it enters the invincible state for 1 hour. During this period, the world is invincible and pushes across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Well, simply put, it is an invincible prop. Ye Yu used it without hesitation. It was also the moment after Ye Yu used it that a terrifying aura emanated from Ye Yu's body. This aura can almost collapse the ancient blue sky. At this time Ye Yu, just like 9 heaven and 10 earth invincible existence. And at this time, Ye Yu's figure also became extremely magnificent. In a trance, Ye Yu actually seemed to have his feet on the river of ages and palms on the stars of the heavens. This is Ye Yu? Sister Yu, Ye Yu, is he that powerful? Tantai Mio's complexion had become mesmerized, gazing dully at Ye Yu in front of her, murmuring and asking. Yu Tang's eyes were also filled with complexity and confusion at this time. Although he knew that Ye Yu had a strange encounter, he had never thought that his strength was so terrifying. This was already more than just the void-breaking realm, right? Yu Tang even wondered if Ye Yu at this moment had already stepped into that rumored supreme realm. And Ye Yu's feeling at this moment was also marvelous. He felt that the laws of heaven and earth were all for his own use, like silk threads wrapped around his fingertips. Between his hands and feet, there was even a flow of the origin of the great Tao, and even every step was accompanied by the shadow of the Star River. In just an instant, Ye Yu arrived in front of those 3 huge figures. And those 3 huge figures seemed to be shocked by Ye Yu's realm at this time. Who are you? The figure on the left opened his mouth and asked, his voice chaotic and dull. Thy realm, it is absolutely impossible to exist, thou. Who are thou? The other 2 figures asked at the same time, 3 lines of sight gazing at Ye Yu's body. Chapter 86 The Secret of the 12 Witch Demons. And at this moment, Ye Yu just reached out and gently waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying aura brought by these 3 lines of sight. Ye Yu lightly laughed and moved his fists and feet, then he was directly rushing towards those 3 figures. Damn, you're the ones who dared to hit my woman, right? The great Tao was simple. Ye Yu was in an invincible state at this time. For him, any feats or props were meaningless. And every punch he swung out carried the true rhythms of the great Tao. The laws of heaven and earth were contained in it. No one could block Ye Yu's punch. The 3 great witch demons on the opposite side also sensed the energy that Ye Yu had erupted at that moment. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Before those 3 great witch demons could finish their words, Ye Yu's fist had already arrived. With just one punch, these 3 great witch demons were actually directly knocked away without any power to fight back. And also just this one punch, the body of those 3 big witch demons were actually about to collapse in general. The majestic demonic aura that was originally on their bodies was not much left at this time. The flames emanating from that burning world scourged Do's entire body were even about to be extinguished. That blood prison Tao Tai was even more scarred and collapsed to the ground somewhat powerlessly. As for that starry sky pixie Huan, the starlight of its entire body was flickering weakly, as if it would disappear at any time. Ye Yu was about to add another punch when the 3 great witch demons who were already dying immediately lowered their heads. Thou shalt listen to our words. Cut the crap, want to live right, come on, sign this up, little master can spare you and listen to your words. Ye Yu pulled out 3 golden contracts from his arms. After all, the suppress all enemies in the world was only in effect for 1 hour. And wasn't it said that there were 12 witch demons, only 3 had appeared now, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be others appearing afterward. Therefore, in order to prevent them from stalling for time, Ye Yu decisively forced them to sign the contract. As for this contract, in fact, it is the contract generated by the system when Ye Yu usually delivers the courier. But now Ye Yu took out these 3 above. The content is not courier signing content, but constraints on them not to their own hands, and need to answer their own questions. This contract has the power of the system. Ye Yu also asked the system. The reply is that if the other party violates the words, the system will be forced to amend the other party. Well, as for how to amend the law, the system did not explicitly say, only gave a Ye Yu understand the reply. The system is really getting more and more humane. In fact, originally Ye Yu also had thought about whether to directly let them sign a slave contract. However, before in the burial god abyss, I heard Diem Huang say that each of the 12 witch demons had a strong temperament, so I guess they would rather die than sign. Plus, Ye Yu also had a lot of doubts that she wanted to ask them, and it must be the same in Yu Tang's mind. Those 3 big witch demons took the golden contract handed over by Ye Yu, looked at each other, and finally signed it. The moment they signed it, 3 golden rays of light disappeared into their bodies. Well, this was the completion. Yu, what is this? Yu Tang and Tantai Mio came to Yu's side, and the two of them just wanted to inquire, but they realized that the huge bodies of the three great witch demons from just now were shrinking extremely fast. In the end, the three of them actually returned to their normal forms, only that their faces were mostly weird and unbearable. It's already fine, Yu Tang, you can ask directly if there's anything you want to ask, how about it, am I awesome? Yu winked at both Yu Tang and Tantai Mio, and after receiving the two women's approval, he also heatedly smiled. You guys, are really that witch demon from the ancient times? Why have you guys suddenly appeared here? Yu Tang frowned and looked towards the three great witch demons on the opposite side. And those three great witch demons looked at each other, and then the witch demon that was covered in fire said, "Exactly, we are one of the 12 witch demons. As for why we suddenly appeared, we just fell into a deep sleep and have now awakened." Slipped into a deep sleep. A trace of shock flashed across the faces of Yu Tang, and Tantai Mio. Do you mean to say that you 12 witch demons have been in a deep sleep from the ancient times until now? Yu asked after pondering for a moment. This was not a small matter anymore. Not bad, we are the first to awaken, the rest of the witch demons should awaken one after another. That starry sky one, you said in a weak tone, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yu. Who exactly are you? The strength you just displayed simply cannot exist in the current world. The blood prison Tao Tai in the center asked. The terrifying strength Yu had just displayed made his heart tremble. You guys are not worthy to ask me yet, now we are the ones asking you, say whatever you are asked. Next Yu and the others asked these three great witch demons a series of questions, and also roughly understood the situation of their 12 witch demons. According to them, the ancient period coincided with a great change in heaven and earth, but they couldn't remember exactly what happened. They only remembered that there seemed to be a catastrophe that swept through heaven and earth. And they got a formation from a mysterious person, a formation that allowed them to escape that calamity by falling into a deep sleep. But they hadn't thought that such a long period of time had passed since that slumber. It wasn't until not long ago that the three of them were the first to awaken. It was only after they had awakened that they realized that this world was no longer their time. After listening to their story, Yu and the others glanced at each other, and more doubts appeared in their complexion. What was the calamity that swept through the heavens and earth in the ancient times? Could it be related to the apocalyptic-like scene that he had seen earlier when he had traveled to 10,000 years ago to meet Yu Tang? No, that wasn't right. If that was the case, Yu Tang would definitely know about it. The formation given to them by the mysterious figure. Who was that mysterious figure? And why would he help these 12 sorcerer demons? Who is that mysterious figure you guys are talking about? Yu frowned and asked softly. And those three great witch demons all shook their heads in confusion. We don't remember, we only remember that we paid a huge price before that person came out to help us. Then what do you guys want to do after awakening, and also, where are the original clansmen of the Mystic Fox clan in this place? Yu Tang was more concerned about their next actions as well as the clansmen of the Lost Fox clan. After all, she had promised Little Dream that she would help her bring her clan back safely. The Lost Fox clan, do you mean that group of foxes? We did not harm them, we only placed them somewhere safe in this formation. Starry Sky One, you said carefully, and only after he saw Yu and the others' expressions ease, did he continue. We were also a demon race in the ancient times, and would never harm our own people. Hearing them say that, Yu and the others then breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 87. The position of the main palace will always be mine. As for after awakening, we don't know, this space was only automatically generated because of our awakening. Burning World Bando said in an inning voice, their 12 witch demons had been separated from the times for far too long. This era nowadays had long since ceased to be the ancient era in which they lived. Thus they were also confused about what to do next. Moreover, that mysterious figure had made a contract with us in the beginning, allowing us not to wreak havoc on the world, so you can rest assured that we will not wreak havoc on the party. The blood prison Tao Tai followed and added a sentence, fearing that Yu would come back with another punch to destroy them. Yu and Yu Tang looked at each other, then Yu nudged at Yu Tang. Yu Tang, what do you think? They are after all from your demon race, and you are now the demon race emperor, any thoughts? Yu Tang pondered for a moment and looked at the three sorcerer demons across from her. Nowadays, the demon clan had nothing to hold besides her, and it could be said that there was a serious disconnect in the middle and upper levels of strength. Thinking of this, Yu Tang rose the thought of taking these 12 witch demons under her wing. Since you were also once of the demon race, are you willing to return to the demon race with me? Hearing Yu Tang's words, Burning World Wolfeldo, Blood Prison Tao Tai, and Starry Sky One Yu looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they all glanced at Yu again before nodding their heads. In that case, then we will accompany you back to the demon race. I just don't know, how is the demon race nowadays? Is it still fighting with the demon race? Speaking of which, how about those Tenyen Luo? These long years are really like a dream. The three great witch demons had feelings and their expressions were full of sighs. Yu saw that they were so sensible, so he nodded as well. However, after thinking about it, he took out 3 more golden contracts, on which he wrote that he would follow Yu Tang's orders, and then handed them over again. The three great witch demons looked at me and I looked at you with complex and helpless expressions, but in the end, they could only sign their names. Only then did Ye nod reassuringly and at the same time asked, "What realm is your strength nowadays?" Just now, you could actually fight against the half-step void breaking Yutang. The three great witch demons sighed at his words, and there was more than a little despondency in his tone. There is no need to talk about our strength during the ancient times, but it's just that after a long period of time, there is basically not much left of our cultivation nowadays. Burning World Bando sighed, and the flames on his body seemed to have weakened a few more points. Starry Sky Huan Yu followed suit and sighed, explaining to Yi Yu and the others. After we awakened, we relied on that mysterious formations boost to have that kind of strength. So that's how it was. Yi Yu nodded, but was somewhat unimpressed. Even if their cultivation was temporarily lost, but as witch demons that had survived from the ancient times to the present day, the hidden secrets that they knew or the abilities that they themselves possessed would definitely be useful to Yutang and to the demon race. Yutang naturally also thought of this. She smiled faintly and said softly, "There's no harm in it, so you all follow me back to the demon clan and settle down first." The three great witch demons nodded at the same time, but right at this moment, Tantai Mio suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Then what about the remaining 9 great witch demons? When will they awaken?" This was exactly what Yi Yu wanted to inquire about, and the three of them looked at the three great witch demons together again. "This, we do not know, but if they are about to awaken, we will sense it, and we will inform you in advance." It seemed like it could only be like this. Yi Yu and the others nodded. "Yutang, then take them back to the demon clan. Oh yes, first go and find the people from the Lost Fox clan and take them back together, otherwise Xiaomeng will be worried to death." After hearing what Yi Yu said, Yutang also gently nodded. A few people found the clansmen of the Lost Fox clan hiding somewhere under the guidance of the three great witch demons. This time, it was also considered to be a scare, and when they were on their way back to the demon clan, Yi Yu handed over another, lifting pill, to Yutang's hand. "Come on, take this time can be considered all rely on it. In the future when you encounter danger, eat it, I will rush over." Yutang snuggled in Yi Yu's arms and smiled sweetly at the words. She didn't bother to ask Yi Yu why he was suddenly so powerful. As long as he cared about himself and liked himself, that would be enough. Well, this time Yi Yu suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of her. At that moment, Yutang only felt that everything she did was worth it. Only when Tantai Mio beside Yi Yu saw this scene, she skimmed her mouth and hummed lightly. This bad guy was really the worst, actually even the demon emperor was his woman, too damnable. However, after thinking that she was ultimately a person of the demon race, and Yi Yu and her would not meet often, her heart felt much better again. And naturally, Yutang, who was lying in Yi Yu's arms, also noticed Tantai Mio's expression. The corners of Yutang's mouth slightly rose a few points. With this emperor here, you can only obediently be a little girl. As for the three great witch demons as well as the people from the Mystic Fox clan, they had already stiffened their faces. The former was not expecting Yi Yu to actually have such a close relationship with the current demon emperor. And the latter was also shocked that in their hearts, Lord Demon Emperor, who looked out of the corner of the world and was domineering, was actually like an ordinary woman. At this moment, he was actually like an ordinary woman, lying obediently in a man's arms. After their group returned to the demon clan, Yi Yu also took back Star Haunting from Little Dream's hand. This little cat was vigorously huffing and puffing at Yi Yu, seemingly complaining about why he had to leave himself behind. But well, after Yi Yu took out a few pieces of delicious desserts and stuffed them to it, Star Haunter only meowed. "Big brother, thank you for saving my clan. Well, Big brother is the best." Little Dream ran to Yi Yu's side and bowed to him with a look of admiration. Yi Yu, on the other hand, waved his hand indifferently. "What a big deal, what I promised you will definitely be done, good boy." Saying that, he also rubbed Little Dream's fluffy little ears. Well, the feel was very good. "Yutang, then Mio, and I will return to Divine Moon Sect first. After leaving for a long time, I also miss it a bit." Yutang gently nodded. Originally she wanted to linger with Yi Yu for a little longer. It was just that now that the three great witch demons had returned to the demon clan, she still had many things that needed to be arranged and dealt with. Therefore, she could only give Yi Yu an affectionate kiss, while the latter hugged her and turned this kiss into a lingering tongue kiss. Yelp cough cough. Have you kissed enough yet? Yi Yu, we should go. In the end, it was the sultry Tantai Mio who spoke up and forcefully separated the two of them, giving Yi Yu a somewhat aggrieved blank look. Cough cough. Yutong, then we'll leave first. If we encounter danger we must not force ourselves, no? Don't bite, this is leaving. Looking at Yi Yu and Tantai Mio's backs as they fought, Yutang also smiled faintly. The position of the main palace will always be mine. Chapter 88 Returning to Divine Moon Sect. Yi Yu, do your senior sisters get along well? Yi Yu brought Tantai Mio with him, holding Star Haunter in his arms, and embarked on the journey back to the Divine Moon Sect. At this moment, Tantai Mio was leaning on Yi Yu's shoulder and asked in a small voice. Yi Yu somewhat amusedly patted her little head, then said in a teasing manner. Our forgetful heavenly maiden, when would she think so much? Tantai Mio gave a wooing cry, and somewhat dissatisfiedly punched Yi Yu's chest. You're just going to talk sarcasm. I don't care. If they dare to bully me at that time, I'll bully you. This girl is a little too cute. You kissed her delicate cheeks. Don't worry, with me here, they dare to bully you? In Divine Moon Sect, if I say one, no one dares to say two yet. Yo, isn't this junior brother? Why did you go out and abduct a girl back? It's not that I'm afraid of eldest senior sister, but she has a nasty personality, so I usually don't bother with her, you know? Yu pulled Tantai Mio's small hand and came to her ear and whispered. Star Haunter, on the other hand, sat obediently on Yu's shoulder and looked around, as if it also realized that it had returned home. It meowed somewhat excitedly. And Tanya Mio nodded her head vigorously, her face full of trust in Yu. Well, it would have been better if the corners of her mouth didn't show a smile. Cough, eldest sister, this is Tantai Mio. What do you mean by abduction? Your speech is too unpleasant. Yu rolled his eyes at her, but there was one thing to be said. It had been a long time since he had heard this kind talk from his big sister, and he still missed it a bit. Dongfang Bienge returned a blank stare and then didn't pay attention to Yu, only coming to Tantai Mio's side. Forgetful heavenly maiden Tantai Mio? Yo, how come the promised forgetfulness followed my little master back? Tantai Mio also experienced what Yu said about this woman's bad character. She took a breath and smiled faintly. Yu brought me back, so I came back, meet eldest senior sister. As the saying goes, a handout is not a smile. Seeing her being so well behaved, Dongfang Bingo was also choked up. There were words in her heart that she wanted to say, but she couldn't say them when she looked at her smiling face, so she could only skim her mouth. It's really worthy of coming back with the youngest senior brother, the two of them are a virtue. Third senior sister, how tense face, do not want me? Yu at this time, but came to the side of Xia Jiwei, who twisted her head and did not look at him, then cheekily poked Xia Jiwei's arm. Xia Jiwei lightly grunted, still not to look at him, just cold face, and said, accompany your forgetful heavenly maiden. Anyway, this senior sister is not who you are. Go, don't bother me. Yu looked at her cute appearance of jealousy and also could not help but let out a laugh. When Xia Jiwei heard Yu's laughter, her pretty face slightly reddened, and in the end, she couldn't help but to break and stepped on Yu's foot. Hate you to death, stinking Yu, bring Star Haunter to me. Come on, Star Haunter, let's ignore this philandering carrot. Xia Jiwei said and took Star Haunter away. One person and one cat came together and whispered. Yu smiled helplessly, but he could also see that third senior sister wasn't really angry, just coax it. Third senior sister should still be very good at coaxing, right? Tantai Mio on the other side also saw the scene, and in her heart, she was both angry and amused. This bad guy, the charm is still really big, so many women around him, Yu was about to pull Tantai Mio and take her on a tour of his residence. But in the end, he saw Dongfang Bingo smiling at him with a face full of tenderness. Yu immediately became alert. Something is not right. This expression of eldest sister, something is not right. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Dongfang Bing seem to have just remembered something and said, oh, by the way, junior sister, a few days ago Divine Moon Sect received a letter from Starfall Pavilion. It seems to say that their Qinjin Yi Qinglan will come to Divine Moon Sect to stay for a while. Dongfang Bing lightly glanced at Yu, whose face was a bit stiff, and then at Tantai Mio, who was a bit confused, and hemmed and hawed in his heart. What's more, that Yi Qinglan seems to have designated you to accompany her. Well, for the purpose of friendly exchanges between the two sects, Elder Yu has already agreed for you. After Dongfang Bing finished speaking, she winked at Yu, and then silently left. There was quite a sense of whisking one's clothes away and hiding one's body and name in the depths. Only this was in Yu's eyes. Eldest sister was too hateful. Yu, when did you have a connection with Yi Qinglan? Don't run. I'll bite you to death if you don't give me a clear explanation today. Seeing Yu showing signs of running away, Tantai Mio hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Yu's ears. But also because of this move, her entire body was somewhat snuggled in Yu's arms. Yu's brain was thinking rapidly, and in the next moment, he slightly exerted his strength and wrapped Tantai Mio into his arms. Mio, good boy, I will take you to see my residence. Have you developed recently? Let me help you measure. You're going to die. This is still outside, I hate it, badass. Mio, you can temporarily live here. Don't look at it as just a small cabin, it's still quite comfortable to live inside. Yu pulled Tantai Mio to the front of her own cabin, pointing at the small cabin next to it and said to her. And Tantai Mio's breath was a little disorganized, her collar was also a little messy. At this time she was slightly panting with a red face. Hearing this she also gave Yu a grudging blank look and lightly hummed. It's not all listening to you, anyway, now I'm also yours, you decide, well, bad. Yu hemmed and hawed and took her to the nearby wooden house to set up. Yu, sister, you asked you to make a trip to her place. Well, I guess it should be about letting you receive Yi Qinglan. Early in the morning of the second day, Xia Jiwei hugged Star Haunter and walked into Yu's room and said to him. It proved that Xia Jiwei was indeed very good at coaxing. No, after a night she acted as if nothing had happened. Yu had a bit of a headache after hearing this. Don't look at the fact that he and Yi Qinglan got along quite happily before. But that woman was just spoiled, and there was no telling what kind of trouble she would have when she came to Divine Moon Sect. Alas. Ye sighed and reached out to hug Star Haunter, who jumped over. This little guy really didn't return home all night last night, presumably being hugged by Xia Jiwei as a pillow to sleep. Sometimes being too charismatic is also a burden, don't you think so, third senior sister? Xia Jiwei skimmed her mouth. This guy's cheek was getting thicker and thicker, didn't want to talk to him. But he had the cheek to come up and grab his hand again. Well, can't break it, forget it, he's too strong, it can't be helped. The corner of Xia Jiwei's mouth rose slightly, and the two of them walked out of the room together. During this time, Ye handed Star Haunter to Tantai Mio in the wooden house next to him, asking her to look after it for him. It couldn't be helped, this little guy was too rowdy. Chapter 89, this is just for a friend's regard. Ye, what is your relationship with Yi Qinglan? Ye and Xia Jiwei had just arrived at Moon Wuxia's side when they saw Moon Wuxia looking at herself with an odd expression and asked in a confused manner. Ye scratched his head and said tentatively. Pooh, ordinary friend? After Yu Wuxia heard this, despite her always light nature, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh at this time. Ordinary friends? Is it because I don't quite understand today's young people anymore? Or are such specifications needed between ordinary friends nowadays? Xia Jiwei was listening to the clouds from the side, although she knew that Yi Yu went out this time was invited by that Starfall Pavilion Yi Qinglan. But how come she couldn't understand any of Sister Yu's words? What does Sister Moon mean by this? What specification? You say it in full. Seeing Xia Jiwei asking the question, Yu Wuxia secretly glanced at Yi Yu, and sure enough, she saw that this little guy had a stiff expression on his face. Yu Wuxia laughed a little in her heart, then pretended not to read the look Yi Yu gave her and said to Xia Jiwei. Oh, that Starfall Pavilion, isn't Yi Qinglan coming to our Divine Moon Sect for a while? Xia Jiwei nodded, this she naturally knew. A few days ago, the Starfall Pavilion's letter, the entire Divine Moon Sect knew about the news that the Starfall Pavilion's Qianjin was about to come to the Divine Moon Sect. And the one piece of news she then threw out was one that stunned everyone in the Divine Moon Sect. The Starfall Pavilion's daughter had actually appointed their young patriarch as her companion, who would believe that there wasn't some special relationship between these two. Yu Wuxia smiled faintly and continued. Then the Starfall Pavilion side said that in order to thank our Divine Moon Sect for taking care of Yi Qinglan next, there will be all sorts of discounts for all transactions coming and going between Starfall Pavilion and Divine Moon Sect. Yu Wuxia pondered for a moment, sparing her. She was also surprised by this great deal from Starfall Pavilion. There are also all sorts of heavenly materials and props. One can only say that Starfall Pavilion is really rich. Even a woman as cool as Yu Wuxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this moment, thus showing how big Starfall Pavilion's handiwork was this time. Yi Yu only felt that Yi Qinglan was still too rich after hearing this. Isn't this just coming to Divine Moon Sect for a period of time? Why is this such a big deal? Those who didn't know thought. Yi Yu, this Yi Qinglan can't be looking at you, right? Otherwise why go to such great lengths? Xia Jiwei bit her lips and looked at Yi Yu suspiciously, her small face full of questions. Yi Yu wanted to say, I feel the same way. Of course, thinking about it, saying it was impossible to really say so. What are you thinking? Well, it's just people's regard for their friends. Yi Yu coughed lightly and continued after thinking about it. For Chenglan, these are not money at all, right? Who let people a rich woman Lu? For Yi Yu's explanation, Xia Jiwei reluctantly accepted it. However, her heart also steeply rose a trace of urgency. Yi Yu had gone out once, and brought back a forgetful heavenly maiden, and after that, Yi Qinglan also had an extremely high regard for him. Wouldn't there be more and more women around him in the future? Wouldn't the advantage of knowing Yi Yu first be gone? Damn it, I was here first, why should those foxy girls take the lead? Why? Xia Jiwei bit her lip, her heart constantly calculating, and had long forgotten about the two people next to her. Yu Wuxia was skimming her lips, but unfortunately, she didn't see the picture of blood flowing into a river. No, how can I think like that? Yu Wuxia hurriedly returned to her normal expression, while in her heart, she kept complaining about Dongfang Bingo. Damn it, it's all because of Bingo, she really brought her down. Anyway, the letter from the Starfall Pavilion side, Yi Qinglan should arrive 3 days later. Yu Wuxia looked towards Yi Yu, the corner of her mouth revealed a faint smile. At that time, Yi Yu, go and receive her properly, after all, she is your friend, isn't she? Yu Wuxia purposely emphasized the tone on the word friend. Somehow, Yi Yu seemed to see the look of a senior sister on her face. Damn it, Elder Yu had been brought down by that woman with a bad character, elder sister. Yi Yu nodded helplessly, eldest sister's poison to the Divine Moon Sect was still too deep. Don't worry Elder Yu, I will entertain. Yu Wuxia looked at Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei after hearing this, pursed her lips lightly, and then let the two of them leave. And it was only after Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei left that she finally laughed lightly a few times as if she couldn't help it. How interesting, is this what Biaogu said about eating melons? Yi Yu, what did your elder ask you to do? Seeing Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei return, Tantai Mio asked curiously while holding Star Haunter. Yi Yu scratched his head and glanced at the beaming Xia Jiwei beside him. On the way back, third senior sister had been twisting his waist, this if he added a Mio. Cough, it's nothing, it's just that I was told to receive the people from the Starfall Pavilion. 3 days later they will have someone come to my Divine Moon sect to stay for a while. Yes it is, I heard that it's still the Starfall Pavilion's Qianjin. Yi Qinglan personally appointed him, that Yi Qinglan is so powerful. Oh. Xia Jiwei said at the side, pouting her little mouth. This jealousy was almost turning into substance. Yi Yu somewhat cried and laughed as he pinched Xia Jiwei's little face. Oh? Is that so? Oh, Yi Yu, then I'm also looking forward to her. Tantai Mio just smiled faintly after hearing this. Only in Yi Yu's opinion, Mio was clearly smiling, but why was there no smile at all? Yi Yu's heart was filled with worry, not knowing what kind of picture it would be on the day Yi Qinglan came then. Hiss, how could it all be a bit too much to think about? Cough cough, that, senior sister, Mio, take an early rest, I'm going to go to bed early tonight. Saying that, Yi Yu entered the cabin with a flash, preparing for an escape tactic. The remaining two women, Tantai Mio and Xia Jiwei, glanced at each other, and then both faintly hummed, and then also went to their respective rooms. Star Haunter, women are too scary. In the future, you have to obediently morph into a little girl and be my master's my sweet little cotton coat, okay? In the room, Yi Yu was lying on the bed with a well-behaved Star Haunter sitting on his chest. At this moment, Yi Yu was stroking Star Ha's little cat head, telling it about the many things it needed to pay attention to after transforming. The star lingering just meowed lazily, sometimes pressing its paw on Yi Yu's chest. Sometimes it put its tail in Yi Yu's hand again, and when Yi Yu tried to grab it, it drew it out again with great speed, and so on and so forth. Well, probably in Star Haunter's opinion, it was a very interesting thing. Yi Yu also accompanied it to play happily. As long as there is Star Haunter, it seems that all the troubles do not exist it. Suddenly, Yi Yu heard the door creak open. Yi Yu frowned. Who? Dare to break into Little Master's door at night, see if I don't, Third senior sister, why are you here? Chapter 90, she should be this bright and beautiful. Yi Yu froze in place, only to see that the one standing at the door was clearly Xia Jiwei. And at this time, Xia Jiwei had a few more delicate gestures compared to the daytime. The white long dress wrapped her tight body inside, and under the moonlight, the whole person had some holy flavor. Well, what are you looking at? Don't let me go in. Xia Jiwei saw Yi Yu staring blankly at herself, and in her heart there were a few hints of joy. However, she still pretended to be dissatisfied with the pouting of the small mouth, some petulant to Yi Yu said. And after Yi Yu was dumbfounded for a while, he also nodded in a hurry, threw the star haunting in his hand to the side, and then welcomed Xia Jiwei into the middle of the room. Star haunting? Yi Yu looked at Xia Jiwei with a somewhat dry mouth. It's so late, senior sister came to my room late at night, hiss. For a moment, Yi Yu was a bit floored. And Xia Jiwei's brain was also a little blank when she sat beside Yi Yu. She originally thought that she can't go on like this, she must find a way to take the initiative. As a result, after thinking for half a day, she didn't figure out what she should do, and when she wandered inside the courtyard at night, she ghostly came to Yi Yu's cabin. Finally even directly pushed open the door. Well, Xia Jiwei, now think about it, only feel small face rolling hot, this is also too shameful, right? Yi Yu, what will he think? Will he think I'm too frivolous? No, I just don't want to do nothing anymore. If he dares to talk about me, I'll bite him to death. Yi Yu scratched his head and looked at Xia Jiwei somewhat strangely. Ever since she came in, she had a red face and lowered her head without saying anything. This made Yi Yu feel very strange. Can't it be that senior sister is really here to discuss life with me? Then in that case, one must not take the initiative. Cough, senior sister Yu. Ya. Yi Yu had just brewed for a while preparing to open his mouth to speak, but as a result, Xia Jiwei directly jumped up in fright, which made Yi Yu's face full of black lines. Looking at the odd look Yi Yu looked at herself, Xia Jiwei's pretty face was all red, even the roots of her ears were a little red. I'd better go back, Xia Jiwei was just about to turn around and leave when she was gently pulled into her arms by Yi Yu. Looking at Yi Yu's smiling but not laughing expression, Xia Jiwei bit her lips and twisted her head to not look at him. You, what are you doing? I'm your senior sister, Before Xia Jiwei could finish her sentence, she was tackled on the lips by Yi Yu lowering her head. Xia Jiwei's eyes were wide open, seemingly somewhat unbelievable. But slowly, her eyes gradually softened and then closed her eyes. Yi Yu savored Xia Jiwei's sweet lips, and his heart also had some slight agitation. The appearance of the young girl in his arms gradually overlapped with the girl he had seen as a child. Yi Yu moved to Xia Jiwei's ear, listening to her slightly panting breath, and said softly, "Now, isn't it true that you can let me hold your thigh?" Well. Xia Jiwei enjoined, where there is still half a bit of strength in her body, softly fell into Yi Yu's arms and let him do his bidding. Bad man. A wisp of spring bloomed in the room, and the two figures slowly combined together. Everything seemed to be destined. The next morning, when Yi Yu woke up, there was no trace of Xia Jiwei beside him, and only a faint fragrance remained. Yi Yu got up from the bed, stretched contentedly and walked towards the door. Thinking of Xia Jiwei's shy cooperation last night, the stunningly beautiful appearance of her politely accepting the pleasure, Yi Yu just hemmed and hawed. Only Xia Jiwei was too shy and secretly left Yi Yu's room early in the morning before dawn. Well, before leaving also because of the staggering figure, shyly kicked Ye. Looking at that stance, I guess I need a good rest today. Ye, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so strangely? Tantai Mio asked with some doubts after seeing Ye's expression. Cough, nothing, I just remembered something happy. Mio, let me take you around our divine moon sect? Tantai Mio originally wanted to continue asking to come, but after hearing Ye's words after that, she also brightened up and went forward to embrace Ye. Good, I've long heard that Divine Moon Sect is the #1 sect in Central State, so there must be a lot of places worth seeing within the sect, right? Ye looked at her excited look, his heart was also soft, stroked Mio's hair and said, no problem, today is considered to be our date, go, let this young sect master personally take you for a stroll. Tantai Mio heard him say something playful, she also couldn't help but let out a giggle. Alright Star Haunter is here too? The two were just about to leave when they only saw Star Haunter rushing out from the room. Then skillfully climbed onto Ye's shoulder and sat down, after that it was meowing at Ye all the time, seemingly extremely dissatisfied. Ye, you have bullied it, why does Star Haunter feel angry with you? Tantai Mio stroked Star Haunter's kitten head and asked with some doubts. Didn't Ye always love Star Haunter very much, why today? Well. Ye somewhat sheepishly rubbed Star Haunter's kitten head, signaling it to be good. There was no way, last night's scene was not something a child could watch. So Ye directly gave Xingha a slumber and let it go to sleep. Guess it would be asking him why he did that last night. Probably too much energy, it's fine, let's go. Hearing Ye say that, Tantai Mio then didn't ask more questions, and once again happily wrapped her arms around Ye. Wow. Ye, the scenery of your Divine Moon Sect is really nice to look at, much better than our forgetful heavenly palace. What is that, a waterfall? It's so beautiful, Ye, I want to go feed the spirit fish, quickly bring me some food. So many peaks, say Ye, how come you don't have a mountain, thanks to you are still the young sect leader. This is the spirit beast garden? Ye, look, doesn't that spirit beast look like you? Well, hitting me on the head again, nuisance. All the way Tantai Mio was extremely excited, often pulling Ye up to take a look when she saw something she was interested in. The current Tantai Mio, Ye only felt her brightness. And this brightness, Ye had only felt it that night. However, now, Mio could continue to be this bright, it's so good. She should have been this bright, what kind of forgetful heavenly maiden is not suitable for her at all? Ye looked at the appearance of the young girl beside her with a light smile, and also couldn't help but reveal a smile. Mio, what I promised you that night, the wish of your heart, we have already accomplished it. In the future, we will also continue like this. Well, Ye, what are you gawking at? Come over here and help me put on this flower. Hearing Tantai Mio's pampered voice, Ye no longer thought about that and just smiled gently. Coming, wow, it suits Mio so well, it's so beautiful. Greasy mouth, humph. Chapter 91 Ye Qinglan's arrival. 3 days passed very quickly. During this period Ye also went back to the burial god abyss to visit the widowed Dihim. By the way, he replenished her with various pastimes, and then received a nice compliment, which was considered a mission reward. Little fellow, nowadays it seems like the ancient races are starting to stir up, so you have to be more careful. Ye frowned as he pondered over these last words that Dihim had said to him. Ancient races, plus the 12 witch demons of the ancient era not long ago. How did this give Ye a feeling that some forces or things from the ancient period were gradually reviving? What actually happened in the ancient period, Ye is more and more curious about it. However, there is not too much worry, because Dihim finally said to him. Sister no one dares to touch you, the ancient races, but also just some turtled up rats. Ye clearly remembers the disdainful expression on Di Shangwang's face at that time. This is the benefit of holding onto the thigh. Before leaving Ye again left a large pile of desserts for Dihim. Well, this forbidden existence, it feels like it has already been raised by Ye to be a housegirl. Ahem, of course, this is something that Ye only dares to think about in her heart. If he really said it, with Dihim knowledge of reading all the books nowadays, he would easily know what a geek girl means. Moreover, Ye had been studying the Love Quick manual for the past few days. It couldn't be helped, he still had a Taoist nun girlfriend waiting for him to have a love experience with her. Ye who suddenly realized that he was very busy couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. I can't imagine that now I'm on the verge of becoming a time management master. Ye, what are you shaking your head for? In a moment that Ye Qinglan of yours will be coming, humph. Xia Jiwei stood beside Ye with a curious question. In these few days, she has gradually slowed down, no longer as shy as at the beginning that she didn't dare to face Ye. And her mentality has also changed. Anyway, now she and Ye have already been watered down. Ye Qinglan and other generations, not worth a penny. Of course, when facing eldest sister. Yo, why is our little Jiwei so rigid? It's hard to believe that when and where this senior sister doesn't know, you and junior brother. Dongfang Bing gave a cheap smile, then her eyes looked back and forth between Xia Jiwei and Ye. Although Xia Jiwei wasn't as shy as she was at the beginning, but facing such naked flirting from Dongfang Bingo, how could she still be taught? This is not, directly jumped at Dongfang Bingo, half of her body hanging on her body. Eldest senior sister. What are you babbling about again? You, I must fight you one-on-one today. Yu hastily pulled Xia Jiwei. Good guy, Jiwei, this is not to send it. Big sister's horror is she still do not realize it. But did not pull. Xia Jiwei is again rushed up. Yu see no way, cannot sell teammates it, so also rushed over. Well, in this Divine Moon sect entrance, Divine Moon Empress's 3 disciples are so fighting. The Divine Moon sect's gatekeeper disciples and other passing disciples were not surprised. At most, they stopped to watch for a while, ate melons, and then left. As for Tantai Mio, she was holding Star Haunter, looking at them somewhat confused. What are we talking about? Why are they fighting at the drop of a hat? This was a picture that was absolutely unseen in the forgotten heavenly palace. The master and sisters were fighting with each other, but everyone's faces were filled with laughter. And their laughter also infected Tantai Mio, who also pursed her lips and revealed a faint smile as she looked at them. That, I say, later on, the people from the Starfall Pavilion will be coming, right? You guys are like this. But in the end, Tantai Mio couldn't help but open her mouth to stop it. It couldn't be helped, this was looking at the Starfall Pavilion's people coming. As a result, this Divine Moon sect's young patriarch, as well as the Divine Moon Empress's own senior sister and third sister were actually fighting together. This was unseemly. And after the 3 of them heard Tantai Mio's words, they also immediately separated from each other. Cough, Mio is right, eldest senior sister, look at you don't have any appearance of a senior sister. Yu stood beside Tantai Mio, reaching out to accuse Dongfang Renj, as if he had not been involved in everything just now. That's right, you have too nasty a personality, eldest sister. Xia Jiwei similarly stood beside Yu and accused Dongfang Bing. Right now she and Yu were definitely on a united front. Dongfang Bing just shrugged her shoulders at the words, not taking their words to heart at all. She, Dongfang Bingo, had crossed the Divine Moon sect. When had she ever been afraid of these? Oh? You guys aren't convinced? Fine, when we receive Ye Qinglan, the 2 of you will go together and this senior sister will accompany you to practice. Yu and Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, acted as if they didn't hear what she said. Jiwei, Mio, let's go. It seems like Ye Qinglan is indeed arriving soon. Aha, Yu, let's go quickly. Unlike a certain eldest senior sister, who has no manners at all, go. Xia Jiwei muttered in a small voice, and when she saw Dongfang Renj looking towards her, she hurriedly pulled Yu and Tantai Mio towards the outside of the sect gate. And Dongfang Bingo just looked at their departing figures and smiled faintly. Then she also followed. She enjoyed playing around with her senior siblings. Well, although sometimes it was because her care for them was too much. Yu, Star Haunter, come over here, did you miss me? Outside the Divine Moon sect's gate, a huge and luxurious immortal boat docked. And the woman who came down from the immortal boat was none other than Ye Qinglan. At this moment, she was waving her hand at Yu, and when she saw Xingha, a smile immediately appeared on her face and she waved at Xingha. Xingha naturally remembered this rich sister. After all, during that time, the sister had fed it all the rare and delicious food. Star Haunter struggled and jumped down from Yu's embrace, then with its little short legs backwards, it reached Ye Qinglan's feet, then the little cat's head obediently rubbed against Ye Qinglan's leg. Ye Qinglan saw that Xingha was so well behaved, he also loved it, and directly took out a bunch of spirit fruits and placed them in front of Xingha. Junior brother, your spirit pet seems to have been abducted by her. Dongfang Bing, who was standing beside Yu, could not help but open his mouth and said, his complexion was full of flirtation. Yu, on the other hand, spread his hands. There was no way, this little guy confirmed a truth. Having milk is like having a mother. On the other hand, Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio were secretly looking at Ye Qinglan. It had to be said that Ye Qinglan looked gentle and dignified, making people feel good about her. The 2 women looked towards Yu, while Yu stared at them and walked to Ye Qinglan. Cough, Qinglan, let me introduce to you, these 2 are my eldest senior sister, third senior sister, Dongfang Bing and Xia Jiwei. This is Tantai Mio. Well, you guys should know each other, right? Chapter 92, can it be that you figure me as a person? As soon as Yu's words fell, Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio met Ye Qinglan's gaze. Naturally, I know each other, Sister Mio, do you still remember Sister Me? Ye Qinglan let out a light laugh, hugged Star Haunter, and looked at Tantai Mio as she said. Tantai Mio pursed her lips and gently nodded her head. Yu glanced at Mio with some surprise. Qinglan actually looked familiar with Mio? When Tantai Mio saw Yu looking at herself, she briefly explained to Yu. Previously, the Forgetful Heavenly Palace and the Starfall Pavilion had dealings, and she often approached me to talk, but I didn't even bother with her. Oh. Yu nodded, so it was like that. With Mio's character before, it did seem like she could do such a thing. When Ye Qinglan heard Tantai Mio say that, she put on a hurt look. Sister Mio saying that really hurt sister's heart too much, but what's going on between you and Yu? Ye Qinglan's question caused Tantai Mio's pretty face to slightly redden as she mumbled, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, just at this moment, Xia Jiwei's voice rang out. Don't all stand at the sect gate. Ye, take Missy back to the Divine Moon sect. Oh, that's true. Ye smiled and said to Ye Qinglan. Come on, good guy, this is a really big bout for you to come once, really rich and capricious. Ye Qinglan waved her hand towards behind her, and a group of people from the Starfall Pavilion followed her. This is just the standard configuration for this young lady's trips, you guys have to get used to it. Tantai Mio and Xiai Jiwei walked together, and Tantai Mio gave her a somewhat grateful glance. Just now, if it wasn't for Xiai Jiwei opening her mouth, she really didn't know how to answer Ye Qinglan. On the other hand, Xiai Jiwei nodded gently, the current her was ready to unite all forces. This Ye Qinglan looked like she had thoughts about Yi Yu. Hoof. Dongfang Bing, on the other hand, walked at the end, looking at their words and behavior, and couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Even she wanted to pull Yu Wuxia over to join her in that melon eating. It was too wonderful. Ye Qinglan first went to meet Yu Wuxia, after all, this time she was nominally representing Starfall Pavilion to have friendly exchanges with Divine Moon sect. Thus she also set up various matters with Yu Wuxia. Well, both sides were satisfied as all. Well, finally it's alright, go, Yi Yu, take me for a nice stroll. Ye Qinglan, who walked out of the main hall, stretched her waist, and said to Yi Yu, who was beside her with a lazy look. Yi Yu was holding Star Haunter and nodded at his words. He had just seen another side of Ye Qinglan's thunderous behavior. To be honest, it was quite marvelous. This woman in front of him, one second she was the self-confident and soaring 1,000 gold of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce, but the next second she turned into a lazy and cute young girl. Let's go, why don't I take you to your place of residence first? At this time, only Yi Yu and Ye Qinglan were left. After all, it was quite strange for a group of people to accompany Ye Qinglan. While Ye Qinglan froze for a moment after hearing Yi Yu's words, and then couldn't help but giggle. No, my people should already be building by now, didn't I tell them to follow your senior sisters just now? Hearing her say that, Yi Yu also remembered that a part of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce's people did follow their senior sisters before. Dare I say that they went to build a place for Ye Qinglan? Yi Yu scratched his head and once again realized the capriciousness of rich people. Well, it's good that you're happy. Ye Qinglan took Star Haunter from Yi Yu's arms while asking with some curiosity. Speaking of which, how did you manage to abduct Mio? I really didn't think that she would also have a day where she was so close to a man. Well, to this Yi Yu said that it was all because of his own charm, drawing a blank stare from Ye Qinglan. Yi Yu brought Ye Qinglan around the Divine Moon sect. Fortunately, the Divine Moon sect is a vast area, otherwise Yi Yu really think that this Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce's eldest daughter will not be able to see it. Well, ignoring some melon-eating disciples during this period, Yi Yu's expression remained the same, which made Ye Qinglan, who wanted to see how Yi Yu reacted, have a slight disappointment. Phew, worthy of being the #1 sect in the Central State, right? Speaking of which, how do you guess the people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion are doing? Ye Qinglan suddenly asked Yi Yu after visiting the Divine Moon sect. Looking at her with a smiling look, Yi Yu was also amused. How is it? Is it hard to believe that the saint son of each of their families personally came to the door to apologize? Yi Yu originally just casually said this, but in the end, he saw Ye Qinglan's slightly surprised look. You can even guess this, huh? Yi Yu, I'm a little impressed with you. Hey, it's actually really like this, Yi Yu felt even more joyful and hurriedly asked after what was going on. Ye Qinglan hummed lightly and stroked Star Haunter's kitten head before saying, the Starfall Chamber of Commerce is restricting all transactions to their two clans, they can't afford this kind of loss. No, before I came to the Divine Moon sect, the holy sons of both of their clans came to the door together to apologize, but is this young lady letting them off that easily? Ye Qinglan described how she had made things difficult for them and how those two holy sons looked with iron faces to Yi Yu in a colorful manner. Yi Yu only felt great joy after hearing this, but there was a trace of worry in his heart. Qinglan, last time, that Reincarnation Palace and the Pilgrimage Pavilion were teaming up with the ancient races. I suspect that nowadays some of the ancient races are dead but not dying and will reappear in the world again. Your Starfall Pavilion needs to be well prepared. The two of them walked to a pavilion terrace and sat down to rest. At that, Ye Qinglan's face also flashed a trace of gravity. Ancient race. I have also heard father mention it, don't worry, I will pay attention. Yi Yu nodded. It was good that Starfall Pavilion had taken precautions. But Yi Yu, why do you always feel that your senior sister is wary of me? Ye Qinglan sat beside Yi Yu, and the faint fragrance of her body also went straight to the tip of Yi Yu's nose. Well, Jiwei, she probably cares about me, afraid that you have plans for me. Yi Yu blinked her eyes and said in a serious manner. Jiwei, isn't she called senior sister? Heh, so that's how it is. Ye Qinglan smiled faintly, and in his heart, he already had a consideration. Yi Yu, this guy, the woman's fate is really good. Then, do you think that I have designs on you? While saying this, Ye Qinglan turned around to look at Yi Yu. At the same time, she also propped her hand on the railing and slowly approached Yi Yu. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. Looking at Ye Qinglan, who was so close, Yi Yu couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. As the saying goes, at this angle, it's either a fight or a kiss. Coughing, Ye lightly coughed, then turned his head not to look at Ye Qinglan. Qinglan is not going to say a joke. What kind of plans can you have for me? Is it hard to plan for me as a person? Chapter 93, Fairy Cold Song. When these words came out, Ye, who was originally just talking casually, did not get a response for a long time. By the time he looked at Ye Qinglan, he realized that this woman actually had a look of serious contemplation. Fortunately, at this time, the star haunting in the arms of the two men meowed, and the kitten's head poked out from Yi's chest, which allowed Ye Qinglan to break away from his thoughts. Ye Qinglan absently stroked Star Haunter's kitten head and glanced at Ye again, smiling slightly. It seems like it's not impossible. After all, status-wise you're the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, and you're a good match for me. As for the other things, Star Haunting I like, your appearance, also barely into my eyes, personality is also okay, as if it is really okay. Good guy. Yi's face was full of black lines, looking at Ye Qinglan's expression of getting more and more excited as she spoke, while still looking at herself with ill will. It was a pain in the ass. Go, don't joke around, let's go back and see how your residence is built. Ye tugged Ye Qinglan and the two of them went back. Only Ye didn't notice that Ye Qinglan's eyes became a bit inexplicable when she looked at herself, and the corner of her mouth even revealed a faint smile. This efficiency of your Starfall Pavilion is also too high, right? This, admire. Ye said with great emotion as he looked at an elegant pavilion that had risen up flat next to his compound. Ye Qinglan casually waved his hand at the sight, with a slight pride between his features. This is our Starfall Pavilion secret method. It's simple and fast, and it can also customize the specification residence according to different needs. How about it? Awesome, right? Ye hadn't answered yet, but Dongfang Bing was bright, then said to Ye Qinglan, "This is a bit interesting. Give me one, I'll give my residence an upgrade when I have time." Eldest sister was really nonchalant, Ye slandered in his heart. However, Dongfang Bing, as the Divine Moon sect's eldest senior sister, had a reputation that resounded through the continent. Ye Qinglan had also dealt with her, so she naturally wouldn't refuse and just smiled. Fairy Cold Song has something to ask for, my daughter will naturally offer it. Come on people, prepare it for Fairy Cold Song. Ye didn't bother about the one thing Ye Qinglan's people handed to Dongfang Bingo, she just pointed at Dongfang Bingo with a stiff face and asked word by word. Who? Fairy Cold Song? No, Qinglan, this Cold Song fairy you're talking about, it wouldn't be the eldest sister, would it? Ye Qinglan also felt puzzled when she heard Ye ask this. Yes, the coldness of the elegiac song is so cold that it makes the heart silent, hence the name Cold Song Fairy. Why, Ye you don't know? Ye's face was odd, and he looked at the greatly grinning Dongfang Bing again, thinking about her usual harsh doings. No, how could such a woman get the name Cold Song Fairy? Ye you couldn't understand. Cough, Ye I understand, when I first knew that senior sister had such a name outside, I felt the same as you. Xia Jiwei gently tugged on Ye's sleeve and said, her expression filled with the recognition of finding the same feeling. So Ye you don't know? Even I have heard about it. Tantai Mio also said at this time, after all, the reputation of Dongfang Biengo was too prevalent. It could be said that there was no one in her generation who could overshadow her. When Dongfang Bing heard their murmurs, she only hummed lightly and didn't bother to explain anything. Ye repeatedly glanced at Dongfang Bing, until the latter couldn't take it anymore and gave him a hand slash. Only then did Ye settle down. But in his heart, he still felt that he couldn't accept it. No, what makes this right? The group also went to visit the elegant attic built by Ye Qinglan. Well, after the visit, Ye only want to say, more luxurious than his own cabin. However, as the saying goes, a dog doesn't mind the house, well, it should be more or less the same when replaced by a kitten. So Ye did not stay after seeing how luxurious Star Haunter's residence was on Ye Qinglan's side. Instead, when she followed herself back to the cabin, her heart was still pleased. This is my good Xingha, realize that I'm your only master you know? Those women outside are specialized in cheating you, know it. Ye Rua holding Xingha's little cat head, while instilling her with the concept of evil. The starry night just meowed a few times, that pair of eyes hiding the stars and the sea seems to be pondering. But Ye didn't notice it, he just held Star Ha in his arms and said with some anticipation. Tell me about you, after absorbing so much of my star power and moon power by my side, you still haven't transformed until now. Even I feel that lately the cultivation progress of diffractive heavenly star transformation technique has become slower, it must be all because of you, so hurry up and turn into a little cat lady, and I won't bother with you. Star Haunter was very comfortable by Ye's Rua and let out a gurgling sound, obviously not taking what Ye said to heart. However, as Ye said that, he took a closer look at Star Haunter. His recent delay in cultivating the diffractive heavenly star transforming technique to the third level, it was very likely that it was really due to the star haunting. The current star haunting had changed greatly in every aspect compared to when it first broke out of its shell. The first thing was that its ghostly blue hair was now even more colorful, just like the stars in the sky. And the little starlight on its body also became more and more obvious, and even sometimes at night you would still feel very blinding. Fortunately, Star Haunted learned how to cover the starlight, or else there would be a glowing kitten in Ye's room every night. Then there is the star haunting's natural aptitude of instantaneous movement has become more skillful. Now it wasn't so easy for Ye to catch it anymore. All of this showed star haunting's growth, and Ye felt that it shouldn't be much longer until it transformed into its form. Moreover, he had also learned from DM Huang's side before that the starstruck phantom cat, as a rare race, seemed to morph differently from other demon races as well. Only when Ye asked what was different, she suddenly stopped talking. Yes, is deliberately not say hang Ye's appetite. Seems like this can make DM Huang extremely pleasant. It's hard to believe that older women have this kind of hobby of teasing people. However, although this made Ye's heart itch, it was even more looking forward to the day when star haunting took shape. It has to be a well-behaved and cute little cat lady, okay? If you morph me into a royal sister type, you'll go back to the drawing board. Star haunting meowed a few times and didn't pay any attention to Ye, but just kept absorbing the star power as well as the moonlight power emanating from Ye's body. Well, Master's body is so comfortable. Ye shook his head and gently caressed star haunting's body. And it was at this time that he suddenly received a voice transmission from Ye Shenshang. Ye, I'm waiting for you outside the Divine Moon Sect, there's something to talk about. Chapter 94. Good job. I have a reward for you. Aha. Ye's complexion was stunned. Why would his sister suddenly come to look for herself? Could it be that something happened to the Ye family? And why didn't she directly enter the Divine Moon Sect to look for herself? Instead, she wanted to make an appointment outside the Divine Moon Sect. Ye pressed down the doubts in his heart and held Star Haunter in his arms and came to the location that Ye Shenshang had mentioned. Only after seeing that Ye Shenshang did not seem to be injured did Ye's hanging heart relax. He tucked Star Haunter into Ye Sinking Frost's arms and then asked softly, "What happened to sister?" But something happened to the Ye family. Ye Shenshang did not expect that Ye's first reaction to seeing him was to stuff the star haunting into himself. She looked down at Star Haunter's bright eyes, and a trace of fondness flashed across her face as she gently stroked Star Haunter. And after hearing Ye's slightly nervous words, she also pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Last time, you killed Yemo's father and son, and the demon emperor even showed up, making that split pillar Yama jealous, so recently the Ye family is quite calm. Hearing Ye Shenshang's words, Ye breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked with some curiosity. Then, sister came here today to, also, why didn't sister directly enter Divine Moon Sect to look for me? Usually, Ye Shenshang would directly enter the Divine Moon Sect, so why is she about to be outside today? And after Ye Shenshang heard Ye's words, she also looked around somewhat awkwardly before whispering. I forgot to bring that Divine Providence level prop, and it seems that your Divine Moon Sect is extremely strictly guarded today, so... Ye Shenshang pursed her lips, but after seeing Ye's sneering appearance, she blushed and gently stomped her foot. You're laughing at me, aren't you? You. Cough. Ye hastily put away his laughter, grabbed Ye Shenshang's small hand and pulled away from the topic. Cough, sister, quickly get down to business. What exactly happened? Ye Shenfang saw Ye asking about the main matter. Even though there were many shyness in her heart, she could only talk about the main matter. Father has recently been feeling that there might be a big movement on the side of the 10 temples Yama, so the Ye family wants to figure out what state the eclipse Yama is actually in. This way. Ye nodded. The Divine Moon Empress had been missing for so long there were all sorts of forces coveting the Divine Moon Sect. Not to mention the Demon Clan. After the disappearance of the Demon Emperor, it would be strange if the 10 temples of hell didn't have their own ideas. It was precisely for this reason that the Ye family desperately wanted to know what had happened to the eclipse Yama, right? Ye pondered for a moment, then said to Ye Shenshang. Sister, go back and tell father, just tell him that I have a way to find eclipse Yama, so that he can protect himself, as well as you too, sister. Ye Shenshang was stunned at the words, and then looked at Ye with some incredulity. Are you telling the truth? That is the eclipse Yama, how could you find? Ye smiled mysteriously and just pulled Ye Shenshang's small hand and said, Sister, believe me? If you believe me, you go back like this and talk to father. Ye Shenfang pursed her lips. For Ye she never questioned. In this world, there was only Ye who could make her rise to the occasion. Of course, these thoughts were deeply hidden in her heart, and it was absolutely, positively impossible to tell Ye. Okay, I know. Well, you should also be careful with everything in Divine Moon Sect. Ye saw that she directly nodded her head and didn't ask any further questions. She was also secretly relieved. Otherwise, if his sister asked, he would still have to think of a way to put it off. As for how to find eclipse Yama, Ye naturally had his own way. If he didn't remember wrongly, he still had one more chance to designate a delivery courier. As long as he used this, he would definitely be able to come to Eclipse Yenluo's side, and naturally, he would be able to learn what was wrong with Eclipse Yenluo. Sister, you take this nascent ring, there are a lot of pills as well as techniques inside, you take it back to your father, and if there are any talented ones in the Ye family, use these as training. Ye then took out another nascent sacred ring. The pills and techniques inside were all bought by Ye when she usually shopped at the system mall. Well, it had to be said that the system was good at playing, and from time to time the mall would have discounts. So Ye saw some great discounts and couldn't help but buy them even though he couldn't use them himself. Of course, these are just not usable for himself, but for the entire Ye family, they are precious. Ye Shenshang didn't push back, nodded and reached out to take it. After all, her own brother was now the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, and it was only natural to have extra resources to spare. However, when her divine sense swept the contents of the nascent sack, she still couldn't help but be dumbfounded for a moment. No, was the Divine Moon sect so rich and generous? Yi Yu thought for a moment and handed over another ascension pill into Ye Shenshang's hands. This elixir, sister, you also take it. This is something that can raise one layer of one's realm without side effects, but pay attention, the statute of limitations is only 1 hour. Yi Yu continued with a serious tone. If sister encounters danger, don't hesitate, eat it directly and then contact me, sister, no matter what danger you encounter, I can solve it, got it? Feeling Yi Yu's care from the heart, Ye Shenshang's expression froze for a moment, and for a moment there was some inexplicable flavor in her heart. Obviously, she was the older sister, and she had secretly sworn in her heart that she would not let anyone harm Yi Yu. However, the current self was being protected by Yi Yu. This feeling, well, Ye Shenshang couldn't say what it felt like, but she only felt this feeling, sweet, and she didn't hate it. I know. Okay, that's enough already. I'm leaving. Ye Shenshang saw that Yi Yu seemed to want to continue to take things outside, and quickly waved her hand and said. Seeing this, Yi Yu did not continue to take it. Anyway, it was her own sister. If there was anything she needed in the future, she would just prepare it for her again. Whenever you have time, go back to the Yi family to have a look, father, he misses you very much. Ye Shenshang said softly before she left. Yi Yu froze for a moment at the words, then nodded heavily. It had indeed been too long since he left home, and he was now the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect. If he went home afterward, it would be considered a return to his hometown in brocade clothes, right? At that time, the eyes of his father as well as all the people in the Yi family looking at him must be shocked. Yi Yu heatedly smiled and took the star haunting handed over by Ye Shenshang until she watched her figure completely disappear, and only then did she prepare to go back to the Divine Moon sect. As a result, just as she turned around, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yu, the one just now, is that your sister Ye Shenshang? Ayo I go, Yi Yu directly jumped in place, special meow who was scaring people in the middle of the night. Star haunting was also thrown out by Yi Yu because of this, but it had a sturdy body and landed smoothly, only making a meow 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 sound. Puffing, Yi Yu, are you doing acrobatics for me in the middle of the night? Not bad, good job. This young lady has a reward. Chapter 95, One Body, Two Souls. Yi Yu looked at her with a face full of black lines after hearing what she said, while the latter had an innocent look on her face. No, Qinglan, you came out in the middle of the night to scare me. Yi Qinglan skimmed her mouth, thinking that this person's speech was really bad. What do you mean by coming out to scare people? I'm concerned about you suddenly coming out in the middle of the night, okay? As a result, I didn't expect to come to see your sister. Yi Yu rolled her eyes, not too surprised that she recognized Ye Shenshang as her sister. After all, the last time they met, she had revealed her old self. Well, it was already not surprising. There are some things going on in the family. By the way, Qinglan, do you know anything about the demon race's 10 temples of hell? Yi Yu wasn't worried that she would say anything. After all, if she was going to say anything she would have said it already. The two of them chatted idly as they walked towards their residence. The 10 temples of Hades? Naturally there are. The Starfall Chamber of Commerce has had dealings with several Yamas. Yi Qinglan teased Starhaunt while replying to Yi Yu. Worthy of being the Starfall Chamber of Commerce, this business really spreads all over the continent. Tell me about it. What's the current situation of the 10 temples of hell? Yi Qinglan nodded at his words and talked to Yi Yu about the situation of the 10 temples of hell of the demon race nowadays. Now the 10 temples Yama, explicitly Huangquan Yama, is the strongest. After all, this Yama has the closest relationship with the devil. After the disappearance of the devil, naturally gained the support of the original devil's dependents. Yellow Springs Yama. Yi Yu pondered for a moment. He had seen this Yellow Spring Yama before, even that Yama could face Yu Tang directly. The plain meaning is. Hearing Yi Yu ask the key, Yi Qinglan smiled slightly. With the disappearance of the devil father, the devil race's 10 Yamas each have their own thoughts, so although the Yellow Springs Yama leads the devil race on behalf of the devil race, there are not many Yamas that it can control, though. As far as I know, there are 3 Yamas who have dissenting thoughts, and the rest are mostly neutral. The two of them arrived at Yi Qinglan's elegant pavilion as they talked. Yi Qinglan invited Yi Yu to her courtyard and made him a cup of spiritual tea, and picked up spiritual fruits to feed Star Haunting. Immediately after that, Yi Qinglan talked to Yi Yu in detail about the information she knew about the 10 temples of hell. It was only at the end that she seemed a bit puzzled and asked. Why are you asking so clearly? Could it be that you have thoughts about the 10 temples Yama? Yi Yu shrugged and didn't say it outright. After all, he knew that the demon dignitary had not really disappeared. And with the express, Holy Spirit fruit that he had sent to Rohan, she would definitely be able to break through to the void-breaking realm. At that time, no matter what the current 10 temples of hell had planned, as long as Rohan returned, then everything would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Yi Yu also remembered his cheap master Chang Ruoshiwei. Well, there was also the jade pendant that still had her body temperature that he had received from her at the beginning. Ahem. Just want to know more. After all, I'm a member of the demon race. What's wrong with caring about the demon race? Hearing such words, Yi Qinglan's eyes widened. You are now such a young sect master of the divine moon sect, at this time actually said that you are a demon. But normally, I haven't seen you do anything for the demon race. From this, it could be seen that this person had a thick skin. Yi Yu, on the other hand, was unmoved and had a righteous look. Yi Qinglan also lazily ignored him. Having known Yi Yu for a long time, he naturally understood what kind of nature this guy had. Anyway, take it easy on yourself. As far as I know, among the 10 temples of Yama, some of them might have built a connection with the ancient races. Yi Yu's face was also a bit gloomy when he heard her say that. Was it the ancient races again? Yi Yu now felt more and more that these ancient races had begun to infiltrate the entire continent. Well, I'll pay attention. Sleepy, thanks for the information, rich woman. Yi Qinglan rolled her eyes at that. This guy, really? As Yi Yu returned to his own compound, he looked over to the left where Jiwei's residence was, and to the right where Mio's residence was. Then Yi Yu decisively slipped into the middle of Xia Jiwei's room. It was a long night, he didn't want to spend it alone. Yeah, Yi Yu? You, what are you going to do? Well, nuisance, bad. Shoo, Jiwei good boy, don't make a sound, I'm here to check your physical development. Yuck, you colorful devil, The days of cultivation are always boring, which is why many cultivators have 1,000 strange preferences. For example, brewing wine, alchemy, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting and various other things. And Yi Yu's life during this period of time could be described as dashing. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry too much about his cultivation, and the optimal solution is to be close to the system. Therefore, during the day, Yi Yu was bringing Mio around, or bringing Yi Qinglan around. At night, he was discussing life with Xia Jiwei, and the days were very happy. Of course, for the eclipse Yama that Ye Shenshang said, Yi Yu also had plans in his heart. That opportunity to actively choose the delivery object still had to be used. Then Yi Yu was also prepared to figure out what exactly was the situation of Eclipse Yama after he finished delivering this courier and figuring out what exactly was the situation of Eclipse Yama. It was also time for him to move on to the next step with his Dao Nun girlfriend. Well, during this period of time Yi Yu went to Yun Xingyu for 3 days to talk about romance. And Yun Xingyu is getting more and more used to Yi Yu and is getting less and less defensive. As for being held by Yi Yu's hand, it's even more commonplace. Even sometimes when Yi Yu purposely didn't hold her hand. Yun Xingyu will also seriously ask Yi Yu why he didn't hold her hand. Looking at this fairy who has always been cloudy and unlike the mortal world. At this time, she was looking at Yi Yu with doubtful eyes, asking why he didn't hold her hand. The feeling of this is really hard to express. Yi Yu shook his head and forced himself not to think about his Taoist nun girlfriend. Yi Yu opened the courier system and pulled the page to the courier delivery page. On it, 2 more expresses had already accumulated, but Yi Yu was not in a hurry to deliver them. He had now gotten into the habit of delivering 1 express every 3 times, so Yi Yu just looked at the option next to it. Ding, is the host confirming to use the active selection of the courier object? Note, once chosen, it cannot be changed. Please host choose the target object. Yi Yu didn't hesitate, he just chose Eclipse Yen Luo as the target object, then clicked to confirm, and then came the system's voice. Ding, the host's current express delivery mission has been confirmed. Target customer, Eclipse Yama. Target item, solve the problem of Eclipse Yama's 1 body and 2 souls. Target location, the Tsang Dome Secret Realm. Ha! Yi Yu was dumbfounded after reading it. No, he had always thought that Eclipse Yama hadn't suffered some kind of secret injury that caused him to keep hiding to recuperate. But looking at this description from the system, 1 body and 2 souls. This. Yi Yu scratched his head, this is a bit exciting. Chapter 96, Eclipse Yama. For 1 body and 2 souls, Yi Yu can only think of the split personality that he knew before he crossed over. But in this metaphysical world, naturally it couldn't be that simple. Interesting, there are 2 souls in the body that are competing with each other. Yi Yu instead revealed an extremely interested look, while secretly pondering in his heart how to solve it. However, first of all, he still clicked to take the task. No matter what, Yi Yu wanted to go and meet this Eclipse Yama. After all, Yi family can have today completely rely on this Yama. Even Yi Yu remembered that when he was a child, he seemed to have seen this Yama. Only the memory of that time was a bit blurred, he had already forgotten what Eclipse Yama looked like. In the next second, Yi Yu's body was engulfed by a white light and disappeared into the room. As for Star Haunter, he was now too lazy to even look at it anymore. For its master to suddenly disappear from time to time, it was now extremely used to it. Therefore, it just lazily stretched its cat body and continued to play with its own tail. When Yi Yu opened his eyes, he realized that he had already arrived in his secret realm. This secret realm is very peculiar, the sky hangs low, as if within reach. When he looked closely, he realized that it wasn't really the sky, but rather, it looked like it was covered by a layer of sky. The dome of the sky seems to have a stream of light flowing, flooded with a mysterious light. And this entire secret realm seems to be very chaotic. Gray fog spread throughout the entire secret realm. Fog can be seen broken bronze columns half buried in the earth. Those bronze pillars are engraved with all kinds of mysterious runes, and the whole secret realm looks pale and desolate. Ye ran his divine sense and watched those broken bronze pillars. Then after thinking about it, he took out a shadow stone and recorded the appearance of those bronze pillars. Because he always felt that the runes on top of those bronze pillars seemed like he had seen them somewhere before. Therefore, Ye was going to take a picture of it and then go ask DM Huang. After all this, Ye began to look for the target of the day. Soon Ye spotted the figure of Eclipse Yen Luo. The reason why she saw it so quickly was because the other party's state at this moment was too bizarre. Only to see Ye not far ahead, a low-hanging head figure was shackled by several chains. And those chains seemed to be derived from those bronze giant pillars. So much so that there were all sorts of mysterious runes on those chains. The aura emitted by that figure made Ye feel very strange. There wasn't any shriveled aura, instead it was filled with extremely majestic vitality. This was really too odd. Obviously the whole body was shackled by chains, but actually did not have any weakness, but instead was so vibrant. Ye frowned and slowly approached the shackled figure. "You, who are you?" Just as Ye approached the figure, he realized that the figure suddenly raised its head and looked at Ye. Ye was prepared in his mind, so he wasn't startled, and only said respectfully at the words, "Ye Clan Ye, meet the Eclipse Moon Yama Temple." After saying that, Ye also secretly measured the Eclipse Yama in front of him. Although at this time, Eclipse Yama's face was messy long hair, but still can recognize her stunningly beautiful face. And such a picture of a beauty battle damaged and shackled with chains is really a bit of a shocking beauty. It turned out that she was actually a woman. "Ye family, you are from the Ye family." "Well, what Ye family, look at this girl like that again, believe it or not I will gouge your eyes out?" Originally, Eclipse Yenluo's voice was still extremely cool and soft. However, for some reason, halfway through her words, it was as if she had changed into a different person, and her voice had also become delicate and savage. Ye scratched his head. "Is this the manifestation of one body and two souls? This is too weird." "Shut up, if you come out again, believe it or not I will wipe you out even if I fight to the death." I'm so scared sister, you are me, I am you, we are originally one, how can you wipe me out?" Eclipse Yenluo took a deep breath, but her complexion had a deep helplessness. And right at this moment, those chains shackled to her body suddenly emitted a burst of light. A look of pain flashed across Eclipse Yama's face, but as the light from the shackles gradually dimmed, her complexion returned to normal. Well, finally I can communicate normally, are you from the Yi family?" Eclipse Yenluo looked towards Yi and asked softly. At this moment, her complexion was normal, as if that other divine soul had been suppressed by her. Yi looked tsk, and after hearing Eclipse Yama's question, Yi hastily nodded. "Precisely, your Eclipse Highness, the Yi family is very worried about your state, so..." Yi told Eclipse Yenluo about some of the things that had happened to the Yi family recently as well as the fact that Split Pillar Yenluo coveted her. At the same time, as to why she was able to find her, Yi also attributed it to her own strange encounter. Eclipse Yama sighed helplessly after hearing this, his complexion filled with gloom. "It is this honored one who has dragged you all down. This honored one seems to remember you. When you were a child this honored one had even seen you. I never thought that when we met again, it was such a scene." Yi looked at those chains and shackles and asked carefully. "Your Highness Eclipse, what situation have you encountered?" that voice just now was. "Why are these shackles locking you up?" Eclipse Yama gently shook his head at his words. "There is no need to be so polite. As for these shackles, they are suppressing the consciousness of my other divine soul." And why that other divine soul appeared, alas. Eclipse Yama sighed, and then she revealed the original story. In itself, she had been forced to be trapped in this Tsung Dome secret realm for too long. And now Yi appeared, and was also the heir of the Yi family that had a very deep relationship with her. This gave Eclipse Yenluo a strong desire to confide. And as she narrated, Yi also roughly understood the origin of the matter. This also had to start from the mysterious disappearance of the demon dignitary. At that time, the devil suddenly mysteriously disappeared. The devil tribe up and down are a little panicked. Eclipse Yenluo also therefore took the risk of practicing a broken heavenly grade gong method that she had obtained earlier. And it was this decision of hers that actually caused another conscious divine soul to appear in her body. After she realized this, she immediately searched for a way to suppress it. Naturally, the other divine soul had already been created, and no matter what, she couldn't extinguish it. In the end, by chance, she accidentally entered this vault of heaven's secret realm. And found that the chains extending out from the bronze pillar could actually suppress the other divine soul in her body. Thus, Eclipse Yenluo stayed in this secret realm in anticipation that one day, she could wear out the other divine soul in her body through the mysterious power on this iron chain. Chapter 97 The Solution. It's just a pity that what I thought was still too good. Eclipse Yama let out a bitter smile, a complex look flashing across his face. Just like what she said just now, she is me and I am her. The power of this secret realm can only suppress her as well, but it cannot truly wear her down. Even. Eclipse Yenluo gently shook his head. Even if she is truly worn out, perhaps I won't be able to survive. Yi Yu also felt extremely tricky after hearing this. After all, when it came to the divine soul aspect, it was all about being extremely careful. The slightest carelessness could lead to serious consequences. Your Highness Eclipse, I would like to ask first, what do you think inwardly about the other divine soul? Do you really loathe her? Eclipse Yenluo's expression was stunned when she heard this, and her gaze was complicated as she looked at Yi Yu. She did not expect Yi Yu to actually ask this. After pondering for a moment, Moon Yama sighed and said, "You little fellow observes carefully, honestly as you asked, I actually don't loathe her, after all, this is all of my own making." Eclipse Yenluo said quietly. "And how can I loathe her because of my own mistakes?" What Eclipse Yenluo didn't know was that although the chain shackles on her body were able to restrain the other divine soul in her body, yet this divine soul could still observe and listen to things and sounds in the outside world. At this moment, that divine soul was also somewhat silent. If one looked closely, that divine soul seemed to be in the form of a delicate young girl. The look on her face was complicated, biting her lips, wanting to say something but pursing her lips. In the end, she just turned her head away. As for Yi Yu, when he heard her say this, his expression slightly froze. This Eclipse Yama temple, actually so, principled? It was reasonable to say that as a member of the demon race, and still one of the 10 temples of Yama, it was quite surprising that his temperament was so normal, which was still quite surprising to Yi Yu. What, surprised? Seeing Yi Yu's reaction, Eclipse Yama pursed her lips and let out a light smile. Yi Yu scratched his head and then nodded honestly as well. This is how my father has always been. When Lord Demon was still alive, he had also said that I was too soft, but, why wouldn't it work? Eclipse Yama was unimpressed. As one of the 10 temples of Yama, as long as the demon sovereign was around, they could be reckless in everything they did. It was just a pity that now that the demon father was missing, spare her, she had to make changes for herself. Yi Yu understood Eclipse Yama's inner thoughts, then he took out a golden contract and handed it over. Your Highness Eclipse, sign this contract and I will be able to help you solve this problem. Eclipse Yama frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yu. Little fellow, don't talk big, later if you can't solve it won't it be a slap in your face. Yi Yu just nuzzled his mouth when he heard this, signaling her to take a look at the contract in her hand first. Seeing this, Eclipse Yenluo's divine sense moved slightly, and the golden contract automatically came to her. The contract solves the problem of my one body and two souls, a layer of cultivation is the price, no reversal after signing. After Eclipse Yenluo had read it, her heart was a bit stunned for a moment. She originally thought that Yi Yu was just joking, but she could feel the majestic energy contained on this golden contract. If she signed it, then she must abide by it, and accordingly, the other party must also need to solve their own problems in order to do so. That is to say, did this little fellow really have a solution? Eclipse Yama pondered for a moment, and finally prepared to sign her name. Anyway, he had been trapped in this secret realm for too long already. Treating a dead horse as a living horse, just trust him for once. However, just as she moved her divine sense to write her name, her body suddenly went into a trance, followed by a flash of confusion in her complexion, but in the end, she appeared with a completely different complexion than she had before. You fellow, you want to join forces with her to wipe me out, don't you? Eclipse Yama said viciously. This is the other divine soul of Her Highness Eclipse, right? However, didn't Her Highness Eclipse say that these chains and shackles can restrain her? How come they still? Seemingly guessing the doubts in Yi Yu's mind, Eclipse Yama snorted coldly. These chains can only be temporarily suppressed, even if she doesn't recognize it. I am her, she is me, this tie, she can't break it. Yi Yu didn't go directly to persuade her, but asked from a different angle. Well, then can you tell me that you loathe her? Yes, the exact same question as Yi Yu asked the Eclipse Yama's dominant divine soul before. This divine soul dominant Eclipse Yama's expression was stunned, and she mumbled a few times, as if she wanted to say that she loathed her the most. But then she thought of what the main divine soul had said earlier. And how can I loathe her because of my own mistakes? Eclipse Yenluo was silent, and only after a long time had passed did she say sullenly. What is the point of loathing or not loathing? One body and two souls is ultimately the biggest problem. Having me present will definitely have an impact on her future cultivation. Already starting to unconsciously consider the main divine soul? Yi Yu smiled faintly, while Eclipse Yenluo's pretty face turned red when she saw the smile Yi Yu revealed. You, what are you laughing at? I'm just afraid that she's just affecting me, that's why I didn't care about her. You're still laughing, believe it or not I'll slap you to death. Eclipse Yenluo was infuriated, he couldn't wait to slap Yi Yu to death right now. And Yi Yu just shook his head, then said softly. In fact, at first you didn't have any malice towards her, right? It's just that your birth was obviously not of your own volition, but when you were born, she wanted to wear you down, which made you very aggravated, right? Over time, it turned into disgust. Eclipse Yenluo did not speak for a long time, just when Yi Yu wanted to continue asking, her voice rang out. Even so what? The current her, she just wants to wear me down, that's a fact, isn't it? If you say you have a way, what way is there? Ye heard her say this, and in her heart, she was relieved. It was good that the other party was willing to communicate and exchange. He was afraid that the other party would not listen to anything he said, that would be troublesome. One body and two souls is not without a solution. I can provide you with a body and then transplant your divine soul into that body. In that case, you would be a unique individual, well, unique, no longer an individual attached to anyone. Yiyu's words were very seductive, but Eclipse Yama just puffed and laughed. What are you kidding? You dare to say such a heavenly idea? Do you really think I'm good at teasing? Actually, this approach Yiyu also felt very outrageous when he saw it. But this was provided by the system, and the body, the method were all ready, which made Yiyu disbelieve also have to believe. Chapter 98, At least call me sister, right? The energy contained in this contract, you can also feel it, right? If I can't solve your problems, then this contract won't take effect either. Yiyu pointed at the golden contract floating in front of her and said indifferently. If you don't believe me, why don't you try after signing it? After Eclipse Yenluo heard Yiyu say this, she was also a little hesitant, but finally nodded. Okay, then follow what you said, hehe, if you dare to lie to me, she will spare you, I won't even. Saying that, Eclipse Yama's complexion once again became confused, and then after that, the original cool Eclipse Yama was back. And at this time, the Eclipse Yama's complexion was confused for a long time. She had naturally heard the words of another divine soul of her own just now. Eclipse Yenluo smiled helplessly. Perhaps, at the very beginning, she should have had a good conversation with her, instead of thinking about how to wear her down. That way, perhaps everything would have been different. Eclipse Yenluo sighed, but fortunately, everything was still not too late. She had already heard the method Yiyu had mentioned just now. Although she also felt that it was extremely bizarre, but, at this time, there was really no better way. When Eclipse Yenluo thought of this, she used her divine sense to sign her name on the golden contract. And at the moment she signed her name, the paper contract filled with a mysterious power, and then there was no reaction after that. This is even good? There seems to be a few more words behind this. Remember to give a 5-star review, is this to be checked off as well? Eclipse Yenluo recognized the last few words on the contract, then asked with some curiosity. Yiyu nodded seriously, then spoke. Yes, please make sure to give a 5-star positive review. This is the recognition of my work. Although Eclipse Yenluo felt as if it was strange, he still checked the 5-star favorable comment, then looked at Yiyu expectantly. What about the method of transplanting the divine soul you mentioned in the body, where is it? The cultivation reward was to arrive only after Yiyu completed what the other party's heart needed. Therefore Yiyu also did his best and took out that system-prepared body directly from the system warehouse. Only at the moment it was taken out, Eclipse Yenluo's face turned scarlet and then immediately used her divine sense to cover Yiyu's eyes. You are not allowed to look. How is this naked? Not allowed to look, or else. Before Yiyu could understand what was going on, he felt a blackness before his eyes. But after hearing Eclipse Yenluo's words, he also spread his hands helplessly. Your Eclipse Highness, whose body still comes with clothes. Well, come on, you put it on this body. Yiyu originally wanted to excuse himself for a few sentences, but after feeling the other party's increasingly mortified eyes, he decisively closed his mouth. And casually took out a set of clothes from his nascent ring and handed it over. Well, you can open your eyes now. A moment later, Eclipse Yama's voice rang out. Only then did Yiyu open his eyes and looked at the body in front of him. Only after looking at it, the corner of Yiyu's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. How is this a lowly body type? Only to see that the body floating in front of Yiyu was extremely petite. With a sweet face and long eyelashes, if she opened her eyes, they would definitely be large Kazran eyes. And it was actually a double ponytail, and the color of this hair reminded him of a character from a certain anime he watched before crossing over. If true love has a color, it must be blue. And coincidentally, the outfit Yiyu just casually took out happened to be a Lolita outfit. But, well, Yiyu just wanted to say that he really wasn't a Lolita control. A few hints of eccentricity also surfaced on Eclipse Yenluo's face, and she tried her best to suppress her other divine soul. She was already able to feel her other divine soul was angrily crossing her arms in a scolding manner at this moment. On the contrary, she was still in her own likeness, which made Eclipse Yenluo feel extremely odd. If the method you said really works, well, Yiyu, you'll have to pay more attention to safety in the future. Yiyu smiled sarcastically before saying, don't worry about these details, it's always a body, and this body's natural talent, appearance and so on, that's all first class. Eclipse Yama nodded. Putting aside the issue of height, if everything was really as Yiyu said, then this body was really extremely perfect. Then what method are you going to use to transplant her into this body afterward? Actually, this point was the most crucial. Eclipse Yama had also thought about this method Yiyu said before. Preparing the body wasn't a problem, but how to pull that divine soul out, she couldn't do anything about it. Yu smiled heatedly at his words, then took out a prop from his nascent ring. Soul removal gourd, call you out and you dare to answer. A certain upgraded version of the gourd, you don't need to call out the name to suck the divine soul into the gourd, you just need the complete trust of the other party, and you can release the divine soul by using it again. Using this gourd will be fine, except for one important point, it needs your highness Eclipse to let go of her mind and soul to me and trust me completely. Yu paused, hesitated for a moment and then continued. And between your highness and the other divine soul, it also needs a great tacit understanding to succeed. Yu's words caused Eclipse Yama to fall somewhat silent. Everything else was fine, but to make her work with another divine soul in tacit understanding, this. Your highness, it's not urgent anyway, why don't you communicate with her more? Yu was also a little helpless at this time, looking at the cultivation in hand but still have to wait for an unknown period of time to obtain it, this is also too difficult to bear. It can only be so, Eclipse Yama gently nodded. Since this is the case, I will try, I just don't know how long it will take, can you still come over afterward? Hearing Eclipse Yama's words, Yu reached out and pointed at the golden contract. There is no harm, I can come here at any time by relying on the energy of this paper contract. Your highness will do well to rub shoulders with her next. Eclipse Yama nodded, I just hope everything goes well. Your Eclipse Highness, then I will leave first, cheers. Yu was sincerely cheering her on. After all, the faster she and the other divine soul ground together, the faster she herself would be able to get her cultivation as well as her reward. What do you think? You were born because of me, but I'm sure you won't call me mother, and that would be weird for me, but at least call me sister? Looking at Yu disappeared after being engulfed in white light, Eclipse Yenluo said softly. After a long time had passed, that divine soul did not make a sound. Eclipse Yama Luo also did not get impatient, since there was already a solution, then everything would not be a problem. Only, in the face of this somewhat bratty and capricious, well, let's just call it a younger sister. How to get on good terms with her, this rather made Eclipse Yenluo a bit confused. Chapter 99 Ling Hanyi's whereabouts. Yu, who had returned to his room, still felt a little tsk. Unexpectedly, he had really seen the existence of two souls in one body, and this feeling was quite rare. As for whether or not the two of them would be able to get along well, Yu expressed concern about that. Well, it seems that after that, we still need to think of ways to promote their relationship to become more harmonious. Yu flashed several methods in his mind and decided to implement them the next time he went to see Eclipse Yenluo to see if it would work. But now the most important thing is to tell the family the current situation of Eclipse Yama. Yu Rua sat obediently on his lap star-haunted, pondered for a moment and then transmitted sound to Ye Shenshang. Yu told Ye Shenshang that he had already met Eclipse Yenluo. Eclipse Yenluo was not in any serious trouble, and perhaps he could appear after a while. However, he did not tell the condition of Eclipse Yama Luo's one body and two souls. After all, this was Eclipse Yama's hidden secret, and it hadn't been completely resolved yet, so there was no need to let others know. On the other hand, Ye Shenshang on the other side, after hearing Yu's voice transmission to herself, her small face froze. No, the family had searched for such a long time, and even that split pillar Yama needed to test the state of Eclipse Yama through YMO. But how did YMO find Eclipse Yama directly so quickly? This was too amazing. Ye Shenshang sighed and looked at the nascent sacrifice ring that Yu had given to himself, inside of which were countless rare resources. He himself also needed to work hard, otherwise, he would really have to be protected by Yu in the future. What? Junior brother, you're asking me why I have such a bad personality and still get along so well with the other two senior sisters? Dongfang Bing looked wistfully at Yu, who had just asked himself a question in a serious manner, and then smiled faintly. Come over here, senior sister has a big baby to show you, explain to me properly, what does it mean to have a bad character? Yu smiled sardonically, and hurriedly stated that he just had a mouthful. It couldn't be helped, Ji-wei wasn't there, and there was only Mio and a clueless little cat by his side. In case eldest senior sister moved, he himself still had to protect Mio, so it was better not to make eldest senior sister angry. Yu, why do you suddenly want to ask this? Tantai Mio looked at Yu's deflated appearance, ate and laughed, then also asked curiously. Alas. Speaking of this, Yu was just speechless for a while. The progress of the friction between Eclipse Yama and her other divine soul was really as slow as Yu thought. In fact, the two hearts are accepting each other, but no matter how to grind up is no tacit understanding at all. Yu also put forward a few targeted methods that he thought were very effective. The result? No use at all. There was no way, Yu could only go to interview his elder sisters. After all, the eldest elder sister had such a bad personality, but the three elder sisters managed to get along very well. If the reason for this was made clear to Yu, then the matter of Eclipse Yama and her other divine soul would not be a matter at all. I'm not curious, big sister, why don't you just tell us? Yu continued to ask without dying, and Dongfang Range skimmed her mouth when she saw this. You only saw the bad side of my character, shucks, this senior sister has a good character. In short, this senior sister is also very loving towards them, okay? Like this. Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully. So the key still lies in, is it necessary to let the two of them reveal their hearts to each other? If that's the case. Yi Yu revealed a mysterious smile. There was a way. As the saying goes, if two people want to become good friends quickly, then show them each other's black history. However, Yi Yu and Eclipse Yen Luo were not familiar with each other. This black history Yi Yu was even more unknown. But, Yi Yu, you are smiling strangely. Are you thinking of something bad again? Tantai Mio slapped Yi Yu without any good reason. This guy's smile right now was also too strange. No, I just thought of something happy. Speaking of eldest senior sister, has second senior sister had any news come back recently? Yi Yu lightly coughed twice and hurriedly changed the topic. And Dongfang Bing also shook her head slightly after hearing that. Her complexion had a few more points of worry. Cold clothes for a long time, no news, although with her strength does not need to worry, but agreed to regularly send a message back, but this time has been 2 months did not receive her message. Yi Yu originally just wanted to pull away from the topic to casually ask, but as a result, the second senior sister even did not have news for a long time? Could something have happened? Sister Bingo, when Sister Cold Clothes last sent back a message, where was she at that time? Tantai Mio, listening from the side, also asked with great concern. Dongfang Bingo pondered for a moment before saying, the Cold Clothes at that time should be the Eastern Domain. Eastern Domain. Yi Yu frowned slightly as he went next door and pulled Yi Qinglan over. Yi Qinglan was originally teasing Star Haunter at this time. Well, speaking of which, ever since Yi Qinglan had stayed next door to Yi Yu's cabin, Star Haunter had been running over to her side twice in 3 days to dilly-dally with the spirit fruits. Eastern region? The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion are over there. Speaking of which, I seem to have recently heard that the Eastern Domain is very lively over there. Yi Qinglan sat down next to a few people, and when she heard Yi Yu ask about the Eastern Domain, she also opened her mouth and said. The moment these words came out, several people's hearts thumped. Yi Yu even grabbed Yi Qinglan's small hand and asked in a somewhat urgent tone. Qinglan, what happened over there in the Eastern region? Yi Qinglan saw that his expression was serious, and did not care about him grabbing his small hand. I heard that the people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion seem to be teaming up to look for something, and now there is a lot of chaos over there. The Eastern region was originally the sphere of influence of the Reincarnation Palace and the Pishi Pavilion, plus this time, their winds are very tight, so I'm not too sure what exactly is going on. Hearing her say that, a trace of gravity flashed across the faces of Yi Yu and the others. I'll go to the Eastern region. If something really happened to Cold Clothes, the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion wouldn't need to exist anymore. Dongfang Bingo said indifferently, her tone revealing an unquestionable decision. Yi Yu and Tantai Mio glanced at each other, then Yi Yu followed suit. Eldest senior sister, we'll go with you and call Jiwei later. I just don't believe it, they really dare to make things difficult for second senior sister. Dongfang Bing's expression flashed with a hint of relief, but then it was full of seriousness. I'll go and talk to sister Yu first. Yi Yu, you go and talk to Jiwei, we'll leave tomorrow. Yi Yu nodded, and after Dongfang Bing left, he gave Yi Qinglan a somewhat apologetic look. I'm sorry, I promised to accompany you to have fun, but now. Yi Qinglan then smiled and shook his head. It's fine, I'll go with you guys too. I haven't seen Fairy Coldsong angry for a long time. Chapter 100 Munyo Tree. The Eastern Domain? The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion? Yi Yu, you should pay attention to your safety. Tai Immortal Sect, in Yunqing Yu's cave. Yunqing Yu said softly to Yi Yu, while a trace of disgust for the Palace of Reincarnation and the other side pavilion flashed in her eyes. Nowadays, Yunqing Yu's cave is a bit more angry compared to the previous suppressed and dusty cave. The most obvious is the overall arrangement, less cold and more vivid. And in front of the cave next to the spiritual spring, there is a two together planted the spiritual tree. Wait until the future two people cultivate the fruit, and then come together under the spirit tree. I think then will be very commemorative it. Yi Yu grasped her gelatinous and delicate little hand, glanced at the thriving spirit tree, and nodded when he heard this. Don't worry, this time, eldest senior sister will also go with us. Eldest senior sister? Oh, Fairy Coldsong, well, with her strength, there is indeed no need to worry too much. Yunqing Yu sighed in relief when she heard that Dongfang Bing would also go along. Who in the entire continent did not know of Immortal Coldsong's reputation? Even the Tai Immortal Sect, which was far away from the red dust, had heard about it. Yi Yu touched Yunqing Yu's small hand, feeling the smoothness of these small hands. Don't worry, well, when I go and find second senior sister this time and come back, Qingyue, how about we move to the next stage of our love experience? Yunqing Yu was originally still cloudy, full of lightness, and immortal in appearance. When she heard Yi Yu suddenly say that she wanted to enter into the next stage, she still stammered a bit and asked. Next stage? This, so fast? Yi Yu looked at Yunqing Yu with a face full of speechlessness, while the latter looked at Yi Yu innocently. Which is not very fast, each stage of this is gradual, you have to believe in my professionalism. Yunqing Yu saw that he had a look of words, and in her heart, she couldn't help but believe him. That's fine, what's the next stage, Yi Yu looked at her with a tangled face, and in his heart, he laughed a little, then said in a serious manner. What we are in now is the first stage, the period of knowing each other, as the name suggests, is knowing each other. And now that we know each other almost, naturally we need to enter the next stage. Ye Shenshang nodded at this, and she agreed with this. After all, it was also mentioned in the Love Quick manual that relationships always need to be slowly deepened. The next stage is the period of falling in love, which means that we are about to step into the mode of officially starting a relationship. Well, correspondingly, there's also a need to unlock more poses. For example, it can't be limited to just holding hands. Yi Yu pinched her small hand and said meaningfully. And Yin Xingyu obviously didn't comprehend the meaning in Yi Yu's sentence, and nodded her head approvingly at the words. As the relationship deepens, it does require more poses. These are all for a better relationship experience. Well, I'll be cheering. Seeing her being so cooperative, a slight feeling of guilt welled up in Yi Yu's heart. But it was quickly washed away by the future where he would soon be able to unlock more poses. Ahem. Well, I'm very relieved. I believe that Xingyu will definitely be able to break through the red dust. Yun Xingyu softly hummed, her gaze turning to the spirit tree next to the spirit spring. Yi Yu, should we give this spirit tree a name? After all, it's also considered to be one that we raised together. Hearing her say that, Yi Yu also became interested, and the two of them walked together to that spirit tree. The leisurely cool wind blew by, and the leaves of the spirit tree soughing. Although it was still a sapling, but after all, it was a spirit tree, and it already showed a thriving appearance. Why don't we just call it the Munyo tree? The two of us planted it together, so naturally it should be named after the two of us. Munyo tree, Munyo tree. Yun Xingyu chanted twice, then nodded with satisfaction. Her tone also had a slight excitement. Good, it will be called the Munyo tree. I will definitely take good care of it. Yi Yu couldn't help but smile a little when he saw her being so serious, then took out a ribbon from his nascent ring. Immediately after that, he used the power of the stars to carve the words Munyo tree on the ribbon, and then hung it above the spirit tree. This is good. From today onwards, it also has a name. Yun Xingyu looked at the ribbon fluttering in the wind, the three words Yu tree on it. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Thank you, Yi Yu. I think, this image, I will never forget it in my life. Yun Xingyu murmured, only this sentence, Yi Yu did not hear. After returning from Yun Xingyu's side, Yi Yu also regained his mood, after saying goodbye to Yu Wuxia. Yi Yu, Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, Tantai Miao as well as Yi Qinglan and their group set off on their journey to the eastern domain. Yi Yu, Renge, if you encounter any danger this time, immediately send a message back. The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion, I, Divine Moon Sect, am still not afraid of them. No matter what, you have us behind you. Yi Yu sat on the luxurious flying prop provided by Yi Qinglan, thinking about what Yu Wuxia said to him just now before his departure. It was good to have a super clan standing behind you. You don't even have to worry about going out and acting. No wonder eldest sister was able to make a name for herself in the continent as the Cold Song Fairy. At that time, the Divine Moon Empress has not yet disappeared. I think the eldest sister must act more recklessly. Otherwise, there is no way that she would have the reputation she has now. Thinking of this, Yi Yu secretly glanced at Dongfang Renge and found that she was sizing up the flying prop they were riding on with great interest. Speaking of which, the Starfall Chamber of Commerce had really put in a lot of effort in this aspect of traveling. According to Qinglan, this flight prop they were traveling on was fast to the extreme. The tens of thousands of miles from the central state to the eastern region could actually be reached in about half a day. It was really too advanced. Yi Yu, do you think something will really happen to second senior sister? Xia Jiwei asked worriedly. At the moment her heart was filled with worry. Even Star Haunter, who was sitting in her arms and meowing, she didn't have much heart for Rua anymore. Yi Yu touched her little head and softly comforted. It's fine, second senior sister's cultivation is so high, and she's also a sword cultivator, and she's also recently practicing a heavenly grade technique, so she'll definitely be fine. Yi Yu paused and continued. And didn't Qinglan say that the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion are searching around for something? Maybe they are looking for second senior sister, so don't worry. Xia Jiwei gently nodded, but soon became extremely angry again. Damned Reincarnation Palace and the other side pavilion, they dared to injure second senior sister. I'll make them pay the price. They won't dare, even though the Divine Moon Empress is missing, but at least the hand Yi Yu showed at the Mid-Continent Discourse will definitely make them scorn. Tantai Miao analyzed rationally. In her opinion, it was simply impossible for the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion to be that bold. Chapter 101 Linyang City. All in all, don't all worry too much, we all know about Han Yi's strength. Dongfang Bingo comforted the crowd. She herself didn't think anything would happen to Cold Clothes. But in case she was in trouble, then as a big senior sister herself, it was still necessary to save her. Thanks to the flying props provided by Yi Qinglan, Yi Yu and his group had indeed reached the northern domain in less than half a day. Eldest senior sister, how should we look for second senior sister? Yi Yu looked around after getting off the flying machine. The location they were in now seemed to be a city in the eastern domain. Simple, just catch any person from the Palace of Reincarnation or the Pilgrimage Pavilion and torture them. Dongfang Bienga's method was very direct and pure, which caused Yi Yu and the others to listen with a blank stare. Well, there is a branch of my Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce in the front face of Yang City. Let's go in first and take a rest, then I'll go ask the person in charge inside if there's been any news recently. It had to be Yi Qinglan who was thinking a little clearer. Yi Yu nodded with a deep thought, while throwing an expression of you look at others at the same time to his big senior sister. Only Dongfang Bingo didn't care, just wrapped her arms around Yi Qinglan's neck and said with a big grin. Well, not bad, little Changlan thought of it thoughtfully, go, into the city. Yi Qinglan was somewhat not too used to being so intimate with someone, but on the contrary, this person was very cold song, so Yi Qinglan could only nod with a bitter little face. Tantai Miao and Xia Jiwei exchanged a glance, and both of them could not help but smile. Yi Yu also shook his head, carrying Star Haunter and his group then walked into Linyang City. By the time they arrived at the temporary residence that Yi Qinglan had prepared for them, Yi Yu once again lamented the wealth of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. Just such a temporary residence, well. Yi Yu felt that it was many times more upscale than his previous residence in the Yi family. You guys wait here first, I'll go meet the people under my hand to see what's going on. Yi Qinglan greeted Yi Yu and the others and left for the time being. Since we've already come to the eastern region, there's no need to worry too much, junior brother, take them out for a walk. This senior sister will stay here, if there is any news I will notify you first. Dongfang Bingo picked up a spirit fruit on the table and put it in her mouth to crunch on it. What eldest sister said made sense, and going out for a spin might even yield any messages. The most crucial thing was, it could bring them to have a good time. Yi Yu looked towards Xia Jiwei and Tantai Miao and found that both of them also had an excited look on their faces. Then I'll trouble eldest sister, Jiwei, Miao, let's go and stroll around this Linyang city. Tantai Miao and Xia Jiwei both nodded. Dongfang Renj looked at their departing figures and skimmed her mouth. Che, uneducated little fellow, it's not like you have to have this senior sister to help you out. Next time you say that this senior sister has a bad personality, let's see if I don't beat you up. Although Linyang City is just an ordinary city in the eastern region, it is extremely lively. But it was extremely lively, with the voices of vendors on both sides rising and falling. All kinds of spiritual herbs, pills, weapons, props and so on were for sale. And Yi Yu looked at a card in his hand, still a little confused. When he took Xia Jiwei and Tantai Miao out just now, he happened to bump into Yi Qinglan who was talking to his subordinates. Upon learning that they wanted to go out for a spin, Yi Qinglan handed over a card without saying a word and bluntly told him to swipe it as he pleased. Alas, I don't want to eat soft rice either, but nah, this soft rice smells too good Yi Yu sighed, only this look of his in Xia Jiwei's and Tantai Miao's eyes, it was a complete triumph. Che Qinglan is really good to you this kind of high specification card is given directly when you say give it. Xia Jiwei skimmed her mouth and hummed lightly. She was aware of the card in Yi Yu's hand. It was said to be the highest grade card released by the Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce, and would only be available to the most honored guests of the Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce. Holding it, one could directly purchase at any of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce's properties, with all expenses borne by the Starfall Chamber of Commerce itself. And in any of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce's money banks in the entire continent, one can take spirit stones at will. Cough. Yi Yu pretended that he didn't understand, pulling Xia Jiwei with one hand and Tantai Miao with the other. Go, take you guys to spend money. What do you want to buy directly, don't pay anyway. The two girls were suddenly pulled by Yi Yu's small hands, their pretty faces both had a slight scarlet color. Although Xia Jiwei had been in close contact with Yi Yu, but after all, she was not in the Divine Moon sect anymore, so her little face was very hot. And Tantai Miao pursed her lips, trying to restrain the shyness in her heart. Stealing a glance at Xia Jiwei, she then silently walked beside Yi Yu. After the three of them had strolled around, they all felt a little unfulfilled. And many more interesting gadgets came out of the two women's nano rings. Let's go to the restaurant in front to have a meal. I heard that this restaurant is the biggest restaurant in Linyang City, and the ingredients inside are all made with all kinds of spirit beasts. Yi Yu pointed to a luxurious restaurant ahead and said to the two women beside him. Xia Jiwei and Tantai Miao naturally did not have any opinions, and now they had gotten used to being held by Yi Yu's little hand. After the three of them entered the restaurant, Yi Yu asked for a private room. Subsequently, after ordering a few signature dishes that were said to be a must-eat, they waited in the box chatting idly. Miao, when you were in the forgetful heavenly palace, did you always cultivate hard and then not even eat? Yi Yu took out some desserts as a pre-dinner snack and asked curiously. Tantai Miao grabbed a piece of pastry and put it into her mouth. Since she knew Yi Yu, she was also in love with desserts. Upon hearing this, Tantai Miao rolled her eyes before saying, "It's not as extreme as you say, senior sisters occasionally eat what they like to eat. And even master teacher, nothing, ahem." Tantai Miao seemed to have realized that she had let her mouth slip and hurriedly closed her mouth. Hee, why don't you say it, what's wrong with the cold palace master? Xia Jiwei was similarly eating her dessert, and had been listening happily, but it turned out that Tantai Miao suddenly stopped speaking. Looking at the extremely interested looks of both Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei, Tantai Miao also sighed helplessly. Then you guys aren't allowed to tell your master in the future that it was me who said it. I'll tell you, I sometimes secretly see that my master also eats candies. These words caused both Yiyu and Xiaojiwei to be surprised. The palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace had always been known to the world for being cool and noble, indifferent and unfeeling. But such a person would actually eat candy in private. Well, don't you guys not believe me? That's something I saw with my own eyes. Master also said that it was a special kind of elixir, but I think it's just candy. Chapter 102, Then Let Those Who Know Come Here. Hearing some great secrets, Yiyu and Xiaojiwei were both a little excited. This kind of sneaking around and prying into the big brother's private matters could be too exciting. Immediately after that, the three of them chatted for a while about the interesting things they knew, and at this time, a knock sounded outside the box. It seems that the dishes we ordered have arrived. This time we have to taste the flavor of this spirit beast meat. Yiyu heatedly smiled, then got up and went to open the door. However, after opening the door, he only saw the restaurant waiter with empty hands. Yiyu was a bit confused. How was this? When that junior saw Yiyu, he immediately said with a smile on his face, "Guest sorry, may need you to change a box, there are other guests designated to want you this box." The store assistant looked nervous, as if he was afraid of being overheard by someone, and said in a low voice, "That group of people are very big, so you guys should change your compartment. It's better to do more than less, don't you think so?" Hey! Yiyu grinned after hearing this long-awaited plot can finally come. Due to the habit before crossing over, Yiyu was prepared to pay the spirit stone after eating. Therefore, the store assistant didn't see the card that represented the highest specification of Star Meteor Chamber of Commerce. However, fortunately, he didn't see it, otherwise, how can he show himself as a saint in front of people? Yiyu, did something happen? Xiaojiwei at the back saw Yiyu standing at the door for a long time, so she asked with some curiosity. Nothing, it's just that we may have to wait a little longer for our food." Yiyu first turned back and smiled to Xiaojiwei, then he was calmly looking at the shopkeeper. "I don't think it's right, you said someone wants our compartment? Then let him come and talk to me himself." The store assistant's face was filled with bitterness after hearing this. He gritted his teeth and then continued to persuade. "Guest, I'm not afraid to tell you, that group of people are from the Palace of Reincarnation. This we really can't afford to mess with." The Palace of Reincarnation. This is not a coincidence. Yiyu's smile grew even more, waving his hand, his tone was firm. "Just tell them that, if you want this box, come and talk to me yourself. Go ahead, I won't make it difficult for you." Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, that store assistant could only sigh, shook his head and left. "What's wrong, Yiyu? What did that store assistant say to you?" Tantai Mio saw Yiyu walking back, holding Star Haunter. She looked up with some curiosity and asked. Yiyu stroked Xingha's kitten head and said smilingly, "It's nothing, it's just that the people from the Palace of Reincarnation are going to take the initiative to come and send us a message." Xiaojiwei and Tantai Mio glanced at each other, then coincidentally rolled their eyes. This person who had half of his words was really too detestable. However, they soon understood the meaning of Yiyu's words. Not long after, the door of Yiyu's three-person box was directly pushed open, accompanied by an arrogant voice. "Dare to go against our Palace of Reincarnation, don't you want to live?" Yiyu and the others looked up to the door, only to see four people dressed in Reincarnation Hall clothing walking in. And when those four people saw Tantai Mio as well as Xiaojiwei beside Yiyu, their eyes lit up for a few moments, and even flashed a few hints of greed. "Oh, so it's two beauties, boy, hand over the two beauties beside you, and we'll forget about it." "Good guy," Yiyu straight away called out. "Good guy, are all these lines so classic?" Moreover, these four people were only at the spirit transformation realm, and they dared to be so arrogant. Was it because the eastern region was almost all their sphere of influence? A trace of disgust flashed across Xiaojiwei and Tantai Mio's faces. However, they did not say anything and only looked at Yiyu. "Is the Palace of Reincarnation? Oh, you guys are also worthy of talking to me." Yiyu's face turned cold, then his fingers condensed a trace of star power. The entire room was then filled with majestic energy. What are you guys? "We don't want this box, we'll leave here?" It only took a moment for these four people to go from arrogant and domineering to bowing their heads and giving in. Well, it really deserved the saying, arrogant in the front but respectful in the back. It's laughable to think about it. Those four people swallowed their saliva. They weren't some little karami who hadn't seen anything. The majestic energy in the hands of the man opposite them could undoubtedly kill them in seconds. "Slow down." When the four people heard this calm voice, their faces became extremely stiff, and they nervously looked at Yiyu. Yiyu, on the other hand, smiled faintly, revealing a harmless look. "Tell me, what is your reincarnation hall looking for in the eastern domain recently?" Those four people had a tearless expression, only to hear them say, This we don't know, we are just following the orders from above. We are telling the truth, please believe us." Yiyu turned his head and exchanged a glance with Xiaojiwei and Tantai Mio. Yiyu then casually rotated the star manacle condensed from the power of the stars in his hand. "Really? You guys really don't know?" Feeling the star mango in Ye Yu's hand that was becoming more and more powerful in energy, the four of them pounded their heads like garlic, and even directly knelt down. What we said is true, the higher-ups just asked us to look for whether there are any raw faces, other than that we don't know anything. Ye Yu nodded, smiled, and walked to the front of these four people and said softly, "It's alright, don't be afraid, since you don't know, I won't make things difficult for you." Just as the four people breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that they could escape and ascend to heaven, they heard Ye Yu say, "But well, since you guys don't know, then just call someone who knows. You guys don't want to ask for help? I'll give you guys the chance to go find someone to save you." Although Ye Yu was smiling, but in the eyes of those four people, it was indeed no different from a demon. Ye Yu was smiling so bad right now, he. Xia Jiwei came over to Tantai Mio's ear and whispered, while Tantai Mio nodded along. "That's not true, but for the Palace of Reincarnation, humph, if I didn't still have to track down information, I would have long ago exterminated the other party." Those four people looked at me, I looked at you, and finally, shivering, they pulled out a sound transmission jade talisman from their arms. That's right, go tell the people above you that you've made a discovery, tell them to come here immediately. Ye Yu instructed them hand in hand on how to reply. And those four people also trembled and sent the message with their superiors that they had already made a discovery. Well, good job. Hearing Ye Yu say that, a trace of joy flashed across those four people's faces. Then we, Before the words of the four of them left their mouths, their bodies were directly penetrated by the dots of starbursts from Ye Yu's fingers, leaving behind only a trace of a stunned expression. In the next moment, their bodies directly dissipated on the spot, their gods and souls extinguished. Unfortunately, you guys are already useless, daring to speak to Jiwei and Mio like that, your fate was already predetermined. Ye Yu muttered, and then returned next to Tantai Mio and Xia Jiwei as if they were nothing. Chapter 103 The Illusory Age Immortal Magician. Let's continue to wait, hopefully we can learn the whereabouts of second senior sister from them. Xia Jiwei ate and laughed, looking at Ye Yu with a smile in her eyes. Ye Yu did a good job well, this senior sister is very pleased. Ye Yu rolled her eyes and grabbed her small hand and kneaded it a few times. That's not true, it's all because senior sister teaches well. What are you doing? Well. Xia Jiwei's pretty face slightly red, struggled a few times, but as a result, this bad guy tightly grasped and didn't let go, too damnable. There's no such thing, and Mio is still there. The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion shouldn't be able to help Sister Cold Clothes. After all, back then, she was famous for destroying hundreds of thousands of demons with just one person and one sword. Tantai Mio glanced at Ye Yu's behavior, lightly hummed, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened her mouth. "Hey, how long are you going to touch? How could you be so, You, hummed, cheeky." In the middle of Tantai Mio's words, her small hand was also grabbed and played with by Ye Yu. So there was one more little red face. Looking at the two girls' blushing little faces, a shy look, Ye Yu heatedly laughed in his heart. Where is the second senior sister so powerful? I thought second senior sister was just an ordinary sword cultivator. Ye Yu really thought so. After all, the feeling that second elder sister gave him was that she was bent on practicing the sword, and hadn't heard much about herself from second elder sister. Second senior sister can be powerful. Ye Yu don't know, back then, for some reason, the demons invaded in force. Xia Jiwei stroked Star Haunter's kitten head and handed it a piece of dessert as well, then continued. On the border, the second elder sister, with only a long sword in her hand, fought hundreds of thousands of demons alone, and in the end, she herself retreated in one piece, and those hundreds of thousands of demons, none of them survived. Hiss. Ye Yu's expression was stunned after hearing this, and in his heart, he had a rough understanding of the second elder sister's terrifying strength. One person overthrew hundreds of thousands of demons. To know that although very few demons have reason, but their own defense is amazing, and all kinds of demons will also have different abilities. As a result, second senior sister overthrew hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures by herself. I think we might not have to come at all this time, the strength of second senior sister is too heaven-defying. Ye Yu hemmed and hawed, and in his heart, he was relieved at his second senior sister's safety. The three disciples under the Divine Moon Empress seat each have their own reputation for prowess, even Jiwei Tantai Mio had just wanted to say something about Xia Jiwei, only to have her mouth covered by the red-faced Xia Jiwei. Jiwei or what? That being said, also eldest senior sister has the name of Cold Song Fairy, second senior sister has a great battle record, third senior sister you. Seeing Ye Yu casting a curious look at herself, Xia Jiwei twisted her head away and said in a small voice. No, it's nothing. I can't compare to eldest sister and second sister. Don't ask. Hey, this made Ye Yu even more curious and hurriedly asked after her. It was just that Nanoha Jiwei just didn't say anything, and Tantai Mio just covered her mouth and laughed softly from the side. Between the three of them fooling around, the person they were waiting for had already arrived. When the night in bed I must ask out. Ye Yu was calculating in his heart, but the most important thing now was. Ye Yu looked towards the line of people that appeared in front of them. Who are you people, where are Wang Chang and the others? The reincarnation palace had not a few people coming this time, and the person in the lead was already at the divine sea realm. It was just that Ye always felt a bit familiar when he saw this person. And the one who spoke was the one standing behind this person. They had received a message from Wang Cheng saying that they had made a new discovery. However, when they arrived, they didn't see Wang Cheng and the others, they just saw Ye and the three of them. It was just that Ye and the others didn't say anything, they just looked at them indifferently. Speak, dare to ignore our reincarnation hall, you guys? Before that person could finish his words, he was slapped by the leading man. Then that leader wore a pleasing look as he lowered his head and asked. So it's Lord Young Sovereign of the Divine Moon Sect, this is the forgetful heavenly maiden of the forgetful heavenly palace, isn't it, and the illusory age immortal G, I don't know what you all came to the eastern domain for, could you tell me about it? Ye instantly looked at Xia Jiwei, illusory age immortal G. Puff, can't laugh, mustn't laugh. But Jiwei would actually have such a nickname, well, very, great. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, was filled with stupefaction, while her beautiful eyes contained fury as she looked towards the people of the reincarnation hall. Damn it! The group of people from the original reincarnation hall saw Ye and the others ignoring them so much. In their hearts, they were all extremely annoyed, and were even ready to directly strike in the next moment. But after hearing these words, they immediately all silenced themselves and lowered their heads. The Divine Moon Sect's young sovereign, ever since the Central State Dao discussion conference, this one's reputation could be said to have resounded through the continent. Rubbing stars with his hands, he easily defeated their reincarnation hall's Saint Sun Lord. One person had blocked their Palace of Reincarnation's Lord as well as that Pillar Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and there was even an extremely terrifying existence standing behind him. It was said that even the Underworld Night Clan chief, who had a very secretive friendship with their reincarnation hall, was instantly killed in seconds by that existence. One must know that the strength of that ancient race's patriarch was at the Supreme Saint Realm. To be able to instantly kill an existence of the Supreme Saint Realm in seconds, how terrifying should the other party's strength be? After all, even their hall master was only at the Supreme Saint Realm. It was also after that Central State Dao conference that all of their plans for the Divine Moon Sect were cancelled. Even the Palace Master had strictly forbidden them to provoke the Divine Moon Sect. This time, if it wasn't for, they wouldn't have had to involve the Divine Moon Sect. Not to mention that beside him at this time, there was also the Heavenly Maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. And even that illusory age immortal magician was there. The man in the lead couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw Ye and the others stay silent for a long time. This was simply torment. This group of people were all a bit tearless in their hearts. Oh? You recognize us? Hearing Ye finally open his mouth, the man let out a long breath of relief, then hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, at the time of the Mid-Continent Discourse Assembly, I was following by the side of Lord Saint Sun, and also saw you, That person was a little eager to speak. Ye smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Seeing how I violently beat up your Saint Sun Lord, right? Isn't that a fact? What can't be said? Yes. The man's heart was cursing inside. Of course you can say it. But if I say it, then I am not looking for death, by the Holy Son of the Lord knows, shall not be my big disassembled 8 pieces. Ye took a sip of tea, waved his hand and said softly. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you guys, say it, you people from the Reincarnation Palace and the Pilgrimage Pavilion, you've been making such a big commotion in the eastern region recently, is it related to my second elder sister? The moment the people from the Reincarnation Hall saw Ye, they knew for sure that they were here for Ling Han. Chapter 10 for the secret realm of a supreme realm powerful person. I'll say, the matter is like this. Some time ago, a mysterious secret realm suddenly appeared in the eastern region, and it is said that it was left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Ye, Xia Jiwei as well as Tantai Mio silently listened to this person. And this person obviously knew a lot. After hearing him finish, Ye also roughly understood what happened. Not long ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in a remote area within the eastern domain. According to the cultivator who saw it at that time, when this secret realm appeared, heaven and earth changed. It was even rumored that the aura emanating from the secret realm did not belong to the current era. On the contrary, the aura was ancient and thick, much like the aura that only existed in the ancient times. When the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion heard about this, they sent people to investigate. After that, there were rumors that this was a secret realm left behind by a void-breaking realm powerhouse during the ancient times. After all, that was a secret realm left behind by a supreme powerhouse. In today's Tianyu continent, no one could even reach the void-breaking realm, let alone the supreme realm that only existed in legends. The secret realm left behind by this supreme realm powerhouse, would it contain the mysterious opportunity to break through to the supreme realm? Or would there be any inheritance from the supreme realm, or even if it was just the obtaining of feats, it would definitely be extremely rare. Thus this rumor drew the attention of all the major forces in the eastern domain as well as all the scattered cultivators. Every day, many cultivators emerged from the front and back to rush to that mysterious secret realm. Everyone thought that they would be the lucky ones and soar to the heavens from now on. Unfortunately, this mysterious secret realm was surrounded by a chaotic and ancient aura, and ordinary cultivators were simply unable to approach it. Afterwards, some people even released rumors that this secret realm is not allowed to enter without the divine sea realm. The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion attached great importance to the secret realm left behind by this supreme realm powerhouse. It just so happened that the eastern domain was their territory, so the two forces reached a cooperation to jointly explore the secret realm. It was at this time that Ling Chini appeared. According to them, Ling Hani seemed to have suddenly appeared around the secret realm, and no one knew how she appeared. After that, she even directly killed the people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion who were guarding the secret realm, and then she even directly entered the secret realm. You said that second senior sister directly entered the secret realm? Ye Yu asked with a frown. This secret realm sounded extremely dangerous. How could the second elder sister be so reckless and directly enter? That person nodded his head vigorously after hearing that, and hurriedly replied. Right, after that I never saw her come out again. Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio looked at each other, then Xia Jiwei opened her mouth and asked. Then what were you guys looking for during this period of time? They had previously thought that the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion were searching for Ling Hani. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Hearing Xia Jiwei ask this, the man's expression paused for a moment, and a few more hesitant colors appeared on his face. What, don't want to say? That's fine, only. Ye Yu smiled faintly, seemingly comforting him. Only on his hand, a starburst condensed from the power of the stars appeared once again. The man gritted his teeth, with his life gone, who cares about the orders from above, and hurriedly said. I only know that I am looking for an item that appeared at the same time as this secret realm. It is said that finding this item will be of great help in exploring the entire secret realm. It's just that. I really don't know exactly what it is, I only know that this thing has the same aura as that secret realm. Ye Yu and the others were all stunned after hearing this. Was it actually like this? This sounded even more unbelievable. A secret realm left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse, a mysterious thing that was closely related to the entire secret realm, and the second elder sister suddenly entered the secret realm alone. Jiwei, Mio, we need to immediately go back and discuss this matter with eldest senior sister and the others. Ye Yu said after pondering for a moment, while both Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio nodded along. Young sovereign lord, we have said everything we know, is it? That person asked cautiously. While the person behind him similarly lowered his head, his face filled with fear. Ye Yu didn't have the time to bother with them at this time, and casually waved his hand. Get lost, Mio, Jiwei, let's go. After saying that, Ye Yu and the others immediately left the restaurant. Boss, should we tell the above? One of the people behind this man saw Ye Yu and the others leave and then came up to him and asked in a low voice. Only before the words were finished, he was slapped hard on the head. Tell a fart, if you want to die you can go ahead and say it. Anyway, this life of my old man still wants to live a little longer. The Divine Moon Sect's people are here, it's no longer something we can intervene in. Let's see how the top responds then. You guys said that cold clothes entered the middle of that secret realm? Dongfang Biega asked in a deep voice, his face carrying a bit of gravity. Ye Yu nodded, and told Dongfang Bingo again what those people had just said as it was. What my people told me is also true. Recently that rumored secret realm left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse has already caused a huge agitation. On the side, Yi Qinglan followed with Star Haunter in her arms. Well, this Star Haunter had just come back and jumped into her arms. Eldest senior sister, let's go to that secret realm as well, otherwise I'm worried if something will happen to second senior sister. After all, rumor has it that it's left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse. Xia Jiwei's tone was a bit hurried, her voice filled with worry. Dongfang Bing nodded slightly as she pondered for a moment before saying. Well, I'll send a message to Sister Yu later and explain this matter to her, then we'll go to that secret realm together to take a look. Saying that, Dongfang Bingo looked at Yi Qinglan. Qinglan, you can stay behind, just so you can look after this little guy. Hearing the words of her eldest senior sister, Yi Yu followed suit and nodded. Not bad, Qinglan, we don't know what dangers there will be inside this secret realm, you can also receive us if you stay outside. Yi Qinglan did not have any opinion on this, except that at this moment, her pretty face was also worried. You guys must pay attention to safety. If it's not possible to do so, just exit directly. Several people nodded, although there was still worry in their hearts. They finally knew the whereabouts of Ling Hani. Yi Yu, let me also speak with Master. Tantai Mio hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. And Yi Yu was slightly stunned after hearing that, the Cold Palace Master? That's fine, after all Mio, the Cold Palace Lord is still very concerned about you. At that time if there is really something unexpected, we will also have a big lake to rescue. Tantai Mio did not have the good sense to blankly glance at Yi Yu. What kind of strange words is this guy saying again? On the other hand, Xia Jiwei secretly glanced at her own legs, then her pretty face slightly flushed. Humph, this bad guy. Chapter 105, The Seven Trials. Yi Yu tucked Star Haunter into Yi Qinglan's arms and instructed it to be obedient. After that, he left the place amidst Star Haunting's meowing and Yi Qinglan's attention to safety. When Ye and his group arrived in front of the mysteriously appearing secret realm, they found that the surrounding area was crowded with people. There were forces from all sides, but more seemed to be groups of loose cultivators. Looking at their cultivation levels, they ranged from the spirit transformation realm to the divine sea realm, and there were even a few Tongsheng realm powerhouses. And they all had a look of excitement on their faces, as if they all felt that they were the one who was destined by heaven, would inherit the secret realm left behind by this supreme realm powerhouse, and would soar to the heavens from then on. Ye, look, there are people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion guarding over there. Xia Jiwei pulled Ye's sleeve and pointed ahead. Ye followed her hand to look, and sure enough, the neighborhood of the secret realm ahead was dotted with people from the Reincarnation Palace and the Pishi Pavilion. And they also felt the ancient aura emanating from this secret realm, which was extremely odd and uncomfortable. This aura really doesn't seem to belong to the current era. Can it be that it's really a secret realm from the ancient times? Dongfang Bingo frowned slightly and looked towards the secret realm in front of her. This secret realm looked like a huge inverted triangle, glowing with a blue color, and it was even rotating slowly. This kind of strange shape was simply unheard of. Ye, I've already spoken with my master. Well, it just feels like her reply is so strange. Never mind, it's nothing. Shall we go in now? Tantai Mio whispered at the side, her face filled with a puzzled look. Ye didn't put it in his heart either, and just nodded gently before looking at Dongfang Renj and Xia Jiwei. Eldest sister, Jiwei, let's go in. Let's see what exactly is going on in this secret realm. Dongfang Bing nodded, and without too much hesitation, the group flew directly to the front of the secret realm. What kind of people? If you want to enter the secret realm, wait until the secret realm opens in 3 days. Irrelevant people immediately back off. That person from the Palace of Reincarnation that was guarding the secret realm saw Ye and the others coming over and rebuked in a low voice. Ye was about to say something, but then he saw Dongfang Bingo directly slap this person away. What are you gabbling about? The senior sister wants to go in and still needs you to agree. Ye scratched his head. Eldest senior sister is mighty and domineering. And the commotion over here also attracted the attention of the rest of the people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion. What kind of person dare to strike at our Reincarnation Hall's people? Don't you want to live? And when they saw Dongfang Bianga, their expressions changed drastically. Those who could be sent by the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion to guard the secret realm naturally couldn't have a low cultivation level. Because of this, they instantly recognized the continent-famous Fairy Coldsong in front of them. Look, over there it's Fairy Coldsong. Next to her is the Illusory Age Fairy Goddess, and there's also the Forgetfulness Heavenly Maiden. I didn't expect them to come here to the secret realm as well. Now let's see how the people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion will end up. Fairy Coldsong, enough of a headache for them. Perhaps it's for the Cold Abyss Sword Silence Linghani. It's rumored that she directly broke into the middle of this secret realm some time ago. Although the Divine Moon Empress has disappeared, her disciples are more famous than one another. The many cultivators in front of the secret realm were watching Ye and his group, whispering. At the same time, in their hearts, they were expecting Immortal Coldsong to go up against the Reincarnation Hall as well as the people from the Pilgrimage Pavilion. In this way, perhaps taking advantage of the chaos, they could also have a chance to be able to enter the secret realm. Dongfang Bingo just glanced at the people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Pishi Pavilion and laughed softly. What, you guys dare to come and block my way? One of them gritted his teeth and said with an arch. No, I don't dare. If Fairy Hango wants to enter, then just go in. We don't dare to block. Ye's face was stunned for a while. No, the face of the eldest senior sister is so big? The Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion are at least considered to be the top forces, and this is the eastern region, their territory. Even so, they actually didn't dare to offend eldest sister. Well, how much of a reputation elder sister had in the past? Suddenly, I was very curious. Ye decided that this time after the incident, to understand the past of the big sister. After all, this big and straightforward nature of hers, it is really difficult to be associated with the title of Coldsong Fairy Ha. Dongfang Bing just skimmed her mouth, then gave Ye and the others a look. After that, everyone entered the secret realm together. What should we do? Fairy Coldsong and Illusory Age Immortal G appeared together. A person from the Pilgrimage Pavilion opened his mouth and asked, while the rest of them all looked helpless. Let's go and report this matter to the Palace Master first, and you Pilgrimage Pavilion go and report to your Pavilion Master as well. The people looked at each other, then all sighed. After all, they couldn't afford to mess with just any one of the other party. If they had forcefully blocked them just now, I'm afraid that they've right now would already be a corpse. Afterwards, they each sent a few people to the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pillar Pavilion to report on this matter, while the remaining people continued to stand guard here. The cultivators gathered around the secret realm were extremely disappointed. I didn't expect the people of the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion to be so abysmal, but I thought that they would fight hard and then fight because of it. On the other hand, when Ye and the others entered the middle of the secret realm, they arrived at a mysterious space. This place, eh? So strange, nothing seems to exist. Ye looked around and said with some confusion. This mysterious space was barren, and not a single trace of life could be sensed. Dongfang Bienga and the others were also a bit bewildered, and right at this moment, a chaotic voice rang out. Complete the 7 trials and obtain the supreme inheritance. Those who fail will either lose their qualifications and be expelled forever, or die and never reincarnate. Yi's face was in a trance. This is too classic, right? Breaking through the trial to get the inheritance. The canon within the canon. However, the others didn't have such a jumpy mind like Yi. Trials, that means second senior sister is perhaps going through these trials at this time as well? Xia Jiwei said in a small voice, and everyone who heard it felt that it made sense. Then let's open the trials. I, Dongfang Bingo, have never been afraid of these before. Dongfang Bing was full of confidence, and it was only at this time that Yi felt a few moments of big sister's demeanor from her. Still, we need to be more careful, this trial seems to be very unusual. Tantai Mio was still a little worried after all, and opened her mouth to remind her. The last sentence of this voice just now is a bit strange, or the body dies and does not return to reincarnation. This trial may be extraordinary. Yi followed suit and nodded, tugging on Dongfang Ren's sleeve. Eldest senior sister, we'd better be careful. Although Dongfang Bing felt somewhat amused, she still felt a warmth in her heart in the face of their concern. Got it, come on, let's see what trials are out there. Chapter 106, The Trials Begin. Right at the moment when Dongfang Ren's words fell, the figures of the 4 were each engulfed in a white light. In the next moment again, Yi opened his eyes and realized that he had actually arrived in an extremely familiar urban area. Turning his head to look around, he realized that the figures of eldest sister, Jiwei, and Tantai Mio had all disappeared. Is this an illusion? Yi pondered in his heart. Just now when he was engulfed by that white light, he seemed to have heard that chaotic voice again. The first trial, asked the heart, begin. So this is an illusion, right? Only, it's actually so reductive? Yi walked on this street, looking at the park that he often passed by before he crossed over. From time to time, there were also 2 sounds of vehicles dripping on the road. The small stall of hand-cooked cakes on the side of the road was still there. Before Yi would buy one every night after work and bring it back as a midnight snack. Looking down, his own clothes also changed back to the classic clothes of a courier that he had been wearing before crossing over. There was even a cell phone in his hand, and someone on the green bubble was sending himself a message. Well, it was a message from his boss asking where he was and then informing himself to hurry up and work overtime again. Yi's face gradually gained a few more threads of confusion. Where was he? Was traveling through just a dream? Could it be that he was actually still delivering couriers in Blue Star all along? At this moment, Yi's heart only wanted to say, I can't tell the difference. However, Yi looked at the system interface that surfaced in front of him, and for a moment the corners of his mouth twitched. The person who set up the secret realm must not have thought that he had brought a system plugin. This system still exists, everything he experienced, how could it be false? As Yi's eyes were firm, the familiar surroundings were rapidly collapsing. Yi took a last lingering glance at this familiar urban scene. Goodbye to my past, and now, over there is my future. With the complete collapse of the picture, Yi also returned to that barren space again. It really is an illusion, asked the heart. If I had stayed over there at that time, maybe I would have stayed sunk in that illusion. Yi shook his head. The life on the blue planet, after all, was his own past. Although he had traveled here, he was still doing his old job as a delivery boy. Yi shook his head, looked around and found that Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio had all come out. At this moment, they were all watching themselves. Dongfang Bing rolled her eyes, expressing a full of mockery, as if to say that you are too weak. Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio, on the other hand, were full of curiosity, presumably curious about what kind of hallucination Yi had experienced. You're all waiting. I'm a bit slow here. Hey, just now Yi scratched his head and snorted. It's fine, not being able to compare to this senior sister is justifiable, I understand, no need to explain. Dongfang Bingo casually waved her hand, directly blocking the words Yi wanted to defend. This made Yi's face full of black lines, hard to bear. Yi, what kind of hallucination did you experience? Hey, tell us about it. Xia Jiwei blinked her eyes with the look of a curious baby. Tantai Mio, on the other hand, followed with a quick nod, and that delicate face was also filled with curiosity. I just, hurry up and go to the next trial, faster might even be able to catch up with second senior sister. Yi said halfway, then suddenly stopped and greeted them to hurry to the next trial. The ones who were having a hard time now were Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio. This guy was so bad that he actually deliberately sold out. Both women grunted in exasperation and twisted Yi's soft flesh around his waist left and right. Dongfang Bingo looked at the flirting appearance of these 3 people, and for a moment, she only felt that it was greasy to death, so she hurriedly turned around and stopped looking at it. However, for eldest sister, Jiwei and Mio to get rid of the illusion so quickly, Yi was still a little surprised. After all, the illusion just now, if he didn't have the system's reminder, he probably wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Yi Yu shook his head. It seems that the gap between himself and them is still very big. As the 4 people confirmed to proceed to the next trial, it was still the same white light that engulfed all 4 people. Second trial, demonic invasion. Survive round after round of demons within the allotted time. The moment the white light didn't pass, Yi Yu heard this voice. However, Yi Yu only felt that this voice was getting more and more excited, and it was quite suspicious of watching the fun. However, before Yi Yu thought about it, Yi Yu had already arrived in a valley. The valley was filled with the devil's breath, and it was almost solidified into substance. Yi Yu stretched his whole body, ready to meet the next tide of demons. This was also a training for his combat experience, so Yi Yu was still extremely looking forward to it. After a few moments, Yi Yu saw a black tide appearing in the distance. Looking closely, it was wave after wave of demons. Among them, there were all kinds of demons, even the giant demons that were more than 10 meters tall were running towards Yi Yu. TSK, this battle, it's really exciting. Yi Yu wiped his mouth and laughed a little, according to his reconnaissance. The strength of this wave of demons in front of him was roughly equivalent to between the spirit transformation realm and the Huanguang realm. Among them, there were occasionally a few devils whose strength came to the cave void realm. Of course, although there was a big gap between the strength and Yi Yu, it was made up for in numbers. Yi Yu wasn't careless either. The stars coalesced in his hands, and his entire body was covered with the power of the stars and the power of the moon. And the passive skill of Taijutsu was protecting Yi Yu. Looking at the approaching tide of demons, Yi Yu first threw out the active skill of Taiji diagram, Taishu diffraction formation. At the same time, the range of the formation was expanded by tens of times, although the corresponding skill effect was weakened by a lot. However, facing these demonic currents is already enough. Taijutsu is still good to use. Yi Yu muttered as he looked at the demons that were fixed in place in front of him and kept wailing. The Taishu diffraction formation can continuously weaken the opponent's aura and turn it into its own. Now that he had trapped so many demons, Yi Yu only felt that his own aura was bursting at the seams. After that, he clenched his hands together and blasted a fist that condensed the power of the stars at the demonic creature in front of him. After a moment passed, only a mushroom cloud rose, and the huge killing power even made the tide of demons in front of him stop for a few moments. Boy, the destructive power of Little Master's punch is really fierce. Yi Yu shook his head and praised himself in his heart. But still feel what are the deficiencies. In the end, it is still not as strong as the killing power of the sword cultivator. Yi Yu decided to get an immortal sword, and then exchange a sword cultivation technique from the system mall to practice. Otherwise, every time against the enemy only use fists, that is too plain and simple. After all, sword cultivation was still very cool. Chapter 107 Star Armor and Sword of the Moonflower. Combat. Cool. At this moment, Yi Yu only wanted to shout out these 3 words. Originally, he was still using the power of the Taiji diagram to trap the enemy in the formation, and then he kept killing the demons through the spiritual energy he absorbed. But soon Yi Yu didn't hold back and went straight up to do it the hard way. Under the blessing of the mixed sacred body's raw power, Yi Yu's various replies increased drastically. Coupled with the protection of the Taijutsu passive skill and under the protection of his own star power and moon power, Yi Yu could be said to be fighting the demons without any worries. At the end of the battle, even the demons that had always had no reason but to kill were scared to retreat by Yi Yu's battle zealot that was not afraid of death. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think, which one of you is a demon? After an unknown amount of time of killing, Yi Yu actually didn't feel any fatigue. He even had a feeling that letting him fight for another 100 or 80 years would not be a problem. Moreover, the long time of killing made his realm breakthrough. At this time, Yi Yu's cultivation level also came to the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm. Sure enough, even if it was automatic hang-up cultivation, it still had to be paired with fighting in order to break through faster. And as Yi Yu continued to kill, the star power and moon power that filled his entire body was also continuously refining and upgrading. Under the accumulation of countless times of use, Yi Yu's diffractive sky transformation star skill even broke through the 3rd level that had been delayed. This 3rd level was the ability to transform the star power and moonlight power covering the entire body into star armor and moonlight sword. Phew! Yi Yu stretched his whole body and looked down at the armor that was glowing with a ghostly blue starburst. This armor was flowing with the radiance of the starry dome all over, as if the entire Milky Way was fused into the armor. There were fine silver-white points of light floating on the ghostly blue armor, just like the billions of stars that rose and fell with each breath. At the shoulder guards, there were 3-dimensional carvings in the shape of a star, and each rotation would drag out comet tail like streams of light. And in the center of the chest armor was set a star core that was constantly flowing. This star was the same as the one in Yi Yu's body. The entire armor had star power flowing through it, as if a living river of stars was rushing about. Frog fun. Too damn handsome. At this time Yi Yu's heart only had this feeling. Strong or not is another matter, the key is to be handsome. Not bad, this gong method deep in my heart. Yi Yu heatedly smiled, and this pair of armor made from the power of the stars. Yi Yu could feel the majestic energy and invincible defense from it. As for the long sword that was transformed by the power of the moon, Ye casually waved it a few times, leaving behind a faint moonlight glow every time it crossed. It just so happened that he had previously said that he wanted to switch to sword cultivation. This was great, there was no need to look for another immortal sword. What else could be more suitable than this moonlight sword? Now it seemed that all that was needed was to go to the system mall to exchange a matching sword cultivation technique and it would be perfect. Yiyu's gaze once again looked towards the tide of magical creatures in front of him. And this time, the prey and the hunter were switched identities. Just in time, let me try the power of this star armor as well as the sword of lunar flower, hee, devils, here I come. Saying that, Yiyu laughed and rushed towards the endless tide of demons in front of him. And this action of his made all the demons froze. No, what is the situation with this human, so brave? Of course, the demons' daze was only for a moment, then they hissed and charged towards Yiyu. Come on, today I want to have a good fight. So, even though the time has come, you're still fighting with the demons? Dongfang Gege looked at Yiyu, who was covered in bloodstains, speechlessly. However, his eyes lit up when he saw that star armor on him. This junior brother, this outfit is really handsome. Yiyu sardonically scratched his head, then his whole body shook, and then all the bloodstains on his body disappeared. Wow, Yiyu, this armor of yours is so handsome. Let me touch it. Xia Jiwei came over to Yiyu's body, touching the left side and the right side with a loving look. Yiyu saw that she liked it so much, and he also heatedly smiled. After all, this armor was so handsome and cool, what it wanted was not to be revealed in front of people. This sword, it's so strange. Tantai Mio, on the other hand, looked towards the sword of moonlight in Yiyu's hand. This long sword that emitted a moonlight glow and looked incomparably cool made her very fond of it. Cough, well, this is just something that was visualized by my gongfu, I will give it to you guys to play with later. Are you guys also going to fight with the demons? Yiyu lightly coughed a few times, then a white light flashed, and the star armor and the sword of lunar flower were transformed into starlight and moonlight and disappeared into Yiyu's body. He looked at the three girls and saw that they seemed to be unharmed, and asked with some curiosity. Yeah, it's just a few demons, the senior sister directly destroyed them all with one sword. Dongfang Bing was the first one to come out, so after hearing Yiyu's words, she said with disdain. It's still good to use the sword, Yiyu once again lamented after hearing that. I'm pretty much the same law, those demons are so weak. Xia Jiwei blinked her eyes, and seemed to still have some unfulfilled looks. Well, I'm the same, but Yi, you're really handsome in that body just now. Tantai Mio's eyes were turning into starry eyes at this moment. Feeling the young girl's adoration, Yiyu's heart at this time was also soothed beyond measure. Alright, stop bolting, hurry up and continue with the next trial. Dongfang Bingo was most unable to see their mushy appearance. This kind of image of worshipping junior-senior brother and getting all mushy with junior-senior brother, the senior sister could never be like this. Dongfang Bing skimmed her lips, then she greeted them and headed to the next trial. Yiyu, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio glanced at each other, then they all hemmed and hawed and followed Dongfang Bing to the next trial. Yiyu and the others passed the trial at a very fast speed. If it was an ordinary cultivator, I'm afraid they would still be stuck in the first trial. This trial, is it fighting with another self? Somewhere in space, Ling Hanyi wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the figure in front of him that looked exactly like himself, he muttered somewhat. This is good, perhaps for me, the greatest enemy is always myself. Thinking of this, Ling Hanyi's eyes flinched, and then he charged up with his sword. And almost at the same time, the figure that looked exactly like her similarly rushed over. The movements of the two, their looks could all be said to be identical. And along with the contact of their bodies, Ling Hanyi realized that whether it was the technique or the divine sense, it was almost exactly the same as her own. Which meant that no matter what she was going to do next, the other party would know. This is tricky. Ling Hanyi pursed her lips, but her complexion did not show the slightest fear. After all, you are nothing but falsehood. Chapter 108. Is it really good for a man to be so fast? This is the third trial? Yiyu looked around a bit confused, only to see that this seemed to be a wasteland. But soon there were all sorts of puppets appearing, both human and demon races, and there were even some puppets that Yiyu couldn't even recognize. And in his mind, he recalled the chaotic voice from the secret realm just now. The third trial, live to the end. Every once in a while this wilderness will collapse. Once caught in the collapse, you will fall into reincarnation forever. Good luck. Good lord, isn't this the battle royale type of game that he had played before crossing over? Yiyu's face was full of bewilderment, not thinking that he had traveled across the world, but he was actually able to experience such a game once. And, it's still a real person. Hey, Yiyu was just thinking about it, when suddenly a humanoid puppet next to him slashed over with his sword. Yiyu dodged it, and then these puppets were like zombies discovering fresh humans. They swarmed towards Yiyu. Well, little master will let you know today, what is called a master of battle royale. With a thought, Yiyu's star armor covered his entire body, and the sword of Moonflower appeared in his hand, then he slashed towards them. Yes, the so-called master of the Great Escape is that as long as you finish killing everyone else, you can escape yourself. Yi Yu looked at the figure of only Dongfang Bianga and immediately happily came over. He, eldest sister, I came out fast enough this time, right? How about it, is it awesome? Yi Yu originally wanted to let this always bad character elder sister praise herself a few times. As a result, Dongfang Bianga didn't even return her head and just faintly said, "Oh? Is it really good for a man to be fast? Junior brother, why are you still complacent when you're so fast? It seems like Jiwei and Mio need to properly worry about their lives in the future." Yi Yu opened his mouth wide and reached out to point at Dongfang Bingo with a trembling hand. "No, eldest senior sister, this is too much, right? This driving at the drop of a hat off. And, what do you mean you like to be fast?" Dongfang Bing looked back at Yi Yu's exasperated appearance and couldn't help but giggle. This little senior brother was also too amusing. Yi Yu took a deep breath and finally shook her head helplessly. Who let her be the eldest senior sister? It wasn't like she could only forgive her. Alas, I can really be a good child who respects the old and loves the young. Yi Yu consoled himself in his heart, then he sat beside Dongfang Bingo and asked curiously, "How come Jiwei and Mio haven't come out yet? Won't something happen?" Dongfang Bing rolled her eyes, as if she felt that Yi Yu asked this question too childishly. With the strength of the two of them, how could anything happen, just rest assured. At the same time, she was getting the feeling that whether or not being a Dao couple would really affect the IQ. This kind of question this little senior brother also asked. Moreover, in her heart, Dongfang Bingo had once again confirmed the idea that she would definitely not be able to form a Dao couple with someone else in the future. It seems to be, Yi Yu scratched his head, he was confused by his own concern. Well, eldest senior sister, this secret realms trial doesn't seem to have any difficulty, so I think the second senior sister should also be fine. However, after hearing Yi Yu's words, Dongfang Renj did not nod her head but instead looked a bit gloomy. The trial may be simple, but the hidden secret behind this secret realm as well as the identity of the owner of the secret realm, there are still a lot of doubts. Dongfang Biega paused for a moment, then continued. It's better to find cold clothes as soon as possible so that we can take care of each other at that time, lest accidents arise. Dongfang Bing's words made Yi Yu have a new understanding of her. It turned out that eldest senior sister was really serious about fulfilling her duties as a eldest senior sister. Whether it was immediately after learning of Ling Hanyi's disappearance, she brought them here, or in every aspect of her behavior and speech, she had really treated them as junior siblings. Although eldest sister's personality was usually really bad, but she really deserved to be everyone's eldest sister. Why are you looking at me so affectionately? I'm not interested in you." Dongfang Bing waved her hand with a disgusted face, while Yi Yu silently withdrew the touching she had just felt. Eldest senior sister was indeed still of a bad character. Yi Yu and Dongfang Bing had a chat, and before long, Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio came out one after another. Yi Yu, you're fast, aha, very impressive. Xia Jiwei gently punched Yi Yu's shoulder and smiled cheekily. While Yi Yu heard it, but his face stiffened and he smiled sarcastically. When he turned his head to look at Dongfang Bing, he really saw that she was covering her mouth and snickering. "Yi Yu, what's wrong with you? Why doesn't your face look too good?" Tantai Mio, on the other hand, noticed Yi Yu's complexion and asked with some concern. Junior brother is probably feeling proud because he thinks he is too fast, puff, ha. Yi Yu was about to open his mouth to speak when he was interrupted by Dongfang Bing. And as Dongfang Bingo spoke, she also couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. This also caused Tantai Mio and Xia Jiwei to have two confused faces, not knowing what was wrong with her. "Cough, it's fine. Eldest senior sister's daily epileptic fits are normal. Let's hurry up and go to the next trial." Yi Yu hurriedly pulled away from the topic, while glaring at Dongfang Bianga without any good humor. As a result, this woman blinked at him instead, and said wordlessly, "You're fast. Damn." Yi Yu clenched his fists. "Big senior sister, you wait for me, sooner or later one day I want you to kneel down and sing Conquest." As the crowd began to proceed to the next trial, the silhouettes of the four were once again engulfed in white light. And that chaotic voice once again sounded in the ears of the crowd. "The fourth trial, the ascension to God's long staircase, try your best to climb upwards. If you reach the top, there may be unexpected rewards." There was one thing to say, Yi Yu really felt that this voice was becoming more and more anthropomorphic. And there was really a feeling of watching the fun. Yi Yu shook his head, perhaps he was being paranoid. Looking around, he seemed to have come to a gray space. And the whole space was only one layer after another of steps in front of him with no end in sight. Yi Yu looked up, the steps seemed endless, even Yi Yu had a feeling. If he climbed to the end of these steps, he might really be able to touch the dome of the sky. Ascending the god-long steps, interesting. Yi Yu smiled, and then stepped onto the steps. The first dozens of steps Yi Yu climbed very easily, not even a little pressure. And when the number of steps came to a few hundred layers, the pressure increased steeply. Compared to the first dozens of layers, this brings Yi Yu pressure at least several times more. Yi Yu moved his arms and legs, and then he continued to climb. At this time, although compared to the previous pressure increased a lot, but Yi Yu is still somewhat relaxed. Chapter 109, Counting on You. After all, after being tempered by the power of the stars and the power of the moon, his current body strength was already too much higher than that of cultivators of the same realm. Ye climbed while simultaneously pondering what the intention of this trial was. When Ye stepped onto this god ascension step, his mind automatically obtained information about the god ascension step. There were a total of 1,000 floors in this divine ascension step, and the higher the number of floors, the higher the pressure it brought to the person. If one was able to reach the 1,000th floor, one would be able to obtain a mysterious reward. Of course, it was unknown exactly what the reward was. I don't know if second senior sister has reached the top. Ye thought as he climbed. There was also eldest sister, Mio, and Jiwei. They should all be able to reach the top, right? When he thought about it, it seems that he can't be left behind too much. At this moment, Ye had already arrived at the 800th floor. The huge pressure carried around his body made Ye had to manifest the star armor to counteract this pressure. Along with the appearance of the star armor, Ye immediately felt much more relaxed. As the end of the 1,000th floor got closer and closer, Ye turned on the medicine mode. Anyway, the system mall has a lot of various kinds of pills. Ye is not hurt at all to get high. 900 layers, 930 layers, 950 layers. As Ye climbed step by step, Ye seemed to be able to see the highest level of the steps. It didn't seem to be that difficult. Ye felt the pressure that this long step of ascending to God brought to him now. Then he skimmed his lips and continued to climb upwards. As Ye stepped onto the last layer of steps, he also came to the top, the 1,000th layer. As he stepped onto the highest level, Ye felt that those tremendous pressures were gone in an instant. What followed was an inexplicable sense of comfort. This feeling was just like the feeling after running 10 kilometers at night before crossing over. Ye rubbed his hands together, since he had already reached the top, the mysterious reward. Ye began to look forward to it, but gradually he felt that there was a hint of something wrong. This trial of ascending the divine elder stage wasn't that difficult. It must be that the elder sister and the girls were able to reach the top, so this mysterious reward could give so many copies? And the most important point, Ye belatedly did not hear that chaotic voice. After a few more moments, Ye's ears finally rang that chaotic voice. Congratulations on your ascension to the ascended godlong stage, count yourself great. Then there was no movement. Ye waited for a while again and found that there was still no movement. Ye's face gradually became a little stiff. It was only until his figure was engulfed by a white light that Ye couldn't help but shout out. You special meow pitiful ah. When Ye opened his eyes again, he realized that he had returned to this barren space. And Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio were all looking at him with amused faces. Cough, you guys also obtained that what mysterious reward? Ye scratched his head and asked with some curiosity. And the expressions on the faces of Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio were all somewhat subtle. Seeing this expression on their faces, Ye naturally knew that they had also obtained that mysterious reward. Count yourself as awesome. At that moment, he was grinning. He thought that he was the only one like this. It turns out that everyone is like this, then I am relieved. It always feels like this secret trial, where it's weird. Xia Jiwei beamed her small mouth and said with some dissatisfaction. When she was performing this so-called ascending godlong stage just now, she also had expectations for the sake of the so-called mysterious rewards. As a result, in the end, there came a sentence of counting on you. This is really mysterious. Who could have thought of it? It doesn't seem serious at all? Maybe it's a special case from the ancient times? Tantai Mio also said with a slight frown. Dongfang Biaoge shook her head and just said indifferently. There's no harm in it. Continue with the next trial. I believe we'll know the answer soon. Ye and the others all nodded when they heard this, and all of them headed to the next trial together. What did you say? The Cold Song Fairy, the illusory age immortal magician, and the forgetful heavenly maiden? Damn it, how did they come here? The reincarnation hall's saint son, Chu Lord, had a face as dark as black after hearing his subordinate's report. Yes, there is also a man that seems to be the young sect master of that divine moon sect. The subordinate of the Palace of Reincarnation continued to report, while Chu Lord was even more extremely annoyed between his expressions after hearing that. Divine Moon Sect's young sect master, EU, well, actually dares to come to my Palace of Reincarnation's territory. Chu Lord said with some gnashing of teeth. Back then, he himself was easily defeated by EU at the Central Continent Discourse Conference. This shame he naturally would not forget. And now EU even dared to come to the Eastern Domain, their Reincarnation Hall's territory. This new hatred and old scores could not be settled together. There's no need to inform the Hallmaster. Go and invite all the elders in the hall. Go with me to wait for them outside the secret realm. Chu Lord commanded his subordinates, while pondering in his mind how to put Ye and the others to death. Humph, Ye, daring to come to my Wheel of Fortune Palace's territory, even if you're the Divine Moon Sect's young sect leader, I'm going to make you pay the price today. A few hints of resentment flashed across Chu Lord's face. Secret Realm, Ye, Mio. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, on the Broken Love Cliff. Cold Chiyue murmured, a complex look flickering in her beautiful eyes. Earlier, when she received the message sent by Mio, she hesitated for a long time. However, in the end, for some reason, she still chose to agree. This one was dressed in a palace dress, tall in stature, with a cool and absolutely beautiful appearance. Known to the outside world as the palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, who had cultivated the Forgetfulness Avenue to the extreme and was closest to the Heavenly Tao. At this time, the face, actually all is bewildered and suffer from the woman's delicate posture. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Yu and the others passed the 5th as well as the 6th trial. According to the usual practice, the 7 trials should be one more dangerous and difficult than the other. However, Yi Yu felt that the 7 trials in this mysterious secret realm did not have any pattern at all. Just like the 5th and 6th trial, they still passed it very quickly, without any difficulty. By the time Yi Yu's 4 had passed the 6th trial, they sensed Ling Hanyi's aura. Hanyi should have come here, and looking at the situation, she seems to be in the middle of the 7th trial. Dongfang Bing frowned as her divine sense sensed the surroundings, then said softly. Hearing Dongfang Bing's words, Yi Yu, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio also completely lowered their hearts. Since second senior sister is participating in this last trial, then there shouldn't be any danger. After all, these trials don't seem to be too difficult. Xia Jiwei stretched her waist and said with some lethargy. In theory it should be like this, but after all it is the last trial, I don't know if it will be dangerous. Yi Yu still had a trace of worry in his heart. After all, this secret realm was really too strange. Chapter 110, the person behind the curtain is actually. Dongfang Bingo was about to say something, but suddenly frowned slightly, then sighed in relief. No harm done, she came out. And with these words from Dongfang Bing, a figure appeared not far ahead, and it was none other than Ling Hani. Second senior sister. I can finally see you, are you alright? Yi Yu looked stunned, then hurriedly ran to Ling Chenyi's front, looked up and down, then asked with concern. Ling Chenyi's expression froze, as if she did not expect Yi Yu to suddenly appear here. At this moment, her eyes were wide open, looking droll. And that tuft of dull hair also shook as she tilted her head, adorable. Yi Yu. You, eldest sister, Jiwei, and this. Forgetful heavenly maiden? Why are you guys here? Hearing Ling Hanyi's confused voice, Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh out. He was relieved to see that his second senior sister was fine. And Dongfang Bing, Xia Jiwei, and Tantai Mio also came to her. It's not because I'm worried about you, you've directly lost news here. The senior sister is afraid that something will happen to you, so she personally came to fish you out. Xia Jiwei even directly wrapped her arms around Ling Hanyi's arm and said in a delicate tone. Yes, we are all very worried about you, so we came together. Oh, this is Tantai Mio, is brought by Yi Yu. Let's talk about this later, second senior sister, as long as you are fine. Tantai Mio pursed her lips and revealed a smile to Ling Hanyi. Ling Chenyi nodded, although her complexion remained calm, her heart was warm. Well, I'm fine, it's just that some time ago. Ling Chenyi began to tell Yi Yu and the others about her experiences during this period of time. And it was only after listening to her that Yi Yu and the others finally understood what was going on. After Ling Chenyi left the Divine Moon sect in the first place, she set out on the path to continue practicing. She wanted to practice the Taishu sword scripture to its great completion. However, Ling Hani always felt that the Taishu sword scripture was one step short of a grand completion. But what exactly was missing, she couldn't say, so she kept looking for a breakthrough. And by mistake, this secret realm that suddenly appeared in the eastern region attracted her attention. A secret realm left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse from the ancient times. This had to be explored no matter what, perhaps one's own opportunity lay within it. Moreover, Ling Hanyi had a premonition in the dark. This mysterious secret realm that had suddenly appeared in the eastern domain had a great connection with himself. After that, there was the conflict with the reincarnation hall and the people from the pilgrimage pavilion, and then Ling Hanyi killed his way into the secret realm alone, and has been participating in the trial until now. Hanyi, are you sure you have this premonition? Dongfang Bing asked softly, and Ling Hanyi nodded at his words. Well, eldest sister, I'm pretty sure, that's why I came here. Yi Yu and Xia Jiwei and Tantai Mio also glanced at each other. For cultivators, if a certain stirring or premonition suddenly appeared in their hearts, then 9 times out of 10, extra attention would be needed, as it was likely to be true. So is that the last trial that you just performed, second senior sister? How was it, did you succeed? Yi Yu had just been surreptitiously looking at the tuft of dull hair on top of Ling Hanyi's head. It couldn't be helped, it was just too noticeable when it shifted around. However, in order not to be noticed, Yi Yu still withdrew his gaze and then asked curiously. Ling Hanyi smiled faintly at his words, then nodded lightly. Well, it's already succeeded, the last trial was to fight the other me. Ling Hanyi also explained the last trial in passing. Wow, then wouldn't second senior sister be able to obtain the inheritance of this secret realm? Xia Jiwei asked happily, she was genuinely happy for Ling Hanyi. Congratulations sister Hanyi, but what is this inheritance? Tantai Mio also gave a small voice of congratulations, but her pretty face was also filled with doubt. Her words also caused the crowd to react, and they all looked curiously at Ling Hanyi. Ling Chenyi shook her head, she was also a little confused. Just now, I heard a voice saying that I have passed all the trials, but this inheritance. Ling Chenyi hadn't finished speaking, but the entire secret realm suddenly shook. An immortal sword then appeared in front of the crowd, and the moment this immortal sword appeared, the entire secret realm seemed to resonate with it. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, all a little confused. Could it be that this immortal sword was the inheritance? This was too random. Just when a few people were confused, the immortal sword was floating in front of Ling Hanyi. The crowd then heard a delicate and ethereal voice. Are you my master? Aha, it doesn't look too bad, so this sword recognizes it. Nice guy. Yu opened his eyes wide and scratched his head. Was it this sword that was talking just now? Is this the sword spirit? I go, it actually hit me. It was impossible for a normal immortal sword to contain a sword spirit. And correspondingly, if there was a sword spirit awakening in an immortal sword, then this immortal sword must be an eternal level immortal sword. Even, there is a possibility that it is the legendary heaven-destroying weapon, a sword that the heavenly Tao can't even tolerate. Halfway through Yiyu's words, that immortal sword floated to Yiyu's head and gently knocked a few times. Isn't it normal for this sword spirit to be able to speak? What, do you want more rewards for counting your awesomeness? He. Yiyu turned his head to look at the others, who also had confused looks on their faces. So, all the trials in this secret realm were arranged by you? Tantai Mio looked at the immortal sword suspended in the air and asked in a small voice. That immortal sword lightly rotated a few times, and then that ethereal voice resounded once again. Yeah, how about it, isn't it very level? Am I awesome? Yiyu's face was filled with black lines, and in his heart, there was a sentence I don't know whether to say or not. No wonder I have always felt that these trials are strange, there is always some indescribable weird feeling. As a result, the original arrangement of all this is actually the sword spirit of an immortal sword. Who could have imagined this? But isn't this secret realm rumored to be a secret realm left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse? Ling Chenyi looked at the immortal sword in front of him and asked in doubt. This immortal sword had an ethereal sword body with a bit of haze all over it, and Ling Chenyi fell in love with it the first time he saw it. When that immortal sword heard Ling Hanyi's words, it was also very well behaved as it circled around her a few times. Yes, that was my former master it's just that I don't have all the memories about it. Speaking of this, the sword spirit's voice dropped a bit, but it quickly recovered. The only thing I remember is to find an heir for this secret realm, and I will follow you. Yiyu looked towards Ling Hanyi, thinking that could it be that second senior sister is the son of heaven's destiny? This is all to obtain an immortal sword that is at least eternal grade. Chapter 111 Lone Luan Sword Spirit. So what's your name, or do you want Hanyi to give you a name? Although Dongfang Bingo also felt that it was a bit unbelievable, but she accepted it quickly and was asking curiously at this moment. The sword spirit rubbed against Ling Hanyi as if it was pleasurable before replying. Of course it has a name, my name is Lone Luan. Master, quickly bind with me. The sword spirit's voice was light and girlish, making it sound pleasant. Ling Hanyi reached out and gently stroked the Lone Luan, and the immortal sword swayed pleasantly for a few moments. Ling Hanyi then squeezed out a drop of blood. When this drop of blood landed on the Lone Luan sword, the sword flickered with light and then returned to calm. And Ling Hanyi suddenly had a deep connection with the Lone Luan sword in her heart. She could easily feel the state of the Lone Luan sword at this moment, and this feeling was very marvelous. This is actually an immortal sword that has fallen from the heaven-destroying weapon level to the eternal level. Ling Chenyi carefully felt the state of the Lone Luan sword, then whispered in a somewhat incredulous voice. Yiyu and the others had shocked faces after hearing this. The heaven-extinguishing grade was something that even the heavenly Tao would be afraid of, thus sending down divine punishment to destroy it. However, Lone Luan had actually fallen from the heaven-extinguishing level to the eternal level. Could it be, it was destroyed by the heavenly Tao's divine punishment? When it came to the heavenly Tao, everyone was a bit scandalized. Lone Luan, on the other hand, didn't seem to realize any of this and just said indifferently. I don't know, I don't have any memories about the past, and it's now that I've awakened again. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end, it was Dongfang Biega who said. There's no harm, now that Lone Luan is at the eternal level, she shouldn't be noticed by the heavenly Tao. Hanyi, this is also good for you, after all, as a sword cultivator, having such an immortal sword will be a huge boost for you. Ling Hanyi nodded and held the Lone Luan sword in her arms, an extremely fond look appearing on her face. Since Sister Hanyi has successfully obtained the inheritance, shall we go out now? Tantai Mio asked in a small voice, and her words reminded the crowd. Well, let's go out. I guess the people from the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion still have ideas about this secret realm. Yiyu paused, then couldn't help but heave a smile. However, they surely can't imagine that the greatest inheritance of this secret realm has all been gotten by us. Hearing Yiyu say this, Ling Chenyi also couldn't help but reveal a smile as she gently stroked the Lone Luan. Well, you guys wanna go out? That's simple, just let this sword spirit send you guys. Lone Luan listened from the sidelines, then said lightly, "Oh, it's possible, then I'll trouble you." Dongfang Bing looked at Lone Luan with interest. It seemed that in a way, she was the master of this secret realm. "Watch me," Lone Luan said, and a white light flashed across its own. And the next moment, Yi Yu and his group appeared outside the secret realm. Only. Yi Yu, it's really you, how dare you appear in the eastern domain? Chu Lord led a group of elders from the Palace of Reincarnation who had been waiting outside this secret realm for a long time. And when he saw Yi Yu appear, he said with incomparable resentment. When Yi Yu heard his voice, he also looked at him in confusion. You are. Yi Yu's indifferent attitude of not putting him in his eyes made the Chu Lord even more indignant. Puff, Yi Yu, you forgot, isn't he the one you easily defeated, that what's his name, Reincarnation Palace Saint Sun Xia Jiwei ate and laughed, didn't even look at Chu Lang, just smiled and said to Yi Yu. Oh. Yi Yu made a look of dawning realization, then skimmed his mouth. What, you haven't been beaten up enough by me last time, and now you're looking for a fight again? Chu Lord's face was grim as he waved his hand, and the many elders of the Palace of Reincarnation behind him surrounded Yi Yu and the others. Look, it's people from the Palace of Reincarnation, are they going to make a move against Fairy Coldsong and the others? That's the holy son of the Reincarnation Hall? Hiss, but Fairy Coldsong isn't one to be messed with, not to mention that the illusory H-Fairy Goddess as well as the Forgetfulness Heavenly Maiden are still there. That man, could it be the rumored young sect master of the Divine Moon sect? There's a good show to watch. The various cultivators outside the secret realm were all gazing at the two sides facing off in front of them. They were interested in the image of the Reincarnation Hall, one of the biggest land snakes in the eastern region, facing off against the Divine Moon sect. Humph, Yi Yu, you won't be able to leave today, leave behind the inheritance you got in this secret realm, or else. Chu Lord said sorrowfully, he wasn't sure if Yi Yu and the others had obtained the secret realm's heirloom. But this secret realm was left behind by a supreme realm powerhouse from the ancient times. No matter what they had obtained, they must not be allowed to take it away. Puffing, just with your reincarnation hall, how dare you stop my way? Dongfang Bingo let out a light laugh, and her eyes were filled with contempt as she looked at Chu Lord. As for Chu Lord, as well as the many elders behind him, they all turned pale at the words. They naturally knew of Immortal Cold Song's reputation, and if it was usual, they would definitely not dare to make an enemy of it. Only now, it was categorically impossible to just let them go. Fairy Coldsong has a far-reaching reputation, only today, please stay. A voice came from the distance, but it was that Pishi Pavilion Saint Sun Dugu Lang and a group of Pishi Pavilion people. When Chu Lord and the others saw the people from the Pishi Pavilion, they were relieved in their hearts. No matter how strong she, Immortal Coldsong was, she would never be able to stand up to so many of them. Moreover, the elders that she had brought with her were all at the Divine Sea Realm, and there was even a Passage Sage Realm Taishang elder. Looking at the Pishi Pavilion side, it should be about the same, so to leave them behind today, the Chu Lord's heart was still very certain. Seeing that the Pishi Pavilion had also come, Dongfang Bing's complexion didn't change much, and he just said lazily, Pishi Pavilion? Oh, there are other people, come out together. Eldest senior sister is so powerful and domineering, Yi Yu couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Bienga. Eldest senior sister is right, anyone else come out all together, what do we have to fear from Divine Moon sect? Yi Yu took a step forward and said aloud. For a moment, the entire room was somewhat silent. Many cultivators were looking at Yi Yu and the others with some admiration. With just these few people, they dared to provoke so many people from the Reincarnation Hall and the Pilgrimage Pavilion. Divine Moon sect, but it has only risen for 1,000 years, how dare you be so arrogant? Yi Yu's words had just fallen, but an ancient figure appeared in front of the Reincarnation Palace and the people of the Pilgrimage Pavilion. The Supreme Sacred Realm. Dongfang Bing's complexion took on a slight gravity, and Xia Jiwei, Ling Hani as well as Tan Tai Mio also took up defensive positions. And who are you, don't you dare to report your name? Yi Yu's expression remained unchanged. Anyway, the big deal was that he would use another invincible prop later. The Underworld Night Clan's Supreme Elder, He Zhao. The figure's voice was a bit hoarse, and his entire body was wrapped in black gas, making it impossible to see his appearance. Chapter 112, Cold Chi Yue appears. Underworld Night Clan? What, your clan leader was slaughtered by my sister, and you still dare to jump out? Yi Yu looked at the opposite figure surrounded by black aura, and there was some disdain between his features. When Himiko killed the Underworld Night Clan chief in one fell swoop, he had thought that this Underworld Night Clan would have their tails tucked between their legs. However, he didn't expect that it would actually jump out again today. Bearing in mind that they are an ancient race, do they act so arrogantly? And when that figure heard what Yi Yu said, there was a hint of scorn in his hoarse voice. That woman, she shouldn't have existed in the world in the first place. Moreover, he won't allow that woman to act recklessly, so what do we have to fear? Yi Yu frowned, listening to what this person said. Was Emperor himself really restricted by the Heavenly Tao? He should be referring to the Heavenly Tao. Senior, there's no need to talk more with them, let's just go straight for it. The Chu Lord laughed wildly and walked over to that Underworld Night Clan member's side, saying respectfully. And Dugu Lang of the Pilgrimage Pavilion similarly brought the many elders behind him to stand beside them. Looks like there's going to be a bloody battle, all of you protect yourselves and leave that Underworld Night Clan person to me. Dongfang Bing said softly, and Yi Yu and the others all nodded when they heard this. And Yi Yu even had already exchanged the invincibility props and was ready to use them at any time. And right at this moment, an icy cold voice came from the sky. Hee hee, the rats left over from the ancient times also dare to touch the people of this forgetfulness heavenly palace? In the next moment, a woman in a palace dress with a cool and absolutely beautiful face landed directly in front of Yi Yu and the others. Master! You've come well, I missed you. Tantai Mio's eyes lit up as she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Han Chiyue's arm, saying happily. Han Chiyue revealed a faint smile and gently patted her shoulder. Although she was referring to Tantai Mio in her words, at this moment, her eyes were looking towards Yi Yu. Although Yi Yu did not understand why this cold palace master was looking at herself. But being watched by such a stunningly beautiful palace woman, Yi Yu still had some small pressure. Cough, it's good to see you again, cold palace master. Cold Chiyue nodded slightly and looked at Yi Yu with somewhat complicated eyes. The corners of his mouth mumbled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Dongfang Biaoga frowned slightly, these two, shouldn't be, maybe I'm overthinking it. Palace Master Cold, are you going to intervene in this matter? Dugu Lang asked in a low voice, facing the Palace Master of the forgetful Heavenly Palace. He didn't dare to be too unbridled. Cold Chiyue turned around, her complexion still cold and calm. What, after touching someone from my forgotten love Heavenly Palace, you still want my father to not make a move? This sentence caused both Chu Lord and Dugu Ling to sink. Originally, they thought that the Reincarnation Palace and the Pilgrimage Pavilion had joined forces, and with the addition of this Underworld Night Clan senior, they could easily pin down the other party. But unexpectedly, the Palace Master of the forgetful Heavenly Palace actually appeared here. Wasn't it rumored that this Palace Master had always been unconcerned with foreign affairs? After all, the great Tao of forgetfulness would not allow her to have any other emotions. But why would she appear here? Chu Lord and Dugu Lang were a little unsure of what to do, and could only look towards that Underworld Night Clan senior. The Forgotten Love Avenue. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be someone who could cultivate this avenue. That person from the Underworld Night Clan murmured in a low voice, and if someone was able to get a good look at his face, they would surely realize that at this moment, his face was filled with shock. And, actually being able to reach this level, this is tricky. Quickly look, the Palace Masters of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace have all appeared. Could it be that we'll be able to see the top powerhouses strike today? Palace Master Cold is so beautiful, it really is just like an ice goddess. It seems like the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion won't be able to strike easily, what a shame. All the cultivators around the secret realm had their gazes on Han Chiyue's body. This Palace Master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace was simply too beautiful. Whether it was her perfect figure, or her stunningly beautiful face and ice-like cool temperament, none of them attracted the gazes of the crowd. Yi Yu saw that this person was silent and naturally guessed that the other party did not dare to act rashly. Hee hee, if you want to fight, fight, if not, give us to get out of the way, put aside this pretense to scare who? Anyway, there was invincible in the body, and now there was even the Palace Master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, so there was even less to worry about. Chu Lord and Dugu Lang's faces turned blue, their hearts were extremely irritated, but there was nothing they could do about it. It's just a matter of letting them go. Against that cultivator of the forgotten love Great Tao, Oldney is not sure. That Underworld Night Race person hissed. This senior of the Underworld Night Clan gave his word. The two could do nothing but retreat to the side with their respective subordinates. Yi Yu was a little disappointed. The opposite side just gave up? A pity. Let's go, it's really boring. Dongfang Bing shook his head, and then Yi Yu and his group left the secret realm in such a dignified manner in front of the crowds of the Palace of Reincarnation and the Pilgrimage Pavilion, only leaving behind the crowd of people who looked at each other in disbelief. It's a pity that there was no fight. It's better to look forward to the opening of the secret realm afterward. Maybe my chance is here. It seems like the Forgotten Heavenly Palace and the Divine Moon Sect are very close. Palace Master Cold, do you want to return to Divine Moon Sect with us, just as a visit? On Yi Yu's flight prop, Yi Yu thought for a moment, then asked. Who knew that Cold Chiyue pondered for a moment, but actually nodded her head and agreed. That's fine, then this honored one will accompany you on a trip, Yi Yu. At that time, you will take this honored one on a stroll through your Divine Moon Sect. Yi Yu was instantly confused. If he used an emoticon to describe it, it would be a black question mark. No, sister, I'm just being casual and polite. This why did I even directly agree to it? What's the matter, you don't welcome my master, stinky Yi Yu? Tantai Mio beamed her little mouth and punched Yi Yu's chest in dissatisfaction. Cough, no, it's an honor for Palace Master Cold to come to the Divine Moon Sect. Dongfang Bingo observed from the sidelines. She felt more and more as if there was something wrong. Welcome Palace Lord Cold but Jiyu, we have to go back to Linyang City first to get Xinglan and Xingha back. Xia Jiwei didn't feel anything strange, she just reminded Yiyu. Yiyu nodded, he had already set his destination as Linyang City. Ling Hani didn't have any opinion on this, he just hugged lonely Luan and talked to her quietly. This time, the reason for going out to practice was to break through the Taishu sword scripture. Now that she had Lone Luan, Ling Chenyi felt that the key to breaking through was here. Therefore for the next period of time, she would also stay in the Divine Moon sect. On the other hand, Han Chiyue sat beside Tantai Mio, listening to the disciple beside her, but her mind went nowhere. She herself was really. Han Chiyue sighed in her heart, to this day, she really did not know how to face Yiyu. She very much wanted to question Yiyu, whether it was the original. But, she was afraid that this expectation would turn into another disappointment. Chapter 113, The Dust Settles. Yiyu and the others first went to Linyang City to retrieve Yi Qinglan and Xingha. Yi Qinglan was well informed and had learned about what happened outside the secret realm as well as the news of Han Chiyue's appearance. At this moment, she was holding Xingha and looking at Yiyu with interest. I can't imagine that you are quite formidable, facing the Holy Sons of the Reincarnation Palace and the Pilgrimage Pavilion straight on, and it is said that there is also a person from the Underworld Night Clan? Yiyu lifted Star Haunter into his arms and ruthlessly ruined Star Haunter. I haven't seen it for a long time, I still miss it. And Star Haunter was also rubbing Yiyu's chest continuously with her little cat head, her mouth was making gurgling sounds, it seems that she also misses Yiyu. Cough, it's okay, after all, it's my defeated, what's there to be afraid of? Yiyu shrugged his shoulders and brought another piece of spirit fruit to feed Star Haunter. Good fellow, why do I always feel as if Star Haunter has gotten fatter? Qinglan had fed it how many good things this was. I didn't expect that Palace Master Cold would also come out, I wonder if your palace has the will to start more cooperation with our Starfall Chamber of Commerce? Yi Qinglan didn't pay attention to the narcissistic Yiyu, but sat down next to Han Chiyue and asked with a smile on her face. Cold Chiyue had always been used to being alone and was frowning slightly at this moment. She then looked towards Tantai Mio, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mio, you come and speak with her. After saying that, Han Chiyue stopped speaking, while Tantai Mio was in a daze. Well, what's the situation? How come all of a sudden she herself is going to talk to Yi Qinglan about cooperation? Puff. Yiyu looked at Tantai Mio, who was filled with a puzzled and dumbfounded face, and couldn't help but sneer a little. Junior brother, do you have some kind of relationship with the Cold Chiyue Cold Palace Master? At this time, Dongfang Bing came over to Yiyu's side and asked in a small voice with an inexplicable expression. Ah? Yiyu froze for a moment, looking at eldest senior sister who was full of curiosity begging to be shared, he spread his hands in a very speechless manner. No, eldest senior sister, what kind of relationship can I have with the Cold Palace Master? She is Mio's senior, does this layer of relationship count? Dongfang Bingo rolled her eyes at the words, count, how can it not count? Damn it, this senior sister doesn't believe it, I still can't find out what kind of relationship you guys have? Why is eldest senior sister weird? Yiyu scratched his head and sat in the middle of Ling Hani and Xia Jiwei. Junior brother, thank you again for the Taishu sword scripture, with the Lone Luan, I should be able to achieve great success. Ling Hani hugged the Lone Luan sword and thanked Yiyu once again. Yelp, what are you being so outgoing for, second senior sister, hee what do you say right, Yiyu? Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, wrapped her arm around Yiyu and said with a smile. Yiyu immediately nodded, must be, are their own sister well. Ling Hani looked at the intimate gesture of the two people wrapping their arms around each other, the corner of his eyes quickly flashed a trace of inexplicable color. However, it quickly regained its calmness and gently nodded. Due to the fact that this time, the palace master of the forgetful heavenly palace, Cold Chiyue, had also followed her back to the Divine Moon sect. Thus, Dongfang Bingo had informed Yu Wuxia of this trip in advance. After all, as the palace master of the forgetfulness heavenly palace, and having stepped in to help them, the Divine Moon sect naturally had to take it seriously. By the time Yiyu and his group came down from the flight prop, Yu Wuxia was already waiting with a group of elders. Palace Master Cold, thank you for stepping in to help this time, Divine Moon Sect and Forgotten Sky Palace will be friends for generations. As Yu Wuxia spoke, she also glanced at Tantai Mio who had her arm around Yiyu as well as Yiyu. In his heart, he secretly said, this little guy is also too competitive, right? This has chased the heavenly maiden of the forgetfulness heavenly palace to her hand? TSK. Cold Chiyue shook her head slightly, and also caught up with Yu Wuxia. Ever since the Divine Moon Empress had mysteriously disappeared, Yu Wuxia was equivalent to the temporary sect leader of the Divine Moon sect. Thus all the forces were more familiar with Yu Wuxia. Yiyu, on the other hand, couldn't stand the atmosphere of them exchanging pleasantries. After saying a word to Yu Wuxia and Han Shouyu, he pulled his senior sisters and Mio to leave first. Han Chiyue pursed her lips, glanced at Yiyu's departing back, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel some resentment. This guy, why did he run so fast? Didn't he say he would take me around? Cold Palace Master? What's wrong with you? Let's go to the main hall to talk. Seeing that Cold Chiyue was a bit frozen, Yu Wuxia said curiously. And cold Chi Yue also collected her thoughts and nodded with a smile at Yu Wuxia. Phew. Yi Yu lay down in a big shape on his bed. Star Haunter was sitting obediently on his chest, licking her paw and looking at him every now and then. Finally, it's home. It's still a comfortable bed to lie in at home. Yi Yu sighed with emotion, but a moment later he sat up again. Alas, he was really a laborious life. Because Yi Yu suddenly remembered that he still has a Taoist nun girlfriend who needs to fall in love. And there is also etching Moon Yen Luo side of the two souls of one thing do not know how their tacit understanding. Early with the tacit understanding, he or she can also hurry to her second soul through the soul transfer gourd to transfer to the body in the middle. So I can also get the reward. Speaking of rewards, Yi Yu sighed. Still, his girlfriend is quick, signing the contract and giving me my cultivation directly. Where can I find such a good girlfriend? It's like that Eclipse Yen Luo, she had to successfully transfer her soul before she agreed to give her cultivation. Alas. Yi Yu sighed, life is not easy, delivery is even more difficult. He opened the courier system and pulled the page to Yun Qingyu's column. Since Yun Qingyu's courier task is a long-term task, it can still be seen in the system interface in an uncompleted state. The mission is not yet completed. Qingyue settled the reward for me. It's really great. Yi Yu once again sighed with emotion, while the corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. This time with Qingyue is going to enter the period of love, then should also be prepared accordingly. Yi Yu checked the couple dating gift pack in the system backpack and chose to use it, then he obtained couple dating place generator. All kinds of Ferris wheels, amusement parks, movie theaters, and a series of places are available. Full clothes illustration, containing all kinds of JK, Lolita, long skirt, short skirt, and so on. All kinds of clothes. Quickly go to create for your partner belongs to her perfect dress with it. Vow ring, when the relationship reaches the final step and you're ready to conclude the lover's contract, put this ring on her. After wearing it, you'll be more in tune with each other. Well, everything was ready. Yi Yu looked at the full clothes illustration and smiled hee. Then he went to the Tai Immortal sect. When Yi Yu opened his eyes, he found that Yun Qingyu was watering the Munyo tree with the spiritual spring. And after Yun Qingyu felt Yi Yu's breath, she also turned her head to look at Yi Yu in surprise. Yi, you are here? How is it, did it go well this time? Chapter 114 Love Affair Period. Yi Yu smiled and came to her side, took the spirit spring in her hand and watered the Munyo tree. That's not true, with me out there, that must have gone smoothly. Yun Qingyu pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Yi Yu's jumpy nature like this, she was getting more and more used to it. And looking at Yun Qingyu with this light smile, Yi Yu was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Boy, how come my Taoist nun girlfriend is so good looking? This is the only emotion in Yi Yu's heart. What's wrong? What's wrong with being dumb? Enough is enough, it's not good to pour too much. Yun Qingyu pulled Yi Yu's sleeve and whispered. Cough. Yi Yu lightly coughed a few times, then pretended that nothing happened, just pulled Yun Qingyu's small hand and said. Qingyu, remember what I said last time about us entering a new stage? Yun Qingyu gently nodded, she naturally remembered. And all this time she had been pondering what a new stage would be like. Well, the new stage is called the phase of love, as the name suggests, it's the stage where we really start to act as lovers. Yi Yu said in a serious manner, while taking out an exquisite JK uniform from the full clothes illustration. First step 1, you change into this outfit first. Yun Qingyu was a bit puzzled as she took the JK uniform handed over by Yi Yu. These clothes are so new, even though they are a bit revealing, but they feel very nice. Yun Qingyu had always worn a Taoist robe from the Tai Immortal sect. Monotonous white, ancient and dusty. The people of the Tai Immortal sect had always not cared about external objects, so for them, having a Tao robe was enough. Yun Qingyu was the same. However, ever since her love experience with Yi Yu, Yun Qingyu has become more and more curious about these things, or rather, more and more receptive to them. Take this JK uniform for example, if it was the previous Yun Qingyu. At the time of seeing this exquisite set of clothes, she would definitely not give it a second glance. It would only feel that it was too fancy, and that there was no need for it. This is a step that you must go through during the period of falling in love. Oh, good boy, quickly go and change into it. Yi Yu heatedly smiled, in his opinion his smile was extremely sincere. It was a pity that if any bystanders saw it, they would only think that it was a look of a big bad wolf seeing a little lamb. Yi Yu consciously turned around, Yun Qingyu saw him like this, pursed her lips, then the white light flashed, this set of JK uniform was actually already on his body. Well, how do you look? Isn't it a bit out of place? Yun Qingyu looked up and down somewhat uncomfortably, her slender legs rubbing a few times somewhat unnaturally. And when Yi Yu turned around, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is too suitable. Yi Yu could finally understand why so many people would like JK before crossing over. Only Yun Qingyu was wearing a white shirt on her upper body, and the red bow at the neckline added a touch of sweetness to her. The dark blue pleated skirt covered her slender white thighs, and the skirt was just long enough to reach her knees. Further down was a pair of white stockings. The gap left in the middle formed a perfect absolute field, and Yi Yu's gaze was drawn here. The most tantalizing thing is that Yun Qingyu has an excellent figure, so that pair of white stockings still has a little bit of flesh on it. This could be really great. The slender white legs are seducing Yiyu's gaze all the time. Between the blowing of the breeze, the hem of the skirt gently swayed, forming a most wonderful scenery. This JK uniform made Yun Qingyu, who had always been cloudy and light, like a fairy in the sky, have a few more sweet and delicate temperament. And it was at this moment that Yiyu truly felt the transformation of Yun Qingyu from a heavenly fairy to a sweet girl. It's too suitable. I'm looking dumbfounded. Well, Qingyu, you can look too good in this body. Yiyu pulled Yun Qingyu's small hand and said joyfully. Yun Qingyu, on the other hand, pursed her lips slightly and revealed an absolutely beautiful smile. She could naturally feel that Yiyu was a true favorite. So he likes this? If Yun Qingyu knew that there were countless other clothing styles in Yiyu's Full Clothes Illustrated, she didn't know what she would think. Then what are we going to do next? Yun Qingyu pinched the hem of her skirt and asked with some curiosity. Yiyu gave a mysterious smile, then took out the couple's dating place generator. Since the clothes for the date have already been worn, then the next natural thing is to choose the dating place. Yiyu looked at the various places generated in the couple's dating place generator and pondered on what to choose. Yun Qingyu, on the other hand, was curiously looking at the props in Yiyu's hands. This person always seems to be able to come up with some strange props. There, let's go with this one. Yiyu hemmed and hawed. After all, this was his first date with Yun Qingyu. Considering whether she would like it or not, Yiyu decided to be conservative and chose to generate an amusement park venue. Although in the Xian fantasy world, flying was already a routine for cultivators. But the various facilities in the amusement park should be pleasing to girls. Well, it should. As Yiyu chose the generation of the amusement park place, an illusory boundary directly enveloped the entire cave. Afterwards, a luxurious amusement park appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air, with all kinds of facilities inside. These. I've never seen before, so amazing. Yun Qingyu looked at the various places and facilities that were constantly being generated in front of her, feeling very marvelous. Let's go, this is the amusement park. Many of the facilities inside can help us have a love experience. So that's how it is. Yun Qingyu nodded, her heart gradually had a few moments of anticipation. After a few moments, this luxurious amusement park was already generated. Yiyu Amusement Park, that's not a bad name. The two of them stood in front of the amusement park. Yiyu pulled Yun Qingyu's small hand and looked up at these words. Come on, let's go play that one first. It's called the Ferris wheel. Yiyu said as she pointed at the towering Ferris wheel in the center of the amusement park. Ferris wheel. Yun Qingyu repeated it in her heart, looking at the huge object slowly rotating in front of her, with a slight doubt in her heart. How should I play it? Yiyu pulled Yun Qingyu to board this Ferris wheel, and the two of them sat face to face. As the Ferris wheel rotated, the two of them also came into the middle of the high altitude. And when this amusement park was generated, it also thoughtfully set the time to night. Therefore, through the porthole, the two could see the stars in the sky as well as a bright full moon. The enclosed place was originally prone to giving birth to a charming atmosphere. Yiyu and Yun Qingyu looked at each other, and slowly, a few more pink colors came out in the cockpit. Yun Qingyu looked at Yiyu and suddenly felt her face rolling a bit. What's going on here? Yun Qingyu inexplicably felt something strange in her heart, but she couldn't tell exactly where it was strange. It just felt as if it wasn't annoying. Chapter 115. Have you ever heard of a Taoist priest who was afraid of ghosts? Well, this is the Ferris wheel. Look, how long has it been since you've seen this starry sky? The two of them stared at each other for a long time, but in the end, it was Yiyu who spoke up, while his hand naturally pulled Yun Qingyu's small hand. Yun Qingyu turned her head to look out the porthole when she heard this. One's heart was set on breaking through the red dust and sitting on top of the clouds looking down on the world. For this reason, she really never paid attention to anything else, let alone this night scenery. Yun Qingyu looked a little dumbfounded for a moment, and at this time Yiyu's voice sounded again. To break through the red dust, naturally you need to walk into the red dust. You don't go to appreciate the beauty of the red dust. How can you break through it? Yun Qingyu's heart became a little confused, however at this time the temperature coming from Yiyu's big hand gave her a hint of peace of mind. Her small hand also couldn't help but grip Yiyu's big hand tightly. In fact, this Ferris wheel is also to create the atmosphere of love, and for ordinary people, the feeling of being in a high altitude of tension and excitement, right? But this for us cultivators, but it is not very useful. After the two of them came down from the Ferris wheel, Yiyu said to Yun Qingyu who was beside him. And Yun Qingyu also followed Yiyu's request and was currently wrapping her arms around him. I think the experience is quite good. What else is there to play next? Yiyu did not move and felt the soft touch coming from his arm. Cough. Next, come on, let's go play that. Yiyu reached out and pointed to the bumper cars on the left and said, with a slightly excited look on his face. This thing hasn't been played for a long time, and who said that this is something that children can only play? For an adult cultivator like me, that's just right, okay? Yun Qingyu also understood how to play after listening to some simple instructions given to her by Yiyu. The two of them drove the bumper cars back and forth, crashing into each other. This made Yun Xingyu's heart feel a bit marvelous, so he also had a child's side awe. And, phew, what's wrong with being a kid like this once in a while? After crashing the bumper cars, Ye Yu pulled Yun Xingyu to experience a haunted house. Well, for Ye Yu, it is still quite exciting. Because this haunted house is a combination of various bizarre and weird movies or legends from the past life. Therefore, the experience it brings to people still has that kind of feeling. Ye Yu sighed in his heart as he looked at Yun Xingyu beside him, who had a calm face and was even a little confused. Damn, forgetting that this girlfriend of his is a Taoist nun by nature. I haven't heard of any Taoist priest who was afraid of ghosts, damn it, miscalculated Ye Yu, are those that appeared just now real ghosts and monsters? But I don't seem to feel any cold air from them. See, this can still experience the haunted house and then discuss with herself in a serious manner whether the ghosts inside are real or not. Ye Yu pinched her little face, which made the latter a little confused. Why are you pinching my face? However, since the two of them were getting closer and closer, Yun Xingyu did not resist Ye Yu's intimate gestures like this. It just looked at Ye Yu with wide eyes. Cough, what just now doesn't count, come, let's go play that, the jumper. Ye Yu decided to give Yun Xingyu a bit of exciting feelings. Only a pity. After both of them came down from the jumper, their complexion was a little subtle. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything to be afraid of, after all, that little bit of height for us, falling down won't do anything. Ye Yu scratched his head and smiled somewhat sardonically. Yun Xingyu also could not help pursing her lips and laughing lightly when she saw Ye Yu's rushed expression. For her, it did not matter what the experience was. Being able to see Ye Yu displaying this look of being rushed because she was worried that she didn't like it was already enough. It doesn't matter, let's go experience that one again, it looks like it has a unique shape. This time Yun Xingyu took the initiative to reach out and point at a pirate ship in front of her and said. Ye Yu looked at her lightly smiling look and also couldn't help but smile a little. Good. Then let's go play that one. The next Yun Xingyu seemed to have realized something and started to intentionally act like she was scared. Ye Yu also knew in his heart that she was trying her hardest to be able to experience this amusement park date immersively. Therefore Ye Yu also just wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and the relationship between the two of them continued to heat up with the passage of time. As the system prompted when it generated the amusement park place. Inside this generated place, the passage of time was different from the outside world, so Ye Yu was not in a hurry, but experienced one by one with Yun Xingyu. How about it, those dessert snacks just now, how do you feel? Come on, open your mouth. Ye Yu used a fork to stick a small octopus ball to Yun Xingyu's mouth, signaling her to open her mouth. Yun Xingyu pursed her lips, it seemed like she had never been fed before. However, Yun Xingyu finally obeyed and opened her small mouth. Looking at her chewing in small bites, the corners of Ye Yu's mouth rose slightly. It's delicious, I've never eaten such a strange snack before. Yun Xingyu said in a small voice, she was practicing in the Tai Immortal sect and normally wouldn't pay attention to her mouth and tongue at all. Moreover, her realm was already capable of not having to eat. But the many snacks and desserts that she had just experienced made her feel very new, and had to say that they were all delicious. While she was thinking about it, she heard Ye Yu's voice. Then it's your turn to feed me now as well, hurry up and hurry up. Looking at Ye Yu blinking at her and then opening her mouth, Yun Xingyu froze for a moment. But in the end, she also pinched up a piece of dessert in her hand and sent it to Ye Yu's mouth. Yun Xingyu withdrew her small hand in some panic. Just now, when feeding Ye Yu, I don't know if he was intentional or unintentional, his lips gently touched his hand. He should be unintentional. Looking at her flustered appearance, Ye Yu heatedly smiled in his heart. This is the right way. That fairy who was too dusty should become a sweet girl like this now. Yun Xingyu's heart was a little flustered, an unprecedented feeling filled her heart. However, she didn't know what kind of feeling it was. She only felt that her heartbeat, which was thumping like a deer in the headlights, was constantly reminding her that this feeling was real. Moreover, she realized that she seemed a little afraid to look directly at Ye Yu now. Obviously, she could look at him as if nothing had happened before. But now, why after looking straight at him for a while, her own face would become a little hot? All of this change left Yun Xingyu extremely bewildered. She didn't know what was wrong with her. But there was one thing she was clear about, herself, she did not hate this feeling. Or rather, herself, was a bit intoxicated by this feeling. Chapter 116 Everything has long since come to fruition. Next Ye Yu and Yun Xingyu played the entire amusement park. All sorts of intimate tidbits came out in the middle, making both of them a bit mesmerized. Finally, Ye Yu brought Yun Xingyu to a stargazing platform in this amusement park. At this moment, Ye Yu and Yun Xingyu were lying on the grass of the stargazing platform, looking at the starry sky. They were the only two people in the entire amusement park, so it seemed extremely quiet. The two could even hear each other's heartbeats. Xingyu, what do you think of this date? After a long time, Ye Yu asked in a small voice, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Yun Xingyu looked at the stars in the sky. How long had it been since she had properly looked at the starry sky like this? Well, I think it's great. I experienced many things I've never experienced before and, well, all in all it was just a great experience. Yun Xingyu seemed to be trying to say something, but after pursing her lips, she ultimately didn't say anything, only sneaking a glance at Yiyu. There were also many marvelous but not annoying experiences. Yun Xingyu silently said in her heart. When Yiyu heard her say this, he was also relieved in his heart. There was one thing to be said, it seemed like he hadn't had many relationships with girls in his 2 lifetimes combined. Before crossing the needless to say, everyday 996 express delivery, where there is time to consider the matter of chasing girls. After crossing over, he did know a lot of women. But if you want to talk about dating, with his own girlfriend of this Taoist nun is really considered the first time. In that case, after that, I have to accompany Jiwei and Mio more. Thinking about other women in front of a woman, this is naturally not right. Yun Xingyu seemed to have sensed something and said with a slight pout. What are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Cough. Yiyu lightly coughed a few times, grabbed Yun Xingyu's small hand and softly said. Xingyu, remember what I said to you about the need to have more intimate actions even after stepping into a new stage? When Yun Xingyu heard Yiyu say this, her heart immediately became a little nervous. Strangely enough, before today's date, she did not feel anything wrong about Yiyu saying that there would be more intimate gestures. After all, having entered a new stage, it was natural that there should be corresponding moves. This matter was also recorded in the Love Quick manual. However, thinking of all the images of today, Yun Xingyu only felt her small face rolling. The corner of Yiyu's mouth brushed against his own fingers. Yiyu rubbed his head, his eyes full of fondness. Yiyu wrapped himself in his arms and whispered, Yiyu. For some reason, at this moment, Yun Xingyu's mind is actually all about Yiyu. I know, you tell me, what intimate act? Yun Xingyu bit her lip and gathered her courage to ask, although she still didn't dare to look directly at Yiyu. Yiyu looked at this frightened little girl posture of hers, and couldn't help but be happy in his heart. This girl, there is such a shy side? Yiyu pressed Yun Xingyu's shoulders with both hands, forcing her to look at herself. How, what's wrong, you, what are you looking at me for, quickly say it. Yiyu faintly smiled and came to her ear and whispered. Is this more intimate action, that is naturally, kissing? Oh. Kiss. Yun Xingyu looked at Yiyu with even more evasive eyes. She naturally knew what kissing meant, but she had never thought that she would one day kiss a man. This. Seeing Yun Xingyu directly dumbfounded, Yiyu couldn't help but laugh out, while reaching out and scraping the tip of her upturned nose. Why are you directly dumbfounded, Xingyu? You should know that kissing is something that both couples do. Oh. Yun Xingyu shyly blankly glanced at Yiyu, the reasoning she naturally understood. After all of this was recorded in the Love Quick manual. Only what Yun Xingyu did not expect was to actually have to kiss so soon. But it seems like it's not too soon. It's also been a while since he, himself and him, had been having a love experience. Thinking of this, Yun Xingyu took a deep breath, and then closed her eyes with a look of death. Okay, Yiyu, you come, I'm ready. Puff. Yiyu once again couldn't help but laugh. There was no way, it was really the Yun Xingyu at this moment who was too droll. He had never thought that this Taoist nun girlfriend of his Tai immortal sect turned out to be so cute. What are you laughing at, La? Hurry up. I'm ready. Yun Xingyu gently punched Yiyu's chest while urging, and kept convincing herself that she was ready. Yiyu reached out and ran his hand through the long hair on her brow and embraced her into his arms. A kiss between lovers is a very sweet thing. Oh, it's not a generous death like you. Yun Xingyu lies on Yiyu's chest, feeling the familiar scent. Listening to Yiyu's words, Yun Xingyu's mood slowly calmed down. She once again remembered all the images of today's date with Yiyu, as well as the bits and pieces between the two since the love experience. In the end, the image of her memory stopped at the yuyu tree that the two of them planted together. In fact, everything has already come together a long time ago then. Yun Xingyu thought like this, then tilted her head and closed her eyes, her lips slightly pouting. Yiyu looked at the pink and tender red lips that were close at hand, and his heart was slightly hot. Then he lowered his head and captured her lips, savoring the delicate red lips of this Tai immortal sect fairy. Yun Xingyu's lips were sweet and soft, with a hint of coldness. But it was this hint of coldness that made Yiyu want to ask for more. Yiyu tightly embraced Yun Xingyu in his arms, and the young girl's body exuded a faint fragrance. As Yiyu kissed and demanded more recklessly, the young girl's body was also trembling slightly. A few wisps of redness gradually surfaced on the extremely beautiful face. Until both of them were a little out of breath, Yiyu then let go of her. Looking at her slightly swollen delicate red lips, Yiyu heatedly smiled. Sweet and delicious, I'll wrap it up in the future. Yun Xingyu only felt her brain go blank. She had never thought that the original kiss felt like this. This electric touching feeling that went straight to her heart even made her a little addicted to it for a while. Bad egg. Yun Xingyu muttered. At this time, her whole body was lying on Yiyu's body, only feeling that her body was soft and without the slightest strength. Looking at the young girl in his arms with this lovely appearance, Ye Yu could no longer hold back and again kissed her lips once again. Only this time, compared to just a moment ago, it was much gentler. More like expressing his fondness. And Yun Xingyu naturally can also feel Ye Yu's heart. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Ye Yu's neck. The two of them were just like this, feeling the most sincere affection from both sides of each other. Chapter 117, Tracking 4. Well, it's true that when you enter the period of love, the relationship will advance by leaps and bounds off. Ye Yu, who returned to his room, smacked his lips, still recalling the image of kissing Yun Xingyu just now. That soft and sweet touch made Ye Yu mesmerized by it. Star Haunter, you come and give me a kiss too. You don't worry about me when Master is suddenly gone. Ye Yu started destroying Star Haunter, while Star Haunter just meowed and stuck out her tongue to lick Ye Yu's cheek. Well, it was also a response to Ye Yu, only slightly perfunctory. Palace Master Cold, where do you want to see our Divine Moon sect? Ye Yu's face was a little stiff as he looked at Han Shiyue, who was standing beside him. This palace master of the forgetful heavenly palace, who was rumored to be cold and heartless in the outside world, was looking at Ye Yu with interest at this moment. Yes, the next day Ye Yu was given instructions by Yu Wuxia to properly entertain Han Xiuyu, who had traveled from afar. What kind of expression do you have? Weren't you the one who took the initiative to say that you would take Palace Master Cold around? Yu Wuxia's confused voice caused the corners of Ye Yu's mouth to twitch a few times again. No, I was really just being polite and courteous in the first place. Who would have thought that she would actually come for real? And as someone who cultivates the Tao of forgetfulness to the extreme, shouldn't she not be interested in anything in the world? This palace doesn't know either. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to take me around? Why are you still asking about this palace? Cold Chiyue's voice interrupted Ye Yu's thoughts. And hearing her say that, Ye Yu also sighed. Come on, who let his own mouth out it? But there was one thing to say: to be able to accompany such an icy cold and absolutely beautiful woman to stroll around the Divine Moon sect, it seemed like it was not bad at all. Inside the Divine Moon sect, disciples came and went very lively. Every disciple who passed by Ye Yu and Han Chiyue could not help but look back. How could their own young sovereign lord be with the palace master of the forgetful heavenly palace? Could it be? Is it because that cold palace lord doesn't agree with the young sovereign lord and the forgetfulness heavenly maiden? Thinking like this, the various disciples of the Divine Moon sect instantly became excited. And the gazes they frequently threw over also made Ye Yu sweat a little. This bunch of senior brothers and sisters, someday this young sovereign must teach them a good lesson. Then Palace Master Han, come with me. The Divine Moon sect has a place with an excellent scenery. Before I brought Mio there as well. Cold Chiyue glanced at Ye Yu and found that there was no change in his complexion, so she nodded as well. Then let's listen to you. This honored one is all right. After saying that, Han Chiyue suppressed the somewhat odd feeling in his heart. Mio had been there with him, and now she was also taking me there. Ye Yu naturally couldn't guess what was in her heart, and at this moment, he was introducing it to Han Chiyue in a serious manner. Cold Chiyue looked at him beside herself, listening to his voice, for a moment actually a little trance. Chiyue, you are so beautiful, I realized that I can't get enough of how to look at you. What should I do? Sutiki, you're becoming more and more like a normal girl. That's a great point. Sutiki, this vow ring is what I prepared for you. Look how it suits you. Sutiki, the avenue of forgetfulness is ultimately flawed. You. Cold Palace Master? Palace Lord Cold? Cold Chiyue's memories were interrupted by Ye Yu's voice. Cold Chiyue looked at Ye Yu and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. That overwhelmingly beautiful smile made Ye Yu look dumbfounded. What's wrong? But it's here. Han Chiyue hid some inner bewilderment and asked softly. Ye Yu shook his head. Hell, how did this woman smile so nicely? No, she is Mio's master. What am I thinking? Cold Palace Master, please look, above this mountaintop, sitting and watching the clouds roll in, isn't it quite a mood? Ye Yu pointed at the churning cloud waves in front of him and said with a smile. This place was still something Ye Yu heard Dongfang Bingo talk about. I heard that it was still a must-visit holy place for the Divine Moon Sex Tao couples. Although eldest sister had a bad personality, she was still quite helpful. Ye Yu temporarily appreciated eldest senior sister in his heart. Only Ye Yu seemed to have forgotten one thing. This place was a holy place for Tao couples to clock in, yet now he had brought Han Chiyue here. Han Chiyue looked at the churning clouds in front of her, and her thoughts drifted a bit far away again for a moment. Do you think they have any relationship or not? Junior brother actually brought Palace Master Cold here. Not far behind the two, for small heads appeared side by side. Dongfang Bingo was the first to ask. She always felt in her heart that little senior brother and the Cold Palace Master had a great relationship. And behind her, Tantai Mio, Xia Jiwei as well as Yi Qinglan all widened their eyes somewhat. Sister Bing, what are you talking about? That's my senior. Ye Yu, how could he possibly be with his senior? Tantai Mio whispered, her pretty face full of incredulity. I also think it's unlikely, eldest sister, you're talking nonsense again. Xia Jiwei sucked in her small nose and gave Dongfang Renj a dissatisfied blank look. From the moment eldest senior sister sneakily snubbed them together to follow Yi Yu and the Cold Palace Master. Xia Jiwei had felt that she was unreliable, and as a result, she heard this shocking statement of hers. Yi Yu and the Cold Palace Master, it's impossible to think about it anyways. As for Yi Qinglan, she looked at the two standing in front of her with interest. Although in her heart, she also felt that what Fairy Coldsong had said just now was unreliable. But, as a qualified businessman, she instinctively felt, what if? If that was really the case, that would really be. Yi Qinglan's eyes erupted with gossip. Sho, is it that we continue to watch, don't even make a sound, in case we are discovered? That would be too humiliating. Dongfang Bingo whispered a reminder, although she was big-headed, but spying on this kind of, well, after all, it wasn't something that could be said openly. Quick look, Palace Master Cold seems to be saying something, damn it, which one of you knows lip sync? Suddenly, Yi Qinglan whispered, while asking anxiously. The remaining three looked ahead together, and sure enough, they saw that Cold Chi Us seemed to be saying something. Yi Yu, do you believe in past lives and present lives? The two were silent for a long time. Yi Yu was not sure what to talk about with this Cold Palace Master. After all, it always felt that there was a bit of a gap in seniority. And Cold Chi Yue is not know how to face Yi Yu. In the end, or Cold Chi Yue could not help but open the mouth to ask. Past life and present life? Yi Yu scratched his head and looked at Cold Chi Yue with some confusion. It should be believed, after all, there are still many unproven things in this world. Whether or not there were past lives in the Tianyu continent, Yi Yu was a little unsure. But as for the saying of past lives and present lives, he himself believed in it. After all, Yi Yu himself had traveled from the Blue Star. How was this not considered a past life? After hearing this, Han Chi-Yue's expression was stunned. But soon she revealed a smile again, seemingly satisfied with Yi Yu's answer. Chapter 118 Demon Race Unrest. Boy, why is this woman smiling all the time? Isn't this testing the old cadre? Yi Yu slandered in his heart, while trying his best to restrain himself from looking at her. Quickly look, Palace Master Cold actually smiled, this. Mio, have you ever seen your master smiling? Dongfang Bingo's eyes lit up and tugged on Tantai Mio, asking in a low voice. Tantai Mio was stunned at this point. When had she ever seen her master teacher smile so brightly? This was simply too incredible. In Tantai Mio's impression, her senior had always been as cold as frost. Not to mention smiling, she didn't even have a few words to say. Unlike now, this. Tantai Mio looked at the lightly smiling master teacher in front of her and only felt as if she was still dreaming. Oh, such a rare image, it would be too bad not to record it. Yi Qinglan watched with great vigor, and without saying a word, he took out a shadow retaining stone and began to record it. Xia Jiwei gave her a subtle look. This woman was really jumpy. The first thing that came to mind at this time was actually to record it with a shadow retaining stone. Han Chi-Yu sighed quietly, it's just a pity that after all, it's still not the same as it was back then. Yi Yu heard her sigh and was just about to ask what was wrong, when she saw Cold Chi-Yu say in a deep voice. Mio, come out when you've seen enough. Is it that Yi Yu has spoiled you, so much so that you dare to spy on my father? Yi Yu's face was blank, however, when he saw the embarrassed four women walking out behind him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly for a few moments. No, what are you guys up to? Just now, you guys have been watching. Yi Yu immediately thought back to his various words and behavior just now. After realizing that there was nothing wrong, he was relieved. How did this group of people become so bad, actually with Peeping Tom? However, when he saw Dongfang Bing, Yi Yu's heart was suddenly clear. Since eldest senior sister was also there, it wasn't surprising then. Although she was singled out, Dongfang Bing's complexion remained unchanged, and she just said with a smile. Aha, what a coincidence, are you guys also coming over here for a walk? The moment these words came out, Xia Jiwei, Tantai Mio, and Yi Qinglan all looked at her in astonishment. Even Han Chi-Yue looked at her a few more times, thinking that this fairy Hangu didn't seem to be as rumored in the outside world. Well, master, I was just curious about where Yi Yu were going to take you for a stroll, so that's why. Tantai Mio stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Han Chi-Yue's arm, shaking it as if she was pampered, her pretty face filled with innocent innocence. Han Chi-Yue slightly shook her head and rubbed Tantai Mio's long hair again. That's just it, on account of the fact that you've spent a lot of time with Yi Yu, master will not care about it. Ha! Yi Yu rolled her eyes at the words. Was this Cold Palace Master insinuating something? What words can't be said in a dignified manner? Yi Yu was about to argue a few words in his defense, but then he heard Cold Chi-Yu say. And the girl from the Starfall Pavilion over there, hand over your staying Shadowstone. Ah! Yi Qinglan's small face froze, looking up at Han Chi-Yue who was smiling. Then with a bitter little face, she took out the shadow retention stone somewhat unwillingly. Damn it! The original has long been known by the Cold Palace Master. This young lady still thought that the sky was seamless. Cold Chi-Yue received the shadow retention stone, a trace of inexplicable color flashed across her face, and then she put it away in her nascent sacred ring. Tomorrow, Master will return to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Mio, you must be good yourself. Tantai Mio's complexion was stunned, originally still surprised that Master actually discovered them long ago. At this moment, she said with some anxiety. Why are you in such a hurry to go back, Master? I haven't seen you for a long time, and there are still so many things I want to say to you. Han Shiyue sighed before saying. I heard that the demon race is stirring, the demon elder hasn't returned for a long time, I don't know what they intend to do, so I need to go back to sit in the Forgotten Love Heavenly Palace. The devil race is on the move? How come I don't know this? Ye Yu blinked his eyes, at the expense of himself as still the people of the demon race. How is it that in the end, this demon race's actions still have to be heard from someone else's mouth? Does Palace Master Cold know if there are any movements on the demon race's side? Since the disappearance of the demon father, the demon race had been foolishly moving not for a day or two. Yi Yu's current concern was whether there would be anything on the demon race's Yutang side. However, nowadays, Yutang had the help of the three great witch demons, so he thought that there shouldn't be anything too big. Some time ago Yi Yu also went to the demon race side. After learning that the strength of the three great witch demons was gradually recovering, Yi Yu was also relieved to enjoy Yutang's soft and fragrant embrace. The demon side seems to be extremely calm, there should not be much action, it's just that this demon race. Cold Shiyue didn't seem to want to explain too much and just looked towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu, you take good care of Mio, don't worry about Master. Well, today it's like this, Mio, follow me, there are some things that Master wants to ask you. Tantai Mio glanced at Yi Yu, suddenly her pretty face blushed, but she still obediently followed behind Han Shiyue. Oh, my youngest senior brother, this skill of yours is awesome, you and Palace Master Cold, After Han Shiyue and Tantai Mio walked far away, Dongfang Range wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck and said in a thieving manner. Yi Yu spread his hands and looked at Dongfang Bingo speechlessly. Eldest senior sister, you are daring to say anything outwardly, be careful that the Cold Palace Master will beat you to death. Dongfang Bing, on the other hand, skimmed her mouth in disbelief. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, pulled Yi Yu's sleeve and came to his ear and said, Yi Yu, the demon race intends to move, do you want to go back to the demon race? Yi Yu looked at Xia Jiwei with some surprise. Good guy, did he behave so obviously? Actually even Jiwei saw it. When Xia Jiwei saw Yi Yu's surprised expression, she also couldn't help but hum lightly. Just this still want to hide from this senior sister? Yi Yu did want to go back to the demon race. Firstly, to meet his father whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and then to take a look at Ye Shenshang. The second is to tell the family about Eclipse Yenluo. Although my sister should have already passed the gas with the family, but there are still some things that I have to go personally to say better. In the end, naturally, it was to find out what the Devil Clan was trying to do. Can't it be that the cracking Yenluo is going to make trouble again? Damn, really can't put him to slaughter, forget it. Yi Yu in the heart of the face of the calculation, and then said to the East Elegy. Eldest senior sister, in a few days I'll apply for a trip out. And after hearing that, Dongfang Bing just glanced at Yi Yu with a strange look. If you want to go out, just go out, why are you talking to me? What, you want me to go out with you? Don't be embarrassed, you can just say it. I'll just ask you this one more time. I just ask you this sentence, Yi Yu rolled her eyes. I will go with you. How about it? Xia Jiwei raised her small hand, her pretty face was full of anticipation. Chapter 119, Crap Literature. For such a budding third senior sister, Yi Yu naturally did not have any opinions. You two wouldn't want to go out on a date or something, as for that, the Divine Moon sect is so big it's not enough for you two to toss around? Dongfang Bing rolled her eyes in a good humor, and her words also made Xia Ji tiny blush. Eldest senior sister. Yi Yu, let's ignore her, slightly, senior sister, you'll stay alone in Divine Moon sect. Xia Jiwei playfully winked at Dongfang Bingo, then she took Yi Yu's arm. Dongfang Bing couldn't stand these two people in her heart and waved her hand before leaving. Who says I'm alone? Now that Cold Clothes has returned, I can just find her and tease her. Dongfang Bing skimmed her mouth and then walked towards Ling Hani's residence. Originally, Yi Yu wanted to ask Mio if she wanted to go along. As a result, the next day, Tantai Mio came to tell Yi Yu that she needed to return to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace with Han Shiyue in advance. Yi Yu did not have any opinion on this, after all, he was going to the demon race this time, and he should be able to see Mio again at that time. It was only that Tantai Mio's look had a slightly odd expression. An expression that wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. In the end, she just lightly punched Yi Yu's chest and lightly spat out a big bad egg before running to the side of Han Shouyu, holding her arm and leaving first. This makes Yi Yu confused. What is the situation this is? Oh yo, what's going on here? Could it be that there is a conflict? Yi Qinglan on the side said with a wink and a wink, her face was a look of eating melon. Yi Yu spread his hands, indicating that I am also Hena. Qinglan, I'm going to leave Divine Moon sect in a few days, are you going with me, or are you staying here? Yi Yu opened his mouth and asked, after all, Yi Qinglan had come to Divine Moon sect because of himself. This had to be told to her in both reason and reason. Yi Qinglan shook her head at his words, revealing a look of surprise. I also happen to want to talk to you. Recently the demon race is in turmoil. I need to personally go over and keep an eye on the side where the Starfall Chamber of Commerce and the demon race butt heads. Ye Yu's expression became even more grave after hearing this. He originally thought that this time, the demon race was just a general conflict. However, he never thought that even the Starfall Chamber of Commerce would be affected. Ye Yu asked Ye Qinglan for information, but Ye Qinglan didn't have much knowledge about it. It seemed he still had to go there himself. A few days later, Ye Yu rushed to the demon race with Xia Jiwei. Well, it's a pity that second senior sister didn't come out with us. Xia Jiwei beamed her small mouth, her tone was quite regretful. Ye Yu also nodded along after hearing this. They had originally asked Ling Hani if she wanted to go out together. It was only that Ling Cheney had newly obtained the Lone Luan, and it was the time when he needed to deepen his connection with the Lone Luan sword, so he could only call it quits. Ye Yu, do you have any plans to go to the demon race this time? Speaking of which, when will Star Haunter be able to take form? Xia Jiwei asked as she rubbed Star Haunter's kitten head. This little guy was well behaved in her arms. When Ye Yu heard her words, he also remembered that a few days ago, he had specially traveled to the burial god abyss to visit Dihim Huang. Well, it was actually to get her another batch of goods. This woman's speed of reading graphic novels was horrifying. At that time, Ye Yu asked Star Haunter when the little guy would be able to take shape. However, the answer given by Emperor Him Huang is ambiguous. Ye Yu still remember the picture of Dihim Huang lazily pinching the dessert and sending it into her mouth, her slender legs intertwined. Transforming? The conditions for the Starstreak Illusion Cat clan to transform vary. This is also their clan's aptitude. After all, every Starstreak Illusion Cat will master a unique talent after transforming. Dihim Huang glanced with interest at Star Haunt, who was obediently rubbing against him, and continued. So you're asking when exactly it will take shape? That I don't know, but feed it more heavenly treasures, it's conducive to it taking shape faster. Now that I think about it, isn't this the same as not saying anything at all? So it turns out that Sister T is also a crap literature person. This I don't know, maybe it will transform in the next moment. Ye Yu grabbed Star Haunting's tail and stroked it, casually answering. Xia Jiwei, on the other hand, skimmed her lips after hearing this, saying this is the same as not saying it. Thanks to the speed of the flight prop, in less than half a day, Ye Yu and Xia Jiwei arrived at the northern domain. Well, it seems like the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Ye Yu pulled Xia Jiwei to walk in a city in the northern domain. They could sense that the faces of the cultivators coming and going were all grim and hurried. And the stores on both sides were in a state of closure. Fortunately, the teleportation array in the city was still able to be used. Let's go back to the Yi family first. It seems like something is really going to happen in the northern region. Ye Yu whispered to Xia Jiwei, who nodded along. The two men and a cat entered the teleportation array and arrived at Eclipse City where the Yi family was located. After a flash of white light, Ye Yu and Xia Jiwei appeared in Eclipse Moon City. Eclipse City, as the name suggests, was derived from the name of Eclipse Yama. The Yi family was the largest family in this Eclipse City. After all, behind the Yi family stood was the Eclipse Moon Yama. Ye Yu, this place doesn't seem to be affected by anything. Speaking of which, this is considered to be in your territory? Xia Jiwei looked around when she lost her cultivation, although she was taken captive by the demon race, but it seems that it was not here. Ye Yu was also a bit surprised. This Eclipse City looked no different from normal. Cultivators came and went, and there was no strange behavior. Ye Yu pondered for a moment and said softly, "Let's go back to the Yi family first. Speaking of which, Jiwei, do you count this as meeting your parents?" When Ye Yu said this, Xia Jiwei immediately blushed, her small face rolling. This seems to be really But, well, you didn't say it earlier, I forgot. Oh, should I buy some gifts or something? Looking at Xia Jiwei's anxious and cute appearance, Ye Yu laughed out loud and wrapped her in her arms. My family doesn't care about those, it doesn't matter, just follow me around later. Hearing Ye Yu say so, Xia Jiwei's mood also calmed down a lot. Yes, as long as he is by his side, there is nothing to worry about. The two of them came to the Yi family in Eclipse City. Ye Yu stood in front of the door, a burst of emotion in his heart. Finally, he was back again, and still in the capacity of the Divine Moon Sect's young sect leader. Words to say, is this considered a kind of returning home with the clothes on his back? The disciple guarding the door of the Yi family froze for a moment when he saw Ye Yu, and then said somewhat incredulously, Young master. Why are you back? Quickly go inform the family head." Saying that, the other one immediately ran into the mansion, while Ye Yu just waved his hand casually. "I'll just go see father myself. Come, Jiwei, show you my house." Xia Jiwei nodded, full of curiosity, and followed Ye Yu into the Yi family. Chapter 120, Returning to the Yi family. Ye Yu, why are you back? Ye Yu, who walked into the courtyard, bumped into Ye Shenshang head-on, and the latter asked with extreme surprise. Ye Yu heatedly smiled and went forward to pull Ye Shenshang's small hand very naturally. Then, without waiting for her to open her mouth, he first shoved Star Haunter into her arms. "Sister, haven't seen for a long time, miss me yet?" "Oh, this is Xia Jiwei, came with me this time." Ye Shenshang was suddenly grabbed by Ye Yu's small hand, her pretty face slightly red, just wanted to break free. But Ye Yu stuffed Xingha into his own arms. Looking at Xingha's droll and cute appearance, Ye Shenshang instantly sank into it. However, Ye Shenshang did hear the words behind Ye Yu. Xia Ji Wei. Ye Shenfang looked towards the woman beside Ye Yu, and for a moment, she even forgot that her small hand was still being grabbed by Ye Yu. Sis good. I'm Ye Yu's senior sister, this time with him, together. Xia Jiwei stumbled a little and said, while in her heart, she was incomparably nervous. This is Ye Yu's elder sister, isn't this equivalent to being my elder sister as well? Well, it's too shy. Ye Yu listened with some amusement. Now Jiwei, where there is still the appearance of the third senior sister, completely as a suddenly see the parents of the shy little girl. Ye Shenshang heard, also to Xia Jiwei revealed a smile. Only, the smile more or less with a little, bitter. This should be Ye Yu's Dao couple. Ye Shenshang was a little frustrated inside, but her complexion did not show it, and she only smiled faintly at Xia Jiwei. Well, hello, I'm Ye Yu's older sister, Ye Shenshang. Xia Jiwei hastily nodded, that gesture was well behaved. Cough, sister, recently, has there been some big mess in the demon race? Why didn't you tell me about it? Ye Yu asked curiously, while Ye Shenshang also withdrew her small hand without leaving any traces before answering with some uncertainty. It's not that I didn't inform you, it's really that the recent changes within the demon race are very odd and inscrutable. Ye Yu and Xia Jiwei glanced at each other, their faces were bewildered. Well, go to the hall and talk about it, let's go and meet father first, I also just came back from outside. After saying that, Ye Shenshang was leading Ye Yu and Xia Jiwei to the Yi family hall. Father, Ye Yu he is back. In the Yi family hall, Ye Shenshang said softly to Ye Zhantian. And Ye Zhantian also saw Ye Yu at the very first moment. His calm and resolute face couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Ye Yu looked at Ye Zhantian, and in his heart, there was also a burst of emotion. The old man was still looking so good, it was really good. Father, I'm back. Ye Yu walked to Ye Zhantian's front and said softly. And Ye Zhantian also patted Ye Yu's shoulder repeatedly, his face full of relief. Good, it's good to be back, it's good to be fine. There was no need to say too much between men, Ye Yu just nodded, everything was in the air. Uncle Ye is good, I am Xia Jiwei, Ye Yu's senior sister. At this moment, Xia Jiwei beside Ye Yu also said nervously. At this moment for her, it could truly be said that she was extremely nervous. After all, she had just met Ye Yu's sister, and this would be meeting Ye Yu's father again. Ye Zhantian froze at his words and looked at Xia Jiwei. Could this be the disciple under the divine moon empress, the illusory age immortal Ji? After saying that, Ye Zhantian turned his head to look at Ye Yu again, and the look of "you kid is really capable" was written all over his face. Ye Yu smiled sarcastically and coughed lightly. Father, what kind of expression is this? Senior sister is accompanying me back this time. First of all, let's talk about what's the situation of the demon race. Ye Zhantian nodded, pressing down his heart's admiration. This kid had not only managed to go undercover into the Divine Moon sect. Surprisingly, he was also able to directly convince the illusory age immortal Ji to obediently accompany this kid to the devil race. This is simply too incredible, isn't it? If Lord Devil returned and knew about this, he would probably be shocked. Ye Zhantian took a sip of tea and motioned for everyone to sit down before speaking. This time, I'm not quite sure what exactly happened within the demon race, I only feel that everything is very odd, that's why I didn't let Sinking Frost notify you. Ye Zhantian said and pondered for a moment before looking at Ye Shenshang. Sinking Frost, tell Ye Yu and illusory age immortal Ji about the news you've poked around this time. Xia Jiwei only felt a little uncomfortable. As a member of the Divine Moon sect, she ran over to listen to the hidden secrets of the demon race. Wasn't it not very good? However, upon seeing that no one seemed to have noticed this, Xia Jiwei was also a little more at ease. Ye Shenshang nodded and spoke to Ye Yu about the news she knew. Right now, the only ones that we can poke around are Silence Yama as well as Zhaochen Yama, who seem to have made some movements, while Yellow Springs Yama's attitude is unclear. This has led to the entire demon race being caught in a somewhat bizarre situation. After all, the Devil Sovereign is missing, and with the 10 Yamas in charge of the Devil race together, if any of the Yamas were to make a move, the results it would bring would be enormous. For Ye Shenshang's judgment, Ye Yu was approving. However, Silent Yama and Zhaochen Yama? That's the 3rd and 4th ranked Yama in the 10 temples Yama respectively? Xia Jiwei asked curiously from the side. She had also heard something about the Devil race's 10 temples Yama. Ye Zhantian and Ye Shenshang nodded. Then it seems that something big is really going to happen in the Devil race, the 3rd and 4th ranked Yin Luo, their strength should not be underestimated. Ye Yu said softly, the 10 temples of Yama were all mysterious. If not for the disappearance of the Devil Father, these Yin Luo was afraid that they will not show up easily. Well, a little carelessness might be extremely dangerous, right Ye Yu? Earlier Sinking Frost said that you saw Eclipse Yama? Ye Zhantian remembered this matter, so he immediately asked. Ye Yu nodded, and told him that he had seen Eclipse Yama and its current state. Of course, the situation of Eclipse Yama being one body and two souls was concealed therein, and it was only said that she was suffering from a dark disease and had been in seclusion. I see, it's good that your highness isn't in any serious trouble. Hearing that etched Moon Yenluo's state was not as serious as rumored, Ye Shenshang then took a deep breath of relief. After all, the Ye family still had to rely on Eclipse Yama to shelter them after all. The several people discussed for a while more before Ye brought Xia Jiwei back to the room where he had stayed before. Sinking frost, Ye, this kid is really something. Looking at the departing figures of Ye and Xia Jiwei, Ye Shenshang could not help but lament to Ye Shenshang. Ye Shenshang, on the other hand, did not say anything and just quietly looked at Ye's back. And this scene was also seen by Ye Shenshang. He shook his head helplessly. Chapter 121 The Condescending Yellow Springs Yama. Since it was in the Ye family, Xia Jiwei didn't have the good sense to share a room with Ye. Although Ye strongly invited, Xia Jiwei still gently stepped on Ye's foot. Then she blankly glanced at him with shame and annoyance before returning to the next room. Ye shrugged, Jiwei was still too shy off. Do you think right? Little Star Haunter, it looks like you'll still have to be the one to accompany me tonight. Star Haunt meowed twice and jumped down from Ye's arms. Then it ran around the room twice, sniffing this side and that side, as if it had arrived at a new place and was confirming its new territory. Ye shook his head and didn't bother with it, just opened the express system. Originally Ye was prepared to go over to see how well the Eclipse Yama's side was cooperating. However, when he glanced at the number of express delivery times, he realized that he had unknowingly accumulated 3 more express delivery opportunities. Who could endure this? Ye immediately took out the standing spiritual spring from the ring and washed his hands, and then he excitedly began the selection of the courier task. I don't know whether the spirit spring played a role, or Ye today's luck is good. The first time he drew the object of express delivery. Ding, the host's current courier delivery mission has been confirmed. Target customer, Yellow Springs Yama. Target item, about the whereabouts of Demon Zun Yuruhan. Target location, Yellow Springs Hall. Ye's complexion froze. Well, this is a sleepy send pillow. Yellow Spring Yama, as the head of the demon race's 10 temples of Yama, surely knows a lot of things. As for her claim, the whereabouts of the demon lord Yuruhan, Ye really just happened to know. Well, perhaps later on, he could ask what happened to the demon race recently. Thinking of this, Ye heatedly smiled. It seems that the goddess of fortune favors me after all. In the next moment, as Ye clicked on the task, a white light flashed, and Ye disappeared into the room. Rohan, where on earth have you gone? Nowadays, the demon race, I'm afraid that I can't support it just by relying on me. Yellow Springs Hall. Yellow Springs Yama, who had just finished dealing with the other Yama, sat on top of the throne, mumbling in a tired tone. Even though there was a mask covering her, one could still feel her helpless expression at this time. Suddenly, Yellow Springs Yama saw a silhouette appear in front of her. Huangquan Yenluo's complexion turned cold, and at the same time, she pressed down on the lance in her hand. Who? Ye had just opened her eyes when she saw the opposite side of Huangquan Yama pulling out his lance, and hurriedly waved her hand. Don't, I'm also from the demon race, don't misunderstand. Hearing Ye's words, Huangquan Yenluo only nodded slightly, but did not withdraw the lance in his hand. And Ye also saw this head of the 10 temples Yama from a close distance. Looking at the body type, should be a woman. She was tall and wore a bronze mask. A purple robe outlined her slender waist. Wearing a pair of black gloves on her hands, the arm that was occasionally exposed was as white as cold jade. The pair of white and slender legs were casually hitched together. Just by looking at the appearance, it should be an imperial lady type woman. Demon race? How did you get in, and who are you from the devil race? Yellow Springs Yama asked in a low voice. Her voice was no longer as chaotic as the one Ye had heard at the border of the northern region. Instead, it was unusually magnetic, and could truly be described as the imperial voice of gift. Ye spread his hands and said with a face full of sincerity. I'm really a person of the demon clan. As for why I came here, it's just to unravel the confusion in your heart, that is. Ye paused, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. That is to say, the exact whereabouts of the devil father. Hiss. Before Ye's words fell, the lance in Yellow Springs Yama's hand was directly across Ye's neck. Then an anxious voice rang out. You know the whereabouts of the demon father? If you dare to lie to me, I will let you know the consequences. Ye was unmoved. Little Master had invincibility in his body, so he was afraid of a ball. Your Highness Huangquan, are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Nothing, it's just that, you don't want to know the whereabouts of the demon lord? This. Yellow Springs Yama looked uncertain, and eventually withdrew the lance in his hand. Then you say, where exactly is the demon lord? However, at this moment, Ye sat down with a big grin, glanced at Huangquan Yenluo, and said, This isn't the attitude of begging yet, Your Highness Yellow Springs. Just now you threatened me with your lance, so I suddenly don't want to talk about it anymore. You. Huangquan Yenluo's chest rose and fell a few times, and she let out a long breath before regaining her composure. Damn it, who exactly is this person, so fearless and able to come to my Yellow Springs Hall unnoticed? Could it be, he really knows Roahan's whereabouts? Yellow Springs Yama gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. Then what do you want to do? Ye stretched his waist and said somewhat lazily. Then naturally, I need your Highness Huangquan to apologize to me. Deceive people too much. Huangquan Yenluo only felt very annoyed, her body trembled a few times, clearly being infuriated. In the devil race, who dared to talk to her like this? Even now that the devil sovereign wasn't around, when the other Yenluo saw her, which one of them didn't act respectfully? However, this mysterious man in front of her, actually spoke to herself with this attitude. Yellow Springs Yama thought more and more angry, however, after seeing Yiyu's confident appearance, and cannot help but wonder if he really knows the whereabouts of Rohan. Contemplating for a long time, finally Huangquan Yenluo handed a tea to Yiyu, and then said word by word. It was the fault of this temple in the past, please, no. 2. Intervene. Idea. Yiyu ignored her gaze that was about to spit fire. She was going to wear a mask anyway, and she couldn't see her expression herself. Yiyu received the tea and then took a sip before nodding. Not bad, I'll forgive your actions just now. Having the Yellow Springs Yama, the head of the 10 temples Yama, personally pour tea for himself and apologize. This kind of treatment would probably only be available to that demon lord. I didn't expect that today. I also experienced it once. Yiyu's heart burst with darkness. This feeling, too great. I don't know why, but seeing Yellow Springs Yama in such a haughty and imperial appearance, Yiyu wanted to bully her. And then watch the picture of her being annoyed, but in the end, there was nothing she could do about it and she could only be obedient. Well, to summarize it in one sentence, that is. Although Yellow Springs Yama was extremely reluctant, in the end, she still obediently, ahem. Yellow Springs Yama felt Yiyu's strange gaze, and she frowned tightly. Why did she always feel that this person was thinking of something extremely rude? Well, come on, sign this contract, and I can tell you what you want to know in your heart, the whereabouts of the demon lord. Yiyu extremely skillfully pulled out the golden contract from his bosom. The contract automatically floated in front of Yellow Springs Yama, and the latter picked it up doubtfully. 1 level of cultivation, demon's whereabouts, signed. A few moments later, Huangquan Yama was reading through the paper contract. Chapter 122. How this is still directly opened the box. The mysterious energy coming from this paper golden contract convinced Yellow Springs Yama that it was binding. In other words, Yellow Springs Yama looked at the lazy Yiyu in front of him with complicated eyes. This person really knew Ruahan's whereabouts. Just a layer of cultivation. Now that the demon clan is in turmoil, I'm afraid that if I lose a layer of my cultivation, it will be difficult for me to suppress the rest of Yenluo. But as long as we know the whereabouts of Rohan, when Rohan returns, everything will not be a problem. Yellow Springs Yama pondered for a long time, and finally used her divine sense to sign her name on this paper contract. And it was precisely at the moment she signed her name, a golden cultivation light rose from her body and then disappeared into Yiyu's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this express delivery mission, obtaining 2 million express points and the opportunity to actively choose an express target once. Ow! Yiyu just wanted to shout out, cool. As Yiyu absorbed this golden light of cultivation, his realm came to the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. Well, although the system had deducted most of it, but well, after all, it was a cultivation for nothing, so he still couldn't ask for too much. What is the meaning of this last 5-star praise? Yiyu, who was beautifully checking and receiving the cultivation rewards as well as the rewards of this handout, sniffed and casually replied. Oh, is that if you feel satisfied, just click the full 5 stars, Yiyu hadn't even finished speaking when he saw that the opposite side of the Yellow Springs Yama gave a 1-star bad review without hesitation. Ha! Yiyu looked dumbfounded. No, I received the first bad review in my life? I don't know why. Originally always calm and collected Yellow Springs Yama, at this time, seeing Yiyu this look of defeat, the heart actually has a few silk pleasure. Let you have no big or small to this temple, deserved. Of course, this is not to be revealed. Fortunately, he is wearing a mask, he cannot see my color. What, do you have any comments on this palace's evaluation? Yiyu's face stiffened for a moment, then he spread his hands hopelessly. What opinion can he have? The customer is God. Fortunately, the system would not give any punishment for receiving a 1-star bad review. Unlike before crossing the border, everyday 996 delivery is just a matter of time, and from time to time, you also have to be anxious because of a few bad reviews. Seeing that Yiyu didn't say anything, the corner of Huangquan Yenluo's eyes also flashed a smug smile. But quickly reacted to why he was fluctuating so much because of this person. Now that the contract has also been signed, you can say it, where exactly is Lord Demon? Yiyu nodded at his words, and no longer dilly-dallying, he directly explained to her the circumstances under which he had seen Yu Rohan and her condition at that time. So that's how it was, fell into the mysterious space together with the Divine Moon Empress? Ever since Rohan's mysterious disappearance, there was nothing she feared more than Rohan's demise. Now, after hearing that Rohan was not in any serious trouble and that there was still a possibility that she would break through to void breaking and thus break through space, Yellow Springs Yen Luo was completely relieved. However, Yellow Springs Yama still had doubts in his heart. How can this hall confirm whether what you say is true or false, if you are making things up? Ye sighed and pointed to the paper contract still floating in the air. You've also felt the energy on this paper contract. It doesn't just bind you, it will also bind me, and Ye said, taking out the jade pendant that the Divine Moon Empress had handed over to her. You can sense if this jade pendant retains the Divine Moon Empress's aura. After hearing that, Yellow Springs Yama first glanced at the paper contract, then looked at the jade pendant in Ye's hand and carefully confirmed it. Sure enough, the aura that belonged solely to the Divine Moon Empress could be perceived from that. This made the doubts in Yellow Springs Yama's heart subside for the most part. However, you clearly said that you are from the demon race, so why would you have the Divine Moon Empress's jade pendant, and why does this hall always feel that you, As Yellow Springs Yen Luo spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and his tone carried a bit of incredulity. You're that young sovereign of the Divine Moon sect? This palace has seen your portrait, no wonder it looks so familiar. But then you said that you were from the demon race, could it be that? Yellow Springs Yama had a bold idea in his heart, but felt that it was just too unbelievable. No, how is this still directly opening the box? Ye hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt, otherwise he still didn't know what this Yellow Springs Yama was going to associate with. These trivial matters do not have to care too much. In short, you and I between the transaction has been completed, right? Yellow Springs Yama saw him pull away from the topic, but also did not continue to pursue the question. This temple has its own temple means, I would like to see, what exactly is your identity? Although he felt that he was being targeted by this Yellow Springs Yama, but Ye still asked stiffly. Recently, the demon race is in turmoil. I don't know if Huang Quan your highness has a clue? When Yellow Springs Yama heard Ye's words, an inexplicable look appeared on his face. Oh? Are you begging this temple? Fang was so aggressive, it doesn't look like a begging gesture yet. Ye smiled sardonically, damn it, this woman is quite vindictive. Your highness Huang Quan, where are your words? Earlier just played a small joke with you. Hearing Ye use somewhat conceding words, Yellow Springs Yama couldn't help but let out a giggle, but quickly tensed up again. Since you can see Lord Demon and are a member of the demon race, there is no harm in telling you. Yellow Springs Yama did not hide, and informed Ye about the matters of the devil race during this period of time. And Ye pondered for a long time after hearing it. It turned out that there was actually a Yama who wanted to go further so that he could become the new Devil Emperor and control the devil race. Just which specific Yama was it? Yellow Springs Yama didn't confirm it either, there were just a few suspects. Since Rohan is unhindered, then all of their schemes are just futile and not worth a damn. Yellow Springs Yama at this time, however, did not have the worry from earlier, and his tone was very relaxed. However, Ye did not breathe a sigh of relief, although it was said that everything would not be a problem if the Demon Lord returned. But the key is, when will the Demon Lord be able to return? In the meantime, if those Yen Luo pressed on, the Yi family might also be implicated. Perhaps. Thinking of the opportunity to actively choose the courier object that he had just obtained, Ye had an idea in his heart. It seemed that it was necessary to meet the demon dignitary Yu Rohan again, as well as Divine Moon Empress Qing Ruoxue. Ye had a decision in his heart and became much more relaxed. Since that's the case, then I'll leave first, Your Highness Yellow Spring, happy cooperation oo. Humph. Yellow Springs Yama snorted coldly and did not reply. Happy cooperation, thanks to him for saying it. Dare to show disrespect to this hall, you wait for me. When this palace finds out your true identity, let's see how this palace will clean you up. Ye, who had already left, naturally could not have imagined that the head of the Hall of 10 Temples of Yama would be thinking of him. Chapter 123, Goodbye to you Rohan. How did that matter go? In a silent and cold palace, Silent Yama sat on the Xian iron throne and asked his subordinates below. His entire body was covered in pitch-black scale armor, which was covered in mysterious patterns, and his entire person carried an aura of death and silence. Reporting back to your holiness, it's going well, it's just that the side of Zhaoyin Yen Luo and the other Yen Luo seem to have sensed something as well. The subordinate replied respectfully, his face flickering with fervor. Zhaochen, the rest of Yama is not worth mentioning. What about the Yellow Springs, are there any movements? Silent Yama's voice carried the slightest hint of disdain. For the Yama that ranked lower, he was not concerned. The only ones who were not concerned were Zhaochen Yama as well as Yellow Springs Yama. There was also the second-ranked Shin Delusion Yama, who had never appeared before. It was also because this Shin Delusion Yama had never appeared. Although Silent Yama was wary of him, he wasn't as big a threat as Yellow Springs Yama and Zhaochen Yama. Zhaochen Yama's side revealed its willingness to cooperate, only to ask for more. As for Yellow Springs Yama's side, my subordinate did not receive any news for the time being. Silent Yama frowned. Zhaochen, the appetite is really big. Yellow Springs? There's no harm in agreeing to Xiaoqin's request, in addition to asking that group of ashen profound race people just how much longer it will take. That subordinate nodded respectfully and left the great hall. He. Huang Quan, you can't stop me, the position of demon dignity will definitely be mine, silence, he. Silent Yama sat on the Shin Iron Throne, a flickering flame like hot aura flashed through his eyes. For the next period of time, Yi Yu would go out every day with Jiwei and Ye Shenshang to poke around. But strangely enough, the originally turbulent situation suddenly became somewhat quieter. This gave one quite a bit of a feeling of a mountain rain coming down. On the side of Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, Mio and Yi Yu had spoken several times, but there was not much of a clue. Yi Yu could only urge her to pay more attention to safety. However, during this period, Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang's relationship was inexplicably much better. This was something that even Yi Yu didn't quite figure out. Looking at Jiwei wrapping her arm around her sister, and the two of them were still talking and laughing. Yi Yu's face immediately froze. Damn. My sister clearly hasn't shown such a smile to me. Cough, but after all, it was Jiwei, so Yi Yu couldn't say anything, and could only sigh helplessly. With every time he went out, he couldn't detect any information. Slowly Ye Shenshang also started to bring Xia Jiwei around. And this also once again verified that friendship between girls comes really fast. Yi Yu shook his head in the room, these two were really playing high. Especially Jiwei, I guess she forgot the purpose of this trip. Looks like everything still depends on me. Yi Yu smiled to himself and wanted to grab Xingha to Arua. Then she remembered that Xingha was carried out by her sister. Yi Yu opened the interface of the courier system and looked at the reward that he had obtained last time, the opportunity to actively choose the courier object once. It was then that the target object was selected, Demon Dignitary Yu Rohan. Ding, the host's current express delivery mission has been confirmed, target customer, Yu Rohan, target item, a method to make Qing Ruoshua sing, target location, mysterious space. Ha! Yi Yu rubbed his eyes and once again looked at the mission description this time. Let Qing Ruoshua sink. No, sink what? Yi Yu's face was full of question marks. Should I say that it's worthy of being a demon lord? This inner thoughts are also, well, evil. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that Divine Moon Empress Qing Ruoshua is her own nominal master. He was still the young sect master of the Divine Moon sect. Wasn't she trying to trap herself in injustice? Yi Yu's expression was grave, and he decisively chose. Accept. Well, after all, the customer is God, no matter what, this express delivery should be sent by himself. The familiar white light flashed, and in the next second Yi Yu disappeared in the middle of the room. Void breaking, whom should be able to break through to the void breaking realm in a short while? I wonder how that woman Qing Ruoshua is progressing. In the mysterious space, demon dignitary Yu Rohan stretched lazily and looked in the direction of Divine Moon Empress Qing Ruoshua. When they first obtained the Holy Spirit fruit, the two of them had agreed to cultivate single-mindedly and talk about other things after breaking through to the void-breaking realm. Now that he had already touched the threshold of the void-breaking realm, he was only missing the final kick. I guess she is too, in that case. A few hints of a bad smile surfaced on Yu Rohan's charming and worldly pretty face. That woman has always been noble. I really want to see her sinking appearance. That kind of picture, must be extremely interesting. And think of the Holy Spirit fruit. Yu Rohan naturally also remembered that mysterious man. Who exactly is that person? At this moment, Yu Rohan suddenly realized that there was an extra figure in front of him. Oh? The corners of Yu Rohan's mouth slightly raised. This is not delivered to the door? When Yi Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself once again in this broken and barren secret realm. And opposite to him, Yu Rohan was looking at himself with interest. Yo, isn't this the little brother who wildly sniffed the Divine Moon Empress's personalized jade pendant that day? What, is it missing people? Yi Yu was originally looking around, but as a result, when he heard this seductive voice of Yu Rohan, his figure stumbled a few times. Your Excellency, what words are you saying? How could I have what you said? Yu Rohan's face was shockingly beautiful, and the red dress that was draped over her body even added a few points of demonic charm. And that pair of bare snow-white jade feet is the charm to the peak. One more look seems to fall into her seductive body. Yi Yu swallowed his saliva, and kept telling himself in his heart, this is a devil, this is a devil. While at this moment, Yu Rohan only pursed her lips and laughed lightly, a hint of cunning flashed through those seductive eyes. Oh? How do you know that I am a demon exalt? I didn't say that to you, right? Yi Yu didn't expect her to ask that, Cough. After all, the one who can be equal to my master, the Divine Moon Empress, is only your highness, the demon dignitary, right? The corner of Yu Rohan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but she didn't move to hide it. Master TSK, you call it really smooth, want to also call me a master people can give more than that cold Qing Ruoshua. Saying that, Yu Rohan propped her hands on the ground and rubbed her bare feet against each other. She even intentionally hooked the white crystal toes. The seductive aura that emanated between those hands and feet, who could block it Although the chest is flat that is. Ahem, you're testing the old cadre with this? Demon Father is joking, I just came this time to see how well you have recovered, as well as, well. Ye stammered a little as he spoke. Damn it, really he didn't know how to narrate it. What this demonic father wanted in his heart was just too evil. Chapter 124 Yu Ruhan's schemes. Yu Ruhan was a very intelligent person. She remembered what Yu said last time when he appeared. What is in your heart? What is in your heart right now? What is it? Oh, exempt, interesting. Yu Ruhan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as she looked towards Yu. That bright pretty face was filled with excitement at this time. This father knows, TSK, you are Qing Ruashua's disciple, but I never thought that you actually have this kind of idea of deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestor. This is really fantastic. Yu looked at her with a face full of black lines after hearing this. No, this is clearly what you think in your own heart. What's it got to do with me? Your Highness the Demon Lord, don't spit on me. How could I have a mind like yours? That's what your heart thinks, okay? Yu Ruhan, however, only pursed her lips and smiled lightly. She stood up and walked to Yu. Slightly tiptoeing on her heels, she came to Yu's ear and said, even if it's what's in my heart, do you dare to say that you haven't thought that way? After that, Yu Ruhan retreated a few steps and looked at Yu with a smile on her face. Hiss. This is definitely a demonic spirit, right? Feeling the fleeting warm itchy sensation on his ear, Yu only felt a dryness in his heart. Cough, although I came here to fulfill what you want in your heart, however, I also have the right to refuse. Yu shook his head and forced himself to calm down. Damn it, to not be called a demon lord, these compelling words were too powerful. Yu Ruhan, however, acted as if she didn't hear it. Instead, she stretched out her small hand. You know in your own heart how true or false it is. Come on, take out that contract. Yu froze for a moment. Are they all so proactive now? Well, it's still filled with the same mysterious energy as it was back then, but one level of cultivation, I'm afraid this will have to wait for a while. Yu Ruhan took the golden contract handed over by Yu and scanned it, already having a clear understanding in her heart. Only unlike last time, this time, he had taken the Holy Spirit fruit. It only needed another period of time to break through to the void-breaking realm. Therefore, this paper contract must not be signed now, or else he would have to delay his breakthrough to the void-breaking realm. Only wait until you break through to the void-breaking realm, and then you can sign it again. By that time, he was already at the void-breaking realm, so naturally, it didn't matter about that level of cultivation. Thinking of this, Yu Ruhan put the paper contract into her bosom and smiled softly. This paper contract will be placed here with me for the time being, and I will sign it with you when I break through to the void-breaking realm. Nice guy. Yu instantly froze. No, can it still be like this? Yu suddenly realized that his development of the system was perhaps less than 1%. He didn't hear the system's warning beep, which means it can really be carried like this. Yu did guess the intention of Yu Ruhan wanting to sign it later. The first cultivation level of the void-breaking realm should also be a great enhancement for himself. In that case, it would also be a good thing for himself. That's fine, Demon Lord, then I wish you a successful breakthrough soon. Yu shrugged and said with full sincerity. It was a pity that what he got in return was only a blank stare from Yu Ruhan. This honored one always feels that the aura on your body is somewhat familiar. It seems to be the aura of my demon race. Yu Ruhan frowned slightly. She was now becoming more and more skeptical about Yu's identity in her mind. Yu froze. No, how did you perceive this? Can it be that it's some passive skill of the Demon Lord? A single glance can recognize whether it is a cultivator of the same camp or not? When Yu Ruhan saw that Yu was silent, he didn't ask too many questions. Anyway, it wouldn't take long before he himself could break through this mysterious space and go out. At that time, this person's identity would be known as soon as he checked himself. You don't want to say that's all, talk to this father. Do you know how the demon race has been in recent years? After all, Yu Ruhan was a demon race demon dignitary, and after disappearing himself for so long, his heart was still very worried about the situation of the demon race. Especially Huang Quan. Alas, it's been hard on you. One needed to confirm some hidden secrets about the demon race from her as well. In that case, Yu pondered for a moment, before slowly saying, as far as I know, the devil race has been in constant turmoil lately, especially Silent Yama, Xiaochen Yama, and Rift Yama. Yu added the Rift Spirit Yama who was not dealing with him. Then she went on to tell a story about how they had forced Huang Quan Yama to do so. I heard that she and Yellow Springs Yama were very close. Moreover, I don't think I'm adding to the conversation. When he met Yellow Springs Yama before, that person really had a lot of troubles. Yu convinced himself that he was not red in the face or heart when he pulled the wool over his eyes. At the same time, Yu also praised his own Eclipse Yama. Described her as an image of being seriously injured in order to stop Silent Yama. And prepared to communicate with Eclipse Yama afterward, don't reveal it. As for Yu Ruhan, after hearing this, her pretty face was slightly chilled, and a trace of blood aura flashed through those beautiful eyes. The tyrannical aura of his entire body shot up into the sky, even startling Qing Ruoshua in the distance. What is that woman suddenly mad about? No, how come there seems to be a familiar aura? Shang Rushue gazed into the distance and seemed to have thought of something, her pretty face slightly reddening. Could it be? Well, silence, Zhaochun, and split spirit is it, this honored one remembers. At this time, the Yu Rohan only truly let Yu feel as a devil clan devil zone, that part of the world looking down on the hegemony. You don't want to say identity, this father will not force you. When you go back, tell Huangquan, let her not worry too much, everything to protect themselves as a prerequisite. As for the rest, this father after the return of the self will be resolved. Yu Rohan's face no longer had the demonic meaning of snickering, instead, it was replaced by seriousness and gravity. Yi Yu naturally nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and was just about to sigh in relief that in the future, the Yi family would be considered to be covered by the demon dignitary. But suddenly, he heard Yu Rohan muttering. Eclipse, not bad, this honored one remembers that there is a Yi family under her command, Yi family, your surname is also Yi. No, sis, are you that good at making associations? Yi looked at Yu Rohan, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Immediately opened a denial trifecta. I'm not sure. Well, since the matter has been brought to a temporary end, I will leave first. Saying that, Yi directly left this place, leaving behind only the somewhat stagnant Yu Rohan. Puff. Interesting, too interesting. Shang Ruoshue, you would never have imagined that someone from your own divine moon sect would actually be one of my demon race. Yu Rohan was laughing so hard that her body was trembling slightly. At the same time, in her heart, she was extremely looking forward to Qing Ruoshue's reaction after learning about this matter. This is truly heaven's help for this honorable man. Qing Ruoshue, if I let you sink into your own disciple, sink into one of my demon race. It's really fantastic. Chapter 125, my father also wants to place an order. Originally, Yi Yu was planning to directly leave this space. However, when he left the area where Yu Rohan was, he was wrapped in a familiar energy. Yi Yu was at a loss. What was the situation? How could returning to town be interrupted? However, he was able to feel that this energy was not malicious. Yi Yu followed this energy and arrived in front of Qing Ruoshue. It's really her. Yi Yu looked at Qing Ruoshue, who was standing in front of him, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful for a moment. He had just learned about the mission to raid Qing Ruoshue from Yu Rohan's side, even though he hadn't picked it up yet, right? But this next second to see Qing Ruoshue in person, Yi Yu still have a little bit of uncertainty inside. I have to say, Qing Ruoshue and Yu Rohan are really two extremes. If you say that Yu Rohan is the ultimate charm, then Qing Ruoshue is the ultimate cold. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like cold pools reflecting stars. Unlike Yu Rohan's flat chest, Qing Ruoshue could be described as tolerant. Her body was wrapped in a silver-white robe, and her long, white, crystal-clear legs were shallowly exposed to a section of her calf. However, just this cut was enough to seduce people. Unlike Yu Rohan's charm that directly aroused the fire in people's hearts, Qing Ruoshue was more likely to make people start from the bottom of their hearts. Qing Ruoshue would make people want to conquer her from the bottom of their hearts. No, absolutely was affected by the words of that woman, Yu Rohan. Yi Yu vigorously shook his head, while Qing Ruoshue was puzzled in her heart when she saw him in this state. What kind of disease is this person committing? Yi Yu? It's really you, just now you were at Yu Rohan's place? Yi Yu just wanted to say hello to Qing Ruoshue, after all, he was also considered her disciple now. As a result, when he came up, he heard her ask this question, which instantly made Yi Yu whole. That what? I just went to deliver a courier, nothing else. Yi Yu looked sincere, but Qing Ruoshue couldn't believe a bit of it. This guy character is a problem, or else at first will not go to smell their own personal jade pendant. Yes, when Yi Yu smelled her personal jade pendant of this picture, to Qing Ruoshue brought too deep an impression. So much so that Yi Yu had always been a denizen-like existence in her heart. Divine Moon Inheritance. Silver-robed round moon. Sure enough, Yi Yu, you are now the young patriarch of the Divine Moon sect, that is, the close disciple of this honorable man? Qing Ruoshue felt a trace of Divine Moon aura on Yi Yu. As well as the clothes he was wearing that represented the identity of the Divine Moon sect's young sect master, he knew what had happened. Qing Ruoshue's face was filled with a sigh of relief. She also did not know whether it was good or bad to take Yi Yu as a disciple and also become the young sovereign of the Divine Moon sect. Yi Yu didn't expect Qing Ruoshue to see it at once, and at that moment, she also smiled sarcastically. That, master? Because of that jade pendant, so elder you. Yi Yu simply said what happened after he left this secret realm back then. And Qing Ruoshue sighed slightly after hearing that. Flawless, it's really hard for her. After you go back this time, tell her that this father is about to break through this space and return to the Divine Moon sect, so that she can rest assured. Qing Ruoshue was also worried about the Divine Moon sect inside this period of time. After all, without her sitting in the center, the Divine Moon sect's position in the central state wouldn't necessarily be preserved. However, Qing Ruoshue glanced at Yi Yu with some surprise. However, she had never thought that this person would have such means. The Mid-Continent Discourse. Reincarnation Hall. The Pilgrimage Pavilion. Hoof. Chang Rushua's beautiful eyes flashed a cold color. So, what deal did you just make with Yu Rahan? Do you know that she is a demon dignitary? Being a disciple of this father, yet you secretly made a deal with that demon dignitary. Chang Ruoshua said, looking at Yi Yu with a smile on her face. Could it be that you are thinking that this reverend can be deceived? Well, it was indeed quite tempting to bully, ahem. Yi Yu's complexion was correct, his tone was extremely upright and serious. Master, Master said joke, disciple how dare so, that is the devil wishful thinking, master you have to believe me If it wasn't for that move when Yi Yu subconsciously sniffed his own personal jade pendant. Perhaps Chang Rushua would have been fooled by Yi Yu's sincere look. Do you still recognize this master as your master? Then tell me, what kind of deal did that Yu Rahan make with you just now? Yi Yu sighed, his own cheap master, how do you like to get to the bottom of it so much? However, Yi Yu, as the young sect leader of the Divine Moon sect, naturally, his heart is toward the Divine Moon sect. So he talked to Chang Ruoshua about the deal he had just made with Yu Rahan. Well, only used some more euphemistic words as well as modifications. Otherwise, Yi Yu estimated that even if she was as cool as the Divine Moon Empress, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist going to find Yu Ruhan for a fight. Spare me, Chang Ruoshua was still a bit angry after hearing this. Chest up and down a few times, but it is a very beautiful scenery. It was a pity that Yi Yu only dared to take a glance and then turned his head to look away. Well, demoness. How dare you have such dirty thoughts. Chang Rushua was after all a Divine Moon Empress, and she really couldn't speak some vulgar words. But despite that, Yi Yu was afraid that he was the first to see Chang Rushua's annoyed appearance. Moreover, this kind of Chang Ruoshua has a different flavor. Yi Yu, what are you looking at? How could it be that you really have that kind of mind in your heart? My father. Before Chang Ruoshua finished, Yi Yu quickly waved his hand. Master is wronged. How could I have that kind of mind? I am a righteous person. Chang Rushua took a deep breath of relief. That cool and absolutely beautiful face was filled with shame at this moment. As a Divine Moon Empress, she had always been noble and dignified, so how had she ever heard of such a nasty conceit? Moreover, this person in front of her was still her own disciple. Plus, Chang Ruoshua always remembered the image of this little thief sniffing her own personal jade pendant at first. For a moment, the heart was actually complicated. Yu Rahan, since you are acting in such a manner, then don't blame this honored one. As the saying goes, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Thinking of this, Chang Ruoshua's mind calmed down a lot. She pursed her lips and looked at Yi Yu, then said, well, this honored one can trust you, only. As she said that, the corners of Chang Ruoshua's mouth rose slightly, actually revealing an absolutely beautiful smile. Yi Yu had alarm bells ringing in his heart. How come his own master suddenly revealed this kind of smile? This kind of smile he had only seen on Yu Rahan's face. What did she want to do, master teacher? Since you can make a deal with her, then I guess this master can also make a deal with you. Chang Rushua held a smile, then said word for word. Yi Yu, this honored one will also have to, place an order, right? Just go ahead and conquer Yu Rahan, let her feel what it's like to submit to a man. Chapter 126 Dora A. Phoenix. Yi Yu already didn't know how many times he was shocked today. No, such words were actually coming from the mouth of the Divine Moon Empress who was as cool as the moon. This is still really an abnormal contrast. Moreover, conquering Yu Rahan. Wasn't that just letting yourself go and pick up your own boss? This is too challenging. I like it. What, can't the deal stand? Or does it mean that this honored one is not qualified to place an order with you? Chang Rushua's complexion was slightly cold, and the temperature in the surroundings even dropped a few points. Yi Yu hastily shook his head and patted his chest to assure him. No problem, I guarantee to fulfill the order placed by you, master. It's just that, if it's not completed in the end, then it's not my fault, right? Chang Ruoshua originally only wanted to hit back at Yu Rahan and didn't really expect Yi Yu to succeed. There's no harm, it's fine if you go ahead and do it, but why does this honored one feel as if you're kinda looking forward to this? Chang Ruoshua glanced at Yi Yu and said quietly. How come? Master, this is the contract, you see how the content is, if there is no problem then you can sign it. Yi Yu snorted, then took out a golden contract and sent it to Chang Ruoshua. Conquering Yu Rahan, at first level of cultivation, sign it after this honored one breaks through the void. At this time it is the critical period for this honored one to break through to the void. Like Yu Rahan's choice, Chang Ruoshua likewise wanted to wait until she stepped into the void-breaking realm before signing the contract. Yi Yu didn't have an opinion on this, and was just looking forward to collecting the first level of cultivation from 2 void-breaking realm greats at once afterward. What a great thing that would be. However, Yi Yu's face suddenly turned bitter. It was really hard as hell to fulfill the contents on these 2 contracts. No wonder the system made a special beep just now. Ding, recognizing that the host triggered a special task. The choice between the female emperor and the demon lord, is it to conquer the demon lord, or to let the female emperor sink, or both? Completing the mission will result in a large amount of rewards, and if you complete the hidden mission, you will receive an additional mysterious reward. Yi Yu was dumbfounded when he heard the system's prompt. Okay, you also spaced this to give me an assist, right? Then there is nothing to think about it. Children only make choices, adults, naturally, all of them. Fortunately, this mission is not a time-limited mission, and it seems that there are no restrictions. This also means that there is more room for maneuver. Aha, I'll listen to everything, Master Teacher. But Master, how long will it take for you to break through to the void-breaking realm? Yi Yu paused, then continued. Elder Yu and the 3 senior sisters, as well as the elder disciples of the Divine Moon sect, are all missing you. Hearing Yi Yu's words, a few hints of nostalgia also appeared on Qing Rushua's face. It shouldn't take long. My father is only 1 foot away from the void-breaking realm. All he needs is time. You go back this time and let Flawless and the others rest assured that this father will be back soon. Why does this sound so familiar? It seems like the demon elder was also explaining this to himself just now. Is this the feeling of being an undercover agent on both sides? It's quite marvelous. Moreover, he had been sent to the Divine Moon sect as an undercover agent in the beginning, and had accidentally become the young sect master. Then the Divine Moon Empress asked herself to conquer the top boss, demon dignitary Yu Rohan. Why wasn't this considered a kind of reverse undercover? That's all. The point is that one's own top boss, Demon Lord, similarly requested that one go and make the Divine Moon Empress sink. My head is itching to grow a brain. Yi Yu, who left from the mysterious space and returned to his room, shook his head. In his heart, he secretly said, what is all this about? In the Devil Clan's Karma Fire Hall. Oh? Are you saying that Silence has agreed to all of my requests? Zhao Chenyan Luo asked in a deep voice. His stature was extremely tall. Dressed in a fiery red python robe, the python robe was filled with crimson karmic fire patterns. Behind him, there was a rotating round of golden karma mirrors on each side, and this, in turn, was his Yama authority. Yes, Your Holiness, my family's holiness asked me to come and inform you, and needs you to provide assistance as soon as possible. The person at the bottom was clearly Silence Yama's subordinate. Zhao Chen Yama Luo's expression did not change when he heard this. He just waved his hand. Go back and tell Silent Destruction that since my request has been met, then this dignity will naturally provide assistance. Yes. Looking at the departing Silent Destruction Yama's subordinates, a trace of disdain surfaced on the face of Zhao Chen Yama. Is the demon flame seed that easy to obtain, even with the help of those so-called ancient races? Zhao Chen Yen Luo muttered. What's more, no one knows what kind of condition Lord Demon Lord is in yet. However, a little bit of testing is still possible, so let that Silent Destruction guy go ahead and try. Demon fire? What is that? In the burial god abyss, Yi Yu asked curiously while peeling a melon for Himiko. In recent days, Yi Yu, Xia Jiwei, and Ye Shenshang had explored around but still couldn't find any clues. So Yi Yu decisively decided to come and ask his Doryman Phoenix. After all, Empress' sister had come from an astonishing background and had experienced the ancient period, so she definitely knew many hidden secrets. Although it was said that she was now restricted by the heavenly Tao, resulting in her only being able to stay in the burial god abyss. However, Himiko will always be the best use of Doryman Phoenix. And this demonic fire seed was what Him Phoenix had just mentioned when she spoke of demonic creatures. Emperor Crimson Phoenix took Yi Yu's peeled melon seeds and nodded in satisfaction before saying, if the demon race wants to achieve the position of demon dignity, in addition to strength, that is to obtain the recognition of the demon dignity fire seed. As for the origin of this demon dignity fire seed, I can't say. In short, you can just look at it as a symbol of authority. Emperor Himiko seemed to be in the way of something that she couldn't explicitly say, but this news was enough for Yi Yu. Then it seems that now that the Devil Sovereign is missing, those Yen Luo of the Devil race are trying to gain the recognition of the Devil Sovereign's fire seed so that they can become the new Devil Sovereign. Yi Yu analyzed after thinking about it. It was fine to know what the reason was, that way one could have a strategy to deal with it. From what you said, that should be the case, but you said that the current generation of demon dignitaries did not die out? Oh, that would be interesting. Diem Huang ate the melon nuts that Yi Yu had peeled, and a hint of a spectator's expression flashed across his face. However, when Yi Yu pursued to ask why she said that, she didn't answer again. Little brother, everything is said by sister. In that case, how boring. You should go through this yourself. Him Huang stretched her waist, not minding at all that her perfectly seductive curves were being watched by Yi Yu. Moreover, you have a sister behind you, so you can do whatever you want. Even though I'm just an ordinary person who withers in the burial god abyss, but with elder sister there, no one can move you. Chapter 127 Demon Dignity Fire Seed. Devil Sovereign Fire Seed, what exactly is this? Even father has never heard of it. In the room, Yi Yu pondered as he absently stroked the star haunting. He had asked his father these days, but even he had never heard of it. Could it be that this was a hidden secret that only Yama would know amongst themselves? According to what Sister D had said, if a member of the demon race wanted to achieve demon exaltation, they would have to obtain the recognition of the demon exaltation fire seed. In other words, is it some sort of ritual? But the current generation of demon elders has not passed away. Is it possible to have two demon lords at the same time? That would be too unbelievable. Yi, what are you thinking about? Look, the clothes that Sister Sinking Frost picked out for me, how is it? Just at this moment, Xiao Jiwei's light-hearted voice came over. Yi looked up and realized that she was standing at the door with a light smile, looking at herself with a smile. That pretty face was filled with the anticipation of begging for compliments. Seeing her in this pure and lovely appearance, Yi smiled and pulled her in, then wrapped her into his arms. It's really good looking, Sister's vision is really good. Saying that, Yi kissed Xiao Jiwei on her delicate cheek. Xiao Jiwei first glanced towards the door and realized that no one was there before she sighed in relief, followed by a sweet smile. Aha, that's for sure, this senior sister is naturally beautiful. Well, Yi, what were you thinking just now? Yi smiled and pinched Xiao Jiwei's pretty face. Wasn't it that you were having too much fun with your sister that you forgot the purpose of our coming here this time? Xiao Jiwei's small face was dumbfounded at her words, and she hurriedly coughed lightly a few times. Which is not true, it's not that you're here, and, well. Before Xiao Jiwei could finish her sentence, she was covered by Yi. It's fine, this is quite good, I'm quite happy that she can become more lively. Xiao Jiwei asked with some doubts. Wasn't Sister Sinking Frost like this before? But I think it's normal. Yi sighed, he also didn't know when his sister became this unsmiling now. And the relationship with himself had dropped to the freezing point. It wasn't until earlier when he was sent by his family to work as an undercover agent in the Divine Moon sect that his relationship with his sister improved a bit again. Well, anyway, this is quite good now, Jiwei, it seems that you are very much liked by your sister. Xiao Jiwei sniffed and immediately hummed lightly a few times, that pretty face was full of complacency. That's not true, this senior sister people see people love it, you haven't said it, what are you thinking about Yi rubbed her long hair, with Jiwei by her side, she always felt that everything is not a problem. Jiwei, have you ever heard of the demon fire seed? I suspect that the turmoil of the demon race during this period of time is all from this demon fire seed. Xiao Jiwei's small face was dumbfounded and filled with a confused look. I've never heard of it. I don't know anything about the demon clan. I might as well ask those Yamas. The speaker has no intention, the listener has a heart. Xiao Jiwei's sentence is also a wake-up call to Yi. Yes, I directly go to ask Yama not on the line? Although Yellow Springs Yen Luo, that woman gave herself a bad rating, causing herself not to be able to teleport to her side at any time. But can't I still go and ask Eclipse Yama? And just so happened to go see how she and her other divine soul were doing again. Damn, all this time I've been thinking about the demonic flame seed, I forgot about this. Right, Jiwei, you reminded me. I'll just ask Yen Luo. Xiao Jiwei scratched her small head, what's wrong with Yi? Why does it feel silly? Moreover, Yen Luo is able to say to find it. Demon fire? You are saying that nowadays there are Yama coveting the devil's fire seed again? Eclipse Yama frowned tightly, his voice revealing a trace of astonishment. Since Yi was reminded by Xiao Jiwei earlier, he quickly came to Eclipse Yama's side to inquire. As expected, Eclipse Yama Luo did know the specifics of the demonic flame seed. Yes, I suspect that the demon dignity has not appeared for a long time, and Silent Yama and Zhaochen Yama seem to have some thoughts about the demon dignity fire seed. Yi and Eclipse Yama spoke about the current situation and told Eclipse Yama his suspicions. The devil dignity fire seed is a symbol of a devil dignity status, similar to authority. Eclipse Yama Luo thought about it and picked a few key points, and Yi said. In the beginning, the Devil Sovereign was recognized by the Devil Sovereign fire seed in order to achieve the position of Devil Sovereign. It's just that nowadays, the demon dignity is missing, and if she falls or her breath can't be sensed in heaven and earth, the demon dignity fire seed will become vacant. Eclipse Yama sighed and added. Nowadays, no one knows what has happened to Lord Demon Father, but I think that silent destruction is because the Demon Father fire seed can no longer sense Lord Demon Father's aura in this heaven and earth, and that's why it has developed a different desire to take its place. After Yi heard this, an odd look surfaced on his face. Maybe other people didn't know, but he did know that the demon dignitary Yu Rohan wasn't in trouble at all. And not only that, she was about to break through to the void-breaking realm. No wonder when he saw Yu Rohan before, she looked like she was confident. Dare I say that the demon dignity fire seed still had the function of recognizing then I would like to ask, if the Devil Sovereign appears at that time, will Silent Yama still be recognized by the Devil Sovereign fire seed? After hearing this, Silent Yama puffed and laughed, looking at Yi with some amusement. That naturally won't be is it that easy for the Devil Sovereign fire seed to recognize others, not to mention if Lord Devil Sovereign reappears, this look of yours, could it be that? As Eclipse Yen Luo spoke, he looked at Yi with some surprise. Listening to Yi's words, it seemed that he was certain that Lord Demon Lord was not seriously hurt. when he thought about this divine ability of his to suddenly appear in the secret realm he was in. You've met Demon Lord. Ye nodded with a smile after hearing this. It seems that Eclipse Yama isn't stupid either. This is how he reacted. Your Highness Eclipse, I have indeed met Lord Demon, and she is in a very good state. Even after some more time, she will be able to break through to the void-breaking realm, and will return to the demon clan at that time. You thought about it and then hemmed and hawed. And I have given you a few good words in front of Lord Demon. Oh, don't show your face then. Saying that, Ye told her what he said to Demon Lord before about Eclipse Yenluo being seriously injured because he stopped silent Yenluo. And he urged her not to show her face when the time came. Etched Moon Yenluo heard this and puffed, nodding with some forbearance. That it seems that silence and their calculations are all useless. I really want to see how they look when they see Lord Demon then. This was also what Ye wanted to say. That would be too much to look forward to. The two of them chatted some more before Ye asked. Your Eclipse Highness, how are you and that divine soul doing nowadays? When Eclipse Yenluo heard this, his expression was slightly embarrassed, and his eyes were a bit evasive. Well, just fine. Chapter 128 Master, you've also traded with Ye? Ye instantly felt an aura of eating melon. So she hurriedly sat beside Eclipse Yama and looked at her with interest. I don't know if it was because the relationship between the two of them had improved. The current Eclipse Yenluo didn't use those chains to trap herself anymore, and actually changed into a set of stone benches and tables, which had a unique feeling. But these are not important. Tell me specifically, how is it? Eclipse Yama somewhat stammered, but Ye has been pursuing the question, and finally can only be helplessly blanked Ye a glance. Really can't figure out what you are so curious about, sort of close to a lot of it, just she, well, mouth but never admit it, but I can feel what she thinks in her heart, just. Eclipse Yenluo described it for half a day, but in the end, he could only use tangled to describe the state of the other divine soul. And Ye slapped his thighs after hearing this I'm familiar with. This is not arrogance, the mouth said hate you, not for your sake and so on. In fact, the heart can care, this is called arrogance, I tell you. Ye words have not finished it, feel in front of the Eclipse Moon Yenluo breath suddenly change. Then he saw a pair of exasperated and slightly annoyed eyes staring at himself. Who are you calling arrogant? Who? Arrogant. Jiao. I just hate her, I hate her the most. If you dare to say that again, believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Ye looked at the Eclipse Yenluo in front of him with some tears and laughter. At this moment, Ye only felt that he was facing a little girl who was throwing a tantrum. Cough, am I wrong? You were originally, don't hit, why are you like a child? Ye hadn't even finished speaking when Eclipse Yenluo whacked Ye in annoyance. Well, the attack power is slightly equal to nothing. Well, your name is Ye, right? I remember you wait for me, when I come out? You see how I'll clean you up. Eclipse Yama said with gritted teeth, only this look actually looked a little playful and cute. It was only a pity that she had forgotten one thing. Is that so? But don't forget, at that time, the two of you will still need my help in separating your divine souls and transplanting them. Ye said unafraid, not putting Eclipse Yama's threat in his eyes at all. And Eclipse Yenluo after hearing this, was also a small face. Yes, oh, how did he forget about this? But, it was still so angry. This person is also too hateful, how could there be such a hateful person? Eclipse Yama stammered for half a day, and in the end, it was Eclipse Yama's own body that couldn't stand to watch and came up to top the number. Well, why are you getting angry with her? What, do you really want to bully her? Eclipse Yama glanced at Ye and asked in an odd tone. After all, that divine soul shared a body with her, so the words that Ye flirted with her, Eclipse Yenluo herself always felt strange. Cough, of course not. Well, it feels like there's already quite a tacit understanding between you guys, so after the matter of the demonic fire seed is over this time, I'll come and separate the divine souls for you? At this Eclipse Yama didn't refuse, he just gently nodded his head, and at the same time, he seemed to be a bit worried about Ye. Although you have met Lord Demon, but when you will come back is unknown, during this period you should pay attention to protect yourself. Eclipse Yenluo's worry Ye naturally thought of it. However, with Invincible in hand, his own safety was naturally no problem. The most crucial thing is still to protect the Ye family, father and sister Mio? I was about to look for you, about the reason for the demon race's turmoil I have found it. Ye, who had returned to his room, suddenly received Tantai Mio's voice transmission and said with a smile. However, the Tantai Mio on the other side seemed to be a little anxious to speak, with an appearance of wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. What's wrong, Mio? Have you guys encountered something? Ye asked curiously, while Tantai Mio snorted and asked about the reason behind Ye's demon race's turmoil. Although Ye felt that it was a bit strange, but after all, the matter of the Devil Sovereign's fire seed was more important, so she spoke in detail with Tantai Mio about the cause. When the voice transmission was interrupted, Tantai Mio was still staring blankly into the distance. At this moment, she was sitting in the middle of her lovely room, her mood extremely complicated. Ye, what is your relationship with Master? Tantai Mio murmured, and her thoughts returned to the image of being called by her master some time ago for questioning. Mio, you like Yu very much, right? Cold Chiyue turned her back to Tantai Mio and asked quietly. And Tantai Mio heard just a slight blush on her small face, her hand cupped the corner of her coat, and she shyly replied. Yeah, I just like him la. Why did master ask about this all of a sudden? Han Chiyue pursed her lips, the words came to her mouth, but she didn't know where to start. Could it be that he was also related to him? That wouldn't be stealing a man from his own disciple. If this were to be spread out, how else would the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace gain a foothold in the Tianyu continent? However, why does this girl look so righteous? Obviously, this father knows him much earlier than you. No, why are my own emotions so unstable now? Han Chiyue took a long breath and continued to ask. You have a unique magical ability, right? Can travel through space at will, you and him, that's how you met, right? Ah. Tantai Mio looked at her master teacher somewhat dumbfounded. No, how did master teacher know about this? I have never mentioned this matter to master teacher Ah. Can it be that? You also traded with master teacher? No, if it's true, then why have I never heard Yu mention it? Moreover, Yu's indeed looked like he didn't recognize master teacher when he met him, this is something that can be confirmed. Senior, Yu, how did you know? Cold Chiyue did not answer, but only remained silent for a long time. In the end, she just shook her head and said softly. Go back to the forgetful heavenly palace, the matter of the demon race can't be delayed any longer. After saying that, he brought Tantai Mio back to the forgetfulness heavenly palace. It was also from that day onwards that Tantai Mio had been paying attention to her master. Then sure enough, she discovered something wrong. As long as every time Yu was mentioned, there would always be a brief change in his master's complexion. Originally, master teacher's complexion was always as cold as ice. However, Tantai Mio realized that as long as Yu was mentioned, master teacher's face would even briefly appear. The same look as her own appeared, the look of unconsciously feeling sweet at the thought of Yu. Could it be? Tantai Mio lightly bit her lips, and in her heart, she had a bold and even crazy guess. But it shouldn't be so. A person as icy cold as master teacher, and the great Tao of forgetfulness had also been cultivated to the extreme. How could it be possible? Tantai Mio scratched her hair in distress. Damn it, it's all because of Yu. When they meet they must interrogate them properly. Chapter 129, Yu, come with me. Are you saying that the recent turmoil in the demon race is all due to Silent Yama and Zhaochang Yama? In the Starfall Pavilion, Ye Qinglan, who was sitting in the center position of the hall, frowned slightly and asked as he surveyed the stack of documents in his hands. Yes, but what exactly those two Yamas are trying to plot? My subordinate is incompetent and is unable to probe for the time being. A person almost hidden in the darkness replied respectfully. Ye Qinglan tapped his fingers on the desktop, seemingly thinking about something. With Yen Luo making a move, it was no wonder that it would affect the various transactions of the Starfall Chamber of Commerce. Just, what exactly was the reason behind everything? Well, Yu should also be in the demon race at this time, I wonder if he has any clues. In addition, Miss, the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace's side seems to have confronted Silent Yama. That black shadow added a sentence. Ye Qinglan gently nodded after hearing that. I see, you go down, continue probing and report back if you have any news. When the figure left, Ye Qinglan thought about it and still transmitted a voice to Yu. Yu, how are you doing in the demon race? Yu had just returned from the family hall. He informed the people of the family in detail about the matter of the Devil's Fire Seed as well as Silent Yama and Zhaochang Yama, and told them to take precautions to prepare for it. Although the Yi family was not a small force in the demon clan, there was still a huge gap compared to the 10 temples of Yama. Qinglan? Well, it's still going well, I've already figured out the reason behind this. Without even needing Ye Qinglan to ask, Yu directly told Ye Qinglan the ins and outs. And after Ye Qinglan heard it, he also pondered for a moment. The Devil's Fire Seed. It seemed to have a hint of an impression, but where had I heard of it? I seem to have some impression, I'll check the Starfall Pavilion's ancient records later. Let's talk about it when we meet at that time. You don't know it yet, the site of Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace has already exchanged hands with Silent Yama's henchman, Yu. Let's see you at Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Yu's expression was stunned after hearing this. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace has engaged Silent Yama's men? After interrupting the audio message, Yu immediately got up and went to find Jiwei in Sinking Frost. However, Yu was not too worried in his heart. After all, the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace had Cold Chiyue in attendance, so nothing should go wrong. Damn it, the group of women from the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace are really shady. Silent Yama said angrily after receiving the information from his subordinates. For the demonic spark, in order to aspire to obtain it, it was necessary to raise his cultivation level as much as possible. Silent Yama Lo had a divine ability called the Silence of All Things, and this was the origin of his Silent Yama Lo name. Once this technique was released, all things would fall into silence, which could be considered extremely lethal. Nay, if one wanted to refine it, one would need a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures for it to absorb. It also needs to devour the cultivator's divine soul to aid in cultivation. Originally, all of this was done secretly. But Naiha had previously clashed with the people of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, causing Han Shiyue to notice Silent Yama. Coupled with the fact that now obtaining the recognition of the Devil's Fire is imminent, Silent Yama Luo has even increased the cultivation of all things silent. This is even more so that Han Shiyue stared at Silent Yama. After all, the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace itself was not far from the northern domain. Damn it, Cold Shiyue, this is what you forced this father to do, huh? Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, this father would like to see if you can really forget your love. A trace of coldness flashed out of the corner of Silent Yama's eye, and he already had a countermeasure in mind. Yiyu, are we going to the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace now? On the flight prop, Xia Jiwei asked with some curiosity. She had originally made an appointment to go out together with both of them, Ye Shenshang. As a result, she was pulled onto the flight prop by Yiyu and left the Yi family without saying a word. Yeah, Yiyu, did you find something? Ye Shenshang also asked in a low voice, stroking the star haunter in her arms, while there were a few hints of embarrassment in her voice. After all, she had patronized Xia Jiwei to wander around during this period of time. Yiyu had chosen a good destination and nodded at her words. Yeah. I heard Qinglan say that the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace has already engaged Silent Yama's men, so I guess there will be movement on the side of Xiaochen Yama. Yiyu paused before continuing. That's why Qinglan and I made an appointment for us to meet at the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace and then summarize the intelligence. Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang both looked at each other after hearing this, then both nodded their heads obediently. Since you've made arrangements, then we'll just listen to you, right, Sister Sinking Frost? Xia Jiwei said with a smile as she held Ye Shenshang's arm. On the other hand, Ye Shenshang sneaked a glance at Yiyu before softly humming. The speed of the flying prop was very fast, and it wasn't long before Yiyu and his group arrived at the Forgetful Heavenly Palace. Neo? Are you the only one here? Where is your master? Yiyu looked around. The Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace was still this cold. After seeing Tantai Mio's figure, Yiyu and the others walked up to her. Tantai Mio was also relieved when she saw Yiyu and his group. Master, she took the elders and went to the border of the northern domain. I'm waiting for you guys here. Went to the border? Yiyu asked curiously. Mio, how did your Forgetful Heavenly Palace start a conflict with the demon race? Hearing Yiyu's question, Tantai Mio was also a little confused. I'm not too clear, I just know that it seems like the demon Yama and our Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace had a dispute. But Master has never been one to meddle in such matters, but this time, he took the initiative to go to the border to confront the demon race, in which, as Tantai Mio spoke, she looked towards Yiyu, that pretty face filled with suspicion. Yiyu looked around at Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang. This was listening with great interest. How come they suddenly stopped talking, and why were they looking at themselves? Mio, why did you stop talking halfway through? Xia Jiwei also opened her mouth to inquire in doubt at this time, and Ye Shenshang also looked at Tantai Mio curiously. Tantai Mio didn't know what to say, she just gave Yiyu a hateful blank look. I also don't know la. Qinglan said before that she would also come to the Forgetful Heavenly Palace, let's wait for her for a while. Saying that, Tantai Mio pulled Yiyu's hand and said to Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang. I'll talk to Yiyu about something, you guys make yourselves at home you can all wander around the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace as you please, Yiyu. You come with me. Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang looked at each other, both of their faces were filled with confusion. Can it be that Mio was not seeing Yiyu for many days, missing her too much, and then, yelp, so anxious? As Xia Jiwei spoke, she did not know what image came to her mind, her pretty face flushed, and she muttered in a small voice. And then what? Jiwei, what are you talking about? Ye Shenshang was simple in nature, and when she heard Xia Jiwei say these words of unknown significance, her heart was filled with doubt. Meow? The star haunter in Ye Shenshang's arms similarly meowed a few times in confusion, seemingly curious about what was happening as well. Xia Jiwei's face stiffened and she scratched her head in embarrassment. Nothing, just let the two of them talk, let's go, Sister Sinking Frost and Star Haunter, let's stroll around this Forgetful Heavenly Palace together. Chapter 130, What is your relationship with Master? Yiyu was pulled all the way to the middle of her own room by Tantai Mio. This caused Yiyu's face to have a slightly subtle color. This development. Could it be that Mio was having trouble holding back? I can't see that this girl is so proactive. Can't it be that all the heavenly maidens of oblivion are so sentimental at heart? Then, do I have to show some resistance later on, or directly turn passivity into initiative? Yiyu smacked his tongue, and already began to fantasize about the beautiful picture later. As a result, just after entering the room, Tantai Mio tugged at her collar. Yiyu heatedly smiled. Mio, don't be so hasty la, we still need a bit of foreplay. Yiyu, do you and my master know each other? What is the relationship between you? Almost at the instant Yiyu opened her mouth, Tantai Mio also pouted her small mouth and questioned. The two then glanced at each other and asked again in unison. Master. Foreplay. The two of them then fell into a long silence. It was only afterward that Tantai Mio seemed to react as if she had come to her senses. With a face as red as blood, she punched Yiyu's chest. Although she had never come into contact with those, but after all, she had been with Yiyu for a long time. Some of this person's usual flowery mouth made Tantai Mio gradually understand the meaning of some of the words as well. You, hump, stinking Yiyu, big pervert. Yiyu reached out and caught Tantai Mio's small fist, his face full of innocence. No, what about the promise throwing yourself in the arms and taking the initiative that? How did it become like this? However, Yiyu's reaction was still fast, and with a gentle tug, he embraced Tantai Mio, who was pouting and making a fuss, into his arms. Cough, I'm joking with you, ha ha ha, funny? Cough, Mio, what did you just say, your master? I'm not familiar with her. Tantai Mio whimpered lightly, crouching on Yiyu's chest, humming softly. I'm going to talk to you about business, what's going on in your head? Let me ask you, are you really not related to master? Yiyu's face was filled with bewilderment. Relationship? It hasn't happened yet. Ah shucks, what was he thinking? It really doesn't matter. I haven't even seen a few faces with your master. Where is the relationship? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yiyu was really confused at this time. How could Mio suddenly mention her master's father? Cold Chiyu, a cold palace master. If he said relationship, then at most he had brought her to stroll around the divine moon sect. This shouldn't be considered a strange relationship, right? Tantai Mio saw that Yiyu spoke with extreme sincerity, unlike lying, and at that moment, she also scratched her head in distress. That would be strange, master. Tantai Mio muttered in a small voice, but since Yiyu said so, then she still believed Yiyu. Well, forget about this matter, forget about it, pretend I didn't ask, let's, you, what do you want? Tantai Mio originally wanted to get up from Yiyu's embrace, but ended up being tightly embraced by Yiyu. When she looked at Yiyu in confusion, she found the man smiling badly. What? After wronging me without even an apology, you want to leave like this? Well. Tantai Mio bit her lips and hummed softly. Then I'm sorry, I'll just apologize to you, Before she finished, Yiyu smiled and captured her delicate red lips. Cold and soft, like the petals of the first blooming rose, fragrant and sweet. While Tantai Mio was suddenly kissed by Yiyu on her lips, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. She gently pushed Yiyu's chest, but she couldn't break free at all. It's just that I was the one who misunderstood him in the first place. Then just let him take advantage of it. Well, this bad guy, why is he so skillful at kissing? I don't know how much time had passed, but Tantai Mio ran out of the room with some shame and anger. Only to see that her lips were slightly swollen, her clothes were disheveled, and her whole body didn't seem to have much strength. Big bad egg. Just know how to bully me, hurry up and go see Jiwei and the others. Yiyu looked at the few drops of crystallized water stains on her fingers, and with a hee smile, she then followed. Coming, still have strength? Do you want me to hug you? Yuck. Big bad egg, bad. You guys are saying good things? Yiyu and Tantai Mio found Xia Jiwei and Ye Shenshang at a pavilion platform. Xia Jiwei glanced at these two and asked in an ambiguous tone. Yiyu had thick skin and did not feel anything. On the contrary, it was Tantai Mio, whose pretty face was flushed and was rolling. Say yes, right, this is. Tantai Mio was a bit incoherent, but when she saw Ye Shenshang beside Xia Jiwei, she immediately used the great method of topic diversion. Hello, I am Yiyu's sister, Ye Shenshang. Ye Shenshang took the initiative to introduce herself, and in her heart, she was guessing the relationship between Tantai Mio and Yiyu. Tantai Mio's small face was dumbfounded, and she looked at Yiyu again, only to find that the bad guy was blinking at her. This is actually Yiyu's sister. Then what one just did, oh, shame on one's face. I'm Tantai Mio, of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace, sister, good. Puffing. Yiyu and Xia Jiwei could not help but laugh out loud when they saw this incoherent and cute appearance of Tantai Mio. Even Ye Shenshang could not help but purse her lips and laugh lightly. However, in her heart, there were a few hints of confusion. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace? It was heard that the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace were all people who had broken their love, but how did she? It was at this time that Yiyu stood out, holding back his laughter and said, Cough, it's good that we all know each other, so let's stay in the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace for a day. I think Shanglan should also arrive tomorrow. The several women did not have any opinions on this. And Tantai Mio, as the Heavenly Maiden of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, naturally had to do her duty as a landlord. So she took the initiative to bring Yiyu and them to the residence, arranging it properly. Since his sister was also there, Yiyu did not go to Jiwei and Mio at night. Well, otherwise facing that strange gaze of his sister, he really didn't know how to face it. Early in the morning of the second day, Yi Qinglan had indeed arrived at the Forgetful Heavenly Palace. After all, the Starfall Pavilion itself was not far from the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Yiyu, you've all arrived, huh? Could this be your sister? Yi Qinglan walked down from the luxurious imperial chariot and came in front of Yi Yu and the others. Upon seeing Ye Shenshang, she asked with some curiosity. Yi Yu nodded, not surprised that Qinglan recognized Ye Shenshang. Elder sister, this is the Starfall Pavilion's 1,000 gold miss, Yi Qinglan. Qinglan, she is my elder sister, Ye Shenshang. Speaking of which, we're both surnamed Yi, it's quite faithful. Yi Yu gave an introduction to the two of them and at the same time made a joke. And Ye Shenshang and Yi Qinglan looked at each other and both nodded to each other. Yi Yu there are more and more women around him. Ye Shenshang had a strange feeling in her heart. And this feeling made her feel as if she was becoming a bit strange. Chapter 131 Mysterious Scroll. Yi Qinglan didn't talk nonsense and directly spoke out all the information she knew. I checked the ancient books collected by the Starfall Pavilion. The demon dignity fire seed should have existed since the ancient times, and the demon race at that time used this item as the demon dignity authority. Yi Qinglan told what he knew about the devil exalted fire seed. After that, he also gave the information about Silent Yama and Zhaochen Yama to the crowd as well. Yi Yu nodded after hearing this and had a bottom in his heart. Then let's go to the border as well. I don't know how Palace Master Cold and the others are doing. The crowd followed and nodded, even Yi Qinglan followed and said. I'll go and take a look as well. Humph, those damn Yan Luo, the commotion they made has affected our Starfall Chamber's business. Yi Qinglan said, her pretty face full of fury, the heavens and the earth are the biggest, and her own family's business is the biggest. The rest of them looked at each other with somewhat odd expressions. It wasn't long before Yi Yu and the others arrived above the northern domain border. The northern border. Yi Yu recalled the time when he killed that old thing Yama with the help of Yu Tang. And after that, he was even harnessing the demon emperor on top of the demon clan's throne. Cough cough, thinking of the demonic and seductive Yu Tang, Yi Yu felt a burst of fire in the bottom of his heart. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the demon clan for a while, and I don't know how the matter of the 12 witch demons of the demon clan is going. After all, only 3 of the 12 witch demons have appeared, and the remaining ones are also a hidden danger. Thinking of this, Yi Yu also sent a voice transmission to Yu Tang, telling her that he was now on the border of the northern region. Well, although he had Invincible in his hand, but after all, this time, there were still Jue, Mio, and his sister. Yi Yu didn't want any of them to have problems in their midst. Yi Yu, what are you staring at? Let's go, Master and the others are over there. Tantai Mio tugged on Yi Yu's sleeve, reached out and pointed ahead and said. Yi Yu followed her finger and looked, and sure enough, the people from the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace were over there. Cold Chiyue was wearing a white palace dress. She stood there, just like a round of cold moon, cold and indifferent. Although the northern border was located in a remote area, many cultivators could still be seen hiding in the distance and watching. For the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace and the demon race to start a conflict, many cultivators were curious about how it would end. Of course, many of these righteous cultivators were also prepared to secretly come to the aid of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. After all, the righteous path and the demon race originally had an irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, this time, the palace master of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace has personally appeared, which has given many cultivators a shot in the arm. The opposite side of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace is the silent Yama. The whole body of the dead air, even now is daytime, but still let a person feel the cold. Standing beside him, should be that Zhaochen Yama. Look, those two are Silence Yama and Zhaoxin Yama. Yi Qinglan whispered at Yi Yu's side. The 2 rounds of karmic mirrors behind Zhaochen Yama is his Yama authority. It's said that each Yama of the demon race has its unique authority added to it. It's just a pity that I don't know what Silent Yama's authority is. There are 2 Yama on the opposite side, and there is only Palace Master Cold on the side of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace. Isn't the situation not so good? Ye Shenshang said softly. As a member of the demon race, she naturally knew that each Yama had its own terror. Not to mention that this Silent Yama and Zhaochen Yama were the 3rd and 4th ranked Yama respectively. Yi Yu, let's go over there as well? Tantai Mio said with some concern. Yi Yu nodded and led the crowd to the side of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace. Cold Palace Master, do you really want to press on, knowing that I, Silent Destruction, will not be afraid of you? Silence Yenluo's voice was indignant, and the aura of death around him was a few points more dense. Cold Chiyue did not say anything, just disdainfully glanced at him. Silent Destruction, with the 2 of us here today, even if it's Han Chiyue, what can it do? Zhaochen Yama spoke from the side. In his opinion, taking down the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace today was not a difficult task. As for Silent Yama Lo's earlier promise of favors, what he had asked for was for Zhaochen Yama Lo to make a move to help him fight against the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Master, we're here. Is the demon race going to war with us? Tantai Mio came to the side of Han Chiyue, looking at the foolish demon race ahead, and asked in a low voice. Hearing Tantai Mio's voice, Han Chiyue turned her head to look at her and gently nodded. Then without leaving a trace, she glanced at Yi Yu and pursed her lips, but did not say anything. Yi Yu also walked over to Cold Chiyue's side and whispered. Palace Master Han, there is no need to worry too much. As far as I know, the demon clan's demonic father did not fall. When she returns, these Yin Luo will definitely not be broken. Cold Chiyue slightly frowned. This kind of hidden secrets, how did Ji learn about it? However, before she could think more, the voice of the silent Yama on the opposite side came over. I have long heard that Palace Master Cold's cultivation carries out heaven and earth, and that he has cultivated the avenue of forgetfulness to the extreme. But I wonder if I can withstand this strike? Saying that, silent Yama suddenly took out a mysterious scroll and sneered twice. And Yiyu's heart jumped sharply a few times without reason when he saw the scroll he took out. Palace Master Cold, be careful, I'm afraid that. Before Yiyu could finish his words, he only saw silent Yama immediately crush the scroll. In the next moment, a brilliant light directly enveloped Cold Chiyue. Almost in a flash, Yiyu didn't even think about it and directly grabbed Han Chiyue's small hand. And after an instant, both Yiyu and Han Chiyue's figures actually disappeared in place. Master Yiyo! Yiyu! A few women exclaimed in shock, but this area was devoid of Cold Chiyue and Yiyu's aura. With the disappearance of Han Chiyue, there was some confusion on the side of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. However, Tantai Mio stood out at this time, her small face taut, and quickly stabilized the somewhat chaotic situation. After all, the Forgotten Love Heavenly Maiden's identity was still very useful at this time. Xiajiwei, Ye Shenshang on the other hand was extremely worried about Yiyu and Han Chiyue, not knowing if there would be any danger. Don't worry, that sealing scroll doesn't seem to have an attack ability, it seems to have just transferred Yiyu and Palace Master Han away. Yi Qinglan, after all, had seen a lot and comforted the crowd at this time, but there was also a deep concern in her tone. Now the most crucial thing is on our side, the Cold Palace Master is now absent, I don't know how to fend off the Demon Clan. Silent Yama was also relieved to see the scroll taking effect. There was some reluctance in his heart though, after all, the effects of that scroll that he had gotten from the Ashen Abyss clan were extremely powerful. However, it was considered worth it. Silent Yama looked across at the Forgotten Heavenly Palace's crowd and let out a cold smile. Xiaochen, you and I together, let's destroy this Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace today. Xiaochen Yama Luo nodded and laughed wildly. Jia, that's exactly what I want to do. In this way, the entire continent will know that my demon race Yama's mighty name. Chapter 132, This is just an accident. I don't know how long had passed when Yiyu reopened his eyes. What met his eyes was actually Han Chiyue's cold and absolutely beautiful face. And himself, at this moment, he was collapsing on Han Chiyue's body. Yiyu blinked his eyes, and the place where he entered his hand was amazingly soft. Yiyu couldn't help but rub a few times, but then he saw that Cold Chiyue had opened her eyes and was staring at herself. True death gaze. You're awake too, Palace Master Cold? If I say that it was just an accident, do you believe me? Yiyu saw that Cold Chiyue looked down to where a certain soft spot of hers was being covered by her big hand. Swallowing her saliva, she carefully said. Cold Chiyue did not say anything, but only looked at Yiyu with a murderous aura in her eyes. As well as, a trace of imperceptible shyness. Yiyu hastily jumped up in an arrow step, waving his hands at a loss. Misunderstanding, I just now that was, subconscious, yes, it was a subconscious action, Palace Master Han you have to believe me. Cold Chiyue pursed her lips and stood up without a word, surveying the surroundings. Yiyu saw that she didn't say anything, her heart became even more apprehensive. How does this Cold Palace Lord not have much of a reaction? So either that people are just cheap at. Yiyu see Cold Chiyue does not attack instead feel strange. Unbeknownst to me, at this time Cold Chiyue's heart has long been a mess. Where there is still mind to question Yiyu. He just now was. Well, how is it even worse than at first? Han Chiyue's heart was incomparably shy, this denizen, really is a lustful heart. Han Chiyue coughed lightly and tried to restore her calm before turning to Yiyu. The situation is forced, this palace will not take it into account, but if this father knows that you did it on purpose, let's see how you will explain it to Mio. Yiyu smiled sardonically, then pulled away from the topic. Palace Master Cold, where are we, and what is the origin of that sealed scroll from that silent Yama? Hearing him speak of business, Cold Chiyue also straightened her complexion. Just now, I have already used my divine sense to investigate, and I'm afraid that the effect of that sealing scroll is to be able to generate an independent space. Han Chiyue's face hesitated for a moment, then said with some confusion. But looking at this independent space, there doesn't seem to be any danger, could it be just to trap my father? As Han Chiyue spoke, a few hints of worry also surfaced on her pretty face. This palace being trapped, I don't know how Mio and the girls outside should deal with the demon race. Yiyu froze for a moment at his words, this Palace Master Cold, it seemed that she was not as ruthless as rumors had it. Yiyu glanced at Cold Chiyue and realized that there was indeed worry on her face. Is this still the Palace Master of the Forgetful Heavenly Palace? Yiyu shook his head, now is not the time to think about this either. It shouldn't be just this effect, if it's just to trap us, then they're going to have empty joy. Yiyu hemmed and hawed, fortunately he had prepared for this. I have already notified you Tang, that is, the Demon Emperor, Palace Master Han please also rest assured that Mio and the others will be fine. Cold Chiyue looked at Yi Yu rather unexpectedly. You actually know the Demon Emperor? And still managed to make her personally come on a trip for you, and her, whom? Yi Yu scratched his head and was just about to make a few modest remarks. However, he found that Cold Chiyue suddenly frowned slightly, and at the same time, the surrounding space was actually enveloped by a stream of pink smoke at some point. This is... Damn it, this area seems to be restricted right now, no message can be transmitted. Xia Jiwei bit her lips and said softly. Mine can't be transmitted out either, it seems that the demon Yama has used some sort of means. Yi Qinglan similarly tried her own means of contact and then guessed. And beside them, Tantai Neo and Ye Shenshang were both ready to fight. It seems that we can only hope that those righteous cultivators in the faraway places will spread the news out. Ye Shenshang said in a low voice with a grave expression on her face. Tantai Neo was still a bit stunned, although she extremely believed in her senior. But after all, both Yi Yu and her senior had disappeared, which made her slightly disoriented. Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace, today is the time to get rid of the name. As for your palace master, this palace really wants to know if she can really forget her love. Silent Yama laughed coldly, he didn't care about bullying or not bullying shrinking. At this moment, he and Zhaochen Yama Luo struck out together, directly attacking in the direction of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. Originally, in their opinion, only this strike was needed, and it would definitely be able to directly annihilate those disciples of the Forgetfulness Heavenly Palace. However, at the next moment, a soft laugh suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a barrier appeared, easily blocking this joint strike by Silent Yama and Zhaochen Yama. What kind of person dare to block this hall, so unaware of death? Zhaochen Yama asked in a deep voice, while glancing at Silent Destruction beside him, and found that his face was also filled with confusion. The many cultivators in the distance were also looking at this place with wide eyes at this moment. In their hearts, they were also guessing just who had shown up. TSK, the district Yenluo, not living up to the might of the ancient times, also dares to be so rampant. If your demonic father was here, this emperor would still have a few high regards, but unfortunately, with just the two of you, As the voice fell, Yu Tang's figure also appeared in front of Tantai Mio and the others. That pair of iconic nine tails was casually swaying at the moment, as well as that bewitching and movingly stunningly beautiful face. None of it was indicative of her identity. The demon race emperor, Yu Tang. Ye Shenshang and Xia Jiwei both blinked. They had both seen the demon emperor before, and there was just a hint of surprise in their hearts at the sudden appearance of this demon emperor. Yi Qinglan froze for a moment. The demon emperor. Could it be that it was related to Yi Yu again? This was too unbelievable. And Tantai Mio's little face froze for a moment. Demon emperor? How did she suddenly appear to help us? Yu Tang looked back at Tantai Mio and then at the remaining few women, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Stinking Yi Yu, letting this emperor protect your ladies, right? It wasn't impossible, then let them owe themselves a human favor. Demon Emperor. At first, Yellow Springs Yama had already made peace with the demon race. Why did your excellency come to block my demon race again today? Silent Yama's face was gloomy. The appearance of the demon emperor was something he hadn't expected. More critically, she actually stood on the side of the forgotten heavenly palace. Oh? Does this emperor still need to explain to you when he acts? Besides. Yu Tang disdainfully glanced at Silent Yenluo. The Yellow Springs Yama in your mouth, where is she? This sentence directly left Silent Yama Lo speechless. His own behavior was originally hidden from Huang Quan Yama. After all, Huang Quan Yama Luo was a diehard loyalist of the Demon Exalt, and if one wanted to plot against the Demon Exalt's fire seed, one naturally couldn't act openly and honestly. Although Huang Quan Yen Luo also had some perception is all. Silence, what should we do now? The Demon Emperor is not something we can deal with. As the Demon Emperor appeared, Zhaochen Yama was hesitant and said in a low voice. Chapter 133, Playing It Off. Silent Yama grimaced, and in the end, he could only nod hopelessly. Retreat, anyway, the purpose of this time has also reached. Cold Chiyue, that matter the Demon Emperor must not know. Now the most crucial thing is that matter. Zhaochen Yama Luo had no opinion since, anyway, this time he only came for the benefits. As for the matter planned by Silent Yama, Zhaochen Yama did not look favorably on it. The main reason was that no one had confirmed that the Demon Lord had already fallen. When Zhaochen Yama Lo thought of a certain possibility, his heart was filled with fear. If that situation really did occur then he himself wouldn't be penalized too much. Then, Zhaochen Yama gave a cold smile and glanced at Silent Destruction Yama. Let Silent Destruction go and explore the path. Seeing the retreat of the demon race, the hearts of the people were relieved. Yu Tang, on the other hand, was not surprised by this. After all, in today's demon race, that little girl Yu Rohan was not there, no one could stop themselves. However, what was important now was. Yu Tang pursed her lips and smiled lightly, turning back to look at the several Tantai Mio women. Where is Yi Yu? Speaking of which, this emperor saved you guys, don't you have anything to show for it? Damn it. This woman's performance of acting like a proper court is really too exasperating. Xia Jiwei slandered in her heart. She was aware of Yu Tang and Yi Yu's relationship. As for Ye Shenshang, Yi Qinglan, and Tantai Mio, the three women were looking at each other. Only then did Yi Qinglan smile and say, "Lord Demon Emperor himself has arrived, we would not dare to be slow." Tantai Mio followed suit. Yi Yu and Master Teacher don't know where they got by one of Silent Yama's scrolls. Lord Demon Emperor, coming to my forgotten love heavenly palace as a guest? Oh? Yu Tang glanced at Tantai Mio with some surprise. This little girl wasn't bad, speaking quite politely. Yu Tang was just about to open her mouth to say something, but she heard Xia Jiwei lightly humph. Where is the need for so much red tape? Still a demon emperor, humph, I think it's just coming over to show off. Yu Tang couldn't help the burst of laughter in his heart, but on his mouth was a slight smile. Oh? Little Jiwei, do you have any opinions about this emperor? Come, do you want to come and spar with this emperor? You? When Yi Yu comes back I'll tell him that you bullied me. I'm his senior sister. Yu Tang couldn't help but smile at her words, and in the face of Xia Jiwei's pale and feeble threat, for a moment, she was actually a bit amused. With a wave of Yu Tang's veiled hand, Star Haunter, who was originally sitting on Xia Jiwei's shoulder, came into her arms. Meow. Star Haunter rubbed against Yu Tang's chest and meowed several times in an extremely well-behaved manner. This also made Yu Tang extremely fond of it, especially in front of this little girl Xia Jiwei, ruining Yi Yu's spirit pet. This felt pretty great. Xia Jiwei was that angry, and at the same time, there was also exasperation at the indisputable behavior of this backward behavior of Star Haunter. Tantai Mio, Ye Shenshang, and Yi Qinglan then glanced at each other. How did this demon emperor confront Jiwei? This mist seems to disturb the mind. Yi Yu frowned slightly as he felt the mists that suddenly appeared around him. He used this rather euphemistic way of saying it. In fact, this girl is some kind of mesmerizing smoke, right? Yi Yu's face was filled with black lines. What the hell was that silent Yama trying to do? It was a pity that he had the mixed sacred body in his body, which was invulnerable to all laws, not to mention these disturbing mist. Without the need for Yi Yu to remind, Cold Chi Yue in the first time will know the role of these mists. Unfortunately, he cultivated the Tao of forgetfulness. How could he be disturbed by these mists? Han Chi Yue's heart was full of disdain for this little trick of silent Yen Luo. However, after hearing Yi Yu's words, Han Chi Yue suddenly froze. Following that, her heart had an absurd and bold idea. This space was created independently, and this sudden appearance of mist must have been used to influence the mind. Independent, closed, only the two of you and Yi Yu. Cold Chi Yue bit her lip and glanced at Yi Yu, who was looking around. Thinking about that time, the memories that were sealed in the broken thought stone returned to her body. From that moment onwards, her emotions towards Yi Yu could no longer be suppressed. Perhaps, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let you actually dare to forget me. This palace is like this, it is also a punishment for you. Han Chi Yue did not know why Yi Yu could not remember herself. But she could be sure that Yi Yu's was indeed the same person back then. Since this is the case, the corner of Han Chi Yue's mouth slightly raised, on her cold and absolutely beautiful face, at this time, there was actually a trace of the demonic color that would only appear in a witch. Well, suddenly feel a little hot. Cold Chi Yue suddenly said in a delicate voice, compared to the usual cool voice. At this time, Cold Chi Yue's voice had a few more points of seductive color. Yi Yu sniffed and looked towards Han Chi Yue. He found that at this time, Han Chi Yue's pretty face was slightly red, her eyes were confused, where there was still half of the cold and dignified of the forgotten love heavenly palace master. Not it? Yi Yu opened his mouth wide and looked at Han Chi Yue dumbfounded. No, they have not been hit. How this claim to cultivate forgetfulness avenue to the extreme cold palace lord, so easy to be hit. However, at the time when he saw the eyes of Han Chi Yue, a drunken and powerless Han Chi Yue, he couldn't help but swallow. Yi Yu still couldn't help but gulp. When Han Chi Yue saw Yi Yu staring straight at herself, she was shy in her heart. Although this was her own initiative to pretend and thus trying to seduce Yi Yu. But at the time of really seeing Yi Yu indulging herself, Han Chi Yue was still incomparably shy. This bad guy, in the beginning was so bad, I did not expect that it did not change at all. Han Chi Yue lightly grunted in her heart, see how this palace will clean you up in the future. Suddenly, Han Chi Yue pretended that her body was powerless, and actually directly leaned on Yi Yu's body. This makes Yi Yu's whole body directly tense up. No, now what is this situation? When Han Chi Yue saw Yi Yu's so tense appearance, the corner of her mouth swept over a smile, then she pretended to be annoyed and said, Yi Yu, what are you thinking? This palace doesn't know what's wrong, but you must not make a fuss. Mind you, this palace is Mio's master. Hiss. It was fine if Cold Chi Yue did not say this. As soon as these words came out, Yi Yu's breath instantly became a few points thicker. Feeling the change in Yi Yu's breath, Han Xiao Yu suddenly felt that she was not playing a bit off. Originally, she just wanted to take this opportunity to tease Yi Yu, to see how he was uncomfortable but couldn't do anything. But now, looking at Yi Yu's eyes became a little red, and even looked at his eyes full of desire. Han Chiyue pursed her lips, her voice all a bit delicate. Ye Yu. What do you want to do? Before Han Chiyue could finish her words, she was directly embraced into Ye Yu's arms. The delicate red lips that were slightly cold were directly kissed by Ye Yu. MMM. Cold Chiyue's eyes widened. At this moment, her brain was blank, she even forgot to resist. Played off. Only these three words were left in cold Chiyue's mind. Chapter 134, Sanue, are you okay? However, when faced with Ye Yu's kiss that could even be said to be somewhat rough, cold Chiyue's beautiful eyes however slowly became gentle. At the same time she let go of her mind and wrapped her arms around Ye Yu's neck. It's just. Perhaps, this is what one wants. As the clothes on both of them decreased, Han Chiyue bit her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with lust. The heavenly maiden of forgetfulness had always been accompanied by the great Tao of forgetfulness. However, once one is in love, then it is life and death. If one was determined to be with one person, then whatever one did for that person would be done willingly. This is also why, as the palace master of the forgotten love heavenly palace, Han Chiyue in front of the world, cold and dignified, and even once was considered to be the most far away in the forgetfulness of the avenue of people. At this moment, she was flushed with drunkenness, biting her lips tightly and letting Ye Yu's. Not knowing how long had passed, Ye Yu turned his head to look at the sleeping Han Chiyue beside him. The corner of her mouth was still hanging a sweet smile. What have I done? Ye Yu's expression was dumbfounded as his previous memories came flooding back. Closed space, mesmerizing smoke, cold Shoyu. Originally, Ye Yu, who had the mixed sacred body, was invulnerable to all laws. Those so-called ecstasy fumes naturally couldn't affect Ye Yu. However, I don't know why, but cold Chiyue took the initiative to start luring Ye Yu. This was the point that Ye Yu did not understand the most. As the palace master of the forgetful heavenly palace, how could cold Chiyue be affected? But this was the case. And facing the lure of the stunningly beautiful face and frosty temperament of Han Chiyue, it was naturally impossible for Ye Yu to resist. It is precisely when Ye Yu's mind was loosened, a trace of mist invaded Ye Yu's mind. Originally, even at this point, as long as Han Chiyue knocked him out or used some other means to trap Ye Yu could also operate the mixed sacred body to eliminate the effect of the mist on him. But Ye Yu looked helplessly at Han Chiyue beside him. Her clothes were disheveled, her sideburns were scattered, and her beautiful face was covered by a few strands of long hair. The original cool and dignified temperament completely dissipated, and there were only a few flushed remnants that had not been eliminated. Ye Yu swallowed his saliva. How can he cannot understand why cold Chiyue did not resist, also did not reject him? Almost there, that woman Shang Rushua should be the same. In the mysterious space, Yuruhan crossed her legs, her snow-white jade feet fluctuating playfully as she murmured somewhat languidly. As she completely absorbed the spiritual power of the Holy Spirit fruit, Yuruhan could feel that breaking through to the void-breaking realm was just a few days away. Ye Yu, after this honored one goes out, I would like to see what kind of person you really are. Yuruhan ate and laughed, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a seductive smile. Shang Rushua, I'm really looking forward to what kind of picture you'll have when you sink into your own disciple. Breaking the void. On the other side of the mysterious space, Shang Rushua said softly. In her heart, she knew that Yuruhan's breakthrough was definitely just a few days away. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to be so peaceful these past few days. However, Shang Rushua didn't care about this in the slightest. Only the same point as Yuruhan was that she also thought of Ye Yu. Denizen, if you really dare to listen to that devil girl, this honored one will not be able to spare you. Shang Rushua once again thought of the image of Ye Yu sniffing her personal jade pendant. A flash of scarlet flashed from her pretty face. How are the preparations for the Demon Dignity Fire Seeds audience matters? In Silent Yama's palace, Silent Yama asked in a deep voice. Reporting back to your holiness, everything is ready, it's just that we still need to wait 3 days for the opening time of the Demon Dignity Secret Realm. 3 days? Silent Yama pondered in his heart. To have an audience with the Devil's Sovereign Fire Seed, one must enter the middle of the Devil's Sovereign Secret Realm. Nowadays, his own strength was no longer a problem. A sinister look flashed across Silent Yama's face. Other than Yellow Springs Yama and that mysterious Shin Delusion Yama, the rest of the Yama basically maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Silent Yama naturally knew what was in their hearts. It was nothing more than wanting to allow himself to test Huang Quan's attitude, as well as what the state of the Demon Sovereign really was. Silent Yama's entire body's aura of death and silence flourished, and his expression was filled with confidence and dominance. A group of bungling generation, and watch, the position of the demon dignitary, this temple is determined to win. Devil Elder Spark, silence, you are really delusional. In the Yellow Springs Hall. Yellow Springs Yama laughed coldly after reading the message in the voice transmission Jade Talisman. And on that voice transmission Jade Talisman, it was clearly the message that Ye Yu had sent earlier. Lord Devil will be returning in a few days, Your Excellency Yellow Springs, I look forward to meeting you next time. When she saw Yi Yu's last sentence, Huang Quan Yenluo's pretty face flashed with a hint of exasperation. Little thief, actually dare to tease this hall. Ha! But soon the corners of Huang Quan Yenluo's mouth rose slightly by a few points. She took the paper on the side, which was clearly Yi Yu's detailed information. And that obnoxiously handsome look jumped off the paper. Yi family Yi Yu, had found you, Yi Yu. Yi Yu contemplated for half a day, but finally he was ready to take back the tattered profane clothes by Han Chiyue's legs into his nascent sphere. Only when he saw a trace of blood red on that profane clothes. Yi Yu's expression froze slightly. This was undoubtedly another reminder of what had happened to Yi Yu just now. Alas! Yi Yu sighed, and was ready to take this blasphemous garment back into his nascent sacred ring. However, right at this time, Han Chiyue gave a cry, and then slowly opened her eyes. Ha! Yi Yu was holding Han Chiyue's blood-stained personal clothing in his hand. This image just happened to be seen in the eyes of the awakened Han Chiyue. Cole Chiyue's pretty face instantly turned red, and even her delicate body trembled for a few moments due to shame. What are you doing? Yi Yu was dumbfounded. He looked down at the blasphemous clothes in his hands, and then looked at Han Chiyue's shy and indignant appearance. Yi Yu pursed his lips, and still pretending to be calm, he took the profane clothes back into his nascent sacred ring. Cough, didn't do anything, cold, cough, Chiyue, are you okay? This time it was cold Chiyue's turn to be at a loss for words. No, when did this person's face skin become so thick? While retrieving his own personalized blasphemy, he actually asked himself if he was alright as if nothing had happened. This is too much of a bully. It was as if fire was about to erupt from Han Chiyue's beautiful eyes. But the feeling of discomfort somewhere was a constant reminder of what had just happened. Moreover, he called me Chiyue. In this situation, cold Chiyue hit and could not. In the end, she directly grabbed Yi Yu's arm, and like a little girl, she opened her mouth and bit directly on Yi Yu's wrist. Hiss. In fact, with the protection of diffractive heavenly transformation star technique, there is no feeling. However, Yi Yu deeply knew that at this time, one must pretend to be in pain. Wrong, I'm wrong Choyu, loose mouth, good boy. Yi Yu said as if he was coaxing a child, and rubbed Han Choyu's long hair. In front of the mountain gate. Lu Shenzhou, you little bastard actually sneaked out of the Su family, so you returned to the clan. Now kneel down and lick your shoes for me, I can still spare your life. A luxuriously dressed, evil-looking male appeared and blocked Lu Shenzhou's path. Behind him, stood two clan elders of Lu Shenzhou's family. This person's name was Zhang Yang, and he was the young master of the Zhang family. The Lu family elder spoke out. Now that the Su family's eldest miss has broken off her engagement with you, who else can shelter you? Lu Shenzhou, why don't you hurry up and kneel down for young Master Zhang? Lu Shenzhou's face was as gloomy as water, and in his eyes was pent-up anger and killing intent. Bang! Seeing Lu Shenzhou's lack of response, this Lu family elder aided and abetted Zhang Yang, actually helping Zhang Yang to strike towards Lu Shenzhou, kicking out a foot through the air to break Lu Shenzhou's legs to make him kneel down. How dare you! Su Qingyu protected in front of Lu Shenzhou, her jade face dignified and cold. Although he broke off the marriage contract with my sister, I still see him as my brother-in-law. Brother Shenzhou is under my protection. Jade finger lightly point, is the air will stop this attack, more rebound back. The Lu family's two clan elders were shocked by the backlash, their faces changed slightly. This little bastard gave Su Qingyu a drug of ecstasy, actually embracing Su Qingyu's thighs. Zhang Yang sneered twice, Su Zhenchuan, your reputation is formidable, but now that your Su family is struggling to defend itself, how many days can you still protect him? It's not a wise move to make an enemy of my Zhang family. You're only a true transmission, and you're not my Dongxian sect's holy maiden, but you don't have the right to command us. Su Qingyu redeemed her promise and her jade face was ice cold. Whoever dares to make a move against Brother Shenzhou, I will find whoever is on the life and death stage. Zhang Yang, do you want to go on the life and death stage? The smile on Zhang Yang's face gradually tightened and his face was a little ugly. It seems that Su Zhenchuan is really determined to protect this punk. Lu Shenzhou, count yourself lucky you little bastard, then let you live for a few more days. But, deadly sins can be avoided and living sins can't be escaped, then let's transfer Lu Shenzhou from the mining field handyman to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs, kill 100 pigs every day. Mr. Zhang is wise, this mining field handyman, he can still earn 1 spirit stone a day to feed himself, let this waste live. Sending him to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs, he only earns 1 spirit stone a month, TSK, he can't even feed himself, I'm afraid that he can only survive by eating pig's jowl every day. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang laughed indulgently, beads of tears coming out of his eyes. Su Qingyu's eyes were cold and her jade face was like frost. My return to the clan this time is to close the door and then impact the position of the Holy Maiden. Brother Shenzhou, let's commit to you for a few days first. After I take the position of Holy Maiden, I will come back to help you clean up this group of jumping clowns. Go. Lu Shenzhou didn't say a word and followed behind Su Qingyu into the sect. Chapter 3 Cultivation Recovery, rapidly increase cultivation. The corrosive water seeping through the walls and the moldy pavement with moss in the handyman courtyard had an extremely poor environment, and it had been like this for thousands of years. Lu Shenzhou sat on the damp, sweaty and smelly beds. The top priority was to get the compensation in Yu Shuizhou's mouth. Yu Shuizhou, now that you have awakened, I should be able to cultivate normally, right? He was a little anxious to know the answer. If he couldn't resume cultivation, how would he deal with the trouble in front of him? Yes, not only will you be able to cultivate normally, you will even be able to cultivate quickly through the pure Yang Dao body. Now that I'm awakened, I won't absorb your power anymore, so I'll let you feel the might of the pure Yang Dao body first. As Yu Shuizhou's voice fell, a force of pure Yang erupted from the Dantian and washed over Lu Shenzhou's body. This pure Yang power made Lu Shenzhou's body warm and extremely magical, just like a dying patient who had been sick for many years. In an instant the disease was gone and the withered would return to spring. Under the flushing of the pure Yang power, Lu Shenzhou's cultivation that had been dormant for many years finally began to break through. Mortal Martial 3rd level. The 4th level of Mortal Combat. Mortal Martial 5th level. Mortal Martial 6th level. Cultivation realms: Mortal Martial, Xian Martial, Earthly Martial, Heavenly Martial, Holy Martial, Honorable Martial, Imperial Martial, Immortal Martial, and Dao Martial. Boom! In an instant, Lu Shenzhou's cultivation broke through 4 small realms in a row, directly coming to the 6th level of Mortal Martial. An ordinary person's normal cultivation would be to cultivate to the 6th level of the Mortal Martial at the age of 18. It was as if Yu Shuizhou had returned Lu Shenzhou's cultivation that he should have had in the past. Lu Shenzhou felt the powerful strength in his body and showed a look of excitement. The most crucial thing was that he could feel that he could resume normal cultivation. He was no longer a pure Yang waste body. Yu Shuizhou, the pure Yang power is so powerful, how should I utilize my physique to cultivate? Lu Shenzhou could feel that as long as there was enough pure Yang power, his cultivation would be able to rapidly increase. Yu Shuizhou's voice rang out: eating meat and killing, you can absorb and devour the pure Yang force. And with this pure Yang force, you'll be able to use it to raise your cultivation. The pure Yang Dao body is more powerful than anyone can imagine. Lu Shenzhou's mind was invigorated, but he did not forget. Then what is your compensation? Yu Shuizhou said, the Gong method that you cultivated with that woman just now, I can teach you an upgraded version of the Gong method. As long as you double cultivate with a woman, you will be able to quickly comprehend the Gong method, moves, and divine abilities. Lu Shenzhou's expression shook, rapidly comprehending a Gong method, and such a magical dual cultivation Gong method? The stronger the grade of the Gong method, the more powerful it is, but the more difficult it is to cultivate. There are some Gong methods that some people cultivate for a lifetime and are not allowed to get started for 100 years. Cultivation was cultivation, and battle power was battle power. Being able to quickly comprehend merit laws, Lu Shenzhou's battle power would not be weak in the future. Listen carefully, I will now impart this dual cultivation technique to you. Empress color diffusion technique. Lu Shenzhou cultivated this Gong method for one night, and under the guidance of Yu Shuizhou, he was considered to have gotten started. This Gong method was not many times more powerful than Su Qingyu's Gong method. If Su Qingyu approached him for dual cultivation next time, Lu Shenzhou would be able to quietly run this Gong method and try the enlightenment effect. Bang! At this time, the door to Lu Shenzhou's room was kicked open and in walked a clan elder of the Lu family. This person was the deacon of the Dongxian sect's miscellaneous service courtyard. All the disciples of the miscellaneous service courtyard work allocation, he was in charge of it. Little bastard, still don't roll up to go to the slaughterhouse to kill the pig. If you drag the kitchen to cook, the consequences you won't want to know. Lu Mingdao laughed a few times grimly, looking at Lu Shenzhou's eyes filled with tyrannical and unkind colors. In the Dongxian sect, in addition to the exceptionally gifted Tian can only be exceptionally accepted as a true disciple. The rest of the disciples, the mortal martial arts handyman, the Xuanwu outer door, the earth martial arts inner door, and the heavenly martial arts true disciple. If you have the money, you can dredge up relations to buy an elder, deacon's position as a pawn. Early in the morning, what do you old mongrels call your mom's head rushing to find death is not. Lu Shenzhou now restored cultivation, normal cultivation, mentality suddenly changed. Facing Lu Mingdao in front of him, he was not afraid. Moreover, this old thing helped the evil last night and wanted to help the blood feud outsiders to teach him a lesson. Lu Shenzhou would not be polite with him. Unbridled, Lu Shenzhou, where did you get the guts to dare to talk to me like that? Lu Mingdao's face changed and he immediately opened his mouth to rebuke. This Lu Shenzhou, even after climbing into Su Qingyu's lap, was just barely able to keep his life, but his living situation was worse. Killing 100 pigs a day, with a monthly salary of only 1 spirit stone, in order to survive, the only way to make ends meet is to collect pig food. Where did he get the guts? Who is unbridled? Lu Shenzhou's eyes turned cold and he immediately charged towards Lu Mingdao. I am the young master of the Lu family, and you, a clan elder, dare to call me by my name? Pa! Lu Shenzhou rushed up and directly slapped Lu Mingdao in the face. This slap is a lesson for you to remember. Little brute, you seek death. Lu Mingdao immediately became furious, and a wave of anger shot up to the sky. A wave of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian into his fist, holding a clean, agile, and stern stance as he lunged towards Lu Shenzhou's head. Bang! Lu Shenzhou backhanded the same punch and blasted it out, but the power he contained was stronger than Lu Mingdao. Ka-ching! The two fists collided. Lu Mingdao felt the extremely powerful, overbearing, and overwhelming force. His heart trembled in fear, and he immediately screamed miserably. His arm bones broke as much as they could, emitting a crisp sound of shattering bones. His face was horrified. How is this possible? When did your cultivation reach the 6th level of the mortal martial arts? His cultivation was only at the 5th level of the mortal martial. Hadn't this little brute been unable to cultivate at the 3rd mortal martial layer? But, so what? Lu Mingdao endured the intense pain, his face grimacing as he sneered. The 6th level of mortal martial is still not to follow the dispatch of the House of Miscellaneous Services and go to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs, or else you are violating the sect rules and will be punished with capital punishment. Dongxian sect's 1,000-year-old sect had complicated and comprehensive sect rules, so Su Qingyu didn't dare to do anything to them even if she was a noble true disciple. Oh. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, killing is just clucking. After saying that, Lu Shenzhou headed towards the slaughterhouse with a calm face. At this moment, the sky had just turned white. Lu Mingdao's eyes were stunned. This little brute is actually going to honestly go kill pigs? Then how else was he going to clean up Lu Shenzhou? Lu Mingdao hurriedly went to the outer gate to find Zhang Yang to sell his misery, his eyes resentful. Mr. Zhang, it's not good. That punk Lu Shenzhou not only secretly cultivated to the 6th level of mortal martial arts, but he even beat me up. Zhang Yang was bathing under the service of a marvelous maid and said indifferently with his eyes closed. The clan is not allowed to fight in the same room. Any grudges can only be settled on the life and death stage. But he hit you. It is a family matter. The clan rules can't even control it. It is considered that Lu Shenzhou has drilled the clan rules. Lu Mingdao's face sank. Then let it go like that? How can it be left like that? Zhang Yang opened his eyes and let out a sneer. As long as I become a Lu clan member as well, wouldn't that make it easy to get him killed? Go watch him kill the pig and tell him the good news on the way. I want to see what expression he has. Lu Mingdao's face instantly revealed a hideous and cruel smile. Mr. Zhang is brilliant. Chapter 4. Getting stronger by killing a pig. You already have a way to take your death. Slaughterhouse. Blood and dirt covered the ground, mountains of rotting filth, and flies and insects. Only handyman disciples who had offended the powerful would be sent to work here. One by one, the handyman disciples were covered in bloodstains and filled with a fishy odor. Their expressions were dull and numb, their eyes were desperate, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. I was worried that I didn't know where to devour the power of pure yang. This Lu Mingdao sending me to kill pigs is convenient for me to raise my cultivation. Lu Shenzhou's hand rose up and slaughtered a pig, devouring wisps of pure yang force, and his cultivation breath, too, increased with the naked eye. Killing 100 pigs a day, it won't take long for his cultivation to step into the Xuanwu realm. Let's save up the pure yang power first. When the time comes, we will raise our cultivation in one breath. At this moment, Zhang Yan walked into the slaughterhouse with a hoot and a holler, and the female servant girl beside him pulled out a handkerchief from her chest and offered it to her. Zhang Yang covered his mouth and nose with contemptuous eyes. On the side, Lu Mingdao, with his arm hanging in a cast, sneered. Lu Shenzhou, you can adapt to this filthy environment. It seems you are quite suitable for killing pigs. Lu Shenzhou glanced at him coldly with his afterglow and did not say a word as he continued to kill pigs to devour the power of pure yang and reserve his cultivation. Zhang Yang said in a cold voice, get down to business. Yes, young Zhang. Lu Mingdao sneered and came to Lu Shenzhou, the smile on his face getting more and more unrestrained. There's a good news to tell you. From now on, you'll be the brother-in-law of young master Zhang Yang Zhang. That sister of yours, the family has decided to marry her off to young Zhang as a concubine. Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to your great uncle? Ha ha ha. Lu Shenzhou instantly raised his head. The killing intent in his eyes was horribly dense. You guys are looking for death. He and the sister has no blood relationship, is the parents in the world when adopted, kind-hearted, born extremely beautiful. Lu Shenzhou many years suffered humiliation, are because of this sister appeasement to hold down. Su Qingyu protect his life. Lu, Zhang Tu family hit on him this sister's idea. So what if you are looking for death? Zhang Yang's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye and sneered, Lu Shenzhou, what can you do to us? It doesn't matter to me if you live or not. As long as I marry your sister, I can just as easily bring the Lu family mansion to build a greenhouse. And dig up your parents' graves, while you can only watch and do nothing. Your sister, who is like a flower like a jade, can also only take pleasure in this young crotch, do a play. Which last word had yet to be spat out. Lu Shenzhou violently rushed towards Zhang Yang with an astonishing and terrifying speed. The killing machine in his eyes abruptly erupted. The blood-stained killing knife in his hand was directly pressed against Zhang Yang's neck. Tick, tick. Before Zhang Yang could react, a sharp pain surged through his neck and blood dripped down his neck. However, that pig-killing knife, no matter what, was unable to inch forward even a little bit. It was not that Zhang Yang was strong enough to block Lu Shenzhou's attack. It wasn't that Lu Shenzhou didn't dare to kill Zhang Yang. It was just that a horrible pressure surfaced and hard-pressed Lu Shenzhou, causing Lu Shenzhou's bones to click and tremble, but that pig-killing knife always held very steady. Son of a, you still want to kill me? Zhang Yang's eyes were horrified, his face was subconsciously pale for a while. After reacting, he thumped backward and looked at Lu Shenzhou with a grimace. Asshole, dare to violate the clan rules, looking for death? An elder of the miscellaneous service courtyard appeared with a majestic gaze. Lu Shenzhou faced the pressure of a great cultivator directly for the first time. His body was like a mountain pressing down on him, causing him to be unable to move. The terrifying oppression wanted to destroy Lu Shenzhou's mind and will. However, Lu Shenzhou was unafraid. Instead, he looked directly at the elder's horrifying gaze, gritted his teeth, his anger erupted to the fullest, like substance, and spoke with difficulty. He wants to come here to seek death, can I stop him? Hearing these words, Zhang Yang's lungs were about to explode. What do you mean he is coming here to seek death? The elder of Handyman's gaze narrowed slightly, as if he had a few moments of appreciation for Lu Shenzhou, but on his face, his tone was indifferent and his voice was full of majesty. Remembering that you are a first-time offender of the clan's rules, you will not be overly concerned this time. If the two of you have unresolved hatred, you can go to the life and death platform to resolve the grudge. Right now, the life and death platform is occupied, and will only be available for you to use 7 days later. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were thick with murderous intent. I can't wait, Zhang Yang, do you dare to go to the life and death stage after 7 days? Zhang Yang and Lu Mingdao looked stunned, then Zhang Yang laughed maniacally, tears coming out of his eyes indifferent. You, a handyman, at the 6th level of mortal martial arts, dare to invite me to the life and death stage? Fine, then I'll let you live for another 7 days. Su Qingyu disregarded her face to protect your life, but she couldn't stop you from sending yourself to death. Haha, Lu dog, set the marriage for 7 days later. 7 days later, I will first kill Lu Shenzhou and then marry that sister of his. Lu Mingdao haunched and nodded his head, his face full of fawning smiles. No problem, I'll go back and prepare for the marriage. Then the handyman elder took away the pressure and made Lu Shenzhou and Zhang Yang sign the life and death contract. Only then did Zhang Yang proudly leave with his manpower. Mortal martial fighting Xuanwu, boy, you are ruthless. The handyman elder slowly shook his head, his eyes glancing at Lu Shenzhou in pity. One needs to know that mortal martial and Xian fantasy are the difference between immortal and mortal, the difference is like heaven and earth. Go back and prepare your own afterlife. Proceeding, he looked at Lu Shenzhou with eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Lu Shenzhou's expression did not change in any way, carrying the pig-killing knife in his hand, his mouth murmured. 7 days? Looks like we need to kill more pigs. He is now incredibly fortunate to have awakened the pure Yang Dao body, otherwise this blood feud, when can he report in this life? Lu Shenzhou returned to the slaughtering table and continued to kill the pig, and those handyman disciples just looked at him with numb faces. In his mind, Yu Shuizhou's voice rang out, if you want to kill that person, it would be best if you cultivate another technique that is powerful in battle. Lu Shenzhou's hand rose and fell with his sword, his eyes flashing with essence. When we finish killing the pig, we will walk to the book depository to find a technique. The speed of killing the pig in Lu Shenzhou's hands accelerated. An hour down the line, Lu Shenzhou only finished killing 100 pigs. After Lu Shenzhou simply washed himself, he walked out of the slaughterhouse and inwardly counted the harvest. The pure yang power that 100 pigs gave me can allow me to advance to the 7th level of mortal martial arts. 7 days was enough to advance to the Xuanwu level. Chapter 5, Mortal Martial Lingshan Fist, Instantaneous Epiphany of Great Success. Every Dongxian sect handyman disciple could enter the book depository once for free to select a technique or battle skill. Lu Shenzhou wanted to take revenge that year, worshipped in the East Xian sect. After checking out that the pure Yang Dao body was unable to cultivate, he was arranged by the Lu family's clan elders to do mining chores. From morning to night, there was no time to come here. Now that Lu Shenzhou has resumed cultivation, even though he is killing pigs, his time can be freed up a lot. Lu Mingdao had made a mistake. In the Dongxian sect, any supplies cost money, and it could be said that it was a clan that was dead set on money. In front of the book collection pavilion, the guarding elder stopped Lu Shenzhou. Token. Lu Shenzhou took out his handyman disciple token. The gatekeeper elder took the token and probed it, his tone indifferent. Miscellaneous servant disciples can only pick merit laws on the 1st floor. The book pavilion was divided into 9 floors. The gatekeeper elder returned the token to Lu Shenzhou and then stepped aside to let Lu Shenzhou in. Lu Shenzhou smoothly entered the book collection pavilion. The 1st floor was as vast as smoke, with countless shelves topped with densely dusty merit laws. What I need is a rigid and overbearing killing Dao attack technique. Lu Shenzhou slowly flipped through some of the merit laws. The grades of the merit laws were categorized into 1 to 9 steps, corresponding to the cultivation realm. Lu Shenzhou looked through the covers of many merit laws, all of them were first-order merit laws. There was no picking up the slack for Lu Shenzhou to find a merit law of a higher grade. Dongxian sect rules, complicated and comprehensive, can pick up leaks, profitable loopholes, long ago within 1,000 years by the predecessors to dig clean. Thunder Leopard Fist, thunder moves like a wild leopard. Lu Shenzhou was a bit moved by this technique, which was quite suitable for him. But it wasn't domineering enough. It was best to have a stance that matched the punching technique. How can one hurt someone if one's punches are fast and one's stance is slow? After another moment, a gongfu called Ling Mountain Fist caught his eye. On the cover, there were a few large and powerful words: immovable as a mountain, out of the fist the mountain tilts. Not moving like a mountain, punching out like a mountain, tipping. What a domineering technique. Lu Shenzhou's eyes lit up with the top-grade mortal rank gongfu, the topmost mortal rank gongfu. He continued to scroll down and read, immovable as a mountain, a fist that pours over a mountain. A fist tilts the mountain, a fist overpowers the sky. Good, so domineering. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and his eyes snowed. This is the right technique. Lu Shenzhou continued to scroll down. This gongfu did not have a speed stance to accompany it, but it had a defense stance to accompany it, plus 3 killing moves. The first style, like a mountain. The second style, pouring mountain. The third style, Ling Mountain. These 3 killing moves can also be stacked to make the punch more and more ferocious, until finally, a punch Ling Shan. Lu Shenzhou finished reading the technique, brain, will. But his hands, they will not be able to do it, and he has not comprehended it at all. Lu Shenzhou's pure Yang Dao body is to accelerate the speed of cultivation, but related to the gongfu is to rely on the comprehension capital. This top-level mortal stage gongfu, with my qualifications to comprehend and learn, it will take at least a year or 2 of time. Lu Shenzhou's eyes sank slightly. Although the merit law was good, it had to be learned and used. 1 or 2 years later, his grave grass is 3 feet high, right? Lu Shenzhou was a little bit attached to the technique and was about to put it down when Ye Shenshang's voice rang in his head. Last time when you awakened me, I stored a portion of pure yin power. When this pure yang power mingles with the pure yang power, it will allow you to activate the Himiko color diffusion technique and quickly comprehend this technique. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were delighted. You even have this kind of function. This Himiko color diffusion technique required pure yang and pure yin power. As long as it was available, Lu Shenzhou could quickly comprehend the technique and did not necessarily need to cultivate it during dual cultivation. Lu Shenzhou immediately brought this gong method out of the book collection pavilion. The guarding elder's tone was indifferent. Within 10 days, return the gong method back to the book collection pavilion, or else, Yes, elder. Lu Shenzhou left with the merit law after registering it. The gatekeeper elder looked at Lu Shenzhou's back, his eyes not rippling. Lingshan Fist, this gong method has not been practiced for a long time. Without 3 to 5 years one simply cannot learn it. Lu Shenzhou went back to the living area of the House of Chores, found a remote and uninhabited place, and was about to prepare to cultivate this Ling Mountain Fist. Jade Snow Shine. Host, you activate the power of pure yang and run the Moko color diffusion technique. I'll use the power of pure yin to help you cultivate. Good. Lu Shenzhou followed Ye Shenshang's guidance and the pure yin and pure yang qi mingled. Hiss. A kind of sage mode like painful inspiration surged into his heart. His mind became extremely lucid, and the many questions that had accumulated in Lu Shenzhou's heart in the past were answered at this moment, allowing his heart to go to the next level. This is the epiphany? Lu Shenzhou's consciousness was immersed in the epiphany. The Ling Mountain Fist technique that was like a heavenly book just now became extremely simple in Lu Shenzhou's eyes at this moment. Bang! Lu Shenzhou clenched his fist and swung it forward, and the sound of an air explosion immediately resounded in the air. The power was extremely amazing. The entire person's aura also abruptly changed, thick as a lofty mountain, unable to see any breaks. Lu Shenzhou had a lot of information surging in front of him. He quickly comprehended it and cited it. Just an instant's effort, it was like practicing boxing for 3 to 5 years, comprehending this gongfu into the door. He continued to punch, and in another instant, he had an epiphany of the Ru Mountain, Tilting Mountain, and Ling Mountain killing moves. After a tea's work, Lu Shenzhou's boxing posture was already like that of an old boxer who had been boxing for 10 years. Every posture movement was extremely standard, sophisticated, clean, and sharp. Even the muscles on his body had changed, becoming well-proportioned and healthier. Changing the shape of the body was a minor accomplishment of the gong method. Lu Shenzhou was tireless and continued punching. After another tea time, Lu Shenzhou casually swung his fist. Not only did it have the sound of a gas explosion, it also had the sound of the sharp wind of a lofty mountain. The force of a random punch directly exceeded 1,000 pounds. This was a leveling up. After the third tea time, Lu Shenzhou was like a master who had practiced the Lingshan Fist for 60 years. His punching power was free, and as soon as he threw his punch, he had the aura of being like a mountain, tilting the mountain, and lingering on the mountain. The freedom of retracting and releasing, lifting weights as if they were light, was the realm of the great accomplishment of the gong method. Lu Shenzhou exhaled a mouthful of thick turbid air, 3T Kung Fu. It was as if he had practiced for 60 years. Ling Mountain Fist, awesome. What's even more awesome is still the Himiko color diffusion technique, 3 marigolds of tea. It actually gave me the trance of having passed 60 years. If it's not powerful, how would I impart it to you? Jade Shuizhou seemed to have consumed too much purine power, and her voice seemed weak and feeble. How about it, the compensation I gave you, are you satisfied? The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth grinned, in his eyes was a thick regal essence light, and he said without slowing down. satisfied to the point of no return. Lu Shenzhou closed his eyes and felt carefully. The power of pure yang is also consumed quite a lot. It seems that more pigs need to be killed. Still enjoying the afterglow of the gong method. 7 days passed in a flash. In the middle of a courtyard in the outer sect, Zhang Yang was in high spirits and walking with a dragon. Lu Shenzhou, your time to die has come. Life's 3 great joys: avenge the great hatred, cave flower candles, the gold list. He today, a one time will have to get 2 great joys. Chapter 6, Breaking Through the Xian Realm. How dare the old man insult me? Lu Shenzhou sat cross-legged on the bed, glanced at the window gradually rising fish belly white. It's time to raise the cultivation too. Over the past 7 days, he had been killing pigs with all his might to accumulate pure yang qi. It was not enough to kill 100 pigs every day. Lu Shenzhou also took the initiative to help other handyman disciples to kill pigs. The accumulated pure yang qi was an inch thick. He slowly closed his eyes and urged the pure yang qi in his body. Bang! 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 An explosion of qi resounded within his body, and at the same time, his breath cultivation was rising at an astonishing rate. Mortal Martial 7th level. Mortal Martial 8th level. Mortal Martial 9th level. Mortal Martial 10th layer. Xuanwu 1st layer. Xuanwu 2nd level. His cultivation had risen sufficiently to the 2nd Xuanwu layer, crossing a large realm, and his breath was gradually smoothing out. 7 days, the pure yang qi from killing 1,000 pigs is consumed cleanly. He could feel that after breaking through to the Xuanwu realm, the pure yang qi provided by killing pigs was too little. To quickly accumulate pure yang qi, the next step would be to kill demons. He couldn't help but look forward to how much pure yang qi he could bring in by going out and killing demons. Lu Shenzhou closed his eyes and felt the majestic and vast spiritual energy in his body. This feeling of increased strength was mesmerizing and brought a great sense of security, satisfaction. He was rapidly familiarizing himself with the power of the Xuanwu realm. He was about to get out of bed and play a set of Ling Mountain Fist to revitalize. Bang! Lu Mingdao, who had a plaster cast hanging from one hand, kicked in the door, followed by a Lu family elder, Lu Xueming. Lu Mingdao's eyes showed a cold aura and his face was filled with a teasing smile. Lu Shenzhou, it's time to set off for the life and death stage, but your great uncle has already set off to wait for you. But don't let your great uncle wait for you for too long. After all, Zhang Xiao killed you and had to go home to marry that sister of yours. Lu and Zhang's family is already full of lights and colorful friends. Lu Shenzhou got out of bed and slowly raised his head. His starry eyes were filled with icy cold color and killing intent. Old dog, is the lesson given to you last time not enough? Is it that I have to break your limbs before I know to knock on the door and come in, calling me young lord? Lu Mingdao sneered. Lu Shenzhou, you dead man's cheap servant girl, eh? Snap. A sound like beans popping and frying rang out. Lu Shenzhou brazenly struck out, one hand probed out, and it struck the sound of an air explosion. The white and tender jade-like palm did not make a fist, but the movement was ruthless and skillful as it choked Lu Mingdao's neck. If you make any more noise, I'll kill you. Lu Mingdao breathed hard, and immediately struggled desperately. However, Lu Shenzhou's arm was like steel. No matter how he struggled, it did not move at all. He gradually could not breathe, and his face began to turn blue. His pupils were filled with fear and despair, and he can only look at Lu Xueming on the side. Lu Xueming immediately drank. Lu Shenzhou, what are you going to do? Are you going to break the clan rules and kill someone? Let go of me. With a violent shout, he drummed his spiritual energy and lunged his fist towards Lu Shenzhou's chest. Immediately after, Lu Xueming felt as if his fist had blasted into a lofty mountain. Lu Shenzhou stretched out a finger, and it lightly pressed down his fist, making it difficult for it to inch forward. An unspeakable, unbelievable sense of fear surged to the heart. Lu Xueming met Lu Shenzhou's eyes that were as indifferent as the abyss. His heart and soul trembled. How is this possible? Lu Shenzhou's finger pressed forward and a mountain-like terrifying force erupted towards Lu Xueming's fist. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. The painful Lu Xueming's face instantly turned white, his features were hideous, and his eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou in horror. You, pig and dog-like goods, aiding and abetting the enemy, still think I'm easy to bully? If you can't figure out your status position again, I'll use the clan rules and bring you back to the Lu family to be beaten to death, understand? Lu Shenzhou's bland and ice-cold words rang out and traveled into the ears of the two. Immediately, it caused these two to feel doubly humiliated and extremely angry, yet they did not dare to speak. Instead, a chill and fear welled up in their hearts. Lu Xueming was at the 9th level of mortal martial power. Lu Xuedao knew that he was not Lu Shenzhou's opponent, so he purposely called on Lu Xueming today. This Lu Shenzhou easily crushed Lu Xueming with a single finger. Could it be that his cultivation had already arrived at the Xuanwu realm? All these days, he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, deliberately angering Zhang Yang and setting up a life and death platform so that he can take revenge? At the thought of this, Lu Xueming was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Shenzhou faintly said, "Do you understand?" Lu Xueming did not respond. Splat! Lu Shenzhou slapped Lu Xueming's face. Lu Xueming's face was hot and spicy. Half of his face was suddenly red and swollen like a pig's head. Lu Xueming looked at Lu Shenzhou with a slightly complicated expression. I see. Lu Shenzhou had really scared him a bit. Lu Shenzhou let go of Lu Mingdao. Cough. 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 Lu Mingdao half kneeled on the ground and gasped, his voice resentful. Lu Shenzhou, you little brute with a deep heart. I'm going to report to young Zhang, he'll kill you. You wait for death. Lu Shenzhou looked at him with cold eyes. It seems like you were determined to rebel against the Lu family to serve as a dog. As his voice fell, Lu Shenzhou directly kicked Lu Mingdao in the abdomen. Lu Mingdao fainted after screaming miserably. Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. There was an aura flickering as he looked at Lu Xueming. What about you? Are you going to go and inform? Lu Xueming's eyes were even more complicated. Since you have such a heart and strength, why would my Lu family worry about having no successors? Lu Xueming, see young lord. Immediately, Lu Xueming knelt down on both knees and kowtowed to Lu Shenzhou. Humph. Lu Shenzhou snorted coldly and carried Lu Mingdao, who was like a dead dog, towards the life and death stage. On the life and death stage, Zhang Yang was dressed in fancy clothes, both hands clasping his chest. His face was cold and arrogant, his gaze was disdainful. Why hasn't Lu Shenzhou come yet? This punk wouldn't have chickened out of the battle and fled, would he? I told Lu Mingdao the old dog to keep an eye on him. In the surroundings, there were even more constant murmurs. This Zhang family is really going to rise. Zhang Yang has cultivated to the Xuanwu realm at a young age. As long as he kills Lu Shenzhou today and takes the Lu family's land to cover the greenhouse, there will be a constant supply of resources for Zhang Yang to cultivate. Zhang family bloodline is excellent, all are handsome men and women. Another way, even to the face, pimp hair, 3 generations down, only to feed out Zhang Yang so a foreign disciple. Now that the development has reached a bottleneck, the Zhang family wants to build their own greenhouse and make more money before they set their sights on the slightly weaker Lu family. Just when Zhang Yang suspected that Lu Shenzhou had escaped. Bang! He only saw Lu Mingdao being thrown in front of him like a dead dog. Isn't this Zhang Yang's lackey? How did he get beaten up like this? A murderous rage immediately erupted in Zhang Yang's eyes. Who did this? A dog has to look at its master. Beating Lu Mingdao into such a state is hitting his Zhang Yang's face. He was going to welcome 2 great events today, and to dare to touch him was to seek death. Chapter 7. On the stage of life and death, a punch explodes and kills. Zhang Xiao. Yes, it's Lu Shenzhou. Lu Mingdao spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling with resentment and fear. He wanted to remind Zhang Yang of Lu Shenzhou's terror even more. Before today, he despised Lu Shenzhou, this waste in his heart. Who could have expected that Lu Shenzhou had actually quietly entered the Xuanwu realm, obviously can enter the outer door to raise his eyebrows, but to disguise himself as an odd job disciple to be aggravated. The mind is so vicious. He was trying to hide the truth from the world so that he could take revenge. However, Zhang Yang did not give him a chance to remind him. His eyes were filled with murderous rage. Lu Shenzhou, this punk. Lu dog, not afraid. Anyway, I will step in and kill him today to avenge you, no need to feel aggrieved. Then who, carry Lu dog down for treatment. Woo woo. Lu Mingdao tried to remind Zhang Yang and his eyes were desperate as he was taken away. And at this time, Zhang Yang saw Lu Shenzhou who was coming slowly. Humph. Zhang Yang sneered, his tone a little surprised. Lu Shenzhou, I thought you were too scared to come, but I didn't expect to have the guts to dare to come and die. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were thick with killing intent and he only responded lightly. Killing you is like killing a dog. What is this talk about guts? The elder of the life and death stage appeared, holding the life and death contract signed by the two. Check your identity. On the side, however, there were quite a few people talking and looking at Lu Shenzhou with pitying eyes. This Lu Shenzhou is truly miserable. Not only were his parents killed by the Zhang family, now it's even more important to be killed by Zhang Yang himself. Hee. The most crucial thing is that Lu Shenzhou's sister is going to marry Zhang Yang as a concubine today, and the Lu and Zhang families have set up a banquet outside the sect gate. It's too hard for me and other mortals of the humble family to live a good life. No one looked favorably on Lu Shenzhou. And at this time, Su Qingyu quietly appeared and was about to go up to stop the elders and annul the life and death contract between the two. When Su Qingyu's pair of beautiful eyes landed on Lu Shenzhou, a color of surprise and shock suddenly surged out and her pupils contracted violently. Brother-in-law, he's in the Xianwu realm? Su Qingyu's leg pace stopped and she thought she had misread it. Her beautiful eyes blinked, carefully sizing up Lu Shenzhou for a few moments, and yes, she hadn't made a mistake. Not only has his cultivation stepped into the Xuanwu realm, his temperament has also changed a lot. Surprisingly, he is still a little bit handsome. Lu Shenzhou's temperament had changed drastically compared to 7 days ago. At this moment, Lu Shenzhou had a handsome appearance and a calm demeanor that was somewhat charming. Su Qingyu's earlobes were slightly hot, her beautiful eyes were full of desire to explore. In these few days, what exactly happened to him? Then there is no rush to strike, first wait and see, in case this brother-in-law can do it? Even if she couldn't beat him, she could still go up and save Lu Shenzhou. The proper body has been verified. Once the life and death stage is up, it cannot be reversed. The voice of the elder of the life and death stage was hoarse and indifferent, full of majesty and a strong sense of oppression. Have you two thought it through? Once on the stage, only one of you can walk down alive. Zhang Yang impatiently jumped onto the life and death stage and hooked his finger at Lu Shenzhou, his face full of arrogant teasing. Lu Shenzhou, come up here quickly to die, don't delay me from marrying my sister later. That sister of yours, I've been eyeing her for a long time. He provoked Lu Shenzhou, his eyes full of obscenity, trying to provoke Lu Shenzhou. He. Lu Shenzhou smiled without smiling, slowly walking the steps up to the life and death platform, his eyes scornfully looking at Zhang Yang. You are so impatient to send to death, then I will fulfill you. I'll send you to death? Zhang Yang laughed arrogantly. Lu Shenzhou, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You're a mortal martial 6th level, and you're saying such words against me, a Xian martial 2nd level? Let's put it this way, seeing as you're my brother-in-law, I'll let you fight first, otherwise you don't know how big the gap between you and me is. The 6th level of mortal martial is as weak as a mole cricket in front of a Xuanwu. Is that so? Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, I can kill you with a single punch, and you're still going to let me make the first move? You cherish your last moments of living in this world. Zhang Yang's chin was raised and his eyes were filled with contemptuous disdain. Kill me with one punch? Go ahead. The people watching the battle on the side looked at Lu Shenzhou as if they were looking at a fool, thinking to themselves, this Lu Shenzhou can't be crazy, right? Mortal martial 6th layer, killing a Xuanwu 2nd layer with one punch? A Xuanwu 2nd layer cultivator stood in front of you, and a mortal martial 6th layer couldn't even hit him. The biggest difference between Fan Wu and Xian Wu is that the aura can be released to perform moves, so that your defense cannot be broken. The voice fell. Lu Shenzhou moved, steeply, his body emitted an aura like a towering mountain. Bang! As soon as Lu Shenzhou raised his fist, there was an ear-piercing sound of an air explosion. It was immediately followed by the sound of the sharp wind of a towering mountain whistling. Everyone's pupils instantly contracted violently, and their expressions were shocked, not daring to believe. Ling Mountain Fist. Ling Mountain Fist Grand Completion Realm. The elder of the life and death stage on the side said indifferently, at such a young age, cultivating to the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, and also cultivating the Ling Mountain Fist to the Grand Completion realm, this son is not bad, why is he wearing a miscellaneous disciple's uniform? What? He's not at the 6th level of mortal martial? How could he be at the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm? Many people immediately stared in disbelief as waves of shock rose within them. The hearts of the crowd were pounding, this Lu Shenzhou was hiding too deeply. Tilting Mountain. Lu Shenzhou blasted out with a fist. At this moment, he looked like an overwhelmingly ferocious creature, and a ferocious light exploded in his eyes. Zhang Yang's face changed dramatically. Lu Shenzhou, you. Wasn't this little bastard a waste at the 6th level of mortal martial? Why was he so terrifying? Just based on the stance sound of Lu Shenzhou's punch, it was enough to know that Lu Shenzhou's punch was not to be underestimated and was extremely terrifying. The colors of fear, anger, panic and confusion immediately appeared under his eyes. In the face of Lu Shenzhou's punch, he immediately lost his arrogant and contemptuous attitude. Hurriedly, he shot out to defend himself against Lu Shenzhou's punch. Both hands were set up into a cross, protecting his chest. Bang! The moment Lu Shenzhou's fist swooped in, Zhang Yang felt a majestic force that seemed to be able to tilt mountains coming from his fist. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and before Zhang Yang could even scream, both of his hands were actually collapsed into his chest by a huge force. Unable to even scream, Zhang Yang's eyes were horrified, his body was like a kite with broken strings, flying out dozens of meters backwards, smashing into the life and death platform formation and being bounced back to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at this scene in horror. This Ling Mountain Fist might is so powerful? Nonsense! That's the Grand Completion realm. If you don't cultivate for 30 to 40 years, you won't be able to go this far. With just one punch, Zhang Yang was crippled, his arms sunken into his chest. Cough! Cough! Zhang Yang lingered on, spitting blood from his mouth. Moreover, it was mixed with fragments of internal organs. His eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou with fear and horror. Lu Shenzhou, spare my life. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were icy cold and his tone was somewhat disappointed. It seems that I was a bit arrogant, one punch hasn't been able to kill you. And then, Lu Shenzhou's legs were slightly separated, his waist slowly sank, his arm was raised high, and his domineering and overwhelming fist once again pounced. Lu Shenzhou, if you kill me, the Zhang family will not release. Bang! Zhang Yang's head was like a watermelon as it exploded under the force of his fist. Chapter 8, Worse than a pig or a dog? Kill back to the family. Zhang family? Zhang Yang, walk slower on your way to the Yellow Springs, they will be on the road with you today. Lu Shenzhou closed his fist and raised his hand to wipe the blood that splattered on his face. Ka-ching! The stone of the stage showed spiderweb cracks, enough to see how much force Lu Shenzhou's punch had. And then a weak force of pure yang surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. About equal to the pure yang power provided by 3 or 5 pigs, Zhang Yang is really a waste. Wow! The people watching the battle nearby were in an uproar at this moment, their eyes stunned. Who would have thought that as the same Xuanwu realm cultivator, Lu Shenzhou would waste Zhang Yang with one punch and kill him with two punches? He didn't even leave a whole body. Su Qingyu stood at the back of the crowd, her beautiful eyes vibrating, her breasts rising and falling slightly. Hiding so deeply, in vain I was worried about him. Let him properly accompany me for double cultivation later. The elder of the life and death stage looked at Lu Shenzhou, his voice indifferent. Life and death are over, you can leave. You should change your clothes and stop hiding as a handyman. This was for Lu Shenzhou to leave the house of handymen and be promoted to outer disciple. Lu Shenzhou slightly arched his hands and cupped his fists. Thank you for reminding elder. Entering the outer sect of the Dongxian sect would enable him to learn more powerful techniques and moves, and this was the only way to truly step into the immortal cultivation world. However, the matter of the outer gate would be discussed tomorrow. Today Lu Shenzhou had more important matters. Lu Shenzhou jumped off the life and death platform and left the sect down the mountain. Su Qingyu wanted to follow, however, a few sisters as beautiful as heavenly fairies walked forward and surrounded her. Lu Shenzhou returned to the eastern wasteland immortal city. The familiar streets, the sounds of street walking and hawking were endless, a bustling and lively scene. A few days ago, Lu Shenzhou had to escape in fear under the protection of Su Qingyu. The marriage contract was broken off and the Lu and Zhang families wanted him dead. Lu Shenzhou nearly lost his life. Today, he would want these people to go on their way and get back what belonged to him. Lu Shenzhou came to the front of the Lu mansion, which was covered in flowers and red makeup. There were quite a few guests coming in and out. Ha! Is that Lu Shenzhou? In front of the Lu mansion, a middle-aged woman resounded with a puzzled voice. Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his eyes was a dense killing intent. This middle-aged woman was Lu Shenzhou's second aunt. Over the years, she had not been harsh and abusive to Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou worshipped in the Dongxian sect and worked hard to dig mines, earning 30 spirit stones a month to go home and visit his sister and grandfather. Most of the wages earned over the years were snatched away by her. Really, Lu Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou's second aunt's eyes were icy cold as she let out a sardonic laugh. Wasn't this little brute supposed to die in Zhang Yang's hands at the life and death stage? Isn't it possible that he fled the battle for fear of death? Hee, you actually dare to go back to the Lu family. Come on people, arrest him for me and get him killed. Bang. 1 second he was still going to get Lu Shenzhou's second aunt killed. The next second, Lu Shenzhou's figure stormed in, and with a single punch, he directly shattered her skull. The head exploded and blood sprayed out from the neck like a fountain. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Lu Shenzhou sneered, still want to get me killed? Although they were both Lu family members like his second aunt were even more hateful than enemies like the Zhang family. His parents died. Some Lu family members not only did not take revenge, but instead aided and abetted the enemy, trying to sell the clan house to get away with it for their own personal gain. Lu Shenzhou in the clan is more difficult to humiliate everywhere, really no way, even if the detection of pure yang waste body to do the mining servitude is very bitter, Lu Shenzhou can only honestly do servitude. This kind of goods, also worthy to do with him as a family member? Trying to get him killed, he made a move to kill you first, is that too much? Killing the second aunt, Lu Shenzhou's pure yang body did not absorb the pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou killed someone. Some of the guests who were still giving gifts and preparing to come to the banquet were briefly disoriented before letting out shrieks to escape. The guards at the entrance also revealed a look of shock and anger. Lu Shenzhou, how dare you kill your second aunt? Don't tie your hands yet. The voice fell. Lu Shenzhou struck again, 2 fists blasted out with majestic force, directly killing these two alive. Aiding and abetting, turning black and white upside down. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were ice cold. Death is deserved. He was the young master of the Lu family. This second aunt abused him harshly. These Lu family guards, if they didn't help him, they were asking for death. Quickly go and inform the patriarch. The guards standing behind the door saw this scene and were horrified. Their souls were scared and they rushed in to report. Seeing this scene, Lu Shenzhou's face was even more murderous. I'm the young master. Where does the Lu mansion have a clan chief? He occupies the legal justice, so these years Zhang family wants to build a greenhouse. Intention delayed. In order to move the Lu family mansion, only if he nodded his head could he make a move, and only then would the eastern wasteland immortal city recognize the land deal. A trace of pure yang qi entered Lu Shenzhou's body. The people he killed were transformed into Lu Shenzhou's cultivation sustenance stored. The cultivation level is a bit low, and it doesn't bring much pure yang qi. He was going to kill and avenge today, so he should be able to accumulate quite a bit of pure yang qi. Fortunately, the Lu and Zhang families had many enemies. Thinking of this, the cruel smile on Lu Shenzhou's face grew a few points thicker as he stepped into the Lu mansion. In the Lu mansion, everywhere hanging red, a festive and lively scene, there are musicians playing music, green women dancing. Many of the guests were even more enthusiastically discussing the extraordinary. TSK, this Lu mansion's eldest Miss Lu Jiwan is actually going to marry the Zhang family's young master as a concubine. I heard that this Lu Jiwan has the potential to be an alchemist, so the Lu family is willing to give it up? What do you know? This is murder and death. Once Zhang Yang marries Lu Jiro, he can take the Lu family's mansion and build a greenhouse to make a lot of money. Oh, Zhang family, that character. I'm afraid that Lu Juan will turn around and be the head of the greenhouse. A person, old man sitting in the corner, full of white hair, just a person sullenly drinking wine. At this time, Lu family guards rushed in, looking anxious. Patriarch, it's not good. Lu Shenzhou killed back to the clan. The voice fell. Bang. Everyone only saw this guard's head being blown out hard, and his headless corpse fell down. A teenager with blood-stained clothes appeared. This scene caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Lu Shenzhou's second uncle, Lu Yuanguang's face was gloomy and his voice cold. Lu Shenzhou, what do you want to do? The clan has treated you well. Today is even your sister's big day. You want to brutally kill your own clan members. Heaven's justice is unforgivable. Why don't you kneel down and tie your hands? Lu Shenzhou ignored him. His eyes scanned and saw his gray-haired grandfather in the corner, his brows slightly wrinkled. Why didn't he see Jiro's sister? Grandpa, where is sister Zero? Shenzhou, I'm sure you'll be able to resume your cultivation. Grandpa Lu Shenzhou's tone was excited. Zero girl has already taken the sedan chair and was forcibly brought to the Zhang family. You must bring Zero girl back. Lu Shenzhou nodded, his voice resounding. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely bring Jiro's sister back unharmed. No one can touch a single hair on her head. Lu Yuangang saw Lu Shenzhou treating him like air. Immediately his face sank and he became furious. Don't know how to die, take him down and send him on his way. Only then did Lu Shenzhou's eyes slowly glanced at Lu Yuangang. Too concerned about sister Jiro, I almost forgot about you. Lu Shenzhou's body swept and rushed towards him. The air resounded with air explosions accompanied by the sound of a stern cry. Give me death. Chapter 9, Cleaning Up the Door, Crazy Revenge. Lu Yuangang aided and abetted the evildoer, turtled up the magpie's nest, counted the classics and forgot his ancestors, and forcibly married Lu Jiro. One after another, in Lu Shenzhou's opinion, this person had already taken his death. Bang! Lu Shenzhou's punch, majestic power poured out, and the spiritual energy in his body also whistled out, forming an astral fist chi. After an air explosion sound, Lu Yuangang was blasted into mud by Lu Shenzhou's punch from the waist up. The lower half of his body immediately fell to the ground. And the pieces of internal organs and blood in it splattered all over the surrounding people. Ah! Many guests and Lu family members immediately shouted in fear, each fleeing in fear. The patriarch is dead. Lu Shenzhou has committed treason. He won't spare us either. Strike together and kill him. Avenge the patriarch, for the sake of our future. In terms of sentiment and profit, it was only right to kill Lu Shenzhou. They had to know that the Zhang family would give them a good amount of money if they wanted to take the Lu family's clan house to build a greenhouse. This amount of money was enough for them to sell out their sons and daughters, not to mention the estates left behind by their ancestors. Some of the Lu family members immediately picked up their weapons and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. They could not let Lu Shenzhou ruin their money-making plans. Even if they didn't do it, Lu Shenzhou wouldn't let them off the hook afterwards. The caricatured smile on Lu Shenzhou's face thickened a few points. His eyes were thick with killing intent, fierce like a wild beast. He licked his lips. It's good to come, but it saves me the time of pulling you out one by one. Lu Shenzhou stood in place, his two fists raised, his aura unmoving like a mountain. Bang bang bang. Come one person. Lu Shenzhou is a fist blast out, blowing out his head, or blowing a hole in his chest. Devil. Devil. Lu Shenzhou, you are the devil. Bastard, Lu Shenzhou, these are all your bloodline clansmen. 20 to 30 people died in a row. The remaining people were scared white and trembling, not daring to move forward, and instead shamelessly accused Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly and smiled cruelly. Those who kill, people will always kill. Besides, it wasn't you guys who made a move on me first? You should know that I'm the de jure young master of the Lu family. I'm clearing the door. All die for me. Run. Quickly run. This Lu Shenzhou is crazy. The remaining 10 or so rebellious clansmen were scared out of their wits and immediately turned to run. Can you run away? Lu Shenzhou sneered. In front of him, a Xuanwu realm cultivator, the mortal martial realm was as weak as an ant. Bang bang bang. Lu Shenzhou stood still and blasted his fists forward. The sound of the astral wind and fists whistled away as head after head exploded. After a few breaths, the ground was full of corpses, not a single living soul. At this point, Lu Shenzhou's clearing of the doorway was complete. And strand after strand of pure yang qi surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. The last thing you traitors will do for the clan is to be turned into sustenance for my cultivation. Lu Shenzhou looked towards his grandfather, who had a head full of white hair. Master, I will go to the Zhang family first to take revenge and bring Sister Jiro back. These matters at home, I'll trouble you to take care of handling them first. Lu Tsunghu had a vicissitude smile on his face, but his eyes were full of light. Good good good. Shenzhou, you go. Now that the traitors are dead, no one will hold you back anymore. Grandpa is at home tidying up and waiting for you to come home. Lu Shenzhou nodded, and then covered in blood, he walked out of the Lu family and headed towards the Zhang family. The Zhang family was extremely festive today. The red carpet and flowers spread over 5 miles of road. Guests from all walks of life were streaming in. Today, it is the big day of the Zhang family for 100 years. It was also the day that the Zhang family would rise to power. Once the Zhang family takes the Lu family's residence and builds a greenhouse, with the Zhang family's 100 years of experience as face and pimp, it will be unstoppable. At a glance, the Zhang family is full of handsome men and women. The guests from all walks of life were even more enthusiastic. This Zhang family is really powerful, relying on the head of the face, pimp trip out a road. That Lu family's fool is also profit-driven, even willing to sell out the clan land to the Zhang family. This Lu Jiro was born pretty, tsk, this little face, this little waist, woe is me. I'm afraid that after Zhang Yang gets tired of playing with her, he will let this Lu Jiro come out to receive guests, and then he will definitely spend some money to taste her flavor. In the center of the guest hall, Lu Jiro in a red dress was full of tears, her body was a golden stone and iron locks, she was forcibly brought here, her face was as pale as a piece of paper, her beautiful eyes were full of humiliation and anger. Even if I die, I won't let you guys have your way. Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Jinlin's face sank. Lu Jiro, what do you want to do? Lu Jiro wanted to bite her tongue and kill herself. Caught in time by Zhang Jinlin, he directly slapped Lu Jiro on the face, knocking her over into the ground. Lu Jiro's delicate body fell to the ground, her exquisite and delicate figure was outlined to the fullest, her cloud temples were scattered, and the corner of her mouth was overflowing with blood. This kind of appearance is actually for her to add a few points of seductive charm, really is the best thing. Look at the call hard itchy. Lu family small family, but also can raise such a good female heir, really call people surprised. Zhang Jinlin said in a deep voice, stuff a cloth in her mouth to prevent her from killing herself. The bride died before the wedding ceremony, how unlucky would that be? Without draining Lu Jiro's value, there was no way for Lu Jiro to die if she wanted to. Lu Jiro's mouth was stuffed with a white cloth, her expression was aggrieved, and her beautiful eyes powerlessly left 2 lines of clear tears. The hall was full of guests, however, Zhang Yang, who was the groom, was late to show up and come here to pay his respects. Everyone was waiting for Zhang Yang here. Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Jinlin, could not help but frown slightly. Why hasn't Yang left the clan to go down the mountain? Today is a great day. Does it take that long to kill a loser like Lu Shenzhou? A clansman immediately volunteered. Clansman, hold on, I'll go outside and take a look. This clan member just ran out of the mansion, then screamed miserably as his figure flew backwards and smashed into the guest hall. A closer look, this family man chest sunken, broken bones do not know how many roots, immediately gagged. Actually was a punch to the living death. The sudden scene made everyone present look shocked. Who would dare to commit a murder on the Zhang family's wedding day? The eyes of the sky looked towards the entrance of the Zhang mansion. Only to see a blood-stained, skinny young man standing at the door, his face filled with a cold and cruel smile, his gaze was fierce to the extreme, and when he met with his eyes, it sent chills down the people's hearts, and a sense of fear surged out of them. After seeing the appearance of the teenage boy clearly, someone immediately exclaimed, "This is impossible. He is Lu Shenzhou. How did he walk down from the life and death platform alive?" There are only 2 possibilities, either he was afraid of death and fled the battle, or he survived on the life and death stage. And then everyone's gazes looked at Zhang Jinlin in unison with playful eyes. This time there was something lively to watch. Clang! Zhang Jinlin's face was grim as he stood up from his chair in a prancing manner and asked word for word. "Lu Shenzhou, where is my son Zhang Yang? Why did you survive?" Lu Shenzhou sniffed, the smile on his face was actually a bit brilliant and bright, his voice joyful, revealing snow-white teeth. He was killed by my 2 punches and is waiting for you on the Yellow Springs Road. I've come to send your family on their way. As the voice fell, Lu Shenzhou's body swept and pounced. Chapter 10, Killing the Zhang family and destroying their entire family. At a glance, Lu Shenzhou saw Lu Jiro who was bound by iron locks and forcefully brought here. Sister Jiro. Especially seeing Lu Jiro's aggrieved expression with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth made Lu Shenzhou burst into a rage. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it was like substance erupting out. Stop him. The Zhang family's crowd rose up to stop Lu Shenzhou. Bang bang bang. Several Zhang family members rushed up, and Lu Shenzhou seemed to destroy them, killing one with a single punch. Then, walking leisurely, he walked into the guest hall, came to Lu Jiro's front, and removed the white cloth. Lu Jiro's body trembled slightly, her eyes were full of disbelief. Shenzhou? Wasn't Shenzhou at the 3rd level of mortal martial arts? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Sister Jiro, I've come to take you home. Lu Shenzhou's tone of voice was unprecedentedly gentle, even his eye expression, in the face of Lu Jiro was all turned into gentleness. Lu Jiro's jade voice trembled, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Shenzhou, you quickly go. The Zhang family was powerful, not Lu Shenzhou alone could deal with it, because of her, she could not let Lu Shenzhou lose his life together. Sister Jiro, I'm not leaving. Lu Shenzhou's gentle smile reappeared with a hideous killing intent. I'm here to send the Zhang family to the Yellow Springs Road along with Zhang Yang. The Yellow Springs Road? Humph. Zhang Hulin's anger was so great that he looked at Lu Shenzhou with murderous intent in his eyes. You dared to kill my son, I will send you siblings to die together today. Even if I break you into pieces, it will still be hard to vent my anger. Kill them. Zhang Helen could not hide the pain of losing his son in his angry voice. But this, however, made Lu Shenzhou feel free and soothed. Otherwise, what was the point of killing someone for revenge? The remaining Zhang family members rushed up at once and surrounded Lu Shenzhou. Lu Jiro's face turned pale and her cherry lips were tightly bitten. Shenzhou, you should go. You don't have to worry about me, I have a way to get out of the trap. At the moment of life, Lu Jiro was still worried about Lu Shenzhou's life and safety. Lu Shenzhou laughed easily. Sister Jiro, don't worry, I will kill them all. Don't be afraid, trust me. The young man's youthful words but inexplicably gave Lu Jiro a strong sense of security, but her eyes were still filled with worry. Hearing Lu Shenzhou's words, the Zhang family members who surrounded up revealed a cruel and contemptuous smile, like that of the dead Zhang Yang. Lu Shenzhou let out a light breath as dozens of Zhang family members rushed up with weapons in hand. Ling Shan. A fist blasted out, a terrifying air explosion sounded, a layer of airwaves visible to the naked eye shot out from the soles of Lu Shenzhou's feet, followed by the sound of sharp wind. In an instant, dozens of Zhang family members flew out backwards, each bleeding from their 7 orifices, their bones breaking and dying on the spot. The airwaves rushed away, causing many of the guests' figures to tumble from the dining table and fall to the ground. How is this possible? A single punch, killing dozens of people, stimulated everyone's nerves, causing their expressions to be shocked and their hearts to beat wildly. Wasn't Lu Shenzhou a waste? Why was he suddenly so powerful and terrifying? Wisps of pure yang qi surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. Zhang Helen was horrified, his face grimacing. Impossible. Guests, please take the trouble to kill this little beast together, my Zhang family will be rewarded afterwards. Lu Shenzhou killed dozens of clansmen with a single punch, and right now there were no more than a few Zhang clan members left alive. At that moment, there were some guests whose eyes flickered with essence and were eager to try. Lu Shenzhou laughed coldly, his eyes swept across the room, his voice cold and stern. This is a personal vendetta between me and the Zhang family. If anyone dares to intervene, I will exterminate your entire family afterward. Some of the guests, with hesitant expressions, were in between thoughts. Bang! The Alchemist Association is doing business, all idle people withdraw. What? Alchemist Association? Only to see several cultivators wearing alchemist robes walk into the Zhang mansion, making the scene even more tense. Lu Shenzhou's complexion was immediately a little tense. The Alchemist Association, that was a huge thing. Lu Jiro behind Lu Shenzhou suddenly spoke. Shenzhou, don't be afraid, the Alchemist Association was invited by me. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were stunned. Sister Jiro, you actually do have a way to get out of this? Lu Jiro had an alchemist talent. Could it be that she had already joined the Alchemist Association? Seeing this, a group of guests fled, not daring to stay here any longer. Zhang Helen's face changed dramatically once again. A person from the Alchemist Association spoke. Lu Jiro, it seems that you're safe and sound and don't need our help. According to the agreement, we only protect your life. Other than that, it's not within the scope of the agreement. Lu Shenzhou sighed in relief. He was worried that these few people would steal the pure yang qi from him. Thus, Lu Shenzhou looked at Zhang Helen with a teasing, cruel color in his eyes. Old beast, it's time to go on your way, but don't let Zhang Yang wait too long for you on the Yellow Springs Road. Lu Shenzhou, don't be arrogant. Zhang Helen's body erupted with the aura of the Xuanwu realm. No one can save you today. As the Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Helen's strength was naturally not weak. The fact that the people from the Alchemist Association only cared about Lu Jiro was a relief to Zhang Helen as well. Little brute. I want you to pay for my son's life. Zhang Helen's furious hair flew backwards as he lifted the knife in his hand and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou with an amazingly swift speed. The pupils of Lu Jiro's beautiful eyes contracted extremely fast, and she subconsciously lost her voice. Shenzhou, be careful. This knife transformed into a silver light residue and headed straight for Lu Shenzhou's head. Its power was extremely astonishing. Bang! Lu Shenzhou stood still and just blasted out with a fist, like a mountain. Clang! Zhang Helen's sword seemed to slash on top of a lofty mountain, and the blade was shaken away. How is this possible? Zhang Helen's eyes were filled with dismay, and a color of fear suddenly surfaced under his eyes. So that's how it is, you're actually in the Xuanwu realm. Only at this moment did he react to Lu Shenzhou's cultivation strength. There is no reward. Lu Shenzhou grinned a sardonic smile, then blasted out with a fist, tilting mountain. Bang! After the iconic gas explosion sounded, Zhang Helen's upper body was blown to mush. The lower half of his corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Wow! The scene erupted in an uproar, shocked beyond words. This Lu Shenzhou, so young, Xuanwu realm. Isn't he a loser? The patriarch is dead. Flee! Flee! Zhang Helen is the strongest one in the Zhang family, also died in the hands of Lu Shenzhou. The remaining few Zhang family members who were still alive, the color of fear and despair suddenly surged out from the bottom of their eyes. Still want to escape? Lu Shenzhou let out a sardonic smile. Stay, go on the road with Zhang Yang, don't let him be alone on the road. Family, it's better to be neat and tidy. Lu Shenzhou raised his fist again and lunged towards the Zhang family. Lu Shenzhou, our Zhang family is from the Acacia Alliance. If you destroy our Zhang family, the Acacia Alliance will not let you go. In an instant, several heads exploded like watermelons. At this point, the Zhang family was completely dead. Seeing Lu Jiro completely safe, the Alchemist Association's man spoke. Lu Jiro, since you are safe and sound, then our agreement is considered complete. Don't forget your conditions, or else, humph. The Alchemist Association is not something you can mess with. The news of the Zhang family's destruction spread quickly through the mouths of the escaping guests, and many families, powerful and noble, were shocked by it. Chapter 11 Lu Family Plight. Sister-in-law in the middle of the night to touch the door. The ground was full of corpses, and the smell of blood in the middle of the Zhang house was sickening. But the mood of Lu Shenzhou is unprecedentedly happy and refreshing. First kill the Lu family enablers of the clan, and then destroy the Zhang family. Lu Shenzhou finally avenged his parents. Lu Shenzhou came to Lu Jiro. The chains on her body, all of which were Lu family artifacts, could be opened with a key. Sister Jiro, it's over. Let's go home. Lu Jiro had long been scared and her body was soft and powerless. At this moment, there was still a color of fear on her jade face that had not completely dissipated. Her red lips trembled lightly, wanting to get up, but her body was so weak that she staggered and was about to fall down. Lu Shenzhou was quick, his big hand wrapped around her soft and boneless waist. Warm and soft jade suddenly pounced into his arms. Lu Jiro has never had such intimate contact with someone, subconsciously wanted to dodge, but really did not have the strength, lips lightly trembling. Shenzhou, thank you. Being held in Lu Shenzhou's arms, Lu Jiro's eyes were a little flustered and blushing. Her snow-white neck climbed up a layer of light and charming redness, looking even more attractive. Lu Shenzhou smelled the virginal fragrance of Lu Jiro's body. Some of his heart went wild. Sister Jiro, can you stand still? Lu Jiro tried to let go of Lu Shenzhou, but without Lu Shenzhou's thick chest, her petite body stumbled to fall. She could only lie down in Lu Shenzhou's arms with a red face, her voice gentle and sweet. Shenzhou, I don't have the strength. I can't walk. Steadily. What to do? The two have no blood relationship. Lu Jiro was adopted by Lu Shenzhou's parents. Put in the general family, is to be used as a child bride training. Lu Shenzhou's big hand exerted force and picked her up in a horizontal hug. Oh, Lu Jiro exclaimed, was startled, a heart puffed and puffed violently. Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, then I'll carry Sister Jiro home. Lu Jiro's breathing was a little short and nervous, her eyes were even more flustered, and only after a few moments did she mumbled, okay. Lu Shenzhou just like this held Lu Jiro horizontally out of the Zhang mansion and returned to the Lu family. It was only after a while that Lu Jiro completely regained her senses and determined that what was happening in front of her was true. The Zhang family was slaughtered by Lu Shenzhou alone. Lu Jiro warmly inquired, Shenzhou, when did you become so powerful? In her memory, Lu Shenzhou had checked out the pure yang waste body and his cultivation had been stuck at the third level of mortal martial, unable to cultivate. For this reason, Lu Shenzhou had been silent for many years. For many years, she had been relieving Lu Shenzhou, saying that she had the talent of an alchemist, and when she became an alchemist, she would definitely let him live a good life. Lu Shenzhou's tone was calm, but in his eyes was a mesmerizing light. I can cultivate. For all this, he also had to thank Su Qingyu. If he hadn't sought him out for dual cultivation and injected purine qi, he wouldn't have been able to awaken Yeshuizhou. Shenzhou, you can cultivate again. Lu Jiro's jade face was excited, acting even more excited and happy than Lu Shenzhou himself. Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth and asked, Sister Jiro, what is your agreement with the Alchemist Association? Lu Jiro looked a little nervous, her beautiful eyes slightly dimmed and her red lips pursed lightly. Within 5 days, I'm going to pass the Alchemist Association's test and become a first-order alchemist, or else I'll become the Alchemist Association's pill-testing slave girl. I'm just a little bit short of successfully refining pills. Shenzhou, you don't have to worry. Lu Shenzhou nodded. Sister Jiro, why did you agree to such harsh conditions from the Alchemist Association? Lu Jiro pursed her lips. The family is already so poor that they have to sell their land to make a living. If I can become an alchemist, I will also be able to make money to support the family, and the clan won't be aiding and abetting the outsiders and bullying you, Shenzhou. In the end, it was still for Lu Shenzhou's sake. Lu Shenzhou's heart was warmed and his eyes became more and more gentle. Sister Jiro, it's been hard on you. Alchemist making money is very profitable. Lu Jiro, if she really became an alchemist, Lu family can change from a small family to a big family. Back at the Lu family, the red lanterns and banquet had already been removed. Some of the Lu family clansmen were washing the floor to flush out the bloodstains, and every clansman looked at Lu Shenzhou with awe in their eyes. Young lord! Young lord! Young master! Lu Xueming looked at Lu Shenzhou's blood-stained body and called out with conviction. He was currently standing behind Lu Tsonghu. Lu Shenzhou put down Lu Jiro in his arms and the two of them saluted together, grandfather. Lu Tsonghu looked uplifted and laughed loudly, his middle voice was full of relief in his eyes. Good, Shenzhou, you are very good. The news of Lu Shenzhou destroying the entire Zhang family alone came back, and the entire Lu family was in a state of shock and uproar. Lu Tsonghu was also officially back in charge of the Lu family. Shenzhou, Jiro, it's been a hard day's work, go down and have a good night's rest first. Lu Shenzhou nodded his head. He was covered in blood, and after killing so many people, he was indeed a bit tired. Lu Jiro, however, shook her head. I don't need to, I'm going to continue to go study refining pills. She had regained some of her strength now, and after having the iron locks on her body lifted, she dove headfirst into the alchemy room. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, returned to the house by herself to boil water for a bath. The Lu family was so poor that they had to sell the clan house to get by, so naturally they didn't have the money to hire maids and slaves. As Lu Shenzhou washed, he actually fell asleep in a daze. It wasn't until light footsteps sounded outside the door that Lu Shenzhou jolted awake. Who's outside the door? It was dark outside and the moon hung high in the sky. Crunch! The door to the room was pushed open and a fragrant breeze hit his nose. A young girl was wearing a white dress, her jade face was absolutely beautiful, her temperament was dignified and elegant, and the large white rabbit on her chest was extremely majestic. Who was it if not Su Qingyu? Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Shenzhou wryly. Brother-in-law, are you not welcoming me? Little. Cough. I have broken the marriage contract with your sister, there is no need to call me brother-in-law. Lu Shenzhou was a little surprised, not expecting Su Qingyu to come at this point. Humph. Not willing to let me call my brother-in-law, still really miss me? Su Qingyu smiled flirtatiously, this kind of appearance, really seductive. Lu Shenzhou's gaze did not dodge, but met it head-on with a wolfishness. So what? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu let out a silver bell-like delicate laugh. If sister-in-law serves me comfortably, it's not like I can't consider sister-in-law. It's only been a few days, brother-in-law's change is really big, even dare to hit my idea, not afraid of my fiancé? Lu Shenzhou fortunately has a thicker skin, and even licked his lips, serving comfortably? Double cultivation? Not looking for brother-in-law, you double cultivation, what else can there be? Su Qingyu smiled 100 winks. This is brother-in-law, your outer disciple uniform and token, put it on. Wow! Lu Shenzhou stood up from the bucket of water. Su Qingyu subconsciously blushed, her jade face, it rolled like fire, both hands covered her eyes, then revealed a little finger crack, her face rolled even hotter. The capital, it's not bad. The capital is quite strong. Lu Shenzhou saw this and laughed, finally not being defeated in front of Su Qingyu. This niece, seemingly flirtatious and proactive, was still extremely pure in her heart. Lu Shenzhou took the outer disciple uniform and put it on, looking a little more handsome and temperamental. Chapter 12 Double Cultivation again, fiancé to catch adultery. The first time I came back to life, the second time I was familiar with it. Last time he was teased by Su Qingyu. This time Lu Shenzhou put on his clothes, sat on the bed, opened his arms, looked at Su Qingyu and smiled. Come over. She felt more and more that Lu Shenzhou had changed a lot, yet, inwardly, she felt that Lu Shenzhou was a little bit charming. Why was this? Su Qingyu did not fall on her face, her smile was flirtatious and her beautiful eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Brother Shenzhou, don't have any crooked thoughts. Lu Shenzhou gazed at her, in your Su Qingyu's mind, I, Lu Shenzhou, am that kind of person? Humph. Better not. Su Qingyu stepped on Lu Shenzhou's bed with elegant lotus steps. Then she sat in Lu Shenzhou's arms, the two of them were close to each other, their fingers interlocked. In this way, it was possible to absorb and exhale the pure yang and pure yin qi in each other's bodies and run the enlightenment dual cultivation technique. Su Qingyu operated her gongfu and began to cultivate with Lu Shenzhou's pure yang qi enlightenment method. Lu Shenzhou similarly ran his gong method and began to absorb the pure yin qi in Su Qingyu's body through his meridians. This was a win-win situation. Yu Shuizha's voice suddenly sounded, Host, this woman's pure yin qi is relatively thick, you can absorb more, I can use the power of my residual soul to help you store it. Lu Shenzhou was not a lustful person, his nature was more like a bitter cultivator. For him, there were not many chances to run into Su Qingyu for dual cultivation. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity to accumulate more pure yin qi, and in doing so, he was also helping her. Lu Shenzhou was single-mindedly focused on cultivation, and inwardly responded to Yu Shuizhou. Good, then I will trouble you. While Su Qingyu was using Lu Shenzhou's dual cultivation to enhance her gongfu comprehension, she was a little nervous inside. Today, Lu Shenzhou's performance was vaguely a bit beyond her control mastery. Previously, she was able to hold Lu Shenzhou steadily. But right now, Lu Shenzhou was able to give her a sense of danger that she might lose her life. Lu Shenzhou's side was concentrating on cultivating without any distractions, but instead it was Su Qingyu who was floating in her thoughts. A quarter of an hour later, Su Qingyu let go of Lu Shenzhou and prepared to end this double cultivation. She opened her eyes with a smile that was both dignified and elegant. Brother Shenzhou, it's been hard on you again. Lu Shenzhou looked at her, it's over so soon. Su Qingyu's head nodded slightly, a certain emotion flickering in her beautiful eyes. The accumulation this time should be enough for me to challenge a holy maiden. After I become a saintess, no one will definitely dare to mess with you. After saying that, she was ready to pull away from Lu Shenzhou's arms. However, Lu Shenzhou was holding one of her white wrists, his gaze had a wolfish yet calm quality. It's not easy to double cultivate once, so why don't you add more of your own substance? Su Qingyu's heart jumped slightly, the feeling of losing her virginity added a few more points. An indescribable feeling of panic surged to her heart, causing her jade face, earlobes, and neck to burn slightly. She wanted to reject Lu Shenzhou, but she was worried that Lu Shenzhou would see her brokenness. Lol 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 lol. Su Qingyu's face smiled delicately like a flower and her voice was like a bell. Then I'll double cultivate for a while longer. Good. Lu Shenzhou nodded his head and with a slight force on his arm, he pulled her into his arms and sat down. A moment later, Lu Shenzhou looked at her. Why is your heart beating so fast? The two were extremely close. Su Qingyu's white rabbit squeezed on his chest, even each other's breathing could be heard, not to mention the speed of her heartbeat. Su Qingyu's jade face was even hotter. Fortunately her skin was white enough, and it was in a dark room, making it a little hard to see, not letting Lu Shenzhou notice the end. Su Qingyu just toned dignified, elegant perfunctory, comprehend quite a lot, some excitement just. As you are taking revenge today. Lu Shenzhou did not doubt it and nodded, continue with your dual cultivation. The two people were single-mindedly double cultivating, each taking what they needed, and gradually they lost track of time. Until late at night, Su Qingyu abruptly let go of Lu Shenzhou and collapsed on Lu Shenzhou's bed, which ended the double cultivation. Lu Shenzhou thought that Su Qingyu's cultivation had gone wrong, Yu Shuizhao reminded. Don't move her, she has absorbed enough pure yang qi, and at this moment she is caught in a state of epiphany. For ordinary people, this kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. After she wakes up, she will receive enough benefits. Lu Shenzhou then nodded, then sleepiness came like a tidal wave and he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Shenzhou slowly woke up, and what met his eyes when he opened them was Su Qingyu's stunningly beautiful and flawless jade face. The entire bed was filled with her charming body odor, which made one's heart flutter with imagination. At a closer look, every inch of Su Qingyu's skin was as white and smooth as a work of art. Lying at Lu Shenzhou's angle, he could even vaguely glimpse the majestic gully under the neckline, full of endless temptation and reverie. Although Lu Shenzhou and Su Hongwan lifted the marriage contract, but also with Su Qingyu entangled, as if fate arranged him, and this pair of sisters cannot be separated. This absolutely beautiful jade, as long as Lu Shenzhou reach out to explore, will be able to possess it. However, Su Qingyu's soulful and cunning beautiful eyes were open long ago and her tone was warm. Not taking advantage of my state of epiphany by making light of it, I'm getting more and more optimistic about you. The corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. It's just that I killed so many people yesterday, I was too tired to take advantage of it, and it's okay to make up for it now. Saying this, Lu Shenzhou's big hand was going to probe forward. Cluck cluck cluck. Su Qingyu let out a silver bell-like delicate laugh, her hot fragrant body dodged back. Her gaze was provocative, the meaning seemed to be, giving you a chance doesn't work. Lu Shenzhou intended to give Su Qingyu a lesson, letting her know what the wolf nature is. Outside the house was the sound of Lu Shueming's somewhat panicked voice, young master. Mr. Zhao is here. You old dog, how dare you ventilate, believe it or not I will beat you to death. Lu Shenzhou, Su Qingyu, you adulterous couple get out here. Outside the house, the angry roar of a dude resounded. Su Qingyu's cunning and soulful beautiful eyes blinked. That fiancé of mine is here, are you afraid of brother Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou did not have the slightest hint of panic in his eyes, instead, his smile grew even stronger. What's there to be afraid of, we're like this anyway. At these words, Su Qingyu's eyes were slightly stunned, a touch of charming light red climbed up to the swan's neck, her tone angry. Like this? Which way ah? Although double cultivation is good, there are risks. Get up. Lu Shenzhou, however, smiled and said, don't. Su Qingyu's eyes flashed with a flash of panic. Lu Shenzhou's eye expression did not change in any way, then his big hand wrapped around Su Qingyu's waist and carried her into his arms. Well. Su Qingyu let out a shocked cry that caught her off guard. Bang. At the same time, Su Qingyu's fiancé, that eunuch Zhao Tianhao, kicked in the door. Chapter 13, A Dead Man, The Oath of Affection. You guys? This pair of adulterers. Zhao Tianhao kicked the door in and saw Su Qingyu being held in Lu Shenzhou's arms. A green hat was clearly placed on his head. Zhao Tianhao was immediately furious. Su Qingyu looked flustered for a moment and gazed into Lu Shenzhou's eyes, finding a smile in the other party's eyes. Obviously, he was retaliating for the previous teasing and pinning him down. The first time Su Qingyu was so generalized, her jade face couldn't help but blush crimson and roll, and she angrily glared at Lu Shenzhou. Now you are satisfied. Not exposing the relationship, but for your own good. Zhao Tianhao saw that the two people were still flirting, as if he didn't exist, and immediately his face turned blue, his forehead veins bulging out. I'm going to kill you guys. Lu Shenzhou coldly glanced at Zhao Tianhao, not taking this dude seriously at all. The marriage contract between Su Qingyu and Zhao Tianhao was originally a promise that Su Qingyu was forced to agree to after she lost her promise when she failed to challenge the position of the Holy Maiden. Su Qingyu has not been able to see this Zhao Tianhao, and this Zhao Tianhao is a pure waste, relying on the identity of the outside of the three, not to mention the Su family accident. This waste is not a little busy to help, but instead is shrinking in the guest room, does not go out, for fear of getting into trouble with the Su family. A bit of manliness is not there. Zhao Tianhao pulled up the knife in his hand and lunged towards the two people on the bed. Su Qingyu saw this, but a jade finger flicked out, a majestic mana whistled out, directly hit this. Zhao Tianhao flew out backwards, smashed on the ground. Zhao Tianhao rose from the ground in a sorry state, spitting out blood in anger. Su Qingyu, you are my fiancé, how dare you help this adulterer beat me? Su Qingyu glared at Lu Shenzhou, slapped away his hand, got down from the bed and straightened her clothes, resuming as that dignified and elegant heaven's pride young lady, her voice icy cold. Zhao Tianhao, I will soon ascend to the position of holy maiden, and then the first thing I will do is break my engagement with you. Zhao Tianhao let out a cold laugh. Can you beat my sister and you're going to fight for the position of holy maiden? You became my fiancé the last time you couldn't beat her. What capital do you still have to challenge my sister? Just because you couldn't beat her last time doesn't mean you can't beat her this time? Su Qingyu was full of confidence at the moment. Last night's enlightenment had brought her enough benefits. Zhao Tianhao laughed coldly. Good, you're going to challenge my sister this time, and if you lose, you'll have to commit yourself to me and be a crotch plaything for me. When Lu Shenzhou heard this, his eyes immediately became dense with killing intent. In his eyes, this Zhao Tianhao was already a dead man. Su Qingyu raised one of her jade hands to stop Lu Shenzhou in advance, while not saying a word and remaining silent. And then, Zhao Tianhao looked at Lu Shenzhou. As for this adulterer, you can't protect him, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to dismantle him in a big way to vent my heart's hatred. He had been his fiancé for a few years, but he hadn't even touched a single finger of Su Qingyu. Why did Su Qingyu have her eyes on this punk Lu Shenzhou? And this Lu Shenzhou was also his nominal ex-brother-in-law. How can the great thing under the sky, the Su family's sister flowers, let this one punk enjoy all of it? Is there any justice? Su Qingyu's eyes sank slightly, her voice cold. Get lost. This was what she was worried about. Humph. Zhao Tianhao wiped his blood, his eyes obscene and resentful. Su Qingyu, you won't be able to be arrogant for a few days. After you lose to my sister, I'll see how you beg for forgiveness in front of me. As for Lu Shenzhou, you punk, you buy a coffin and wait for death. I'll give you 10 days to prepare. Putting down his harsh words, Zhao Tianhao left. And then, Su Qingyu turned to look at Lu Shenzhou and lightly hummed. My good brother-in-law, you are now being targeted by Zhao Tianhao, satisfied? Lu Shenzhou let out a light laugh, his face full of indifference. What's there to be afraid of? The tone of his voice was calm, yet it was filled with an unspeakably powerful confidence that was full of charm. Giggle, brother-in-law, you are so brave. Su Qingyu suddenly let out a charming laugh, looking at Lu Shenzhou's beautiful eyes with some infatuation. After I ascend to the position of holy maiden, I will be together with you, brother-in-law, in a bright and honorable manner, okay? Lu Shenzhou laughed, his eyes filled with aggressive wolfishness. This is what you said. Su Qingyu, a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Since I said it, I will definitely fulfill it. But if I lose, brother-in-law, don't blame me. Lu Shenzhou fell into silence. The battle for the position of the holy maiden was still a bit far away from the current him. Even if I lose, I, Su Qingyu, will not let that Zhao Tianhao touch a single finger of mine. I would rather kill myself and die, and my Yuan will only be preserved for you, brother Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's mind was shaken. Before he could react, fragrant wind came. Su Qingyu's bare chin pressed on his shoulder, smilingly saying, I promise so, brother Shenzhou. Satisfied? Satisfied, couldn't be more satisfied. Then if brother Shenzhou really likes Qingyu, he must work hard to raise his cultivation, otherwise Qingyu is naked and you won't be able to double cultivate with me. If you want to dominate me, brother Shenzhou, you will explode and die. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and said with a straight face, I will speed up my cultivation and won't keep you waiting for a long time. With this, the two made a vow of love. It has to be very fast to do so, otherwise Qingyu can't help but really double cultivate and will cause you to die, brother Shenzhou. Fragrance blew beside his ears, making Lu Shenzhou's ears itch and making his heart flutter. There won't be that day. This yin-yang dual cultivation technique, at the moment it was just cuddling, but in order to have a faster epiphany of the technique, it still had to be a true dual cultivation. Obviously, once Su Qingyu ascended to the position of holy maiden and held great power in her hands, she would find a way to take revenge and revitalize the Su family. At that time, her need for dual cultivation epiphanies would be higher and more numerous. Good, this sentence Qingyu has memorized. Su Qingyu gently kissed Lu Shenzhou on his cheek. This is a reward for brother Shenzhou today. And then she let go of Lu Shenzhou, turned around and left quickly. There were only 10 days left and it was imminent for her. Looking at Su Qingyu's fading back, Lu Shenzhou couldn't help but ask, then, the gongfu, even if it's a token of love between you and me? When Su Qingyu heard this, her petite body stumbled and almost fell, only to smile back. You guess. Then it completely disappeared in front of Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath and his entire body was filled with motivation. Qingyu, I will give you a surprise. He wanted to immediately leave the city to kill the demons and quickly raise his cultivation to catch up with Su Qingyu's footsteps. But right now, there were more important matters that he urgently needed to resolve. He walked out the door of his room and headed towards the alchemy room where Lu Jiro was. Lu Xueming looked at Lu Shenzhou's back, still in shock and not completely back to his senses. Young lord, breaking off the engagement with Su Hongwan and instead getting together with the even more powerful Su Qingyu. The matter of revitalizing my Lu family's lintel and opening up the branch is on the young lord. As for Lu Jiro, no one could look favorably on her succeeding in alchemy and becoming an alchemist. There was no other reason. The alchemist's formulae were all monopolized by the clan, and refining an elixir on one's own was even harder than a mortal ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, Lu Jiro had been studying alchemy since she was a child, and after more than 10 years she hadn't yet become one. She only had 5 days left. Could she become one? Chapter 14, Beauty teaches alchemy by hand. Believe me. The first thing that you need to do is to get to the alchemy room, and then you can hear your grandfather, Lu Tsonghu, talking to you about how he is doing. It was to hear her grandfather Lu Tsonghu arguing with someone. What are you going to do? Get out of the Lu mansion. Old Master Lu, the Lu family owes us so much money. What's wrong with taking a little something from your Lu mansion to cover the interest? Lu Tsonghu's furious roar sounded. Whoever owes the money, you go and ask for it. Oh, you Lu family, those who owe us money are dead, but there is no such thing as people dying and debts canceling. I'll tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the Alchemist Association stepping in to protect the Lu family, today we would have to sweep you all out and collect the Lu mansion land. You dare! My granddaughter, Lu Jiro, is about to become a first-rank alchemist, and the money my Lu family owes you will be paid off in a matter of days. That's why you guys are still able to live in this mansion now and haven't been kicked out. Lu Shenzhou frowned towards going up, only to see a burly man wearing a tiger's skin and blind in one eye was commanding his men to take things away from the family. There was no lack of valuable objects that were the heritage of a family. And grandfather Lu Tsonghu could only gasp helplessly, like an aged lion king, having the heart but not the power. This blind strong man Lu Shenzhou recognized is the Eastern Desert Immortal City Loan Sharks. Yellow gambling, drug lending, is originally one. Right now, the Lu family is so poor that they have to sell their belongings to pay off their debts. Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth and said, "Show me the notes." The blind man took out a small booklet and opened it to the densely packed notes, one after another, looking at Lu Shenzhou shocked. Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and lending, those Lu family members that he killed did everything. No wonder they were aiding and abetting in trying to sell the Lu family mansion. Just taking their lives is simply too easy for them. After reading the note, Lu Shenzhou's face sank. Soon, all the valuable belongings up and down the Lu family mansion were removed. Even the firewood, grain, and rice in the kitchen were almost emptied. The blind, burly man smiled and said, "For the sake of the future alchemist, leave them a few days of food, don't starve people to death." The words were filled with sarcasm. Is an alchemist that good? Then, Elder Master Lu, Mr. Lu, I'll come back to the residence in 5 days. 5 days later, it was the time for Lu Jiro's alchemist examination. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsonghu's face was unsightly and he breathed sharply, "Get lost." The blind burly man left with a group of subordinates. After Lu Tsonghu saw the outsiders leave, his face eased a lot before revealing a smile as he looked at Lu Shenzhou. "Shenzhou, you are very good. Surprisingly, you hooked up with that girl Su Qingyu, you even have a love token. The heavy responsibility of opening up my Lu family is going to fall on your shoulders." Su Qingyu, the girl I have seen, the Su family raised very well, at first glance is able to give birth to a child, you then can let her give you 10 or 8 big fat boys. Lu Shenzhou rolled his eyes and said, "Grandpa, we are going to be swept away, you still have the mood to care about this?" Lu Tsonghu's eyes dimmed. A bunch of unfilial children and grandchildren. If I had known, I should have gotten the oldest 2 on the wall back then. There would not have been today's woes. Shenzhou, you find time in the next few days to get Jiro into the Dongxian sect and don't come back. Lu Shenzhou, Grandpa, you also don't think highly of Sister Jiro becoming an alchemist? Lu Tsonghu let out a bitter smile. "Shenzhou, I'm 80 years old, I've been staying in the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City for the past 80 years, and the number of wild alchemists that can pass the Alchemist Association's examination can be counted on 10 fingers. There are only 2 ways to become an alchemist under this sky. The first is to join a large clan, make a heart demonic oath not to divulge the slightest bit, and serve as a lackey for the clan for the rest of one's life, in order to receive the alchemist inheritance. The second is that the alchemy talent is extremely outstanding, by virtue of pills to reverse the Dan formula, become an alchemist, but such a person, all are the guests of the various great clans and sects, preferring to die of old age and lose the tradition, but also unwilling to accept the apprentice to divulge the alchemy inheritance. Zero, this girl's talent is good, she reversed a Dan formula in her early years, but for so many years, alchemy has failed countless times, stuck in the handling of the herbs, so that she was unable to refine a finished elixir after a long time. Perhaps if she is given another 10 or 20 years, she can succeed, but right now there are only 5 days left. Lu Shenzhou had known about the gold content of an alchemist a long time ago, but he had not expected it to be so difficult to become an alchemist. However, he was different today and opened his mouth. "Grandpa, I believe that Sister Jiro can succeed." Lu Tsonghu did not say anything. Lu Shenzhou headed to the alchemy room. A long cooled dinner was placed at the door and a breakfast that was still steaming was set out. He brought the breakfast up and pushed open the door of the alchemy room and walked in. The complex smell of various medicinal herbs came to the surface. On the floor, there were various bottles and jars. And Lu Jiro, still wearing yesterday's red dress, wasted her sleep and food in front of the Dan furnace, staring intently at all the movements in the Dan furnace, not even realizing that Lu Shenzhou had come in. Half a quarter of an hour later. Bang! There was an explosion from the Dan furnace, followed by thick black smoke billowing out, followed by the irritating odor of burning herbs. Failed again. Lu Jiro's eyes were a little discouraged, and she turned back to her senses, before realizing Lu Shenzhou. Shenzhou, why are you here? Sister Jiro, I came to see you. Lu Shenzhou handed over his breakfast. By the way, I'm sending you breakfast. Refining is very important, but eating is more important, otherwise how can you refine pills if your body is exhausted? She used to be the one to take care of Lu Shenzhou. Now that Lu Shenzhou was taking care of her in turn, she was still a little uncomfortable. Her cheeks flushed as she took the breakfast and ate it. Shenzhou, thank you. As she ate, Lu Jiro put down her chopsticks. Shenzhou, me, am I useless? After so many years, I have yet to successfully refine a single elixir. Lu Shenzhou just gazed into her beautiful eyes and said lightly. Those who work hard shouldn't be laughed at, Sister Jiro. You are already very good. I believe that you will succeed sooner or later. Just as you believe that I will be able to resume my cultivation sooner or later, I have full confidence in you. Hearing this, Lu Jiro's jade face turned even more scarlet, her head nodding heavily. Aha! Immediately, Lu Shenzhou asked, Sister Jiro, is this alchemy really difficult? Lu Jiro's head said, the formula can be reversed through the sale of pills. The hard part is how to deal with each herb individually so as to refine the pills. There is also the control of the fire, the moment of Dan formation. For example, this kind of elixir I'm going to refine is called Yuan Qi Dan. A single elixir can raise a Xianwu realm cultivator's cultivation for a month, priced at 20 spirit stones apiece, but the cost, just 3 spirit stones. One furnace of elixir was 10 pills. That's 200 spirit stones. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou sucked in a breath, so profiteering? He revealed a smile, Sister Jiro, I also want to try alchemy, can you teach me? He had accumulated so much pure yin qi last night, and this would come in handy. If he became an alchemist, it would instantly solve the family's plight of having no money. Money was a man's guts, and Lu Shenzhou could straighten his back a little more. Chapter 15 Lunar Wolf, Comprehending the Way of Alchemy. If it was someone else, Lu Jiro would have refused without even thinking about it, even if it was Lu Tsanghu. But with Lu Shenzhou in front of her, she didn't hesitate. Fine. Although she wasn't really an alchemist yet, she was only a foot short of the threshold and had accumulated a lot of experience over the years. There are a total of 16 herbs in the Yuan Qi Dan. Each herb is handled in a different way, such as fire, ice, and adding beast blood. Lu Shenzhou listened carefully and quickly understood the tricky part of this refining Yuan Qi Dan. This alchemist's most precious and secretive means was how to handle the herbs so that they could fuse with other herbs and refine the elixir. And Lu Jiro was stuck on the last 3 herbs, 5 years of delayed progress. Lu Shenzhou, Yu Shuizhou, can I use the yin and yang qi to have an epiphany to refine pills? Yu Shuizhou said. Of course you can. The Emoko color diffusion can also allow you to have an epiphany of any great Tao, Kung Fu, or divine power. This alchemist is just a cultivation derived from the means of 100 arts, so naturally, it doesn't matter. Good. Lu Shenzhou immediately urged the yin and yang qi and had an epiphany on the refining techniques of the Yuan Qi Dan. The first flavor of herbs comprehended was exactly the same as what Lu Jiro said. The second flavor, the 7th, the 13th, were all exactly the same as the way Lu Jiro comprehended them. Until the 14th flavor of herbs, the pure yang qi in Lu Shenzhou's body was not enough. After killing dozens of people yesterday, this pure yang qi was used up all at once. Lu Shenzhou was helpless and exited from the state of epiphany. Lu Jiro saw Lu Shenzhou's sad face and ate a smile. Shenzhou, it's only your first day in contact with alchemy, there's no need to rush. Even if she became the Alchemist Association's pill trial slave girl, she would continue to study alchemy and then pass it on to Lu Shenzhou so that he could live a good life. Lu Shenzhou steeply got up and headed out, leaving behind only one sentence. Sister Jiro, wait for me, I'll be right back. The pure yang qi was gone, so kill demons to earn pure yang qi. Lu Shenzhou left the eastern wasteland immortal city, and what met his eyes was the vast eastern wasteland mountain range that covered the sky. In the outermost part of the eastern desolate mountain range, there survives a type of lunar wolf that has the most ordinary strength, but the fastest reproduction speed. In the past, the Lu family was mainly a demon hunter, and demon corpses were all treasures that could be taken and sold for money. The mountains were deep and the grass was thick, even the weeds could not even reach half of Lu Shenzhou's body, and he quickly found a single moon-toothed wolf. A huge wolf with a body length of 3 meters, dark blue fur, and a crescent moon in the center of its eyebrow smelled Lu Shenzhou's scent and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its hideous fangs as it pounced towards him. Roar! Even the demonic beasts with the most ordinary strength would need to have at least Xuanwu realm strength to kill them. Good coming! Lu Shenzhou's eyes even revealed a bearish battle intent. He had never fought with a demonic beast before. Lu Shenzhou looked vigilant as if he was facing an enemy, not daring to be careless. Seeing the moon wolf raise its thick sharp claws towards his chest, Lu Shenzhou raised his hand for the strongest punch. Ling Shan! Bang! The sound of gas explosion was accompanied by the sound of sharp wind, and a force of more than 1,500 pounds blasted out. Bang! Spiritual energy roared out, and with this punch, it directly shattered the head of this lunar wolf in front of him, along with its body, in half. Hiss! And then a pure and powerful pure yang qi surged into Lu Shenzhou's body. The pure yang qi brought by a lunar wolf is enough to offset the pure yang qi brought by me killing 10 pigs, and is even more equivalent to the pure yang qi brought by 3 zhang yangs. He had killed dozens of people yesterday and estimated that there was almost 3 lunar wolves pure yang qi. Woo! This lunar wolf was killed, and in a place Lu Shenzhou could not see, a wolf whistle suddenly sounded. Lu Shenzhou's eyes stared. Wolves have always been pack creatures. The sound of weeds being trampled began to resound intensively, and 7 or 8 wolves suddenly appeared in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Running from all different directions, they seemed to surround him. A more wolfish and ferocious look appeared in Lu Shenzhou's eyes as his body swept forward furiously, choosing to take the initiative to make a move. Like a mountain. Tilting mountain. Ling Shan! Punch after punch, the power of the punches kept on coming, more able to stack. When a wolf came, it died under a punch. These 8 wolves were all dead in Lu Shenzhou's hands in just a quarter of an hour's work. Lu Shenzhou had just finished warming up and had not killed enough. With a lot of pure yang qi accumulated in his body, Lu Shenzhou didn't forget about his goal and didn't continue to go deeper into the eastern wasteland. Instead, he stood in place, urging the yin yang qi and comprehending the subsequent refining techniques of the yuan qi pill. The 14th flavor medicine, mixed grass fruit, needs to be soaked in flower oil to stimulate the medicinal power on the surface before refining the elixir. The 15th flavor medicine, yellow essence leaves, needs to be distilled to extract the essence. The 16th flavor medicine, tianma gui, needs to be soaked in water of spiritual liquid, dried, and ground into powder. And then came the entire technique and details of refining the yuan qi dan. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Shenzhou naturally exited from the state of epiphany. The corner of his mouth rose. Yuan qi dan, I can do it. This Imoka yin taught by Yushuizhaoge was really good. This yuan qi dan that trapped countless alchemists was comprehended and learned by Lu Shenzhou in an instant. This was even a way to make money. Lu Shenzhou bent down and began to collect the carcasses of these lunar wolves before dragging them back to the Lu family. Evening. Lu family is still alive now. The people who stayed in the mansion are only 6 left. There are 4 people sitting on the dining table. On the dining table, clear soup. There is actually not much oil and fishy. It is hard to call people to swallow. Lu family situation now is difficult to this point. Grandpa. Lu Shenzhou's voice sounded outside the hall. Lu Tsonghu revealed a smile. Shenzhou is back. Quickly sit down to eat. Then Lu Tsonghu's eyes froze, only to see Lu Shenzhou dragging the corpse of the 9-headed lunar wolf demon behind him. No one in Lu's household had the guts and battle prowess to dare to go out of the city to kill demons long ago. Lu Shenzhou swept a glance at the clear soup table and said with a smile, idle and bored, I went out of town to kill some demons to subsidize the household. Let's add a dish tonight and eat wolf meat to make up for it. Lu Tsonghu's face welled up with an excited blush, and his beard trembled. Good. Lu Xueming looked stunned, silently got up and walked behind Lu Shenzhou. I'm going to process it. I haven't skinned a wolf in years. I hope my hands won't be raw. Lu Shenzhou put down the wolf demon corpse and clapped his hands. Grandpa, call me when the meal is ready. I'm going to check on Sister Jiro. Lu Shenzhou once again entered the alchemy room. Lu Jiro was still concentrating on the Dan formula herbs. He revealed a smile. Sister Jiro, I seem to have comprehended how to refine the yuan qi dan. Can I borrow your Dan furnace? Okay. Lu Jiro subconsciously agreed, then raised her hand, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of bewilderment. Shenzhou, what did you say? Although it was Lu Shenzhou's first time refining pills, his movements were extremely skillful and sophisticated as he began to handle the 16 flavors of medicinal herbs, just like an alchemist who had been refining pills for 10 years, with an extremely precise control over the fire. Half an hour later, a faint Dan fragrance began to waft up in the room. Lu Shenzhou opened the top of the lid of the Dan furnace. Inside were 10 flawless white yuan qi dan. It's done! This was worth 200 spirit stones. Lu Jiro was dumbstruck, and then her petite body trembled violently with excitement, her jade face scarlet, her beautiful eyes flooded with little stars, and her jade voice trembled slightly. Shenzhou, you are actually a genius alchemist. Chapter 16 time is running out to help Lu Jiro to have an epiphany of dual cultivation. A genius also needs a good teacher. Lu Shenzhou touched his nose and said with a smile. Sister Jiro, come, I'll teach you how to deal with the 3 flavors of medicine in the back. Business was important, not to mention where Lu Shenzhou was an alchemy genius. Lu Jiro blushed. Where do I count myself as a teacher? Lu Shenzhou comprehended how to refine the yuan qi dan in one day and did it once. She had been unsuccessful for how many years? Spinning down her mind, she followed Lu Shenzhou to learn how to handle the 3 flavors of herbs behind her. After understanding how the three herbs were handled, she came to a realization and admired Lu Shenzhou's talent even more. Shenzhou, Jiro, it's time to eat. Lu Tsunghu's voice sounded outside the house. Coming. Lu Shenzhou pulled Lu Jiro's catkin to eat, worrying that she was wasted again. No. No need to hold hands. Lu Jiro looked a little flustered. Shenzhou, I can walk by myself. Lu Shenzhou laughingly let go of her white tender catkin. Lu Tsunghu did not say anything when he saw this scene and was more than happy to see it. Lu Fu died not a few people. To revitalize the lintel, branching out, Lu Shenzhou just marry a Suqingyu was certainly not enough. It is best to let Lu Shenzhou 3 wives and 4 concubines, so that the branches fast. In a few years, the Lu family will be able to prosper again. Lu Jiro was originally adopted and has no blood relationship with Lu Shenzhou, so her feelings are fine. If Lu Jiro has become an alchemist, then he will not let Lu Jiro married out. The reasoning of fertilizer flow outsiders, fools know. After eating and drinking, Lu Jiro wanted to get up and return to the alchemy room again. Lu Shenzhou said, Sister Jiro, take a good night's rest tonight and delve into alchemy tomorrow. No. No need. Lu Jiro's head shook slightly. Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, Sister Jiro, you don't even change your clothes, your body stinks. Ah. Lu Jiro looked even more flustered, her ears suddenly reddened. I'll go bathe and rest. In fact, her body was fragrant. Lu Shenzhou didn't want her to be too tired. After saying this, Lu Jiro fled and hurried back to her house. Lu Tsunghu shook his head and smiled. Jiro was still so naive. Lu Shenzhou nodded. Lu Jiro was a bit naive and cute. The next morning, Lu Shenzhou continued to go out of the city to kill the demons, but he searched for a morning, did not see the shadow of a demonic beast. On the way back to the city, that's when he heard a passerby say, Dongxian sect wants the outer sect grand competition to open the sect's secret realm, and they've captured all the demonic beasts within a 1,000-mile radius. Lu Shenzhou drifted off. Once every 10 years, the outer sect grand competition. Dongxian sect did have this tradition. It seems like there aren't many days left, so I'll return to the sect once Sister Jiro's examination is over. The pure yang qi he had on him at the moment wasn't even enough to raise one level of his realm. The only way to accumulate pure yang qi was to participate in the outer sect grand competition and enter the secret realm to go on a demon hunting spree. He sold the 10 yuan qi pills he had on him for 200 spirit stones, purchased some medicinal herbs, grain and rice in the meantime, and hired a few maids and servants, and returned home to see how Lu Jiro's alchemy was going. Bang! As soon as he walked into the alchemy room, he heard the sound of a blown-up furnace failing. Lu Jiro's face was dumbfounded. How did it fail again? Lu Shenzhou was a bit puzzled and opened the Dan furnace to take a look and realized that Lu Jiro's fire control was not right. Sister Jiro, you practice again, I will guide you. Good. Lu Jiro's jade face was dumbfounded. Half an hour later. Bang! It failed again. This time, it was Lu Jiro's lack of detail in handling the herbs. Her expression was a little frustrated that she was still unable to succeed with Lu Shenzhou's guidance. Lu Shenzhou said in relief, there are still several days left, Sister Jiro, don't be anxious. Right now, he was able to make money from alchemy, but what was more important was whether Lu Jiro could pass the alchemist examination. If she was unable to make pills, she would have to be reduced to the Alchemist Association's pill-testing slave girl. Aha! Lu Jiro cheered up, then continued to refine pills. 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Jiro still failed. Lu Shenzhou was a bit skeptical. Where exactly is the problem? Looking at the darkening sky, he was also all a bit anxious. Tomorrow was the time for the Alchemist Association's examination. Lu Jiro hadn't succeeded in alchemy yet. Lu Jiro was under immense pressure within her heart at the moment, her pretty face slightly blanched and her cherry lips pursed. I was afraid that if this continued, she would collapse and there was no time to continue dragging it out. Lu Shenzhou opened his mouth. Sister Jiro, I have a way to make you comprehend alchemy, are you willing to try? What? Way? Lu Jiro weakly opened her mouth and asked. There is a gong method. Lu Shenzhou told Lu Jiro about the yin-yang epiphany technique that Su Qingyu had imparted to him. Well. Lu Jiro was a bit at a loss for words, her neck climbed up with a charming blush, her eyes flustered. Shenzhou, this is the dual cultivation technique. Lu Shenzhou patiently explained, there is no need for true dual cultivation. After hearing that there is no need for true dual cultivation, Lu Jiro's face looked much better, but, to hold together in such a humiliating position, or with Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou, this is the only way, otherwise Sister Jiro, do you want to become the Alchemist Association's test slave girl? No. Don't want to. Lu Jiro shook her head vigorously. Then this is the only way. Lu Shenzhou said, come on, it's getting late. Lu Jiro was still a bit unable to accept it and wanted to push off. Lu Shenzhou directly held her catkin, forced to the arms of a pull. Lu Jiro exclaimed, is like a deer, head buried in Lu Shenzhou's arms, do not dare to move, but the delicate body slightly trembling, betrayed her heart. Lu Jiro, we're all good, is too naive, too innocent. Lu Shenzhou smiled and said, Sister Jiro, I guide you, you just follow, okay? A few moments later, the embrace of the ringing of the nerdy soft sound. Hands 10 fingers clasped. Lu Shenzhou grabbed her other catkin, Lu Jiro, as if electrocuted, her body kept trembling slightly. Lu Shenzhou will posture guide good, two people nose touch, the two can clearly hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. Lu Jiro eyes closed tightly, thin eyelashes are still trembling, the heart is extremely unsettled, face red like an apple, attractive crystal earlobes are read through. Lu Shenzhou said, Sister Jiro, let's run the gong method together, and then you have to concentrate on the alchemy of the alchemy, not to be distracted. A weak sound came from the flawless agaric nose. And then the two began to run the gong method. The pure yang power in Lu Shenzhou's body surged into her through the meridians, guiding the pure yin qi in her body into her body. Good. Good rolling. Lu Jiro's cherry lips slightly bit, her eyelashes trembling even more. Then she began to focus on the matter of epiphany alchemy. Chapter 17 Dan Master Examination, Kneeling and Kowtowing. Time passed by bit by bit. Lu Tsonghu stood outside the door, seeing that the alchemy room did not move in the slightest, he could only be silent and smoke welded cigarettes. Crunch! After the day dawned, the door of the alchemy room opened and Lu Shenzhou walked out from it, Grandpa. Lu Jiro walked behind, organizing her somewhat messy dress as she walked, seeing Lu Tsonghu standing outside, her red face didn't dare to look up and called out in a muffled voice. Grandpa! Lu Tsonghu's smoking posture froze for a moment, then smiled and said, well, good. He thought that the two had cooked rice last night. Jiro, while I'm still alive, you have to give Shenzhou a few big fat boys. When Lu Jiro heard this, her brain almost went down and she blushed and was about to faint. Grandpa, what are you saying? She? Her and Shenzhou? Lu Shenzhou laughed and simply spoke, it's almost time, it's time to head to the Alchemist Association. Lu Tsonghu sighed, Shenzhou, take Jiro and go through the back door and leave Eastern Wasteland Immortal City. Right now there aren't any demonic beasts within a 1,000-mile radius of the Eastern Desolate Immortal City, it will be safe for you to leave. Lu Shenzhou and Lu Jiro had yet to say anything, but the cold laughter of the one-eyed strong man from that day rang out from the side. Want to leave? I'm afraid you can't leave. Elder Master Lu, your calculations are good, but I'm afraid the idea is going to fall through. Lu Tsonghu's face immediately sank, this one-eyed man was actually secretly staring at them? The one-eyed stout man smiled and arched his hand at Lu Jiro, Miss Lu, sorry to offend you, head to the Alchemist Association with us to take the test. His leathery smile gave off a dangerous feeling. I can't wait to see you become an alchemist. As the voice fell, the few henchmen following behind the one-eyed strong man let out cold jeers. Still presuming to become an alchemist, do you really think you have that life? Surname Lu, have you guys packed your bags yet? You're going to be swept away later. Lu Tsonghu's face was ugly. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were cold, seeing as you did something that day and left a thread, I won't kill them, they have unclean mouths, I'll discipline them for you. The voice fell. Lu Shenzhou blasted a fist through the air. How dare you? The one-eyed strong man bellowed, his body not even having time to react. Bang! Pooh! Those few henchmen behind the one-eyed stout man were instantly hit and spat out blood, their bodies flying out backwards and smashing on the ground. Well, good guts. The one-eyed stout man immediately looked at Lu Shenzhou with unkind eyes. Lu Shenzhou, be polite and call you young master Lu, if you're not, you're nothing. The title Lu young master doesn't sound good, if you can, I would like you to call me Lu Danshur. What? Lu Tsonghu's expression shook, and the one-eyed strong man's face was gloomy and uncertain. You are an alchemist? Take out the Alchemist Association's token, and I, someone named Nyo, will kowtow to you immediately and apologize. Nyo Jin-san stared at Lu Shenzhou dead in the face, could it be that the information was wrong? Lu Shenzhou said indifferently, no. Amusing old me? Killing intent surged in the eyes of the one-eyed stout man, you don't have a token, what kind of alchemist are you acting as? Lu Shenzhou laughed, you'll be able to see it when I pass the test later. Bah! Nyo Jin-san snorted and spat on the ground, out of your mind. Lu Shenzhou, let me tell you, just for the fact that you just injured these brothers of mine, after the Alchemy Association's examination is over, let's see how I'll clean you up. Now, you guys follow me to the Alchemist Association. The group headed to the Alchemist Association. In the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, a dense crowd gathered in front of an ancient and luxurious huge palace. The plaque of the palace had a few large and powerful words, Alchemist Association. Every year, the Alchemist Association will convene an examination meeting, and countless people dream of passing the examination and becoming a member of the Alchemist, so that they can turn over immortal and enjoy endless glory and wealth. This year, I must pass the Alchemist examination, then marry a beautiful wife and give birth to 3 or 5 big fat boys. If I become an alchemist, I'll live in the Harmony House for the rest of my life. The heads of the people gathered, all looking excited and thinking of a bright future. In front of the main hall, the deacon of the Alchemist Association spoke aloud, those who want to participate in the examination forward their tokens and prepare to participate in the examination. The crowd immediately rushed forward. Nyo Jin-san, on the other hand, bypassed the crowd and with a cold smile on his face, he arrived in front of that deacon, my lord, I would like to jump the queue to participate in the examination. Saying that, he stuffed 10 spirit stones to this deacon. That deacon took the spirit stones with an expressionless face, and then gave Lu Shenzhou and Lu Jiro the number 1 and number 2 cards. The smile on Niu Jin-san's face was oozing. Master Lu Dan, please make sure you become an alchemist, but don't let me down. Lu Jiro looked a little nervous and pulled Lu Shenzhou's sleeve. Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou's face was calm, gently patted the warm catkin. Sister Jiro, don't worry, I don't do things I'm not sure of. Aha! Lu Jiro, Shenzhou, I believe in you. Cut the crap and hurry up and get in for the examination. Niu Jin-san threatened. Lu Shenzhou walked into the middle of the Alchemist Association Hall. Inside stood many honored alchemists, and there were all sorts of herbs in front of them. The steward opened his mouth and said, "You have one chance to refine any kind of elixir and be considered to have passed the examination. Choose your own medicinal materials." Lu Shenzhou casually picked up a basket and came in front of the many medicinal materials to select the materials for the Yuan Qi Dan. His movements were skillful, and he even picked out some materials that had good medicinal properties. This scene made some alchemists nod their heads and slightly nod, and then entered an alchemy room under the guidance of the steward. The door was closed tightly and Lu Shenzhou began to refine the pills. Half an hour later, Lu Shenzhou opened the door of the alchemy room and walked out. An alchemist walked into the alchemy room and examined the results. A moment later an exclamation of surprise rang out. Fine quality Yuan Qi Dan. Dan poison is extremely rare. What? Fine Yuan Qi Dan? Hearing these words, several alchemists in the crowd couldn't sit still and entered the alchemy room together to confirm this matter. A few moments later, exclamations resounded. The younger generation is fearful, so young to be able to refine a fine quality Yuan Qi pill. That steward's face changed drastically, and immediately replaced it with a fawning face. Congratulations Dan Master Senior. Congratulations, Senior Dan Master. And then a maid with a pretty figure and appearance presented a token, which was the Alchemist Association's proof of identity. Lu Shenzhou took the token and looked at it. First Order Alchemist. After that, the maid who sent the token began to explain the rules and benefits of the Alchemist Association to Lu Shenzhou. After listening, Lu Shenzhou pinned the token on his waist and walked out of the hall. The crowd exploded as the sight of the sky swept by. Someone has become an alchemist in this. Shenzhou actually did become an alchemist. Lu Tsongmu was thrilled, his face flushed with excitement, his tiger's eyes filled with tears. There's good fortune. There really is good fortune. Niu Jin-san's face turned white, and he quickly replaced it with a fawning smile. Niu Jin-san pays homage to Master Lu Dan. This Lu Shenzhou had actually become an alchemist. Lu Shenzhou said indifferently. Niu Jin-san, what did you say just now? If I am an alchemist, you will kneel down and kowtow and apologize? Plop. Niu Jin-san immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Lu Shenzhou snorted coldly. Still a man, kowtow 100 times and this matter will be settled. Many thanks, Dan Master. Niu Jin-san immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 100 times. Lu Jiro looked delighted. Shenzhou, you're awesome. There was no joy in Lu Shenzhou's eyes. Sister Jiro, it's your turn to take the alchemist examination next. Lu Jiro's delicate body trembled slightly, her cherry lips pursed, her beautiful eyes extremely nervous. Go, I'll accompany you in, don't be afraid. Lu Shenzhou held Lu Jiro's warm white catkin and entered the Alchemist Association Hall. Chapter 18 Genius Alchemist, Ancestral Tomb Smoke. Number 2. The deacon repeated the rules to Lu Jiro. Only one chance. Lu Jiro's eyes panicked and became even more nervous. The deacon seemed to know Lu Jiro and took out a contract. Lu Jiro, if you fail, according to the contract, you will become the Alchemist Association's pill-testing slave girl. If you succeed, the contract will be voided and you will become an association alchemist. Lu Jiro's lips pursed. Lu Shenzhou held her catkin. Sister Jiro, don't be afraid, I believe in you. Lu Jiro took a deep breath, her proud breasts rose and fell a bit as she came to the medicine cabinet and began to select herbs. A crowd of alchemists saw this scene, their faces were expressionless. This Lu Shenzhou was an alchemist, then the Dan formula could not be difficult for Lu Jiro. Lu Jiro was equally skillful and experienced in picking out the materials for the Yuan Qi Dan and entered the alchemy room to start refining the pills. Lu Shenzhou stood here quietly waiting, a flash of anxiety also flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Last night with Jiro's sister's double cultivation for one night, she had a lot of epiphanies. She should be able to make it, right? Lu Jiro's alchemy talent was not low, but the Yuan Qi pill was just slow to be successfully refined. Lu Shenzhou did not know where the problem lay. Time passed bit by bit. 1 hour later. Crunch! The door to the alchemy room opened and a medicinal scent wafted out. An alchemist was immediately startled. This is the perfect Yuan Qi Dan, without the slightest bit of Dan poison. The medicinal fragrance is sweet and fragrant. This little girl has a strangely high talent for alchemy. Old me lacks a close disciple. My disciple, I'm here. A group of lavishly dressed, old and stable alchemists actually disregarded their faces and rushed towards the direction where Lu Jiro was. Congratulations, Master Lu Dan, double happiness. Double happiness. The face of the deacon from the party was filled with a fawning smile. Double Dan masters from one family was too rare in this part of eastern desolate immortal city, and this Lu Shenzhou and Lu Jiro had a close relationship. It could be seen with the naked eye that in the future, the eastern desolate immortal city would definitely have one more big family named Lu. Moreover, both of these people were still extremely young. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were stunned and he sighed in relief, revealing a smile. This niece actually refined the perfect Yuan Shi Dan, causing me to worry for so long. This time, the crisis of the Lu family was over, and he could return to the sect without worry. Seniors, the matter of worshipping the master, can you allow me to think carefully? Lu Jiro's face was flushed and red at the moment, so red that it was about to drip blood, and her delicate body staggered as if she was about to faint. Lu Shenzhou saw the situation, hurriedly forward, embraced Lu Jiro's slender and boneless waist. This niece, because of the excitement of becoming an alchemist, about to pass out, cannot help themselves. But think about it is also understandable. Many years of hard work, carrying a huge pressure, finally succeeded. Lu Jiro was embraced by him, an ineffable sense of security surged to her heart, and she flung herself at ease in Lu Shenzhou's arms. Shenzhou. I succeeded. Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Lu Shenzhou was also in a good mood. Jiro is really great. That of course. Lu Jiro's heart thumped violently and was difficult to calm down. She was able to successfully refine the perfect Yuan Shi pill, all thanks to her dual cultivation with Shenzhou last night. It's all you old things that scared my disciple. That was clearly my disciple. The group of alchemists were still arguing. Lu Shenzhou spoke, Seniors, regarding the matter of worshipping the master, why don't we talk about it in detail afterward? Right now, my sister is overly shocked and needs to return to her home to rest. Right, you old things are scaring my disciple, quickly get out of the way to let my disciple go back to the house to rest. Good disciple, master will go prepare the gift, you wait for me at home. Lu Shenzhou was dumbfounded. His Jiro sister, all of a sudden became a meat and potatoes baby. Although he refined fine Yuan Shi Dan, these alchemists could not see him. Inside he was also happy for Lu Jiro. Before leaving the alchemist hall, the deacon handed over Lu Jiro's identity token, and in front of his face, burned that contract. Only then did Lu Shenzhou hold Lu Jiro's catkin and walk out of the alchemist hall. Lu Jiro did not break free from Lu Shenzhou's evil big hand and let Lu Shenzhou hold it, only muttering in a small voice. Shenzhou. I'm not small anymore, you don't have to hold my hand all the time. There are so many people outside. Lu Shenzhou glanced at her proud and erect breasts, and gave a bad smile. Well, it's true that it's not small. I don't hold your hand, then who are you going to let hold? No. Don't, I don't want to contact others. Lu Jiro. Other than Lu Shenzhou, no one else wanted to touch a hair on her head. Lu Shenzhou roguishly said, That's not it, there are so many people outside, I'm afraid you'll get lost. I know back home. Lu Jiro only felt her brain dizzy and followed Lu Shenzhou out of the alchemist hall. The two walked out holding hands, both with alchemist tokens hanging from their waists. Lu Tsonghu in the crowd trembled with excitement when he saw the scene, his face reddening. Jiro has also become an alchemist, my Lu family has given birth to 2 alchemists in one day. Smoke rising from my ancestors' graves, the heavens have blessed my Lu family. At the time when the Lu family was at its weakest and most vulnerable, 2 alchemists appeared. It was hard for the Lu family not to get rich and grow. Niu Jin-san's jaw dropped. Hiss. 2 alchemists. This Lu family's ancestors' graves are smoking. Luckily, he hadn't offended the Lu family to death, but when he thought about how he had emptied the Lu family the other day, he felt a little numb. Now he was the one trying to find a way to atone for his sins, otherwise, these 2 people could just get the Alchemist Association to step in and get him killed in minutes. He hurriedly came to Lu Shenzhou. Master Lu Dan, you don't have to pay back the Lu family's outstanding amount, I paid it back to you out of my own pocket. Please Master Lu Dan, please don't forget about me. Lu Shenzhou wrapped his arm around Lu Jiro, his eyes narrowed slightly and he did not speak for a while. Niu Jin-san knelt on the ground in a cold sweat. Only after a moment did he hear Lu Shenzhou's voice that was like a god's voice. Also, get lost, don't ask me to see you again. Niu Jin-san was relieved and his face was agitated. Thank you, Master Lu Dan. Master Lu Dan. Only then did Lu Shenzhou take Lu Jiro home. Good. Good boy. Lu Tsonghu saw the 2 people and a big smile continued on his face. Lu Shenzhou said, Grandpa, later on, there will be alchemists who will come to take Sister Jiro as a disciple. Can you mobilize your contacts and inquire about the reputation and character of these alchemists? What? Accepting disciples? Lu Tsonghu was even more shocked. One had to be at least a 3rd-order alchemist who could refine 4th-order pills to be qualified to take on a disciple, and 3rd-order alchemists. In the Eastern Wasteland Immortal City, every one of them was a resounding big shot. I'll go now. Lu Tsonghu immediately moved. Lu Shenzhou assisted Lu Jiro back to her bedroom bed. Sister Jiro, you rest well next. During this recent period of time, Lu Jiro had wasted her sleep and food and was exhausted to the extreme. Shenzhou, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become an alchemist. Lu Shenzhou let out a bad smile. Then how does Sister Jiro plan to repay me? By giving her body in return? Only. Not. Lu Jiro's eyes panicked. All along, she had treated Lu Shenzhou as her younger brother. How could Shenzhou have this kind of idea? Shame on him. You don't go too far, or I will be angry with you. Lu Jiro's cheeks puffed out, feigning anger. Lu Shenzhou was the one whose body lunged forward and pressed her underneath. Chapter 19 Dongxian Outer Door Change. The Book Depository Pavilion Elders shocked. This little silly, pretend to be angry look also cute. Lu Shenzhou pressed her underneath. Then can Sister Jiro kiss me? This request is not too much, right? Lu Shenzhou closed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, there was no response. Lu Shenzhou thought her brain was down. When he opened his eyes, this niece had actually fallen into a deep sleep. He let out a mute laugh and covered the quilt for her before explaining to Lu Shueming and returning to Dongxian sect. Lu Shenzhou arrived at the outer sect deacon hall, intending to receive his promotion packet. Now that he was an outer sect disciple of the Dongxian sect, he naturally couldn't go back to doing odd jobs like killing pigs. The promotion packet contained a ticket to enter the book pavilion for free, as well as volunteering to join a certain hall to do something. For example, Demon Hunting Peak, Alchemy Peak, Talisman Peak, Artifact Refining Peak, and so on. Lu Shenzhou, this is your promotion gift bag, take it. The elder of the deacon hall brought a gift box to Lu Shenzhou. Thank you, elder. Lu Shenzhou was about to take the promotion gift box. Wow. A strong wind came and snatched the promotion gift box from Lu Shenzhou's hand with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that even Lu Shenzhou was too late to retrieve it. Lu Shenzhou, you adulterous bastard, are worthy of using the clan's promotion gift pack? Zhao Tianhao sneered. The inner disciple beside him actually arched his hand and bent over, presenting it with both hands to him, the outer disciple. Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly with a dangerous glint. Zhao Tianhao, what are you going to do? Could it be that you're planning to strike within the sect? In that case, even if your sister is a holy maiden, she won't be able to protect you. Within the Dongxian sect, those who were capable went up and those who were inferior went down. The position of the holy maiden was not fixed. Zhao Tianhao sneered. Who said I was going to make a move on you? You bastard has a gloomy mind. You actually secretly cultivated to the Xuanwu second realm a long time ago, and you also cultivated the Ling Mountain Fist to the Grand Completion realm. This shows that your talent isn't bad, so that would explain why Su Qingyu looks up to you. As his voice fell, he took out the ticket to the book collection pavilion from the gift box before rubbing it into pieces. But what's the use of having good talent if you can't learn a higher level technique? This was indeed one of Lu Shenzhou's weaknesses. Although Ling Mountain Fist was good, it was ultimately only a mortal rank technique. If he had a better technique, Fan would have been able to react and would not have been taken away from the promotion gift box. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were icy cold and his killing intent was thick. You seek death. Although in his eyes, this Zhao Tianhao had long been a dead man. Even if there was the current holy maiden Zhao Yaji standing behind him, Lu Shenzhou was not afraid. Egu, I'm so scared. Zhao Tianhao had a shocked, sharp smile and was conspiratorial. You're so powerful, what if you really let you rise to power? Saying that, he took out the certificate of fulfillment again and rubbed it into pieces. In that case, you won't be able to travel to the various halls to fulfill your duties and make money, so get lost and go back to killing pigs, ha. Not being able to learn a better technique also made it impossible for Lu Shenzhou to join the halls to earn money. This was equivalent to cutting off Lu Shenzhou's future. Lu Shenzhou's eyes exploded with killing intent. Stepping forward, the aura of the Ling Mountain Fist abruptly came out, extremely ferocious. That inner disciple immediately protected in front of Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao was also taken aback and laughed coldly. Lu Shenzhou, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. When the outer sect's secret realm begins tomorrow, you'll see how I'll get you killed. He cut off Lu Shenzhou's future because he was afraid that Lu Shenzhou would take advantage of these few days to grow and threaten him. He wasn't striking out at Lu Shenzhou, but destroying Lu Shenzhou's promotion gift box wasn't considered a violation of the clan's rules, but rather, it was drilling a hole in the clan's rules. Putting down these harsh words, Zhao Tianhao turned around and left. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were filled with killing intent. The outer sect's secret realm in 3 days, then I'll let you live a few more days. The outer sect's secret realm, also called the outer sect grand competition, inside was the only place where sect disciples were allowed to kill each other, because it was to screen out the future elite of the Dongxian sect, and not seeing blood was definitely not an option. And the top 10 of the secret realm, even more, can worship great powers as a teacher, so the cultivation is considered a straight path. Only some extremely talented geniuses can make an exception and be accepted directly as a true disciple, skipping the servant, outer door, inner door, and reaching heaven in one step. Right now, Lu Shenzhou had no proof of fulfillment and was unable to join the temple to earn money, and could only be reduced to an idle outer disciple. But, Lu Shenzhou sneered, this fool still doesn't know that I have become an alchemist and have long since stopped being that poor boy. Dongxian sect died for money. If Lu Shenzhou wanted to enter the second floor of the book pavilion, spending money would be it. It was just that the charge was not cheap. The charge was 300 spirit stones a time. On his body, he just happened to have 300 spirit stones out in the alchemist hall refining the furnace of fine yuan shi dan by the alchemist association with the price of 200 spirit stones recovery. Lu Shenzhou once again came to the front of the book depository. Why are you here again? When the book collection pavilion elder saw Lu Shenzhou, he sneered, What, you can't learn the Ling Mountain Fist, so you want to change your cultivation method? Lu Shenzhou shook his head and said. Reporting to the elder, disciple Ling Mountain Fist has reached great success, and now that I've been promoted to outer sect disciple, I want to learn a Shen level technique to prepare for the outer sect's secret realm in 3 days. Outspoken. The book collection pavilion elder had a face of contempt and disbelief. It's only been 10 or so days, and you've mastered the Ling Mountain Fist? You should have made a draft even if you are bragging. As one of the most powerful techniques in the mortal ranks, Ling Shan Fist's power is directly comparable to Xian rank techniques. Without 3 to 5 years, you won't be able to enter the door at all. Lu Shenzhou's face was calm, his eyes did not fluctuate. The collection pavilion elder's eyes were slightly shocked. You're not joking? Lu Shenzhou nodded his head. Disciple is not joking, indeed the Ling Mountain Fist is a great success. As the voice fell, he instantly raised his hand and lunged towards Lu Shenzhou. A terrifyingly sharp force enveloped Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou immediately sweated, like a mountain. Tilting mountain. Ling Shan. He immediately and subconsciously threw 3 punches, stacking his fists and trying to defend. As for the book depository pavilion elder, when he saw Lu Shenzhou throw these 3 punches, his attack froze in midair, his expression was shocked and his eyes stared straight up as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Mountain Fist grand achievement. His entire person directly lost his temper, his voice filled with shock. Less than half a month, Ling Mountain Fist grand completion, directly breaking the record of my clan for thousands of years. A natural martial talent, why would he become a handyman? Has the corrupt infighting within the sect reached this level? Lu Shenzhou didn't know what was in the mind of the book depository elder, he only felt that this book depository elder was too terrifying. The power that Fong had exerted enveloped him as if the sky was tumbling down and the earth was collapsing, and he had been reduced to a flatboat bobbing in the sea, ready to be torn apart at any time. He had lived his entire life, but he had never seen a genius who cultivated his skills so quickly. Over the thousands of years of the Dongshan sect, there were countless amazingly talented prides, and no one had ever reached such a cultivation speed as Lu Shenzhou. For such a genius to appear in my Dongshan sect, we should immediately report to the sovereign and establish him as the sect's saint's son, so as not to waste his great time. Chapter 20, Xian Rank Invincible Technique, Tiger, Leopard, Dragon, and Snake Fist. However, on second thought, Lu Shenzhou was so outstanding, but before that he was a handyman. If he became a holy son like this, I'm afraid that he would be secretly planned and die halfway. At once, he felt that he cherished his talent. He once again took a deep breath and his eyes became stern. Kid, half a month Ling Mountain Fist accomplished, indeed not bad, but do not be proud to drag like a 250-80,000, must know that there are people, outside the sky, understand? Lu Shenzhou nodded, disciple honors the teachings of the elder. Saying this, Lu Shenzhou took out 300 spirit stones and handed it to him. Elder, I want to go to the 2nd floor of the book collection pavilion and pick a technique. The book collection pavilion elder, however, pushed the spirit stones back and spoke. This money, you can take it back, you don't need to go to the 2nd floor of the book collection pavilion. Lu Shenzhou immediately frowned, somewhat unhappy. Why did this old pussy dang block him from going to the 2nd floor of the book collection pavilion? However, the book collection pavilion elder's voice turned and said, You have a good natural talent, and the 2nd floor of the book depository doesn't have any good techniques. If you cultivate these mediocre techniques, you'll be wasting your youthful time. I have a gong method here that is suitable for you to cultivate. This gong method is extremely difficult. You may not be able to cultivate it successfully for 100 years, but if you succeed in cultivating it, you will be able to run through the Xian territory without any enemies. Do you want to learn it? Lu Shenzhou's face instantly blushed, arching his hands and clasping his fists. Please also ask the elder to tell us straight what kind of gong method it is. This book depository elder really did have 2 brushes, not as simple as simply watching the door. Truly a good elder with high morals and worthy of respect from his disciples. The book collection pavilion elder's gaze looked away into the distance. Do you know about the outer sect's secret realm? Lu Shenzhou said, I know, disciple is precisely the one who wants to learn new techniques so that I can prepare for the outer sect's secret realm. The hidden book pavilion elder's tone was ghostly. Then do you know that for thousands of years, all of the great powers of my sect have been buried in it? Every great power left their inheritance in it. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou sucked in a breath, his expression shocked. He really didn't know such a hidden secret. The outer sect grand competition, the true point of selecting the future elite of our sect lies in whether or not there are any later disciples who can succeed the inheritance of their predecessors and reproduce their splendor. Mighty, only those who had reached the 5th realm of martial arts, the Saint realm, were qualified to be honored as mighty. The current patriarch of the Dongshan sect was a sage of the martial Tao. And the heaven realm is a king. The earth realm can be called a patriarch. The book depository elder continued, I have a predecessor technique passed down by a great power here, called the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist. The wind comes from the tiger, the leopard from the electricity, the dragon from the clouds, and the snake from the viciousness. If you can cultivate this technique, you'll be able to cross the Xian realm unrivaled, and you'll even be qualified to explore the great power inheritance. Only a true top-tier heavenly pride can learn it, otherwise, mortals won't be able to comprehend it in 100 years. Do you want to learn it? Lu Shenzhou did not directly agree, but asked, Elder, dare I ask how to address the great power of this fist technique? Dragon Zun. The sixth realm of the martial Dao, the Zun realm. This realm was extremely terrifying. Even if you mentioned the name from millions of miles away, its own Zun would sense it. In the heavens and on the earth, everything is honored by him. The venerable realm inheritance was even more attractive than the sage inheritance. Lu Shenzhou immediately nodded his head and agreed. Elder, I want to learn the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist. The book depository elder stroked his goatee and smiled, then listened to the catchphrase. The catchphrase that was tens of thousands of words long was spat out. Lu Shenzhou understood every word, but combined, it was like listening to a heavenly book. It was as if he had returned to high school in his previous life to listen to his math teacher's lectures, and Lu Shenzhou was drowsy from listening. The book depository pavilion elder finished and took a sip of tea. How is it? Lu Shenzhou pretended to understand and opened his mouth. Many thanks to the elder for imparting his teachings. My disciple has gained slightly. Anyway, he was the body of pure yang and had the dual cultivation enlightenment technique in his body. Going back to have an epiphany was just that. This is a gain. The book depository elder's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Shenzhou as if he was looking at a monster. Essence flashed madly in his eyes. Lu Shenzhou arched his hand and clasped his fists. Many thanks to the elder for passing on the merit. Disciple will not forget the elder's great favor. Disciple has slightly gained and wants to go back to have a careful epiphany. Forgive disciple's rudeness and leave. He was dizzy from listening to the 10,000 words that were hardwired into his brain. All he wanted to do at the moment was to go back and have a good rest. After saying that, Lu Shenzhou turned around and walked away expressionlessly. Falling in the eyes of the book depository pavilion elder, not bad, not bad. When I got this technique, I was also in this state of reaction. Unfortunately, it took me 30 years to get started and become a small success. In the past, he was also a generation of pride, known as the strongest genius in the East Shen sect for 100 years, but because of this merit law was delayed for a lifetime, and now he is reduced to being an elder of the book depository. Zun realm inheritance na. Mortals of my generation, even if we get to meet the heavenly exalted, it will be difficult to learn it. Lu Shenzhou came to the outer disciple rest area, found the room that belonged to him, went in and lay down to rest. It took 2 to 3 hours of sleep to ease his mind. Lu Shenzhou read up on the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist in detail. What a powerful gongfu, no soft spots or weaknesses. Tiger for strength. Leopard is speed. Dragon is stance. Snake is stance. A single technique that took care of everything a Xian realm cultivator needed. He didn't think much at that moment and directly activated his yin and yang qi and began to have an epiphany. In an instant, a large amount of yin yang qi was consumed. Lu Shenzhou looked shocked. I haven't even started and this is over. This gong method is good, but the consumption is not too great. Spinning around, he reflected, I consumed quite a bit from the Epiphany Yuan Qi pill and helping Sister Zero with her epiphany before. Last night, I did replenish quite a bit of pure yin qi, but pure yang qi is gone. That's not right either. My party was trying to comprehend the 4 sets of tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake stances at the same time. That's why I consumed an exceptional amount. It seems that in order to maximize the benefits, it would be better to specialize in one discipline first. A little bit of information about the tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist began to pour out of his mind, allowing Lu Shenzhou to come into contact with some of the skins, but it was still far from being initiated. When we enter the outer sect's secret realm, we will first kill demons at the edge and accumulate pure yang qi to raise our cultivation and techniques. Lu Shenzhou was ready to go out for a meal and then come back to rest. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw 3 outer sect disciples inside the courtyard who were shaking their fists and actively preparing for battle. Each of these 3 outer disciples exuded an aura stronger than Lu Shenzhou. 2 men and 1 woman. The female was dressed in a colorful and exposed outfit, with a large portion of attractive skin exposed, and a flirtatious temperament like a rose. Looking at the appearance, in their 30s, it was the time when tigers and wolves could suck the earth. The other 2 male outer disciples, a muscle like a gnarled dragon, sinews convex explosion, a glance can feel his ferocity. The remaining one, with an aura like a mountain and muscles like a rock, was oily and shiny. When the 3 people saw Lu Shenzhou, the voluptuous woman took the initiative to open her mouth, her eyes sizing up Lu Shenzhou as if she was happy to see him. Yo, when did we get a new person in our courtyard? Each courtyard of the outer disciples was stipulated to have 4 people living in it, and they all had door numbers. Newcomer, what's your name? Chapter 21 Duty Sisters Contempt, Outer Sect Secret Realm begins. Lu Shenzhou, meet senior brother and sister. Lu Shenzhou stood at the doorway, arching his hand and clasping his fist at the 3. Senior brother Lu, your temperament, body, is the style that sister likes. Can you have a bed partner? The beautiful woman who was dressed colorfully, like a fiery rose, walked forward and opened the door. Shan Yao, don't be flirty at any time. The man with muscles like a gnarled dragon opened his mouth. Shan Yao was not happy about it. What does my mother want to do? Do you, Luo Yishan, care? The man with muscles like a rock flashed a smile at Lu Shenzhou, his voice calm and strong. Senior brother Lu, my name is Tang Heng. Your strength doesn't look bad. I wonder which Xian rank technique you are practicing? He had a similar aura to Lu Shenzhou, so he could tell at a glance that Lu Shenzhou's strength was not bad. Lu Shenzhou arched his hand in return and shook his head. I don't cultivate Xian rank techniques? Shanya was like seeing a treasure. Her charming eyes were shining straight. Could it be that senior brother Lu Chen just arrived at the outer gate today and hasn't gone to the outer gate to pick a technique yet? If that's the case, you just need to accompany me for one night. I'll accompany you for a walk through the book depository and pick out the best Xian rank technique for you. Lu Shenzhou's brain surged with black lines. This outer sex young woman's senior sister is so horny that she comes up and wants to go straight to the point? He opened his mouth. It's true that it's my first day at the outer sect, but I offended a powerful and noble disciple, and the certificate of performance in my hand, and the volume of the book collection pavilion have all been destroyed. So excessive. Luo Yishan exclaimed angrily, isn't this cutting off your future? These powerful disciples really deserve to die. Shan Yao also fought for Lu Shenzhou. Without Xian rank techniques, we can't utilize the true power of our Xian realm cultivators. Tang Heng spoke up, first day at the outer sect, senior disciple Lu hasn't formed a team yet, right? Do you want to join our squad and go to the outer sect's secret realm together? The three of us, we've already gone to the outer sect's secret realm 3 times and are experienced. Lu Shenzhou was a little surprised, then asked, if I join senior brother in your squad, I'm not dragging you guys down? Tang Heng said. We're getting older, this might be the last time we participate in the outer sect's secret realm. This time we've prepared more things, so we want to earn more money in the outer sect's secret realm. We'll kill the demons in the front, senior brother Lu, you can carry our luggage and take care of supplies and aftercare. Accordingly, how about we keep you safe and you grow in experience? Lu Shenzhou's eyes rolled and he immediately agreed. I am willing to join. Then I'll be counting on senior brother Tang, senior sister Shan, and senior brother Luo for the rest of the time. He was worried about not knowing how to carry out his plans in the secret realm, and with a few people to lead him on the road, he could also take the opportunity to develop. Not to mention that he was only being asked to do odd jobs, so there was no need to worry that these 3 people would have any plots or tricks to harm him. Of course, this possibility could not be ruled out. Everything, be careful. But he wasn't that easy to bully. Lu Shenzhou agreed to join the squad. Shan Yao became a little more affectionate towards him, and even came up to put her arm around Lu Shenzhou's shoulders. Senior brother Lu, follow us well, go safely. The money you earn within the secret territory will be enough for you to buy a good technique from the book collection pavilion. Do you want to come to sister's room tonight to give you a lesson and grow your experience? Lu Shenzhou immediately politely declined. Was he such a casual man? Tang Heng took out a map and a small manual and gave it to Lu Shenzhou. This is the map route we recorded, and the corresponding experience knowledge. Our goal is only to kill demonic beasts at the outermost part of the secret realm to make money, and not to go to dangerous places. Senior brother Lu, take a good look at it while there's still time today. We'll be leaving first thing in the morning. We can't afford to be unprepared at all. Many thanks, senior brother Tang. Lu Shenzhou received the 2 items and looked at them carefully, gaining a lot. The entire outer sect's secret realm was divided into 3 circled areas. The outermost layer was where various demonic beasts, medicinal gardens, and mineral veins were located. On the second circle, there were many very powerful demonic beasts. Right in the middle, the 3rd circle layer, was the location of the inheritance of the sect's great powers. Let's go eat, and have a good meal to nourish our energy. Luo Yishan headed out and hitched Lu Shenzhou up as well. After Lu Shenzhou finished eating with the 3 of them, he returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. Clang clang clang. The ancient and melodious sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire Dongshan sect. And then a loud and ancient voice spread out, the outer sect's secret realm convenes today. All outer sect disciples immediately head to the plaza and prepare to participate. If anyone fails to show up within a quarter of an hour, they will be immediately beaten into oblivion and expelled from the sect. This outer sect competition was actually forcing all outer sect disciples to participate. Lu Shenzhou opened his eyes, rolled out of bed, and walked out the door. Tang Heng, Shan Yao, Luo Yishan also prepared the beast skin package and handed it over to Lu Shenzhou. Go. The group came to the front of the clan square, where densely packed outer disciples converged, and right in the center was a wide and ancient mirror, reflecting the environment within the secret area. Lu Shenzhou roughly estimated that there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 outer sect disciples present. Most of them looked exuberant, excited, and expectant. Get lost. Lu Shenzhou and the others stood at a certain place waiting for the follow-up, but behind them, the angry rebuke of a male son rang out. Shan Yao hurriedly pulled Lu Shenzhou away, giving way to this outspoken eunuch, explaining to Lu Shenzhou, the experts in the top 100 rankings of the outer sect are not to be messed with. Even among the outer sect disciples, there are 3, 6, 9 classes. The upper 3 classes are the children of various families from prominent backgrounds, with extraordinary talent, and for unknown reasons, they specialize in staying in the outer sect. The middle 3 classes are the descendants of some powerful people, for example. The lower 3rd class are people like you and me, Tang Heng, Luoishan, who have no one to rely on and whose strength cannot be ranked. Lu Shenzhou was slightly surprised. These 3 people were a lot stronger than him, and they actually didn't rank amongst the entire outer sect? Luoishan was a little indignant. When I save up enough money, I will also go and buy a position as a deacon of the outer sect, so that my son can be a playboy in the future. Silence. An ancient and indifferent voice full of majesty steeply rang out of thin air, originally noisy as the downtown square instantly silent. The rules of the outer sect's secret realm this time, you and others listen well. First, no killing is prohibited, only to select the elite. Secondly, those who rank in the top 10 in terms of points can join the inner sect and be ranked as a candidate for the true biography. Third, the time limit is 10 days. Now, all disciples line up to enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. In the crowd, Zhao Tianhao found Lu Shenzhou, and as the two of them looked at each other, Zhao Tianhao revealed a neck-wiping motion to him. Tang Heng spoke, "It's time to depart. Clasp your 10 fingers together with force, be careful of teleporting in and getting scattered." The 4 of them clasped their hands tightly and walked into the teleportation portal. In an instant, the sky spun before their eyes, and before they could stand completely still, the ears were ringing with the mournful sounds of killing and screaming. Open your eyes. Into the eyes is like a scene of purgatory. Broken limbs, splattered entrails, the smell of blood rushed to the sky, and a large number of demonic beasts were fighting with people. Tang Heng, kill. Chapter 22, Picking Up Development, Epiphany Dragon Fist. Tang Heng took the lead and rushed up, Luoishan following closely behind. Shan Yao hurriedly explained, "Senior brother Lu, take care of yourself at the back and dodge safely." Her figure was like a rabbit, her body speed was extremely fast. Lu Shenzhou carried the 3 people's traveling bag and stood at the back to watch the battle. There were hundreds of disciples around them, and they were surrounded by a group of white-armed ape demons. Second-ranked demonic beasts, white-armed ape demons. In Lu Shenzhou's eyes was the color of gravity. Compared to the lunar wolves that he had killed out of the city, the white-armed ape demons were even more ferocious and terrifying. As soon as they teleported in, dozens of outer disciples had died tragically in the hands of the white-armed ape demon. Tang Heng rushed at the front, his shirt bursting, his muscles like diamonds. The white-armed ape demon's huge fist blasted at him as if hitting a towering mountain, and Tang Heng didn't move at all. Luoishan's muscles were like gnarled dragons, exploding to kill like crazy, while Tang Heng saw the opportunity to shield him from the white-armed ape demon's attacks. While Shan Yao undertook to wrap up and kill the demons, helping the duo to move their bodies. Lu Shenzhou cupped his chin, one horizontal training to attract fire, one berserk attacking, and one shifting shape, a good match. Outer disciples, resources were barren, specializing in one technique grouped together in order to not waste resources and maintain the principle of maximizing benefits. Steeply, a white-armed ape demon that had been severely injured and mistakenly killed by Shan Yao stood up from behind her and opened its bloody mouth to pounce. If Shan Yao was hit by this white-armed ape demon, her body would be separated on the spot. Lu Shenzhou shouted in a deep voice, "Senior sister Shan Yao, dodge." The moment the voice sounded, Lu Shenzhou's figure swooped forward, and there was even a fist blast in his hand. Ling Shan. Shan Yao heard Lu Shenzhou's reminder, turned her head to look, was creeped out, hastily to the side of a dodge. The white-armed ape demon a move fell short, large as fine iron-like arms toward her hanging kill. Shan Yao's face suddenly turned white, her pupils reflected the taste of despair. In such a short period of time, she was too late to dodge a second time. Bang! Sharp-sounding fist winds rang out, this white-armed ape demon's head sunk in without exploding, and the demon's body trembled as it fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hiss! 5 strands of pure and majestic pure yang qi drilled into Lu Shenzhou's body. What a majestic pure yang qi! Killing a white-armed ape demon is enough to match me killing 500 pigs. Lu Shenzhou's face was surprised. This is a second-stage demonic beast. Shan Yao revealed a flushed color after the robbery. "Senior brother Lu, thank you." Her eyes were even more shocked that this junior apprentice brother who was in charge of logistics for them was actually so powerful. Luoishan, Shan Yao, you're really too old to be useful, you can make such low-level fatal mistakes. Tang Heng complimented, it turns out that what senior brother Lu cultivates is actually the Ling Mountain Fist, and he was able to kill the white-armed ape demon with a single punch, marvelous. Lu Shenzhou said modestly. I just picked up the slack, if I didn't have senior brother and sister busy in front of me, how could I have killed this white-armed ape demon? Shan Yao pursed her lips and spoke, I am indeed too old to be useful, so that's why this is the last time I have to participate in the outer sect competition to earn enough money to retire. Senior brother Lu, you'll be with me later to wrap up and shoot down the demonic beasts. By dividing the labor in this way, we can save more time and energy. Lu Shenzhou licked his lips, his eyes revealed a coyote-like look. This sleepy to send pillows, single enchanting person is not bad. Good. The four of them went to work in unison, killing 10 white-armed ape demons in a row before breaking through the encirclement. And Lu Shenzhou's pure yang qi in his body came to an unprecedented 50 strands. These 50 strands of pure yang qi, what kind of realm it could raise his cultivation and techniques to, he was still unclear. He had not awakened this pure yang Dao body long ago and was still exploring it. These 10 white-armed ape demons brought in a total of 100 points, and the four of them split it equally, each getting 25 points. No one viewed Lu Shenzhou as a junior brother. After breaking through the white-armed ape demons' encirclement, the four of them arrived at a valley. Hundreds of flowers bloomed here, and the spiritual qi was rich. The interior was just like a medicinal garden. Cold spirit grass, moonflower pearl, blazing sun fruit. Shan Yao took a deep breath. Each one of them is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Harry! It's rich! Luo Yishan screamed in excitement. Tang Hong immediately spoke. Let's hurry up and take action before anyone else arrives. Shan Yao, you're fast and handy, go into the valley and pick spiritual herbs. Old Luo, Master Lu, let's each occupy a position to patrol. Arranging the tasks, several people immediately dispersed. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, took advantage of this effort to catalyze the yin and yang qi and raise his gong technique. Tiger, leopard, dragon, and snake fist, just give me an epiphany. Lu Shenzhou wanted to have an epiphany of the dragon sect first, to comprehend the Xian rank moves, so that he could utilize his Xian realm strength. There were thousands of types of dragons, among which the candle dragon was the most noble. It was grand and domineering, overlooking heaven and earth. Dragon fist, how to dominate. In a breath of time, Lu Shenzhou's dragon fist was initiated. Lu Shenzhou comprehended the 7 styles of dragon fist, and Lu Shenzhou could only lament that it was worthy of being a top-tier technique. The Ling Shan fist was still just a superimposition of punching power, while the 7 styles of dragon fist was a doubling of punching power. A fist is twice as strong as a fist, how fierce and strong. If you throw the 7th punch, it directly doubles the punching power 7 times. But just being an initiate is not enough, one must at least be a minor success in order to follow one's heart. Otherwise, although the dragon fist is good, not enough comprehension, but also instead hurt the body. After the initiation, Lu Shenzhou felt as if he had been practicing for 20 years. Finally cultivating the 7 styles of the dragon fist to the small completion realm, he could hit 7 punches in a row without any damage. But the limitations were great, the stance wasn't enough, and the strength wasn't enough. 10 years of initiation, and another 20 years of minor accomplishment, and this is still just a dragon fist. Tiger, leopard, and snake still have to be comprehended in order to completely utilize the power of this technique. With my enlightenment qualifications, honestly cultivating, wouldn't it be 120 years before I can learn this fist technique? Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath. No wonder the book depository elder admonished him like that. The gongfu is powerful, you also need to have enough lifespan to be able to comprehend it. And Lu Shenzhou also took this opportunity to discover that a strand of pure yang qi could allow him to have an epiphany for a year. Then he had a number for his pure yang Dao body. With a small completion of the moves, I can utilize the power that the Xian realm should normally have, but the speed aspect of the body is my Achilles heel. Lu Shenzhou immediately shifted his mind in epiphany. The snake sect after the dragon fist became a minor success. Snake's perception was strong, and so was its stance. It was like a ghost, and its actions were unpredictable, thus people had a fearful view of snakes. 2 or 3 breaths later, Lu Shenzhou's snake walking technique was initiated. Then, he sensed the danger. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see that on his left and right sides, there were actually 2 groups of people standing. One side of the people was Zhao Tianhao. There was also a side of people Lu Shenzhou did not recognize. Zhao Tianhao looked down at Lu Shenzhou with cold eyes and a sneer. Lu Shenzhou, you really made me look for you. But I didn't expect that besides this young man, there is someone else who wants you dead. Yo, it's even someone from the Acacia Alliance. Your ability to find death is admirable. Chapter 23 The Great Battle, Dragon Fist Golden Light showing might. Acacia Alliance? The Zhang family? Lu Shenzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. When the 2 groups of people discovered Lu Shenzhou, they only thought that Lu Shenzhou could not escape with his wings and would surely die, and they actually did not attack Lu Shenzhou in the first place. Instead, that person from the Acacia Alliance rushed Zhao Tianhao and arched his hand. Mr. Zhao, I'm Xiao Blohong from the Acacia Alliance, and I'm honored to meet Mr. Zhao here. Since it's Mr. Zhao in person, then Xiao will not disturb Mr. Zhao's pleasure. Lu Shenzhou, let Mr. Zhao kill this person to vent his anger. This Xiao Blohong was like a profiting fisherman, actually smiling and polite. As his voice fell, the people behind Xiao Blohong began to plunder the formation to prevent Lu Shenzhou from escaping. Mr. Zhao, please. Xiao Blohong, you're quite the man. Zhao Tianhao laughed and brought the manpower behind him, slowly pressing towards Lu Shenzhou, creating a sense of oppression that was difficult to breathe. Lu Shenzhou did not have the slightest fear in his eyes in the face of this move. Instead, his killing intent was thick. Xiao Tianhao, I was just about to seek your whereabouts. As long as I kill you here, I don't have to wait for Qingyu to ascend to the position of Holy Maiden, and this marriage contract relationship can be dissolved. I didn't expect that you would send Buddha to the west and come to die on your own initiative, but it saved me a lot of time. Just so impatient, want to see me and please you together brightly? Oh no, you won't see it. Zhao Tianhao's face turned blue as he sneered. Lu Shenzhou, you don't think that just because you've mastered a three-legged kung fu like the Ling Mountain Fist, you can be strong and complacent? Anyone present here today has mastered a high-level second-rank kung fu, and with a random strike, they can beat you to death. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still give you a painful one. Lu Shenzhou slowly made a fist gesture and grinned. Life, it's right here, don't be polite, just take it yourselves. The words fell. Do it! Zhao Tianhao shouted coldly, and behind him, 2 disciples of Xian Overseas Sect immediately walked out and pounced towards Lu Shenzhou. Roar! In an instant, it was as if a dragon's roar exploded. A majestic golden fist deity burst out from Lu Shenzhou's fist, immediately blasting towards these 2 outer sect disciples in front of him. Bang! The sound of an airburst exploded like thunder, and spiritual energy whistled out. Zhao Tianhao's soul dared to die, and he immediately retreated backward. It was only an instant after the golden light dispersed. The 2 people who were sent to attack Lu Shenzhou had their upper bodies blown to mush, leaving only half of their corpses in the end. One punch, instantly killing 2 people. Zhao Tianhao's face sank, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. This isn't the Lingshan fist, you bastard even had a higher level technique a long time ago. Yes, it must be that servant girl Su Qingyu who gave it to you. All of you together, kill him for me. Kill! More than 10 people behind Zhao Tianhao shouted violently, all of them activated their techniques and blasted towards Lu Shenzhou. Second fist. Lu Shenzhou had a cruel smile in his eyes as he faced 10 people pouncing on him at the same time. Roar! The dragon's roar was even stronger as the golden light radiantly erupted. Boom! The powerful fist deity roared out, directly covering an area. Ah! What kind of fist technique is this? In a burst of mournful, desperate screams, these 10 outer disciples died miserably under Lu Shenzhou's fists. And then a wisp of pure yang qi was absorbed by him and turned into Lu Shenzhou's sustenance. Another 30 strands of pure yang qi into the account, cool. After 2 punches, the manpower that Zhao Tianhao had brought with him died in Lu Shenzhou's hands. Zhao Tianhao's face changed drastically, his features twisted and his eyes were resentful. This servant girl, Su Qingyu, actually imparted such a powerful technique to you. Lu Shenzhou, I must have you die today. Zhao Tianhao roared, a huge green tiger silhouette emerged behind him, and then he drew his sword and blasted towards Lu Shenzhou. Roar! The roar of the green tiger was extremely ferocious. However, how could the roar of the green tiger compare to Lu Shenzhou's dragon roar? Lu Shenzhou once again lunged out with a punch. Boom! Ah! Zhao Tianhao screamed miserably, the green tiger's shadow behind him was knocked out, the armor he was wearing shattered apart, and he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. Surprisingly, he didn't die. Oh, so he has a magic weapon to protect him. Lu Shenzhou's eyes were icy cold as he slowly raised his hand, preparing for another punch. Zhao Tianhao's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with fear. Lu Shenzhou, how dare you kill me? My sister is the current holy maiden. If you kill me, my sister will definitely not let you go. If you leave me alive, then I don't want Su Qingyu, I'll let you have this servant girl. Don't you kill me. However, Lu Shenzhou's hand movements of storing up his fists did not stop. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar slowly sounded. Zhao Tianhao hurriedly called out, Xiao Blohong, save me. Save me from killing him and I can promise you any condition. Xiao Blohong immediately spoke out, Lu Shenzhou, don't stop. At the same time the voice rang out, the group of cultivators who were nearby to plunder the formation, all of them activated their gong methods and blasted towards Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou, on the other hand, only had 1 punch. Golden light erupted, this punch directly wiped out the moves that these dozen or so people from the Acacia Alliance had catalyzed, and after killing Zhao Tianhao, the remaining force of the punch also shocked these dozen or so people. Lu Shenzhou, you seek death. Xiao Blohong's eyes changed, formation. As the voice fell, these dozen or so people strongly endured the pain from their injuries and began to form a formation, and then condensed a crimson majestic sword chi that chopped towards Lu Shenzhou. Dangerous! Lu Shenzhou's eyelids jumped, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes, and his body immediately swept wildly. However, this sword chi power was not normally strong. Even though Lu Shenzhou dodged in time, he was still injured by it. Blood spilled from the corner of Lu Shenzhou's mouth as he was grazed by that sword chi, but his internal organs were injured by the sword chi. If it wasn't for the fact that the time was too short, the pure yang qi wasn't enough, and I hadn't thoroughly comprehended the technique, how could I have allowed them to go unchecked? Lu Shenzhou's eyes were cold and stern, but you won't be able to send out a second sword either. His dragon fist was only in the small adult realm, he was only able to smoothly throw 7 punches, and for each punch, he needed a bit of time to brew up the power of the punch, which gave Xiao Blohong and the others a chance to take advantage of the situation. If it was a grand completion dragon fist, the 7 punches would come out in an instant. Xiao Tianhao is dead, why don't you guys follow him on his way, so that you won't be alone on the Yellow Springs Road? Lu Shenzhou catalyzed his stance like a poisonous snake, his body ghostly swept wildly and quickly blasted towards them. Fifth fist. The dragon's roar exploded and the golden light shone brightly. Boom! Explosions rang out, and with this punch, 3 people were killed instantly. Xiao Blohong's face was filled with disbelief. How? Possible. They are all in the Xuanwu realm, how could you possibly break through the power of my sword formation? This was a collection of more than a dozen Xuanwu realm cultivators. This Lu Shenzhou was only at the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, and with all his strength, he could surpass the sum of a dozen cultivators of the same realm? The sword formation has been destroyed. Retreat! Retreat! The faces of the remaining 10 people who were still alive changed drastically, their eyes fearful, and they began to retreat in unison. Chapter 24, Massive Killing Spree, Fairy Poisoning. Including Xiao Blohong, there were still 8 living people left. Their faces turned pale, cold sweat broke out, and they began to retreat in fear. Lu Shenzhou, however, had no intention of letting them go, stay and become the sustenance for my cultivation. He activated his snake technique, his figure was like a ghost as he chased after them. Xiao Blohong's face was unsightly, this Lu Shenzhou's battle power already has the potential to enter the top 100 of this outer sect, and be able to compete with those great figures for the supreme inheritance. Lu Shenzhou, don't be wild. Just wait for me to bring in reinforcements, then I will let you die without a burial place. Throw out all the magic weapons on your body and blow yourself up to stop Lu Shenzhou. Each magic weapon was worth at least thousands of spirit stones, extremely expensive. As the voice fell, Xiao Blohong's few people immediately took out their sword-type magic weapons and threw them towards Lu Shenzhou behind them before blowing themselves up. Bang bang bang! Explosive flames shot up into the sky, raising smoke and dust. Xiao Blohong laughed coldly when he saw the roiling smoke and dust behind him. Lu Shenzhou, even if you are powerful in battle, your physical body is ultimately in the Xian realm, the power of a magic weapon self-detonating is not easy to bear. Immediately, the smile on his face froze. Only to see Lu Shenzhou walk out of the smoke unharmed. Damn! What kind of stance is this, to be able to avoid the self-explosion of a magic weapon? The unspeakable pressure of life and death immediately caused Xiao Blohong to choke a little. Lu Shenzhou carried a cruel smile on his face as he ran wildly towards them, like a viper, with a strong sense of oppression. Damn it! Xiao Blohong picked up the magic weapon on his body, a look of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he inserted it into the body of one of the people beside him. In that person's stunned, desperate eyes, he grabbed the person and hurled him towards Lu Shenzhou. When Lu Shenzhou saw this scene, the only thing he could do was to blast out a fist, Dragon Fist. The dragon's roar exploded and the golden light shone brightly, but immediately Lu Shenzhou felt a bit of backlash and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The shackles of fist technique minor achievement. Boom! Before the golden light astral wind arrived, Xiao Blohong was triggering the magic weapon to explode. This was using human life as bait just to be able to stop Lu Shenzhou's pace. This was already his last resort. Several pieces of magic weapons exploded in unison, like a thunderbolt, resounding for dozens of miles around. Huge smoke and dust rose up to the sky, and the spiritual energy frenzy transformed into waves visible to the naked eye spreading out. Cough cough. The huge wave of spiritual force blew several people, Xiao Blohong, out. Xiao Blohong's figure was in a sorry state, spitting blood from his mouth as his injuries worsened, and his eyes were cold and stern. Lu Shenzhou, even if you are more powerful, after eating this hand of mine, what should you do? Either dead or crippled. This person is just too powerful, our sword formation can't even kill him, only the top outer sect Heavenly Pride can go through with him. In the eyes of several people was horror after the robbery, their faces as pale as paper. Just as they were breathing a long sigh of relief. Roar! A golden light dragon roar resounded from the roiling smoke. Xiao Blohong's face changed drastically as a strong look of fear surfaced in his eyes. Go. What kind of freak is this? This can't even stop him. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, which was blown away by Lu Shenzhou's dragon fist. Xiao Blohong's vicious move did hurt Lu Shenzhou, aggravating his injuries. But this made Lu Shenzhou's eyes even more murderous. Good tactic, using human life as a raft to conceal a magic weapon to self-detonate. Xiao Blohong was helpless and directly took out a poisonous pill and dispersed it, causing these 6 people beside him to begin to have difficulty breathing. Their faces turned purple, and the meridians on their bodies began to distort and convexly explode. Then leaving these 6 people behind, he quickly fled. Earth poison pill. When Lu Shenzhou saw this scene, his face was grave and he did not dare to be careless. This earth poison pill was extremely terrifying and could cause a person to be reduced to a plague mother, which was difficult for Hua Tuo to cure. Xiao Blohong, you shall not die. Well, this person who was hit by the earth poison Dan spat out these words with difficulty. His eyes were filled with resentment towards Xiao Blohong. Lu Shenzhou had injuries under his eyes, but he didn't want to be infected with earth poison Dan. He stood far away and didn't dare to move forward. He just blasted out with a dragon fist. You guys are going to die anyway, so don't waste it. After a miserable scream, these 6 people were killed by Shenzhou, spared from the torture of earth poison Dan. In Lu Shenzhou's line of sight, that Xiao Blohong had already fled far away. If he had accomplished his feats, he would have been able to catch up in a matter of moments. But right now, he has injuries, the snake walking method is only a small success, and there is still the earth poison Dan blocking the way. Lu Shenzhou thought for a moment, and the essence in his eyes flickered. I'll come back to you after I improve my gongfu. In this battle, Lu Shenzhou absorbed another 40 strands of pure yang qi. 40 years? Enough to epiphany the snake walking technique to a minor accomplishment. And then epiphany the tiger gate to entry level. He was already far away from the valley where Tang Hang and the others were at the moment, so he looked for a nearby unoccupied cave to heal his wounds. Fortunately, Tang Hang and the others were party to the logistical traveling bag he was carrying, and he had some healing pills on him. Lu Shenzhou took out the elixir and swallowed and refined it, and began to heal his wounds. Outside the cave. Rumble. Within 100 miles steeply covered with dark clouds, water snake thick as big as the thunder splits down, and then a torrential downpour. In the dark clouds, there are 2 figures that look like demonic gods fighting, exuding breath that makes everything tremble and hibernate. I don't know how long it took, the thunder dissipated, and a silhouette flew out of the dark clouds. Look carefully, it is actually a worldly fairy. Its appearance is exquisite and beautiful. There is a plum blossom mark in the center of the eyebrow, adding a few points for her charming and sexy, skin white and tender as tofu. The body of the long skirt is torn and tattered, the spring light is nearly visible. Her face is now flushed, that is, earlobes and neck are covered with flushed color, a pair of beautiful eyes are full of the color of desire. Her sanity was gradually being lost, and her lips were tightly bitten. Damn Gong Yang Yu, he even gave me the poison of the augur dragon's gallbladder. Jiao dragon sex prostitution, its gallbladder is the essence of obscenity, often used to make into spring poison charm. Even if the Shijing Yang came, will also be reduced to a. Steeply, she saw Lu Shenzhou who was sitting cross-legged inside the cave, and her figure flew towards him. The sharp perception brought about by the snake-walking method made Lu Shenzhou steeply open his eyes, and what came into his eyes was the huge and proud breasts, so big. And so white. This stunning fairy stood in front of Lu Shenzhou, and then lost control and directly lunged towards Lu Shenzhou, pressing him hard underneath, roughly tearing the clothes on her and Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou exclaimed, "Senior, what are you doing? I already have someone I love, don't do this, stop it." This stunning fairy completely lost her mind, her white jade hand cupped Lu Shenzhou's chin and leaned down, "Satisfy me." And then it was kissing Lu Shenzhou. Lu Shenzhou was shocked, dumbfounded, struggled, forced, and sunk. And then the experience, only to feel fluttering, with this strange fairy to seek pleasure in Wushan. Yu Shuizhou at the same time reminded Lu Shenzhou, "Host, the purine qi contained by this woman is extremely powerful, you should not waste the opportunity." Thus Lu Shenzhou drifted in and out while running his gong methods, painfully collecting the purine qi. Nothing could be more important than cultivation. Chapter 25, Hua Miaoi's Token, Tiger Power Dragon Fist. After one night. Lu Shenzhou had a tired face, 2 lifetimes, the first time is gone like this. And beside him, the stunning fairy was slowly changing her clothes, her gaze sometimes cold, sometimes ambiguous, sometimes complicated. Just a wisp of breath emanating from it made Lu Shenzhou tremble and couldn't bear it. Lu Shenzhou hurriedly said, "Senior, you forced me last night, it was useless for me to resist. And I satisfied Senior, for the sake of my hard labor all night, can Senior spare my life?" "Shut up." A color of shame and indignation surfaced in the stunning fairy's beautiful eyes. Recalling last night's unbearable madness made it difficult for her to speak. Moreover, this kid in front of her, his capital was unexpectedly so strong, causing a certain part of her to still be a bit swollen and painful. The stunning fairy's cherry lips moved lightly, her voice was cold and full of majesty. "Yesterday, this palace was backstabbed by a traitor, and only then did such a ridiculous thing. But you ultimately saved this palace's life, this palace will not be gracious in returning the favor." Lu Shenzhou breathed a sigh of relief, and then was very knowledgeable and said, "Nothing happened last night, I just had a dream. Last night saw red." Lu Shenzhou did not expect such a beautiful fairy, but still a virgin body. When it is really let him, Lu Shenzhou opened the grand prize. Absolute beauty, jade temperament, mature and plump, like a heavenly mountain snow lotus, beautiful to the extreme, but can only be viewed from afar, not blasphemous. "Do you take this palace to be so irresponsible?" The stunning fairy's voice was cold. "After leaving the secret realm, you take this jade token and come to find this palace." She took out a jade tablet and gave it to Lu Shenzhou. There is a follow-up?" Lu Shenzhou's eyes were slightly stunned as he took the token. "Fairy, how should I address you?" "Hua Miaoi." The stunning fairy's heavenly voice rang out. After saying these words, she flew away in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Lu Shenzhou saw this scene, he took a deep breath. The ability to soar into the clouds and fly into the sky, boy, this is at least in the realm of the celestials. Mortal, Xian, earth, heavenly, holy, and honorable. The earth realm was known as the sovereign. The celestial realm could transcend the shackles of heaven and earth and could fly through the sky. It was the first time he had seen a strong person of the celestial realm. And she is so beautiful and moist. He. Made a lot of money. Lu Shenzhou looked at this token in his hand and wondered what kind of saint this flower Mui was. Lu Shenzhou put it away, and in his mind, Yu Shuizha's voice sounded, "Host, you've made a lot of money this time, absorbing such purine qi. There is no need to worry about the consumption of purine qi anymore for a short period of time." Lu Shenzhou was curious, "How much purine qi did you preserve?" Yu Shuizhou, 300 wisps out. Hiss. Lu Shenzhou took a deep breath. One true dual cultivation can absorb so much purine qi. The injuries were also healed. It was time to upgrade his feats. Snake walking technique, give me an epiphany to the point of minor accomplishment. Lu Shenzhou urged the yin yang qi and entered into the state of epiphany. 20 strands of yin yang qi were consumed. Lu Shenzhou seemed to have practiced the snake walking method for another 20 years, and his entire body had a particularly ethereal and sensitive state. Even if a leaf fluttered, it was hard to escape his perception. As the saying goes, to beat the grass to frighten the snake.